I never expected that when I woke up, I would have transformed from a 28-year-old professional with a modest career into a freshman who just got admitted to university. I found myself in a parallel world. I thought this was already absurd enough, and planned to make money by leveraging business opportunities from my memories. Only to discover that Bitcoin and real estate had already peaked, leaving me with no way to start. Just when I was extremely frustrated, the upper-class mail god system suddenly activated, giving me 10 million funds every month, with more upgrades to come. This huge twist left me stunned. Holding the notification of the funds' arrival, I was filled with shock. Imagining the changes in the future, those who once looked down on me would be so shocked then, I couldn't help but smile. Chapter 1 System Possession, the best way to change class. A dream of the bustling foreign concession for 10 miles, a century of charm passed down forever. In 2017, the summer breeze of August blew across this eastern land. Except for a few areas, most places were stiflingly hot, like a steam chamber. Shenny sat by the bedside, somewhat dazed, until the cold air from the old air conditioner brushed against his neck, causing him to shiver and come back to his senses. The clean yet simple white bedsheet, the light brown 3-layer wooden floor, and a simple table. Though the roughly 20 square meter room was small, it was fully equipped. Anyone who often traveled for business could immediately recognize it as a hotel room. Shenny could even confirm that this hotel was called Homian, a place most young students longed for during their school days. Because it was a chain and affordable, it was beloved and favored by a wide range of students. Of course, that was about 10 years ago. Today's students probably wouldn't look favorably on such budget hotels. Is this considered time travel or reincarnation? Shenny muttered to himself. For someone who often reads various online novels, he handled this situation quite smoothly. Aside from the initial surprise, he quickly calmed down. At least he didn't have to face life or death crises right after traveling through time, or awkward situations like a broken engagement, where he would have to rack his brains to overcome difficulties. The current situation is quite good. He lives alone in a hotel room, with no friends or family around, so he doesn't have to deal with anyone's strange looks. The reason Shenny couldn't tell whether he had traveled through time or been reborn was mainly because his name hadn't changed, his appearance hadn't changed, and the relatives and friends in his memory hadn't changed. He was still himself, but the external environment had undergone a huge change. Shenny had traveled from the year 2020, and the Shenny of that year was already a 28-year-old working adult. The current time was 2017, but Shenny had become a freshman who had just been admitted to university and was waiting for the semester to start. The timeline and age simply did not match. What was even more mismatched was that the Shenny of that year was an average student who had only been admitted to a vocational college, but now he had performed exceptionally well on the college entrance exam and was admitted to Xinjiang Language University, a top-tier university. This was simply unbelievable. In the end, he could only convince himself that this was called a parallel world. However, Shenny did not feel particularly happy about his rebirth and time travel. Instead, he felt somewhat amused and helpless. Before traveling through time, he was not a frustrated beggar. On the contrary, he was quite successful in his career. Although not extremely wealthy, he earned an annual salary of $500,000, which was already a high income compared to most people. After this time travel, even if he wanted to retrace his steps, it would be impossible. Besides ability, people also need opportunities, and Shen's career-boosting opportunity was in 2014, which has long passed. Even if he wanted to seize it now, he couldn't. Sigh, why did they have to let someone like me time travel? Shenny shook his head and complained, but soon he cheered up. Having endured the hardships of society, Shenny understood even more the value of a second chance. Even if he lost the opportunities he once had, he might gain even more in return. The idea that reading is useless is complete toxic nonsense. Reading and learning are the fastest ways to improve one's social status. Countless people regret not studying hard back then, especially not getting into a good school during the college entrance exam. Back then, Shenny was able to leverage opportunities with just a college diploma and, within a few years, earned an annual salary of 500,000 yuan. He believes he can do even better now. After giving himself a mental pep talk, he rummaged through the suitcase beside him and pulled out his Apple laptop. Shenny is from the capital city. His family's financial situation is average, considered middle class. Since he was born in the post-family planning era, Shenny has no siblings, only some cousins. Among the entire extended family, he is the most intelligent and managed to get into a top-tier university. His parents were naturally very happy and rewarded him handsomely, buying him the latest iPhone 7 and an Apple laptop. Even Shenny said he wanted to travel around before the new semester started, and in the end, his parents agreed to his proposal of going straight to school after the trip, giving him some travel funds. Naturally, his first stop was the city of Shanghai, where he would live for the next 4 years, wanting to get familiar with the place first. As a reborn person, Shenny of course hoped he could ride the wave of the times, become part of the younger generation, easily earn a huge amount of money, and live a wealthy life above others, rather than working hard for others after graduating from university. If possible, he also wanted to say that famous saying, "Working a job is impossible, this life is impossible to work a job." But after opening his laptop, Chunny found himself a bit at a loss. Before rebirth, he had also thought about how he should earn his first pot of gold if he were to be reborn. Chunny himself didn't have knowledge in this area, but he did think of the most convenient path. That means buying a large amount of Bitcoin when it's at its cheapest, then selling it near the peak. That alone would be enough for him to make a fortune, allowing him to live a luxurious life even if he spent it all without working for the rest of his life. Secondly, if he could convince his parents, he could take out a loan to invest in real estate during the boom period in Dongguan. Then, when the housing market rises, selling the property would also bring in a hefty profit. As for other things like the stock market, Chenny really has no clue at all. Damn it, I was born in the wrong era. If only I were born 10 years earlier, that would be about right. No, even just 1 year earlier would be fine. After checking the news online, Chenny burst out cursing and slammed the table hard. In 2017, Bitcoin had already surged to over $10,000, marking the highest peak in Bitcoin's price history. Entering the market at this time was basically courting death. It's worth noting that back in 2009, $1 could buy 1,300 Bitcoins. Just holding on for 10 years would have made you rich instantly. Even in 2016, Bitcoin was only around $1,000, so borrowing a little money then would have been a tenfold profit business. Since the Bitcoin business was impossible to pursue, real estate was even less feasible. By 2017, the real estate market had also reached its peak, and anyone speculating on property was doomed to fail. Moreover, real estate required much more capital, making it even harder to get involved, definitely not something a poor student could manage. Besides Bitcoin and real estate, the only other thing Chenny remembered was the future international events that caused the US stock market circuit breakers. Maybe taking a big short position would be a good idea. But after traveling to a parallel world, Chenny wasn't confident about this either. What if those future international events never happened? Shorting the market during a rising phase would also be courting death. And even if those major events really happened, and the US stock market experienced a circuit breaker, short selling still requires a large amount of capital, which is far beyond what Chenny can handle. To put it bluntly, the hardest money to earn in life is the first sum of capital. No matter how much of an informational advantage you have, if you don't have the capital, you can't properly leverage that advantage to turn it into real money. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became, but Chenny had no choice but to keep racking his brains, pondering deeply, trying to see if there were any other ways to make money. Having been reborn once, he also wanted to experience high society and be a top-tier gentleman. Just at that moment. Ding! Detecting the host's intention, upper-class male god system activated. As heaven maintains vigor through movement, a gentleman should constantly strive for self-improvement. As earth is vast and accommodating, a gentleman should hold great virtue to support all things. Dripping water wears through stone, not by a single day's effort. Ice 3 feet thick is not formed in a single cold day. To become an upper-class male god, one must also be down to earth and not aim too high too fast. Name Chun-Yi. Level LV 110. Title None. Skill XXX. Chun-Yi looked numb at the panel that suddenly appeared before his eyes. This must be the system daddy. It was like an online game displaying a person's basic attributes, especially in the skills section, which was densely packed with a long list of categories. For example, in the sports category, there were football, basketball, rugby, badminton, ping pong, and even events like sprinting and pole vaulting. In the classification of musical instruments, there are Western ones like the piano, violin, cello, guitar, and electronic keyboard, as well as Eastern ones like the flute, xiao, luchin, pipa, and even the suona. In culinary arts, there are even divisions such as the 8 major cuisines of the East, Southeast Asian cuisine, European cuisine, and so on. Other skills are even more numerous, including languages, music, fine arts, acting, and countless others. That continuous series of skill categories and subdivisions almost induces trypophobia, and the vast majority of these skills are gray, with experience bars underneath. Is this playing a real-life version of The Sims? Just as Chun-Yi was secretly cursing, what he saw below only confirmed his suspicion. Note: titles represent a person's temperament. To obtain a specific title, a particular combination of skills and skill levels is required. Seeing this sentence, Chenny was convinced that this was basically a real-life game. As for things like so-called systems, Chenny accepted them quite quickly, thanks to having read too many online novels. Besides, since even reincarnation and parallel worlds had happened, systems didn't seem like a big deal. At this moment, Chenny didn't even know what kind of mood he was in. He could only continue reading. To become a high-class male god, one's own qualities and cultivation are the most important, but at the same time, financial support is also indispensable. Currently, the host is at level 1 and will have 10 million funds each month to spend on cultivating hobbies and improving qualities. The host is encouraged to keep up the good work and strive to raise their level. Spending money is also an art. The requirement to upgrade to LV2 is, spend the entire 10 million funds from the first month. Current progress, 10 million. Note 1, each time the host levels up, the monthly funds received will increase exponentially. Note 2, future upgrades do not necessarily require the host to continue spending money. Please consider accordingly. Note 3. The final interpretation right belongs to the system. Shenny watched the scene and felt the need to calm down, but at this moment he simply couldn't settle. Afraid that he was dreaming, he immediately focused his mind and instructed the system to withdraw money. The next second, his phone received a text message notification. Your card ending in XXXX received a mobile banking deposit on August 15 at 12:31, amounting to 10 million yuan. Balance is 10,009,147.20 yuan. ICBC. The more than 9,000 yuan was the travel fund his parents gave him. It was originally 10,000, but after taking the high-speed train, accommodation, and spending on food and drinks, only a little over 9,000 remained. Sure, I used to work hard for so many years just to save up 1 million, and I was already extremely proud of that. Suddenly having 10 million without doing anything at all, that's truly living the high life. Shenyi sighed deeply. He wasn't one of those rich second-generation heirs born with a silver spoon. He knew the cost of daily necessities and understood the hardships of the 996 work schedule, which made him even more aware of how difficult and painful it is to make money. At this moment, Shenyi was very calm. He didn't become like Fan Jin after passing the imperial exam just because of the system's appearance and sudden wealth. Instead, his thoughts became even more profound. Is this system reliable? What if one day the system suddenly disappears? You have to know that it's easy to go from frugality to luxury, but hard to go from luxury back to frugality. If one day the system really vanishes and you've gotten used to the luxurious lifestyle of high society, that sudden change could drive a person crazy. However, Shenyi also had to deny what he had said before, which was that the quickest way to cross one's class is not by studying hard, but by directly possessing the system. Chapter 2. Is this really not the gourmet old 8th system? No matter if the system is an alien joke or some kind of nonsense, even if it disappears next month, Shenyi would of course make good use of it while it still exists. However, how to use it requires some deep thought. Wealth without returning home is like wearing fine clothes at night. Since he has money, naturally he should live a high-class life. Money is only money when not spent, it is just a pile of numbers and paper. Regarding this consumerist toxic advice, Shenyi actually agrees quite a lot. Shenyi was not just a simple college-bound student. As a reborn individual who had endured the harsh realities of society, his thoughts were naturally deeper. Sitting on the hotel bed after a mental brainstorm, he immediately came up with an idea how to spend this first sum of money to satisfy his vanity and his admiration for truly wealthy people. At that moment, Shenyi noticed that on the densely packed skill tree system panel, there was actually a newbie gift pack button. Without much thought, he casually clicked on it. This thing is starting to look more and more like those web games plastered with ads all over the world. Shenyi muttered softly, inexplicably recalling some advertisement slogan like top up 1 yuan and get a 10,000 yuan gift pack. The beginning is always the hardest. To give the host a good start, this system specially offers a deep concealment card and a beginner's lottery chance. Shenyi was too lazy to look at the ad slogans of this third-rate web game and immediately started reading the introduction of the so-called deep concealment card. Deep concealment card. A good merchant hides his talents, a gentleman shows great virtue but appears simple. After using this card, the host's information will be hidden, and no matter how others investigate, they will not be able to find the host's background. A simple introduction, but if you ponder deeply, you will find there is great knowledge within. Think carefully. In this era where personal privacy is no longer private and various forms of doxing are rampant, it is actually not difficult for someone to investigate your background. If Shenyi were to live a lavish life, and someone conducted a detailed investigation on him, they might not be able to trace the source of his money due to the system, but Shenyi's family background would be easily discovered. He is just a child from a working-class family, with no complicated relatives. When people check and find your family background is so simple, yet you spend money like water, splurging millions and tens of millions, it will inevitably arouse suspicion. Perhaps law enforcement will directly intervene and accuse you of having an unknown source of funds. The effect of this system card is precisely to fill this loophole, preventing others from investigating your family background. As for what mysterious power lies behind it, that is beyond Shenyi's imagination. Shenyi's mood improved significantly. This way, he could spend money freely without worrying about social issues. In fact, upon closer thought, the system seemed quite logical in many aspects. For example, the money increases exponentially with each level up. At level 1, it's 10 million per month. At level 2, 20 million per month. At level 3, 40 million, and the highest level is 10. If he really reached that top level, it would only be 5 billion per month, or 60 billion per year. Why only? Because even 60 billion, as cash, is not a large amount relative to the total global financial system. The entire world's financial system could absorb this extra 60 billion. If the system suddenly gave you 1 trillion, that would be equivalent to the annual GDP of a small to medium-sized country. Injecting that amount into the global financial market would be enough to stir up a storm with the flap of a butterfly's wings. Shenyi, who didn't understand much about finance and economics, couldn't imagine what kind of turmoil it would cause at that time. Thinking about all sorts of things in his mind, Chenny grew impatient with his own actions and directly used the card hidden in plain sight. As the card disappeared from the interface, Chenny carefully felt for any changes in himself, but the final conclusion was that nothing had changed. At this moment, Chenny could only believe that this system card was truly useful. He temporarily stopped paying attention to it and instead looked at the so-called lottery. How does this lottery work? Chenny asked tentatively. This system grants the host 3 random lottery chances. If the first draw is unsatisfactory, it can be abandoned to continue drawing, but if the rewards from subsequent draws are still unsatisfactory, the previous rewards cannot be chosen again. This is a way to see if a person is greedy, or it can also be seen as a test of whether they have a gambler's mentality. Chenny nodded slightly and said directly, then let's start the lottery. Ding! The first lottery draw is complete. The host has obtained the opportunity to slightly adjust their appearance. Do you choose this reward? Seeing this reward, Chenyi's heart stirred, and he instinctively asked, does the so-called slight adjustment of appearance include height? Slight adjustment of appearance includes facial features, basic body proportions, height, hair loss genes, and other adjustments within the scope. Seeing that the system answers every question, Chenyi immediately stood up and went to the mirror in the hotel room. Chenyi couldn't be considered ugly, he could even be classified as somewhat handsome. But there was one thing that had been a lifelong pain for Chenyi, and that was his height. In this era where women demand men to be at least 180 centimeters tall, Chenyi's height of 172 centimeters couldn't exactly be called a total disability, but calling it a level 3 disability wouldn't be wrong either. Before his rebirth, Chenyi had barely achieved some success in his career, but this height issue always caused him to miss out on those goddesses. The 18 was a project Chenyi was very confident in with the system. 180 centimeters didn't seem too difficult. Now, the basic qualifying line of 180 centimeters finally had a chance to be met. Chenyi almost burst into tears. As for the so-called slight facial adjustments, Chenyi didn't really mind. If his appearance were drastically changed, even his mother might not recognize him and might suspect he had undergone plastic surgery. Judging by how the system works, there would probably be more opportunities for adjustments in the future. Gradual changes could be explained as aging, rather than being unrecognizable to those who know him well. As for the so-called baldness gene, Chenyi thought it was even more worthwhile. Haven't you seen Jeff Bezos, the world's richest man with $130 billion, yet he doesn't have a single hair on his head? What does that prove? It proves that no matter how rich you are, baldness can't be cured, it's purely a genetic issue. There is a saying that being strong is a temporary thing, but being handsome is a lifelong matter. All that talk about inner beauty is nonsense. 99% of people in this world are appearance-driven animals. Looks are the first impression of a person. Handsomeness and beauty are the passports to ruling the world. No matter how rich you are, if you don't look good, you can only fool those inexperienced young girls or gold diggers. When facing truly top-tier wealthy and beautiful women, money is completely useless even if you are the richest person in the world. It won't work. Once money reaches a certain level, the difference doesn't really matter. $10 billion and $100 billion, don't be fooled by the tenfold difference for modern luxury lifestyles. These two amounts make no difference at all. Being handsome can really put food on the table. Chenyi didn't overthink it, fearing he might make the mistake of losing the watermelon while picking up the sesame seeds. He didn't consider whether the next lottery would offer better rewards and decisively said, I'll choose this reward. Ding! The host has gained an opportunity to slightly adjust their appearance. The fragrance of plum blossoms comes from bitter cold, the edge of a treasured sword is honed through grinding. As an upper-class individual, you can't always expect to gain without effort. This system will only provide the host with one chance, but to achieve the goal, the host must complete tasks only by putting in effort. Will there be rewards? Damn, you're pretty positive, huh? You even know people shouldn't get something for nothing. Chenyi silently complained to himself, then went to check what the so-called task was. After reading it, he immediately twitched at the corner of his mouth. Task: the host needs to eat a mixture of Beijing doji, durian, canned herring, skate fish slices, Icelandic shark meat, Tex-Mex seasoning, and French cheese. After eating this continuously for 8 days, the task will be completed. Just seeing the names of these foods made Chenyi's stomach churn. Damn, isn't this a bit too much positive energy? Is this really some high-class male god system, and not a foodie Laoba system? Chenyi rubbed his stomach. What should I do? What else could he do? Of course, even if it meant crying, he had to complete the task. For the sake of growing taller, this little sacrifice was worth it. Chenyi gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Chapter 3: Ferrari is a man's vanity. Jinling Road in Shanghai can be said to be the most famous commercial street in the city, as well as the most renowned tourist attraction. This is Shanghai, and even one of the most prosperous areas in the east, with shops gathered and merchants from various countries settled here, telling the story of this bustling 10-mile foreign concession. Chenyi took a taxi to Tomorrow Plaza on West Jinling Road. Of course, before coming here, Chenyi first bought a pair of height-increasing shoes. As the saying goes, details determine success or failure. Since the system said that as long as he completed the tasks, he could grow taller. If a person suddenly grew from 170 centimeters to 180 centimeters in a few days, it would definitely attract attention. Although Chunyi is from Beijing, not Shanghai, and has no acquaintances here, it's always better to be cautious and pay attention to details. In case he needs to frequently interact with some people in the coming days, he can wear the height increasing shoes now, and when his height is sufficient, simply switch to normal shoes without attracting any attention. After getting out of the taxi and paying the fare, Chunyi braved the scorching summer heat to arrive at Tomorrow Plaza. At first glance, he saw on the first floor of the plaza the Ferrari emblem, a symbol many men know but rarely see in real life. That's right, Chunyi came here to buy a car. How could a man not love sports cars? Those who say they don't just can't afford one. Who doesn't long to own a Ferrari or a Lamborghini? Since he suddenly got possessed by a system, and might even be supported by it in the future, having money means he can finally fulfill his old wish. Moreover, Chunyi had thought carefully before coming to see the Ferraris. Mainly because Ferraris hold their value well even when sold as used cars, they don't lose much, and some special models might even appreciate. Ordinary cars are consumables, but for luxury cars like Ferrari, their positioning is no longer purely as consumables, they even have investment attributes. If this system continues to distribute money next month, naturally everyone will be happy. But if the system suddenly disappears next month and stops giving him money, Chunyi can still sell the Ferrari he has obtained, and he will still have a few million in hand, enough to buy a house in either Xincheng or Dijin. For these top-tier international cities, the biggest monthly expense is actually rent. As long as you own a house in these cities, daily living expenses are not as high as imagined. This way, even if the system disappears, Chunyi won't have to worry about housing and can live comfortably in his next life. This is called attention to detail, this is called mature thinking, rather than immediately rejoicing after getting money and becoming a pure nouveau riche, completely ignoring possible futures. Buying a Ferrari can satisfy one's vanity, show off everywhere, and even in the worst situations, it can serve as a value-retaining asset to secure the rest of one's life. It is simply the most ideal purchase. As the system said, to become an upper-class male god, you need to take it step by step, with your feet firmly on the ground. With countless thoughts swirling in his mind, Chunyi stood tall and proud outside the Ferrari 4S store window. He felt completely calm, exuding confidence and an imposing demeanor. This is what having money in hand and a calm mind looks like. If you were given tens of millions, you could instantly straighten your back, full of fighting spirit, to the point that even the goddess in your heart would no longer be a goddess. In a good mood, Chunyi saw a man and a woman at the entrance of the 4S dealership talking with a Ferrari salesperson. The woman was petite, barely about 1.6 meters tall, with a sweet and charming appearance, wearing light makeup. She was dressed in a school-style Japanese JK uniform, a sailor suit with a necktie, and beneath the sharp plaid skirt were a pair of fair legs. Although her height meant they couldn't be called long legs, they were still tender, white, and beautiful. Beautiful girls always attract men's attention. After briefly glancing at the woman's face, Chunyi then looked down at her rather fashionable travel shoes. Yes, he was really looking at her shoes, not her legs. After his inspection, he finally shifted his gaze away and looked at the man beside her. Although he only glanced a few times, Chunyi could tell that the woman wearing the JK uniform probably wasn't a student. Her makeup was somewhat mature, but she didn't seem very old, more like someone in her early 20s who had just graduated from college. The man standing next to this beautiful girl was a bit inconspicuous. He was slim, not very tall, carrying a backpack that seemed to contain some equipment. His outfit was neat and tidy, barely fitting the description of handsome. At this moment, he was discussing something with a salesperson at the Ferrari 4S dealership. While looking at the Ferrari exhibits in the 4S store window, Chunyi casually moved closer. Judging by the distance between the man and woman, they didn't seem to be a couple. He also became a bit curious about the content of their conversation. Getting closer, he could roughly understand what they were talking about. The man and woman wanted to shoot a vlog related to Ferrari, so they were negotiating with the 4S store staff about whether they could film inside. Hearing this, Chunyi glanced at the other party several more times. Although the woman was quite pretty and somewhat familiar, he couldn't recall who she was, probably not someone he followed regularly. It was only then that Chunyi realized he actually knew the man. Since Chunyi often browsed a certain site and was somewhat familiar with some of its content creators, he then realized that the man was actually a fairly famous content creator on that site. For a moment, Chunyi felt a bit frustrated. Why did he not know the beautiful lady, but instead recognized the man? This was just not logical. Chapter 4: The female streamer and the content creator on the site. Hello, is it okay for us to film here? Of course, no problem. This isn't a military base or anything, filming is allowed. However, if you need to use some large equipment, you'll need our store manager's approval, because some large equipment might affect the experience of other visitors. The salesperson at the Ferrari 4S store joked and replied politely. Although luxury cars like Ferrari are not affordable for the average family, as a luxury brand, they are not unapproachable. Even for a brand like Ferrari, which doesn't really need advertising because even if they do advertise, those who can't afford it still can't buy it. They are quite accustomed to handling such filming requests. There are always some short video studios that introduce cars and approach dealerships to request filming. Generally, Ferrari shops will agree to these requests, even though brands like Ferrari do not rely on advertising for marketing. However, if it can enhance the brand's style and reputation, no company would refuse. Rest assured, we don't use any large equipment, at most just a camera to shoot some videos, and we won't disturb other customers. Really, thank you so much. Hearing the salesperson's words, the thin man holding the camera and other filming equipment also breathed a sigh of relief and repeatedly expressed his thanks. He is a content creator on a certain platform, with the account name Dean. As an uploader with a fan base reaching 1 million, he is also quite famous on that platform. Because he owns a Tesla and his studio, which often appears in videos, is a small villa, fans affectionately call him Dean Young Master, praising him for being wealthy. However, those close to the Dean know the real situation. Although his family is relatively well off, they are far from being called wealthy young masters or tycoons. The Tesla, which costs less than 1 million, was bought on a loan, and the villa used as the studio is actually rented. The savvy fans are aware of this, but the wealthy persona has already been established. The Dean is a smart person who knows how to maintain his image, so he plays up the tycoon persona in his videos just for fun. In the past, the Dean was a gaming content creator, but being perceptive, he noticed the transformation of a certain platform that used to be purely for anime content, as well as the rise of vlogs and other short videos. To avoid relying solely on his old content in the future, he continued making gaming videos while also trying out some outdoor vlogs as video material. In 2017, the live streaming industry was fiercely competitive. Major platforms like Hisense and Huchi were locked in intense battles, various smaller platforms were also fighting fiercely, and the son of the richest man established a national treasure platform to join the fray, turning the live streaming industry into a battlefield full of sharp conflicts. Amidst this fierce competition, the live streaming bubble kept inflating, with various exorbitant breach of contract cases emerging from time to time. At the same time, many grassroots-born streamers saw their value multiply, making the live streaming industry a popular destination for many dreaming of getting rich overnight. Chichuzi was one of the female streamers who took the plunge early. She originally was a well-known female streamer on the Seafood channel. Because of her sweet appearance, clear voice, and good singing, combined with her skill at the game League of Legends, she quickly became one of the popular streamers on the Seafood channel. The richest son was extremely ambitious, lavishly waving cash and using his fame to poach many popular streamers from other companies. Chichuzi was among those invited. Bringing along some of her own traffic, after moving to the new platform, her subscriber count quickly reached the million level again. The Dean, a U creator with 1 million followers himself, extended an invitation to her, hoping to collaborate on a video together. One wanted to expand their fame on a certain platform, gaining fans even outside the live streaming circle, while the other wanted to use a beautiful woman and a popular streamer as a gimmick to spearhead their transformation into shooting vlogs. It was a perfect match, which led to this collaboration. To be honest, getting permission to shoot at the Ferrari 4S dealership put the director's mind at ease. He was quite afraid of being rejected, as it would damage his wealthy persona. It's worth noting that the filming process was also being live streamed. The live streaming on that platform is just small scale compared to those big live streaming platforms. It's basically a close-knit community entertaining themselves. But if some fans saw him being publicly embarrassed, his persona would be impossible to maintain. Look at the director Young Master's relieved expression. He almost exposed the fact that, like us, he is just a beggar. Ha ha. Although the young master of the Dean's family is rich, I guess he still can't afford a Ferrari. Please don't make things difficult for him. Although the live stream on a certain platform isn't that great, as up with 1 million followers, the Dean still has a few viewers when he goes live. Seeing the scattered comments floating across the phone screen, he shamelessly said, "How can you say I can't afford a Ferrari? The video I'm shooting this time is to introduce the Ferrari purchasing process to my audience. I'll just quietly watch the young master of the Dean's family brag. If you can buy a Ferrari today, I'll immediately do a handstand and eat." Don't just talk about the director's young master. Who is that beautiful woman next to him? She's really pretty. Could she be the director's young master's girlfriend? Girlfriend my foot, that's Chichuzi. You don't even know who Chichuzi is? Why do I have to know her? But this young lady is really beautiful. Chichuzi, sing us a song. Yes, I like listening to you sing. The director was chatting casually with a few fans in the live stream room while showing the barrage on his phone to Chichuzi beside him. Chichuzi took the phone, and after seeing the barrage, she covered her mouth, her eyes sparkling, and smiled lightly. "You want to listen to me sing? You can come to my live stream tonight." She cleverly diverted the traffic to herself, which was also the reason she would collaborate with a certain up on the platform. If a person's sudden rise to fame is accidental, then maintaining that momentum afterward requires careful management. Ozzel, Chichuzi's voice is really beautiful. What time does Chichuzi go live at night? I'll go listen to her sing right away. For a moment, this live streaming platform with not many viewers became quite lively. Luxury cars and beautiful women are naturally eye-catching tools. The director carefully chose these two themes as his first video for switching genres, which also fits his wealthy persona. As for Chichuzi's move to divert traffic, he didn't care because the fans of live streams and hosts can overlap. One needs popularity during live broadcasts, and the other needs video views. There is no conflict of interest between the two. Looking at the beautiful woman beside him covering her mouth with a charming smile, and hearing her crisp laughter, the director felt a bit lightheaded for a moment. Any man would hope to have such a beautiful girlfriend, regardless of whether their personalities match. The director's mind was somewhat active. Facing a popular female streamer like Chichuzi, although his advantage was not great, it was still possible to win her over. After all, female streamers still have a class difference compared to celebrities and the like. No matter how popular they are still within reach for someone like him. Shenny had no idea about what was happening beside him with the dean, Chichuzi, and in the live broadcast room he was just standing in front of the display window casually looking at the Ferrari on exhibit inside. With a chest full of poetry and books, one naturally exudes elegance. Although Chun-Yi did not have poetry and books in his heart, he had the system father, so he was naturally confident. Moreover, he was not a student but a reborn person who had experienced the hardships of society, and he was calm and reserved. In this world, beauties are as countless as carp crossing the river. Even if you see a different one every day, you wouldn't be able to finish admiring even a 10th or 12th of them in a lifetime. So when facing those passing beauties, Chen-Yi would at most appreciate them with a glance. Even if they had boyfriends or others beside them, he would not feel jealousy or similar emotions. He believed that as a reborn person with the system father by his side, he would never lack those extraordinary, elegant, and wise women around him. The salesperson at the Ferrari 4S store was also sharp-eyed. He looked at Chen-Yi standing outside the store window and felt that the boyish temperament didn't match his age. Of course, the salesperson didn't think Chen-Yi was a wealthy person, mainly because he was dressed entirely in common brands like Uniqlo. You can't tell if someone is rich just by their appearance or temperament, because studying, working out, and other activities can also change a person's aura. That's why their essay saying about clothes making the man and a horse needing a saddle. To show that you have money, you still need external things, like wearing a Rolex on your wrist. However, those who become salespeople at Ferrari 4S stores would never look down on others or treat people with contempt. Whether you sell Ferraris or Geelys, you're still working for someone else, so there's no way you're truly superior. Moreover, salespeople of such luxury cars usually have high education, sufficient quality, and professional training. Their clients are wealthy and powerful people, so if their manners were lacking and they offended someone, that would be a real problem. The salesperson smiled and, after discussing the shooting details with the host and the female streamer, walked over to Chen-Yi with a beaming face and said, "Sir, would you like to go inside the store? It's hard to see clearly from here." Chen-Yi didn't expect the salesperson to actually invite him inside the store, and with such enthusiasm. For a moment, he wondered if the salesperson actually had a keen eye and saw his commanding presence. Of course, this was just Chen-Yi's inner musing. He knew it was simply good customer service, so he smiled and nodded, saying, "Alright, it's hard to see clearly from here, so I'll go in and take a look." At the salesperson's invitation, Chen-Yi walked into the store. Passing by the host and the female streamer, he thought for a moment, then leaned over and asked, "Are you the host called director from that certain platform?" Chapter 5. I don't know the female streamer. What is going on, bro? You actually hit on the dean's son instead of Chichuzi? Ha, the dean's son is awesome, he can even run into fans. He must be after the director's young master's money. No, you're wrong. He must be after the director's young master himself. Come to think of it, this guy does look quite handsome. If the director can't make it, you might as well go with him. Tonight is all about the big chrysanthemum. Ha! A barrage of comments floated by, the onlookers were lively and excited. The director was also pleasantly surprised, never expecting to meet a fan while shooting vlog material. Of course, the other party might not be her fan, but it was obvious that he knew her, which greatly satisfied his little vanity. Chichuzi, standing beside the director, felt a bit resentful. She thought, I used to be a top anchor on the Seafood Channel, and now I'm a top anchor on the National Treasure Channel. In terms of fame and influence outside the circle, I should definitely be stronger than that otaku who shoots footage over there, right? How come, after finally meeting someone who greeted them when going out, that person knows that otaku but doesn't know me? However, although Chichuzi was resentful, she wasn't truly angry. She knew that online she could barely be considered a popular anchor, but she wasn't a celebrity. Even traffic stars can't become household names nationwide. That can only be achieved by true big shots in the entertainment industry. What happened now just made her feel a little bit frustrated. Young man, you won't find a girlfriend acting like this. Chen-Yi noticed the faint resentment in Chichuzi's eyes beside him. He turned his head and happened to meet her beautiful gaze, even able to see the eyelashes and subtle eyeshadow on her eyes. Instinctively, Chen-Yi wanted to look away for a moment. Although he had encountered such beautiful girls before his rebirth, back then he still lacked a bit of confidence. But soon, Chen Yi thought of the system father possessing him now, and the tens of millions in his bank account. His confidence surged instantly, and he suppressed the urge to look away. Instead, he raised his eyebrows at the girl, and that lively sparkle immediately pierced into Chichuzi's eyes. In the end, it was Chichuzi who shyly looked away, her heart suddenly racing for a moment, even somewhat stunned. In the past, she was beautiful, well-educated, and, with a bit of luck, became a popular streamer. This gave her immense confidence. Usually, when she made eye contact with ordinary men, it was enough to make them feel inferior and lose in the gaze. But now, in this glance with Chen Yi, all she saw in his eyes was a spirited and dignified presence. He didn't seem like one of those second-generation rich kids. Chichuzi secretly glanced at Chen Yi's clothes. Most people might not be able to tell how wealthy someone is just by their clothes or accessories, and many won't even recognize those luxury brands, as they are not something ordinary people often encounter. But Chichuzi was different. As a popular streamer and a girl who loved beauty, she was naturally familiar with luxury goods. Therefore, she could tell that Chen Yi's outfit, while not cheap streetwear, was at most a common brand from a shopping mall. As a female streamer, Chichuzi naturally knew some so-called second-generation rich kids, though not the top-tier ones. Among those second-generation rich kids around Chen Yi's age, the vast majority were arrogant and overbearing. Even if they weren't overbearing, they were inevitably very self-centered. However, Chen Yi gave off a very calm and reserved impression, completely inconsistent with his apparent age. This excessive calmness came precisely from Chen Yi's aura as a reborn person, which had previously attracted the sales staff at the Forest dealership. Seeing that Chen Yi showed no signs of arrogance, Chichuzi shook her head. She had graduated from a first-tier university and, unlike some streamers without academic qualifications, was quite well-mannered. Due to her profession, she might flatter some wealthy clients, but she never reached the point of being overbearing or looking down on others. That would be a lack of class. Moreover, now that she was streaming, to avoid leaving any negative impressions, she suppressed that little bit of dissatisfaction deep in her heart. She smiled slightly at Chen Yi and nodded, neither distancing herself nor being overly close. Chen Yi did not know what this female streamer was thinking. At this moment, he was chatting casually with a certain platform's uploader because he really liked watching that platform and was familiar with this uploader. In just a few words, they had already brought their relationship closer. "Bro, I'm live streaming right now. The footage from this shoot will also be included in the video. Is it okay if I film you appearing on camera?" The director and Chen Yi whispered to each other. Such behavior, where someone is the main subject on camera or even appears in one's own work, requires the consent of the person being filmed. Chen Yi naturally had no objection and nodded in agreement. The director was immediately delighted, already envisioning some highlights for this material. Besides inviting the beautiful Chichuzi to participate, unexpectedly running into one of his fans outside would definitely become a great segment that would flood the comment section with bullet chats after the video is released on a certain platform. "Dear audience, I never expected to run into one of my fans at the Ferrari 4S dealership. This is truly a pleasant surprise, which shows that I am quite famous. I'll have to interview this fan properly later, but for now, let us first take a look at Ferrari." The director's camera lens kept occasionally focusing on Chen Yi, hoping to capture more shots of this fan. He invited Chichuzi to join his filming plan, but the director knew that was just a gimmick to attract viewers. Chichuzi was essentially a decorative element in this video, while the most important part of any video is the content. The highlight of unexpectedly meeting a fan would definitely be more appealing in the video than Chichuzi. If it had been a beautiful female fan, that would have been even better, making the highlight even greater. The dean thought with some regret. Chapter 6: The service level of top luxury goods sales. "Young Master Dean, could it be that you hired a plant?" "I think it's definitely a plant. With the few fans young Master Dean has, and his crooked, ugly face, who would even know him? Maybe it's because our Dean's son is so ugly that he attracts attention and gets recognized by fans. What a joke, how could I possibly ask for a favor? Dear audience, please don't joke around. This fan clearly was attracted by my dashing appearance. To express my joy at meeting a fan by chance, I've decided to treat him to a meal later." A group of people joked in the comments, but the dean didn't mind. Occasionally, he would say a few playful and self-deprecating words to lighten the mood. At the same time, he cleverly interacted with the fans. For example, the idea of inviting Chen Yi to dinner helped him gain more favor among the fans. His camera started to shift focus. Although Chen Yi was occasionally filmed, he knew the theme this time was luxury cars, so he couldn't lose sight of the main point and needed to shoot properly. Chichuzi naturally knew about luxury cars like Ferrari and also knew that it wasn't something she could afford to drive, unless she became one of the very few top streamers. Only then would she have a chance to drive such a car. She didn't understand the car's features or configuration. She just stood by the luxury car with the director, letting the camera and video lens roam over her, pretending to be a car model. There was no helping it, everyone liked to look at a pretty young lady, whether men or women. While the female streamer and you host were filming, Chen Yi was casually looking at these luxury cars nearby. In the past, Chen Yi had bought a C-Class Mercedes for over 300,000 yuan, which was considered an entry-level luxury car. The Mercedes 4S store was also quite crowded because, aside from AMG and top-tier models, ordinary people could afford cars like the C-Class and E-Class. The Ferrari 4S store was even more luxurious than the Mercedes one, but there were fewer people inside. The occasional visitors didn't look like buyers, they seemed more like people who came to watch the excitement or take photos. Among those taking photos, there might even be internet celebrities. Even though Chen Yi wasn't a salesperson, he could roughly tell that they couldn't afford to buy. Even so, when those who clearly cannot afford a car inquire, the sales staff still smile and answer every detail meticulously. This is the service of a luxury brand, not looking down on people. The Ferrari 4S store does not have all the display cars. There are entry-level models like the Portofino and Roma, which can be purchased for around 3 million yuan on the road. Above that is the 488, a model that many are familiar with, followed by the flagship models. However, super flagship models like the LaFerrari were not seen by Chen Yi here. Any ordinary Ferrari model can be purchased by anyone with the money, but special models like the LaFerrari and Enzo come with many requirements from Ferrari when selling. Even when the vehicle is resold, it needs to be reported to Ferrari, which is also a marketing strategy Ferrari uses to elevate its brand status. Chen Yi's gaze swept over several Ferrari models, but he was not completely captivated. To be honest, sports cars are a man's dream, but some sports cars' designs do not align with Chen Yi's pursuit of beauty. In the past, if he said he didn't like a certain Ferrari model, it might have been to show off, but now when he says it, he really doesn't like it. For Chen Yi, the car's features and such were not important, he was here to buy a Ferrari, so naturally, what mattered most was the design he liked. After walking past several display cars, he finally stood in front of one. The meticulously crafted lines and the slightly understated silver-gray color could not conceal its luxury. For a man, this sports car was probably more captivating than a beautiful woman standing there without clothes. Could you tell me about this car? Chen Yi stood in front of the car and asked the salesperson nearby who had invited him into the store. Generally, people who buy cars just choose whichever model they like. Only after they have the intention to purchase will the sales staff provide a detailed introduction, because everyone knows that most people actually don't know much about cars, they just want a means of transportation. But obviously, Ferrari is no longer just a pure means of transportation. The salesperson didn't care whether Chen Yi could afford it or not, smiled, and walked over enthusiastically to introduce. This model is the Ferrari 812 Superfast, the successor to the Ferrari F12 Berlinetta, a new flagship that was launched just this March. It is equipped with a 65L V12 naturally aspirated engine, with a maximum power of 588 kW and a peak torque of 718 Nm. The new car's 0-100 km/h acceleration is about 2.9 seconds. The salesperson explained everything in great detail. Although he knew most people weren't really interested in the car's specs, he still went through them, even sitting inside the car to show Chen Yi some of the control devices and the interior materials. To be honest, among these Ferrari display cars, Chen Yi thought the most beautiful was this 812. The overall shape had already reached the perfect look he had expected. Although Ferrari's interior still looked somewhat old-fashioned and lacked a sense of luxury, the prancing horse emblem on the steering wheel was already a symbol of luxury. At this moment, the director and Chichuzi also arrived in front of this flagship model during the filming. They listened to the salesperson's introduction, and the director even picked up the camera to shoot, selfishly wanting to capture more footage for his fans. The bare car price of this model is about 5.3 million yuan, commercial insurance is just over 100,000 yuan, the purchase tax is about 470,000 yuan, and with some other miscellaneous fees, the on-road price is around 6 million yuan. After the salesperson finished speaking, the director and Chichuzi, who were still listening intently, both clicked their tongues, exchanged a glance, and saw in each other's eyes the feeling that this was indeed a car only a wealthy person could afford. 6 million, not too expensive. Chen Yi lightly said as if this wasn't a luxury car, but a big cabbage. This guy's bluffing big time. If he can actually buy it, I'll immediately do a handstand, run diarrhea, and eat. Damn it, I was just eating when I saw this comment. 6 million landed, WDNMD. Even if I sold myself, I still couldn't afford it. A car costs 6 million, a normal person probably can't afford it in a lifetime. You could buy a house in the capital or Shanghai with that. That depends on where the house is. This price can buy a house within the 4th ring in the capital, but it's not a very good one. If it's a school district house, it might have to be doubled. The housing prices in the capital and Shanghai are indeed unimaginable, but after all, that's a house, this is just a car. The bullet comments got lively again, and the viewers were just joining in for the fun. They knew they couldn't afford it themselves, and some even hijacked the director's prompt to buy quickly, saying things like, "You're the young master, buying such a broken car is nothing, show us what it means to be a tycoon." The director saw these bullet comments and just smiled without saying a word. Damn, if I could casually buy a 6 million yuan car to play with, why would I still be working hard making videos to serve you viewers? I'd be living it up already, right? There is still a difference between those who can afford a 6 million luxury car and those who actually buy one. It's like having a house in Beijing and Shanghai. Selling the house might indeed afford you the car, but selling your house to buy a luxury car is definitely the act of a spendthrift. Even if your family owns 3 or 4 houses, you'd never do that. This is the difference between a top-tier luxury car and an ordinary car. This is the meaning of luxury goods. For some people with assets worth tens of millions, this kind of car is also a luxury item, so they have to consider carefully when buying. Besides, if you have tens of millions in assets, you also need to see whether it's fixed assets or cash. At this moment, Chen Yi no longer had so many lingering thoughts. He just looked at the Ferrari A12 in front of him, took the business card handed over by the salesperson, and joked, "Why are you explaining everything in such detail and wasting so much time on me? Do I look like someone who can afford a Ferrari?" The director and Shichuzi also nodded secretly upon hearing this. Actually, they wanted to ask the same question. Although they were internet celebrities with millions of followers, they were still far from being able to buy a Ferrari with a final price of 6 million yuan. The well-dressed salesperson at the Ferrari 4S store politely said, "Whether you can afford it now or not, no one can predict the future. If one day you succeed and still love sports cars, and I am still working as a Ferrari salesperson, I hope you will contact me then, so I can serve you again and help you become a true Ferrari owner." The salesperson smiled and raised his hand, making a polite inviting gesture, pointing to the business card he had just handed to Chen Yi. Hearing his rather stunning words and seeing the other party's polite and courteous smile, Chen Yi was momentarily stunned. The director and Shichuzi were also frozen in place, and even those silly netizens in the live stream forgot to send comments at that moment. Listen, this is the kind of quality and words that top luxury brand salespeople should have. Indeed, the stories about entering a store looking shabby and being met with arrogant salespeople who snort at you are impossible in reality. In just one sentence, there was both flattery for the customer and encouragement and expectation. Even a beggar wouldn't feel awkward hearing it. It was simply like a breath of fresh spring air. Young man, you're on the right path. Chapter 7, I'm buying this car. Wow, this is way too smooth talking. I'm completely stunned. If it were me, I probably wouldn't be able to say a word, let alone sell. Looks like I'm not cut out to sell Ferraris. You're really daydreaming. The salespeople at these luxury car dealerships are either very experienced or highly educated. With this level of speaking skill, most people really couldn't do it. I like the Ferrari 4S store. Everyone there is talented and speaks so pleasantly. Chen Yi was also amazed by the salesperson's words. Despite his shabby clothes, they enthusiastically and tirelessly introduced the cars. Whether it was a sales tactic or not, Chen Yi felt great now, and when he was in a good mood, he immediately decided. Since this is the flagship model released this year, do you have any in stock? Or do I need to make an appointment? If you have one in stock, I'll buy it right away. Even for entry-level luxury cars, sometimes certain colors require an appointment in advance, let alone a true luxury car like Ferrari, which costs at least around 3 million yuan for the cheapest model. Car dealerships also need cash flow. They can't keep too many cars in stock. Even if they do have cars on hand, most of them are entry-level models, which are the main sellers for Ferrari. Across the entire country, the total number of Ferraris sold in a year is less than 10,000, and the cheaper entry-level models make up the majority. Those who actually buy luxury cars costing 5 or 6 million and above are, after all, a minority. So Chen Yi wasn't sure if there were any cars available here. If not, he would have to regretfully choose another model. He was buying it to satisfy his vanity and show off, so of course, the sooner he could drive it, the better. The dealership salesperson was momentarily stunned, as if he hadn't expected Chen Yi to say that. But he quickly recovered, fully aware that appearances can be deceiving, and was overjoyed, repeatedly saying, yes, we happen to have cars in stock here. After hesitating for a moment, he carefully chose his words. This 812 Superfast base model only comes in Ferrari red and Silverstone gray, and our store currently only has the Silverstone gray. After saying this, he felt quite uneasy, cautiously looking at Chen Yi, afraid that he might be dissatisfied and decide not to buy. At the same time, the salesperson was also doubtful, worried that Chen Yi was just joking. It wasn't that he looked down on Chen Yi, but Chen Yi happened to be with the director and Shichuzi, who were filming a video. Who knew if this was some prank video, just here to tease this poor salesperson? Chen Yi was unaware of the salesperson's unease and suspicions. He waved his hand confidently and said, I like this gray one. If you only had the red, I might actually be less satisfied. This is what you call fate. He was radiant, confident in his demeanor, and his smile was filled with a kind of flashy charm that immediately reassured the salesperson, who now fully believed this was not some prank video. Ferrari red is indeed Ferrari's most classic color, but Chen Yi just didn't like it, thinking that color was too flashy. He preferred this understated Silverstone gray, which suited his taste better. Yes, you're right, this is fate. The salesperson nodded repeatedly. Now, in his eyes, Chen Yi was like a father, so of course, whatever you say goes. After the salesperson confirmed Chen Yi's intention to purchase, his expression immediately turned serious. He walked over to the director and Chichuzi, speaking with a respectful yet firm tone. Sorry, could you please stop filming? This might expose our client's privacy, and we also have the right to ask you to delete the videos you previously recorded. Those who come to buy Ferraris are truly wealthy individuals, and many of them are very low-key, afraid of having their wealth exposed. Seeing Chinny dressed in cheap clothes, the salesperson assumed he was one of those discreet rich people. Naturally, he had to consider his client and stop the director from filming. At this moment, the director and Chichuzi were still a bit stunned and didn't react immediately. Upon hearing the salesperson, the director hurriedly tried to turn off his camera, feeling bitter inside, knowing that much of the footage he had previously recorded might now be unusable. The more famous a up is, the more they need to be careful not to leave any vulnerabilities and must respect the rules. Otherwise, a single misstep could ruin their reputation across the entire internet. It's not their fault for being inexperienced. If Chinny had walked in wearing a full set of luxury brand clothes and a Rolex on his wrist to buy a Ferrari, the two of them definitely wouldn't have been surprised at all. They would only have sighed with envy, thinking they had encountered a second-generation rich kid. But Chinny was dressed in market stall clothes, and his whole demeanor was very gentle, completely lacking the arrogant swagger of those flashy rich kids. He even spoke a few words to them as a fan and jokingly told the salesperson that he was too poor to afford it. For someone like that to suddenly decide to buy a luxury car worth 6 million yuan, the contrast was just too great. I don't care about these things, just let them take the photos. Director, you happen to be looking for material, and here it is. Chinny smiled at the dean, his expression still so gentle, showing no trace of arrogance, only giving the impression that he was very well brought up. Thank you, brother. This is truly like being handed a pillow just when you're about to fall asleep. I believe this video will definitely go viral. Once I finish shooting it, I'll show it to you first, and if there's anything you're not satisfied with, I'll make changes. The dean was overjoyed and immediately came over, lowering his stance significantly, even showing a hint of flattery. Although the money of second-generation rich kids isn't their own, many people, when given the chance to meet these wealthy heirs, will instinctively lower their stance to try their luck, even feeling inferior. This is human nature and also the power of money. But the dean also knew that there was a huge class gap between himself and people like the other party, and even greater differences in consumption concepts and other views, so he never really thought about becoming close friends. He just felt satisfied if he could get a bit closer and obtain some video material. Rich people and poor people really can't hang out together and rarely become friends, mainly because their consumption views differ too much. For example, if two people go on a trip together, the wealthy one would at least stay in a hotel costing a few thousand, while the poor one can only afford a 300 or 400 hotel and still finds it expensive. It's fine if the rich person treats once or twice, but if it happens often, the friendship changes. The one who was always being treated naturally becomes a sycophant. At this moment, the dean just wanted to slap himself. He suddenly realized that he hadn't asked the name of this wealthy fan, and now he didn't know how to address him. However, the salesperson at the Ferrari 4S store helped him out, respectfully asking, "May I ask how to address you?" The old gives way to the new, and leisure brings elegance. Chinny shook hands with the salesperson at the 4S dealership and said generously, "You really do have a leisurely and elegant demeanor." The salesperson at the 4S dealership smiled, with a hint of the helpless teasing from earlier, then introduced himself. "My surname is Wu Jun. Just call me Xiao Wu. Mr. Chen, please come inside, I'll go get the contract for you," the salesperson said somewhat obsequiously. When Chenny just received his business card, he already knew the other person's name, but of course he wouldn't call him Xiao Wu or something like that. The other person looked older than him, and calling him Brother Wu or something similar wouldn't be appropriate given his status. Chenny just smiled and said, "Thank you, Manager Wu. These salespeople usually have a manager title, although it's pretty useless." You're too kind. Wu Jun also did not expect Chenny to be so eloquent. He could only admire the other's good upbringing and social skills in his heart. The more diligent one is in doing things, the more basic the social etiquette is. No matter the other's status, as long as they show respect to oneself, one will also show respect in return. At this moment, Chenny turned his head to look at Chichuzi, who was silent and not speaking over there. Raising his eyebrows, the young man said spiritedly, "Beauty, what's your name?" Oh, my name is Chu Chang. Hello, handsome." Chichuzi was momentarily caught off guard and instinctively said her real name. However, as a well-known streamer, she quickly composed herself, immediately showing a smile. Using the word handsome temporarily brought the two closer, which was also a response to Chenyi's beauty. Chapter 8. This is a luxury car. Chu Chang? What a beautiful name. Indeed, a beauty needs a lovely name to match. Is the streamer named Chichuzi derived from her own name? Chenyi nodded at Chu Chang and smiled as he spoke. In fact, when he heard the name, he instinctively thought of a red apricot branch breaking through the wall, which is an unlucky name, young lady. Well, because my surname is Chu, my parents have called me Chu since I was little, so I came up with the cute-sounding name Chichuzi. Chu Chang smiled brightly, her smile sweet and lively, looking very vivacious. Coupled with her face that looked clear and fresh even without makeup, and her petite figure, she was simply a heartthrob for otaku guys. Seeing that she and Chen Yi had started talking, Chu Chang breathed a sigh of relief. It wasn't he that she was a gold digger who would fawn over a wealthy man, but Chen Yi had previously been indifferent to her, a beautiful woman, while chatting happily with the otaku guy filming a vlog beside him. People generally dislike being excluded, especially someone like Chu Chang, a beautiful girl who had been the center of attention since childhood. After Chen Yi revealed his wealthy identity, he unconsciously became the center of this temporary small group. Naturally, Chu Chang also wanted to get close and not appear marginalized. Moreover, wanting to get to know a refined second-generation rich heir is an impulse anyone might have, regardless of gender. Ordinary people rarely have social interactions with the wealthy in their lifetime. It's like how you might often see a million-yuan Porsche Cayenne on the street, but even in cities like the capital or Shanghai, it's rare to encounter a 6 million yuan Ferrari. The reasoning is the same, you rarely even see luxury cars of this level, let alone have the chance to meet their owners. As a popular host, Chu Chang finds it not difficult to meet some ordinary second-generation rich kids, but she is not yet qualified to know the truly top-tier wealthy second generation or to have conversations with them. When Chen Yi took the initiative to steer the conversation towards her, preventing her from awkwardly standing aside at a loss, it inexplicably made her feel a bit grateful. Wu Jun naturally won't bother Chen Yi's bubble girl, wait to see both sides seem to be shallow words, temporarily silent, he has immediately seized the opportunity to not let the atmosphere cool down, asked, Mr. Chen is the people of Daidu? Did you hear my Daidu accent? Well, I grew up living in Daidu, rarely out. This is not the end of the college entrance exams into the Xinjiang side of the university, only finally the family agreed to let me run out of their own. I'm not too familiar with this side of the city, just to Xinjiang also did not have a ride, come over to buy a car. Chen Yi said casually, oh look I just temporarily do not have a car, so spend a few million to buy a Ferrari to make up for the opening of the aura. Inadvertently played by shock of the Dean and Chu Chu's scalp numbness, the two secretly smacked their lips. Want to cry, this is the gap between people. People just arrived in a new city because there is no means of transportation, will be able to spend a few million to buy a car, and they are so hard work all their lives, I'm afraid they are very difficult to earn to such a car money. Well, like the Dean and Chu Chu this kind of work income will be higher, but income again high they will never go to spend 6 million to buy a car, that has exceeded the limit of their vanity can be satisfied. However, the Dean and Chu Chuzi are also surprised, did not expect Chen Yi is just about to go to college students, that mature temperament can be not at all like Wu Jun, on the other hand, is a heart of flabbergasted, not to ask more, the imperial capital there is the foot of the imperial city, the water is very deep, who knows if this Chen Young is not what noble descendants, ask too much will only cause people to be unhappy. This be loaded I have to shout. 555,555, is there still a lack of pendants on the tycoon's thighs? Take me one. I'd like to apply for the job, he said. This is a real trench, a $6 million car, and it's still for transportation in a new city. When I saw this guy before, I thought he had a noble face, he's one of the best, I'm not kidding. Young Master Dean, hurry up and lick him. If you make him feel good, he may reward you with a fart. Young Master may not be greedy for money, but for her body. Where's the big brother who said he'd eat upside down? He's long gone. The live broadcast room was Chen Yi's bravado scared shivering, a pop-up screen floated out, but at this time the Dean is not even want to see the pop-up screen. I'm not sure if you want to drink anything, but I'm sure I'll be fine. Walked to the side of the VIP area sofa and sat down, Wu Jun is attentive to ask. Give me a cup of Coke on the line. Chen Yi nodded and said, immediately beside a professional makeup, a sweet smile of the young lady is to go to prepare, not much time is to serve a glass cup with ice, straws are also ready for Chen Yi, simply as the restaurant waiter. At this time, Wu Jun also took out a stack of contracts. He did not introduce those contracts to Chen Yi, but handed over a piece of paper. You see, these are the car's options, you need to add something? Chen Yi secretly came, car this kind of thing now in fact not much money to sell cars, really make money on the big head is to choose and after the maintenance, and Ferrari this kind of luxury car, although the light is to sell the car to earn a lot, but the real more profitable ground, still in ordinary cars. Many people may not want to spend money to get those options, but once bought a Mercedes-Benz C Chen Yi, in fact, the options are still quite important. At that time he was greedy for cheap, did not add ambient lighting, every day to face the car's lights are dim yellow, let a person regret. Chen Yi did not look at the price of those options, just asked, how long will it take if all these options are installed on the car? Wu Jun quickly returned, from the day you finish choosing, at most 1 week will be able to give you all good. He clearly knows that these rich people do not care about money, care is time. Chen Yi listened and nodded his head, a week then come to pick up the car is just right, he can use this week to complete the system tasks, so that he can grow. Thinking this way, he lowered his head and looked at the list of options in his hand, and didn't care too much about it before clicking on it. Yellow brake calipers 70,000, collector's edition sport chrome wheels 1,250,000, carbon fiber steering wheel 60,000, carbon fiber rear diffuser 90,000, titanium alloy scorpion exhaust system 300,000, carbon fiber sports surround 180,000, what? Power seats are ing optional? 2 directly 300,000 yuan. Zero total selection, and then realized that Nima more than 1 million out of a Ferrari's optional accessories even topped a Mercedes-Benz S-Class or an ordinary Porsche. Holding up the camera to shoot the Dean only feel hands are shivering. He loaned money to buy a Tesla, think is already a very powerful car, drive out double the face, but now take a look, Nima put his Tesla sold, even can't afford to change some of the Ferrari's accessories, at most is to buy a few seats? Shu Chuzi see that offer list is also head confused, before she just think these luxury car is very powerful and expensive, but there is no specific concept, now after seeing this list of options, finally understand why the luxury car is called luxury car. 6 million? That's just the price of a bare car. Chapter 9 This million fans are fake Just as the two of them, Shu Chuzi and the Dean, were bewildered, Chenny had already sketched out the options he needed and handed over the sheet. Wu Jun took over the list and took a look at it, and immediately decided that the young master in front of him was a real trench, not one of those fake dogs. The Ferrari's options are not really necessary. Some people bite the bullet and buy a Ferrari, directly the naked car to take away, and the people who can spend millions of dollars on these options without blinking are the real rich people. Si Chenny completed the matching list. Wu Jun, hands and feet diligent, immediately got the insurance policy and vehicle purchase contract and other things, began to calculate. Ferrari 812 bare car price is 5.3 million, commercial insurance 103,000, the purchase tax of 470,000 need to be handed over to the DMV, we can help you to pay on behalf of you. You choose to match the accessories together with roughly 1.3 million, and finally the total price of the number, you see under the problem? I'm not sure if there's any problem with that. Wu Jun handed over the list. Chenny swept a glance. The total price rounded up is probably about 7.5 million. A 5.3 million car finally got his hands on, but need to pay 7.5 million. This is the so-called luxury car, and that 10 million cash sent by his system, in the blink of an eye, only 2.5 no, is 2.5 million left. This money can't be spent, I'm really poor. Chenny shook his head and sighed. The Dean and Shu Chuzi, who were already numb and just doing the filming record on the side, if they knew what he was thinking, they would probably say if you're poor, then we're really not even as good as the beggars. No problem, about the license plate of Xinjiang? Chenny probably looked at the price to see if it was right. Rich is rich, but in the rich also cannot be cheated. He determined the total price of this car, then began to talk about the license plate. Xinjiang and the Imperial City are not like other places. The car license plates of these two big cities are not something you can just apply for. Of course, as long as you have the money, you can get it any way you want. We can help you with the license plate. If you don't need any special license plate, the total price of this car we will directly help you do it down, if you need a more special license plate. Wu Jun carefully negotiated. Although his words have not finished, Chenny also understand his meaning, that is to say, if Chenny does not need what the same number, such as 6666888 and so on the license plate, Ferrari 4S store will directly send you for free, the equivalent of a discount of 100,000 200,000, but if it is the special license plate, you need to continue to shell out money. It's not uncommon for good license plates to sell for millions. However, Chenny on the license plate is nothing to think about. Ferrari flagship model has no need to rely on the license plate to set off. After thinking about it for a while, Chenny is, the license plate does not matter, I do not feel anything about those numbers, but if you can you find a way to get me the license plate CY0815? CY is his initials, 0815 is to commemorate the day he crossed over. This license plate compared to what 666,888 more commemorative significance. After listening to Wu Jun, he smiled and said, although it is a self-selected license plate, but this is no problem. If no one uses this license plate, we will apply for you down. Good, then that's it. Shen Yi nodded stoically. Then how are you going to settle the bill, our Ferrari loan? No need, just pay the full amount directly. Shen Yi directly interrupted the other party. A loan? Chenny said he does not need, and even if you want a loan he cannot loan a 100,000 200,000 does not need any collateral, but millions of loans will inevitably need collateral, and Chenny which has collateral this kind of thing. As for the loan of 100,000 200,000 to buy a Ferrari, it is like taking $500 vouchers, is simply funny. Wu Jun can only TSK after listening to Sai. In fact, for the real rich people, they are more hopeful of loans. Oh, the bank money is the king, and for those who have access to the resources of the real rich, cash in hand to stay in the hands of all kinds of turnover used to money, which can produce the interest rate difference is very large, so the rich people prefer to take out a loan to buy those expensive things. Like Chenny, such a direct request for full payment can only say that people are not bad money. Wu Jun is also considered to have seen a lot of knowledge. The heart envy Chenyi's trenchant, but the hand action is not slow, directly all kinds of contracts ready. Chenny probably casually swept the contract. Before signing it is to raise his head. A deep look at Wu Jun said, seemingly smiling, the contract is written on the delivery of the car in 7 days. I hope that you do not exceed this period. Like Ferrari, this kind of company, the other aspects of the contract do not need to look closely. It is not possible to pit people, only small companies will be in the contract on the fake, but Chenny focused on reminding the number of 7 days. He bought a car is to satisfy their own vanity. If it is all kinds of excuses to pressure on the 10 days and a half months, it is not consistent with his original intention. This point you rest assured, the contract is clearly written, we still do not dare to violate the contract. Wu Jun hurriedly made a promise. Only then did Chen Yi nod his head in satisfaction, signed his name, and at the same time took out his bank card. The people present all subconsciously glanced at Chen Yi's bank card and realized that it was a very ordinary ICBC card, not some legendary black card or something like that, and thought in their hearts that this might be the low profile of others. This card, before Chen Yi inquired, there is no limit to transfer funds, maybe the reason for the system. He directly swiped the card to transfer money, and then immediately received a text message on his cell phone. More than 7 million just like this in the blink of an eye disappeared. Chen Yi expressionless, without much feeling, mainly because this money comes too easy, and just some numbers, so that people cannot turn what waves in the heart. Chuchuzi a few people stared at, that Chen Yi's expressionlessness is the face of the tycoon. More than 7 million of this kind of money is really feel like rain, not too big ripples. Wu Jun at least is to see some rich people to buy Ferrari, can accept some, but Chuchuzi and Dean Look is to feel envious and heartbroken, suddenly feel their so-called millions of fans of the net red when there is no that flavor, those fans are all fake. Chapter 10 People and People's Identity Level. Mr. Chen, I'll add you a VX. If there are any problems, you can always VX contact me. If there are no special circumstances, 7 days after the car can definitely be delivered, I will then notify you in advance. After doing a big business, Wu Jun was refreshed and rushed over to ask for Chen Yi's VX. Ferrari, this kind of luxury car is not compared to the general family car, because the number of sold out less, the sales staff commission is also high, not to mention Chen Yi also selected so many options, the commission of this car is even more. In the eyes of Wu Jun, Chen Yi is completely a golden father, naturally want to serve comfortably. Moreover, and this kind of top rich second generation plus VX, even if the other party does not take care of you, look at their circle of friends can open the eyes, if the luck is very good to meet the nobility, and even maybe soaring. What class of people whose friends are what class, this is the reality. Chen Yi took out his cell phone and opened the VX, let the other party swept his QR code, tone slightly tough. I hope there are no special circumstances, 7 days to pick up the car is 7 days. Wu Jun after listening to the hastily smile, that is not just to say a polite word well, but he also saw Chen Yi seems to be a special care of time people. People maybe a big man is a master of time management, in the face of the requirements of the gold master father. Of course, he did not dare to say anything more, and even answered yes. After buying the car and paying the money, the next thing you can do is to wait for the car to finish the accessories and then come and drive away. As for the car inspection and license plate and so on, the service fee has been paid out. Naturally, for us stores will have people to do not need the owner to worry about it at all. Can afford to buy this kind of luxury car or valuable time people, do not have that free time to waste time to check the car. A breath of money in the bank card spent 3/4, Chen Yi is also refreshed, to stay in the 4S store is even less interested, is ready to say goodbye. Dean saw the opportunity to come over, playful and smiling. Chinless, we also had a VXit, that video I edited to send you over to see, you see if I look good in the release to the internet. This station's you master and Forest store sales staff think the same, sees the opportunity to recognize this is the top of the second generation of rich low-profile young masters, and people make friends with what he did not have that delusion, but in case the luck of the good family to give you a chance, you may be able to live a life of clothing and food, even if nothing to get to light to recognize such a tycoon, to say that it is also a dignified thing. Chen Yi thought about it, felt that his behavior just now is quite normal, did not say anything out of the ordinary language, even if the video was sent up to be criticized by a show of wealth, but thought of the system to send the so-called deep hidden if the virtual card, other people should not be able to flesh him, then he cares even more. Thinking of this, he is waving his hand and said, alright, you that video directly send it, do not care about me, I allow you to use my portrait. But despite saying so, he still let this you master add VX. In order to be able to make his identity more real, Chen Yi has long set the VX circle of friends into 3 days visible. It just so happens that these 3 days he has not sent a circle of friends. If people see the content of those circles of friends in the past, will immediately expose the fact that he is not a second generation rich. Because there is not enough time to use such an alternative, when there is a time Chen Yi decided to delete all the contents of the circle of friends, completely bid farewell to the past poor life. Chu Chang saw the dean got the VX, she is also anxious in her heart, to be able to become an anchor with millions of fans, very few really stupid white sweet, the human world are very understandable, she is well aware of the live platform and the real tycoon is there, but a large portion of those more than 100,000 level of bounty in fact are guilds or the platform itself marketing. Some of the rich too will reward the anchor, but that are purposeful. What people need to know, really do big business rich people, who have that effort to see the nutrient less live ah. The general anchor gift is actually those who look at the gift of not too much to accumulate less into more. This so-called not big gift is the kind of thousands of, and then the anchor woman a thank you boss atmosphere. The computer screen in front of the boss eating noodles revealed a smile of complacency. And if the anchor must rely on some tycoon reward to get by, that only means she has no fame at all. Now have the opportunity to know the real top rich second generation, and how can Miss Chu Chang cheeky come over, a pair of big eyes such as discharge like blinking out blinking, with that sweet voice, Chinless, we also add a VX chant, I live in the National Treasure Station, you if you have time to come to see, I sing for you to listen to ah. Chenny did not reward her with a penny, but Chu Chang's attitude towards him was more cordial than those who gave her rewards to the real gold master's fathers, which is a matter of human identity, and it is only natural for her to curry favor like this. Although Chu Chang seems to be some Meng Lang, but its own private life is not chaotic. Some tycoon also had a hint to her, but were rejected by her. To her now live heat, as long as it is not too greedy, do not have to go to do those things that sell their bodies. Only kneeling to lick the tycoon and to reward the boss to say good words is a host of the basic qualities. Those who cannot let go of the face of the white lotus who think they are reserved in this industry in fact is not to do down. This girl is beautiful and sweet, properly a house goddess. Chunyi's VX is not what diamonds immediately is to open the QR code, smiled and said, beautiful, you move yourself. Chu Chang face red for a moment, found in front of the seemingly calm and introverted rich second-generation young master seems to be a well-mouthed flower lord, but this makes her mood relaxed a lot. Before Chenny that a set of love and talk and slow and methodical high-cold paradigm, the pressure on people is really a little big. She hurriedly swept the two-dimensional code to add Chenny VX, see Chenny then operation through, for no reason the heart also produced so a small leap. In the past as a group of men around her, if she said a few more words to who, immediately someone to courtesies, this time she found that in the face of Chenny this kind of top-rich second generation, in fact, she is also in the heart of the apprehension, suffering from loss. The class gap between the two sides was too great. Well, I have something to do so I'll leave first, you guys get busy. After adding the VX, Chenny slipped his cell phone into his pocket and directly said goodbye. Just now, when he was buying the car and paying for it, his system sent another message, but now that he was outside he didn't have the time to look at it, and was ready to go find a new place to live before taking a good look at what tricks the system was up to. Mr. Chen, you take care. Wu Jun immediately slightly bent over to Chenny send off. The Dean and Chu Chang there are still some material has not finished shooting, since it is impossible to leave, but the two are also followed, such as the stars will be sent to Chenny to the door of the store, as for the Dean said before the invitation to dinner and so on, at this time he did not dare to mention. It was only when they reached the door and saw Chenny leaving in a cab that the crowd believed he had really come to the new city to buy a replacement car, otherwise how could such a young master take a cab? This is the real rich young man. The Dean muttered mentally, his face full of envy. The fans all called him the Dean's young master, but Chenny was the only truly rich person he had ever seen and known in reality. He looked at the goddess-level girl beside him who could definitely bring many men to their knees, and all of a sudden, he didn't even have the heart to pursue her. People have just met a person who was taller than you, more handsome than you, polite and educated, and too much richer than you. They are probably dreaming of being chased by Prince Charming at this time. How could they accept your pursuit? However, the Dean's heart also some gloating. Don't look at Chu Chang in the eyes of many people as a goddess, but even if she is chasing that kind of big young man, it is also very difficult. The other big young man is really see a lot of things, over the flow of essence of the years off. The first chapter of the 5-star hotel's real presidential suite. Cab, Chenny opened his cell phone VX, just like all men, after adding a beautiful woman VX, will go to people's circle of friends to see once. Chu Chang, also known as Chu Chu Z's VX circle of friends content in most of the beautiful women's circle of friends is no different, all are all angles of the selfie as well as some food photos, and no matter from which angle to look at, this is a beautiful woman to make men's hearts flutter. If a woman with more than 80 points can be called a beautiful woman, then Chenny thinks that Chu Chang, from the outside, at least 90 out of the way, just because of the work she does to make it a little mercenary, but even so, it is enough to make a lot of men tend to rush. If it is the past Chenny, added such a good-looking young lady VX, will certainly think of some topics to chat with people, but now well. I'm not used to that problem, miss still want to find a way to take the initiative to lick me. After closing the VX, Chenny opened a hotel booking app and searched for the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Xincheng, where he was going to stay. The Ritz-Carlton is the world's premier luxury hotel brand, following the legend of the Ritz Hotel, the epitome of luxury in the Parisian social scene, which can be described as the benchmark of luxury hotels. Its famous golden standard is the very foundation of the hotel's development. That one sentence, "We are in the attitude of a gentleman and lady for the service of a gentleman and a lady," is the entire hotel's cultural philosophy. Since the money is now, of course, it is not possible to live in such chain hotels as Rueja. Chenny is not what Grundy has been in pursuit of the ultimate acceptable enjoyment. Ritz-Carlton even the cheapest room is close to $2,000, but Chenny in the open this app, but found that he wanted to book the room above is not at all. That's right, how could a real presidential suite appear on this kind of app, and people who could afford to live there wouldn't use these apps? Chenny laughed at himself, and then opened the Ritz-Carlton's official website, and finally found the suite he wanted to stay in, that is, the real 5-star hotel presidential suite known to the world, and the Ritz-Carlton such a luxury brand, its presidential suite accommodation fee per night up to more than 69,000, that is, 70,000 yuan. Chenny thought about it, and directly booked 8 nights. The next thing he wanted to do was to complete the task explained by the system, and it was best to have a quiet place, and when he was about to pay that huge sum of $560,000, Chenny also hesitated for a moment. This is different from buying a Ferrari. Even though buying a Ferrari ended up costing $7.5 million, the Ferrari itself has some investment value, so this deal is not a loss, but spending $560,000 to stay in a hotel for 8 nights, this is a real luxury. TSK, I'm still poor. A little turn over their own thoughts, but I still do not believe that I really so point back. The system disappeared in the second month. Gritting his teeth, Jenny still made the payment. He knew that the reason why he would be entangled, mainly because the system, this kind of thing can't bring people a sense of security. Who knows, that thing will be ineffective one day. But thinking of his own Ferrari that can be used for preservation of the value of the Ferrari, Jenny decided to still be extravagant for a time. Less than 2 minutes after the payment, his phone was ringing. A sweet young lady's voice came. Hello, is it Mr. Chen? Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, hello, I want to confirm with you, you are booked our Ritz-Carlton Hotel Presidential Suite, a total of 8 nights. Obviously the voice of the young lady on the phone paused for a moment. More than $500,000 can buy a Mercedes-Benz E-Class, but in the Ritz-Carlton Presidential Suite can only live for 8 days. This is a real trench, can only possibly afford to live in the place. That's right, what's the problem? Jenny pretended to be on cloud 9. No problem, no problem. May I ask what time you will arrive? Do you need the concierge to send a car to pick you up? Jenny looked at the scenery outside the window and said, I'll be there in about 10 minutes. Then can I ask how you came over? The other party's words were obviously a bit tense, probably because they didn't expect their guest to arrive so soon, making it impossible for them to make preparations in advance. Cab. Shenyi's words caused the voice on the other side to visibly pause for a moment. 10 minutes later, the cab stopped at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel near the Pearl Tower, which was the financial center of Xinjiang, and could be described as an inch of gold. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel, from the outside, carried a hint of classical aristocratic elegance, and when Jenny stepped out of the car, there was immediately a man and a woman who walked over quickly and respectfully, asking, May I ask if it's Mr. Chen? It's me. Jenny smiled and nodded his head. He slightly sized up the two men. The man was about 30 years old, wearing white gloves and a black tuxedo, well-groomed, looking very upper class, while the lady was wearing hotel overalls, and was supposed to be a foreman-type figure running the front desk of the hotel. The man in the tuxedo bowed elegantly, and said in a proper voice, Hello, Mr. Chen. I am your private butler Leo. During your stay, I will be waiting for you at any time, to provide you with the most sincere service. You have any requirements and problems can come to me. Personal butler service, the standard of the presidential suite in a 5-star hotel, and the other party has a foreign name. Well, it should be a French name. Hello, Leo, I have something to ask you to do in a moment. Jenny nodded to the private butler and said, There are too many messy things that are required in that system mission, although it's not expensive but it's troublesome to find all of them. That's also the reason why he'll be staying at the Ritz-Carlton, because as long as it's not too much to ask for, the private butler here will take care of it for you. Of course, it is my honor to serve you. The butler wearing a tuxedo said respectfully and without losing his manners. As he spoke, Jenny walked into the hotel lobby under the escort of the personal butler and the head waitress, who apologized repeatedly. I'm sorry, Mr. Chen, we didn't give you a higher level of hospitality because you checked in too much of a hurry. Our general manager isn't at the hotel right now, and he will pay you a visit in person when he comes back. The forewoman's so-called higher level of hospitality, that is, the staff to welcome such a thing that can satisfy the vanity of the people, and a guest to stay in the hotel, but the general manager to personally visit, can be said to be the service to the extreme. There is no way. Who told Jenny spent more than $500,000? Money is the master. I checked, you are not a member of our hotel. This is the ambassador level membership that I went over and above for you. The requirement of this membership is that the guest has to live in our hotel for more than 100 nights, and the annual consumption needs to reach $20,000, but obviously this requirement can't be used for you. The female foreman complimented Chen Yi and said, With this membership, you will enjoy more benefits in any of our group's hotels, and you will be able to use the executive corridors of any hotel for free, the specifics of which will be communicated to you by the service staff of the local hotels when you stay in different hotels. The female receptionist also knew that these tycoons didn't like to listen to all that nonsense, so she simply introduced the basic rights and benefits of membership once more. Chen Yi knew that there was a legendary Cobalt card member on top of the ambassador member, which was already the ultimate form of membership, but the Cobalt card member was usually invited by the CEO of the hotel group personally to join, and was meant for some real celebrities, not just those who had money to spare. Chen Yi believed that he would one day have the CEO of the hotel group personally issue an invitation, although Chen Yi, who was possessed by the system's father, had no interest in such a member, and when the time came, there was no chance that he would be joining this so-called member just to give the other party a face. Chapter 12. What is upper class? How to become upper class. Accompanied by the butler and foreman, Chen Yi walked to the elevator entrance, which was a special elevator that went straight to the presidential suite and was not shared with other guests of the hotel, and at the same time, the floor of the presidential suite was forbidden for other guests to enter. As a guest of the presidential suite, the registration will not be at the front desk, which will expose the customer's privacy and bring unnecessary security risks, but after coming to the suite by a person to check in, to ensure privacy. No matter how powerful you are a VIP, ID card registration is still needed. This is a national regulation, while the staff will be the presidential suite guests' information entry, and will inform all the staff of the hotel in real time. This is in order to provide VIP service to the presidential suite guests the necessary means, so that no matter where the guest walks in the hotel, the staff must be recognized and greeted respectfully, so that the guests really feel what is called a home away from home. Think of you no matter where you walk in the hotel, all the staff have to stop working on you respectfully greeted. The scene, simply in the ancient emperor in the palace parade, absolutely can satisfy anyone's vanity. As a super deluxe room with a one-night stay of up to $70,000, naturally the facilities of the room are also beyond imagination, and it is said that the renovation cost of this suite exceeds $5 million, with large thick wooden double doors like city gates, and golden flowers carved on the door handles. The floor of the whole suite is marble with fine stripes, and the overall design style is European court style with Baroque fascination, everywhere revealing the luxury of paper and gold. Huge crystal chandelier. The living room is divided into a parlor area and audio-visual area. The wall of the large fireplace makes it seem as if people walked into the 18th century England's aristocratic manor. The bar is full of all kinds of famous wines: Lafite, Latour, O'Brien, Margaux, Mouton Rothschild, and other famous shadows of the wine, and not a lack of wine. Dom Perignon, the flower of Paris, and other champagne is also not a lot of, and even the coffee maker is the world's best brand, Dylan. The coffee table, beds, bathtubs are full of rose petals, so that people seem to enter the sea of flowers. The air that is not pungent sweet smell should be from Australia Air aromatherapy. And to say that the Ritz-Carlton Hotel is the most famous should be the bed here, big, very big, lying up to 4 people absolutely no problem. The Ritz-Carlton on the sleep experience of the residents has reached a kind of bewildering attitude. Each piece of fabric products, parcel towels, floor towels, bathrobes, pillowcases, and other items are to be tested by the German Hohenstein professional organizations, must be up to 120 items of testing under the qualified to the guests to use. 120th yarn count of the fabric has reached the highest number of hotel bedding fabric yarn count. T800 cotton quality is also the highest configuration. It can be said that the Ritz-Carlton bed is the industry's highest standard. Many people who have lived here will miss the softness and comfort of the bed. Shenny, in order to not let himself show weakness, he casually walked around the hotel room, as if to understand the room structure as well as the different living facilities, and then as calmly walked to the desk to pick up a pen. In fact, Shenny is also secretly smacked in the heart, simply like Lulu into the Grand View Garden, in the Ritz-Carlton presidential suite to live on a night, are almost top of the pre-birth of his 2-month salary. We must know that the monthly income of more than 30,000 in the East China has been a small middle class, but a small middle class income for a month. But it is not enough to live in the hotel presidential suite for one night, which can only let a person sigh of the rich. People's life is not poor people can imagine. It is not something that the poor can imagine. This kind of life can't be given up as long as one has experienced it. Shenny sighed inwardly. From frugality to luxury is easy, from luxury to frugality is difficult. This kind of extravagant life, as long as a period of time, will never be able to go back. That's why those bigwigs who can rise again are really strong, while most of the tycoons who go bankrupt, that kind of sudden shift in life will surely make people go crazy. Shenny settled his mind and picked up the signing pen in his hand to write down a series of food names on the paper. Bean juice, canned herring, skate fillets, Icelandic shark meat, etc. Just looking at these names made one's stomach turn, but in order to accomplish his mission, Shenny had to endure it. His handwriting wasn't pretty, but after writing it, Shenny felt something inexplicable welling up from the depths of his body. With a flutter of his heart, he opened the system panel, and sure enough, he saw that the column for calligraphy actually said experience value 1. This also works? Shenny completely froze. He just casually wrote some words on a piece of paper and was a bit more serious when writing. This was even practicing calligraphy? Wasn't it true that as long as one concentrated and wrote carefully, one's skills could be upgraded and then one's calligraphy ability would increase? The more this system looked, the more it looked like an online game. In his heart, Shenny slandered, but he was enlightened. This system was called the upperclassman system, and it was for cultivating upper-class people. What was meant by upper-class people? What is called an upper-class person? Family history, culture, temperament, experience, and even socialization and social resources are combined together to be called an upper-class person. Rich people cannot necessarily be called upper-class, but no money beggars and upper-class is absolutely no relation. You are accustomed to eat the mountain delicacies and seafood, so you will not be gorged. You wear all the watches, play all the luxury cars, in order not to fake foreign objects. You see all the beautiful women, in order to laugh. You hold tens of billions of assets, in order to say that they do not care about the money. If you do not use the best in food and clothing, you will inevitably be the desire of the eyes. This system of money issued every month, in fact, is to let people in food and clothing to go to luxury, to squander, only what have tried to take them up to qualify to put down. 3 generations to learn to eat, 5 generations to learn to wear. The real aristocrat is not a generation can come out. Etiquette and upbringing, behavior, and even some of the elegant skills are only the real gentry from a young age to cultivate in order to have, and the system of those skills and experience is not to let a person across the accumulation of several generations, within one generation, to complete the transformation of their own well. Thinking of this, Chunyi's heart is very stable, suddenly feel as if he has a goal. But as this system up said, 3 feet of ice is not a day's cold. Now Chunyi to do in fact is to eat, go to play, go to splurge, go to dash, tasted the world. There is a chance to stand out. However, these were all things for the future. How was it not as important as going to complete the system tasks first to make himself grow? Handing the piece of paper to the butler, Chenny instructed, "Lo, help me buy all the things on it, come with 8 copies of each, and the money will be counted in the room charge." The private butler took the piece of paper, and after glancing at the names of the food on it, the corners of his mouth twitched imperceptibly, but he was worthy of the rigorous training, and would never laugh out loud, but only sighed in his heart that the tastes of the rich were just different. To provide you with considerate service is our aim. I hope that our hotel's hospitality can ease the fatigue of your journey. I'll leave you alone for now. If there is anything, please call me, Mr. Chen. Liu bowed elegantly and left the suite. Chenny threw off his height-enhancing shoes, and the whole person jumped towards that big bed, and the person paralyzed into it and exhaled a long breath, and began to go to see the rewards that the system had inexplicably given when he bought the car before. Chapter 13 Title Reward in High School's Goddess. In view of the host's first time utilizing the system to spend money, special rewards are given. Ding! The host receives a title card, Jingo Taima. Jingo Taima, wearing this title will give you the temperament of a soldier who swallows the world like a tiger. Ding! Note, if the host wants to obtain this title, he needs to complete the system task. The task is, stand in military posture for 1 hour every day. The task will be completed after 7 consecutive days. Chenny was lying on the Ritz-Carlton's excessively comfortable king-sized bed, the cool breeze from the central air conditioning blowing, causing him to almost fall asleep. Looking at the rewards given by the system, he was a little confused for a moment. This system was quite strange. The various sources of rewards could not be found in any pattern at all. There was no chance that a reward would be given to you out of the blue. Was it because his dashing car purchase had gained the system's approval? Chenny said that he wasn't sure. However, just from the system's function, the title card should be considered the best reward. Many of the system's titles are required to learn various skills first, and can only be obtained after the level reaches a certain degree in combinations, and now directly obtained a title card, directly eliminating a large number of steps. Just like the very first system lottery reward, this title card reward also required the completion of a task, and the time needed to complete the task was also 7 days. As for why it would be 7 days, don't ask, asking is the will of 7. However, people like me shouldn't get the title of Jade Tree, Flowery Talent, or something like that. Why did you give me a what Gingoism? Chenny secretly muttered, this system is to let me interpret the king of soldiers in the city? However, the king of soldiers, what Chenny knows that he is thinking too much. This title just let you have such a temperament, rather than let you directly into the Sandfield Generals. He thought about it and think it's not bad. Now more and more popular feminine fresh meat, their own masculinity handsome man out, absolutely is a standout. Although Chenny still hoped that he is a fluttering noble gentleman. But no matter what, get a title reward is also good, should be happy only right, although this title also need to complete the task to get it. As soon as he was in a good mood, Chenny jumped off the bed and strolled over to the window. For the Ritz-Carlton, this level of hotel, its presidential suite on the scenery must also have strict requirements. Here the window is facing the Pearl Tower, at the foot of the Huangpu River, both the water flow turbulence, but also the Pearl Tower hanging high. Or beautiful or magnificent scenery will always make a person in a good mood. Chenny walked to the front of the wine cabinet and took over a bottle of wine. Paris Flower Beautiful Time Champagne, the year is 2 years, has been considered this champagne in the very good years, 82 years of Lafite Rothschild. What to listen to also, even if. Although the hotel is luxurious, but not what wine are, like the Flower of Paris of the global limited edition Jot Bayan for cannot be found. The limited edition of 100 sets of wine is not outrageously expensive. A box of 12 bottles of 50,000 euros for the tycoon is nothing. As for the often hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars of wine, in fact, there are not so many. Like the price of champagne, this is the top of the line. This 2 years of beautiful time, about 4,000 yuan a bottle, the average person can afford to drink, but unless it is a special champagne lovers, ordinary wage earners will not buy such expensive champagne. As a resident of the Ritz-Carlton Presidential Suite, drinks are free within a certain price and only billed if you exceed it. But for the tycoon who gets to stay in the $70,000 a night Presidential Suite, these drinks are chump change. Champagne and sparkling wine are one thing, except that champagne refers specifically to the grape varieties brewed under the laws of the Champagne region of France, and the name champagne sounds much more high-end than sparkling wine. Remove the metal wire, remove the metal cap, and then cannot turn the cork to turn the bottle. This is the correct technique to open the champagne. Do not ask Chenny how to know. The scene of the lady teaching. Although there was no bang, but with the opening of the champagne there was a lot of liquid splashed out and wasted. It can be seen that Chenyi's opening technique, although correct, but not elegant. I'm sure there's a lot to learn, a high-class person, there's a lot to learn just from opening a bottle of wine. This is all something I need to learn and practice. Chenyi frowned and shook his head. The light golden liquid was shiny and attractive, the bubbles were even. After pouring the wine in the glass and placing it aside, the master sommelier once said to let the champagne breathe a little bit. After opening the bottle for 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and 30 minutes to taste it, there will be different harvests, and at the same time, placing the wine is to let the bubbles stabilize, because bubbles will make the wine more acidic. Chenyi didn't know any of this, but he knew he had to learn it. Flower of Paris is loved by girls, nothing else, is because its bottle is really good looking. How many girls to buy perfume is not actually rush to the perfume to go, but in order to collect those good looking perfume bottles. Golden liquid in the bottle speaks of elegance. The top is also printed with white flowers, timeless and charming. Chenny put a good wine. They're lazy and leisurely sitting on the sofa, looking for a good angle a shot, immediately outside the window of the Pearl Tower and beside the bottle of wine into the photo, but also with a slight hotel luxury decoration. Open the VX circle of friends to send a hand, with a sentence to steal half a day of leisure. A leisurely see the mood of the South Mountain and the implied meaning of showing off the rich came out. Of course, Chenny shielded his parents. Parents are ordinary working class. If you suddenly rich may scare them, but you can susu tuji, their own money, of course, to let their parents also live a comfortable life. Dean, unknown, Chen Xiao this realm will not learn. This is the horse's ass from that certain station you master. Chu Chang, wow, this hotel room looks really nice. Which hotel in Xinjiang? It is estimated that these two people have just finished shooting vlog material, back quite fast. Chenny felt that as a tycoon brother should be reserved, cannot go back as fast as them, to dry them out for a while before doing so. At that moment, Chenny saw the latest friend circle reply and was stunned for a moment. Zhang Xiaoweier, Xiaoyi Z this is rich are drinking on the Flower of Paris. See you this photo location is the Ritz-Carlton in Xinjiang, right? This reply is from the goddess in high school. The 14th chapter of the upper stream brush on the public screen. Middle school high school period is exactly the girls grow and develop, boys youthful budding time, that time we do not know how to dress up, face to face, the boys are more do not know how to toss themselves, one hair out of oil and even dandruff fluttering, but still a giggle. Look at the figure of flat silly girls into the slender and beautiful, a kind of neighborhood girl's first grown-up sense of youth is born. To say that the only miserable east is the school uniforms here is really ugly, so that people cannot use the naked eye to determine the girls to grow into adulthood. VX in the Zhang Xiaomiao air real name is called Zhang Meng Meng, 18 or 19 years ago Meng and now Meng taste is still different, also do not know Zhang Meng Meng's parents on how to give her up such a cute name. Each high school junior high school have so one or two will let many boys secretly watch, back to discuss the beautiful girl, Zhang Meng Meng is the boys as the goddess of that one. Shenhe High School is in the imperial capital of a key high school, he and Zhang Meng Meng class, the relationship is also good, because the other party then is older than so many months, he always affectionately called people Meng Meng sister, to let some boys for the jealousy. However, the relationship between the two is just that, and Meng Meng this name is different. Zhang Meng Meng not only is not the kind of shy Meng Meng character, but instead like a big sister like character generous, is the class president, many activities are she opened. Classes and other classes of boys, there are many have chased her, but were rejected by her. The key high school learning atmosphere is still good, most of the students are to get into a good university is the main focus, those who have chased her will not be able to do so. After the college entrance examination, the class in addition to the last meal after the gathering did not see again. Chen Yi heard that she was admitted to the emperor's capital local university, specific which he did not ask. At that time, I heard some people gossip that Zhang Mengming's family was very rich, but the concept of high school students on the concept of money is not deep, and did not dig more deeply in this regard. Dean in the VX reply is just kissing ass. Chu Chang also just think the photo of the hotel room is very beautiful, but Zhang Mengming not only noticed the Paris flower champagne that he put on the table, but also according to the location and the hotel decoration to see that he is living in Xinjiang's Ritz-Carlton, from which you can see that both sides of the experience and insights are completely different. Junior high school and high school love is the most innocent and flawless Chen Yi sighed after being reborn, quite a bit of vicissitude. At that time, the love is green, I like you also like me is enough, what family background, what door-to-door such ideas never appear in the hearts of people in the student era. But wait until after the community, two people if you want to get married, then the door is the right thing to consider, your family can be poorer than my family, it does not matter, but the class of our family must be the same, if the two sides of the class are different, then consumerism, values of the two families have a huge difference, it is easy to have a problem. Poor boy married to the real princess of this kind of thing, the probability of its occurrence is very rare. The heart is full of emotion. Chen Yi is also in the VX circle of friends directly replied as Zhang Mengmeng said, never changed, where to get rich. I heard that Mengmeng's sister you were admitted to the imperial capital of the university, do not have to leave home too far really good Chen Yi felt that he said this is very flavorful, giving a kind of actually my family has always been very rich, just in the past I am very low-key look. Zhang Mengmeng, it's not good at all, I would like to study abroad or go to school in another city, so my family doesn't have to control me so strictly when I'm far away from home. The goddess of high school complained. The two are not salty and chat a few sentences. Chen Yi also know that the other side is traveling with their parents in Paris at this time, but also did not bother people more. If there is an opportunity to see again, if there is no opportunity, it does not matter, this world beauty thousands of millions, can be called the goddess of quite a few, do not have to love a single flower. Moreover, Chen Yi knows that he is greedy body, is a teenager's itchy heart, and would like to fall in love is far from it. And purely say looks, that called Chu Chang anchor is actually not bad, is belong to the kind of geeks on the aesthetic bud. Chen Yi think time control almost, direct circle of friends to Chu Chang replied, the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in Xinjiang, Miss wanna come over to live together? He replied to the attitude of the tone of the mouth flower. The face of different people naturally use different attitudes. The face of men and women is even more important to have a difference. Just like he gave, the dean replied, pretending to be just a simple 4 words, so that neither appear indifferent and polite, but also does not appear to be too low grade. Randomly recognizing an individual can talk to you for a long time. Shu Chang, shy. Shenyi, miss, what are you shy about? Are you thinking about the wrong thing? See each other sent a shy little expression. Chenny is the heart of a happy, and this anchor chatted 2 sentences of sultry. Chenny is the cell phone thrown to the side, as a godho cannot let people think you this person is too mute, cannot lose style, so chat a few sultry on the right stop, to let the other side have a sense of anticipation to be able to do. Picked up a side of the wine glass and sniffed. The wine aroma has a stunning fullness and elegant layering, seems to be the transition from hawthorn flower aroma to lemon and chalky aroma. Tasting a mouthful of it, it was sweet and pleasant, harmonious and energetic, with a delicate and long flavor in the mouth. Then Chenny is a movement in his heart, always feel that there is some kind of strange inspiration overflow. He opened the panel to take a look, and sure enough, the wine tasting experience value of 1, the amount of wine experience value of 1. Alcohol. This is also considered a skill. How much business is negotiated on the drinking field? If you drink a mouthful of wine and get drunk, never mind the upper class wine club or the specialty wine table, it's a disgrace. Shenny see this directly pick up a side of the bottle, tons of drink, a big mouth, and then in the open panel a piece, wine experience value to the increase, but wine tasting skills did not move. TSK, do I still have to pose? Shenny spat out a sentence, so that he sat a little upright, face serious again, raised the wine cup, lightly sip a mouthful. Sure enough, the experience value of the wine tasting skill increased again. MD, this is really high class. Next time I wear a tuxedo and drink, is it a direct experience value of 10? Shenny slandered in his mind, opened his cell phone and directly came up with a BGM, drinking champagne while leisurely enjoying life. Shaking the red wine glass, lips like stained blood, that unusual beauty, hard to pardon the sin. Brothers, brush the upper stream on the public screen. Chapter 15, Chenyi's Metamorphosis. Only you cannot think of, no I Chenyi cannot do, dry, brothers, Ali give. There was no one else in the Ritz-Carlton presidential suite anyway. Chenyi completely let himself go, sitting at the table and shouting classic quotes, and then just looking at the bizarre food in front of him with a face full of tangles. Durian, herring widows, skate fillets, and Icelandic shark meat mixed with French cheese soaked in bean juice and supplemented with Tex-Mex seasoning. Although he hadn't eaten it yet, Chenyi felt like his gut was already freaking out. This thing smells of flavor to not heavy, but also the flavor of durian heavy some, and durian already belongs to Chenyi, can completely eat, and even still feel quite delicious things. In addition to the Icelandic shark meat, other things are not uncommon. It is easy to get, even if the Icelandic shark meat is not because of expensive, but this thing is generally no one to eat, but also Iceland's specialties. Leo is also a little effort to help Chenyi to get. MD, if this doesn't work, I'll take it. Muttered half a day, Chenyi found himself on the system, does not seem to have much to do. Look at the money came so fast on the back, just believe in the character of the system. With his eyes closed and his heart crossed, Chenyi directly used his chopsticks to pick up the weird food and put it into his mouth, not daring to chew too much, and quickly swallowed it. A strange taste of urea permeates the mouth. That French cheese is very authentic, definitely a signature in French restaurants, filled with the smell of stinky socks. I do not know if the French people have a problem in the brain, even like to eat this kind of thing. The flavor that could no longer be described in words filled the taste buds. Perhaps the flavor was too stimulating. Chenyi found that his sense of taste and smell were as if they were out of order. He had a cold face, chewing this food like a machine, only that slightly trembling brow told others that he was actually not feeling well at all. It was not easy to finish this bowl. The stomach rolled endlessly. There is really no strength to do anything else. Quickly wash, go to bed, go to sleep. Even the Ritz-Carlton soft bed does not smell good. The next day I get up, Chenyi is a rush to measure their height. He measured very accurate, surprised to find that the height was really long, from 172 cm to 173 cm. Chenyi felt that the taste of the food seemed to become acceptable. Even if it is unacceptable, must be accepted, in order to be able to complete their own metamorphosis. Even if that really is the old age, gourmet food must be eaten. The next few days Chenyi is completely out of the house. In addition to eating those difficult food every day, he also by the way the system requirements of the title card task to do. Every day an hour of standing military posture seems simple, but for Chenyi, he has not received serious military training. That is actually very painful and difficult. Just stood for 20 minutes, he felt his feet began to numb. Once even more, cannot help but scratch the itch with his hand. Directly by the system ruled a failure. You need to come back. This kind of thing itself should be gradual. Today stand 20 minutes, tomorrow 30 minutes so. But Chenyi cannot wait. Played out his past playing the game of the spirit, with absolute willpower finally stayed down. At this time Chenyi found out, the system, although to some extent it is to let him get something for nothing, but it does not absolutely get something for nothing. He also needs to pay a price, such as this stand military posture. In the eyes of real soldiers this is very simple. In the eyes of other people, if just stand for an hour a day to get their own temperament change, that is also absolutely earned. But in the process, Chenyi want to succeed also need to grit their teeth and adhere to the process, need a certain amount of willpower in order to do so. The system was more like letting his gains multiply tenfold, rather than letting him get it straight away without him really giving anything. Just 7 days of time, just 1 hour of gritting his teeth every day. Chenny realized that even if he didn't have that so-called title task, he had also been exercised to a certain extent, especially the exercise of willpower. A happy life is beckoning ahead. These days Chenny is also considered to be ruthless. In addition to completing the system tasks, he spent the rest of the time to improve themselves, so that they can be virtuous and talented. Do not dare to guarantee that directly become a high-class person, but also to be an educated god of the hoe. Every skill in the system has 5 levels. Level 1 is the entry level. As long as one reaches level 1, one is initiated in a certain skill. Level 2 is the proficiency level, pretty much the level one would have after practicing for a year or two. Level 3 is the topmost level for amateurs, which is equivalent to a person exercising their skill in a certain skill for 5 to 10 years. And level 4 is the professional level, and that's already the level one can only reach with hard training day in and day out. As for level 5, it is the genius level, which belongs to the existence of the world's rare phoenix feather and rare horn category, the final level that can only be reached by a person who is talented enough and has gone through rigorous training. The upgrade speed of skills before level 4 professional level is still very fast. When level 3 to level 4, the experience value has risen extremely slowly, so it can be imagined that the time and persistence needed for level 4 to level 5 will be even longer. Chenny calculated that the skills in the system were as vast as a sea. Unless he did nothing, it would be possible for most of the skills to become level 5, and that would simply be unlike a human being. But could Chenny really do nothing but exercise himself every day? Of course it is impossible. It is not easy to become a god ho. Do not go to enjoy is not sorry for themselves. Perhaps one day these external things are looking at the light, need to go to cultivate the sentiment. Chenny may go to exercise those very elegant ability. People's energy is limited, so to first choose some of their own useful ability to exercise, want to get the genius level beyond the ability of mortals, also need a long time to adhere to can do. This system is more like a person's training to 10 times 100 times the speed of increase, and let a person has no upper limit of talent, to a lifetime of hard work beyond the people of the harvest of several generations of people. In the past 7 days, Chenny had not only been drinking to work on his ability to taste wine and knowledge of alcohol, he had also been working on his writing to make it more and more beautiful, and at the same time, he had also been spending a few hours a day working out in the hotel's gym. Chenny had been to the gym before he was reborn, so the basic workout poses he did were pretty standard, and with the help of the system, his body was getting stronger at a rate that was visible to the naked eye. The only thing he needed was to consume a lot of protein every day. In the process of growing from 172 to 180 in height, if his weight stayed the same it would be a bamboo pole, which is why Chenny would be working out. The reason why people have trouble sticking to it is because it's hard to see their progress. The reason why the game is addictive is because you can see the experience value in the game, which gives you motivation. The system is like an online game. When you grit your teeth and do a bench press, and watch your experience value go up, you instantly just have the perseverance and motivation. Just treat life like a game. Chenny didn't hire any fitness trainers because his changes were so fast that people would think he wasn't human if they saw him, and as for any beautiful fitness trainers? A man who even has no resistance to this is not a man who does great things. True men should be ruthless to themselves. Women's future is more. Why care about this momentary gain or loss? 7 days later, under Chenny's almost self-mutilating efforts, his entire person was a shocking change. Chapter 16, Am I on fire? Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror, Chenny nodded his head in satisfaction. With a height of 1 meter 8, he had already reached the women's basic requirements for a male god's height, and standing with the vast majority of women, he wouldn't appear to be short. However, in Chenny's opinion, 185 cm is the most perfect state of height. If it is further up then it is a bit too high, and appears to be a bit disproportionate. Thinking about the system and the body, the future should still have the opportunity to grow in size. As for now 180 cm has been completely sufficient. Think I was born with 18, and now have a 180 cm height. 180 square meters seems to have been not difficult. This damn male god template Quite narcissistically smug, Chenny was in a better mood. The system was truly magical. After 7 consecutive days of frantic self-mutilation fitness, Chenny's fitness skills had already reached level 3, and was on its way to level 4, but starting from level 3 skills, after that it was something that needed to be slowly watered down and could not be achieved overnight. The most important thing about fitness is not to bring people any great strength or fighting skills. That belongs to the scope of boxing, combat and other skills. Fitness brings people the biggest change in addition to the confidence of the mental outlook. It is the shape of the body. Now Chenny figure is excellent, muscle outline is obvious, neither those bodybuilding champions as disgusting muscle gnarled, and will not be like bamboo poles let a person look at the wind blowing on the fall, but a typical undressing meat, dressed in a thin body. Reading is to speak calmly with stupid X, fitness is to let stupid X speak calmly with you. Chenny is still very agreeable to this point. Chenny, who was in a good mood, wore the big slippers provided by the Ritz-Carlton, draped in a bath towel and headed for the computer. Now he was good at everything, just a group of nymphomaniac girls to lick themselves. He had previously spent another $500,000 to renew this presidential suite, booking this suite until the end of this month, which would coincide with the start of the school year reporting. The Ritz-Carlton was very realistic. The manager of this hotel had personally visited Chen-yi on his doorstep before, putting his stance extremely low, and even the CEO of the hotel group in the eastern region had personally called him to shush him. Not for anything else, is that the hotel wants to keep him such a quality guest. In the hotel stayed for half a month, spent 1 million yuan. Such a guest is not rare. This time even if the world's richest man came, the manager will at most greet a bit, not as to Chen-yi so pleasing. Why? In fact, it is very simple. The world's richest man in the rich, if he is not in your consumption of his money and you have nothing to do, and Chen-yi even now in the world's richest man cannot be compared to the money, but he is in this as the real consumption, naturally, is being starry-eyed. People open the hotel is to make money, but not for charity, who should be flattered in the heart like a mirror. Before buying a Ferrari spent 7.5 million, live in the hotel for half a month and spent 1 million, plus bits and pieces of some of the small expenses. Chen-yi surprised to find himself that 10 million, now even less than 1.5 million left. This money is really not well spent. Chen-yi sighed, 10 million looks a lot, but really want to be extravagant, that really is the blink of an eye can be spent all the way. Open the wine cabinet, take out a bottle of Lafite Rothschild Chateau red wine. The year is 9 years, that year Lafite Rothschild Chateau grape quality is very good. This year points of wine by Robert Parker evaluation for 99 points of high score, a bottle of selling price of more than 7,000 yuan. In fact, the grape quality of Chateau Lafite Rothschild in 16 years, that is, last year, is also very good, also 99 points, but Chen-yi felt that 16 years is too close to now, the wine lacks some precipitation, so it is the choice of the 09 vintage. Dashingly using the corkscrew to open the wine, and then pouring the crimson wine that was as dark as hell into the wine awakening vessel. As Chen-yi's wine tasting ability skill rose, he found that he already had a touchy-feely ability with wine. No matter if it was opening a bottle or some etiquette, he was all set, and would no longer have the same kind of ungraceful gesture that he had when he first opened a bottle of wine. This system's skills were too finely categorized. The wine tasting ability he had exercised before was champagne, but now he was starting to drink red wine. Nose in this bottle of Lafite Rothschild Chateau Rothschild bottle, mouth a sniff, a kind of strong currant, coffee with toasted oak and sweet tobacco is the scent that comes to the nose. There is also the aroma of dun black cherries in it, extremely fascinating. Already gradually know how to taste wine, and like to drink. Chen-yi pursed his lips, looking at the red wine and the winemaker's slowly precipitation, but also temporarily no longer care about it. Open the computer to log on to a certain station, looking at their own account of a certain station. Chen-yi just shook his head. No, this name is too secondary yuan, re-register the name is called Upstream. The dean had sent him a VX before, saying that the vlog material had been produced after some hard editing, and he had already sent it out. Open a certain station to search for the dean's account. In the latest release on the latest video at once, a look at the number of playback, which has just been released not long ago, has been 400,000 playback. This is to fire off. Other dare not say, this video play broken million absolutely easy. As for the final can reach a few million, that is temporarily unknown. Shocked. A chance encounter with a fan at a Ferrari 4 store, the fan even. A Ferrari 812 Superfast on the left side of the cover, and an otaku goddess with a sweet smile and wearing a JK uniform on the right side, coupled with the title of the shock department. It was definitely a good means to trick people into clicking in. Just after clicking on the video, the pop-ups were just surging. This movie is high energy. Comrades, come and see the real tycoon. Jealousy separates me from the wall. The main movie starts at 5:14 seconds. I'm here for the cover. Is there a command post? I can't believe I came to see a video like this. Audience lords everyone, I am the dean. See, I have a beautiful woman beside me. Come on, the beautiful woman, to introduce yourself to everyone. Hello everyone, I'm Chu Chu Z. The sweet and lovely smile of the popular anchor was not shy at all, waving her hand to greet the audience. As soon as it came up, just like all such videos, it started with the self-introduction of the humane, and then with the cheerful BGM, it immediately had that flavor. It's Chu Chu Z. One of the most popular songstresses in the live broadcasting world right now. This is Chu Chu Z's backing club. Welcome to National Treasure Terrace XXXX. Listen to my family Chu Chu Z sing and play the game. Get out of the way, woman, you're blocking my view of the car. This young lady who wants to hurry up and take it away. I want the car behind her. Buy a Ferrari and give this young lady a gift? I love it, boss, I'll take this car. The pop-ups drifted across the sky. In the past, Chen-yi always liked to watch a certain station video, but today he is going to be the protagonist of the video. The mood is really a little subtle. The video will be shot at this Ferrari 4 store in Xincheng, and I think the viewers should have guessed what the theme of today's filming will be, looking at luxury cars and beautiful women, but it's too low, and I'm going to take the viewers to buy a Ferrari, so that the viewers can feel the joy of buying a luxury car. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new car, and then you'll be able to get your hands on a new one. Video. This kind of thing of course will not really play in accordance with the order of shooting, editing, but video and movies and other means of shooting the top priority. Although this station you master is the first time to shoot outdoor vlog, but it has quite a lot of game video shooting experience. Editing people are not necessarily his own. This cut out of the film is really good. A come up accompanied by a model walk like BGM, let the sweet and beautiful, and very smart wearing a JK uniform. This kind of can attract otaku creatures of beauty. Choo Z in front of the Ferrari one stop, and then it is to put the camera close to, from the foot of the small shoes to start with, along the stockings of the jade up to shoot. Giving a few close-up shots in a few particular areas, with the occasional shot as if to capture the underskirt scenery but in reality nothing, can be described as a crazy test on the edge of the law, but also attracts people to fix their eyes to watch. The choice of filter is also very good, plus a layer of small fresh type of beauty. Do not say, normal men eat this set. Even if Chenny watched her change to sitting position, adjust the posture to let themselves free a little bit, and even on the Chu Chang that anchor began to think about the wrong way up. Other people look at the most is to think that the girl is beautiful, even if you go to see the live broadcast is to think that people sing well, worthy of being one of the live world now when the red songstress, but Chenny is different. Chu Chang's VX in his cell phone, people's attitude towards him is not like treating the general male as detached, but very enthusiastic. Chenny knows in fact to his God-ho persona and identity, as long as a little effort to want to further is not difficult. This is still because people are red anchor, the use of money will be a little smaller. If she is just a small anchor, that is really with the money will be able to solve all the problems. This headlight is so white. This car is so slim. Ferrari's headlights, you can trust them. Is this a luxury car? It's really not something that ordinary people can imagine. A group of netizens, too, tried frantically on the edge of the law. At this time, Chenyi's first appearance in the video, that is, when he just entered the 4S store, because he was dressed in general, and went to strike up a conversation with the dean, people thought that he was just an ordinary fan. Remember this guy? After watching it and coming back I'd say, this is a real bigot. Dabbling in the trenchant spirit of the landlord. The video continues, when the salesman said that look amazing words, the pop-up screen is also the sound of praise, wait until Chenny said as long as there is a car, this car I will buy, the pop-up screen is also very cooperative, a question mark swept. This beat pretends to be refreshing, at first glance as a connoisseur. Cracked. Trenchless. Caught off guard, this tycoon is also too damn low profile. The movie begins. Mr. Dean, you've met a real young master. The girl next to me is dumbfounded. Ha ha. There are plenty of pretty girls out there, but the real tycoon is the one you can't find. A piece of pop-up swept by, although most are some nutrient-free nonsense, but after watching it can be a person of fun, especially when the main character in the video is himself, but also to satisfy part of the vanity. Chenny used to watch a station's video as usually the pop-ups as the next meal. After watching it off, never read the comments of the habit, but this time he is directly scroll down, read the comments under the video. If I turn black, I'd been to a Ferrari 4S store a few years ago, and the salesman at the time said something similar to me, but after all these years, I'm one step closer to a Ferrari, almost a millimeter. Like Grey Pigeon, I am a high school student, especially like sports cars, especially Ferrari. Watch the video to know, the original Ferrari just accessories are so expensive. I will study hard to strive to also earn a lot of money, like this little brother to buy a Ferrari. Lin Konglu Knight reply like Grey Pigeon, children, it seems that you are simply do not understand the meaning of 7.5 million. Let's say, I got into a preferred university, is a 211, and now just graduated from the Imperial Capital work, monthly income after tax about 10,000, this income and my classmates has been very good. I now share a rent with a few people, remove the rent and utilities to eat, and occasionally go out for a long time. Every month can stay 3000 to 4000. My future salary will indeed rise, but that there is a limit. At the same time, my spending will certainly go up. Do not take into account the inflation and other factors. Let's boldly say that I can save 100,000 yuan per year. And do not go to see Ferrari's accessories. On the land price of the car of $6 million, I need 60 years to buy this premise, or I do not buy a house, do not get married, do not get sick. Do you think it is possible? 1m6 good budding. There is a saying called if you can't afford to buy a Ferrari when you were born, then the probability is that you can't afford it in this life. This is the reality. Smoke Willow City, people's children are still young. Can you not pour this kind of poisonous chicken soup to encourage people? Cannot? I just let him recognize the reality. Don't hold unrealistic fantasies, but children you have to cheer. Study is the most easy way to cross the class of the children of the cold window. I hope you can really afford to buy a Ferrari in the future. Smoky Willow City replied to Clear Dreamtime, wake up, people's tycoons are low-key, you're damn poor alright. Chenny looked at these comments and found them very interesting, although they were full of poisonous chicken soup and sand sculpture style speech, but there was also a lot of positive energy. However, Chenny felt that the poisonous chicken soup was more realistic. If there was no system, could he afford to buy a Ferrari? It's almost impossible. A certain station, although in the past it was a place that belonged to the secondary yuan rodeo, but as the word secondary yuan changed flavor, a certain station is also seeking changes. It can be said that a certain station in the future has been an indispensable website for young people, whether he is a secondary yuan or not. That Wang Yi's son Xiao Wang can be said to be the most famous rich second generation in the eastern country. It is not too much to say that it is the first net read. In Chenny seems to Comrade Xiao Wang is very smart. The traffic, the fans are really can be realized. Comrade Xiao Wang sends a microblogging, can top millions of advertising campaigns. He set up a national treasure station and the rapid expansion of the development of its fame actually played an important role. Saving for a rainy day, Chen felt that perhaps he could also find a way to have a few fans, try to become a network celebrity. In the future there may be a use for this fame. So think, Chen immediately is to this video charge 50,000, which is equivalent to a reward. A station video site is not a live platform. This amount of bounty for a video is extremely rare, and even never had. If what coins and so on is to improve the heat, then Chen bounty is real money. After doing so, Chen just shut down his computer. This was just the first step of his idle chess game, so he didn't have to care too much. Besides, at this time his personal butler Leo came to inform him. Mr. Chen, the hairstylist, has arrived. That's right, Mr. Tony is here. He's going out today, so of course he needs to dress up. Chapter 18, Jingo and Tai Horse, swallowing 10,000 miles like a tiger. Shinshayu, this body can be really good. The average person envy not. I also do hair for many people. This hair is also rare. In the Ritz-Carlton presidential suite, Chen sat at the table and watched as Mr. Tony and the assistant he brought with him were messing around with all kinds of tools in his hair, and Mr. Tony grabbed his hair with his hand and said sincerely. He wasn't counting this as pure kneeling because Chen Yi's hair and body were really good. It was all due to the system. Could it be bad? Chen Yi's heart slandered after hearing this, but he was quite happy. People love to listen to good words. Even the emperor loves flattering ministers, let alone him. Chen Yun, do you have any special requirements for the hair? For example, what important event are you attending today? Before getting his hair styled, Mr. Tony inquired carefully. Attending meetings, events and other occasions were completely different from the hairstyles needed on a daily basis. This was knowledge that a hairstylist had to know. Today there is no activity, it is purely to go out for a walk. I do not know much about this, Mr. Tony, you just look after it. Outsiders should never try to boss insiders around, so Chen left all of his hair in Mr. Tony's hands. Hairstylist would like to say I'm not called Tony, but thought or did not say out, who called in front of the gold master father it. He this out a trip back and forth journey plus give Chen do hair, at most is 2 hours time, but can earn thousands. Of course the money is still a small matter. The main thing is that this kind of money making speed has also proved his ability, and then as the senior barber store barber cannot do this. It is impossible to door to give the rich people service. This is the stylist and the difference between the ordinary barber. Leo, the personal butler, was wearing a tuxedo with white gloves and stood respectfully serving. He looked at Chen who was wearing a bath towel with his chest bared and showing his R's, and looked at those beautiful muscles on his body, and was envious in his heart. Good-looking muscles were not only liked by women, even men would be infatuated by them. Leo was shocked in his heart and admonished himself not to think nonsense. How could he be mesmerized by looking at a man's muscles? However, he was also very impressed with Chen Yi. In these few days, he had been delivering food to Chen Yi, as well as running around at Chen Yi's request. The contact with Chen Yi let Leo know what Chen Yi was doing in these few days. He simply did not look like a rich second generation, soaking in the gym daily, and spending the rest of his time either sipping wine or reading, or practicing his calligraphy, etc., elegant as hell, and already out of the low class. In fact, he has done. Chen Yi will find a bunch of warblers in the presidential suite, and then every day many people sports, which is the normal life of the rich and private well. In fact, it is not that Chen Yi does not want to do so, but he feels that even if he cannot directly become the upper-class male god, but also cannot look like a thug, is to use such a period of time to enrich their own, so that they get to change, not like those who have not seen the world. Soon after the hairstyle was done, Chen Yi looked at himself in the mirror and was very satisfied. A man's appearance of the most important items are height, grooming, and features and so on. As long as there is not too big flaws can be, as long as there are these 3 items, in the dress spirit of some of the sharp, immediately is a handsome man. The system's fine-tuning let Chen Yi's height has been satisfied. Before his lips some slightly raised, that belongs to the 5 features of the slight flaws. Now also in the system's adjustment under the disappearance of the body after fitness has also been available. If said more than 80 points of the female can be called a beautiful woman, then now Chen Yi is more than 80 points of the handsome man. Coupled with his status as a godly man, he was a true male god in the eyes of ordinary people. Many people disdain men's makeup. In fact, those handsome men who looked handsome had all worn makeup. At the very least, they had done eyebrow trimming or something like that. Instead of despising other men's makeup, they would rather primp themselves, or better yet, they would be more able to attract a girl's attention. After Tony Teacher's hand, handsome hairstyle for Chen Yi's handsome index rose a few points this week, although he seems to have done nothing, but it is to let himself appear a heaven and earth changes. Directly to Mr. Tony payment, watched Mr. Tony with his assistant packing things to go. Chen Yi is to Leo said, help me find a clothing matching teacher. By the way, notify the concierge department for me to prepare the car. I will go out in a while. Chen Yi did not go out to buy clothes in the past few days. In the past he did not know anything about clothes matching. Now although the clothes rack figure, but it is best to find a professional to help themselves with the best clothes. Okay, I will have the concierge's driver wait for you downstairs, and the clothing matchmaker will also personally select a review for you. Leo bowed respectfully. Leo was also muttering in his heart, this Chen Xiao is finally going out. The 7 days he really soaked in the hotel and didn't go anywhere. Waiting for Leo to go out and get busy with his work, Chen Yi was once again standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling mirror. It was now more than 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and in the morning, the Ferrari 4S store had informed him that he could pick up the car, and the reason why Chen Yi had waited until now to get ready to go was because... Ding! Your mission has been completed, and the Jingo Taima title card has been issued. It's finally done. Without even thinking about it, he directly put the title on, and Chenyi instantly had a drastic change in temperament. If it was said that before he still had a trace of the frivolity and softness of a young man, now Chenyi was completely changed into a solemn and cold, calm and introverted, a pair of eyes gleaming, appearing to be persevering and never giving in, without any turbidity. To say that it was a starry-eyed was already completely no problem. And if he frowned, there is a kind of murderous air, as if it really is on the battlefield, and even Chenyi almost scared himself. This title is scary enough. Chenyi scared, this change almost made him cover up all the shortcomings in his own temperament, while expanding that belonging to the dignified temperament infinitely, so that some of his past mentality and habits as a poor man would not show up. A person's temperament is not so easy to cultivate. What is needed is a long time of accumulation as well as a change in mentality, but once this title is put on, it immediately saves all of these. In front of the mirror, I took a good look at myself, handsome, really handsome. I myself almost fell in love with myself. Quite narcissistic self-appreciation of some, directly dressed, go out. So handsome I must let the girls look at me a few more times, to make them crave my body. Chapter 19. Please feel free to insult me. The Ferrari 4S store can send the car over, but it was not easy to stay up for a week to let himself get a metamorphosis. Today's Chenyi is ready to go out, therefore it is the decision to take the initiative to go to the 4S store to pick up the car. Hello Mr. Chen. Hello Mr. Chen. From the private elevator straight to the first floor lobby of the Ritz-Carlton, the people he met, no matter if they were the cleaning ants who were pushing their carts and preparing to get on the elevator, or the staff who were wearing gray in the hotel uniforms, all of them immediately stood on both sides of the room when they saw him, putting down all of the work in their hands and bowing their heads in a cordial manner in order to greet each other. Chenyi just started to face this scene when he was living in the hotel and going to the gym and restaurant, but after so many days, he was able to turn a blind eye to it with a smile on his face, and I have to say that the adaptability of human beings is really strong, especially in this kind of life that goes from frugality to luxury. Just entered the hall, saw the private butler Leo, and that female foreman is already the elevator entrance waiting. In the other side of the lead and eager to entertain out of the hotel, the front desk ladies are all the way bowing. That is in the presidential suite in a half-month stay Qinshaoa. The front desk of the hotel happened to have no work at this time, and the two front desk ladies wearing professional makeup and neat uniforms were secretly chatting. Chenyi this week almost in the hotel's internal activities, with the private elevator, rarely come to the lobby, the Ritz-Carlton employees have been told, but have seen him in real life, but not a few. Yes, did not see our sisterly so attentive. This Qinshaw seems to have not been out of the hotel. I also saw him for the first time. I did not expect Qinshaw so handsome, more handsome than in the photo. A receptionist said, I don't think he's so handsome, much more handsome than in the photo. Chenyi's photo ID was taken before, naturally, and now there is a huge difference after the essence of the change. It is said that Chenyi is just 19 years old, handsome, and so rich. What do you think his family does? One of the receptionists asked excitedly. Hush, keep your voice down, don't have nothing to pry into the privacy of this VIP customer. If the little over there hears it, it's not likely to go to the complaint again. This admonished colleagues. The young lady also vigilantly looked to the side of the other front desk staff also in the nymphomania. Just a short sentence can taste the work of these colleagues between the competition and sorted. I know, that little bimbo just loves to gossip, but such a handsome and golden young man, don't you ever have any ideas? Che, what's the use of having thoughts? People can't see me, or you find a chance to accidentally pour coffee on that big young man, see if it will be like what the domineering president article wrote. People will look at you. Ha, you're just lying to me. I guess the hotel fired me before the young man even looked at me. He. Chenyi did not know the whispers of the front desk ladies behind him, and even if he did, he just laughed it off. Although these 5-star hotel front desk ladies are all very good temperament, and their looks are also very beautiful, but if something really happened between the two sides, it was his Qindisha who lost out. At the entrance of the hotel, a Rolls-Royce Phantom Scale Axle Edition was quietly waiting there, and the logo of the flying goddess at the front of the car could be described as eye-catching. This Phantom is not the latest model, but it is also not old. The atmospheric and solemn appearance can be said to be the seat of countless people's dreams. This car won the factory price is more expensive than Chenyi's Ferrari that landed at $7.5 million, and to be able to Rolls-Royce as the seat of the boss, it is definitely a big enough business. Like the company with $10 million of annual profits do not have that qualification. The Ritz-Carlton and Rolls-Royce and Mercedes-Benz have cooperation, different customers corresponding to different levels. Like Chenyi, this level of guests traveling naturally Rolls-Royce, and if it is a general can use the executive corridor of the guests, the concierge department at most Mercedes-Benz S-Class to receive. Next to the car stood the driver. The other party was about 40 years old, wearing a suit and white gloves. After seeing Chenyi, he bowed and greeted him, along with Mr. Chen's greeting of good afternoon. He was pulling open the Rolls-Royce's double doors. This row also attracted the passing pedestrians in front of the hotel to look over, but Chenyi did not care at all, directly as to sit into the car. Overhead was the starry sky roof that could make the girl's eyes fall off. The seats were extremely soft and comfortable, and it was Chenyi's first time to sit in a Rolls-Royce, but at this time, he would no longer have any nervousness, and looked like a young man who was used to this kind of traveling. Closing the door, the driver got into the driver's seat and inquired, "Mr. Leo said you were going to the Ferrari 4S store in Tomorrow Square?" "Mr. Leo said you were going to the Ferrari 4S store in Tomorrow Square?" Chen Yi nodded and responded. After confirming the itinerary once more, the driver was silent. This was the basic etiquette of a high-luxury hotel concierge driver. If the guest did not make a sound, they could not be disturbed. Chen Yi looked at the driver, who was dressed spiritually and had a straight waist. He just felt that the temperament was very familiar. Wasn't it the kind of temperament that he had after obtaining the title of Jingo Taima? Thinking of this, he is to take the initiative to ask, "Your name?" "Free your surname, Chin. You call me Old Chin on the line." The driver settled on the road. He drove very steadily. The car is very good. Naturally, there is no sense of bumps. "Master Chin has been in the military before?" Chen Yi before is a working family of poor people, although now belongs to the rich, but not at all the temperament of the tycoon, but more understanding of the lives of ordinary people. Naturally will give each other enough respect. Of course, the premise of this is that the other side also give their own respect. "Oh, I used to be a soldier. You are from some of my behavioral habits, right? When I was in the army, I developed these styles, and I can't change these habits even after so many years." Driver master some naive laugh. Chen Yi nodded his head and said, "I have always respected soldiers the most. After being discharged from the army, being able to drive for VIPs in the concierge department of a top hotel like this is already a very good job, earning not too much money but not too little, and there will always be some extra income. General people want to enter really cannot enter. This driver's veteran status should be added a lot of points." Driver Chin master wanted to speak again and again. There are some words finally did not say out. He saw Chen Yi at first glance as very surprised. The other temperament introverted and stable. There is also a military style, simply like his past leadership. Just look at the other party is not very old, and also live in such a good hotel, and does not seem to stay in the army. Then he associated with some of the military and military-related power elite, and did not dare to think about it any further. It didn't take long for the car to arrive at its destination. Chen Yi gave the driver some tips before getting off the car. The change was what he had asked Leo to fetch for him, although it was now the era of mobile payment, but carrying some cash on his body was sometimes very useful. East China is not a tipping country. Driving is also people's job. Give or not to tip actually does not matter, but Chen Yi knows that these ordinary people to make money is not easy, and they do not like the money. Why not do it? As for the saying that tipping people is insulting or something, oh, then please feel free to insult me. Master Chin is not the first time to receive tips from VIPs. He did not refuse, but his attitude is more and more respectful. "Mr. Chen, do you need me to pick you up when you go back?" "Mr. Chen, do you need me to pick you up when you go back?" Chen Yi said to the driver with a smile, "Is to go into the 4S store. The salesman Wu Jun is already at the door waiting." After this, Chen Yi decided to drive his newly bought Ferrari to buy some clothes and so on, of course, not to use the Ritz-Carlton concierge's car. Chapter 20, Seeing a luxury car and staying away from it. Buzz. A foot throttle down, Ferrari V12 cylinder engine roar is exploded. The man's romance is born in this. For a store entrance, many passing pedestrians or come to the store want to see the luxury car. Visitors are enviously looking at the exquisite appearance, simply available to describe the perfection of the sports car. Some people pick up the cell phone to take pictures, some people record the video, although it is not their own to buy, but as long as to the circle of friends a hair, it feels like their own style is different as well. The big city to buy a car is no longer popular. What to wear saffron to take pictures, that is too low. Of course, if you want, Ferrari 4S stores will also cooperate with you, but in addition to those coal bosses, it is estimated that those who can afford to buy this car are a bit of taste, and will not go to do that too low thing. "Mr. Chen, in order to thank you for being able to choose our Ferrari brand, this is our special Ferrari customized watch for you as well as a headset." Wu Jun walked to the car window, holding the two giveaway gifts in both hands and said with a big smile. Chen Yi smoothly took those two gifts, first opened the box and scanned the so-called customized watch, then just threw both it and the headphone box to the passenger seat. Ferrari's watch is not much expensive, a few $1,000s, as for the so-called customized version is at most tens of thousands of dollars. Ferrari itself is not a watch. Want to and those who are really famous then the watch is impossible. This gift watch is not to wear. For Chen Yi, such status of the person is a casual collection of places to throw. It is not worth to look at. As for that headset, not to mention Ferrari co-branded things, the market price is estimated to be $2,000 or $3,000. In addition to that, Ferrari car label is not much significance. Buying a $7.5 million car and giving away so little is quite stingy, to be honest, but buying a car isn't supposed to be about the freebies, it's about the Ferrari branding badge. "Thank you." Chen Yi said thank you, never mind how do not care about these freebies, should have the courtesy or should have. "I wish you a safe journey. There is something you can VX contact me, I am always at your service." Wu Jun immediately backed away with a smile on his face. He knew that Chen Xiao was preparing to drive away, so naturally he wouldn't continue to invite annoyance here. However, Wu Jun is also some surprise, did not expect, just a week did not see. It feels as if Chen Xiao is a different person. If the last time to see him still just think it is a rare, more calm, rich second generation, then this time to see him even let himself produce a kind of cautious fear. Wu Jun also did not look into these details. In his opinion, the most important thing is that he sold a car. This month commission is no problem. The Kia Ferrari 812 is finally not as shabby as in the past. The Kia Ferrari's previous model is just like a cheap goods that can be seen everywhere, not to mention what luxury car temperament, if there is no car label, it is estimated to throw on the ground and no one will look at it. And to this 812, Ferrari is finally replaced with an electronic key, although still very low it, but at least there is a luxury car entry-level feeling, and Shenny seems to be probably comparable to the level of BMW 5 Series. Throttle down, in that pleasant engine roar, Silverstone Grey Ferrari 812 drove away from the 4S store, but also thanks to the college entrance examination after Chenny took the driving license, otherwise no license to go back to the test is also a delay. After rebirth, there is no longer driving muscle memory, but driving itself is a skilled work, not much technology to speak of. The real novice is actually more afraid of the heart. When Shenny's slowly driving so a few minutes, immediately is to get back to the feeling of the speed limit can be accepted under the limit, sped in the city of Shenyang on the road. In the imperial city, Xinjiang, this kind of city driving sports car is actually suffering, but it does not matter. Anyway, this car is something to pretend. Listen to the engine sound is enough to satisfy. Driving skill experience value 1. As he drove on the road, Chenny again felt that feeling welling up in his body, knowing that his skill experience value had increased again, but he didn't even bother to look at the system panel, holding the steering wheel in his right hand and opening the window with his left hand, his elbow resting at the window while waiting for the traffic light, and his head slightly tilted. Handsome looks, luxurious sports car, everything was perfect except for the lack of a beautiful woman on the passenger side. In his mind, he told himself that this was a basic operation, not to laugh out, that would appear to be not enough B. However, in the face of all kinds of envious gazes gazing over from all around, Chenny was still a bit fluttery. This is the psychological state of a normal person. In the past, as a poor person, if you suddenly give you a coveted Ferrari, the first time on the street will certainly produce that kind of vanity want to float, only after driving for a period of time to get used to. Chenny knew that he was still a long way from being a real upper-class man. Lift up his left wrist to look at the table, only to be noticed that he has been reborn. Now do not wear a watch, not accustomed to take out his cell phone to look at the time, found that the time is still early. Chenny is the decision to go to buy some clothes, completely let yourself change from the inside out. Hanglung Plaza is not far from here, where it is considered the largest luxury shopping in Xinjiang, all the way to drive a Ferrari 812, to say that the biggest benefit of driving this kind of car, in fact, is the other cars on the road will try to get away from you as far as possible, especially after the car cannot wait to get away from you more than 3 meters to feel safe. Think of the past when Chenny drove his Mercedes-Benz small C, once is to see his front is a Lamborghini, what model that time he did not understand, anyway, is to drive as far as possible not in the other car behind, if really cannot be merged, then you have to maintain a distance. Not afraid of anything else, is afraid of tailgating. He drove that year the Mercedes-Benz insurance to buy 2 million compensation, and in fact, most of the car insurance is 1 million for the kind of luxury car that can easily be nearly 10 million, that may really be a hit on no. If the insurance is not enough to pay, that can only really go to sell the house to pay. The network rumors of the owner of the luxury car to see their own damaged vehicles, directly to the other side to say a sentence to sell the house, it is not a joke, so the road to see the luxury car try to get away from it is the basic common sense of the driving public. And now, Chenny is also enjoying the many people courtesy of his situation. All the way to the Ferrari to Plaza 66 parking lot, Chenny is ready to go to buy some clothes, in his mind, although many luxury brands, but really can keep his style, only Hermes and Chanel. Chapter 21, The Real Fashion and Luxury Circle. Luxury goods are also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes, in the field of fashion, like Hermes, Chanel, Gucci, Versace, Armani, Dior, LV and so on can be called luxury goods. However, among these luxuries, Hermes is the only one that can really be at the top of the comprehensive field, and every woman desires to own a Hermes bag, which is not a joke but a real situation. Of course, if you have to limit luxury goods to women only, maybe Chanel will be better, as for other luxury brands, although they are still luxury goods, but will be pushed down ahead. The other luxury brands are still luxury goods, but they will be undermined. The likes of LV can only be regarded as luxury goods for the general public, and they are not worth mentioning. If luxury goods want to maintain their status, the most important thing is to pay attention to their own style, which Hermes and Chanel have done very well, while Dior, since it was acquired by LVMH, the world's largest luxury goods group, has begun to become kitschy. In order to cater to young people, cater to the aesthetics of new money, Dior can be said to be self-lowering prices, which may briefly bring a certain amount of revenue, but in the long run will make their own brand value decline. But this is the person's operating strategy, maybe to improve revenue, who cares? And like Chanel, Hermes and other brands, they are still maintaining their high style, only for old money those really taste the old aristocrat service, which makes their stature high up. In the eyes of people who understand the field of fashion, the status of this naturally differentiated. Even like Chanel such brands, they will not care about a price increase as 20% or even 30% of the increase. This is why. This is in order to continue to select user groups, so that the real upper class people and thugs, the bottom of the beggars to distinguish, a profound grasp of the psychology of their customers. Rich people like most is in the food and clothing, and poor people to distinguish, show their status. You from 300,000 to 400,000 for that part of the customer base there is no difference. It may seem that the price will make part of the middle class customer loss, but in fact, because of price increases and the total revenue will not change, but instead of the customer will be accurately positioned in the highest end of the group of people, which enhances the value of their own brand. The fashion field is a very complex and huge field, not just money can play around, such as customization has a bunch of twists and turns. If you just pay someone to make you a separate piece of clothing, that's called customization, but in the field of luxury goods, the real customization is haute couture. The origin of high custom should be traced back to the famous broken Queen Marie Antoinette, and in the 1940s and 1950s, the concept of high custom was even written in the law by the French government. The whole world can do high custom clothing, only a very few brands. These brands can be found in the Association of Paris. The rest of those brands dare to say what the high custom. It is the high custom and customized concepts mixed up to fool the uninformed mob. Do not understand the profiteers and want to become those specific brands of high-definition VIP customers, and not rich can. Take Chanel for example. You probably have to spend $1,000 each year in Chanel. They will be you as the object of investigation, in the comprehensive investigation of your taste, social status, and so on many aspects, will issue an invitation for you to become a high definition of the people's VIP. If you're a coal boss or something like that, spend more money and also will not be invited. That will lower the taste of people's brands. Don't blame people why so many things, these high fashion clothes and not a factory to rush out, our handmade workshop to do out of the annual production is naturally limited, so people's brands more concerned about maintaining old customers and their own style, rather than expanding new customers. You know those high luxury brand high custom old customers, there may be what country's royal family hundreds of years of aristocratic family members or in their place to buy 2 or 3 decades of clothing high grade rich people. In this case, how will they care about you a newcomer? Even if you are the president of the United States of America may not take care of you. For those world famous luxury brands, the so-called president of the fame on them. For those world famous luxury brands, the fame of the so-called president is of no significance to them. Money can solve 95% of the things in this world, but there is always that 5% of the things cannot be solved with money. The real circle of high society is very small, and go into that circle is Chinese goal. Moreover, those high fashion clothes are not for daily wear at all. The upper class people always have to attend various dinners, dances, and so on. They can't always wear a piece of clothing, which is the role of the high fashion, because each piece is unique, as for everyone's daily life. In fact, generally wear these luxury ready to wear. Well, of course, not all the brands of high definition are so troublesome, such as Armani's high definition that you spend money can be ordered, but as said at the beginning, luxury goods are also divided into 3, 6, 9. You wear a piece of Armani's high definition in the eyes of ordinary people is very powerful, a piece of clothing for hundreds of thousands of dollars, but in the eyes of the real upper class people, you'll be not qualified again. These brands of high fashion clothing prices are not much difference, the difference lies in the brand premium and style. Said a bunch of Chanel's brand is powerful, but Cheney ultimately footsteps a return into the Hermes store. There is no way. People Chanel main customer target is female, male clothing and so on, although there is also, but relatively much less, and generally are coats, fur, and so on. If Cheney is with a sister, that is naturally in the Chanel to buy and sell, but if it is just their own words, or to go to Hermes it. Walking into the Hermes store at Plaza 66, there weren't many customers inside, and when the sales clerks saw Cheney, they all had eyes for his looks and temperament, but they weren't enthusiastic, and Cheney's treatment in the Ferrari store was completely different. This is actually understandable, although they are all high luxury brands, but Ferrari a multi-million dollars, sell out a sales staff's commission is very high, they will naturally maintain the best service attitude to face everyone. If they meet Cheney such a low-profile dress people, sell out that is to earn. But the clothes of this kind of luxury goods are different. Saw sales to sell out a piece of clothing commission did not imagine that high. If people say fussed with you to introduce some, if you at least in order to pretend that be buy a good, to look at a piece of not to buy, so that a day down the SA have to die of exhaustion. Therefore, these high luxury brand sales staff have practiced a pair of fiery eyes. They can see from your dress, jewelry on whether you have money. Cheney is now wearing a mass stall goods, hands, and did not wear any watches. In the eyes of those SA as a non-consumer group, naturally, will not be particularly enthusiastic. Of course, if you ask them questions, they will also answer you, which is the basic quality of these luxury brand sales, but they see you are not a consumer group, they will never take the initiative on you. Although Cheney since the title, its temperament is different from ordinary people, but temperament such things will be based on people's occupations, habits, and so on for a long time to develop, rich never from the temperament to see out, only from those outside the feeling. That's why there are people rely on the clothes on the horse rely on the saddle of the saying, you put the horse father face mask on a beggar suit, who can still see that he has money? Cheney for these cabinet sisters of course do not care about the enthusiasm, that is, people's way of working. If this kind of thing is angry will only be self-limiting, out of the money directly hit the face of this kind of thuglow thing is not an ambition to become the upper class aristocrats who should do. However, the heart is not happy to still have, that is a person's heart gas, Cheney momentum condensation, although he cannot let Hermes this brand kneel, but he has the ability to let these clerks kneel. Chapter 22 A gentleman starts in the fitting room. Hermes' store is wide and open, gorgeous decoration. People can not only sell clothes and bags and other items, gold jewelry, silver jewelry, tableware, shoes, hats, and even what decorations, ornaments, ashtrays, drawing boards, garbage cans have everything. Why is luxury called luxury? Look at the price of these things to understand. A coaster for teacups sold $5,000, an ashtray also want $4,000 up, the garbage can even sell $50,000. The average person who will buy this kind of thing? Hermes store guests are very few, generally come here to buy bags. Of female guests are here, very purposeful, or the entire Plaza 66. This level of special selling luxury goods are very few pedestrians, and the general kind of crowded shopping malls in stark contrast. The vast majority of people may not have entered these luxury stores, mainly because they know that they cannot afford, go in to see, indeed can be knowledgeable, but in case the sales ask to sir what you want to buy, you say I just look. Unless it is a thick-skinned people, the general public will feel ashamed, especially when the store is having other guests shopping. Because you that is unmistakably tell others, I am a poor man cannot afford to buy, this kind of thing we all know on the line, to say out on too much shame. Therefore, the vast majority of people may not have gone into these luxury stores in their lives. In the past, Chen Yi's annual income of 500,000 in these luxury stores is also fear, and now although his hands of cash is not much, but the system and the body, but also have the Jingo Taima temperament, so that Chen Yi enters stability without any apprehension. Walking in the luxury store is like walking in their own backyard, a little bit of fear or not. Walked a big circle, not to see the price, although Chen Yi has come before, but there is no opportunity to be so calm and relaxed, and now have the opportunity, naturally have to look. His overconfident and calm posture, as well as the title of the convergence of the deep majestic temperament, naturally also attracted the attention of the Hermes cabinet sisters. There are a number of cabinet sisters have been eager to try, do not care about this little brother to buy or not to buy, just that looks and body as well as the temperament, the past, and he accosted on the loss off. These sales, although they are tricky, but still a woman, and not only recognize the commission and money, and this kind of fresh meat to talk about flirting can also make people feel happy. Men see a beautiful woman will not be able to walk, women see tall handsome man is the same, especially Chen Yi, although the temperament of the stable, but the face still has a teenager's youthfulness, proper little fresh meat one. Just when a few counter sisters were ready to come over, Chen Yi had already walked to the front of the ready-to-wear. He swept around to take a look at all the sales, and finally waved his hand at one of them. Definitely not because she was the prettiest amongst these sales, but because the light in her eyes put out the brightest. Chen Deji liked such pretty girls who coveted his flesh, so he relented and decided to give her a chance to get up close and personal. This gentleman, may I ask which one you have your eye on? The teller lady with a professional smile on her face came over, close. The light in her eyes is brighter. As a luxury store, there are often some stars patronizing here. The teller lady has also seen some of the so-called male celebrities. Chen Yi, the 80-point handsome looks can't be said to be the absolute top, but the temperament of the teller lady is the only thing she has ever seen in her life. Not to say that those male celebrities, even if it is to encounter a number of rich people, are not comparable to the Ah. The rich man also cannot compare Ah. Her smile brought some sincerity in her profession. I'm going to try this dress. Chen Yi casually pointed to the front of the t-shirt. An ordinary t-shirt is sold more than 8,000. In the eyes of the general public is simply pit people. You are the first time to come? The lady at the counter asked this. If it is, the average person is estimated to have some embarrassed, stretched, but Chen Yi has frankly said, well, is the first time to come. No wonder people will ask so. Like Hermes, this kind of store, if you have bought clothes here, they will record your body data, unless your body suddenly changed, usually actually do not have to try clothes. That kind of a finger hanger which piece don't want, the rest of the whole behavior to look very imposing, but the real situation is that your qualification is not enough, so you have to buy clothes. So, the real luxury store regulars is another set of play, that is, door-to-door service. However, the current Chen Yi does not have that qualification yet, not a question of money or not, but first of all, the amount he spends in these luxury stores is too small, and secondly, he is not yet a social celebrity, although borrowing the identity of the Ritz-Carlton presidential suite guest, he can barely play around, but that's not necessary. It was like a game, utilizing a plug-in a little bit to watch himself ascend to the top, that was more fun. Chen Yi directly said his body data, listening to his perfect height and weight ratio. The counter lady eyes are simply like hungry wolves, immediately help him to find the right number, if not allowed words. Maybe she will have to accompany Chen Yi to go to the fitting room to steal eat tofu. The general brand store fitting room is a simple less than 2 meters square. A mirror in front of the space seems claustrophobic, but Hermes, this luxury brand, is naturally different. The fitting room here is extremely spacious, and even enough to allow a few celebrities and noble women to have a cup of afternoon tea here. High-quality carpets, gold velvet sofas, and the brand's biographies were placed. Each fitting room is placed with roses. Green leaves are hard and crisp, petals are white and fragrant, roses are changed day by day, always new. Just like in the movie Kingsman, a gentleman starts in the fitting room. Hermes is extremely famous for its purses and silk scarves, and there is a silk scarf placed in the fitting room, which is generally thought to be used by customers to match their clothes, but in fact, this is to prevent customers from accidentally destroying their makeup when trying on clothes, thus making them dirty. Many women shopping have to make up, and in the trial of clothes over the head, accidentally lip gloss, blush, foundation is very easy to rub to the clothes, Hermes clothes, and very expensive, so the store prepared silk scarf. Customers try clothes before the silk scarf over the head, so that it will not rub to the clothes, which is careful. The silk scarf will be replaced once used, thousands of dollars of things almost as a disposable supplies to use. This is the real luxury, the general public cannot imagine. Shenny is not a woman, naturally cannot use these, and even if dirty does not matter, the big deal is to buy directly. The clothes were standardized, very well fitting and comfortable, so there was no need to continue to change to other models. Walking out of the fitting room, Shenny was about to make a big purchase, is to see the store came in a new guest. The two of them looked like boyfriend and girlfriend, the man was dressed in a suit and the woman was also well dressed. Shenny swept through the other's clothes and wristwear, and although it was not right to judge a person by his appearance, he guessed that the other party was at most considered to be a middle-class person. Sure enough, just heard the lady some anxious to one of the counter lady asked, "May I ask you this have 25 centimeters Togo leather Birkin?" The lady shook her head with an unchanged smile and said, "Sorry, we don't have it here." "What about Constance?" "No." "Kelly?" "No." Hearing the words of the teller, the lady was a bit disappointed, but then revealed a kind of bitter feeling that it was really like that. Shenny saw this heart shook his head. It is really to buy Hermes leading three major styles BKC that is claimed that no woman can resist their temptation, but it is also true that how many women open their mouths to Hermes but simply do not have a chance to their family's bag and may even store have not come in. This is the average man will not go to the field of understanding, and I do not know why the woman is so obsessed with the bag. However, the lady's expression does not look like someone who does not understand the rules of buying Hermes bags. Looking at her that way to more like to take a chance. The man beside the lady, at this time has also revealed a helpless and a kind of embarrassed look. Chapter 23 Not according to the common sense of the Chen Xiao. Hermes bags are expensive and few in number. This brand has an extremely strict manufacturing process for its own bags. Each one is made by hand, with the most good leather, and even on the color has reached an extremely demanding level. Hermes bag, the most famous three series is Birkin, Constance and Kelly, known as BKC, the cheapest of which is also almost 5 to 60,000 yuan price. The general man on the price of the lady's bag does not have any concept. Of course, other luxury brands of the bag price may not be so exaggerated, just Hermes is the existence of the standing on the crown, but also countless women dream of. The thing is that Hermes is the only one that stands on the crown and is the dream of countless women. Because of the limited production of these bags, naturally expensive, in fact, Hermes of these models of the bag appearance is not particularly large. Each year the new models are generally only in the details of the changes, the price of the bag in addition to the luxury premium and the size of the most important thing to look at is the skin. It's like being Hermes stores to ask the cabinet lady of the lady asked Togo leather, this is his family's entry leather, leather is bull, that is, the above said the cheapest type. But things are expensive, but also because of this, is to let Hermes stores in the sale of bags have some bad rules, that is, with goods. What is matching goods? Simply put is bundled sales. If you want to buy a 50,000 yuan bag, if you really take 50,000 yuan over to Hermes stores, no matter what you want to buy packages, the teller will absolutely say no, like the lady in front of this. If you really want to buy, it is necessary to match the goods, buy some Hermes family of other things to get enough money. People will sell you, generally match the proportion between 0.5 to 15. For example, to buy a 50,000 Hermes bag, you need to spend a minimum of 75,000 in order to buy, the 25,000 need to buy his family of other things, which is still considered to be the least proportion. This kind of bundled sales, although bad, but has long become the Hermes customers and sales between the unspoken rules, we all unspoken, but also is considered to enhance the B-style, which also let the hands of Hermes bags those girls hand holding the bag more vain. Hermes has become a status symbol. The tellers also in this kind of bundled sales to get the commission is higher. So Hermes bags in the second-hand market is very hot, is because the second-hand market does not need to match the goods, coupled with the package of such things as long as the maintenance of good can be used for a long time. Some of the hard work to save money for the girls bite the bullet and buy a second-hand. However, the matching is not absolute, like some small city consumption level is not high. There happens to be a Hermes store, or store a bag backlog for too long, directly sell you. This situation is generally rare, is the need for luck, want to buy their own preferred models is even more unlikely to be able to sell the kind of or cold or color does not work. The woman who came to Hermes to buy a bag should be to understand the doorway, look at her look like to chance. Shenny secretly shook his head at this. This store is considered the largest store in Xinjiang. How can you encounter that kind of luck here? As for the man's embarrassment is probably because of the poor, so he stood here like a needle in the felt. The man is most afraid of losing face. His girlfriend to buy a bag cannot be bought, but also subject to the eyes of the teller, the average man who suffered, and if he is really rich, there is not so much to do. Shenny casually surveyed some. Look at this pair of men and women are 27 or 88 years old, may also have an annual income of 200,000. At this age have such an income, even in the big city has been very good, but even so in the face of these top luxury goods, and even as a younger brother's qualifications are not, to buy a bag are so troublesome, because to go to the matching goods will have to spend the tens of thousands of dollars, the general public will be the heart of the blood. An ordinary person to buy a luxury goods are so difficult, but for those who are really rich, these are the basic life consumption. Do not see those top celebrities. Hermes bags are a set on a cabinet. This thing for them is not a luxury goods, is completely cabbage. The life of the rich is really something to aspire to. Chenny retracted his eyes and smiled at the salesman beside him. I'll choose the clothes, you hold them for me. This counter clerk's sister age is more than 20 years old, temperament is very good, according to Cheney's scoring, if with makeup, definitely is also a more than 80 points close to 90 points of beauty. She was wearing a decent professional dress, it seems to have had some basic grooming training, wearing a pair of stockings of the jade standing there are so some air traveler's flavor. Hermes this kind of luxury store and the Ritz-Carlton kind of high luxury hotel, the image of the staff of the temperament is very important, not necessarily are the kind of particularly beautiful beauty, but the temperament must have. At the very least, Chenny is sure that this sales lady in daily life is definitely the object of many men to please. That kind of big hand wave all by the form seems to have momentum, but let Chenny do not like, and leisurely walk type of hand picking, but more show at ease. Well, this Odyssey t-shirt should be the cheapest one here, only 3,000 yuan, the color is very good, suitable for collocation, 2 colors, yellow and white, the same one. This coated shirt color is the kind of slightly deep pink, the average person is estimated to be difficult to wear out of type, but now they are a rack, and let Leo go to the collocation division, I can also be used as a collocation, take away, a more than 8,000. Rayur's round neck t-shirt is the classic black, but in the neckline edge but there is a circle of powder, look very fashionable, 7,800 yuan. Hey, this etude shirt design is a little bit to see, but give a person's feeling is very stunning, a dark tone, a light tone, I'll take away to let the collocation division to match me, 14,000 yuan, 2 pieces is 28,000 yuan. Now is still summer, here's the clothes are spring and summer clothes, light to buy t-shirts cannot, at least to buy some shirts, cash slim shirt, the color is monotonous but very warm, can set off a kind of warm male temperament, 6,000 yuan to take away. This cactus flower shirt looks very flirty, suitable for my kind of handsome young man 9,500 yuan can also be. Many men will not match the clothes, Chenny is the same, simply put, is the straight male aesthetic, the pursuit of beauty is also a discipline, need to learn slowly, learn well. However, it does not matter, they will not as long as the money on the line, to find clothing with the teacher to help themselves in accordance with the body with can, and the premise of all this is to have to buy more different styles and colors of clothing, so that with the teacher have to choose. Chenny just according to their favorite aesthetic randomly selected, in fact, according to his body now perfect proportion, these clothes are master design, even in how to wear will not be ugly. The side of the counter lady is a little stunned, looking at Chenny that leisurely look, her first thought is not met the tycoon, but met a liar, but temperament so good and so handsome liar, just do not know he cheated not cheat heart? There is no way, a person wearing ground floor goods in Hermes to buy clothes like this, it is estimated that people will be suspected of being a liar, which is why many people go to Hermes to buy things, they will wear the clothes of the Hermes family as well as take the Hermes bag, so that they can show their identity. The real tycoon is not interested in that set of pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, since you can make people look at you adoringly, why do you have to pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger to make people despise you first, and not character M? Chenny also did not make it difficult for the counter keeper, he took out a business card and handed it over, smiling, by the time the clothes to me here. The receptionist took the business card and saw the font on it, and her face immediately changed. That is the Ritz-Carlton to the presidential suite customers prepared business cards, in case customers go out to buy a whole lot of things to let people sent to the hotel, but also their own name and room number of the hotel name and room number how low directly handed a business card on the solution. As Hermes sales, naturally know a lot about luxury goods, but also know more about the significance of the Ritz-Carlton presidential suite customers, can live one night's 70,000 yuan presidential suite, how can it be a poor man? Immediately, the counter girl's attitude was even more enthusiastic, if it was because Chenyi's good looks made her smile polite with a hint of sincerity, then now her smile is all sincere and brilliant. Mister, your name? As she asked for her surname, the young lady complained in her heart that she had met such a rich young master who did not act according to common sense, but fortunately, there was still a chance to make up for it. The pair of men and women who were still tugging at the counter were also looking at the place with a dazed look, and the other counters were not stupid, and after realizing that something was wrong, they immediately surrounded a whole bunch of people, and each one of them grabbed to help Chenny to get something. This is to see a really rich person? The two were stunned to think. Chapter 24 came to all come, do not spend money how to line. Mr. Chen, this is a new product from our family. Mr. Chen, take a look at this. Mr. Chen. The salesman, who had been indifferent to Chenny before, had already felt that they were unattainable at this time. A few counter ladies surrounded Chenny, with gracious and humble smiles on their faces, and enthusiastically introduced all kinds of Hermes products to him. However, the scene was not chaotic, the main introduction was the pretty girl who was named by Chenny, while the other young ladies smiled sweetly and helped him carry things at the back. The young ladies played their own 3-inch tongue, trying their best to sell the products, hoping Chenny could buy some more. However, Chenny waved his hand and said, I came to school here in Xinjiang and I don't have a change of clothes, so this time I am mainly purchasing some clothes, so forget about those messy ones. It seems to be refusing to buy those things that are blown out of proportion by the counter ladies, but it doesn't make the salesman feel that Chun-Yi is penniless, but rather that he is really trenchant. Because of the unspoken rule of buying a Hermes bag with a matching item, many girls who come over to buy a bag with their savings also have to pick up some other Hermes products. And the choice of goods, such as silk scarves Hermes sign, is generally a must-have choice, and other goods are generally wallets, pendants, dinner plates, tea sets, hats, and even coats. Such items. But very few people choose to clothes, mainly those other items can be used for a long time, even if it is very expensive to buy is not a loss of too much, can also be used all the time, but the clothes are different, especially this kind of t-shirt shirt type of clothing is a typical consumables, spend 10,000 to buy a wallet belt can accept, but spend 10,000 to buy a t-shirt shirt, the general public can't accept, this thing premium is too high. Only really rich people will buy these clothes in large quantities. Chun-Yi this only buy clothes do not buy other things requirements, in the eyes of these clerks is synonymous with the real trench. Hermes men's clothes are already considered cheap, the most expensive of these clothes is only 10,000, if you go next door to Chanel to see those women's clothes, 3 to 5 million abound. It can only be said that the woman's money is better to earn. At the same time, Chun-Yi's answer also let these tellers get a message, that is, Chun-Yi is not people in Xincheng, he is to go to school in Xincheng, the next few years a lot of time to stay in Xincheng, that is to say, this is a potential future customers, but also these tellers are the most eager to get the customer. No wonder he came to Hermes dressed like this, he probably had a very strict upbringing, and now he is finally going to college so he is liberated. The counter salesmen are out of this idea, the heart more and more austere, because can cultivate such temperament big young family is absolutely not simple, is likely to be those real aristocratic family members. Chun-Yi bought some summer clothes, pants, shoes, wallets, belts, and other things like that, just like shopping in a supermarket, and then he saw the ladies' silk scarves. Do not say, Hermes' signature silk scarf is really good looking, even if it is a woman to wear also let Chun-Yi this big man moved, and is not too expensive, a piece of less than 4,000 yuan, immediately Chun-Yi is casually picked 7 or 8 different patterns, although they cannot wear, but can be sent to others, first of all, you can send back to their own mothers. Directly to the mother to buy too expensive things may scare her, but buy a piece of 4,000 yuan silk scarf or can have a lot of excuses to fool the past, since there is money, of course, also want to let their own hard work to raise adults' parents to live a good life. A pair of Hermes sneakers ranging from 50 to 70. Here slippers are also good, a pair of $5,000 or so, the belt is almost the price is not very expensive, in addition to tens of thousands of dollars in the wallet, Chun-Yi's this purchase is completed. Because many things to buy are not a piece, the final price of account of more than 300,000, look at more, but in fact, for some of the rich sweeping, which has been considered less. This is mainly because Chun-Yi now does not have much cash, only more than $1 million. It may seem like such a luxury to buy things, a breath of the system issued by the 10 million almost spend all very irrational, but Chun-Yi this is in the transformation of their own view of wealth and spend money thinking, the rich and the poor in the spending of money on the thinking are different, if still the previous kind of withholding the concept of spending money to use in the present, then he will never be able to make their own view of money to get free. Moreover, even if he didn't spend money now, he would still have to come here to shop when the system paid his salary next time, and since he would have to buy sooner or later, why not buy it first and enjoy it in advance? Chun-Yi thinks he doesn't spend much money, but in the eyes of the counter sisters, this is already a real trench. Such a customer, although there are but definitely not many, is an important resource that every salesperson must grasp in their hands. And the two came to Hermes want to buy bags of men and women, this time has been dumbfounded, this in the Hermes store random sweep, and only buy clothes such consumables, the blink of an eye to spend out more than 300,000 scenarios, they are really only in the novels have seen. Even if they went to Uniqlo to buy those 1 or 200 clothes they wouldn't dare to buy like this, let alone Hermes. That 27 or 88-year-old man's face was a bit unsightly at this time, most of the women here are women, men are very good at face saving, he is now standing in the middle of such a group of ladies only to feel very embarrassed, and even did not dare to look around, and wanted to pull his girlfriend away, but couldn't find an excuse. He can only be jealous of the heart muttered a few words is not born good well, but this kind of words he absolutely do not dare to say out, face even more do not dare to have what jealousy color, as long as it is a little bit of emotional intelligence IQ people know that will only make their own in the eyes of other people to become more low, and belongs to the face of their own to pass over to let other people hit the brainwashed behavior. Most of the people are normal people, those IQ problem brain dead cannot say there is no, but it is not easy to see. At this time, the counter girl who was called by Chun-Yi to serve herself asked cautiously, Mr. Chen, do you want to see my family's newest bag this year? She didn't think Chun-Yi would buy it, she just asked normally, this Chen Daisho looked like he was coming over to buy daily necessities and didn't have any lady with him, so what was the point of buying a lady's bag? For the average person who wants to buy a bag also need to go to the distribution of goods and so on with a lot of trouble, but for Chun-Yi such a real hero, that let Hermes' reputation of the bag instead of becoming dispensable things. In fact, in the heart of the cabinet lady, Chun-Yi buy or not to buy the bag is indifferent, Hermes' bag commission is not high, because this thing even if there is no sale, there are countless women rush to buy, so the salespeople let people buy the bag when they need to go to the distribution, so that they can make their commission becomes high. And Chen Yi, who bought all the other Hermes products in one go, was simply the perfect big gold master in their hearts. However, Chen Yi felt that he had come here, so he might as well watch and buy a bag. Chapter 25, A word from the upper class can change your life. Chen Yi didn't know about bags, but he had crammed a bunch of knowledge before he came. As a godly tycoon, if you don't even know some of the rules of a luxury store and accidentally show your face over here, it doesn't match your godly tycoon status. Maverick in the real upper class society will be despised by others. No rules. The upper class is the reason why the upper class is because there are those rules blocking the entry of ordinary people, divided in ordinary people's difference boundaries, but also it is these rules become the object of the ordinary people's longing and fantasizing. So to break the rules is to degrade oneself, to be in the company of the common people. Bring me all the latest items from your side. Chen Yi nodded his head in a very cultured manner and said to the teller ladies in a light-hearted manner. The tellers are happy, immediately is busy up, brought the 2017 models of the latest Hermes bags. In fact, the new is not much. Hermes is that the 3 series, each year the new is also in the details of the changes, the rest is some of the color of the different. That buy bags did not buy to this is disappointed ready to leave the lady. See these are cabinet sisters out of the display to Chen Yi look at the bag, immediately eyes is straight, the foot is like a root like, no longer move. Didn't you guys say that these styles are not available? Then what are these? She growled inwardly, but didn't really dare to shout out. She couldn't afford to lose that face when she knew the rules of distribution, and she wasn't that kind of shrew. Moreover, this kind of shrew will only face the bottom of the people will shout, really let them face those upper class people, face those luxury big business, they rather not dare to make a fuss, because these people are not better than the bottom of the people to bully, dare to go to make a fuss of a long time ago to be killed, all kinds of lawsuits can make you can't go on with your life, and even the family is broken, not to mention some other means. To put it bluntly, it is a bully. They dare to roar at the security guards at the door, but all of them long for the scenery of the upper class, full of currying favor. Chen Yi looked at the bags that were taken out by the cabinet sisters, and directly said, leave the alligator, 25 bag on the line. These bags are women's romance, may let women pick they can stand here picking a day, if you can buy a Hermes bag for women, really what posture can be unlocked, but Chen Yi is a man, see so many bags will feel brain pain. He directly let the teller put away the other bags, leaving only the alligator leather, that is, the Hermes family's top crocodile skin, 25 centimeters style bag to stay. As I said before, the price of the bag lies in the leather. The lady at the door to buy togo is the cheapest leather, and alligator is the most expensive crocodile skin of Hermes. But in fact, crocodile skin is also divided into 3, 6, 9 classes. The most luxurious is the Australian wild bay crocodile skin, the kind of very rare. Generally this kind of skin out of the bag of several million general stores cannot be purchased, only you become the person's partner, that is, spend money to accumulate enough to be able to sell to you. Next is the Mississippi alligator skin, Nile crocodile skin and so on, but this crocodile skin also want to subdivide the realm of luxury goods in the high end. In the high end, may only be those who are really the top of the celebrities and noble women will really understand. Chen Yi knew that he still had a lot to learn. Before the cabinet sisters out of the bag all of a sudden a lot less, but Chen Yi look or headache, he is not a woman, where do you know what women like the color is the first to choose, and then there are buttons is to choose a cold tone, warm tone, or medium tone. But of course, Chen Yi will not reveal the difficult emotions, directly said, this year's popular colors are pink, elephant gray, pomegranate red and peacock green, right? These models for me to see. The teller heard, this is a know-how it may be the kind of always pay attention to the fashion circle of the young, and the kind of simply spend money blindly by the landlord is completely different. That kind of person at most you think he has money, but do not know anything, while Chen Yi a few words but people feel noble, exquisite, and even let a person has been associated with his daily life of the details of the various. Young Chen, I'm sorry, the elephant gray is no longer available. The counter girl said apologetically, this is really no longer available, not the kind that is obviously available but just not for you to see. Chen Yi waved his hand to show that he did not care. Hermes stores like this from the headquarters of the goods are unspoken rules. The store manager will only take those familiar customers prefer the type of color, those people are the gold father. If Chen Yi here to buy more, mixed familiar, later come back to this store, will be surprised to find every time the Hermes new models on the goods, this store on the goods are according to his preferences. This is the difference between the rich and the poor. People's luxury stores will choose the goods in accordance with your taste to make you feel at home. As for those who are over to buy a package to pretend you like what kind of off my pee thing? Looking at the few remaining Hermes bags, Chen Yi suddenly understand why women are so obsessed with the bag, do not say, is really TM good looking. Women love beauty, and different bags with different clothes can really add a few points to a woman's beauty. On this peacock green K6 I like the bag on your store, do not send me to the hotel to go, next time I bring people over, you directly to her. Chen Yi smiled and suffered. The tellers heard, immediately eyes are green, Chen Yi mouth of the person is bound to be a girl, get a more than 300,000 Hermes Platinum Series alligator bag this is the average girl even think dare not think. I don't know which girl is that lucky. In fact, Chen Yi does not know who the girl is, but save for a rainy day, to do a good job of basic security for their future sex life. But I have to say that women's money is good money. A bag sold more than 300,000 Chani before buying so many things to this price, which are on top of a Mercedes-Benz C-Class sedan. At this time Chani has long changed to good clothes, etudes t-shirt, simple Sanet slim pants and sneakers, looks fresh and clean and fashionable, teenage breath full, and the rest of those things he has let people sent to the hotel. Today's procurement is completed, carried out after the identity entry is also time to go. Before leaving, Chen and more asked a sentence, by the way, you have 25 bag, Togo leather baguette? There are some, Chen less you still need? The lady at the counter continued to be full of enthusiasm and respect. Chenny used his hand to point to the lady who was preparing to leave regretfully, and casually said, you sell it to her. After speaking, Chenny directly left, leaving the crowd with a dashing back. The lady was stunned, surprised to look at Chenny's back, eyes excited. If this time Chenny stopped, it is expected to go over to the knees. She just want to buy a bag, and do not want to go to buy those matching goods. Chenny's sentence, it can be said that she saved tens of thousands of dollars, and tens of thousands of dollars for an ordinary person is not a small amount of money. And her boyfriend standing beside her faces green, look embarrassed and do not know what to do. Do I pull my girlfriend away? Or should I continue here with my girlfriend? If you pull away, your girlfriend will definitely be angry, and may directly break up, but continue to be here. I feel that I was green In order to curry favor with Chen Yi, the future visible customer, the attitude of the tellers immediately changed by 180 degrees, and began to introduce different bags to the lady, who had previously said that we had nothing here, but now it was all there. A simple word from a high-class person can change many things. Chapter 26 Sister, you're really not worth $300,000. Chenny left in style. As for that couple will eventually develop into what is none of his business. Anyway, their own this is called a good thing does not leave a name. If the man because of jealousy or inferiority complex and quarrel or break up, can only show that this relationship is not sincere. Shu etching, added the VX of the big young man just now. After Chenny left, the Hermes store was much cooler. Not every day there is a tycoon over to sweep the goods. A few counter sisters do not have to take care of the tycoon, but also idle some. One of the slightly older counter sisters ran over in a huff and asked for the most beautiful counter sister that Chenny had named to serve him. Men would always like to talk about women in private. Women actually like to talk about men as well. Everyone was just as gossipy. Wo Shueqing glanced, is the mouth a pout road, added but what is the use? I and others is the customer relationship. Estimates people will not look at me more than one glance. Hey, that little handsome is really fragrant people handsome temperament and good, simply is the dream of Prince Charming wow, such a little fresh meat if you were willing to, sister I just do not want anything or willing to accompany. The older counter sister said excitedly, eyes full of light. Said to be older, in fact, the person is 28 or 9 years of age, with her looks temperament to recognize a lot of handsome, but can let her direct spring heart is not much. The problem is that the identity of the man like a beautiful girl, let him if the girl is still a rich white beauty, it is more people want to conquer, which has a beggar reversal of the pleasure sense in it. The fact is that the two sides are different in terms of class, which makes them attractive. Wo Shueqing see their own colleagues to put flirty, is to roll a white eye said. The first time I saw my colleague's flirtation, I rolled my eyes and said, okay, then you give me the VX, maybe the little handsome man likes me like this. Wo Shueqing immediately is vigilant up, curse to you want to EP, immediately said, come on sister, you and the flirty to the young master to scare, I do not lack of suitors, which is so casual people. First of all, not to mention the young masters cannot look at their own, but this big customers and commission is real, the relationship between colleagues is not better than classmates, the future is not likely to resign someday, this colleague will no longer have contact with, who knows next to the posturing woman is not going to lie to their own customer information, to prevent a hand is always right. Wo Shueqing is also working for 2 years, on these doors clear. This kind of need to eat commission to have high income, and the customer is so much need to grab their own work, the surface colleagues and gas, behind the scenes maybe how to scold each other. Wo Shueqing and as a glance at Chenny bought after the store on the more than 300,000 Hermes platinum bag, heartbeat is also some speed up, if there is such a bag, in fact, some of the things can also be well. Sister you really not worth 300,000. If Chenny knows people's ideas must be so spit, 300,000 is not anyone can call the price, in order to market aspects of economic stability, even if it is the god ho also cannot arbitrarily inflate P price. To say in Hermes this kind of luxury store work is actually very miserable, you go to work every day full of tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of luxury goods, but none of these things is your. Occasionally in the store to see those tycoon sweeping, especially with a woman to the tycoon, if the woman is not as good looking as you, it is easy to let the heart of the person is not balanced. Because I have seen too many rich people, seen too much of that higher class lifestyle, but you are not class and not much money, the psychological gap is very huge, so even if there is a suitor will become uninterested, because people are afraid to compare. Similarly, the air travel this profession is actually so, especially the kind of international routes, have been to too many cities, seen too many things, also in the first class has seen too many rich people, and your own income cannot match the insights, the feeling can be not good at all, a huge gap is quite easy to take the wrong way. Firm-minded, do not care about their own fall is to live their own days of course, and also a lot of people, but that's because there is no one in front of you to tempt you. If there is a devil to lure you into the upper class of the prosperity, that situation can still maintain a firm mind, and is willing to return to the ordinary talent is really great. In just a few days, Shenny felt that he could not return. Shenny is a very dedicated person, since the recognition of Hermes that there is no need to go to other luxury stores turn, and his current cash actually cannot be prohibited to continue to build so. Together with the bag, Shenny spent almost 700,000 in one breath, and now the cash in hand only left less than 800,000, completely into the poor state. I would like to buy a watch again, but this money is not enough, next month and say it. Shenny shrugged his shoulders, for now this situation too was very open. In fact, the system temporarily only gave him 10 million on the good, if you give too much, but may let him be completely corroded by the money, and now so at least can pocket the bottom. The stomach is a little hungry, the dinner, Shenny thought, but do not know what to eat, although already poor, but go to eat a variety of meals or eat up, just eat this kind of thing, only one person is always very boring. Wealthy people do not return to their hometowns, such as brocade clothes at night. For a time, Shenny suddenly felt some loneliness, become rich, but there is no one who can go to share, this happiness seems to have been reduced by half. Shaking his head, forgetting this pretentious idea, he walked to the underground parking lot and got into his Ferrari, and drove into the most prosperous part of the street in Xinjiang with a roar. Surrounded by high-rise buildings, pedestrians are endless. Even in the bustling scene of this cosmopolitan city, a Ferrari is still an eye-catching presence. I don't know how many people in the airwave sweeping past will look at a glance. There are some know how to car would like to take a closer look at the car model. Mouth issued a gasp, eyes show envy. But Shenny at this time is difficult. Do not care what you drive a luxury car, cannot find a parking space is not to find a parking space. No way under the car can only be parked in the underground parking lot of a building. They are walking out. Chen Dazhao finally decided to go to a busy area will inevitably have a famous store McDonald's. The store is located in the center of the city's main shopping mall. Chapter 27, A Man Loves a Beautiful Woman, It's Only Right and Proper. There was no one who said that rich people couldn't eat McDonald's and had to have delicious delicacies every day. Western-style fast food, this kind of thing most people hate, is actually its nutritional problems. Eat more really unhealthy, easy to get fat. Shenny reborn before with the rise in years, the metabolism slows down, once never eat fat body also began to grow meat, which makes him sigh the so-called eat not fat or lying. But after rebirth now it does not matter, in addition to becoming younger metabolism accelerated, is Shenny has a system in the body, exercise can be that excess fat and calories can be reduced, the occasional eat a junk food is also worry-free. When eating alone, these junk foods instead seem to have flavor. Hanglung Plaza is located in Jinling Road, which is the most prosperous area in Xinjiang. The crowd is like weaving. The more this kind of busy area, such as McDonald's, KFC, and other fast food restaurants, are more people. Walking into the store door and looking at the crowd inside, Shenny slightly shook his head and wanted to leave, but then again, he felt that there was no hurry anyway, so he ate here. Standing at the back waiting in line, there were pairs of gazes gazing over from all around, especially from the girls, but they were completely attracted by Chenyi's appearance and temperament, and had nothing to do with what he was wearing. Don't look at Chenyi's body now. A t-shirt can top a white-collar worker's monthly salary, but ordinary people who recognize these luxury goods. How many serious people can recognize the brand from the appearance of the clothes or watches, unless it is those clothes with exposed trademarks, or those who pay attention to the fashion circle every day? Because everyone knew that these things were not accessible to their own class, very few people really went to study them. After waiting for a while, it was Chenyi's turn. Under the extremely fast and noisy greeting of the ordering clerk, Chenyi casually ordered some food. There was no need to waste it, what he had just ordered was enough for one meal. After picking up his food, Chenyi was in a bit of a dilemma. It was now mealtime, and this was a busy area. Trying to find a place to eat at McDonald's was difficult. Packing up and taking it back to eat? Forget it, it's not just for the sake of having a good time. Who would eat McDonald's junk food if they really go back to eat? The Ritz-Carlton chef is comparable to the Michelin level. Doesn't it smell good? Chenyi's sight was suddenly attracted by a person. That is a young girl who does not look old, a head of hair black, with a standard melon face, the skin seems to be white porcelain, snowlight lingering, she wore light makeup, the pair of beautiful eyes should be wearing pupils, appearing dark and god. Only she is slightly weak and showy, less of those workplace women's harsh, so Chenyi is to think that this girl should not be very old, at most is a college student appearance. In reality, rarely come across the kind of see a beautiful woman on the road, but see a beautiful woman on the street, will slow down a little footsteps to look at a few more eyes to be true. It is true that men who walk past this girl will subconsciously turn their heads to take a look at her, and those who sit at the table next to her will even sneak a look at her. Shenyi felt that this girl is very stunning, and the corner of her eyes are slightly playful, her red lips are slightly thin, and she looks kind of cold and colorful, that is the kind of looks demonic and charming feeling. 98 points. Shenyi hadn't taken a closer look, but gave a rather high score after just one glance. Of course this was according to his aesthetic. Shenyi couldn't guarantee that his aesthetics were the same as everyone else's, but as long as they weren't aesthetic oddballs, they would all agree that this was a great beauty. As for 100 points or something, that was a very false thing. Even Chenny didn't know what a woman with a perfect score in his mind looked like, so he probably had to go to the second dimension to find it. Opposite this girl sat a man. At first glance it looked like a boyfriend and girlfriend, but Chenny was able to conclude that the two were not. If they were boyfriend and girlfriend, they should be more intimate, and now most of the time as that man has been talking, the girl only occasionally responded to a sentence. The expression on the face are very few. Men and women in love chatting is not like this. Chenny end of the hands of the dinner plate thought is to walk over. The heart is of course also have some other ideas. Who dares to say that they see a beautiful woman do not want to recognize? Who dares to say that he doesn't want to recognize a beautiful woman when he sees one? Most people don't dare to do so. Chenny is dare, thanks to his teacher before rebirth. When he studied psychology, there is a lesson as the teacher asked them to go to the bus to pick up, and then write out the feeling of heartbeat at that time. That year Chenny is still young, a little more bold, and the teacher's endorsement, he secretly followed a beautiful girl in the school on the bus, using everyone as a school as an excuse to start a conversation pick-up. The result is naturally tragic. Then Chenny long thin, people and no money, lack of self-confidence. The girl had a hitch to answer, self-centered to do their own thing, get off the bus after the run. Not to mention, want to cry. But the only good thing about it is that it gives Chenny the courage to strike up a conversation with strangers, but as he grows older, his courage in this area seems to be somewhat depressed again. Hitchhiking this kind of thing, the most need to pay attention to is the opening statement of the excuse, and now there is an excuse. That pair of men and women are sitting in a 4-person seat, 2 people beside the empty seats, their own this cannot find the land of eating, naturally is the excuse. Hello, may I ask if there is someone here? Chenny asked politely, but although he was asking, the plate in his hand had already been placed on the table. He had already determined that no one was here. Hearing a stranger speak, the man and woman both raised their heads. There was no one here. There is someone. Both of them replied at the same time, only the content that came out of their replies were diametrically opposed. Chenny and the boy in front of him exchanged a glance, and it was him who said there was someone. At the same time, Roy also concluded that these two people were really not very old. Nowadays, children were developing too fast. It was already hard to directly determine the age. Elementary school students did not have the body of a high school student. However, boys compared to girls easier to judge some, because the same age of the boy to be more tender than the girl, to put it nicely called youthful vivacity, to put it bluntly is not stable enough. The boy in front of Chenny's feeling is that kind of impatience is not stable feeling. To be honest, this boy is quite handsome, is the type of clean white type, and also slightly dressed up. Long itself is good and will dress up, in this age group must be very popular with girls. But also, look at the boy's appearance as chasing this super good looking girl. If he looks ugly, then Chenny can only admire his confidence and courage. The boy was a bit embarrassed after he finished speaking, probably because he was absolutely the opposite of what he and the object of his pursuit had said, making him a bit weak. The girl may feel that it is not good to lose the face of a friend. The voice of Chenny explained one more sentence. We have a friend to come over later, but she may need a little time. If you do not have a place you can first sit here to eat. Chenny looks handsome and good temperament, and he did not come up to directly accost. That will let the girls produce vigilance, so the girl's first impression of Chenny is very good. It was only natural that men liked beautiful women and women liked handsome men. Listening to this girl's very polite words, the voice is also very clear and beautiful. Chenny is sighing, is not blocking the Chongji on the good. Chapter 28 Hair Ce Rong Zhu Yun. Chenny sat down. Since this pair of men and women are sitting opposite each other, Chenny rightfully is sitting next to the girl. The boy on the opposite side glared at Chenny, presumably because he felt that he was sitting next to the person he was pursuing was a bit upset. Especially Chenny already looks and body are male god template, and temperament introverted and stable, but also has some sharp. I guess the boy is feeling the pressure, are a little fidgety. Said boy, in fact, the other party and Chenny is now about the same age, only Chenny is born again, has long experienced countless social weather, in his eyes in front of this person is a boy. You yourself don't sit next to other girls, you have to sit on the opposite side, blame me? Chenny felt funny in his heart, and with a frown, he glared back. Although he was quite good-tempered and respectful, the prerequisite for everything was for others to respect themselves. Even the Chenny before he was reborn had no pressure to face this kind of brat, let alone the one who was sitting on a system and wearing a title on his head after he was reborn. That Gingo title was indeed a bit intimidating. Chenny himself was startled when he first looked in the mirror, and the little boy on the opposite side of the room was immediately frightened by Chenny's glare, lowering his head and not daring to look at him. Perhaps he felt ashamed of himself. He also did not look at Chenny, is to sit next to Chenny's girl said, Wan Jui, Eugene you went to arrive ah? He did not slant his eyes and stared straight at the beauty in front of him, as if there was still a little bit of smugness. Because you know a beautiful woman, can you be complacent because you can communicate with a beautiful woman in such a casual manner? Chenny was a bit amused, but he could understand people. At first, he also knew a lot of beautiful girls, although when beautiful girls go out to eat when almost all the attention is on the other girls there, but occasionally if a man peeping here, he will also produce a trace of complacency. However, only from the other side of the name, we know that these two people should be at most friends or classmates relationship if it is a man and woman friends, not to say that what to call the name of Mushy, at the very least, will also use nicknames to the right, rather than such a direct name, and also appears to be very hard. Ruanjui is a pretty good name, people look pretty, have 98 points, the name is even better. To say that the name of this thing is sometimes really important, the past Chenny know a good-looking girl, the girl is very hard to study, but because the family is a rural area, to give her a Zheng Hongyan this name, immediately feel that the beauty of the 3 points down. That called Ruanjui beautiful girl raised white wrist to look at the time, voice clear and beautiful said, Jean you said it is 7:32, the latest may be 8 o'clock, girls go out is always very troublesome, and now the time has not yet arrived, we will wait, Li want you do not be anxious. Seeing Ruanjui speak a little bit unpleasant, called Li want the boy is panicked, hey, no, I did not rush her, is the... I just want to find words. Chenny Heartslander, slowly and methodically fill the stomach, the heavens and the earth to eat the biggest, although the beauty of the beautiful, but she really does not top satiety. At the same time, Chenny is also observing the situation, if now directly over to accost, anyway, will cause people's vigilance, timing is always important. Of course, if the beauty is now ready to go, Chenny if you do not want to give up, it can only be cheeky to go over to the accosting, but that accosting in the exchange after there will be some trouble. Because you are too active, it is easy to be like a dog licker. This kind of beauty may not chase many people, because many people of self-awareness dare not go after, but the dog licker is absolutely quite a lot. Although Chenny thinks he is very good, can stand out from the licking dog into a small wolf dog, even if the use of money, maybe also can directly succeed. But men are cheap, if you use money to chase a girl, will immediately think that the girl worship gold, is love your money do not love your people, it is easy to let you think nonsense. And the thing between men and women is the most afraid of is suspicion and messy thinking. Money can solve 95% of the things in the world, but there are always 5% of the things that money cannot solve, Chenny believes in this sentence. Men with a little bit of money are so contradictory, both hoping that the woman is not too poor to love the rich, but also hoping that their money can attract people's attention. Ruanjui wanted to say something, she looked at Li Xiang in front of her and said with a little admonition-like tone, Li Xiang, are you really going out with us tonight? Yes, why? All the college entrance examination is over, my family does not care about me, even if it is a little late to go back or even the night does not go back alright, that place I have not been, and you go to see a long time. Li wanted to busy said, tone of voice has a teenager characteristic of the young calf is not afraid of tiger's momentum, as if nothing is afraid, of course, this is good words, unpleasant words is. Lack of social beating Chenyi's heart size, he was beaten, his face was swollen kind. Seriously, if there is no system, even if it is reborn, Chenny will not think of climbing up the upper class, see the broader sky, just want to work hard to be a little money as a rich man will be satisfied. It is precisely because he has experienced more in society and seen more, that he realizes that some things need the right place, the right time, and the right people. Me. Ruanjui looked embarrassed and wanted to say something, but finally swallowed it back and changed the topic, saying, Jean Yu's speech is a bit hard to hear, so don't pay too much attention to what she says when she comes. Hey, it's not the first time I've seen Eugeniu like that, I'm used to it. When Li wanted to talk about the woman called Eugeniu, the annoyance and disgust on his face was almost directly expressed. It was as if he couldn't find the words to describe it, or as if he felt that those words were too unpleasant to say in front of his goddess, so his words were a bit ambiguous. It was so obvious, how could Ruanjui not see what he was really thinking? But she wasn't the kind of person who liked to badmouth people behind their backs, even though she was a little dissatisfied with some of Eugeniu's behavior, she didn't talk about people behind their backs. She withdrew her hand to take a sip of Coke, but because she was thinking about something else and not paying attention, her elbow touched the Coke cup. Chenny was quick to hold the Coke cup when it was about to be knocked over, but a few drops of Coke still spilled out and splashed onto Ruanjui's cuffs. When Chenny saw this scene, he thought to himself, if this Coke splashes on me, can I pretend to be a villain and say how much or how little my clothes cost, and then ask her to go and wash them? However, after seeing the clothes that the other party was wearing, Chenyi's idea was just gone. Chapter 29 First impression is the most important. Before did not pay attention to, now is to find, this girl's wear seems to be not simple. A world-printed cloth blue plain jersey, should be white cotton and linen mix, the lower body is wearing boyfriend-style blue cowboy pants, pants are not long, the leg of the pants at the slightly pulled up, revealing the girl's slender and soft ankles, snow white and transparent, the foot is wearing the same style as the top-style sneakers. If it was Chenny half a month ago, he definitely couldn't see what was wrong with this outfit, but now he recognized that the style of the clothes and shoes should be Dior. Although Dior seems to be operating in a way to make changes for the young people, there are some self-degradation, but it is still one of the top luxury goods nowadays, and Hermes and Chanel are also considered to be the same name. The reason why Chenny can see is that before he went to Hermes to buy things, let Leo to find him a bunch of fashion magazines, for the most important a few luxury brand spring and summer latest style, he is walking horse to see once. As the saying goes, if you're not quick, you're not quick. If you're talking to Chenny about previous fashion topics, he doesn't know anything about it, but if you're just talking about some of this year's big name styles and popular colors, he can still tell you a thing or two about it. Jeans this thing unless you let the girl take off to see the inside of the label, otherwise from the appearance of the look is really not good to distinguish, but people's clothes and shoes are Dior's. I think this pants is also a brand. This girl a dress down, may not be more expensive than Chinese this one, not the reason for the brand, is that the woman's things is more expensive than men, because women and geeks money is the best to earn Thank you. I'm sorry, I'm so sorry, I was careless. Her elbow suddenly touched the Coke and almost knocked it over, which scared Wanjui. She was relieved to see that Chen Yi was quick to help her hold down the Coke cup. Although the Coke didn't actually splash on Chen Yi, she apologized again and again. The young girl's voice was clear and pleasant, and there was also a sense of purity, although the girl was a bit cold and colorful, and the corners of her eyes were a bit charming, so people would be anxious to see her, and did not even dare to go and talk to her. But just from the 2 words of apology, and the rich expression and apology on her face when she accidentally touched the Coke cup, Chenny knew that this girl was different from her appearance, and her character was actually not cold at all. Chenny did not move and took out a tissue from his pants pocket, pointing to the girl's cuffs where a few drops of Coke splashed on it and said, "Wipe it off first, these clothes are not cheap, but it's useless to just wipe it off, so you might want to go outside and wash it properly after you go back." Chenny did not move his hands and feet directly over to the person to wipe, but will be the paper towel handed over, so that is turning over their own bags are also ready to get paper towels. Ruan Jui action paused for a moment, and directly took over Chenyi's paper towel began to wipe. The mouth is also said, "I'm really sorry, I didn't notice it at all just now, I almost spilled the cup, it didn't splash on you, did it?" Looking at the way she was wiping her clothes hard, it was obvious that she was still quite distressed about her clothes. At the same time, Ruanjui was also a bit surprised. She did not expect Chenyi to be able to see that her clothes are very expensive. To say that she can see that her bag is not cheap when she took the bag is normal, but a man can see the brand of the clothes, is obviously very concerned about the fashion. The bag she is holding is also Dior, very good to recognize, because there is a logo on it. Of course, the general straight man is estimated to not recognize, the men will only recognize the graphics card and CPU model, but if it is a girl, absolutely familiar with these, as a matter of fact. Dior's bag is not cheap, but it's not even close to Hermes, and many girls who have saved up money may bite the bullet and buy one for themselves, and it doesn't have as many rules as Hermes, so long as there are goods you wanna buy, you can buy. Before Ruanjui when Chenyi sat down, just swept a glance, think it is a seemingly quite handsome and very temperament man, but because Chenyi is sitting next to her, the girl's reserve let her will not go to peep at people. It was only then that she had the chance to take a closer look at him. Well, is a handsome man, but not handsome shocking point, and very good primping their own, that hairstyle looks to be a professional to do, clothes and pants like casually with, but because of the body type, no matter how to wear in fact, are very spiritual handsome. Look at his back straight, temperament masculine, at first glance like a soldier, but take a closer look and feel completely different, but very oppressive, that aura is almost opposite her. Want to throw out 8 streets. Ruanjui's first impression of Chenyi was very good, and Chenyi did not come up to court her or try to take advantage of her by handing her paper, then the senses are even better. No one can tell at a glance whether the soul of the other party is interesting or not. We first see the other party's appearance, behavior, and speech habits, thus forming a first impression, and then through the subsequent contact or plus or minus points. The first impression of the score is very important. In psychology, this is called the first cause effect, will have a huge impact on human cognition. We are all face value animals. Long handsome or long beautiful will have a great advantage of the first impression. Many men feel that those who dress up every day of the man sissy, but the woman just like these. The old lady hard work and his makeup and his toss to get their own beautiful, spend the money do not know how much, you so greasy out, who ing look at you, at least you have to primp yourself clean, get the spirit of the sharpet. In fact, this is a reciprocal relationship. I make myself beautiful, so that you take out face, you also have to make the spirit of the handsome point, so that I take out face I work hard to maintain the body is to have this slim body type, do not ask you to be a muscular man, at least cannot be too fat, right? I can adhere to their own body management, will dress up their own focus on instrumentation of the man, will naturally be in the heart of the girl points. It's okay, it didn't get on me. Chenyi slightly shook his head to indicate that he is okay here, and then it is a turn of phrase to change the topic asked, you just finished the college entrance examination? He asked casually, change the topic is not hard at all, it is to take advantage of this good opportunity to let the two sides familiarize themselves. Ruanjui will finish wiping the paper towel on the table. At this time she is already not much vigilance, naturally with her clear voice replied, I and he is the same classmate, is just after the college entrance examination, ready to go to the first year of college. That's a coincidence, I also just finished the college entrance examination, ready to go to the first year of college. Chenyi smoothly picked up. Hey, you also just finished the college entrance examination? I thought you were a senior. In fact, you are also a bit like the work of the I do not mean that you are older, just think you special mature. This girl does not speak to give a person a kind of high cold goddess of cold feeling, let a person to be deterred, but after talking is some chirping, is very agile and light, the corner of the eye if there is no charm also appears to be enchanting up. She said halfway feel as if this is not good to listen to, and is hurried to explain the remedy, looks very cute. Chapter 30, the correct pose of gift giving. Girl, your high cold goddess paradigm is gone. Chenyi heart funny. However, people are just a little long and cold too, and does not mean that people's character is also so cold. The so-called people cannot look like it, but the ancient people said there are always a few points of truth. Look at this girl, her eyes slightly narrow, with a charm, not allowed to get on the bed. Stop, cannot think, I am a serious person. Shen-yi convergence of thoughts, continue to talk to ask, where do you go to college? Shen-yi in fact chat very much do not like chatting flirty, also do not like to self-confessed humor, because if we laugh differently, it is easy to cold awkward. Of course, if you are an acquaintance, you can joke around. And he is a bit of mental cleanliness. If you come across a girl you like, you and her chatting flirty, the other side of the whole acceptance of rapid and you close the relationship, the man will easily suspect that this woman will not face other men when also like this. Xincheng Academy of Fine Arts. Ruanjui on this question is not much hesitation, directly is the answer, but in the words fell, she is stubborn like added, I'm not learning is not good to enroll in the Academy of Fine Arts, in fact, my cultural scores are very high, I just like to draw since childhood, and also practiced for so many years. This girl is also quite strong, afraid of others misunderstanding her enrollment in art schools as their own learning is not good, Ra explained a bunch. Shen-yi in fact does not care where people study, but even if people do not say on the mouth, in fact, the heart will always think that those who study well can be admitted to a good school in all aspects of the quality of some higher, somehow feel superior. In fact, Shen-yi think this to quite good, at least the college entrance examination is still relatively fair, in the college entrance examination through their own efforts to be superior, than in other areas, in their own powerlessness in the place of others to be superior to much stronger. Though no matter how good a university you actually get, you are actually given to exploitation after graduation, right? Hearts and poisonous chicken soup. Shen-yi continued to climb the pole said, a friend of mine is learning art, every day simply tired to death, but also to take care of normal schooling, but also cannot be too bad on the cultural subjects, every day with the same crazy, a chat with me and I said that I want to let me accompany him to drink. Shen-yi has no friends, but he does know some of these art students face enormous pressure. Shen-yi's words immediately spoke to Ruanjui's heart, and she poured out her grievances as if she were a confidant. Yes, many people still think that this is very easy for us to draw a picture and so on. When I was in my senior year of high school, I couldn't wait to go to bed at 3 a.m. and get up at 5 a.m. My face was full of pimples, and every day I had to face the sky, so I didn't care about maintenance. Especially the month of the Joint examination, sketching 2 a day, but also to make the supervisor satisfied, sketching a day more than 5, and to talk about the theory for a long time. Homework is also a lot of cell phones have to be put away for you to prevent the use of. At that time countless exams, everyone wants to progress, do not want to be worse than others, I sometimes do not do a good job also secretly cried, and even scolded themselves why learn this it is not looking for a crime. Coupled with my parents and asked me to culture points cannot be low, which makes me more pressure, did not get depressed or considered good, fortunately, finally came over, my professional exams and culture points are quite high. At the end of the day, the girl's mouth slightly upturned, holding a smile, there is a slight small triumph in the eyes, looking particularly lovely. Do not speak when the cold as if it is rejecting people outside the country, speak that clear voice Twitter, let a person feel that this girl is particularly pleasing to the eye, this is called outside the cold inside the flirty? At this time, Shen-yi suddenly put his face away from her slightly into the distance between the people of the cordon. Ruanjui subconsciously moved her head back a bit, slightly angry, feeling that Shen-yi is a stranger so broke the distance between the two sides of the cordon a bit too much, at the same time, she was also a bit embarrassed to be too close to a man. Seeing Chen-yi's serious face, she hesitated for a moment and instead said apprehensively, what's wrong, is there something on my face? Ruanjui subconsciously flicked her gaze and glanced at Li Xiang who was sitting across from her with a somewhat sullen face. She knows that Li wants to pursue their own, but she has no feelings at all for Li wants, but as a friend and classmate she does not know how to go to refuse, can only try to be a little cold to let him take the initiative to give up. And at this time compared to just no Chen-yi, obviously as a friend and classmate Li Xiang will make people feel more reliable a little bit, at least they no longer, so she will instinctively look over. The young man over there who was moping about graduating from his senior year of high school saw Ruanjui's gaze, and was about to say something when he was happy, but Chen-yi shrunk back at this time and joked. Hey, you say your face is full of pimples, I've never seen all the pimples of the hem face, in order to open the eyes of course have to get close to take a look but you're cheating your face which have pimples, obviously the skin is so good. Short contact, he saw that the girl is actually able to joke, not as bad as the appearance of contact. Nowadays, young people from childhood to understand more things, one in fact, are relatively quite cheerful, the kind of a joke on the angry people, although they're, but relatively rare, because not yet to the society, that kind of people will be beaten in school. Long and then beautiful girl is also a person, Chen-yi has seen a long special good-looking girl, but the private chat is full of CNM, cannot say that people do not have quality, is purely verbal, but also only in front of the acquaintances so that, with this kind of girl chatting with her and then beautiful you do not have the pressure. Ruanjui after hearing the first is annoyed and angry, and then a happy, did not have the good sense to say, that is the joint examination when the thing, have been so long, those acne has long been gone, right? And this is my face with foundation, not good skin. Women sometimes always love modest two sentences, obviously good looking and thin, crying every day their ugly wanna lose weight, who heard all angry. They are really waiting for you to introduce them to what diet recipes. They are waiting for you to praise them. This foundation is really advanced, I can't even see the layer of powder left behind after a long time of foundation playing. What brand, and what type is it? Why don't you introduce it to me? I'm a straight man and I'm afraid of giving birthday gifts to my female friends, I don't know what to buy. Next time I'll give you the foundation you introduced me to, I'm sure they'll be satisfied. Compliment, just make it a compliment, i.e. implicitly complimenting the fact that you have good skin and actually don't need foundation at all, and also complimenting the fact that you have high taste, and then if you use something for other women, the other women will be satisfied as well. Ruanjui immediately is the eyebrow smile, but their own to the contrary, embarrassed up, foundation this kind of thing cannot be blindly sent, each girl's skin and color are different, if you send the wrong, it is not likely that people on the surface to thank you, secretly thinking of giving their own witch sister it. What do you think is good to send? Chenny asked, teasing her. Send money, send what did not send money good, when the ex-grandfather to her in front of a shot, said, girl, like what they go to buy, this is the correct posture. Ruanjui raised his head, pretending to be a domineering president like, a finger raised, as if in front of which girl's chin is the same, with an example of pinching the voice line said. This to Chen Yi amused. Chenny is happy, but the bitter sitting across the Li think. Chapter 31, the little duke is seducing handsome boys again. Seeing that the goddess of his heart that he was pursuing was chatting happily with another man, especially when that man was a stranger that he had just met, Li Xiang was immediately upset. He was in the same high school as Ruanjui and was in the same class until Ruanjui had to go to the art exam intensive training, because he was quite handsome and white, he was quite famous in high school. In high school, many people know that he is chasing Ruanjui, and even some people directly as a pair, but he knows his own family, he and Ruanjui actually have nothing to do with each other. A boy just graduated from high school has no city, face cannot hide things, the heart of the upset directly is written on the face, waiting for a while, to see Ruanjui did not notice his side, still chatting with Chun-Yi, a moment cannot help it. In his heart, he even complained a little, Ruanjui, at least you and I are classmates, so you leave your classmates out to dry like this, right? But although he thought so, he didn't dare to say it out, pretended to cough, and said, Eugene, you hasn't arrived yet? Ruanjui, who was chatting and laughing with Chen-Yi, froze for a moment, the two of them talking happily, most annoying to be interrupted by other people. She looked up and saw Li Xiang's expression, she also knew that she seemed to be cold people, and slightly apologized underneath her heart. But now everyone is an only child, who is not a prince in the family, it is impossible to really think about others, especially the relationship is ordinary. Even if the heart has apologized, Ruanjui is also slightly undying, glanced at the time, the words are a bit impulsive, time has not yet arrived, or you give Jinyu a phone call to ask where she is? Li Wanton is not a little cute. How could he not hear Ruanjui's unhappy tone? He was slightly regretful, but on his lips he said, it's okay, I'm just asking casually, so don't rush her. He does not like Eugeniu that person, although Eugeniu also looks quite beautiful, but that mouth really do not give face, let a person cannot stand. But nowadays, Li wanted to never have such a moment of wishing that Eugeniu would hurry up and arrive, so he would have an excuse to leave. Shenny didn't even take this soon-to-be freshman on the opposite side seriously, the two sides were simply not on the same level, and if he took this kind of person as a rival, he would appear to be low. What kind of person you are, what level your opponent should rightfully be. However, this tactic of injuring the enemy by 500 and damaging himself by 1000 was quite interesting, and although it made Ruanjui very unhappy with him, it also interrupted the atmosphere of Chen-Yi's chat with this girl. The atmosphere of chatting was very important, once it was broken, it would easily fall into an awkward situation with nothing to talk about. However, Chenny didn't care, there was a long way to go, some things were not urgent at all. Ruanjui in the side of some overwhelmed, do not know how to talk on, Chenny is slow and methodical and changed the topic, how you did not take the Imperial College of Art. Although the Xinjiang Academy of Fine Arts is not bad, but from the national popularity, or the Imperial Academy of Fine Arts is more famous. Shenny can see from Ruanjui those complacent little tone of her exam results are very good, so there is this said, if in case people are not enough points, you bring up this will only make people embarrassed, so speak before you must go through the brain. Sure enough, Ruanjui sniffed slightly pursed her thin red lips and said, my home is in Xinjiang, I don't want to run to the imperial city so far away by myself. Some people like to be away from home after high school graduation, they are free and easy, some people just like to go to school near home more relaxed and happy, everyone pursues different. After saying that, Ruanjui is asked, don't just say you did not say is also just finished the college entrance examination? Are you going to school in Xinjiang? Well, I like to run out on my own without any constraints, so I came over early to get used to the life in Xinjiang first. Chenny nodded and said, I'm not sure if you're a good person or not. You came here by yourself? The family is really relieved, I thought that this kind of school to the field have to have a family accompanied over to report it. The girl tilted her head, curiosity flashing in her eyes. She was already pretty and cold, but this tilting of her head gave her a touch of naivety, and her eyes were even more charming, so Chun-Yi couldn't help but look at her again. Chenny raised his arm to do a bodybuilding pose. He wore this as short-sleeved, biceps appear very developed, not those bodybuilding Mr. Gnarled sense, but and his body type is very set off the proportionality. Do you see that I need parents to accompany me like this? The most is to meet a female hooligan. If that female hooligan looks good, the big deal is that I will be from the chant. Pust. Ruanjui directly amused. To be honest, Chenny appearance gives a very serious feeling, coupled with that temperament plus, it is more serious, but such a rigorous person to joke, let a person is quite contradictory in sense of surprise. You're so demanding, you also have to be a beautiful female rogue. Ruanjui joked. That's for sure, wouldn't I lose out if it's too ugly? Chenny spread his hands. That must be long how beautiful you do not feel loss. Ruanjui asked with a smile. I don't think I'll lose if I'm as pretty as you are. Chenny said this face is very serious and serious, without any frivolous look, looks like a joke and like the truth. We just know not long, directly say that kind of too intimate words to chat, they appear to be very frivolous, a car familiar look, it is easy to let the other side of the disgust, Chenny on this aspect of the pinch is very stable. Girls are very sensitive to this aspect of the slender, Chenny this is actually not suitable for strangers who just know say, Ruanjui heart slightly uncomfortable. But she also saw Chenny that expression is very serious, even some mute, as really just in the praise of her beautiful, which makes her heart uncomfortable is faded a little, but instead of rising shyness. Bah, I'm not a female hooligan. Ruanjui slightly turned her head sideways, a flash of redness flashed across her clear and white face, she was suddenly a little afraid to chat with Chenny. She stole another glance at Chenny, and only then did she realize that his body was really good, how to look at it was not like the freshman who was about to be a freshman could have. The average high school kid, even if he liked to work out and play basketball, couldn't possibly have a perfect body and muscles like Chenyi's, it was something you had to work out for a long time in order to have. To be honest, not to mention Ruanjui, even sitting across from her, Li Xiang was a bit envious and jealous, he looked at his own skinny bamboo pole and then looked at Chenyi, the temperament and body shape comparison immediately threw him off more than 8 streets. You often exercise Ruanjui and could not help but ask, if not the need to be reserved, she actually want to ask you have abs, or touch your hun muscle. Has insisted on more than a year almost 2 years. Chenyi cheeky said. Can I tell you that I practiced for 7 days? Then you must not take me as a person. Ruanjui revealed a look of admiration after hearing this kind of person who can persist will always be admired. Sitting on the opposite side of the table, Li Xiang was already having a hard time with his body, his mind chanting Eugenia you hurry up and come, perhaps his prayers were having an effect, when a petite voice came over. Yo, our little Gongju is seducing the big handsome man again. Chapter 32, Eugeniu, the pure outside and bitch inside. Yo, the little public official is seducing the big handsome guy again A dainty voice came out, and at first glance, it seemed like there was no problem at all, but if you thought about it carefully, you would think that there was a problem in all of these words. If you look at it carefully, it was as if Ruanjui was saying that she was always seducing men, a kind of feeling came out. Chenyi's brows frowned as he slightly looked sideways to his side, and sure enough, Ruanjui who was sitting beside him also frowned a little with her beautifully groomed eyebrows, obviously this comment had also made her unhappy in her heart. But even so, she did not get angry, after thinking of her mentioning this bosom friend before as if the relationship was not bad, which made Chenyi a little confused. Generally this kind of woman, not should have long let people away, even behind the back directly say bad things about her well. The relationship between women is really complicated. Chenyi did not understand, so he did not say anything and just waited to see what would happen. Eugeniu sister. Li wanted to see the person who came but happy, in the past he was very dislike Eugeniu, but this time he saw Eugeniu but feel very friendly. A girl walked up to the table of several people. This girl was not tall, probably about 1 meter 6, and her entire body looked very petite, giving off a lowly feeling. She had a goose egg face, with plenty of collagen on her face, and looked a little baby fat. The whole person looked very cute, her long eyelashes twitching, her big eyes blinking and blinking, like a white little pure, like a pure schoolgirl that was always written about in novels. Unlike Ruanjui beside her who had that standard beautiful melon-faced face, this girl named Eugenia was more like the kind of girl next door, looking more friendly, completely different from Ruanjui's kind of innate coldness that made it hard to get in touch with people. Especially her voice, simply soft, lets you thoroughly know what is called the southern watertown of the small family jade, and a kind of treasure island people speak the kind of wine flavor. Chenyi greatly surveyed this just came to the girl, the heart can give her a high score of 95, of course, this is the makeup score, and with Chenyi's eyes like a torch, he felt that this girl face, then, almost also have a score of 90 to it, at least in that anchor woman Chu Chang is a level. To put it simply, it was a school beauty that looked petite and pure on the outside. Ruanjui actually also wore makeup, but she drew the kind of vegan makeup that straight men couldn't see to think it was vegan, while the girl in front of her called Eugenia's makeup skills looked extremely high, directly relying on makeup to make herself beautiful again. Don't ask why Chenyi knows so much about women's makeup, and can even tell at a glance how people look underneath their makeup, but it hurts to say that he almost fell in love with a fake girl at first. Many straight men do not like girls' makeup, always want girls' face, but in fact, we see those stunning, unforgettable beauty is actually made up, because normal human beings cannot be long like that. You think she did not make up, that is only because people girls make more light. It's Li Xiang. Ah, you're chasing after my family's little Gongju again? Eugenia sat directly beside Li Xiang. She squinted at Li Xiang, as if she was mocking. Seriously, I advise you not to chase the little princess, you simply can't chase it. Why waste time here? You are not bad looking, there are still girls chasing after you, right? Why do you have to pick such a difficult one? What's the good of being a lickspittle here in little Gongju? She doesn't want to see you. Let me tell you, you're not easy to get a date with little Gongju, so you're coming over to eat McDonald's? You're so naive, you'd better find a good girl to practice first. This girl's mouth is a bit poisonous. As soon as she comes up, she splits her head and makes a burst of mockery at Li Xiang. At the same time, she is also a bit of a, in and out of her words, she actually scolds Ruanjui, practically describing Ruanjui as a condescending princess who is indifferent to people. UUTM will not speak? Li wanted to be extremely angry. As previously said, everyone is an only child, in the family or favorite, who can stand outside to be pointed at the nose scolding, coupled with his in the school is also quite popular with the girls, and good academic performance, more cannot stand this gas. When people get angry, they can say anything, and open their mouths with the standard national curse. Jean Yu. Buy Eugene Yu a few words to say their own down. Ruanjui is also a little angry, a cold face is red, and then she glared at Li. Think a glance, you cannot open and close your mouth with mom? A little quality. Li wanted to open his mouth, think Eugene Yu is ultimately a sister, he so with ugly words scolding people is not right, but let him apologize, but impossible, directly is sitting there, do not speak. Before, he thought that Eugene Yu might be saved if she came, but now he couldn't wait for this woman to hurry up and get out. Jenny found it very interesting. He was most curious about how Ruanjui's character was able to play with Eugene Yu's kind of bimbo. He changed his position slightly and felt that this life was not boring and tedious, the only pity was that he did not have a Rolex on his hand. He was sizing up Eugene Yu for a few moments. Her hair was permed into wavy curls and dyed a kind of brown color, plus her makeup looked stylish. From what Li wanted to call her, she should be a bit older than Ruanjui. Sweeping over her dress, an onion green knee-length dress, wearing white short socks with a pair of leather boots on her feet, it was impossible to tell what brand the dress was, but it definitely wasn't Dior, LV, Chanel, that kind of luxury big product. There were thousands and thousands of brands in this world, and no one could recognize all of them from the appearance of the clothes. But the interesting thing is, Eugene Yu hand carrying the bag is Dior, but not the latest style, as for which your Chinny cannot see, he is also just concerned about the fashion. From the opposite side of the dress as well as carry-on items, and even jewelry, as long as you have enough knowledge, you can actually analyze a lot of things. Yo, little Gongju, you are being a good person at this time. Who was the one who said to me privately at that time that you were not interested in Li Xiang and found him annoying? You don't want to maintain your persona, it's not good to say it outright, so that everyone doesn't have to look bad. Eugene Yu, don't spit ivory out of a dog's mouth. Ruanjui was so angry that she wanted to jump up and tear her apart. How can you say what we said in private in front of so many people? I'm a straight-talking person who tells it like it is. What Eugene Yu said was really irrefutable. Jenny secretly said that this girl has a technique. It seems that she is straight to the heart. In fact, behind the scenes, has been scolding Ruanjui as the surface of a set of back set is simply a hard whore. This Ruanjui seems to be a cold outside of the internal flirtation. In front of this Eugene Yu is a pure outside of the internal now the woman really do not understand. Jenny pretended to shake his head, sighing like the world is going downhill and people's hearts are not ancient. After Eugene Yu said Ruanjui, then looked to Li Xiang. This time the words are more direct. Honestly, I am also for your own good. You do not know what kind of people chasing Jui. I am afraid that you will then inferiority complex. You see her, this dress is worth 9,000, this pair of pants, this pair of shoes together with a small 20,000. Her hand carrying the bag is the latest models of Dior, at least 20,000 yuan. Dior is what is estimated to say. You also do not understand anyway. People on the whole body just wear 4 or 5 million. You in the end to understand what I'm talking about? Li wanted to hear, face a burst of green and white. Chapter 33 Rich white beauty is not so good to chase the. Does Li want to understand? He understood yet didn't understand. If the prospective freshman 10 years ago, even if you give him so many prices, he will only feel so expensive, a lot of money, will be shocked, but there is nothing too much feeling. Now is different. With the rapid development of the network, the age of exposure to information audience becomes smaller and smaller. Now these prospective freshmen already know the importance of money. They already had a greed for money as well as awe. Li Xiang secretly smacked his lips. How could he not expect the clothes Ruanjui was wearing to be so expensive? Stealing a glance at himself, as a local of Xinjiang, his family was not particularly poor, at least a working class. Clothes pants or ordinary shopping mall's mass brand, add up to a few $100s. The most expensive is the feet wearing Adidas sneakers, probably about 1,000 looks. But even so, for a high school graduate, in fact, this one is already not cheap, more than many of those who just know to study, and do not know how to dress themselves. Because everyone wore school uniforms back then. high school period because of the school's strict management, so that students in this area and cannot have too much comparison, wait until after the university after all the fly sell, this kind of comparison of heart will become more serious. Ruanjui on the body of a random piece of clothing than his father's monthly salary is higher, which makes Lee want to vaguely have some uneasiness and fear. But although he already had some reverence for money, the energetic teenager was not yet aware of the class gap. Eugenia's mockery made him feel humiliated, and once he clenched his teeth, he also went out on a limb and directly said, "I like Ruanjui, I'm chasing after her. What does this have to do with how much the clothes on her body are worth?" These words almost admitted that he likes Ruanjui, he is chasing, equivalent to a direct confession. Ruanjui had some embarrassment on her face. She had been pretty since she was a child, and there were always people who boldly confessed to her, so it wasn't so much that she was shy about being confessed to. However, although she looked cold on the outside, her personality was actually a bit soft, and she always couldn't bear to reject it outright. But she is also not the kind of girl who will condescend to herself, because the other party bitterly begged to agree to muddle-headedly. A time began to weigh the words, thinking how to euphemistically say the words of rejection. Has been silent, boring, and simple. Chenny found that the development of things really become interesting. To say that Lee wanted to this statement, in fact, quite a teenager defy the power, do not care about the class gap, the pursuit of true love of the momentum. It was a pity that this was only because he didn't know anything about it. Wait until he graduated from college and found a job that earns a few $1,000s a month to support his family. In the turnaround, we'll find out where the difference between him and the Ruanjui that he knew back then. Chenny continued to send out poisonous chicken soup. In fact, Chenny couldn't tell what level this sister called Ruanjui's family was at, and she didn't carry any tens of millions or even tens of millions of dollars in jewelry. The clothes could only determine an approximate range of the class her family was in, but could not yield accurate information. However, according to Chenyi's own experience, this girl's family was definitely not a top-tier tycoon, but probably more than a middle-class petty bourgeois level. In layman's terms, her family's annual income was between 5 million and tens of millions. In fact, this is quite good to judge, from their own point of view to compare, as well as some of the behavior and psychological habits of people can guess. If it is a working woman to earn money, it is unlikely that she will bite the bullet and spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy a non-coat type of luxury clothing. Like Chenny, such a bite and buy cabbage like buying luxury clothing is rare. The real luxury store to buy clothes, in fact, are the kind of bite to buy a piece of. And Ruanjui was just a girl who had just graduated from her senior year of high school. It was impossible for her to make money. These clothes were definitely bought by her family. Unless she was an ex-aid circle girl that was able to make money on her own, but Chenny dared to conclude with his own experience of mixing in that circle for 4 years and playing all over the country that she definitely wasn't. And even if she was a girl from that circle, she wouldn't buy Dior's ready-to-wear, because it was still too expensive. Many families would spend $500,000 to buy a nice car, but would never spend tens of thousands of dollars to buy a set of this kind of spring and summer clothes that might not be worn for long before they had to be changed. It was a matter of cost-effectiveness. And if Ruanjui could wear this kind of clothes, her family would be willing to buy them for her. Once they bought them or a set of them, based on these alone, they could determine the situation of her family. In the eyes of the general public, this is already a proper rich white beauty, is how many beggar men dream of wanting to climb on the girl. Chenny saw through Ruanjui's neckline, her very obvious delicate collarbone with exposed skin, white. Take a look at the clothes she was wearing, rich. Take another look at her face, beautiful. No problem, it's done. At the time of Chenyi's untraceable measurements, Eugenia, who was sitting opposite him, gave a sneer and did not give Ruanjui the chance to reject her words, but directly said, "If you follow us to play in a while, it's fine, but don't sit still. One has been chasing a small gongju. People and small gongju have known for many years. The family has business dealings. The people in the family know each other, not more than you. This classmate relationship closer? You still think of close to the water tower first moon. You are thinking Pete. Don't be jealous when you see someone driving a nice car. Right, do you have money with you? You don't think it's enough to bring a few $100s to a nightclub to play, right? They may spend tens of thousands of dollars a night, and it doesn't matter if you want to just go to rub the food and drink. Just people and do not know you. I guess you are not allowed to enter the card seat. You have to say as a small public schoolmates, to be able to let you play with that is, you and who do not know, not in that dead face silly sitting what. A number of this, but also seems to be too poor to love the rich like words, the real hit in the face of the Lee want. Chenny listened to have a feeling of body difficult to emerge. If you are just ordinary friends, go play together can, but if you go play together but to spend the girl another suitor's money, it is still directly give up, cannot afford to lose that face. When he was a student in the past, many of his friends invited activities he found excuses not to participate in. Nothing else is not money. We go together to play, the total spending you cannot control. When the time to shell out money when we share, found that their own money is not enough, it really is a feeling, embarrassment and shame. Especially when you go to KTV and other places to play, it is absolutely impossible to be inside the people you know, or are particularly familiar with the friends, then the shame is even more deadly. Men are face saving, rather than lose face. It would be better not to go from the beginning. Chunny thinks that this woman is ruthless enough, directly to the death to hit you in the face, but also told you that I am giving you a conscience warning, is not to let you go to lose face. Jean Yu. Ruanjui couldn't help but open her mouth. She felt that what Eugene Yu said was really too much, no matter how to say that Li Xiang was also her classmate. Even though we will all be going to college soon, and probably won't have any contact with each other in the future, we should give our old classmate a few points of face. Chapter 34, I can't catch up with a rich white beauty, you want to catch up too? Jean Yu, can you speak less harshly? We are all classmates. Eugene Yu's words were straight to the point, but also hidden needles. The Li want to be fidgety, but also let Ruanjui a little uncomfortable. Eugene Yu said this as if Ruanjui is too poor to love the rich, because you have money and your family is good, so we will be friends because you do not have money, your family is not good, so you do not even have the qualification to pursue me. But Ruanjui is not such a person. She does have some rich friends of the same age because of the family relationship, but those because of the relationship between classmates or other reasons to know. The family is the ordinary working class girlfriends and friends are also many. She is in a young girl's life, the most beautiful years of blossoming time, but also had a longing for love, but also liked the TV handsome male celebrities. Girls mature earlier than boys. She also secretly read some blushing little articles, but also had a sultry discussion with her girlfriends about which corrupted article looks good. Aside from living a very privileged life, with her family treating her to high-class food and clothing, and knowing slightly more because of her family, Ruanjui's daily life wasn't really that different from the average boys and girls of her age. Her family is a small bourgeoisie, not to the extent of the top rich, although her family's conditions compared to the average family has been a lifetime hard to reach, but ultimately in those who are really the top of the celebrities is still a big gap. She still makes friends as she wishes, and doesn't care about the other person's family background at all. The reason she rejected Li Xiang was not because Li Xiang had no money, his family's condition was not good or any other external reason, she just didn't like it. Eugene Yu's words were almost like labeling her as a person who disliked the poor and loved the rich, which made Ruanjui's heart a little hard to bear, and even aggrieved. In fact, she also wants to fall in love, but the family is very strict on her. Her father is always every now and then to say to her what don't be cheated by the poor boy, which makes Ruanjui is actually very unhappy, sometimes instead of feeling that their own father looks down on the poor. Chenny is an outsider, but see through all this, he did not know Ruanjui's father said those words to her. If he knew, probably will be very agreeable. Once young Chenny also do not like parents day and night nagging those words, but wait until they are older, wait until they are almost 30 years old, after contact with the community, look back to realize that once parents said are their life experience. To be honest, white rich beauty and beggar man in love in fact nothing, but do not talk about marriage, as long as a talk about marriage is absolutely a bunch of broken things. And generally this kind of class gap in the relationship will definitely be a problem. I buy a piece of clothing spent several thousand, for me this is a common pocket money, for the other party maybe a few months of living expenses. At that time, it is not likely that the man will have to complain about what my girlfriend spends money like water, gold digging, a bunch of grievances, couples do not quarrel strange, noisy noise on the tired also divided. But in fact this is only the two sides of the money values are completely different. And generally this kind of rich girl, its girlfriends also absolutely have a lot of the same class of people. A poor boy if you mix into that class, especially easy to be ridiculed and despised, as long as a bit of dignity of the man, it is estimated that will stay away. In fact, said so much as to say, if you really want to go to pick up rich white beauty, go to high school as well as to the sophomore year of this age group to find, this age group of girls are still more longing for love, will not care too much about the external material. However, this age group of girls in too reserved, not like women in their 20s can take what they want, so chase up is also more laborious. But in the upward is different, after the age increase, white rich beauty either already have been cheated experience, or their own enlightenment, they will intentionally stay away from not a class of people, because they know that we cannot live together. Shunny looked at Eugene Yu sitting across from him. This girl is a bit, but is a see-through, see her age is not too big, I do not know whether it is in the past encountered something, will be so see clearly, of course, it is also not possible that she is too precocious. Ruanjui on the other hand, is the kind of stage that is still in transition, she understands these class things, but still longs for love and has a little bit of rebellion. Did I speak harshly? In fact, you understand all of these things little Gongju, you just don't say it, then I'll say it for you, and Li Xiang is your classmate and not my classmate, he's just a schoolmate. If you really take him as a classmate as a friend, you come over to persuade him, don't go with us to fool around to play, Ji Zheng that person is not bad, is a little love to show off, but follow his side of the lapdogs do not think so, you let Li want to go with us to play, is to harm him. Eugene Yu suddenly spoke slowly and methodically, still, but instead gave you reason. Or are you so bad that you have to see Li Xiang go there to humiliate himself to give everyone a good time? If you really think so, then Li think you better come with us, we have to let the little Gongju happy off. The words turn, Eugene Yu began to big bimbo special bimbo up, worthy of being a bimbo, but Li think to stab extremely difficult. He touched his pocket, which contained almost $1,800. For a child from a working family, at this age, there is already a lot of money in his pocket, which is still his parents see him going out to play after the college entrance exams, and purposely give more. Before he knew that the nightclub such a thing, feel very curious want to go to see a bit, and heard that he is chasing the goddess is also this idea, curious to go to see, is to Ruan Jui to ask out. He thought that this was a good opportunity to hang out with the goddess and then promote the relationship, but he didn't expect the end result to be like this. He knew that Eugenia spoke in a difficult manner, but would not lie to him in this regard. If he needed to pay for his own money when the time came, the money was not enough, his own disgrace was embarrassing enough. If he called his parents to pay for something, then he would be the one who would die a social death. Now know that Ruan Jui body that looks very good, clothes even so expensive. Tonight there are other also chasing Ruan Jui, but more money with Ruan Jui and more familiar with the people together. Then he went to what to make a scene, really go to shame? To be honest, Eugenia's words, Ruan Jui is also a mockery of the dark, so that Li Want or Ruan Jui has been treated as a poor love rich, and even tease him this poor boy to play the bad woman, which makes his heart is also born of anger. But he is still a little reluctant. Ruan Jui is really too beautiful, is the most beautiful girl he met since childhood, and there are classmates this layer of relations, I thought I just need to work hard, will be able to get it. But in how unwilling, at this time Li Want to actually have not dared to stay here. I suddenly thought of something in the evening, today will not go with you to play, or you go on your own, let's next time about it. Everyone knew that Li wanted to find an excuse for himself, at this time even Eugene Yu didn't say anything and acquiesced to his choice. Then Li Think was raising his head to look at Chen Yi, suddenly in a better mood. I was struck by the lack of self-confidence. You come over to hit on Ruan Jui is not the same, we are all the same prospective freshmen, I and Ruan Jui at least there is a layer of classmates, what do you have? Just as Li wanted to gloat and feel better, Eugenia seemed to know what he was thinking and said, Xiaogongju, who's the handsome guy next to you, don't you want to introduce him to me? Is he also playing with us? The topic eventually ran to Chen Yi. Chapter 35, do you want to sit in the trunk of the car? Seeing Eugenia steering the topic to Chen Yi, Ruan Jui's heart tightened and she busily opened her mouth to say, this is a friend I just met, it's not something I called out to play. She was afraid that Eugenia's mouth wouldn't be idle, and that she would dislike Chen Yi for a while, which would make everyone unhappy. The main Chen Yi is just no, and not likely want to be familiar with both of them. If you just know a short time to a stranger open mouth say some ugly words, it can only show that people have no quality. If their friends have no quality, and push themselves to others, will also think that Ruan Jui has no quality. Ruan Jui does not want to leave such a bad impression in the heart of Chen Yi. It wasn't love at first sight, but in front of a new friend, everyone wanted to leave a good impression. Chen Yi, the Chen who pushes the boundaries of the world, the Chen who is at leisure. Chen Yi said to Eugene Yu with a nod. This girl is a bit of a bimbo, even though she looks pure, like a longing and wonderful school flower on campus, she is still a bit displeasing to people, but even if she is displeased in her heart, she can't show it on her face, this is the basic city of the city. At this time, Ruan Jui realized that she had just talked to Chen Yi for half a day, but did not introduce herself, is to hastily said, I forgot to say what I called, Ruan Jui, a freshman at the Xinjiang Academy of Fine Arts, right? Just now this brother has been introduced. Chen Yi directly took over the words, and pointed down to Li Xiang in passing, making Li Xiang's expression very unsightly. He has just been Ruan Jui called. Chen Yi naturally know the side of this beautiful name. Ruan Jui pursed her lips when she heard it, she still knew nothing about Chen Yi, not realizing that so much of her information had been exposed. Eugenia looked deeply at Chen Yi, and then looked at Ruan Jui, and could probably guess that these two should have just met. This big brother is a bit powerful. Without realizing it, the information of the little male is pretty much known, but the little male to the others do not even know what the name is. Thinking of this, she is to Chen Yi a smile is very pure, like a young girl who is not familiar with the world, with her that soft to the extreme, coy tone of voice, that handsome brother should also know what I call it? Eugene Yu well, is over their buddy's sister, you used to be a high school? Chen Yi then asked in return. Eugene Yu's heart flinched, knowing that the handsome man in front of him was a bit uncomplicated. Just now when they were chatting, he actually grasped all the key information. I am older than Xiaogongju and Li Think. I and Xiaogongju relationship is very good. Also by the way to know Li Think is for where I am now studying well not to tell you. Handsome Yuta can come to ask me. Eugene Yu speak especially soft, like a little lowly like, is the tone of expression is too, is definitely the most annoying type of girls. She looks so beautiful and petite, but also very good at dressing. It is easy to cause men to protect, should be the girl's mouth off and say small, boys behind the back of the crazy lick that type, provided that she will not be tchu. Look at sitting next to her Li Want, that expression is as ugly as eating, this is the end. Chen Yi was prepared for this girl to be shady with herself, Ruan Jui was ready to save the day, and Li Xiang was looking forward to this scene, but Eugene Yu didn't do it. Eugene Yu is not stupid, her IQ online is not in debt, she can and dare to dislike Li Think because we all know each other and are considered to be familiar with each other, so of course she can do so. But Chen Yi for Eugene Yu is a stranger, she as long as not brainsick, it is impossible to really go to take the words to squeeze a person who does not know, so now the scene is changed and gassed down, not at all before the arrows pulling tension. And Chen Yi is different from Li Think, his title to bring the aura is too strong, even if Eugene Yu do not know his heel, but also produced a kind of inexplicable feeling of fear, so the face of Chen Yi when she spoke still BTCH, but this BTCH is the kind of BTCH hook people. But this made Lee think even more depressed. Jinyu, why don't we go over there now? It's almost time. At this time, Wanjui voiced her desire to leave. She was afraid that Eugenio's blabbering would cause her to quarrel with Chen Yi and make it difficult for her to be in the middle, but she also felt that Lee wanted to continue to stay here and was probably uncomfortable in her heart, so she wanted to hurry up and leave. She is very cold on the outside, making people feel difficult to contact, but on the inside she is a girl with a very slender mind. Are you guys going to a nightclub to play? Chen Yi interjected at this time and asked. Not waiting for Eugenio to speak, Wanjui is busy saying, I am also the first time to go, just some curiosity. It's not easy to be liberated after the college entrance exams, want to go to see a little bit. It just so happens that there is a friend there today, so we made an appointment together. She explained a little nervous, go to the nightclub to play the girl will always leave a bad impression, she also do not know why, is afraid of Chen Yi misunderstanding. Chen Yi said, I know what you mean, we are young people, of course, will be curious about the bar, nightclubs and so on, and high school 3 years of such hard study, every day with the same as the fight, now it is difficult to put down the heart of the string, who want to relax. Moreover, nightclubs are not a place to hide dirt, they are demonized, plus they don't match with the conservative culture of our society. Many people think that those who go to nightclubs are not good people, and they even think that the girls who go to nightclubs are more so what, anyway, you all know. Hearing Chen Yi's words, Wanjui's nervousness immediately subsided, that a melon face less cold, wearing pupils in the eyes jumped out of joy. Wanjui felt that Chen Yi understood her. She was 3 years of academic pressure to the pressure of breathless, and now it is not easy to liberate, and their own adult can be a little bit of the Lord, and there are friends with do not have to worry too much about the safety of the decision to go to the nightclub to see a long time, the heart of the secret vow to go to this time, and will not go later. But she was also afraid that if she went to a nightclub, she would be looked at differently and suspected that she had done something. Some people like nightclubs, some people hate them, but there's no need to demonize them. However, to go to the nightclub or pay attention to pay attention to their own cups and strangers or something like that words do not mention, that kind of thing is generally occurring in the loose table, you play in the card seat to pay attention to acquaintances on the line. Sheniter Wanjui this girl senses very good, is more than instructed a sentence, for fear that she was pitched. In fact, the kind of famous nightclub, in and out of the people are white-collar or upscale people, and not more chaotic. You love my willingness to do nothing. If someone really want to use a little means of illegal and criminal, the store will also go to the tube. People are open store to make money, you and others that crime is not to let people open not go on well. Of course, the kind of small broken nightclubs do not go, is really easy to accident, and the upper grade of the nightclub is in fact a common place of entertainment, nothing exaggerated chaos. Ruanjui lightly she actually do not like to listen to other people long advice, especially the elders, but Chenny words but let her listen to very comfortable, he is just concerned about but not to stop. At this time, Eugene said, Yo, handsome you seem to be very familiar with nightclubs She suddenly felt that this man might be a lightly skilled sex hunter, and that the young male should be careful. After graduation and friends have been there twice, how can I say, I am not very fond of the environment there, but I do not hate it. Chenny reborn before a bit of money, itself also have curiosity, and went there with friends to drink twice, but the legend of picking up corpses and so on, once did not come across. Eugenia suddenly smiled and said tentatively, Why don't you handsome go with us, my little Gongju is going for the first time, so help me protect her. Jean Yu. Ruan Jui was anxious, Eugenia's sentence made her a little apprehensive and nervous, because it was a little ambiguous. Li Xiang on the side was dumbfounded, Why are you advising me not to go, but advising this person you just met to go He was puzzled. It's okay, I've never been to a nightclub in Shinshan, so let's just open our eyes. Shenny did not think much, is agreed. This is not a good opportunity to get closer to the girl, the little brother over there, you want to do things, brother helped you do not thank me. Eugene you get Shenny agreed, simply do not give Ruan Jui continue to speak the opportunity to directly take out the cell phone said, then it's a deal, I'll call the car. You guys call a car, I'll drive over. As soon as Chun Yi's words fell, Eugene put away her cell phone, handsome boy, aren't you coming to school in Xinjiang? Why do you have a car here? Can't you? Chenny asked rhetorically, almost shouting bitch. Eugenia shook her head, whispered, Of course, you can you said earlier that there is a car, I do not call the car, go, I and the little Gongju take your car to go. Are you sure? Chen Yi's expression is a bit strange. Brother's car can only sit 2 people, you want to sit in the trunk? But although the trunk of the Ferrari 812 is small, you are also so petite that you should be able to fit in it. Chen Yi secretly nodded his head. Chapter 36, Is it okay if I sit with you in the main driver's seat? What's so uncertain about this? Eugene you heart some strange, muttered. The heart is also slander, just now also see you seem to be particularly shrewd look, simply like a master of the hunt, how to now on the contrary, mute. Since you have a car, that would have said that driving to take us there, even said that you take a taxi I drive this kind of words, this must be how straight people can say out The 4 of them walked out of the McDonald's, Chenny and Li Xiang walked in front, Eugene Yu and Ruan Jui walked in the back. Li Xiang didn't know how he got so confused that he followed them, he just didn't understand why Eugene Yu would let Chenny follow them to have fun and let himself go home. Chen Yi noticed that the expression of the young man beside him was a bit confused, so he didn't say anything. We were not on the same path, and in the future, we definitely won't be able to play together, so there's no need to get to know each other or anything. As for why Eugene you will find Chen Yi to follow to play, and let Li wanna go home. To put it bluntly, it was because Chen Yi was a stranger, he didn't know anyone, and he wasn't Ruan Juyi's suitor, so if he agreed to go over there and sit there and be embarrassed, that was his own problem, and it had nothing to do with anyone else. And Li Xiang, as an acquaintance of the two, and Ruan Juyi's explicit suitor, will definitely not be able to stand it when he meets another Ruan Juyi's rich second-generation suitor over there. Although that has a poisonous mouth, but if you think deeply, you will find that she did this is really good for Li Xiang. Anyway, Chen Yi substitutes himself into Li Xiang's position. If he really went to play with them, it would be hard to die. This girl is also Li Xiang as an acquaintance to persuade him, just the way is not very good. 2 is quite interesting. Chen Yi shook his head. Women are really contradictory. Eugene Yu is clearly a bimbo, but it seems that it is not really a green tea bimbo, let a person somewhat unable to understand. At the back, the 2 girlfriends were following behind Chen Yi, being led by him towards the underground parking lot of the building on one side. Little Gongju, pay attention to the one called Chen Yi. No one else could hear, but Eugene Yu was whispering in Ruan Juyi's ear. What's wrong with Chen Yi? I think the person is quite good. Has always been and peaceful, can be polite, speak slowly and methodically, especially stable. Ruan Juyi asked strangely. Eugene Yu looked up at her and asked, you and he just met? Yes, he sat next to me at McDonald's when he had no place to eat. And then you guys chatted? What's the problem? Hearing Ruan Juyi's words, Eugene Yu's pure and innocent face didn't have the good sense to say, what else is wrong with it? Are you a little publicist X? You can't walk when you see a handsome man. Don't say, that Chinda handsome boy's body is really good. He said he has been working out for 2 years. Ruan Juyi subconsciously returned a sentence, and then realized that it is not right to pick up the bag is to Eugene Yu hit, looking for death. You only exit. What can you do to me, you sultry little hoof? Eugene Yu is not afraid of these, directly is to admit, but let Ruan Juyi cannot speak, in the face of this kind of shameless she is really no way. At this time, Eugene Yu face is correct, said, you be careful, that Chin big handsome is not simple, maybe aimed at you, just now we 3 speak, he has been over there to listen, grasped the focus of the ruthless. I have forgotten what we just 3 chatting there, he is a word not fall all listen to it, listen to that seriously, maybe he is to see you beautiful secretly follow you, and then find an excuse to sit on your side to hit on it. Ruan Juyi listened to a stunned, said, not so complicated it, you think people too bad. You're just too simple, and there are so many schemes these days. Eugene you look like you can't be too stupid to sigh. Then you little on the line? Ruan Juyi also disliked back nonchalantly. That's much better than you hun big and brainless. Eugene Yu. Ruan Juyi got angry all of a sudden and started fighting again. Ruan Juyi's height was 1 meter 6'8", a standard goddess height, while Eugene Yu was only about 1 meter 6. Even after wearing high heels there was still a difference with Ruan Juyi. And Eugene Yu has a baby face like a little lowly, looks a little younger, if it is not made of some heavy makeup, may be recognized as a junior high school student. From the appearance of the two, Ruan Juyi is more like an older sister. By Eugene Yu so said, Ruan Juyi also feel that he is not really by Chen Yi to set up, but she also thought of Eugene Yu that character, for a time is also some hesitation, do not dare to be sure. Since you think there's something wrong with him, then you still let him go play with us? You're not letting me sheep into the tiger's mouth. That Chinda handsome boy has a deep set, but he is much better than that little boy Li Xiang. Don't you dislike Ji Zhang? Then let him accompany and help you block a little. Eugene Yu did not care and said, still that. Is this not very good? Ruan Juyi was hesitant. What? Did you really fall in love with him at first sight? Eugene Yu teased. Ruan Juyi's thin skin made it hard for her to reply. Why did you say that to Li Xiang? He's not a bad guy, and he's not the kind of guy who annoys me all the time, so it's not too much to say. You are not good to refuse, then sister I help you to refuse it. You see him in the future will not look for you, this is the bad guy his sister I did, you still blame me, small Gongju you don't know good heart Ruan Juyi wanted to speak but stopped, she felt that she in the heart of Li want to become a person who dislikes the poor and loves the rich. Eugene Yu said that the bad guys are she did, in fact, Ruan Juyi himself has long been pitched by her. This kind of bosom friend, general people are away from, but Ruan Juyi know Eugene Yu family encountered those things, know why she will become like this, only has been patient. And although Eugene Yu was particularly at times, most of the time she was actually very protective of her, which made Ruan Juyi unable to come down with the ruthlessness of breaking ties with her. While the 2 women were chirping in the back, the 2 men in the front were silent, and the group of 4 walked to the underground parking lot of the building. Coming in front of a Silverstone gray Ferrari A12, Chen Yi took out the car key. Seeing Chen Yi open the door of this Ferrari, Li Thing's entire body was dumbfounded. Eugene Yu and Ruan Juyi were also stunned for a moment. Li Think didn't know cars and didn't know what the model of this car was, but he still recognized the Ferrari's logo, and even if he didn't, it didn't matter. Just by looking at the beautiful appearance of this sports car, he knew that it was worth a lot of money. He has lived for more than 10 years, even on the roads in Xinjiang have not seen 1 or 2 of this level of sports car, not to mention his friends around. His own friends have a BMW Mercedes-Benz home, he is envious. Think open out times have faced, but with his family's income, 4 or 500,000 BMW Mercedes-Benz, that kind of car is also impossible to buy. If Ruanjui's clothes before the price also let him have unconvinced. After seeing this Ferrari, the teenager immediately felt a huge class gap between the two sides. The pressure, such as a hurricane pounced, shot him as long as to hide. Eugeniu secretly poked Ruanjui's waist. Hey, small Gongju, you might as well let this big handsome man to me. People said hi you in 9 years of play, but people, I'm not afraid of these. Ruanjui gave her a blank look. Bitch Eugeniu, you see this is really no place to sit, or you sit in the trunk? Chen Ian almost shouted out, but fortunately stopped in time. He just smiled and said, I'm sitting with you in the main driver's seat, okay? Eugeniu whiny anger, she really is not vegetarian, although the face pure, the appearance of pure to death, but the language is extremely bold. Chapter 37, Billionaire Spending at the $1 billion level. In the end, Eugeniu still squeezed into the passenger seat with Ruanjui. Although Chun-Yi would quite like to have this pure and innocent-looking bimbo sit with him in the main driver's seat, with her character she might be able to do this and that, but in order not to become the front page of tomorrow's news and let herself die a social death, this idea is just to think about it. Ferrari, this kind of supercar in terms of comfort is not as good as those business cars, from the space can be seen, but then those who even have to remove the chair, just to reduce the weight of the professionally modified sports car, that is comfortable by an unknown amount. Although Ruanjui was a bit tall, she and Eugeniu were both relatively thin, so the two of them could barely squeeze together. Brother, sorry there is really no place to sit, would like to send you to the ground, you can only walk up by yourself. Pull down the window of the car to the Li Think waved. Chen Yi did not have any mockery, and this is not a grade of people playing cups are not much fun, in vain low their own segment, he is sincerely sorry. Li wanted to smile woodenly and said it does not matter, and then looked at the Ferrari 812 and the roaring engine sound, drove out of the parking lot. Chen Yi felt that this is also quite good, before it is too late to break the idea of Li want. As Eugeniu said, he is not too bad looking. If the target is set on some ordinary girls, it is estimated that he has already found a girlfriend. As the sports car entered the road, Chen Yi glanced sideways at the two girls sitting on the passenger seat, sandwiched together like a sandwich, with some amusement. Ruanjui was the kind of beauty that could make Chen Yi be amazed, and could be judged as a 98-point beauty with a plain makeup, and Eugeniu, although she was a bit of a whore, was also a nearly 95-point beauty with makeup, and her petite figure and soft and tender voice were even more of a plus in some people's eyes. Two beautiful women sitting together, delicate body crowded, when it is really pleasing to the eye. Driving a Ferrari single-handedly, with two big beauties sitting on the passenger seat, I'm afraid this was a scene that Chen Yi had been fantasizing about since he got his system. No, it couldn't be said to be Chen Yi, it was probably every man's fantasy. Ruanjui's mind was a bit complicated, she wasn't as shocked and stunned as Eugeniu and Li Xiang, but her heart was also a bit apprehensive. Rich second generation is also divided into 3, 6, 9. Ordinary people face those top rich second generation and ordinary rich second generation, actually no difference. Anyway, the gap is very big, but in the rich second generation of this group, the difference is more obvious. First of all, it should be clear that the wealth is not the same as the cash and luxury spending that one can take out. Those who are worth tens of billions of dollars, let's not talk about it, are really top tycoons, living a life of luxury beyond people's imagination, just to say that those ordinary tycoons, such as the boss who was worth more than $100 million. This body represents the property he owns, and in fact a body of over 100 million boss, if he is engaged in the industry, a year's profit margin may be 10%, which is still considered a high profit margin, that is to say, the body of hundreds of millions of people, a year of money, may be less than 10 million, that is, at most, in the city of Shenzhen and the imperial capital to buy a set of ordinary house. This is why many people want to go to real estate, to the financial industry, to the internet industry, do not want to engage in industry, because the wealth of those industries value at its speed is too fast, a year several times as possible. Chen Yi's system to give him 10 million a month, a year is 120 million, which is actually equivalent to more than 1 billion level of rich people only have the expenses. And Ruanjui, as a rich white woman, of course she knew a lot about what was going on here. Chen Yi was from the imperial capital, and was now nothing more than a prospective freshman. He came to Xinjiang to attend university, yet he directly bought a nearly $10 million sports car. If he is a rich generation is also just, that all the money is their own want to buy what to buy, but he is obviously a rich second generation. This age the family of him must be in charge of the money, but he can still be so to another city to buy this level of sports car. Think about it, can also be known that he in the end what is the family. The rich man will be nervous when he meets the rich man who is more powerful than himself, and so is the rich white woman, just like between her and Li Xiang. Ruanjui realized at this time, in fact, she and Chen Yi are afraid that they are not in the same class of people either. Along the way, he is not to continue the yin and yang, the two girls chatting about some of the short and long, occasional glances calmly driving a very low-profile Chen Yi, and then is quickly turned back. Some of the high-end nightclubs in Xinjiang are quite a lot, especially in the past few years more. This time Ruanjui they went to a very representative nightclub, Magic City. It was only about 4 or 5 kilometers away from here, and even though the road conditions in Xin City were very congested, it was better at this point in the evening, and 20 minutes later they arrived at their destination. Now it is already night, but for the nightclub actually this point is still a little early. Just arrived at the bottom of the nightclub building, those wearing a very serious one suit to see the car but little brother is the ass ran over. These people are all elite, see driving a Ferrari to the do not have to think no as the rich second generation, and these rich second generation are the main consumer. Even if there is no parking space, they can also give you to turn out the parking space too. Just got off the car, we saw a small young man who was not tall and should be a little bit older than Chen Yi and them ran over. Looking at the high hairline on top of his head when he was running, it is estimated that the future life is also very difficult. Miss Ruan has finally come. Brother G has been waiting for you for a long time. Eugene, you really don't leave a stone unturned. You follow Miss Ruan every day as a flower protector. The young man ran over and greeted Ruan Jui and Eugene familiarly. His attitude was completely different when facing these two. This person is a lapdog at a glance. Naturally, he is full of currying favor with Ruan Jui, a girl whose family has money and is being chased by Brother G, as he put it, but he is not so polite when facing Eugene. These days everyone who knows so one or two beautiful women, and these beautiful women mixed familiar, in fact, will not be in the birth of any stunning feeling, especially in the knowledge that they cannot catch up, and we are familiar with, and do not necessarily have to go licking. His name is Duan Wei, he came with my friend Ji Zhang. Ruan Jui whispered to Chen Yi. Chen Yi secretly nodded, each a little bit of money and love to play beside the big young. There are so many lapdogs, these people are actually following the big young to dabble in food and drink. Give the big young pat on the back, saddle up, and do not have to spend much money in the big young in and out of a variety of nightclubs and bars to eat, drink and have fun, and gradually may feel that they are also in this circle of people, every day in the circle of friends to send this kind of thing, so that people think that he lives a life of drunkenness, to satisfy that bit of vanity. And then to the big young as a wingman to tease the girl, good luck big young to eat meat, they can also be big young to find some dedicated female drink soup. What, I give my family little Gongju as a flower protector in your way. Running behind Ji Zhang every day, do you think you are also bullish, Duan Wei? Eugene you can both curse, and directly disliked it. Duan Wei laughed coldly, aren't you the same, knowing that Brother Ji is here you ran over. Eugene you suddenly had an ugly face. When Duan Wei looked at Chen Yi and saw Ruan Jui, who was standing beside him and whispering something to him, he immediately froze. When his line of sight turned and he saw the car that the few people came down from, his face completely changed. This person has nothing else, although he cannot afford to buy but just like to see all kinds of luxury cars. Grass, this dam is not just listed this year's Ferrari A12, this Nemo landed at least 6 million up. Duan Wei heart some jump. Another glance at the standing together whispering, quite male and female Chen Yi and Ruan Jui, Duan Wei dare not say anything. Gee brother, not brother I do not help you, this has encountered a hard opponent, and people this big young seems to be too powerful than you, your Mercedes AMG GT some not enough to see But he is also embarrassed to go over to lick, how is also in the G brother behind the dinner, he is still a little reserved. Of course, in the face of this kind of rich young master, he, the dog leg would not dare to mess with. Chapter 38, The Temperament of Chen Dishao. The nightclub was on the 4th or 5th floor of the building. Chen Yi led Ruan Jui and Eugenie to it, and could tell that Ruan Jui wasn't cheating. It was the first time she came to this kind of place, with a bit of nervousness and excitement. Nightclubs of course, there are opportunities for sexual encounters, but there are generally 3 kinds of people who can have sexual encounters. One kind is rich, one kind is handsome, one kind is also rich and handsome. If you don't have a lot of money in your pocket, and you are mediocre, and you think you can pick up a corpse in a nightclub after reading the news, it's best not to come to a nightclub if you think that way. Why don't you keep the nightclub entrance fee and save it up, and you can still go find those nice girls who don't want a house, don't want a car, and want a few $100s in your pocket. Just entered the door, immediately a sales ran and groveled in front of Chen Yi. Sir, is this your first time in our store? Do you have an appointment? Each of these sales are human elite. Outside the little brother just said, came to a Ferrari driving young man. He and the car outside the little brother relationship is good, often invited him to dinner, naturally the first to get the news to hurry over. The salesmen were all very accurate in remembering people, and as soon as they saw Chen Yi's face, they knew that he was a young man who didn't often come to nightclubs, and he quickly nodded and offered his attentions, which was a possible big customer in the future. Too big beautiful company, next to a small follower shrinking his neck, this row full, coupled with Chen Yi waist straight and imposing, without any stage fright, looking forward to the more confident convergence. Sales eyes in the blind also know who is the main event. Not waiting for Chen Yi to speak, Ruan Jui is the first to say, we are here to find the quarter political, he should be here, right? Chen Yi glanced sideways at Ruan Jui for him to speak, smiled, and did not say anything. The little girl has won the daughter-in-law of the kind. Sales heard, is a sudden smile, so is the quarter young friends, inside please, quarter young waiting in the party house, I for everyone to lead the way. Sales walked in front, saw a waiter blocked the road, is to the side of a push, whispered cursed, TM eyes blind, did not see the guests came, blocking TM what wrote it. The first second or a pair of cursing kind, the next second is to turn his head full of currying politeness full of smile, my name is Li Hui, you call me Hui Sun on the line, how to call you? He saw Chen Yi's gaze calm and neutral, although the hair was combed by professionals, but not fancy. That kind of calm and capable temperament as he has seen so many rich second generation in the rare, looks like a soldier, not like a will come to the nightclub to play the big young. Li Hui was different from Wan Zhui and the others. Wan Zhui and the others were ultimately a group of students, even if their families had money they were still underexperienced. And Li Hui is a top high-end nightclub sales, both seen the kind of and Comrade Wang top 2, also seen some of the white hands of the billionaire generation, but also seen a lot of stars big names, but none of those people such as Chen Yi such a temperament. Jin Gu Tai Ma, that belongs to the military-like temperament, the kind of people generally will not come to the nightclub this kind of place. The more you know, the more you will be in awe. Li Hui inexplicably feel a little nervous, but also do not dare to slow down. Surname Chen. Chen Yi smiled slightly. For these nightclub sales, there is no need to be too gas, the end of the shelf to end the shelf. So it is Chen less. You can come to our store is really fluffy. Listen to your accent is the imperial capital, right? Speaking of which, Li Hui is also a jump in the heart. The imperial capital, that is the hidden dragon and tiger place. I'm not sure if you're from the city. Si Chen Yi seems to do not want to say more in this regard. Li Hui is not stupid, know that some people are in need of low profile. He hastened to change the subject. Inside has been some noisy. Take advantage of the present is still quiet. I add your VX, you are here to look for the quarter of the lesser, but there is something on the call me to do. I give you to arrange an understanding. He was a little apprehensive. Usually this kind of big young VX cannot be good to add. Chen Yi, since there is no, and in the future may not come to the nightclub to play, plus a sales here, play before you can also let people give arrangements, as long as you have money, here is the emperor, is the master. Si Chen Yi gave him VX, Li Hui is even more joy in his heart, and now look forward to the young man as the kind of willing to spend money. Ji Zhang is also counted as a regular customer here. Li Hui on the heel of the Ji Zhang is also very understanding, but he felt that the Ji Young in the front of the Chen Young then, as if all aspects of the comparison down, temperament, aura is not at all a level, more realistic, the two drove the car is not a level. His culture is not too high, also do not understand the upper level of those things, but so many years of sales to do down, vision or have, high and low judgment. Chen Yi at this time in his mind, smiled at Li Hui. My friend is the first time to come to the nightclub, here is very curious, directly go to the party house, then some of the atmosphere cannot be felt, can you take us around first? Li Hui saw Wan Zhui following Chen Yi's side, and immediately understood, this is a young man who wants to pick up girls, I am familiar with this. Chen, this lady, please follow me, now is not the most lively time, but there are many people, you please slow down. Li Hui even patted his chest and led the way in front. Wan Zhui was slightly startled, she glanced at Chen Yi, and then quickly withdrew her eyes, her heart warmed. Compared to playing in a nightclub, she was actually just curious to come and take a look, and this act of Chen Yi was undoubtedly knocking on the softest and most wanted thing in her heart. Mama, this big young master segment is not low. Little Gongju you really is not a rival. In order to prevent being cheated people money too empty, you still give him to me to concoct it. Eugene you came to Wan Zhuyi's ear and whispered. Aren't you afraid that you'll be cheated out of your money? Wan Zhui squinted at bitch. Eugene you spread her hands, I am at most a person without a person, I don't have to worry about property. Duanwei followed behind without saying a word, sighing in his heart that Ji was a bit difficult. He wanted to go to ventilate, but in front of Chen Yi he always felt especially nervous, so he just continued to not say a word, honestly following a few people. Chen Yi came to Wan Zhui's side, Eugene you hastily shut up, and then she is to see Chen Yi raised a hand to protect Wan Zhui's back, but gentlemanly did not take advantage to touch her back. The original at this time has arrived at the hall. Seeing this, she looked a bit gloomy and smiled to herself, as if she was hiding many things. This store occupies a large area, decorated with quite a sense of industrial, technological, and mechanical combination, looks very much a punk future atmosphere. The air was full of ambiguous atmosphere, the top lights in the venue swayed, and the nose had a slightly cloying aroma that made one's heart beat faster when smelling it. Now is not the most high time, the venue is just playing some warm-up music, the DJ is always ready. But by this time there were already quite a lot of people, and the booths were almost full of people. There is no such thing as demonized punks, hooligans, and the like. Most of the guests here are white-collar workers or college students and the like, and occasionally there will be stars, top-ranking rich second generation or the rich generation to patronize. Naturally, it is impossible for those low people to occupy the ground. Here to open a card seat is not cheap, there is a minimum spending, weekends than weekdays higher than some of the outer ring card seat is relatively cheap, weekdays 2,000, weekends 3,000, and like the inner ring of those positions, it is weekdays 8,000, weekends 15,000 minimum spending. But even so, this place is also tight, especially on weekends want a good location to be about in advance. Of course, there will always be some left for those who are really big spenders. Visited a circle, so that Wan Zhui on the nightclub has a general impression, a few people is to go to the private room. Once the door of the private room was opened, Chen Yi took a cursory glance, there were quite a lot of people inside. Not to wait for Chen Yi to see clearly, there is a man covered in alcohol breath came over, staggering, Zhui you how to come so slow? Today Nan is also here, a moment we go to Nan to apologize. Hey! Dude, who are you? Are you a friend of Zhui's? The person who is full of alcohol is only seeing Chen Yi at this time. The first time I saw you, I was in the middle of a fight. As soon as he entered the room, Chen Yi felt that he was being targeted. A man covered in alcohol came over, first gave Ruan Jui a greeting, gesture a little loose, and then is to look at Chen Yi, with a hint of hostility in his eyes and a kind of disinterest. Even if you don't know him, Chen Yi can probably guess that he should be the Ji Zhang that Ruan Jui and the others are talking about, and that young rich second generation's peculiar wantonness is embodied in him to the fullest. Modern times are not like the ancient times. Even those rich and powerful children of high families will not go to the street to molest a good family. Illegal and criminal things they still do not do. However, this group of rich second generation is very like to go to the bar nightclub. This age is the age of fun. A group of people in the nightclub crazy high, jumping, indulge. To say that will bring what harm to the society, well, in fact, will not bring what harm, but this group of pockets of money a day nothing to do, around drinking girls playing rich second generation, in the eyes of the ordinary people do have a somewhat bad impression that is. They will also respect people, but most of them are respect in their own class. These people tend not to target the general public. The rich second generation of people of different classes are generally directly ignored, because we cannot play together, of course, will not be too much on you to take care of. Chen Yi took advantage of this time to measure this Ji Zhang. The height difference is not all 1.75 m or so, although it is not the height of the male god as the women say, but in fact, it is almost enough. The clothes worn on the body are very trendy. What brand Chen Yi also do not know. He is not a fashionista, but it is estimated that it is not cheap is. He wore a watch on his hand. Chen Yi did not know much about the table, but it so happened that this table he recognized, because it belongs to the kind of net red models. Rolex Daytona 116520, the original price is also about 100,000, but because a watch is hard to find, was fired to almost $200,000. Watches this kind of thing even if it is a net red model, it is also the average person will not go to buy, it is really not cheap. This Ji Zhang looks like a student, although older than Ruan Jui, but Chen Yi estimates that at most it is a junior or senior. A student's hands but wearing a watch of over $100,000 or $200,000, this is not a rich second generation is what? A watch of around $100,000 is usually the kind of watch that only people with an annual income of around $1 million might go for, and a watch of $200,000 is usually bought by people with even higher incomes. These middle class is not unable to afford 400,000, 500,000 table, but unless it is a special favorite table people, 400,000 or 500,000 price of the table they will not go to see how much money they earn to buy the most in line with their own value of the things, which is human nature. The kind of people who have to bite the bullet to buy expensive things to pretend B does not count. Only a face-to-face. Chen Yi probably know the situation of Ji Zhang is a rich second generation, but Ruan Jui is the same kind of ordinary rich second generation, and the kind of top rich is very far. However, the country's population of 1.4 billion people can be more than 10 billion assets of only 300 people, which also counts some families more than 1 billion assets of only a few thousand people, which is still calculated with the soft sister currency rather than the dollar. There are a lot of rich people, but those who are particularly rich are a circle. The number is very small. Normal people cannot see a lifetime. Even if Chen Yi didn't go to upgrade his system, and just relied on this level 1 system to mingle, he'd actually already be living that lavish life that only a few thousand people in the country could live. Bambui, introduce me, is this your friend? I haven't seen him before. Ji Zhan walked over with a full body of alcohol. Although he was not as tall as Chen Yi, he reluctantly put his arm around his shoulder. Although Ji Zhang wasn't one of those people with a super high emotional intelligence, he wasn't a cutie pie either. He drank a little too much, but barely kept his wits about him. First sized up Chen Yi, and when he saw that it wasn't someone he knew, and that there wasn't much extra adornment on his body, all of a sudden he was just indulging. He and Ruan Jui family are a class. Two people's circle of friends also overlap a high rate. Since they do not know Chen Yi, Ji Zhang's first thought is that this buddy and their own is not a circle. Everyone wants to jump out of their own circle to meet higher level friends is very difficult. Like Ruan Jui and Ji Zhang, such rich second generation is the same, especially Ruan Jui just finished the college entrance examination, which have that opportunity to meet people. So Ji Zhang didn't think Chen Yi was very good. The first thought was that this could not be Ruan Jui's classmates. Want to chase her? It's not a love rival. If Chen Yi is just Ruan Jui's ordinary friend, on the face of Ruan Jui, Ji Zhang may also come over to brotherhood. They are these rich second generation, although sometimes arrogant and domineering, but is not completely ignorant of the world, and even this kind of family out of the child more understanding of these. But if the person in front of them is a love rival, then as a man what else is polite? Especially this man than their own high, but also more handsome than their own, standing in front of Chen Yi their own aspects are compared to the next, how can Ji Zhang heart is not angry? Coupled with drinking too much wine, this wine on the head, usually again is a cowardly person may be able to turn into a bear bile. Ji Zhang, this is a friend I just met, you're drunk again, don't play drunk crazy ah. And brother Nan is still here. Ruan Jui saw Ji Zhang come over and put his arm around Chen Yi's shoulder, knowing what kind of behavior he had, she immediately warned. Hearing the word Nan, Ji Zhang sobered up a little bit, but he drank a little too much before, and at this time, seeing a love rival whose appearance was better than his own in every aspect, his heart was nervous and jealous, and the 20-year-old young man could not listen to advice. What has this got to do with Nan? This is between us, brother. You, this clothes touch the quality is good. Who, Hermes, where to buy? Just like the real thing. Tell me, buddy, then I also have to buy it 10 pieces of 8 to go. Drinking a lot of people are full of nonsense. Ji Zhang speaks look very low, but to be honest, the easiest way to hit a man's face in self-confidence is to let the other side know what their life is like, which is easy to let the other side back off. Ji Zhang, don't go too far. At this time you couldn't help but walk up to advise a sentence. She knew that Chen Yi's family is definitely not simple. This sentence also has the meaning of advising Ji Zhang. Although these rich second generation, even if they really fight, as long as it is not a big deal, usually their families will not care, and if the business of both families is no longer in the same industry chain, then even if the two rich second generation have a big enemy, they have no way. Can they still kill people? Now is the era of the rule of law. No one's hand can reach out to all the industry to go, but kind of do something to involve the whole family's situation. Only in front of the top of the power may appear, such as a richest man. But the thing that offends people for nothing is something that very few people would normally do. Eugene, this is none of your business. Ji Zhang scolded back with a sentence that made Eugene's face ugly. Hey, howsy, stupid TM pestle or what? Pour a cup of wine. Let me drink with this buddy brother. I enjoy know for many years, really do not know what she is like in school, you have to talk to me about it. Ji Zhang was particularly enthusiastic to pull Chen Yi to the sofa to sit down, mouth gushing. He was called Haozi, is a very strong man, looks like it should be another one of his followers to play little brother. Haozi is immediately poured 2 glasses of champagne, came over to the Ji Zhang and Chen Yi a cup, mouth is also enthusiastic, said. Brother Ji, the wine is here. Buddy, this wine is not cheap, 8,888 yuan a bottle of Ace of Spades, usually not many opportunities to drink, hurry to taste. The last words were said to Chen Yi. As a little brother, of course I have to help my big brother. Chen Yi received the wine with a smile on his face. For Ji Zhang, this because he met a love rival and drank after the low-force behavior is actually a little bit of understanding, but understanding to understand, he is not ready to give him face. Other people give me respect, then mutual respect, other people to me disrespect, then find a way to slap back. The other sofa in the private room, a tall girl looked at this side, mouth a skimming, said, Hermes' latest summer dress, a look is real, brother, your friend Brain is not sick? Not really a friend, but the small season before not so, is to see the love enemy and drink on the head, is silly point, do not pay attention to them, to see how hilarious is it. The young girl beside a look age is more mature man said. Chapter 40 of our culture is concerned about the exchange of gifts. Sitting on the sofa, Chen Yi with a smile unchanged, look confident, occasional light skimming beside the quarter political glance, will let this drink more than the rich second generation of the heart of a cold, inexplicably feel a burst of fear. However, the wine is strong and courageous, besides, Ji Zhang is not a coward, in order to find face in front of the enemy, he cannot care so much. Seeing this scene, Ruan Jui's heart also carried an apology to Chen Yi. She was emotionally intelligent enough to naturally know why Ji Zhang had taken such a stance. Ruan Jui, who wanted to go over and persuade him, still gave up after hesitating for a while. She knew that if she went over and persuaded him, she would only be letting the situation develop in a more unpredictable place. The girl you love in your heart comes over to advise you for another person. What would a normal man think in his heart? Especially if it was a second generation like Ji Zhang who hadn't suffered much since childhood, and was at the age where it was easiest to get on top, there was no chance that he would fight in anger, and then everyone would come to a bad end. Ruan Jui seems to have little experience in life, but in fact the heart is also very fine. Thought of here also do not go to persuade. She knows Chen Yi is unlikely to suffer, the final loss is bound to be Ji Zhang, but this is what he asked for, and cannot be blamed on others. In fact, the usual Ji Zhang will not be so obvious show off wealth, this obvious show of wealth, and will not let Ruan Jui in the heart of what a good impression today is to drink too much wine to force people to be anxious. He is with such a trick. I can only say that drinking too much wine is a mistake. Thank you. Chen Yi took the glass of champagne handed over by Hao Zi in a breezy manner. Ace of Spades Champagne in 2009 by the world's only book of champagne professional impurities, good champagne organization of a champagne blind tasting competition, to the black horse position in one fell swoop, Moat, Veuve Clicquot and other big names are left behind, so that the fame. After this champagne and often appear in some foreign nightclubs, and some stars and celebrities like it to publicize, spread to the country has become a nightclub standard, became the identity endorsement. Who came to the nightclub as long as the pocket money, point a bottle of Ace of Spades on the table, that's twice the face. A bottle of Ace of Spades Gold in the nightclub priced at 8,888 yuan, figure is a number of auspicious. In fact, this champagne if you buy outside, cheaper than half of all more than, and the wine is not acidic enough, not suitable for aging. Receiving the champagne glass handed over by Haozi, Chen Yi handed it to his nose and sniffed it, admiring the dancing bubbles, and then he drank it into his mouth, stopping briefly to feel the bubbles jumping before swallowing it. His posture was extremely elegant, with a breathtaking beauty. When staying at the hotel, Chen Yi had to drink wine every day. This was the first skill that he had tried to work on. The wine tasting and alcohol skill levels were already extremely high. The so-called wine tasting is not only for you to understand the good and bad of wine, so that you can drink. Even those elegant and perfect etiquette and so on are also attached to this skill. Now the country is not popular at all those complicated aristocratic etiquette. Today's rich people are nouveau riche, reopened only so many years. Born rich second generation will not grow up on a variety of etiquette courses, not to mention the formation of that kind of aristocratic concepts. Chenny is sitting in a proper posture, although less aristocratic pomp and circumstance, but more of a pleasing to the eye, such as the military simplicity of beauty. His drinking posture was also very elegant, letting people look at him and feel that he drank in a rhythmic manner, but did not know where that rhythm was exactly, and would only feel that this child in the end what kind of family, and how strict education he had received as a child. It was like an ordinary person suddenly appeared out of nowhere, an aristocrat with all the requirements of daily life, making the atmosphere of this nightclub box turn into an upwardly mobile one. Immediately, the entire box was looking over, even the eyes of the brother and sister who were previously sitting in the very center of the sofa next to each other were landing on Chenny. Hao Zi was a bit stunned. He was a roughneck, just following behind Brother Ji, eating and drinking. It was the first time he had seen someone who could drink in a nightclub with such simplicity and elegance. He looked at Duan Wei, who stood aside and didn't talk much. Before he was still wondering how Duan Wei had shriveled up like this today. Before he wasn't particularly good at it, but now he was so silent. Now a thought, this Nima seems to be a little wrong. To be honest, I don't really like to drink Ace of Spades. This kind of wine doesn't need any vintage. Make do with drinking on the line, wine tasting and so on even if. Chenny smiled at Ji Zhang, but Ji brother, you have invited me to drink. Our culture speaks of a courtesy. I also invited Ji brother to drink a cup of it. Although he was calling brother Ji, it was as if he was calling some kind of cat or dog. Just when Ji Zhang was a bit stunned, Chenny said to the waiter, help me call Hui Zi. The salesman who had been standing guard outside heard Chenny call him and immediately jogged in, his face full of smiles. Chen Xiao, what are your orders? Today in G for the first time to recognize, I was like a friend at first sight, how to treat him to a drink, outside also warm up for so long, now it should be lively, I will throw a brick to attract jade, drive the atmosphere. Is this divine dragon set of yours 6 or 5 sets? Li Hui held back his inner ecstasy, and said with a sharp tongue, usually people come that is 5 sets, but Chen Xiao has said, it is bound to be 6 sets. Chenny ignored his compliments, smiled and waved his hand, okay, you give me a set of dragon set and then order 2 bottles of Ace of Spades Platinum. In fact, I'm shy, do not like a bunch of people looking at me. If it is outside the card seat, I let you do not give me gongs and drums, but now is in the box well, you enjoy the atmosphere to mobilize up, have to let the people outside the high up to be able to, you say yes or no? Li Hui which can say no, full of smiles, groveling, yes, unless you say to right, the nightclub is not highware called nightclub, you can rest assured that you have a set of dragon set, 2 bottles of platinum to open the scene, outside immediately high up. After saying that he has turned his head, looked to the side of the waiter said, stupid look for what, do not hurry to go to prepare, let the atmosphere of the group to me up, let the DJ also give me high up. The waiter immediately trotted off. The waiter immediately jogged off. Chenny said and took out his bank card. How can I swipe my card now? You can check out after you have finished playing and having fun. Li Hui waved his hand. Generally speaking, if a customer in this kind of nightclub ordered a particularly expensive drink, he would need to pay first. However, Li Hui knew that Chenny had come here in a Ferrari, so how could he care about the money? As far as Chenyi's temperament and aura was concerned, he also did not look like a crook. Chenny shook his head and said, can't make it difficult for you, I'm a new face, it's better to pay first. Facing the kind of Ji Zhang who likes to show off, then show off more than him, Chenny actually does not like this kind of fanfare, but since the other party does not give face, he himself even less need to give him face. Hurry up to pay the money, the last be loaded, save a moment Ji Zhang again to a you have money on the order of so expensive wine, that listen to all the annoying. 6 bottles of Dragon set 88,888 yuan, a bottle of Ace of Spades Platinum 28,888 yuan, 2 bottles of almost 60,000, almost 150,000 out in the blink of an eye. Comrade Wang is not often nightclub consumption on 200,000, we are the same. Chapter 41 This girl I want to give 99 points. Chen Yi's behavior has nothing to do with showing off his wealth, and his current spending is already at the level of billionaires. This level of rich people come to the nightclub are actually so spent, belong to the normal operation. Comrade Xiao Wang came to the nightclub once to spend 200,000. For those who do not understand the nightclub consumption, this may be a bit incredible, feel like showing off wealth, but in fact for those who are really rich, this kind of spending is no big deal. Like Comrade Wang sometimes a package, invite a bunch of people to spend 1 million, 2 million in the nightclub high when, that is the super frame consumption. At this time the Ji Zhang wine is already awake a lot, his face is slightly ugly. The rich second generation of this group to be divided into 2 categories, one is a student, one is already on the society. For the student group of rich second generation, they actually do not have much money in their pockets. Unless it is the kind of especially spoiled children, normal families will actually control the children's spending, those rich people are the same, and may even be more strict control. A rich kid who is still in school may drive $1 million luxury car and wear a several $100,000 watch on his hand, but those have nothing to do with him, they are all bought by his parents. They may have tens of thousands of dollars a month for living expenses, is it less? For the kind of family with hundreds of millions of assets at home, quite little how much. January tens of thousands of pocket money, for the average working class, maybe a year's salary, in fact, quite a lot. But you let these people directly out of a million or so, they simply cannot come up with it. The second category is those who have graduated and entered the society of the second generation. Although these people are still the second generation, they are different from the second generation who play around with nothing to do every day. Some of them will enter the family business to assume some positions, begin to work, but their wages in working class is not the same. These people take the dividends. A year may not have a few million, powerful point of the family business may not have 10 million. This kind of rich second generation is really can take out a breath a lot of money, can buy their own luxury car at will, do not have to care about the parents' want. In addition to entering the family business, some people will also be entrepreneurial. The family will also give resources to the startup capital, such as Comrade Wang took 500 million. His 500 million is used to start a business. If he dares to ask for 500 million to go to eat and drink, it is estimated that the old king can be a direct ear scrape over. But there is one thing to be sure, that is rich but 3 generations of this sentence is very reasonable. Entrepreneurship, this kind of thing, even if you have the money, resources are not necessarily successful. The new track is not so good to find it is not necessarily your turn. Those who are able to succeed in the rich generation, it is the result of the right time, right place, right person, and the business wizards are ultimately less. Especially now that the reform and population dividend is getting weaker and weaker, it is much harder to start a business now. Few second-generation achievements can exceed their fathers, that is the existence of the general, who cannot be born from generation to generation of business wizards. Generations have encountered good times. Can keep the second generation has been very powerful. Most of them will decline a little bit, especially if the family has more heirs. The family property is more trouble. As the ancient Puyan order, the money is divided into individuals less and less. That's why some of the rich people on the rich list are XX families so as to count the assets, rather than a certain individual. Ji Zheng belongs to that kind of student class too. The family bought a good million luxury car. Grinding parents to buy 100,000 watch is not difficult, but in fact his monthly living expenses are so small, tens of thousands of dollars. Every day to eat and drink well, no problem. A month to so several times nightclub consumption is also very easy, but you really let him go to spend big money? He simply did not. Chen Yi's one shot is $150,000 to buy wine, which is already a bit more than he can afford. It's not that he can't afford to shell out this $100,000, but after shelling out he will either have to go back and lick his face to ask for money from his family, or he will have to eat chaff and drink sparse food for the next period of time. However, this feeling of being publicly slapped in the face made him only feel his face was hot and spicy. It definitely wasn't from drinking too much alcohol, which made him very upset. After looking up at Chen Yi, he realized that this was an opponent at the same level as himself. His own set was useless to him, using it instead of losing face, and to be honest now he had some regrets. But Ji Zheng at this time still just regarded Chen Yi as a segment, thinking that he needed to be taken seriously. The things he did just now might leave a bad impression in Ruan Jui's heart, but he and Ruan Jui had known each other for so long, to the point where he didn't have to care about that. As for Chen Yi, his attention was actually not on Ji Zheng at all. He took this time to finally size up everyone present. Ji Zheng and his 2 little followers, Ruan Jui and Eugeniu. In addition to them, there were also 5 girls and 1 guy present. 4 of them were dressed up in heavy makeup. Their looks weren't bad, and they definitely belonged to the category of beautiful women who needed to be licked in the eyes of the average person. However, Chen Yi's eyes are very sharp, probably can determine that these few may be called by Ji Zheng to warm up the scene, or often play in the nightclub, or want to fish the rich second generation of the type of women, of course, may also be people's classmates. After Chen Yi ordered the dragon set plus 2 bottles of Ace of Spades Platinum just now, at least 3 girls' eyes were glowing and they were eager to come over and sit beside him, presumably because they found that Chen Yi, the great young man, was even more powerful than Ji Zheng, and was more suitable to go fishing. Apart from these people, what Chen Yi cared about the most was actually the last 2 people. A 24 or 25-year-old man, not very handsome, but gives a person a very elegant feeling. He wears clothes somewhat on the side of business and leisure, looks like a social person, and Ji Zheng this second generation is already out of place. Chen Yi now some cannot read the table, a glance over to see the model, but can see that he wore the table is definitely not cheap, not permitted to be more than $1 million. This should be the kind of second generation that has begun to accept part of the family's affairs, although he may accept the content of the work is very simple, but also still very small, but after all, it is the beginning of the society. He will continue to come out with his other friends, but he is already different from the kind of second generation who play around every day. At least there is a world of difference in the amount of money that can be manipulated. Chen Yi knew that this person should be the nan in Ji Zheng's mouth, and to be able to be licked like this by this second generation of Ji Zheng, it was estimated that his family should be very powerful. Seeing Chen Yi looking over, that brother Nan nodded at him with a gentle smile. Chen Yi also smiled and responded politely. People were polite, of course he had to give face too. The girl sitting beside the Nan was a bit strange. The clothes she wore were probably strange clothes in some people's opinion, the kind of LO outfit that was commonly referred to. It was the type of clothes that looked very much like the luxury of 19th century Victorian Britain, as if it were a court gown, but of course this kind of clothes naturally wasn't as complicated as those aristocratic young women and girls wore more than 100 years ago, but it was pretty much the same in terms of magnificence. Clothes set with lace and lotus leaves, there is no precious jewelry, because the clothes are too complicated, so instead of seeing how the girl's body, but that delicate and beautiful face, but let Cheney are stunned for a moment. He had thought that Ruanjui, who he had just met today, was already the kind of rare beauty that fit his aesthetic, so he had given her a high score of 98 points. But this girl in front of him, Cheney even wanted to give her 99 points. No matter what, just from the appearance, this girl may be indistinguishable from Ruanjui, there is no too obvious gap, but her dress is really too poke Cheney's heart. Cheney before rebirth is actually also considered a very geeky person, for this kind of Lolita dress-up girl is truly cannot move the line of sight. Two curved smoke eyebrows seem to knit non-knit, a pair of eyes seem to be happy non-happy, high nose, lips small red, sideburns at the hair hot some curved, 5 features together, can be described as bright-eyed and white teeth, the moon looks like a flower. Perhaps it is aware of Chenyi's attention, the girl raised her head to look at him, but also do not smile and not angry, is as if not see the general continue to lower their heads to play the phone. That's right, this girl is really out of place, she's alone in this nightclub box playing cell phone games and having fun, simply ignoring everyone. Is that Nan's girlfriend? Seeing that this girl is sitting a bit close to brother Nan, her relationship should be very close. Although the girl has been rated as one of those rare high scores, but Cheney is not so much as to be unable to her, people if there is a boyfriend, but can go to ho soil, can ho that is the best, ho not even if. To Cheney now this property, if only care about appearance, honestly what kind of women he can play to. So to his level, although the appearance of the woman is still important, but it is not absolute, the woman's temperament, culture, and soul of the interesting is his higher pursuit. At this time, Cheney was again aware of a fiery gaze towards him, and when he looked sideways, he saw Ji Zhang still staring at him. Oh, this is treating me as an opponent of the same level and wanting to continue the fight? But brother really doesn't want to play with you ah. In order to prevent Ji Zhang from continuing to give himself nothing to worry about, Cheney frowned a bit and moved his body a bit, saying, resting on his ass. He pretended to take out the Ferrari's car keys from his ass pocket and put it on the table. This is no longer a second generation that hasn't inherited his dad's property yet can just buy it. Put. The girl in the low dress laughed a little at this scene, and then was back to playing her cell phone game with her head down, looking like she was ignoring everyone. Chapter 42 is to be a hilarious. Ji Zhang saw to that Ferrari key placed on the table, this time is considered completely sober. As a rich second generation, the luxury car or basic understanding, at least the Ferrari logo is impossible not to recognize. The latest Ferrari 812 completely changed the key, no longer like the past Ferrari key like a stall. If a person who knew something about Ferrari but didn't know anything about it saw the key, he might think it was a lighter or something like that, because Ferrari's past car keys were all traditional types. But Ji Zhang is different, as the second generation of keeping up with the forefront of luxury cars, naturally know that Ferrari this year, the latest model of the key is changed. To see Cheney cannot hesitate to spend 150,000 yuan to go drinking, this key is true or false do not even need to think. Ji Zhang knew at once that the other party is really not a level with himself. Slightly false, but not particularly afraid. Now is the rule of law society, even if you meet a more powerful second-generation conflict, people cannot take your life, if the other family's industry and your family in no direct contact, it is even more unhindered. However, the two second generation in order to fight for jealousy is still there. Ji Zhang secretly glanced at Cheney, who had an extremely strict figure management, and then looked at his own skinny pool that had been emptied by alcohol and sex and hadn't had any exercise at all, so he didn't even have the heart to fight anymore. That's not fighting, that's purely getting beaten up. He wasn't an M, he wasn't interested in getting beaten up. As for the two juniors behind him, they cannot be counted on. If they are encountered in general people quarrel, the body of the very strong Housie may also go over to curse, may also be able to start a hand. But if the object is a second generation than their G brother, these two people will definitely be to persuade the fight, rather than follow the hands. They weren't stupid, they knew that they were just small followers who followed Ji Zhang to mix food and drink, and they weren't the fighters of the ancient rich families. These rich people have more or less all kinds of relationship network, if just move the lips alright, if really started to fight, do not care whether they are reasonable or unreasonable, really fight with those who have the power and money, the one who suffers is absolutely their own. Because the other side can always find a variety of relations. Bin fell a big face but can only endure, for Ji Zhang this kind of smooth wind and water for the big young man, is simply suffered internal injuries like a face full of difficult, but even if they almost want to vomit blood also have no way, can only be held back. This age of people would have loved to play, and because it is a rich second generation is very self-centered, the mood is particularly unhappy Ji Zhang who do not want to take care of, self-centered in that angry drink, too little brother to follow and hasten to persuade. The four girls in the box is also busy standing up, these people mixed in the nightclub, especially want to catch the kaiju were very good at watching the atmosphere, know that in this way to continue, this bureau is almost can be dispersed. They were all smiling like flowers and came over to give Chen-yi a toast. Compared to Ji Zhang, it was obvious that Chen-yi, who was far more popular than Ji Zhang in terms of appearance, figure, aura and family, was more popular. But soon these people are angry and retreat. Chen-yi, although has been polite, and they drink their own small sip. The girls drink a big cup, but he is not into the oil and salt, want to chat further. He just smiled and did not talk much. The main thing is that Chen-yi came with two girls, Wanjui and Yu Jinyu, and in the eyes of the girls who wanted to catch a prince, this is very purposeful, so they don't have to waste their time. If Chen-yi had come here single, and then met Wanjui or Yu Jinyu here, then it might not have been like this immediately. Of course, these girls who were fishing for a girl wanted you to be as good as possible, so that if they succeeded, it would be a huge gain. So what if Wanjui and Yu Jinyu were better looking than themselves? So what if Wanjui and Yu Jinyu were better looking than myself? It's not like people have to like you just because you're better looking than me. These girls are not bad looking, but also in the category of beauty. The set is more, otherwise we're dare to fish the second generation. No diamond, do not take this porcelain work. This side cannot, over there is not a second generation, although Ji Zhang in front of Chen-yi, as if all aspects are compared to down, but that is the reason for the comparison. If taken out alone, Ji Zhang Long is not particularly bad, in fact, quite good. As for Nan sitting over there, he has not spoken much since he came in, not like to play, and Chen-yi is the same as a thief with a beautiful girl over, so these women did not go there to touch a nose. Just then, the outside suddenly came alive. A sound of screaming high all over the field, full of lights from the ambiguous pink to colorful. DJs began to play their own strength to hiss. Powerful electric sound echoed in this huge venue. Men and women on the dance floor began to die, shaking body, dancing with the music. Most of these people do not have dance skills, is purely follow the music shake, but come here to play is to have fun, to be this kind of group of demons dance feeling. Individual look feel demonic, but really to the scene, will find in this high burst the atmosphere. It is easy to let a person adrenaline spike, unconsciously the whole person is caught up in that crazy, what pressure are gone. Why so many generation, the second generation, stars like to come to the nightclub. Even Ding Sancher came to the nightclub as a DJ to play discs. The horse father was also caught fooling around in the nightclub, was asked cannot stand it, and finally asked a rhetorical question, do not go to the nightclub, where can I go on weekends? I do not like to drink, but I like the atmosphere of the nightclub. Rich people cannot say absolutely, but most of them just like to come to the nightclub high, looking for that kind of excitement and relaxation. But it also shows that rich people's entertainment is actually quite scarce. The tuxedo man with a silver mask and a bottle of fireworks in his hand walked in front, playing lights and flowers all the way, followed by the atmosphere group ladies in bunny girl costumes, with colorful shenlong sets in their hands, circled around the field, driving the whole atmosphere and causing a piece of screaming. If the venue was already lively before, then from this point on, it represented the beginning of the night's revelry. It was also fortunate that this store was one of those top-notch ones, where the DJs wouldn't be shouting a bunch of embarrassing be-blowing vernacular on stage, or else all the godly men would have to be scared away, and that would be a real loss of points. Under the gaze of a bunch of people, the masked man and the rabbit girls walked into the box. The appearance looks really beautiful to the ace of spades on the table. Li Hui bumped up to run, and Chen Yizher asked in a low voice, Chen Young, this wine is now open? Open? Why not open? Wine is not just for drinking, all open for me. Li Hui immediately smiled and hurriedly asked his juniors to come over to open the wine. Chen-yi raised his head and looked around, as if he had suddenly become the master of the place, and said to the people present, come on, everyone drink freely, the atmosphere is to be lively. An order, a burst of cheers. Those few girls and Ji Zhang's minions are unable to resist to come over, take out the cell phone crazy to that placed in the box of wine photos. This sent to the circle of friends to go, is the capital of today's pretend be, look, and sister to play with her open god dragon set of the big young tycoon, those outside the end of the card seat drink snowflake beer bimbo, with sister which is a paragraph. Chapter 43, Vanity Fair's network of intercourse. In the table set a few bottles of wine. Some people will feel that this in the end what can be pretending be, that is only because these people do not understand it. The love of vanity is not in order to be vain in front of these people. This is for people who really know what they are doing. If in the nightclub you table is a set of dragon set plus 2 bottles of ace of spades platinum, you are the most beautiful boy, do not have to do anything. Naturally, there are beautiful women to find you accosted. As for whether you can make yourself sexually happy at night, it depends on your own ability. These ladies send these photos to the circle of friends, in addition to play with their own little sister in front of show off, but also to the circle of friends of other men to see. You see my good looking, daily life no friends and are this kind of tycoon. Those of you who are poor don't come to bother me, rich or handsome can talk about it. This expression is such a meaning. Mrs. continued to Chen-yi toast. Ji Zhang's 2 followers are still a bit reserved, did not come over to lick, but when Chen-yi eyes look over, also are all face to please smile. After the toast, the young ladies all ran over to Ji Zhang's side. They knew that young Master Chen's segment was too high for them to play with, so they might as well go to young Master Ji. Look at young Master G's skin is quite white, although thin and weak, but the person is not bad, the family also has money, the whole person still has the teenager's impatience. This is not the best to cheat the type of rich second generation. No, sister I am not to cheat, sister I am to seek sincere love, yes, sincere love. These girls are often mixed in nightclubs or noisy atmosphere of the master, although not professional, but in their one pass persuasion and toast, but also too little brother to help support. Immediately the whole box is lively again. Anyone who cannot see here before also tit for tat. Ji Zhang, just 20, is the most spirited age. The temper comes fast and goes fast. A moment and is smiling, began, and their own little brother and a few young ladies sister blowing awesome, even some of the heart pleased. Look, these girls are looking for brother me to chat, in addition to the toast to you do not pay attention to you. The heart self-compassionate, at the same time blow Chenyi a bit, just when he raised his head to look over, see Chenyi is and Ruan Jui said something, immediately that smile is again withered, the whole mood is again not good. Ji Zhang is also high-minded, see Ruan Jui this and his own acquaintance for so many years, he also chased so many years of the sister, at this time even for the outsiders are not to help themselves, but let him born a wave of annoyance. And then look at the side of these young ladies, one by one to speak so sweet, even those who pretend to be high cool, to him is also a question and answer, look at the past when he coyly smiled at him, Ji Zhang suddenly feel are these girls good come, accompany brother to drink 2 more cups. On the other hand, Chenyi picked up a bottle of unopened Ace of Spades Platinum and opened it with an elegant posture. Although those waiters opened the wine with the correct posture, it always gave the impression that they were serving others. Chenyi, on the other hand, opens the wine with a dashing aura, each posture has an imperceptible elegance, as if he had practiced the action of opening the wine for a long time. Picking up the wine glass, he first poured some less, and when the bubbles were less, he filled it up to half a cup, and at the same time handed the glass to Ruan Jui. Ruan Jui took the wine, hesitated for a moment, whispered, "That man over there is called Nanan, his family is in the field of medicine and engaged in investment, we all call him Nan, that woman I do not know, is the first time to see. My family and Ji Zhang family are doing medical equipment and pharmaceuticals, Nan's family business happens to be in charge of the upper reaches, the national agency area seems to be their points, the specific I do not understand, my father did not tell me too much." Chenyi at this time has only suddenly realized why Ji Zhang will be on the words of the Nan brother are very respectful, and even want to go lick. This is a typical everyone in the same industry chain, the other side also happens to be stuck in your home channel kind of. If you are facing other second generation, even if they are very powerful, like Ji Zhang such a small second generation as long as you do not fantasize about entering the circle of others, in fact, there is no need to be too pleasing to the eye, their own life is. But this South Coast is obviously different, belongs to a big family, stuck in your family's financial resources, Ji Zhang is really cannot afford to mess with, must be pleasing to the kind. This is like Apple if a certain product to a company OEM, the company is immediately rich, although Ji Zhang and the South Coast of the family did not get to that level, but it is also the same reason. From Ruan Jui just a few words, Chenyi also guessed that her family and Ji Zhang's family is doing, probably the kind of zoning agent, looking around for hospitals to cooperate in the sale of medical equipment and pharmaceutical agents. The annual water flow may be a few hundred million, but the profit margin is not as high as imagined, because the real profit is earned by the more upstream. Of course, even if the profit margin is not high, a person's family can earn $10 million a year, which is not comparable to the average family, and is still a typical second generation of the rich. Chenyi, I'm going to say hello to brother Nan, do you want to go over? I'll introduce you guys to each other. Ruan Jui asked in a low voice with her wine. If you don't say it, I actually want to go over and get to know each other. Chenyi smiled faintly and picked up 2 cups of wine. In this entire private room, the only person most worthy of deep friendship was this big young man surnamed Nan. Chenyi was actually a person who did not like to socialize in the past. But he knew that in this world of fame and fortune, to see people say people, to see ghosts say ghosts, even if it is to maintain the surface of the acquaintance or not, and strive to expand the network of relations is a must-do thing. Our country is a humane society, you cannot have the ability, but encountered the nobleman can still take off, but if you do not understand the human world, do not know how to socialize, then no matter how strong your ability, as long as you cannot fight against the entire social network of their own strength, will inevitably be treated with disdain, secretly give you a small trip. Chenyi knew that he had to overcome this unsociable, uncommunicative shortcoming, and had to work hard to learn. It didn't matter, he was still young and had plenty of time to learn. Now this is the best, if he took the initiative to go over to recognize, will appear to be a low cut like, and have Ruan Jui in the middle of the introduction, there is no such problem. In fact, Chenyi can also see, the surname of the south of the young man in fact also want to come over to find their own chat, but also to maintain the reserve. Understandably, people do not know what they are doing, do not know in which class segment, if he put a low profile initiative to come over to socialize, but also will let their own identity in vain short a cut. People are also a pampered young master, even if they age up to a lot of maturity, but also have the heart. This surname south of the big young man should be the head of the Xinqiang snake, the family can engage in the field of medicine and the field of investment, but also let Ji Zhang this little second generation so pleasing, is likely to belong to the top of the rich that a class. In addition to the horse father, Liu brothers, pony horse that kind of famous tycoon, most of the country on the other tycoon is not much understanding, Chenyi in the past is not that class, of course, will not go to take the initiative to understand, but also don't know the family surname south what the situation. But the surname Nan is relatively rare, go back and check should be able to find out. Brother Nan, let me introduce you, this is Chen Yi, a friend I just met today. Ruan Jui's voice carried an innate coolness, and Chen Yi walked over. Chapter 44, The Nan Family Siblings. The Nan bank over there directly stood up. Unless it was the kind of situation where there was already a class gap between the two sides and people just didn't want to take care of you, only then could they display an arrogant attitude. Under normal circumstances, no one would offend someone for no reason, basic etiquette was understood. Standing up, Jenny noticed that the person called Nan Shishir was not particularly tall, probably about the same as Ji Zhang over there, about 1.75 meters. With Chen Yi's height, he couldn't look down on others, but when he stood up just now, Chen Yi noticed that the top of this dude's head was a bit thin. To put it bluntly, he was starting to go bald, and he relied purely on his hairstyle to hide it. Just now, he heard Ruan Jui say that this brother Nan seemed to be only 25 years old, but with his slightly bald top of the head, he had aged a few years for no reason at all. It's true that baldness is the enemy of mankind. Bamboo Yi hasn't been seen for a while, she's really getting prettier and prettier. How's the result of the college entrance exam? South Bank full of gentle face and Ruan Jui greeted. He would have grown some old, and then Ruan Jui older than 7 or 8 years, looks more like elders. Chen Yi knows, this Nanan should be Ruan Jui and Ji Zhang in the circle of the existence of the big brother, while Ji Zhang and Ruan Jui in his eyes is estimated to be the younger siblings. Of course, people also had a parallel circle of their own, but that was not something that Ruan Jui and Ji Zhang could touch. Unless this Nanan looks at Ruan Jui as pretty and is interested in her and wants to chase after her, but from the way he's acting now, he doesn't have that intention. Even if Chen Yi's annual income of more than $500,000 before he was reborn, his private life was a bit indiscreet, and he had seen many beautiful women of all kinds, and this kind of young master born with a golden key like Nanan, naturally, had seen even more. For these big young men, they need a woman beautiful is an important requirement, but definitely not the only requirement. The grades were not bad, and she was admitted to the Xinchang Academy of Fine Arts. I can see that Ruan Jui in front of the South Bank a little bit of constraint. It is estimated that usually see the face is not much. From Ruan Jui's previous performance, her family tutelage is quite strict. It is estimated that high school and middle school did not follow those second generation of friends around the wave. Nanan and Ruan Jui cope with a sentence, is turned to Chen Yi. Chen little brother, you are the imperial capital people? Ha, brother Nan also heard out it seems that this Dido accent is quite heavy. Anyone can hear out I and Jui do not know long. She said she has not come to the nightclub. Want to come over to see? I accompanied her over. By the way, isn't Nan coming to play with us? Chen Yi is also directly called people Nan brother. The South Bank then now their own 7 or 8 years old, called a brother normal. He called Ruan Jui is directly used on the intimate nickname. Ruan Jui on the other side of the heart muttered, we know only a few hours how in your mouth we are very familiar with the same, but of course she will not brush off Chen Yi's face at this time, that is, did not say anything. It's a coincidence that my cousin also said she hadn't been to a nightclub and wanted to come over to see it, so I accompanied her, otherwise I wouldn't have wanted to come out to play today, and I guess I'll be leaving in a little while, so I probably won't be able to play with you guys today. South Bank took Chen Yi handed over the wine and took a sip. He looked at Chen Yi even at this time, whether it is the posture of taking a glass or drinking, there is a sense of elegant etiquette, all without stagnation. That is for sure before Chen Yi in front of Ji Zhang estimated is not purposely to pretend, this is the people drinking originally look, not in the fake wine tasting pretend be, is likely to be cultivated from childhood to be taught in this way. System skills this thing is like muscle memory, let Chen Yi in a variety of occasions simply do not have to take the initiative to pay attention to, naturally will be the system of skills into it. Don't say how difficult it is for you to accompany me out, you think I'm willing to let you a Mediterranean with no hair accompany me out Standing beside you I am under a lot of pressure, others probably still think that I have been adopted by you, an uncle. That wearing low skirt girl is still sitting on the sofa with her head down playing the game, the voice is crisp and pleasant, a mouthful of authentic Beijing accent to the South Bank to the fork in the face of straight twitching. Directly scolded him for not having hair Mediterranean, this is really a hit to the face. South Bank was forked out of the rut, compensating for the smile. Good, fairy you say anything right, but Chen little brother are over, can you be a little polite, stand up to say hello? TSK. Don't bother, playing group, playing lose how to do. The pretty girl who was rated in Chen Yi's mind as one of the few who could score 99 points was filled with impatience, but still stood up, raised her head and nodded at Chen Yi before continuing to lower her head to play the game. It was as if Chen Yi was not as fun as the game in her hands. But you have to try before you know who's fun. Chen Yi knew at a glance that this was a typical young lady's temperament, not to say that she was impolite, but she was probably just too lazy to take care of the one she didn't see eye to eye with. Sweep a glance at the game she played, this parallel world Chen Yi checked, no pesticide, but there is a handheld version of LOL, this girl is playing the handheld version of the jerk. Sorry Chen little brother this is my cousin South Sen Monk, from childhood was spoiled by my uncle, and Jui is the same as this year's college entrance exams, my uncle wants to send her to study abroad she did not go, is the test to the city of Shin, as for me well, I guess Jui introduced to you. By the way, my cousin also grew up in the imperial city, Chen little brother you know her? Nanan Shishir opened his mouth and asked. These rich people's circle is very small, the more the top of the circle is smaller, which will be divided into geographic areas. Jenny is the people of the imperial city. He thought he should know his sister, at least heard of it. Naughty blue, to his cousin this looks, you cannot say is the sky without the only on the ground. The east is so big, you find out A in her as beautiful as the absolute also quite a lot, but long as the fairy like home and especially rich, that is a phoenix feather. I really don't know. Jenny shook his head. He just got the system for how long? How can he know those top tycoons in the Imperial City Circle? If it is not the system of the deep hidden card, Jenny will not be so high profile, and more likely to come over to find this South Bank to no chat. Still, the circle is too small, it's easy to reveal. Nan Shirshir frowned a bit. He didn't expect Chen Yi to not recognize his cousin. He looked at the strange feeling that Chen Yi's aura gave him, as if he thought of something else, and ultimately didn't say anything. Brother, Mediterranean Sea, it's not interesting here, let's go. South Sen Moon suddenly mood upset said. Chen Yi swept a glance at her cell phone screen. Well, playing lose mood is very normal. I think I ranked 10 consecutive kneeling time, cannot wait to directly smash the computer. She picked up the bag she put aside, although the South Male Moon dress is not the kind of high luxury brand, but the bag is really Hermes. This girl to really like a fairy, but maybe as Nanan said, from childhood should be the only child spoiled bad. Do what I do, simply do not care about the feelings of others. Chapter 45 Girlfriends even to come to things are unified. This little fairy really says go, without any hesitation, grabbed his bag and ready to go out. Mediterranean Sea, what are you doing? Go away, I thought the nightclub how fun it is, really no fun at all, might as well go home and play the game. The South sends the moon to the cell phone to the bag a plug, crossbody that Hermes bag is to leave. I am busy with a bunch of things during the day itself, but it is not you who wanna come. The South Coast complained a sentence. A big man which so much nonsense, grating, you are not my brother, you think I would like to let you accompany me out of the door, let you walk in my side, feel ashamed. South sends the moon itself is a big lady temper, face their own cousin is even more do not care, what words hard to hear what to say. At this time, Jenny only noticed that this is called South Moon, the name of the thief. Elegant little fairy, height is not short, he visually bare feet to have 1.7 meters, even higher than the side of the Ruanjui, so a little. And she also wore a pair of Victorian court-style thick high heels. All of a sudden height up a cut, about 1.75 meters. Nanan stood beside her, is indeed Alexander. Generally this kind of gorgeous low skirt is not suitable for those taller girls to wear, but the South sends the moon to wear without any sense of contradiction, but more show their own temperament, elegant, as a real aristocratic lady general. Okay, I'll listen to you, today you are the sister. Nan Shirshir understands too well that you can't reason with a woman, especially when this woman is a cousin that you know better. Reasoning with her is just looking for death. If it's that kind of parallel circle party, Nan Yunue is this kind of trouble. Nan Bank probably will not take care of her, at most find someone to send her home. In that kind of equal circle of friends party, if you do not have a particularly important thing halfway out of the scene, in fact, is quite not to give face to other people. But today this face for him is probably not even play, is to bring his cousin out to see along, say go, no pressure at all. Hey, brother Nan, you this on the go, not in a while. That side is drinking wine. Ji Zhang saw this scene, quickly stood up, although the wine and drink more, head more dizzy, but see the South Coast to go or to maintain a basic sobriety. My cousin is in a hurry to go, can't argue with her. Gee, you guys play well on your own, there is a chance that we are out to play. Although this is said, but from the South Bank that expression is more like perfunctory. Jenny also long ago saw, Nan and simply did not take the second generation of such as Ji Zhang as their friends, just because they know, to maintain the basic courtesy. This is the same as the average family child and an ordinary rich second generation. Both sides have a big class gap. One is the top rich second generation who takes the dividends from his family's business and hesitates at most to buy a multi-million-dollar car, and the other is the young second generation who still takes tens of thousands of pocket money from his family every month. Both sides in the consumption of the generation gap already let them play not a piece to go. I can see that Ji Zhang also understands these, did not take the words of the South Bank seriously. Then brother Nan, I send you. Drinking so much, just stay here, don't send back, don't drive yourself when you go back, if something happens, I can't explain to uncle. South Bank pressed Ji Zhang back, can see that this person's character is actually quite good, people are also good, compared to Ji Zhang's point of jumping, he matured too much. Shen little brother, today really sorry cannot accompany you, or let's add a contact, in the future if there is a bureau, then call you over to play together. This time is only really stupid will refuse, the two added a VX, by the way, exchanged phone numbers. Shenny took a look at the phone number of the South Coast, not the kind of an addition to the beginning of the 3 digits, the back of all 6 or 8, but also a series of auspicious number, estimated that this number alone is worth a few $100,000. These rich people's numbers are different from the average person's. The average person's cell phone is blacklisted, while these people's cell phone numbers are whitelist. That is to say, the whitelist numbers can only call in, and all other numbers cannot enter. In this era of information leakage, a rich person's number was sometimes not a secret. If anyone could call, these people would probably be annoyed to death all day long and would have to change their numbers every day. Chenny had only gotten the system a short while ago and was unable to notice details like cell phone numbers, but it didn't matter, a cell phone number wouldn't reveal anything. Seeing Chenny and Nan Shishir exchanging numbers and invitations, Ji Zheng's gaze at the place eventually brought some jealousy. Chenny cried and laughed a bit when he saw this. No, buddy, are you having some kind of problem? Before I and Wanjui close, you are at most a little bit upset, how I this and a big man exchange a little bit, you to make a jealousy. In addition, you cannot see that the South Bank this is just a casual remark, there are some circles, especially this kind of geographical circle, no opportunity, and where is so good to enter. Before Nan Yuyue left, she glanced at Wanjui, then walked away like a proud little phoenix. This is probably the beautiful girl when you see another girl who is almost as beautiful as yourself, there will always be a little bit of vigilance and hostility. I did not see Wanjui also looked at Nan Yuyue 2 more times. As soon as the Nan family siblings left, the box suddenly became a bit dull. Chenny pulled Wanjui back to the sofa where he had been sitting before, and took a strange look at Eugeniu, who was sitting there without saying a word. Why is this suddenly so quiet? Chenny could see Eugeniu's problem. As her best friend, Wanjui could notice it even more. She walked over and sat next to Eugeniu, and asked in a low voice, "What's wrong, Geniu? Are you not feeling well? Are you having your period? You're the one who's having her period." Eugeniu came back to her senses and said, her voice was quite loud, letting the people on the Zhejiang side hear it, and a piece of eyes gazed over. This time Wanjui couldn't stand it either, and got shy. She didn't dare to look over there, instead she jostled with Eugeniu. "You lower your voice, little btch, how can you say such words directly? We're all adults, what's the big deal? Don't be stuffy, little male, do you want me to name the exact time? It's almost just a few days away." Eugeniu really broke his fingers and counted up, then exclaimed, "Hey, you don't say, that theory on the internet seems to be true. I heard that girlfriends together for a long time, even the time of the ant will become unified. Small Gongju this time with me is also similar. Women are not shameless to who cannot compare, this ought to play is afraid of embarrassment." By Eugeniu so lively, the atmosphere once again warm up, over there a few come over to warm up to catch kaiju girls, but also each other jokes. To be honest, Eugeniu and the one who just left Nan Yunue are quite similar, but Eugeniu is like a bimbo, and that Nan Yunue is a simple little pride. Chenny smiled and walked over, sat directly beside Wanjui, picked up the wine cup and said, "Girls, all hurry up and get active, this wine cannot be moved much, today do not finish the wine, no one wants to go, Then, we won't go. Are you going to adopt us, Mr. Big? Are we going together or what? No, if you want to fool around, go ahead, don't bring me along. What's the point of being so reserved? You're playing it cool. You're not going to eat that now. Ha!" A group of girls' laughter came. Chapter 46 Uneasy Bitch. Chenny sat next to Wanjui, the flavor of the perfume lightly sprinkled on the young girl's body surged into her nose, causing Chenny to take a deep breath. The flavor of the perfume is not cloying, it is a shallow cold wind. The specific perfume is what brand model. Chenny has not had that ability to smell out, that is really a high-end skill of smelling a woman. "Want a drink?" Chenny signaled to Wanjui. Wanjui has not yet spoken. Sitting on her right-hand side of the Eugeniu is, "Yo, how, the young master is trying to get my little publicity drunk to do something, How can you say that, Geniu?" Wanjui slapped her best friend. Although Eugeniu spoke in a manner, ordinary people here could probably be very embarrassed by her, such as Li Xiang. However, for someone like Chenny who was in a different position and had different things, her words were actually not that unpleasant. Because she didn't have the qualifications to talk about herself, her words could be disregarded. "I would quite like to get little Gongju drunk and do something, it depends on whether little Gongju gives face or not." Chenny raised his eyebrows and directly climbed up the ladder. "You don't call me that like Geniu, it sounds awkward." Wanjui fidgeted and said, "Are you shy? You're a little girl yourself, Jinda handsome, I'm telling you, the little girl's drinking capacity is poor, 2 cups can't, want to get her drunk especially simple." Eugeniu laughed, and then made eyes at Chenny. Her words sounded like she was trying to help Chenny get Wanjui drunk, but also seemed to be reminding Wanjui that you can't hold your liquor, so don't drink too much. This girl's words were always hard to understand. Chenny and Eugeniu just happened to sandwich Wanjui in the middle. He used his hand to point to those wines on the table and asked Wanjui, which one to drink. "This is playing outside, there are some wines simply cannot be refused." Wanjui also did not pretend to say what he does not drink, just muttered, "I do not drink too much, and then it is the eyes glittering pointed to one of the bottle of Ace of Spades, said, "This pink. Ha, you girls really are all value animals, really do not care whether the wine is good or bad, just look at the bottle, good or bad." Chenny joked and poured a glass of rose pink Ace of Spades for Wanjui. "What about you?" Chenny looked at Eugeniu again. "Of course it's the most expensive, Sure enough, bitch pointed directly to the most expensive one, the Platinum Edition. "This wine looks expensive, a bottle of $30,000, but outside to buy 10,000 or less than 6 or 7,000 can be taken down, is being nightclubs to speculate into the net model. The reason why the Platinum version is expensive, in fact, is limited to 5,000 bottles per year, hunger marketing." You see, this pink gold has the most aristocratic flavor, suitable for our little Gongju. Chen Yi joked about Wanjui, in exchange for a burst of pouting from the girl. Come on, little Gongju, bitch, celebrate our acquaintance today, don't need to drink too much, just have a sip. Chen Yi said. Wanjui and Eugene Yu quickly raised their cups to follow. Eugene Yu even rolled his eyes and said, you really called out directly, ah? I've always wanted to call me that before. This girl's voice is soft, delicate like a little lowly, especially the face's small body is also small. Persuade her to drink is like persuading a child to drink, let a person has a very guilty feeling. Chen Yi smiled without saying anything. Ruanjui really, as Eugene Yu said, she should not be able to drink much, just drank 2 mouthfuls, immediately the white face is colored red. Don't believe that people who drink on the face can drink, this kind of person is the most unable to drink, that is, the body lacks some kind of alcohol metabolism enzyme. Although wine is not a good thing, but alcohol in the stomach, in the strangers will also become familiar with up, in the shy people will also play open. You just said with that sales what Shenlong said of 6 sets of 5 sets, what is the difference ah? Drink a few mouthfuls of wine, Wanjui close to Chen Yi closer, warm petite body, heat along her Dior's new summer shirt passed over, small hand tugging on his sleeve. Chen Yi at this time estimated that even if he put his arm around her waist, I guess Wanjui would not care. However, Chen Yi is not here to cheat P. Next to a very drinkable Eugene Yu watching, he did not move his hands and feet, habitual instinctive elegance of drinking, said with a smile. You see these bottles of wine beautiful, right? This is the so-called dragon set, gold, white gold, pink gold, violet and green gold, a color bottle, this is 5 sets, white gold is the most expensive, gold is the cheapest, plus a black gold is 6 sets. But the black gold that wine in the world a total of more than 2,000 bottles, it is difficult to buy. I also thought that only the imperial city, the body of the store over there, I did not think that this side of the city of Xinjiang actually have, of course, may also be people deliberately sell me. General Small Nightclub said what 6 sets of, do not have to think that the black gold is absolutely fake wine, normal so-called dragon set are 5 bottles. Although the Ace of Spades is a net red wine, do not need to care about what year, but since it can be sold so expensive, this champagne flavor is still good. Chen Yi while drinking with the 2 girls, generally do the basic science. The wine in the bar is not only Ace of Spades, more expensive tens of thousands of a bottle of vodka, or Louis XIII is not unheard of, but now the young people recognize Ace of Spades. Look at the outside of those card seat, most people in this place is the most point a bottle or 2 of Ace of Spades gold on the good. Some people chicken thief, buy a bottle of platinum put on the table also do not open, is to take the wine to seduce the girl, go away when the wine stored up, next time continue. But a lot of girls are also smart, see you do not open to ignore you, but there are still people who fall for it, just that sales Li asked me if the wine is to open, in fact, is to ask me is not wine used to hook girls with. But I'm in the box and not outside, hook a P-girl, or he thinks I even a few bottles of wine cannot afford to drink ah. Chen Yi said without a trace of anger. Ruanjui and Eugene Yu giggled and covered their mouths after hearing this. Bitch put on some thick makeup, that winks a skim is petite, Chin brother is not regret that I am here with the little Gongju, so that you cannot even go outside to hook up with the girl. Don't brother, you are older than me, I call you sister is right. Then call sister to hear ah, I called you brother. Get lost. Watching Chen Yi and Eugene Yu snickering at each other there, Wanjui just held her face back and giggled, this sister is really stuffy. She felt that Chen Yi did everything with the demeanor of a young lord, but was particularly grounded. In fact, it was just that Ruanjui hadn't come into contact with more people. We are all human beings, even if the family is rich, it's not possible to be dragged around every day as if they were $2.5 million, and the style of those young masters was for people of different classes. The way they get along with their friends of the same class is no different from ordinary people. I'm not interested in those women out there, they're not as good looking as little Gongju. Chen Yi had a thick skin and directly just started flirting with the girls, making Ruanjui's face, who was giggling, turn even redder. Chinda handsome, you know all about this game, quickly say how many little girls have you fooled? Eugene Yu asked with a twinkle in her eye. This is really not in good spirits. Chapter 47 Who in the end sets more? That's right, how many little girls has Big Young cheated in the end? Tell us your glorious history. Eugene Yu's side of the words just fell, immediately Chen Yi's side is a burst of warbling. The 4 girls who had been drinking with Ji Zhang just now crowded over in one breath, and instantly 6 girls surrounded him in the center. One of the girls was so bold that she squeezed into the middle of Chen Yi and Ruanjui, picking up a glass of wine and handing it over to Chen Yi's mouth. Surrounded by a gust of wind, fortunately, these women are not really vulgar, body spray perfume are big brands, not particularly smoky. Before the lighting ambiguous and away from a distance, Chen Yi did not pay attention, this time fixed eyes, found that these girls are not ugly, the worst is the kind of 80 points of the beauty category, in daily life is definitely a lot of men or chase or lick. These girls who come to fish for the second generation are serious people, and not the kind of randomly go out with people for the night, they play in the nightclub tonight, tomorrow daytime as a company white collar or a local Xinjiang University students. Just like Papa Ma, people might just like the nightclub atmosphere. If you can catch a second generation, by the way, it's better. If you can't, you can also rub a drink. They also know that, like the second generation of those people, it's unlikely that they will like a woman who can just go out with someone for the night. Of course, if you come across the kind of particularly good, such as particularly handsome or particularly rich and can talk, these girls do not mind what happens at night. It is called first on the car, people make up for the ticket and then another say. This kind of thing in the nightclub is naturally there. And Shen Yi is obviously the ideal type of these girls. He's handsome, young, and a gold digger, but also very grounded, simply Prince Charming. Previously, they didn't come over because they thought Chen Yi wasn't easy to get in touch with, but after seeing Chen Yi chatting with Eugene Yu in such a grounded manner, they immediately knew that the young man wasn't actually that cold. And neither Eugene Yu nor Wan Zhu Yi are his girlfriends. Since the famous grass didn't have a master, why couldn't a sister come and give it a try? The girls surrounded Chen Yi in the center. We all drank wine, each one dared to say anything. Yellow jokes out immediately is full of laughter. The atmosphere is hilarious. One of the girls also want to smoke a female cigarette, but after seeing Chen Yi frown, immediately is to put the cigarette back. Everything to Chen Yi's feelings for the first choice, that makes people comfortable. Chen Yi at this time to the side to see the side of the sofa. Ji Jing drinking more than has been fast not work. Their own one person to drink alcohol would have been easy to get drunk, and the amount of alcohol Ji Jing seems to be not very good. But fortunately, there are two little brothers are taking care of him. He drank too much, you guys pay attention, don't get into trouble. Chen Yi and Ji Zhang is not a deadly enemy, not to curse people to death. See him like this is to remind the Duanwei in that Haozi sentence. Duanwei and Haozi are flattered, did not think Chen Yi will care about this side, immediately full of smile said, brother, you can rest assured that we are familiar with the road. Before Ji often drink too much, it's okay, we will pay attention to, you have a good time. That expression is really to Chen Yi respect. Chen Yi smiled and said, you guys are also, if you can still drink on the drink, this wine to stay is also a waste. Handsome man, don't change the topic, quickly say you have cheated a few little girls. We want to hear you tell stories. A few more girls were making a scene. Chen Yi's smile remained unchanged, not false in the face of this scenario, pretending to be an innocent young man, slightly coy. Don't talk nonsense, I have not cheated a girl. The young man you just cheat, see you are so familiar with the nightclub, must be a regular customer. A girl said boldly. Chen Yi quickly waved his hand, you do not accuse people, beware of me to sue you for libel. I plus this time only a total of 3 times, the first 2 are by friends with, as for those things I said, follow the old driver over to play 2 rounds, will understand. I used to have a strict family control, every day to study well, love are afraid to talk about, you do not think that we really die do people Qingbei random test it? It's not easy for me to get into a book, and the pressure to study is huge. Just finished the college entrance examination to go to the first year of college, have never been in love, home control is strict. Chen Yi's sentence exposed a lot of information, those girls' eyes are green, this is simply the kind of dream of the rich second generation. In the eyes of these girls, Chen Yi had turned into a little lamb. See this Chen Yi heart has smile, this rebirth is indeed such a look, the family tube of strict, every day to study well have never been in love, but before the rebirth well. Don't mention it, that life is a mess, you women or tender point, maybe we who set more it. Handsome man, a moment after the game, do you want us to go to eat a late night snack? Before has been playing high cold girl at this time also cannot help out, she took a look at Chen Yi put on the table Ferrari car keys, think their own requirements are really not high, the boyfriend does not have to open what 2 good car, Ferrari enough. A Ferrari is enough. Heh, after eating late night snacks where we go activities is really it. Chen Yi heart laughed. He knew that as long as he agreed, in front of the 4 girls who he chose who she could not run away. As long as they are scummy and thick-skinned enough, they will pretend that they are drinking and making mistakes as soon as they wake up tomorrow, and then they will talk about it. Casually spend some money to buy them some expensive gifts as compensation, these girls at most is to curse their own eyes blind, the big bad wolf into a lamb, nothing else. Even Chen Yi can leave contact information, and then later continue to tease, and then lure people out to buy something to send, and can cheat a wave. If the pre-birth he still need to take a little effort, then with his current wealth, looks, these things become much simpler, the girls will definitely rush on. And these girls are also quite beautiful, they are definitely not a loss. But those were all the ones Chen Yi had played with before he was reborn, and they were no longer interesting. This was not easy to be reborn once again and possessed by the system, so he might as well be a little bit more stylish. You guys crave this young master's body? Bah, this young master is pure and clean, which is such a casual person. This side of Chen Yi and girls chatting hot, that side was left out of Wanjui inexplicably feel moody. She and Ji Zhang like their own boredom drink 2 cups of wine. If it is not Eugene Yu on the side to persuade, it is estimated that she put the 3rd cupper down the belly. I'm going to the bathroom. Drinking dizzy Wanjui stood up and swayed 3 times. Little Gongju, I accompany you to go, you also don't drink, know that you can't drink, must drink so much. Eugene Yu is also a little anxious. No need, I'm not drunk, I can still recognize the road. Wanjui held the sofa and wanted to go out. Although Chen Yi and a few girls chatting, but has been paying attention to this place, see this immediately stood up, to a few girls smiled and said, my friend drink too much, I go to see. Turning gently to avoid the salty hands of the girls, Chen Yi walked over to Ruanjui's side and said to Eugeniu, "I'll take her to the bathroom, it's safer, you stay here." Eugeniu opened her mouth, thinking that it would be safe to have a big man like Chen Yi with her, so she didn't say anything. "I don't need you to accompany me, I can go by myself, let go." The little publicist shook off Chen Yi's hand holding her arm, but of course Chen Yi would not give up, immediately stepped forward and grabbed the young girl's catkin, letting her drink some soft body leaned in his arms. Ruanjui muttered a few words, but said nothing more. Chapter 48, Why don't you guys stay at my place? Just out of the door of the private room, has been waiting outside the Li Hui Si, handwave, two wearing a black suit of little brother is walking over. Chen Yi was also happy to see, not to mention, this really looks a bit like a bodyguard. Under the guard of the two bodyguards, Chen Yi helped Ruanjui to walk to the bathroom, sneaking some tofu along the way. Ruanjui may not have reacted because she was drunk, or she may have been in a daze knowing that Chen Yi was taking advantage of her, but under the stimulation of alcohol, she let him do it. When he arrived at the bathroom door, it was impossible for Chen Yi to enter the women's restroom, and before he could let go of Ruanjui, he saw the little male directly forcefully break away. Ruanjui, who was holding the door and was about to enter the bathroom, seemed to have suddenly woken up for a moment and said with two confused eyes, "I forgot to take my bag, I'll go back." She just turned around and saw Chen Yi standing in front of her with a smile on his face, handing over the tissue packet. When a girl goes to the bathroom, she always needs paper. Chen Yi knows this too well. Ruanjui wanted to go back to get her bag, probably just to get paper towels. There should also be paper in the bathroom, but Ruanjui didn't want to use the outside for fear of being unclean. Ruanjui did not realize why Chen Yi would be so understanding of the girl, said thank you, is to go in. "If you have something to do, you can call me inside, be careful not to fall." Chen Yi loudly instructed himself to the women's restroom outside a station, took out the phone casually flipping through things, quietly waiting up. It takes time for a girl to go to the bathroom. After a while, the bathroom came from the sound of washing hands, and then as to see Ruanjui from the inside came out, Chen Yi fixed his eyes to see, the little Gongju should not vomit, but the wine too also woke up some. Her body is still a little soft, so squatting beside Chen Yi, two hands hugging the knee, white pretty faces full of drunken halo red, a pair of beautiful eyes is also flooded with fog. Once a person drinks, his brain just doesn't listen to the call of duty and dares to say anything. Ruanjui also do not know what happened to himself, like a capricious little girl, throwing a small temper. "What do you care what I do, why do not you go to look for those young ladies to go?" As soon as Chen Yi heard this, he knew what was wrong with Ruanjui. He smiled and bent down to rub the young girl's beautiful long hair full of fragrance. Unlike Eugeniu, Ruanjui's hair wasn't dyed or permed, it was like ink and was extremely smooth to the touch. Little Gongju slapped away Chen Yi's hand. Chen Yi continued to laugh and touched the dog's head. She again slapped away. "I continue to touch." After a few times back and forth like this, Ruanjui lost her temper. "What are you doing? We are not familiar with each other, don't move your hands." Ruanjui muttered, more like a young girl's naivety. Chen Yi squatted down next to her. He is now a good drinker, although he just drank a lot, but only a little bit of a slight intoxication, from drunk is still far from it. "We have played together, how can we say not familiar? You cannot turn your face away." Chen Yi continued to smile. Although Ruanjui was quite drunk, she was able to detect something in his words. Her right hand wrapped around her knee and her left hand lifted up to forcefully hit Chen Yi a few times. A girl's strength, especially a drunk girl, was like scratching an itch. However, Chen Yi pretended to ouch a few times to let her lighten up. Ruanjui's cold face showed a small smugness, but hit more vigorously, after a few slaps as if to relieve the anger, before letting go of Chen Yi. Under normal circumstances, she absolutely did not dare to do this to Chen Yi, is too close too ambiguous, but this drink after do not care about men or women, really anything to do out. "I can see that you don't like it here, let's just go, you have a cell phone, right? Send a VX to Eugeniu and ask her to come out. By the way, ask her to take out your bag and the car keys I put on the table. You're not going to say hi to the ladies who want to make friends with you? Just go straight away like that? Women, always asking over and over again on certain issues, obsessive as hell." But despite saying that, Ruanjui still took out her cell phone and opened VX, starting to contact Eugeniu. "I'm not interested in them." "Then who are you interested in?" Ruanjui blurted out. Immediately after the words were said, her heartbeat accelerated, and her heart moved away from the gaze. She was really afraid that Chen Yi said that he was interested in you, and then she really did not know what she was going to do. Ruanjui life experience is not deep, she used to be the kind of mind to study well, no people are also classmates, but she also knows that Chen Yi is absolutely the kind of rare perfect boyfriend candidate. People long handsome, family money, will come to things, not mute, where to seem to play very open, although a little arrogant, but people are not arrogant, and even very grounded, even if Ruanjui and the stupid, but also know that such a man is not rare. Moreover, even if you meet one, they may not necessarily like you. She is not a low IQ, can see that Chen Yi's initiative has some chasing meaning. But how long have they known each other, will it be too fast? In fact, these intimate and ambiguous contacts between the two had already gone a bit too far, something that the past Ruanjui could not even dare to think about. What if he confesses? Should I say that we've known each other for too short a period of time, and that we should get in touch again? But what if he thinks it's a rejection and gives up? No, if he gives up so easily, it means he's not serious. Looking at Wanjui holding back her thoughts, Chenny found it funny. This girl was really like what Eugeniu said, a stuffy little public figure. Chenny didn't say anything and grabbed Wanjui's cell phone. What are you doing with my cell phone? Wanjui let out a cry of alarm. Cell phones are very private things, generally male and female friends are actually best not to see each other. Add a VX, save time to forget. Chenny directly scanned the QR code will be both sides of the VX Plus, the hands of the Apple phone back to the screen. See Wanjui's screensaver is a certain man. Of course, this look is a certain male star. As a male in this regard there is nothing to be jealous of jealousy, otherwise wait for a fight. Chenny directly opened his VX, rummaged through the photo albums, and sent it to Wanjui. This was a selfie that Chenny had taken before he left the house today, specially looking for a good angle. Why did you send your picture? Wanjui, who snatched back her cell phone, saw the selfie Chenny sent and asked stupidly. The male celebrities in your screensaver are not as handsome as I am, so it's a shame to take them out and change my photo on them so that they can go out and have a better look at them. Chenny raised his eyebrows and laughed. The beauty of you, who are you? Wanjui, of course, it is impossible to change the screensaver directly off the phone, is the whole person is a little weak, do not dare to look at Chenny. When Eugeniu came out of the box, she saw this appearance of the two, she looked at Chenny and then looked at Wanjui in a strange way, this forced the words to be held back. Young Chen, are you guys leaving? The sharp-eyed Li Hui saw this and rushed over to ask. Well, today some tired ready to go back, inside there are still people playing, let them continue to mess it. Okay, then you road safety, the next time you come to notify me in advance of Hui Zi, I give you a good arrangement. Li Hui enthusiastically said, as for the box there are still people playing? Who cares about them, the important thing is to lick the big young man. To come to a nightclub to spend 100,000 or so of this kind of customers, but the sales heart of the real VIP. Under Li Hui's enthusiastic escort, Chenny and the others headed out, while Eugeniu supported Wanjui. Little Gongju, can you go home like this? This is full of alcohol, aren't you afraid of being beaten to death by your parents when you go home? Bitch said with some sadness at this time. When Wanjui heard this, she immediately stopped getting drunk. No, I can't go back like this, why don't you give my parents a call and tell them that I'm staying at your place? I don't care, but do you think I can really live there? Speaking of this, Eugeniu fell silent, and Wanjui also fell silent. It seems like there's something wrong with bitch's family. Chenny thought secretly, then just laughed, why don't you all stay at my place? Chapter 49, Men Need to Protect Themselves Too. As soon as Chun Yi's words left his mouth, Eugeniu was immediately on guard. Her speech was not pleasant to the ear, and she immediately grunted, the big bad wolf is finally revealing his tail, to cheat my little Gongju this little red hat ah. I tell you, my little Gongju is not a casual person, if you wanna play, just now those girls in the store you casually call A, then with you away, why bother to scourge my little Gongju? Although her words were unpleasant and somewhat sarcastic, her intention was to protect Wanjui. Wanjui wasn't drunk, she had just sobered up a bit, mainly because she couldn't get down from all the booze, that's why she didn't dare to go home for fear of being mixed doubles by her parents. After hearing Chen Yi's words, she almost didn't hesitate to say, forget it, Chen Yi. I'll find a hotel to stay in and go back tomorrow. She and Chen Yi just met half a day, even if there is a good feeling in her heart, directly at night to live in the person's home this kind of thing, Wanjui still can't do it. That is not called having feelings, that is called a why love, how can a decent girl do this kind of thing? Besides, she is still a big girl, even more unlikely to casually. Chenny heard that is to know that they misunderstood, laughed, anyway, are living in the hotel, live which hotel is not live, I am now living in the hotel. I live in the room is big enough, there are 2 rooms, you live in is, this big night you this drink, I also do not rest assured. You will be registered in the hotel, and you are not completely drunk, what can I do to you ah? Honestly, I wouldn't dare. When Chenny said this, Wanjui's vigilance dropped a bit, but she still continued to hesitate. For Wanjui this hesitation, Chenny is not annoyed, but very like, honestly if Wanjui just do not want to think directly agree to him to go home, it is estimated that instead of Chenny to go to the doubt, he is not going to be fairy jump. The time may be the man's self-protection. Wanjui this attitude is a normal girl should look like, not the kind of crazy around playing, do not care about anything woman. This kind of girl is clean, pure, can move some feelings, rather than simply over the kidney. He knew that what he said made Wanjui still uneasy, so he picked up again and said, why don't bitch you also go over and live with little Gongju together? Bitch, why don't you come over and live with little Gongju too? This big night, of course you have to live together, so that tomorrow we can also go to dinner together, play or something, I am not familiar with Xinsheng, have to let you 2 locals with. Chen Yi's persuasion finally moved Wanjui, she looked towards Eugeniu who was holding her up, her big eyes blinking, full of supplication. If the 2 sisters lived together, then the safety would be much higher, and Chen Yi should not dare to mess around, it would be too easy for something to happen. Eugeniu, however, ignored Ruan Jui, and instead smiled piquantly, whining to Chunyi, "Chindaji is really bold, eating from the table but also looking at the pot, letting me and Xiao Gongju go over to live together. You're trying to kill two birds with one stone. Ah. Isn't that called a double shot?" Eugeniu's words were more of a joke, and Chenny also raised his eyebrows and responded with a snicker. Seeing that these two might be about to start another yellow accent, Ruan Jui hurriedly interrupted, tugging on Eugeniu's sleeve and shaking it vigorously, almost like a girlfriend pampering herself, dragging out the end of her voice as she chirped, "Geniu. Okay. This tone of voice of yours is giving me goosebumps." Eugeniu slapped Ruan Jui's hand away from her sleeve in disgust. "You don't usually talk like this," Ruan Jui said defiantly. "Little Gongju, this tone of voice you cannot, acting trace is too heavy, not natural. Next time I teach you how to natural some, with you this sultry little face, as long as a pouting." The man immediately crispy, "Would all agree with you?" Eugeniu cackled, and then helplessly said, "Small Gongju, you this is to be trapped in get, today I'll lady with Gongju, we live together on the Chendajo that, how about it?" "I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that." By Eugeniu so a tease, Ruan Jui made a big red face, puffing and cannot speak. Chenny had already made a phone call at this time, informing the concierge of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel to send a car over. He had been drinking, so naturally he couldn't be driving. At the same time, he checked again and found a chauffeur app, directly downloading and registering to find a chauffeur. There are a lot of chauffeured cars near nightclubs and bars, most of the customers come from here, and it didn't take long for a man wearing a company uniform to come over. The style of the uniform is somewhat like a suit, with the name and phone number of the chauffeur company printed on the body. It looks very formal. "Brother, you called the chauffeur, right?" This man is about 27 or 18 years old, speaks with an accent, is not a local of Xinjiang, holding a folding small bicycle. Although Chunyi is 10 years younger than him, but met directly called brother, can only say that everyone is not easy to live, are begging for life. He glanced at Ruan Jui and Eugeniu who were standing on the side of Chunyi, that is, he retracted his eyes, having been a chauffeur here, he had seen a lot of things and was already used to them. There are a lot of beautiful women walking back and forth in this neighborhood, and a beautiful woman is no more important than her job. The destination app has it, the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. "I'm waiting for the car now, you drive the car over first and wait for me there, no problem, right?" Hearing Chenyi's words, the chauffeur was still a bit strange. "I'll drive you 3 to the hotel, why do I have to wait for a car?" When he saw the car he was about to drive, he immediately understood. The Ferrari is a Ferrari, and it's a Ferrari. The chauffeur was a bit flustered, he did chauffeur these days, the first time he met this kind of luxury car, touch a house has gone some exaggerated, but a toilet is gone or no problem. He swallowed his saliva and glanced at the folding bicycle in his hand. The chauffeur was a bit hesitant. Sensing his nervousness, Chenny patted his shoulder and laughed, "Although the trunk is small, but put down such a folding bike or no problem, the car is free to drive." Anyway, bumped and touched the insurance. Although the owner of the car said so, but the chauffeur which dares to really just open, he solemnly said, "Brother, you rest assured that I slowly drive, must give you careful to drive to the destination." Open the trunk, the hands of the folding bike in the hands of the special cautious put in, for fear of rubbing the paint of the car, and then saw the chauffeur took out a small bottle in their hands sprayed, smell the smell should be disinfectant. Then he took out a pair of particularly clean white gloves, do not let their hands touch the customer's steering wheel, they also try not to lean against the back of the chair, visible its professionalism is very high. This car seems to be the latest Ferrari 812A. The chauffeur's heart is also a little excited. The vast majority of people have never had the opportunity to touch the steering wheel of a Ferrari in their lives, they did not expect to be able to drive once a day. Waiting for the driver to sit on the driver's seat, Chenny told him the basic operation by the car window. Ferrari and general car is different, some buttons are like fighter jets, do not teach a little bit of estimation cannot be understood. Looking at their own 812, slowly into the street, Chenny is back to Ruan Jui and Eugeniu's side. 3 people stood in place laughing and chatting a few sentences, a Rolls-Royce Phantom docked over. Chapter 50, I'm a very pure person. Seeing a Rolls-Royce Phantom parked in front of them, Ruan Jui and Eugeniu didn't have much of a reaction yet, thinking that it was another big boss coming to the nightclub to play. It wasn't until the driver in a suit with white gloves on his hands stepped down, came to the door and opened the Rolls-Royce's iconic double doors, bowing and making a please gesture to Chunyi that Ruan Jui and Eugeniu realized that this was the car that Chenny had called for. A slice of eyes gazed over from all around, some whispering, some excitedly not knowing what they were talking about. There was no way, this scene was usually hard to see in reality, only in TV dramas was it considered standard, that was the kind of platitude that only the real bigwigs had. If 2 Rolls-Royce Gustos were added before and after this Rolls-Royce Phantom, the scene would be even more adequate. It is evident that Ritz-Carlton Hotel knows where the guests' vanity and needs are. Get in the car, what are you waiting for? Chenny lightly pushed the 2 girls. Ouch. Only then did Ruan Jui and Eugeniu react to getting into the car. The Rolls-Royce's starry sky roof was indeed the girls' favorite, and after Ruan Jui and Eugeniu got into the car, they did not have any interest in the other luxurious furnishings in the car, and both kept looking at the starry sky overhead that was glittering with lights. Ruan Jui and Eugeniu were both riding in Ferrari and Rolls-Royce for the first time today, these familiar luxury cars. Although Won Jui's family had hundreds of millions of dollars in assets, most of them were fixed assets, and her dad hadn't gotten to the point where he needed to use a Rolls-Royce as a substitute car. She used to study hard and didn't have much contact with the second-generation circle, so she didn't see many of those really extravagant things. Otherwise, with Won Jui's looks and family, if she was very playful, she would definitely be able to get in touch with those upper-echelon rich second-generation people and see more of the glitz and glamour. I can only say that the timing of Chen Yi's appearance was very coincidental. It was when Won Jui graduated from high school and was about to enter the university, and began to expand her social circle when she entered her life, instead of other people, so that she could see a more intoxicated look of life. Didn't you say the hotel sent the car? After enjoying some starry skytop, Eugenie was grabbed. Chen Yi asked. This is the hotel car, ah? Chen Yi smiled and said. When did the hotel send a Rolls-Royce? Eugenie was stunned. The Rolls-Royce flying goddess is too famous, many people know, she naturally also knows. That's because you don't understand the Ritz-Carlton. Normally, like the executive corridor guests, Ritz-Carlton will use Mercedes-Benz S-Class to transport, but if you come across a VIP, you will use Rolls-Royce. Chen Yi said lightly, although not directly, but Won Jui and Eugenie also heard and understood. He is belonging to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel's VIP level. The two of them glanced at each other, both of them realizing that this young master's daily life seemed to be a bit out of their imagination. At the very least, with Won Jui's family's situation, they would never be able to do this. Perhaps only those movies that played out the look of the life of a luxurious family could be compared to this grand young master Chen. On another road in Xincheng, a Mercedes-Benz Big G was traveling. Nan Bank was personally driving the car, and his cousin Nanny Yua was sitting in the back row. Naturally, it was impossible for Nan Bank to not be able to afford a supercar, and it wasn't that he didn't like it. Rather, his cousin Nan Yunhua doesn't like supercars, dislikes the space too narrow, and likes to sit in a spacious car, which allows Nanan to only drive this spacious enough Big G to go out. That Chen Yi you really do not recognize, ah? While driving, Nanan spoke to his cousin behind him. He doesn't even know me, how could I possibly know him? Nan Senyu sat in the back of the car and said impatiently. It should not be, ah, look at his excellent cultivation, do things with a sense of etiquette, the average family will not be so cultivated children. Open up the Ferrari A12, drink a meal of more than $100,000 of wine, eyes do not blink, the circle of the imperial city that said big, said small, how you should also know such a talent, right? The South Bank is full of doubts. Domestic rich people are so many, in accordance with the geographical breakdown of the words is even less, although the imperial city in Xincheng is considered to be rich people more dense grounded, but those billions as well as the above is still only a small number. We are all in a circle, even if we have not seen, we should have heard of. I said I don't know is don't know. Then have you asked those friends of yours? The South Bank is still not dead. I have asked a circle, no one has heard of such a surname Chen. You ask about people for what, ah, fancy people? How come I didn't know that you still have this hobby, even like men? South sends the moon contemptuous look at the south coast, if you look handsome even if, I would quite like to see you and the man love me, but you look so ugly, or the Mediterranean Sea, think of it as disgusting. Being said by the south sends the moon's blood rises, the South Bank face a plate said, South sends the moon, how to speak it? You're being mean, if you're being mean, I'll go back and tell uncle. Once the words are out of the mouth, the face of the South Bank is immediately collapsed, shaking his head, thinning hair shaking, begging for forgiveness, do not, I'm wrong is not good, little fairy. This girl in the family is too favored, if she went to complain, he is dead. This kind of rich second generation is more afraid of parents, ah. Then he is the topic back to Chen Yi, not I am interested in people, that is, he is a person I think it is quite good, do not act humble, not like his age of the child can have style. I just think he's a person worth making a friend with, that's why I was inquiring. Hearing his words, Nan Yuyue let out a sigh of relief, but also that age of children, you really do not have a few hairs on your head, so you think you are 10 years older? Nan Bank was choked again, it was difficult to the extreme. I remember there are so many people on the internet who are sister controllers? That's because they must not have a sister. Nan Bank at this time was itching to strangle Nan Yuyue as a sister. He coughed a bit to make himself look a bit more stable, but that Chen Xiaodi, no matter what he does, he always holds his head up, his essence is extraordinarily good, it's definitely a habit he's developed since he was a child, and there are times when he looks like a soldier. Speaking of this, Nan Shishir seemed to suddenly have some realization. The circle of these top two generations of theirs is not big, and there are some official sons and daughters among them, but there are still some systems that are less played with them as well, such as the military. If it is someone from there, people in the past and low profile, and we are not in the same circle, his cousin's social circle is not that big, inquiring about it is normal. Nan and Shishir brainstormed some family backgrounds for Chen Yi, and even more so, he had the heart to make a deep friendship. Mr. Chen good. Rolls-Royce Phantom returned to the entrance of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Leo's quick eyes and hands respectfully opened the door of the car. Beside him there were also a few hotel waitresses. Miss is full of smiles to greet. When they saw him come out, they immediately greeted him. Won Jui and Eugenie have never seen this scene before, they are secretly smacking their lips. Is this the usual life of the young master? This scene is too much. However, when they thought about how he didn't seem to have the arrogance of those young masters when he was facing himself, they felt warmer and felt that he was not a bad person. When Leo saw Ruanjui and Eugeniu with Chun-Yi, he immediately revealed an ambiguous smile of understanding. I told you, this is the life of a rich young master, before that has been fitness reading self-discipline life, whereas the rich people should have the appearance. Chun-Yi saw his eyes, and immediately knew that the butler thought wrong. No, I'm really not that kind of person, I'm very pure, life only read the newspaper and fitness, never engage in those vulgar things, you cannot slander me. Chapter 51, The family has a mind also cannot be ah. You guys wait for me here. Chun-Yi commanded a sentence. Leo, and those welcoming ladies naturally have no from. Ruanjui and Eugeniu was not in a hurry, is to watch Chun-Yi left behind a few people, to the side of the front parking lot of the hotel to go. His Ferrari was parked there, as if the chauffeur was afraid that someone would come over and accidentally scratch the car, and then he would not be able to account for it, so he honestly stood there and waited. Seeing Chun-Yi walk over, the chauffeur is showing a smiling face and said, "Brother, the car for you to drive over, do you want to see if there is any problem?" So said the chauffeur took out a wet paper towel, carefully wiped the keys clean before handing it to Chun-Yi. This is not that Chun-Yi is driving a luxury car like a Ferrari, but his work habits, this work attitude is appreciated. There's no need to look, that's it. Chun-Yi waved his hand and took the car keys and put them in his pocket. The chauffeur to see the work is completed, is to pick up their folding bicycle road, that brother I first go ah. Hey, wait a minute. Chun-Yi called to stop the chauffeur, from the pocket took out his Hermes wallet, open a look inside the red ticket so 2 or 3. Took the cash people know, 10,000 will have been thick, a million cash on the heavy not light, general pocket wallet cash more than 1,000, that thickness will feel very uncomfortable. After that have to go to Hermes and buy a handbag, inside put a million cash thrown in the car. Although now is the era of mobile payment, but sometimes cash is still very useful. Chun-Yi thought, hand is also the new 3 red tickets into the hands of the chauffeur. This person seems to be the kind of northern drifter who wants to come to the big city to make his way, trying hard to put down roots in this cosmopolitan city, but it's a pity that although there are a lot of opportunities in the big city, the ones who can get rich are still a minority, and most of them are ordinary people who work hard. Don't ride your bike, it's tiring. I know you next to go to the nightclub just now, such as live, direct taxi over it, can rest a little money is not much, buy a packet of cigarettes or buy a bottle of wine to drink, their own happiness is the most important. Chun-Yi said, patted his shoulder. The driver's eyes were a little red, not because of the tip Chun-Yi gave, but his words of understanding, let him think of his own these years in the metropolis of the city of Xincheng Magic City, the hardship experienced and the persistence of the teeth. Thank you brother, I'm a rough man who can't speak, so I wish you a safe life. Gratefully thanking Chun-Yi, the driver left. Chun-Yi knew that there was a high probability that he wouldn't take a taxi, and would still ride his bike back to the neighborhood of the nightclub, waiting for the next job, just to save the dozens of dollars in taxi fare. By the time he took his last job, it would probably be the early hours of the next morning. No public transportation, no subway, in that empty road and no one under the street lamp, a person riding through half of the city to return to their rented lair, tired lie down to sleep, the next day get up and continue to go to work hard. This is the life of most ordinary people, hard but revered. What did you say to the chauffeur just now? The other party has been bowing, seems to be on the verge of tears. Ruanjui saw Chun-Yi back, is curious to ask. Nothing, we all work hard, I cannot give him hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars, or change his life, can do is just give him some more tips, sure about his work. Chun-Yi shook his head and laughed, probably talking about how those chauffeurs work hard every day, day and night, for a small salary. When Leo and the welcome girls heard this, they stood in awe of Chun-Yi, and began to look at the young master spending money in such a generous way, thinking that it was a kind of high and mighty young man who did not eat meat. It was only then that I realized that this young man knew everything, and did things in a measured way, and kind-hearted. Ruanjui, the rich white beauty, grew up in fine clothes, and did not go to the social experience, not very understand that the hard work of ordinary people's lives, but can feel Chun-Yi's words of sincerity, as well as the respect of other people around. Little Gongju heart a burst of inexplicable happiness, smile especially sweet, always feel Chun-Yi this person has so some different, let her wanna go more understanding and explore. Eugeniu however did not speak, her head lowered, somewhat lost in thought. Under Leo's leadership, a few people walked into the lobby, the front desk attendants all bowed and greeted, making the few customers in the lobby who were checking in a little surprised, their gazes all looking over. Ruanjui in the past, in addition to parents, has never lived in a hotel, especially living in a hotel will always be reminiscent of some of the activities, although she was a little drunk, but by so many eyes watching, the heart is also anxious, lowered his head sullenly do not say anything. Unbeknownst to her, the hotel attendants looked at her with envy and jealousy. Walking up the special elevator to the floor of the presidential suite, Leo swiped his card ahead of the others and pulled open the heavy double doors with both hands, truly like a butler in a movie. When he finished registering Ruanjui and Eugeniu, he was bending down to leave, while whispering to Chun-Yi, have a comfortable night. Seeing his ambiguous smile, Chun-Yi wanted to say, no, you really misunderstood brother is really a decent person. At this moment, Ruanjui and Eugeniu were a bit confused. Even Wanjui, the rich white beauty, had never thought that the hotel room Chen Yi was staying in would be so luxurious. The marble floor with fine veins, the crystal chandelier hanging from the ceiling, the huge living room, even without measuring it, one could probably tell that the whole room added up to several hundred square feet. Mini bar placed a lot of wine, coffee table with all kinds of snacks, look at the very upscale tea sets and cups placed neatly and comfortably. Check room, marble bathroom, dry steam shower even separate, audio-visual room, study, meeting room is fully functional, the restaurant looks like a high-grade banquet hall. Ruanjui realized that this place was much more luxurious than even her home, and she had never stayed in a presidential suite like this in the past when she traveled with her parents. Eugenia finished strolling through the entire house, paralyzed on the sofa, was careful to ask, how much does a night here cost? If you go to zero and round it up, it's 70,000. Chenny replied with a smile. Ruanjui and Eugenia glanced at each other, both spat out their tongues. $70,000 to live in a hotel for one night. Even Ruanjui feel that it is simply too extravagant. This is not the family has a mind. How long are you staying here? From the attitude of Leo and those hotel attendants, Chenny definitely lived not a short period of time, otherwise how could he be called a VIP, and one respected like this? Chenny directly said, I arrived in Xinjiang on August 15th, and I'm going to stay here until school starts. If the school year starts, it will be around September 1st, this is a one-time stay of 15 days. $70,000 per day, 15 days is not. That number just came out of the mind, whether it is Ruanjui or Eugenia is the body straight shivering, $1 million so spent out? What exactly does your family do that allows you to spend so much money, and look at you as if this amount of money is nothing? Ruanjui and Eugenia were both holding back in their hearts, wanting to ask but not daring to do so. Chenny could tell what they were thinking from their expressions. He smiled and didn't say anything. The system this money really came as if it was scraped by the wind, it wouldn't hurt to spend it. If it was his own money, even if he could just spend it like this, it would still hurt. Chenny took out 3 bottles of water from the refrigerator, opened the lids one by one, and handed them over, saying, drinking wine makes your mouth dry, so drink some water to replenish your moisture. Norwegian Voss natural water, originating from the southern part of Norway's clean land, claiming that there is no pollution, said the world's cleanest. As to whether or not I don't know, but there is very little minerals in the natural water is true, and therefore cannot be said to be mineral water. The taste is really silky smooth. Ruanjui and Eugenia received the natural water, saw Chen Yi to unscrew the lid for them, is really careful. The two of them took a sip, and it was indeed better than normal water, but they couldn't tell what was so good about it. Eugenia looked at this in general mineral water bottles about the same size, is joking, this bottle of water how much money, say out let us also die. Almost $500? Chenny said he was not sure. With money after the other entertainment and so on are good to say, clothing, food, housing and transportation must be the first to use the best, this is the basic requirements of a person's life. Worthy of being a young master, drinking a bottle of water is $500. $500 how many people work hard for a day to earn less than $500, but not enough people drink a bottle of water money. Is this the life of a rich man? And look at Chen Yi's face, it seems like this is no big deal, not even a little show of wealth, at least just now Ruanjui and Eugenia saw that Chen Yi opened the refrigerator and put all this water in it, which can only be said that this is the daily life of others. Eugenia came to Ruanjui's ear and whispered, hey, little princess, it's hard to catch this kind of young master even for you. Hearing Eugenia's words, Ruanjui was also a little apprehensive and flustered, before seeing Chen Yi driving a multi-million-dollar car and spending more than $100,000 to drink in a nightclub was not much of a feeling, because a lot of people are doing that. But when it comes to daily life, she immediately felt the pressure of a world of difference. Don't look at her family is very rich, but drink water is a little more expensive mineral water, or everyone drinks the kind of nongfu shanquan enough. If every day the family just drink a water to several thousand, even her family that income cannot stand off. Ruanjui felt the huge class difference. Nope, I'm apprehensive and flustered I'm not his girlfriend. The sultry little publicist raised her swan-like neck and immediately stopped panicking when she thought about it. I've been drinking a lot, haven't I? What, do you want to continue to drink 2 cups? Chenny walked to the minibar and asked. Who still drink with you? Drink with you, I, and small gongju today are finished, go small gongju, let's go to bath and sleep. Eugene pulled Ruanjui to stand up. Hey, you really don't want to drink? Then I'll just have to take pity on myself and drink. Chenny said regretfully. Chenny, Jinyu, and I are a bit sleepy, where is the guest room? You should also drink less, you drank quite a bit in the nightclub just now as well. The sultry little eunuch advised. Chenny put the wine in his hand down again as soon as he heard it, and laughed playfully, the little eunuch has said so, then I won't drink anymore. Ruanjui directly rolled her eyes. Chenny smiled and pointed to the location of the guest room, said, you go to the bathroom to wash it, I use the house on the line. The two of them didn't politely do so once they heard that, and greeted Chen Yi before heading to their own bedroom. Chapter 52, Girlfriend's Night Talk. After bathing, Ruanjui and Eugenia returned to the guest room that belonged to them. Having just been covered in roses. Petals in the marble bathroom comfortably took a bath, the Ritz-Carlton presidential suite, even the toiletries were those high-end luxury goods. For girls, it was simply the best enjoyment. General men may not care about these details, but what girls pay the most attention to is exactly these details. Eugenia closed the door of the guest room's house, after locking it with a lock, and then pulled the door handle twice with force, before she was laughing. It's not possible that Chin Da Handsome actually has a card there, so he can come for a night attack at night, right? Wearing the comfortable pajamas prepared by the hotel, pulling up her hair, Wanjui, who was packing up her own clothes by the bedside, sniffed and laughed, saying, Jinyu, you're being too careful, I don't think Chinny is that kind of person. There is a saying called no people no face not no heart. Some people don't look full of doctrine, but the heart is business. A person how can from the appearance to see out good or bad? Eugenia first sighed like a philosopher, just more like a joke on her face, then she as the eyes winked, playfully laughed. How, our little public official is so trapped, or you now go over to dedicate yourself, I absolutely do not stop. UBTCH will talk nonsense, I think you are the one who wants to dedicate yourself, hurry up and go over, I won't stop you. Ruanjui, who just finished bathing, has white and red skin, which is even more translucent and beautiful. Wow, you even called me a bimbo too, what is this called? Husband and wife? Eugene you did not rely on, immediately ran over, grabbed Ruanjui, marveled, small Gongju this skin is also too good, in the end there is what's secret, fast, from the truth. Ruanjui shivered at Eugene Yu's sudden attack, she slapped away her best friend's hand that was playing tricks on her body, and said proudly, there is no secret, it's natural. Not bad, take good care of yourself, better wash yourself white every day so that Chin Da Handsome will like it. Beating. The two girls a burst of play, finally is a little tired, only is lying together. This bed is really comfortable, I guess I won't be able to sleep at night. Eugene muttered, there are times when the bed is too comfortable, but it makes it difficult to sleep. Ruanjui didn't say anything, she could also feel the comfort of the Ritz-Carlton presidential suite's mattress, not that kind of special softness, but very moderate, so that people couldn't find any flaws. As a luxury hotel that blew the whistle on guest rest, the price of this mattress was estimated to be around $200,000. Ruanjui's family was already rich, or else her family wouldn't have bought her tens of thousands of dollars a set of clothes, but even so, it was the first time that Ruanjui had felt this kind of exquisite to the extreme. She didn't grow up with a rich family, and her family's situation was pretty average. When she was first born, her father drove for a boss, and her mother was a teacher. Her father's education is not high, every day behind the boss to run the business together, and finally also learned the tricks of running the business, and the boss applied for a transfer to become a sales. A spell of her father ran all over the country, and finally got $1 million a year. He and the boss discussed it independently, opened a company of their own. And after so many years of hard work, it is to become a yearly profits can reach more than 10 million company boss. Since the family has money, Ruanjui's food and clothing have not been lacking, but her father is a rough man, not at all pay attention to the details of life. The family's life and the ordinary family is not much different, except in some things with more expensive. That's why Ruanjui was also amazed at this kind of life that was so refined that she could almost only see it on movies and TV shows. It also made her feel that huge gap between levels. Little Gongju, what are you thinking about? Eugenia beside her realized that Ruanjui wasn't asleep and seemed to be imagining things, so she pushed her. Nothing, hurry up and go to sleep. Ruanjui came back to her senses and said, are you thinking about Mr. Chen? Eugenia teased again. After a pause, she also muttered, you don't really like him, right? It's only been a day since we met. I can't say I like him, but I have a good feeling about him. In front of girlfriends, girls sometimes speak quite frankly. Ha, you like people is normal, to be honest, that man, which woman will not like, rich, gentle, careful, not arrogant can make jokes, people and handsome, just take out one or two as the quality of the boyfriend candidate, not to mention that he also accounted for all of them. Not to mention, I'm still in love with him. Eugene's compliments have surprised Ruanjui a bit. So, Eugene, you didn't pay any attention to Ji Zhang today? Hearing Ruanjui's words, Eugenia was silent for a while before she said, I don't really like Ji Zhang, you know why? Ruanjui thought of Eugene's family, and pursed her lips, not saying much. At this time, Eugenia sighed quietly, said, but small Gongju pining for spring is no problem, but do you think that kind of man you can handle it? Although you are very beautiful, the family conditions are also good, but compared with others, the gap is too big. Such a good man must be around the bees and butterflies, he may be really strict home control, so did not talk about love, but now people are finally out of the home, that is called the sky high let birds fly, men a few can withstand the temptation to confuse. When the time comes, you even have no experience in love with this stupid girl, it is estimated to be sold still counting the money. Ruanjui heard although no Eugene you said right, but the heart is not happy, rolled over a tone is a little hard, sleep, there is something to say tomorrow. See this, Eugene Ruanjui may really some trapped, but she did not say anything else, otherwise the two are very easy to quarrel. Ruanjui although the character is a little soft, people and sullen, but in fact quite stubborn. What's more, one should not look at the mouth to say a set of very understandable as if, but really to do, I'm afraid it's another matter. In fact, everyone is a double standard dog. Eugeniu muttered, also rolled over and closed his eyes. The women's night talk ended there. Ruanjui and Eugeniu both went to bed, but Chenny did not sleep and alone took a bottle of ice wine and walked to the study. The wine is from the Canadian Cloud Ridge Winery's Whittle Ice White Wine, 09 vintage. A bottle is not very expensive, less than $1,000. Ice wine, this thing some people feel low taste do not love to drink, but Chenny is very like that kind of elegant done thick, exudes the sweetness of fruit aroma and slightly drunkenness, so that he sometimes like to take this as a drink. Opened the computer to look at a station, found that he casually rewarded the money, but also really in exchange for the effect he wanted. Before that video under the bottom of someone's message, said this video charged the most people in one breath rewarded 50,000, is the video of that by Ferrari Tycoon. Immediately there are people point Chenny this nothing number attention. Chenny took a look at his own fans. Surprisingly, there are tens of thousands of people. Don't look at tens of thousands of fans less, but a station this place is different from the microblogging in other places. The fans here are very high authenticity, said how much is how much, not microblogging that kind of easily on the millions of. Therefore, the gold content of those million master fans is still very high. Many newcomers, even if they make a high-quality video, get millions of hits, they may only have a few tens of thousands of fans, only a continuous number of high-quality videos, in order to become a real fan of the number of big masters. Chenny didn't do anything and directly gain so many fans. It could only be said that although some people hated the rich, the life of the rich was still longed for by all. If he didn't have that deep hidden Ruwashao card, Chenny definitely wouldn't have been so high profile, but since he had that card, he had to utilize it himself. Being an Edison wasn't what Chenny wanted, but if there were a lot of fans and one had a huge reputation, many things would be easy to do. Just like Comrade Xiao Wang, some people liked him, some people hated him, but no one would deny that a random microblog he sent out would cause a huge topic. Chenny vaguely felt that he might need this kind of discourse that could lead to discussions among ordinary netizens in the future, and although his current ideas were still fragmented and not complete enough, he was starting to do it from a young age. Opening his phone, he saw that he had an unread VX, which he hadn't looked at today because he'd been running around. Dean, thank you for the reward, boss. Atmosphere. If there is an opportunity, boss, let's continue to cooperate once off. Kneeling to the Tycoon JPG. Chenny smiled at the sight and returned a, good. He rewarded 50,000 seems to be much, but in fact for a certain station master with millions of fans, this money is not enough to make people kneel. These masters a year income is also quite a lot, of course, in 17 years now, the income is still average. Chenny knows that this Dean so ingratiating himself, wanting to work together again is true. Some of the rich people's fun and life into a video to send out, it is indeed very easy to attract the public eye. However, there was also a problem with this, which was that it would make people think that it was showing off their wealth. Unless it's those successful people showing off their wealth, the public can easily accept it. In other words, perhaps what I need now is a success? Sitting in his study, Chenny fell into deep thought. He didn't want to really be a dirt poor person who waited for death. Since the system was now attached to him, one should go higher. In the end, Chenny felt really too sleepy before he was to go to his bedroom to sleep until he was woken up by Leo the next day. Chapter 53, Really Upscale. Chenny examined himself for half a day last night and summarized the recent period of his life. He gave full recognition to his insistence on working out and practicing calligraphy, but he also self-criticized himself for not planning according to his initial ideas and spending money in an overly chaotic manner. At the very beginning, Chenny's intention was to buy a Ferrari, which would not only satisfy his vanity as a man, but also preserve its value, and keep the rest of the money as much as possible. Waiting until next month after the system was judged to be fine, then go and spend lavishly, although his intention was too cautious, but it was the most stable and safe practice. But in the end, Chenny still did not withstand the temptation of having money in his hand, and went on a spending spree, ultimately ending up with only $500,000 in his hand now. Of course, Chenny's self-criticism is not this kind of spending money thinking and habits, which he must learn in the future. His self-criticism is the way of spending money did not follow the initial plan, which is not enough self-discipline. Having obtained the system, he did have the qualifications to become a human being, but Chenny also knew that he absolutely could not act recklessly. The system was useful, but it could not be an excuse for not working hard. In the future, it would be good to pay a little attention, and there should still be certain principles and rules for doing things. After admonishing himself, Chenny walked out of the bedroom in his pajamas, and it wasn't long before he heard the doorbell ring. When he opened the door, he saw Leo, the butler, wearing a tuxedo-style suit and bow tie with a straight posture, pushing a food cart in. He held one hand in front of the hunter and bowed slightly. "Mr. Chen, this is the breakfast I asked the chef to make for you. Please enjoy it." After saying that, he just retreated out. The hotel's breakfast many people found to be very average and difficult to eat. That was because it was the hotel's popular restaurant that they went to. If they let the chefs of these luxury hotels make it especially, they would find that the chefs of these 5-star hotels all had 2 brushes. There were even some royal chefs who usually worked in these 5-star hotels or had their own specialized stores. Chenny was also a little curious about what Leo was talking about with the special breakfast, and after lifting the lid of the food cart and seeing what was inside, his face immediately darkened. The dishes were very delicate and small in quantity, emitting a light fragrance. Chenny didn't know the names of the dishes, but he could recognize the ingredients used for them. Presumably the dishes themselves had no names and were blended by the chef himself. Mutton, yam, dodder and walnuts into soup, oysters, leeks and eggs made of cakes, cut into fine pieces of exquisite venison interspersed with the red particles. Don't think I can't recognize that as the wolfberry. These things together have only one effect, that is to tonify the kidneys and strengthen the lie. Chenny heart speechless. No, Leo is well intentioned, but first, not to mention my brother so pure, the night actually did not do anything, even if really did something. I'm so young and healthy, body does not need to be so complimentary. You were looking down on me, ah. Do not say that the District 2 soft shrimp is Lubu War 3ing, brother, this Lubu also cope with over good not. To be honest, if Chenny really ready to do something last night, in fact, there is still a chance. When the first on the car after the ticket, the next day to the girl a burst of good words, Chenny believes that he has more than 80% of the opportunity to make the girl smile. But this will leave Chenny some psychological stigma. Before the rebirth of Chenny has a girlfriend as online acquaintance, the two chat also soon, the first meeting on the direct relationship, although Chenny very much like the girl, but ultimately because of her distrust or breakup. Because Chenny sometimes always think, since she can be so easy to have a relationship with yourself, is not the same with others? It is because of this kind of thinking, let him finally difficult to accept, choose to break up. So if you really like a girl, don't be too quick to have sex with her, and of course you can't drag it out for too long, picking a suitable time is the most appropriate. Before he was born again, Chenny felt that he had stolen too many bodies, and hadn't talked much about real relationships at all, and some of the really good goddess-level girls, it wasn't his turn to get his hands on them. But now that he had been reborn and had a system, he should also pay attention to the quality, and even more so, he should think of ways to steal the hearts of girls, especially those that he once could only see from afar. With his condition nowadays, these are not difficult, so Chenny has no regrets about not doing anything last night. That is something that will inevitably come to pass. In the middle of his quiet contemplation, Wan Zhui and Eugene Yu also walked out from the guest room. The two of them should have gotten up long ago. Surprisingly, they had already finished their makeup and were wearing the same clothes from yesterday, which made Chenny a little regretful, thinking that he would be able to see these two girls in their pajamas. How about it? Last night's sleep is still comfortable. Chenny sat down at the dining table with a big horse and looked at the two of them with a smile and asked. Eugenia stretched a lazy waist, but unfortunately this bimbo is too petite. The body is really quite average. The place that should be big is not big enough. If the sultry little male enhancement makes this posture, it will be very attractive to the eye. Worthy of $70,000 a night hotel suite, never slept so comfortable. Although she was still a bit surprised by this excessively refined life of Chenny, Eugenia was finding her place as much as possible, chatting with Chenny like a friend without being too obvious to please. She realized that Chenny wasn't really too keen on all of this. Sleeping comfortably, what Jean, you sleep too dishonestly, not only grabbing the blanket but also squeezing people. Wan Zhui spat at Eugenie with a burst of dissatisfaction. Then you should have said so earlier. I'll let you go and sleep with young Master Chen, that big bed is all mine. How great is that? Bitch is not a master who will suffer, again teasing the sultry little male, in that cheeky smile. You really beg for a beating early in the morning. The wine had completely sobered up. Wan Zhui turned into that reserved sister again, making a big red face at Eugenia's words. Since the bimbo sleeps so dishonestly, then the little publicist tonight you will come to my house to sleep. Chenny said with a flowery mouth and walked to the minibar, taking out a bottle of red wine from the ice bucket that had been placed long ago. Look, Chen Dishao has invited you. Little Gongju quickly go to the night to wash white and offer his body. Eugene Yu egged on from the side. The sultry little publicist wearing her own Dior summer dress also sat at the table, raised the swan-like beautiful neck, white face slightly red, arrogant like, I will go home in the evening, Jean Yu, or you come to accompany the big young master it. I don't mind, but the other young master can't look at me, so he's looking at you, little Gongju. When it comes to verbal sparring, a stuffy eunuch can never beat a bimbo, and people are invincible as long as they don't have a face. Chenny took a bottle of red wine over it this time. See, this Wan Zhui is stunned. You, this is early in the morning to drink off. Do not drink much, small, pour a mouthful, to be a sense of ceremony and mood. Said Chenny while elegantly pouring wine. As he said small pour, in 3 cups is poured a very little bit, absolutely impossible to make people head. Chateau Mouton Rothschild's Dry Red, Vintage 16, is one of the rare wines that both RP and JR gave 100 points out of 100, and WS also gave a high rating of 98 points. Come and have a taste. Wan Zhui and Eugenia knew the term wine tasting, but didn't understand any of this, and people in general probably wouldn't bother to learn about it. They only felt that Chenny was talking about something particularly high-end, and it made people stand in awe when they heard it. Very expensive? This was bitch's first thought. Chenny shook his head and said, expensive is not expensive points people it, if outside to buy almost 10,000 a bottle, the hotel well, it is expensive some of the wine before in fact is not placed in the bar, I am letting Leo specially to help me find. Even if the Ritz-Carlton presidential suite, those often tens of thousands of dollars of wine will not really put out, need special requirements. Like the 82-year La fight, although not much, but if you really want to drink actually can still find the real thing, but for Chinny who already knows about wine now, there's really no need to drink it. Eugenia took a look at the 750 milliliters bottle of wine in Chinyi's hand, which is 10,000 ah. Ruanjui was more concerned about Chinyi's elegant posture when he drank. She tried hard to learn it but realized that no matter how she learned it, she lacked that temperament. Instead, it was like drawing a tiger, which made her unable to resist. How long have you been practicing this? Chenny was stunned for a moment. After seeing Ruanjui's stiff fingers holding the wine glass, he understood what she meant and raised his eyebrows and smiled. You want to learn? If you beg me, I can teach you by hand. Ruanjui did not know what happened to Chenny, why he liked to flirt with her today. The sultry little male was happy in his heart, but on the surface there was no reaction at all. However, she also knew a little bit. Presumably this was a habit and etiquette that Chenny had been cultivated from a young age. It wasn't that simple to practice. Well, it was indeed not simple, but Chenny had been posing for 7 days. Pressing the bell on the table, Leo swiftly pushed the door in, and after bowing elegantly, placed the plates of breakfast from the cart on the table, and said, "Please enjoy your meal," before pushing the cart to take his leave. Seeing Chenyi's face unchanged, completely looking as if he was used to being served, after Leo left, both sisters muttered, "Really upper class." Enjoying breakfast, Chenny asked, "Two locals, is there any place to introduce to play?" "There's no place to play in this Thai place in Xinjiang." "That's right, and it's a hot day, I don't want to go anywhere, so I might as well blow the air conditioning here." As soon as Chenny spoke, the two locals immediately complained. It's true that locals have the same answer to this kind of question. Just like Chenny is from the imperial city, if you talk to him about the summer palace, he will definitely answer with 3 words, "It's not interesting." Chenny then had a thought and asked, "Do you know how to swim?" Little Gongju and Bitch immediately understood Chenyi's idea, a reserved and a quick to say, "I know a little bit." "Young Master Chen, do you know how to swim? Do you need me to teach you?" The two had different personalities and their answers were completely different. Chenny clapped the board and said, "Then let's go. After eating and resting for a while we will go swimming." Chapter 54, The Magnificent Widow. Leo, can the hotel pool be chartered? After eating breakfast, Chenny accompanied the two girls in chatting and farting for a while. Feel almost digested, is called the housekeeper, Leo asked. Leo weighed the tone of voice, before being careful to say, "Mr. Chen, you are ready to use what time? The hotel has a lot of guests, so I hope you can understand." Leo's words, of course, Chenny understood. The Ritz-Carlton Hotel is not for him, Chenny opened. Even if he is the presidential suite's most honored VIP customers, the hotel cannot be for him to offend all the guests, unless he will be the entire hotel or wrapped up. It's just this burst of time from morning to lunch, so go ask if it's possible. Chenny is not a villain, and he understands the work of others. "Okay, please wait for a moment," Leo said gratefully. Ruanjui waited for Leo to leave before she hesitantly said, "Chenny, there's no need to make such a big deal out of it, right? We're just going for a swim, so it's completely unnecessary to pack the place or anything else." Chenyi's behavior is completely typical of a young man's behavior. There is a kind of hate wherever you go to clear the feeling of toughness. Chen Dazhou, this is afraid of little Gongju. You wear swimsuit by others to see. He is want to be alone to quietly appreciate you. This do not understand. The bimbo is not so bimboish today, but she likes to tease Ruanjui. It's almost as if she's helping Chenyi and Ruanjui pull the red thread. But this bimbo also protects Ruanjui very well, afraid that she will easily be taken advantage of by Chenyi, the whole person contradictory. Chenyi can only marvel at the fact that women are such difficult creatures to understand, and even if you understand women, you can't understand what they really think. Following Bitch's words, Chenyi also said, "Bitch is right, you are so sultry. What if you were shy at first sight? If I were really shy that easily, then I wouldn't even have the right to swim and go to the beach." Ruanjui said, "That's right, my little Gongju has such a good body, it's suitable to stand next to those demonic ES and compare them all down. Does young Master Chen want to see my little Gongju's good body?" Bitch said so, directly as pounced over, began to pick Ruanjui's clothes. Ruanjui let out a scream, "I'm expensive clothes, you do not give me a tear bad." Chenny laughed as he watched the two girls messing around. For those general girls, in fact, it is the most should go to praise, because these girls are usually praised less. You praise more, she will be happy. And for those especially beautiful, can be treated as a goddess of the girl. They usually lick dog has enough, you and how to lick is useless, just become one of the lick dog. And this kind of girl to get along with, do not hold too much purpose, but the normal heart treatment, as long as you do not pay too much attention to people's appearance, you will find that we are all people, it is easy to get acquainted. Only after mixing well, the other party may see your interesting soul, it is possible to hold the goddess to return. Of course, if you are handsome and rich, then the means is not important. You can be a licking dog, can also use the set, because you the person has actually enough to attract the attention of others. Some men can't stand girls' makeup, can't stand their girlfriends wear bathing suits and so on. In fact, completely unnecessary. It's simply simple chauvinism, which is still separated from the green 10,800,000 miles. No one is a beggar all his life, no girlfriend all his life. That is just not met the right person. First of all, we must learn to respect the idea of women, so as to be able to deal with them, and the relationship will not make unpleasant. Whether man or woman, first of all is an independent person, have their own ideas. After a while, Wanjui and Eugeniu only slowed down, slightly out of breath. Wanjui gathered her messy hair at her temples, looked at Chenyi and said, "If we can't wrap up in a while, we won't go swimming?" "How can we not go swimming? Little Gongju, see the bathroom is so big, we can swim there." Ah. Chenyi skinned a little, laughing. "You're just going to mess with HS." Wanjui spat, "This is not swimming, this is a bath together." Chenyi corrected his complexion and said, "I just don't like crowds. If you really can't pack the house and you want to go swimming, can I stop you? As you said, you have the right to go swimming and play on the beach, no one can control this aspect." When Wanjui heard this, she lightly bit her lower lip, glanced at Chenyi and quickly lowered her head again. Chenyi's attitude of respecting her was just too comfortable in one's heart. The little publicist only felt that Chenyi was a little too good, but instead, it was causing her to develop an inferiority complex. In the past, it was all men who would feel inferior when they saw her, and no one would have thought that one day they would feel inferior as well. Even if Chenyi said these words and did these things are all a setup, Wanjui found herself willing to drill into it. This man, there was something scary. Just as a few people were talking, Leo was also back. "Chen Xiao, just now I asked the general manager, there are not many guests at this time of the day, it is completely fine to charter the swimming pool to you, it is really embarrassing to delay your time, so this time the charter does not require you to shell out any more fees," the butler said respectfully. Chenyi knew that this was actually the hotel evaluating whether it was his quality guest that was important or the other guests, and the final conclusion was already known. The hotel obviously thought that his quality guest was more important. "Let's go, two beauties. Go for a swim, get a good workout in the morning, I'll treat you to a big meal at noon, and in the afternoon, we'll just be honest and blow the air conditioning and watch a movie in the room. There are swimsuits for sale in the hotel, you can pick one at random." Chenyi gave a greeting. Then he turned to Leo and said, "Call Qingwen and her attacker in a moment." "Who are Qingwen and the attacker?" Little Gongju asked, "Is this a dream of the Red Chamber?" Chenyi smiled mysteriously, "You will know in a moment." Under Leo's leadership, several people headed to the hotel pool. This pool was located on the 53rd floor, and as soon as they stepped foot in it, both Wanzui and Eugeniu were brightened up. Unlike that kind of gymnasium pool, of course, as a high-luxury hotel pool, all of them were designed by masters. The walls around this pool were light blue in color, and it did not have the track feeling of that kind of pool, but was very narrow and long. The water was clear, and there were palm leaf-like patterns on the raised marble in the pool, which made it look very aesthetic. In this long and narrow pool on both sides are floor-to-ceiling windows. You can swim here while enjoying the beautiful scenery of both sides of the Huangpu River. If it is at night, it is able to see the bustle of the 10-mile ocean park. Elegant, sophisticated, and as smooth as the calm sea, just being here is a pleasure. This place also accepts non-hotel customers to visit, 450 yuan a time, monthly card is 4,000, annual card is 30,000 yuan. Leo gave a brief introduction of the pool. A monthly card here is almost as much as a month's salary for a working-class person, so it's really not for the average person. "Please wait a moment, Mr. Chen, I'll go prepare a snack for you." Leo was really dedicated to his duties, and after saying so, he went to prepare, and not long after, he pushed a food trolley in with Chenyi's favorite red wine, champagne, and ice wine on it, as well as fruit platters and other food. When the bottles of wine that Chenyi drank in the past few days were retrieved, Leo noticed the ones that Chenyi drank the most and prepared all of them for him at this time, which showed that he had worked carefully. "Please have a good time. What would you like to have for lunch, Mr. Chen? Do you want the chef to make it for you and send it to your room, or will you go to the restaurant yourself?" The butler in the tuxedo asked again respectfully. "We will go to the restaurant then," Chenyi said as he glanced at the two sisters. Upon hearing this, Leo retreated out, and Chenyi saw him take a sign that was being cleaned, "Do not enter," presumably ready to be put outside. This was indeed a good move. Having an excuse made it impossible for other guests who wanted to come swimming at this time to say anything. Ruan-Jui and Eugene were both a little giddy at this time, feeling like they had turned into those rich and powerful women in the TV series. From frugality to luxury is easy, from luxury to frugality is difficult, some of the life into the really difficult to come out again. Even Chenyi at this time, in fact some of the so, used to this kind of life, who can still stand the hard work of 9 to 5. Ruan-Jui and Eugeniu went to change their bathing suits, which had already been prepared before. La Perla, Italy's top luxury brand. In fact, Chenyi has some regrets, because this brand swimsuit specializes in one-piece swimsuits, not the kind of pure bikini. Changing swimsuits was quick even for girls, and in no time Ruan-Jui and Eugeniu were out of the changing room. Chenyi was immediately bright. Ruan-Jui, this sultry little princess, is tall, with 1.68 m height, coupled with white skin like jade, and that black one-piece swimsuit is simply complimentary. La Perla's deep V-open swimsuit and the little Gongju's extremely curvy and exquisite body fit perfectly in this pool instead of showing the romantic character and flavor of the beach. Sweeping a glance at the heart of the little Gongju, Chenyi is secretly regret, MD, yesterday should not pretend to be a gentleman, should go incarnate the big bad wolf is right. Before Ruanjui has been wearing Dior pants, so that Chenyi cannot see her body. At this time Chenyi has been completely sure the small Gongju is definitely a goddess in the hearts of men. Melon face, slightly winks the tip of the eye, the natural white skin, not to mention, just that slender legs, so that it is difficult to take away their eyes. As for the bimbo next to the small public figure, in fact, she looks very beautiful. In Chenyi heart also has 92 before makeup, after makeup 95 high score, but the body well, indeed not very good. Unless it is the kind of like petite lowly type, otherwise she in Ruanjui side station, all aspects are compared to down. Of course, the main thing is La Perla. This brand of swimsuit is not suitable for Eugeniu, this type of girl to wear. The two girls were generous, letting Chenyi measure them up. The women were pleasing to themselves, even if they were stuffy little males, they looked a little shy, but in their hearts, they were pleased with themselves. Just at this time, someone walked in. It is two with a big bag of girls. The see Chenyi is the eyes light, delicate smile. Bao two masters, Xingwen and attackers come to give you a good day. Today this has also brought Sister Lin and Bao girl overall. Well, this is not acting what the dream of the Red Chamber, but two young ladies who do SPA. These days Chenyi mixed well with others, and can joke with each other. Chapter 55, Arrogant Little Duke. Ruanjui and Eugeniu looked at each other. Which one of us is Lin Daiyu and which one is Xue Baochai? To say the character, obviously the little eunuch is a bit softer and has more of Sister Lin's weak grace, but to say that Lin dislikes that mouth in the dream of the Red Mansions, it's obvious that the bitch is still a bit more suitable. Since it was indistinguishable, it was not. Chenyi used his hand to point to Ruanjui and Eugeniu. His face was straightened and said, Xingwen and the attacker, do not hurry to go over to serve Sister Lin and Bao Yao. The two sisters smiled cheekily and walked over, pulling the two to the side of the chaise longue, directly pressing them down. Slightly upscale hotels have their own massage parlors, SPAs, and the like the Ritz-Carlton. This kind of top luxury hotel, these services are naturally even more perfect and expensive. In the hotel to live in these days, every day after the gym Chenyi will go to do a massage or SPA, enjoy a good time. Over and over again, he became familiar with the technicians in the hotel. In this kind of top luxury hotel, there were certain requirements for the face value of these service personnel, but the technical skills required were even higher. Can come to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel to do massage or SPA or a bit of money, people have channels to find beautiful girls, come here is really for massage. If you don't have the skills, you won't be able to make it in this kind of place. These two girls that Chenyi laughingly called Attacker and Xingwen, their face value was naturally not comparable to that of Ruanjui and Eugeniu, but they were also very good looking, and their skills were even better. Bao Air Master, what is this for Sister Lin and Bao Ya? The two girls asked jokingly. Chenyi didn't think much about it, and waved his hand and said, a set of aquamarine mystery for 90 minutes each. Upon hearing this, Xingwen and assailant were immediately beaming with joy. The mystery of the sea blue lamer in the skincare industry cannot be said to be the top, but it is also one of the top cosmetics. Its cream is even more famous, any one of them are a few $1,000s. Chenyi, this choice of the sea blue mystery SPA care, 90 minutes a person is 2,888 yuan, the price is quite expensive, naturally these technicians' commission is also high. Ruanjui and Eugeniu at first wanted to refuse, although Mr. Chen may not care about these small money, but the relationship is now friends, so they spend money to break the bank some bad. But once they heard that it was the sea blue mystery facial SPA treatment, the two girls immediately forgot how to write the word refuse. No way, women love beauty, this is regardless of age, so they are what cosmetics off, go to the beauty salon. Kara simply cannot refuse, as long as they can make their skin better, so that they become more beautiful, the woman can be said to do everything. The richer a woman was, the more money she spent on cosmetics and beauty salon treatments. Chenyi saw that Xingwen and her assailant had already started preparing things for the spa, and he himself was the one who took off his clothes, leaving only his swimming trunks. Barely. Ruanjui and Eugeniu heard the sound of those two technician girls sucking in saliva. Not to mention those two girls, even Ruanjui and Eugeniu wanted to bare their teeth. Previously, they could only tell that Chenyi had muscles from the biceps that were exposed at his cuffs, and felt that he had a great body, but they could only imagine how great it was. Now they were finally seeing Chenyi's body. With the help of the system, Chenyi's fitness efforts were extremely effective. Just from the body, chest muscles, back muscles, abdominal muscles, leg muscles and so on were nearly perfect, definitely the type of man that the girls longed for the most. Men like to see women's body, women are the same, see Chenyi's body, the two girls immediately is itching, heart cannot be moved. However, the two girls were not waiting for a closer look, but were pressed by the two technician girls on the recliner and began to take care of their faces. Sister, your skin is really good. How do you usually take care of it? Is it often go to the beauty salon care? In the future, you can always come to us for SPA. The two technician girls praised Ruanjui and Eugeniu for a while, and then began to encourage them to come back more often. Chenyi ignored this side, and after taking a deep breath, he plunged into the water. He actually didn't know how to swim before, but after having the system, the first time he came to the pool and took a dip in, he immediately saw the experience value of swimming skill one rise. This kind of seeing one's progress with the naked eye was very easy to motivate people. Gyms go to do sales pitches or swimming fitness to learn more about. It is evident that the two are linked together. In fact, swimming exercise may be better than fitness. Swimming for a few consecutive days had allowed Shenyi's skill level to rise rapidly and was already at the peak of amateur level, only to see him flopping back and forth in the pool in breaststroke, butterfly, and freestyle, leaving Ruanjui and Eugenio, who had occasionally lifted their heads to look into the pool, dumbfounded. I didn't expect this young man's swimming skills to be so strong, although he couldn't be said to be a professional swimmer, but he was definitely at the top level when he went to an individual school. Swimming was extremely physically exhausting, and after swimming 2,000 meters, although he could still continue to swim, Shenyi still allowed himself to rest for a while. He looked at the poolside Ruanjui and Eugenio lying on a chair, by the two technicians to do facial care that comfortable, suddenly some upset, shouted, "Xing 1 and attackers, to them 2 plus a clock, and then a set of Thai-style horse kill chicken. Good Lu, treasure 2 master." The two technicians heard, immediately began to start with a smile. Ah! Little Gongju and Bitch immediately let out a scream and cursed under their breath. "Shen-yi, you asshole. Ego, gently, I don't have much meat, it hurts." The two began to scream, and then a short while later was again comfortable humming. Massages like this, the beginning of the pain is not good, after a while uncomfortable, simply in the pain and pleasure in the repeated horizontal jump. Seeing the two girls' expressions that changed back and forth, Shen-yi just laughed out loud. Swimming in the morning, at noon in the hotel ate a big meal. The afternoon two girls were massaged and pressed by the body weakness, but also do not want to move, the 3 people in the hotel room to watch a movie in the afternoon. This is intended to go in the evening where to eat a meal. I did not expect the father of the little Gongju to call her, splitting a scolding, so that she had to go home with a bereaved face. "You really don't need to send?" In front of the hotel, Shunyi looked at Eugenio and asked, but she called a cab herself. "I won't bother you too, I'm leaving." The bimbo waved her hand and walked away in style. Unable to do anything else, Shunyi could only say to Ruanjui, "I'll send you back then?" Ruanjui didn't refuse and answered softly. Driving his Ferrari 812, he drove all the way to the entrance of an upscale neighborhood under the address of Little Gongju's navigation. Shenyi took a look. This neighborhood is not the top mansions in the city of Shenyang that can easily reach hundreds of millions of dollars, but it is also a set of houses worth $10 to $20 million, which shows that Ruanjui's family situation, just this sweet, the average person struggles for 3 lifetimes cannot earn. Shenyi will car slow line to the neighborhood not far from the main gate. Sitting in the driver's seat of Ruanjui said, "Someday have time, we continue to come out to play." Little Gongju wrinkled her cute nose, some helpless. "Last night did not go home, I think to go back to be my father said to death, before the start of these days I guess I cannot get out of the school." After a moment's pause, she also said, "When I live in school, they will not be able to control me, and then we will go to play together." "Okay, then I'll ask you out again," Shenyi said with a smile, for this kind of strict tutelage sister, in fact, he is very like. The car finally stopped at the side of the road. Shenyi suddenly said, "Don't move, there is something on your face." Ruanjui really sat on the driver's seat and didn't move, as soon as she heard that. Shenyi put over, while she did not pay attention, in her delicate face a peck, just like the smile looking at her, skimmed a little said, "Well, something was eaten by me." Little Gongju a burst of shyness, pick up their own bags as to Shenyi body a hit, the force is small, she was full of shyness, that slightly cocked the corner of the eye but contains a charming, pretending to be angry, slate a face without saying a word to open the door to go out. Shenyi also did not say anything, just smiled and watched her walk into the neighborhood gate. Not long after, Shenyi's cell phone in his pocket shook, and sure enough, it was a VX from Xiao Gongju. "Little Gongju, drive carefully on the road. Pig JPG." Seeing that cute piggy picture, Shenyi would smile. "Shenyi, if little Gongju cries when he goes back and is beaten by his parents, he can come and cry to his brother, whose arms will always be open for you. Little Gongju, bastard, get lost quickly." Rage. Shenyi laughed at this and drove the car just back. Chapter 56, Practicing System Skills. Back to the hotel, Shenyi in the past few days suddenly do not want to go anywhere, not to mention do not want to go out to wave, just think of waiting until the beginning of the school year. Of course, there is also the money in his pocket is beginning to be somewhat insufficient, for fear that another wave will have to wave no reason. I do not know from when onwards, the pocket has 500,000 even feel money is not enough, think of when he had 500,000 in his pocket, that bottom can be very full. Since you do not want to go out to wave, nothing to do at night that do what? In addition to call a girl to accompany themselves through a sleepless night, that naturally only play the game. Shenyi opened the computer. 17 years now Jedi Survival has been online, is gradually hot time, with a bunch of anchors into this game, thus completely fire. And Shenyi impression is different, this world's Jedi Survival, domestic surprisingly Goose Factory agent. Although Goose Factory's reputation is not very good, but the fight against hangers is very strict, since it is the Goose Factory agent. In order to make money, I think it will be harsh to combat hangers. Jedi Survival game in this world should be on fire for a longer period of time. Before the rebirth of Shenyi as a senior player, can play in the Jedi Survival rankings on the Platinum, and in this game just out of the present, the players inside are still stupid. A shot either get down or run around, cannot find the location of the person who shot where, single row of 3 games even eat 3 chicken Shinny, see these new people as laughing, slaughter that call a happy. Shinny feels that his game level seems to be very high, complacent, closed the Jedi survival opened the jerk, thought he could again kill 4 sides. Shinny remembers that the 17th year should be the S7 season, but he found that the 17th year of this world is the S6 season, which can only be explained by the parallel world. Directly ranked, seconds to choose Yasuo. Shenny is still a little self-aware, after entering the game is all the banning, finger pointing, a burst of fierce has a give. Search tired all that much? Question mark? Question mark? Question mark? Question marks? Teammates madly playing the question mark. An operation as fierce as a tiger, a look at the record forget it, do not look at it, anyway, the first figure is 0. 20 points of surrender, quickly close the game, I cannot see, you cannot pull the black me, really jerk this game, 2020 Black Iron back in 2017, is only a bronze I can't see it, you can't hack me. Shunny looked at his game skill experience value 1, just sighed. In case I'm getting better and better at this game playing, and finally have a professional level, I'll lose the joy of playing Yasuo. For the first time, Shenny felt that this system was a little bit bad. Shenny, who felt that he was about to lose his joy, could only choose to sleep. The next few days Shenny was once again starting his career of staying in the hotel. He sent the Hermes silk scarf back home to the imperial capital. In fact, he wanted to buy a nice jade bracelet for his mother and a watch for his father, but those things were too expensive, and whether he had any money in his pocket right now was not to mention that it was easy to scare them if he sent it back. Shenny decided to use the first half of the semester of the first year of college to find a karmic excuse to make his parents believe that he earned a lot of money, so that sent back something they can believe. Shenny wasn't idle these past few days, and when he saw his experience bar grow no matter what he was doing, he was immediately interested in playing the game. He was completely treating reality as a game, and although these skills were harder to upgrade at level 4 and 5, it was still relatively simple at the top amateur level of level 3. There is no piano in the house. Shinny instructed Leo to find a piano at random, and let Leo find a guitar and bass. These instruments are loaded with cups of standard equipment. Shinny, who has read many novels, naturally clear. Shenny has read many novels and naturally has a clear understanding of them. He doesn't want to turn himself into a piano master, but a 10th grade piano level is enough for the time being. The only trouble is that the system's skill classification is too detailed. Although Shenny does not need to find a teacher, find a book in front of the piano to play can practice skills, but he will play the piano but found that he still cannot read the 5-line score. This knowledge of music theory and the piano and other musical instruments skills are separated. He had no choice but to find basic music books and start reading from the beginning to the end. If he wanted to get top achievements in this discipline of music, I'm afraid he wouldn't have to do anything but study music every day. At this point in time, Shenny had already concluded that, as he had thought at the very beginning, it was simply impossible to learn all the skills of this system. And to reach that kind of professional level or transcendental level, it would still require a lot of practice, and might even require a lifetime to progress. Which meant that the skill points in his life were limited, and he had to light up the necessary skills according to his needs, and this choice would be very testing. What kind of person Shenny wanted to become, he had to move in that direction. It was the same old idea to learn those abilities that could satisfy the vanity of young people and be useful to them when they were young, and then to study those elegant abilities when they were older and needed to cultivate their bodies and minds. In addition to practicing singing every day, learning music, and practicing various musical instruments, the rest of Chen Yi's time was spent chatting with Xiao Gongju. He could tell that Xiao Gongju was really into him, VXing non-stop all day and night, and as long as he was a little slow in returning, he would see Ruan Jui sending what she was doing. Is it going out to play? If he is a little slow to reply, he will see Ruan Jui sending him questions that only a girlfriend would ask. This is exactly the kind of relationship that men and women can't wait to be together every day when they first fall in love, and they want to stick to you all the time like glue. Shenny is not a novice in love. This situation is familiar with the way to deal with. There is free time to tease the bimbo, that little publicized girlfriend. As a matter of fact, he used to be a scummy guy who walked around with his kidneys every day, and now he wants to completely turn into a pure-hearted teenager, but it's not that simple. But Shenny to enjoy this sweet feeling of love, the student era is really the most beautiful era. Wait until later into the society, will miss the simplicity and ease of this time. Now he and Ruan Jui is separated by a window paper. As long as he confessed will certainly succeed, but love this kind of thing, confession is never necessary, at most is a sense of ceremony. People do not like you, confession is useless. People like you, do not confess, she is also your girlfriend. Shenny thought that this kind of day will last until the beginning of the school year. I did not expect just 2 days before the beginning of the school year, a phone call from the little Gongju disrupted all his plans. Shenny, can you come over here? On the other side of the phone, Ruan Jui's voice was hoarse with a crying tone. Chapter 57, Eugene Yu's Domestic Affairs. At 8 p.m., Shenny, who was playing a D major canon piano piece, received a call from Ruan Jui. The D major canon piano piece had a simple melody and tune, and Shenny, who already had a 10th grade level in amateur piano, played it with ease. He just liked the soothing nature of the piece. It was only when he answered the phone with a lazy heart and heard little Gongju's slightly crying voice, his palm slapped heavily on the piano keys, sending out an echo. He stood up with a heavy face, walked to the side and said, "Don't be in a hurry, first smooth out your breath, what happened to you there?" Vaguely, Chenny also seemed to hear Wan Jui near the sound of a man's curses, but does not seem to be cursing at her, which makes Chenny's heart a little loose. He wasn't the kind of simple student who hadn't experienced anything. As a born-again person, as a pseudo-successful person who had once experienced the lash of society, Chenny knew that he must not panic when things happen, he must be calm. Perhaps it was Chunyi's voice and his calming tone that comforted the little publicist. Wan Jui took a deep breath and said in a slightly faster tone, "It's not me, it's Jinyu." "Bitch?" Chenyi frowned. Chenyi's first impression of Eugenia was not good, thinking that she was a bimbo and disliked the poor and the rich, although this is a time to laugh at the poor and not to laugh at prostitutes, right, but everyone at least on the surface still maintains a hypocritical smile. Bitch kind of directly in front of people, say you people poor behavior, in fact, let a person is very annoying, even if she said in the right, but also let a person feel that the mouth is too poisonous. But after an Eugenia contact, Chenny found that this girl's heart is not so bad, just some complex, like the face of their own girlfriend's Eugenia, a moment to maintain, a moment and seems to be to sell people. It's like facing yourself, a moment to please, a moment and just as an ordinary friend to see, play open also make a mess. Chenny at that time can only give a woman's mind is not good to guess this sigh. Now, when he heard that Eugenia had an accident, his heart was also tight, no matter how to say, the is also his friend. The first thing you need to do is to get your hands on a new one, and you'll be able to do it. Send me an address, I'll go over right, you have what danger? Why is it so noisy, should I call the police? Chenny said while quickly changing his clothes, grabbed his car keys and ran downstairs. As soon as he went out the door, he met Leo, who saw Chenny in a hurry to go out and asked, "What's going on, Mr. Chen? Do you need our help?" Chenny wanted to say that he was fine, but on second thought, the Ritz-Carlton's local network of top luxury hotels was actually very strong. He himself knows that the captain of security here, in fact, is the neighborhood security pavilion chief's relatives. A lot of five-star hotels are in fact so dry, we do not know. Pavilion chief's relatives over as a casual job with a high salary, borrowing contacts what happened will generally notify you, really encountered those who make trouble, a phone call on a patrolman to help you solve the problem. Then for example, the general manager here, people may just take the annual salary of millions of dollars, looking at a part-time job, but deep plowing for many years of these people, most of these people in the local city also has its own network of relations, although it may not be particularly senior, but the general things can find people to help solve. This is Chunyi just got the system, just pure money but no underlying network, otherwise a phone call over, in fact, also what things are solved. He knew he had a long way to go. These things are only in Chunyi's mind for a split-second flow. He footsteps temporarily stopped, to Leo said, "Is my friend's side of the matter, it should not be a big deal, by the time if there is really a problem, I'll be in contact with you." Leo sniffed his bout and said, "Good, we are always waiting for your call, for your service is our work purpose. If you break the law and commit a crime, of course they can't help you solve it, but if it's just some trivial matter, for a VIP customer like Chunyi, the hotel will try its best to help in order to leave a good impression on him." Although Chunyi was a customer, in a way, he had actually become a network for the hotel. After arriving at the parking lot and getting into his Ferrari, Chunyi started the car after looking at the real-time location sent by Xiao Gongju. Xincheng even at this point in the road on the car is also quite a lot, of course, the car sound and so on off, the night to get that is a nuisance. Chunyi tried to use the fastest speed to the destination, found that this is a relatively old neighborhood, that is, unlike new neighborhoods, will give you surrounded to manage. Generally this kind of old neighborhood is very difficult to find parking spaces. Chenny cleverly parked the car on the road outside and ran over. August night in Xincheng is still hot, did not run for a while is out of a sweat, but Chenny at this time cannot care so much. Soon he knew that he had found the destination, no other. Here onlookers a little more, human onlookers' heart is always strong, even if here is what is the vicious thugs, it is estimated that some people will take the camera to shoot. Generally this kind of old neighborhoods live in the elderly more. Now this onlookers are also to the grandparents as the main force. Chenyi squeezed through, is to see the little Gongju and bitch. Ruanjui today did not wear her high luxury clothes, is simple ordinary t-shirt and pants, feet a pair of white sneakers, black hair scattered, looks very refreshing. Her face at this time there are still crying tear stains, is sitting on the side of the road while crying while comforting Eugenia. Eugenia was a bit more miserable, she didn't look like she had carefully put on makeup when they met the other day, now she was just plain, wearing a very ordinary dress, sitting on the road teeth and gritting her teeth, her body trembling as if she would cry out at any time. But she did not bawl, just red eyes, with tear stains flowing down, but no tears like a spring, seemed very strong. Shen Yi's gaze landed on the corner of Eugenia's forehead, his gaze slightly condensed, there was blood there, but it didn't look very serious, the blood had already solidified. Shen Yi then looked to the other side. A middle-aged man who was quite drunk had red eyes, cursing and swearing, his words were particularly unpleasant, what CNMX and so on, next to the same two middle-aged men to stop him. Nearby the grandparents pointing, whispering under their breath, a helpless look, a hot-tempered aunt could not stand to see, directly scolded. Yushan, look at you, that sea lion, like, all you know is drinking all day long. What else can do, in front of so many people, face to beat his daughter? Bold enough, fat is not it. You see the child hit all bleeding, not hurry to the hospital. Auntie Wang, you do not care, this is my family's family affairs. The middle-aged man scolded back. This kind of old neighborhood people generally know each other. Unlike the modern new neighborhoods, many people do not even know who their neighbors are. Chen Yi knew that this was Eugene Yu's family matter as soon as he heard it. Thinking of the way Eugene Yu had been talking before, Chen Yi knew that her family's matter should be quite complicated. It was no wonder that on the night of the nightclub, Ruan Jui said she didn't dare to go home, and Eugene Yu wouldn't let her come to stay at her house, so she ended up going to the hotel where Chen Yi was staying. This kind of family business was very troublesome, and outsiders were sometimes really bad at getting involved. However, if it was just scolding, and even if it was not, this had already moved on. Chen Yi was also a bit unable to look at it. He walked over with a sullen face. The middle-aged man called Yu Zhang should be Eugene Yu's father. He was a bit thin, probably because he always drank to empty his body. Seeing a meter 8 tall Chen Yi walked over, Yu Zhang is also panicked for a moment, but the wine is strong, the mood is not good. He immediately is angry to the gallbladder, scolded. CTM, what to see, I hit my daughter. UTM also wanted to bah, nosy what, or you and that ex raised over there have any relationship, He cursed extremely difficult to hear. To be honest, from him this cursed out words, Chen Yi actually can put things guessed out some. Lao Yu, don't talk, so many people are watching. The two middle-aged people who stopped him are also estimated to be neighbors. The face is not good. This kind of thing, sometimes neighbors are also quite embarrassing, especially around there are young people in the cell phone to shoot. Taking advantage of the people talking, Yu Zhang of force really broke free, directly as to Chen Yi body in front of a push. Ah, Chen Yi. Ruan Jui and Eugene Yu's cries of alarm came from behind them. However, those two girls were overthinking it. Just a middle-aged man whose body had been emptied by alcohol. How could he push Chen Yi, who had gone through a systematic enhancement of fitness? Fitness is to let the stupid ex calmly talk to you. This is very true, but the stupid ex has to do it. Strong body also simply does not bring fear. If the other side has a knife, such as cold weapons, but have to be more careful, try not to impulse. If everyone bare hands, physical fitness is the most important. Those skills can play, the utility is actually not high. A lightweight sparring champion would not be able to fight a heavyweight. Although Chen Yi has not practiced any combat skills, but the other party has not practiced, the physical gap between the two is not a fighting force. He just reached out and grabbed the wrist of the other party. A little hard to hear, the other party screamed in pain. The two middle-aged people, to see the fight, rushed over to try to persuade the fight. Chen Yi and then pushed hard. Yu Zhang pushed to the ground, listening to him there, ouch 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 ouch. After all, this is Eugene Yu's father. Chen Yi is not too much. If it is a person who does not know Eugene Yu to beat bleeding, he would have gone up to a beating. First sent him to the hospital to say, the big deal is to compensate for some of the medical expenses. Yu Zhang and the two middle-aged mans helped to climb up, still want to continue to curse, but by Chen Yi eyes a glare, immediately is mute. Chen Yi since get Gingo time of this temperament card, this is the sand field, breath is very strong, now is the time of anger, the eyes glaring to even let Yu Zhang only feel sweating hairs all over the body, the heart of the fear, the whiner sober a lot, where the shivering. Seeing that he was much more honest and not cursing, Chen Yi then turned towards Ruan Jui and Eugene Yu. Chapter 58, The Cleaner Side of the Family Matters. Is everything alright, Jean, you little publicist, you're not hurt, right? Chen Yi's face expression slightly cleared up, letting his expression ease down, not to scare the two. If little eunuch was also injured, even if it was just some bruises or something, Chen Yi decided to go over and beat that Yu Zhang to death to take it out on her. Yu Zhang and Eugene Yu were father and daughter, so it was not good for him to talk about these family matters, but Ruan Jui could have nothing to do with him, and if she got hurt over this, Chen Yi could have cared less. This was the first time that Chen Yi didn't call Eugene Yu a bimbo, but instead directly called her by her nickname. I'm fine, but Eugene Yu, she's bleeding. Ruan Jui wiped the corners of her eyes. After seeing Chen Yi come, she only felt a sense of relief but wanted to cry even more. She spoke in a hurry and was at a loss for words. From this reaction it was clear that she was usually very well protected and had never experienced anything unexpected, so she was inexperienced and seemed particularly flustered. Little Gongju, don't worry too much, Jean Yu here, I'm watching, she'll be fine, don't cry out, or I can't coax the two of you to come over. Chen Yi made a joke, hoping that the atmosphere can be a little more relaxed. He will be in the hands of the car down from the hand of the water passed over, said, you first drink a mouthful of water to smooth the air. Being told by Chen Yi, Ruan Jui felt a burst of peace of mind, as if she was back home, being guarded by her parents, so that she could still playfully continue to be a little public-spirited person who didn't know anything about anything. I won't cry. She sniffled and choked a little, but looking at her like that, it was as if she was still going to cry at any moment. Only before, she was crying because she was scared and didn't know what to do when she watched her best friend being scolded, but now it was the kind of crying where the fear suddenly disappeared and she wanted to be aggrieved after having someone to protect her. Ruan Jui also did not make up, a plain face is more transparent and clear. She took the water handed over by Chen Yi, and saw that he carefully unscrewed the lid, and the sense of dependence in her heart is even stronger. Before the VX chat, the two conversations are very ambiguous: how to look at the relationship between men and women, a variety of flirting, but really back in reality, the network of that kind of casual has disappeared, the little Gongju and become a little reserved and sultry. Special small taste of a mouthful, Ruan Jui put in the hands of that Chen Yi has always liked to drink Norway's natural water, handed Eugenia next to, advised, Jean you also drink some water. Eugenia's eyes were very red, but she tried not to let herself cry, although this girl is petite, very young and tender, but she is very stubborn and strong. It's fine, I don't want to drink water. She gently pushed away Ruan Jui's hand and looked at Chen Yi and forced a smile. Trouble Chen, big handsome brother, you ran so far over here, and also let you see all this crap, really sorry. However, I can, and small Gongju is not the same, will not be so easy to cry and make a scene. You comfort her on the line, you see I am alright, she to cry into this. By the way, my dad didn't hurt you, did he? Bitch is still trying to be brave, always trying to show that it does not matter. You can still see a trace of sadness and inferiority complex. Ruan Jui puffed out her cheeks, seeing Eugenia still laughing at her at this time. For a moment she didn't know whether to be angry or to laugh along. Seeing that Eugenia didn't blame herself for pushing her father to the ground, but instead was concerned about him, this made Chen Yi's heart feel a lot more comfortable. There were some people you were clearly helping, but in the end, she blamed you instead, making you just feel like a dog biting Lu Dongbin and not knowing what was good for you, and it was especially easy to make people angry. Especially in other people's family matters is even more so. You good intentions to help, in the end, the victim may also be a rake, said you hurt her family, simply disgusting. Fortunately, although Eugenia, but not that disgusting people, otherwise Chen Yi will definitely temporarily suppress the anger. Today first help a favor, do not want to have contact in the future, do not go to retaliate against you or their own generosity. Of course I'm fine, but the clothes are dirty, you have to help me wash then. Chen Yi emotional intelligence enough, not to say that your father may have something this kind of words, he tried to use a relaxed tone to joke. The atmosphere itself is heavy enough, if you make the atmosphere even heavier, there is no chance that you will see the two girls crying in that hug. As long as you don't mind my clumsiness in washing your clothes, I'll wash all your clothes for you, young master. Eugenia also tried to make herself as relaxed as possible, trying to show a smile. These clothes aren't cheap, if they get ruined, you'll have to pay me for them. Chen Yi teased, only to suddenly stutter and immediately stop talking. This in front of Ruan Jui to flirt with her best friend, seems a little bad. Fortunately, at this time, the little publicist was having trouble calming down and didn't notice this injury. Chen Yi reached out his hand, carefully lifted the bangs on Eugenia's forehead, and saw that although there was blood there, looking very scary, the wound was actually not deep, just bumped into. This makes Chen Yi assured a lot, otherwise so beautiful a girl if in the forehead to leave a scar or something, also strange heartache. It's just a bit painful, but if it doesn't bleed, it shouldn't be a problem. Eugenia is really strong, some weak girls even by the needle, may be able to cry out, she is bleeding on the forehead, feel the pain, but also so persistent. Let's go to the hospital first and take you for a look. See, Eugenia seems to want to refuse the appearance. Chen Yi has added a sentence, do not deal with yourself, if it leaves a scar how to do? It's better to find a doctor. When Eugenia heard this, she immediately lost the will to refuse. Girls love beauty, and even if she was stubborn, she wouldn't dare to leave a scar on her face. Ruan Jui said, I just called the police should be here soon. Chen Yi heard, then there is no way, can only wait a little. The crowd around the crowd dispersed some, but those Moncler Jackets outlet are very idle, not many people go, can see that these Moncler Jackets outlet know Eugenia quite a lot, very concerned about her. Some said what hurry to the hospital to see first, pocket money, want to give you some said tonight don't go home, go to auntie there to live, auntie to give you to do good food. The neighborhood, everyone is good, the so-called distant relatives than close neighbors. On the other hand, there are some old men and a few middle-aged men surrounding Eugenia's father, or some persuade and some scold, but this is a family matter, we all know each other, it's not good to direct action. Eugenia her father may be Chen Yi to scare, at this time is coy, completely lost the arrogance of a moment ago. Occasionally, the neck wants to retort something, but was those grandparents a sentence how, still wanna hit me off? The first thing I did was to get the money to pay for it. Typical external coyness, internal heavy-handedness. Patrolman came very quickly, it did not take long to see a police car drove into the narrow roads of this old neighborhood, walked down two patrolmen. What's going on? Who reported the police, what happened? Chen Yi looked down, let Eugenia this injury to say no good, as for Ruan Jui this small public, on her that panic-like, not likely to speak have to puff and puff. There was no other way, but to go on by himself. Although Chen Yi does not know exactly what happened, to the time has been the end of the incident, but the general thing can be guessed, directly to the patrolman explained up. Next to a group of grandparents to help add, the incident has been restored to almost the same. It was probably Eugenia's father, Yu Zhang, who used the excuse that Eugenia had made a mistake to start scolding her, and it so happened that Ruan Jui had spoken to the family and came to deliver something to Eugenia, and saw this scene. Yu Zhang because of drinking alcohol, scolding addiction pushed Eugenia a bit, so that Eugenia bumped into the head, only is bleeding, the little Gongju because of fear, called Chen Yi. Knowing the cause and effect of the matter, the patrolman is also a headache, is not a big case, at most is considered a civil dispute, but the main thing is that this is a family matter, the so-called clear official difficult to resolve family affairs. This is also considered the patrolman the most difficult to deal with the matter, especially bad to deal with. One of the patrollers saw Eugenie was injured, is to Chenny said, "Little brother, you are her friend, right? In this way, you first take her to the hospital to see, first put some medicine and so on, we then go to the pavilion to do a statement." Chenny nodded at his words. "Good, then I will take her to the hospital first. This is indeed the most appropriate program. Why don't you guys take our car and go, I'll give you a ride." The patrolman was enthusiastic. Chenny took a look at the police car before shaking his head and saying, "Don't police uncle, I came here by car, sitting in a police car I always feel as if I am going to be taken to a detention center." In fact, the patrolman is not big, the early 30s, but many people are so called, but also accustomed to. He smiled and said, "Many people do not love to sit in the police car. Okay, then you first go to the hospital, the road drive carefully." Chenny greeted Wanjui and Eugeniu. The two wanted to be assisted by Eugeniu, but she insisted on not letting go, saying that he did not have a concussion, just a few small injuries, do not bother. Seeing that she is indeed fine, the two also let her go. Back to the side of the road, looking at the Ferrari A12, Chenny somewhat regret that he should not buy a sports car. This car is really not good when there are many people. You first make do with a squeeze. Chenny sighed and said, "This is not as good as sitting in a police car," he mentally slandered. All around the pedestrians see Ferrari, many people are stopped to see a few eyes. Eugenie may not want to let others see her head injury, lowered her head first into the car. Luckily, there are not many people at this time of the night, otherwise others will see the two sisters sitting together in a crowd. One of them has a wound, Chenny himself will be weak. Located a nearby hospital, Chenny drove to. Chapter 59, The Past of Eugenie's Family. Arrived at the hospital, this time only the emergency room, although before rebirth Chenny are parents accompanied to the hospital, but after the work of their own living, but also had their own one person to go to the hospital experience. He is also familiar with those hospital registration and prescription. Let Wanjui and Eugenie wait, he himself busy to do those troublesome trivial small things. In the evening, there were not too many people in the hospital, and most of them came to the hospital in case of emergencies. Wanjui and Eugenie sat on the chairs and waited quietly, watching Chenny busy. "How is your progress?" Suddenly, Eugenie asked. Ruanjui was stunned, knowing that she was asking about her relationship with Chun-Yi. The sultry little eunuch was a little embarrassed, but seemed to be unintentional, saying, "It's not bad, it's just like that." Eugeniu, who has a special understanding of small Gongju, guessed the general situation as soon as he saw her gesture, and teased, "Small Gongju is not bad. It seems that the progress with Chun Young Master is good, and in the future, we have to congratulate you on finding a boyfriend. Hey, my little Gongju is also going to have a master. It is estimated that I do not want me as a bosom friend, every day to follow the man to run away." She sighed falsely, her tone exaggerated. Ruanjui is a little thin-skinned, a little embarrassed by what Eugeniu said, but on the surface, she still has that cold face that makes people feel bad about contacting her. "Don't let people in, you can also go find a boyfriend. Jinyu, you are so beautiful, lively character, know a lot of male friends, right? You can always find one that you like and is suitable." At this time, the little publicist looked as if she was already a veteran in love, teaching her best friend. Only the smile at the corner of her mouth and the winks from the corners of her eyes exposed her own little bit of inner complacency. Eugenia didn't say anything. She gazed at Chen-Yi, who was busy before and after. Such a big young master didn't complain at all, doing things in a measured and steady manner, all the time doing these small things that to him probably wouldn't have been done before. Although he was doing all this for himself, right, but was it really so? Maybe it's actually just for the little male, me, because I'm her friend, incidentally. Eugenia was suddenly a little jealous. Why is it that you are good-looking, have a good family, have been pampered since you were a child, and have such an exceptionally nice, stable and handsome young master to pursue? And you have to go through so much crap? God can be really unfair. To be honest, after meeting Chen-Yi, Eugenia realized that her requirements for a boyfriend were even higher, although she was quite realistic and knew that that kind of perfect boyfriend didn't exist. But the young man in front of her really made her feel the urge and longing to be the heroine of a TV drama and find the perfect boyfriend. People are afraid of comparison. When the time comes to take other men and Chen-Yi a comparison, immediately like the heart cannot come out. No, I'm also do not know whether it is right or wrong. Eugenia looked at Ruanjui, who was concerned about herself, but her heart was warm. Their own this character and mouth sometimes especially bad. Ruanjui actually also angry several times, but she has been tolerant of their own actually quite lucky. There is such a good girlfriend accompanied. Shaking her head, Bix suddenly said, "I really envy you." "What did you say?" Little Gongju didn't hear. "Nothing." At this time, Jenny also finished the matter and came over. "Jinyu, go to the doctor's place and take a look." Eugeniu collected her thoughts and smiled playfully. "Thank you, Chin the handsome. Seeing as you're so reliable, my little Gongju is in your hands. Don't be skinny, you still want to be a whore with a flower on your head, hurry up and go." Chen-Yi wanted to smack this girl's ass, but after extending his hand, he felt it was inappropriate and gave up. Chen Yi and Ruanjui accompanied Eugene Yu to go in to find a doctor. It did not take long, she came out with a gauze on her forehead. The doctor said that it would not leave a scar, that is, this period of time cannot drink, bathing attention, really still the same old ah. Chen Yi has heard these words many times before. Cannot take a bath ah, this shall not be difficult to die, hot day is now already a sweat, sticky body cannot. Bitch complained. Sultry little male enhancement on the side said, I can help you wipe your body. Who knows bitch is shaking her head, hee, no need, I think it's better to let Shinda handsome to wipe me. After saying that, she even raised her head and threw Chen Yi a wink. To be honest, Eugene Yu's winks were not standard enough, not compared to the sultry foxy winks of Xiao Gongju who was born with a cold face, but this girl's looks were especially pure, and her winks had a different flavor. Let me rub it for you? Ken this brother is the best, guaranteed everything, to give you a white clean. I like your behavior of seducing other people's boyfriends in front of the owner. Shen Yi's mind was active, but on the surface, he had a straight face, making a face that said, I'm so pure, I won't fall for this. Ruanjui and Eugene Yu bickered again, and the atmosphere finally became normal. After going to the hospital to see the injuries, Chen Yi again took the two girls to the security booth near Eugene Yu's house. Bitch went in to give her statement, while Chen Yi waited outside with little Gongju. Sitting in the security booth made one a bit fidgety, as if they were entering a detention center, and although Chen Yi knew that everyone there was talented and well-spoken, it was better not to go in for the rest of one's life if one could. Sitting with the little public figure, at this time Chen Yi did not have the leisure time to flirt, but asked, Bitch, what exactly is the situation at her home? Ruanjui knew that Chen Yi would ask this question and had already prepared a draft, saying, When I was a child, Uncle Yu and my father were both in the same company and ran sales together. At that time, although Uncle Yu was not as hard-working as my father, but also quite capable of earning a lot of money. Because they are all a company, responsible for different regions, my father and Uncle Yu is not much conflict, the two people have a good relationship. I was also at that time to recognize the genius. Chen Yi heard, is to laugh, you two this is still considered green plum? The two of you are still considered to be green plums? The small publicized happy, yes, is the green plum. Aya, you this person don't talk, interrupting my thoughts. Ruanjui lightly hit Chen Yi, like a girlfriend pampering her boyfriend. Yes, you go on, I was wrong. Chen Yi directly coaxed her. Ruanjui nature is not really angry, arrogant like don't head, and then said, at that time my father has experience, also saved a sum of money, want to come out to open the company to do it alone, invited you uncle also agreed at that time, are ready to take the money to start a business together, but the family but suddenly accident. The company's main goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers. The company's main goal is to provide the best possible service to its customers, and to provide the best possible service to its customers. So Jean Yu's mom cheated on her? Chen Yi interjected. In fact, he had already guessed it, from Yu Zheng scolding Eugene Yu those unpleasant words. Well, in fact, when I was a child, I did not understand what cheating, or grew up to understand. Jean Yu her mother is not only cheating, but also with the people outside to have a child. Ruanjui whispered, she actually felt that it was not good for her to talk about her best friend's family's family matters behind her back, but she also felt that Chen Yi had already intervened in it and should know. Chen Yi was immediately baffled upon hearing this. This damn thing was no longer a matter of being cuckolded, but even having a child with someone. Eugene Yu's mom is also quite powerful, I don't know how she hid the child from her husband and someone else. No wonder the man will become so, if he was cuckolded think what, this kind of thing is not possible. Chen Yi's heart stirred as he asked, is Eugene Yu her father's biological child? See Yu Zhang to Eugene Yu that attitude, he suspected that this is not biological, but if not biological, the court should not be awarded to him right. It's biological, Uncle Yu took Jean Yu to do a paternity test. Little Gongju nodded and said, after that, the two of them divorced. Jean Yu her mother did not want anything, and could not ask for anything to net out of the house. However, at that time, Uncle Yu also began to change his temperament, he did not go and my father to start a business, began to be addicted to gambling, their own hard work for many years to earn millions of family assets all to lose. Jean Yu's family actually began to have two suites, one was sold by her father to gamble, but also my father borrowed money. My father, quite poor Yu uncle, began to borrow, but finally knew that he gambled, and never borrowed, and the relationship between the two families is also broken. However, Jean Yu and I are children well, that time do not know much, so the relationship has been quite close. Chen Yi was silent, said, so, Jean Yu finally became like this? Well, Uncle Yu in the end is not much gambling, but began to drink again, the community streets to introduce him to a job he was there to do, to not starve, but sometimes drink too much, on the Jean Yu and beat and scolded. Speaking of this, the little publicist was also red-eyed, feeling that Eugene Yu was really living a difficult life. Chen Yi was also sighing. There are two things in this world that you can't touch, one is gambling and the other is drugs, as long as you dip it, you'll be waiting for your family to die. In fact, if Eugene Yu's father could have stabilized his mind not to gamble, and her father to start a business, it is estimated that this time is also a billionaire boss, and by then there is no way that there will be a lack of women. How many women will want to rush to be Eugene Yu her stepmother? Unfortunately, one wrong move as a full plate is lost, dipped in the gambling that his life is bound to end. It's not easy for him to quit gambling at last. Give you $100 million of money, want to lose it? What is the fastest way? In fact, it is not to buy this to buy that, but gambling, as long as a gambling addiction, hundreds of millions of dollars in the blink of an eye into the empty. Shen-yi heard the story of Eugene Yu's family, secretly admonished himself, their money is the wind blowing, it is easy to let people become empty in the heart. But no matter how empty their spirit in the end, but also absolutely cannot touch gambling and drugs, even if there is a system, that life is also finished. As for gambling and drugs outside of another well, in fact, to okay la. Chapter 60 today will be whore out of the sky, on. Hey! You are here at little brother your girlfriend in the statement? When Shen-yi and Xiao Gongju were sitting there chatting, a patrolman walked into the security booth and greeted Shen-yi with a smile after seeing him. Fixing his eyes on him, the patrolman was the same one he had seen downstairs at Eugene Yu's house earlier. Shen-yi stood up and smiled back. Yes, she's making a statement inside. Is this the end of work for the police, uncle? Well, it's time to hand over. The patrolman saw Chen-yi did not deny his girlfriend, looked at Ruanjui doubtfully, asked, this girl is? My girlfriend's best friend. Chen-yi returned without moving. Little Gongju's nose wrinkled, like an angry piglet. Is this identity reversed? However, at this time she is not good to come out to refute anything, can only be cold with the face that is already cold and colorful, sitting there without saying a word. Patrolman also did not think there is something wrong, from his pocket took out a pack of cigarettes, said, little brother smoke? Shen-yi waved his hand and said, I don't smoke. Do you mind if I smoke? Feel free to do so. Shen-yi knew that the grassroots staff in these security bureaus were all very hardworking and under great pressure, and many of them were heavily addicted to cigarettes. This patrolman may like to chat, or he may see Chen-yi has a good temperament, and pulls him here to chat. Your girlfriend encountered this trouble. We patrolman, in fact, is the most afraid of these domestic affairs. Last time we responded to the police, there is a man's domestic violence his wife, we went over to the people to arrest, the woman heard that May squatting bureau, directly face reluctance, began to blame us for meddling in the matter, said that this is their family matters, you say this is how difficult to do. This patrolman a burst of sighs, words are open. Shen-yi nodded and said, although we have anti-domestic violence law, but some things are not well defined. That's the reason, and sometimes really let people cannot be helped if the man is the head of the family, the income depends on him, even if he is domestic violence, you arrested him, his wife and children how to live? Or if he uses violence against his children, and you arrest the parents, what about the children? Sent to relatives, in case the relatives do not care, can still be sent to the orphanage This patrolman said non-stop, Chen-yi actually do not want to talk about, go and talk about love with a small public good, but people are pulling you, this time there is no reason but some bad refusal, can only accompany him to talk all the time. Fortunately, not long Eugene Yu was a good record out. After seeing Eugene Yu, the patrolman patted Chen-yi's shoulder said, little brother, your girlfriend out, I don't say much, her thing is actually the same, but next time her father to commit another offense, we'll just arrest the person over, detained for a few days. Good, thank you, police uncle go slowly. Chen-yi was all smiles as he finally sent this somewhat chatty patrolman away. Ha? You've changed your girlfriend after such a short period of time, Mr. Chen? Are you chasing me? I'm quite willing. Eugene Yu came out, it is that kind of look, and Chen-yi finished, immediately changed the person. Xiao Gongju I told you a long time ago, this kind of young masters are very philandering, he is just playing with you, not really like you. This joke is a little too much, especially Eugene Yu that expression, so people cannot tell whether she is joking or really persuade people to break up. That's why they call her a bimbo. Chen-yi muttered in his heart, faceplate said, hey, we are familiar with familiar, you joke also do not go too far At this time, Eugene Yu is not afraid, but instead in that laughing. Little Gongju was also unhappy, glared at her and said, why you hurt the forehead not the mouth As she spoke, Xiao Gongju's phone rang, and Chen-yi knew that it was probably her parents calling again. Sure enough, Ruanjui was covering the microphone after picking up the phone, looking towards the two of them while carefully saying something, but after Ruanjui mentioned Eugene Yu's house, it seemed like everything was understood over there. Hanging up the phone, Eugene Yu jumped the gun and asked, uncle and auntie told you to come home? Well, my parents were rushing me, and I said it was your family. They then didn't say anything, but I still have to go back. Ruanjui returned, she pursed her lips and worried, Jean Yu what will you do later? I can't go back home, why don't you stay at my house? Who knew that Eugene Yu directly refused, shaking her head and saying, I won't trouble uncle and aunt, if I. She raised her head and glanced at Chen-yi, her tone suddenly quickened, I'll stay at Chen-yi's place, anyway, it's a waste for him to live in such a big house. Chen-yi was stunned for a moment when he heard this, just when he thought that Ruanjui would refuse and even get a little angry, he didn't think that this girl would say, also, Chen-yi's place is also able to live Chen-yi, so it's not a problem to let Jean Yu live in your place, right? Problems? Of course there is no problem. What's wrong with being alone in a room with your best friend? Little Gongju, have you forgotten what bitch said about me wiping her body? Why have you suddenly become so stupid? But on second thought, could it be that I'm too righteous? It seems to be the case that since he met Wanjui, Chen Yi has always acted especially upright. As a rich young man, it was common for him to fool around all day long, but Chen Yi was really quiet these days. Ever since he left the nightclub that day, he hadn't been there again, and he hadn't hung out with a bunch of messy women. Every day he would still send Wanjui pictures of what he was doing, seeing as he was not to mention going out on a wave these days, but even just reading and playing the piano in the hotel every day, so it made the little publicist have a strong misunderstanding of him. This misunderstanding is killing me. Brother is actually a sulky like you, or the kind of sulky out of the sky. Various thoughts popped up in his mind, but Chen Yi's surface was a gentle smile. Okay, then let the bimbo live at my place, don't worry, I'll take good care of her. For this sentence Wanjui is 120,000 believe, and Chen Yi knows so many days, has been in the VX chat get along, she already has a part of Chen Yi understanding. As well as today's incident his decent and steady approach, let Wanjui know that although he is a big young master, but also very good at taking care of people. Chen Yi explored his body at this time, and again flirted with Wanjui, saying, but there has to be a little reward, little Gongju. I'm running around, but also to take care of the bimbo, no reward can't be said. What reward do you want? In fact, Wanjui has guessed what he wants to do, but still bored a cold face, as if it is very indifferent, but the heart is a variety of thoughts ups and downs, and began to be bored there alone. Chen Yi pointed to his face. Although the heart of the small Gongju rejoice, but the surface is a disgusted twisted kind, tiptoe in his face gently touch, and then as to cover up the shyness, waved his hand and said, well, don't get an inch off. Chen Yi will not continue to tease her, subconsciously turned his head, and Eugene Yu's eyes relative. Somehow, he suddenly felt that the bimbo's eyes were particularly deep, as if they were hiding some deep meaning. His heart suddenly jumped, and he had a premonition that it might be difficult to sleep tonight. Chapter 61, Bitching Out of the Sky Today, Medium. After finishing all of this crap and sending little Gongju home, it was already close to 12 o'clock at night. At this time Chen Yi is more certain, in the future there is an opportunity to buy a car, do not ask for any particularly good car, more than $1 million will be enough, the most important thing is that it must be able to sit more than 4 people. This kind of supercar already has a small interior space. Looking at the bimbo and the little publicist squeezing in the passenger side, I'm sure it's also very difficult. Jinyu, then I'll leave first, take care of your rest, don't drink at night, don't stay up late. Before getting out of the car and leaving, Wanjui instructed Eugeniu about a bunch of things. Aya, I know, I just found out that you're such a bad talker, so hurry up and go home, don't let your uncle and auntie worry about you, and don't worry about your boyfriend, just leave him to me. Eugeniu disliked her annoyance and hurriedly blasted her away. The sultry little publicist is still a bit arrogant, a pretty face cold, hummed, Chen Yi is not my boyfriend. After saying that, she quickly looked at Chen Yi, saw Chen Yi sitting in the driver's seat of the Ferrari is smiling, as if there is no reaction at all, but let the little Gongju began to think again, the whole person has become a little sullen. Okay, he is not your boyfriend, he is my boyfriend, okay, fast back. Eugeniu rushed Wanjui again, as if to urge her. If he is your boyfriend, then you will be the little one. Little Gongju was unconvinced and retorted. Oh? Bitch directly elongated the tone of voice, teasing, can a small public office, more and more bold, you mean to say, you are the big one, right? Her words seemed to have a twofold ambiguity. Wanjui realized that she really couldn't say anything to Eugeniu in terms of her tongue, she was just too thin-skinned. At this time, Chen Yi finally opened his mouth and said, good boy, little Gongju, you hurry home, don't let your parents worry, send me a VX when you get home. Aha! Only then did Wanjui respond in a good behavior. She looked at Eugeniu and said something wordlessly to her. Looking at that mouth shape she was saying BTCHY 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 BTCHY. Eugeniu was so angry that she wanted to laugh. She didn't realize that this had really become her nickname. Even the little publicist had started to call her that. Looking at Wanjui swiped the card and walked into the neighborhood. Chen Yi is to start the car. Suddenly he felt that there is a line of sight to look over, looked sideways, and saw Eugeniu was sitting on the passenger seat, looking straight at him. What are you looking at me for? Do I have flowers on my face? Chen Yi subconsciously touched his face. Look at your handsome face, Mr. Chen, let's hurry back to the hotel, there's still a sick person here. Eugeniu smiled, her tone was soft, and her voice was so coy that Chen Yi had goosebumps. This girl's voice do not know how to grow, no matter how to speak is like pampering, if in the deliberate sum, really let the man cannot stand. Chen Yi inexplicably have a little bit of weakness, only to feel that bitch now turned into a tigress, and he is the poor little lamb. The Ferrari drove back to the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, walked into the lobby, and again heard the receptionist's cordial and respectful greeting. Chen Yi then realized that Leo was still waiting for him in the lobby, and beside Leo, there was a man in his 40s. That man, Chen Yi also recognized, surnamed Su, called Su Feng, was the general manager of this Ritz-Carlton hotel, and he had visited Chen Yi when he stayed there before. Young Chen, you're back. When Leo saw Chen Yi, he rushed over to greet him. Seeing Leo waiting here until 12 p.m., even the general manager of the place was there. Chen Yi was still touched for a moment even though he knew that it was due to the money he had spent. Young Chen, nothing happened, right? If there is something you need help with, please feel free to come and find me. Is this female companion of yours injured? Su Feng also came over and shook Chen Yi's hand, his tone cordial and enthusiastic. As the general manager of the Ritz-Carlton, a top luxury hotel, Su Feng had seen all sorts of people and had the opportunity to come into contact with those very high-end individuals. For smart people, they knew how to utilize the available resources to help themselves, and Su Feng would also try to make friends with those he thought were worth interacting with as a way to expand his social circle. Chen Yi was the one he was very optimistic about. He was not very old, but he was waving money around like dirt, so it was obvious that he had a family background, and he was steady and measured in his dealings with the world. There was no frippery at all, not at all like a child of this age should have. He felt that Chen Yi, this person, is a bit of a demon, like those who have experienced the social winds and rains of the old oily, as if they had lived for 10 more years. Naturally, he is holding a few points of sincerity, wanting to make friends to recognize a bit. Trouble, Mr. Su, you are still here waiting for me. Alright, is my friend's family affairs has been resolved. The injury is nothing serious, the doctor said every day to change the medicine on it. Seeing Chen Yi seems to have not encountered anything, Su Feng also has some regrets that he did not help. Because only to help others, a favor, in order to let the two sides fast interaction acquaintance, human debt is the most difficult to return. I'm sure you'll be happy to know that Chen Yi is a valued customer of the Ritz-Carlton, but I hope you won't mind if I upgrade you to a Cobalt card member of our hotel without your permission. Chen Yi was flabbergasted for a moment. This is not something that needs to be done. Oh yes, this was really Su Feng's power. The Ritz-Carlton Group had general managers in several stores in China, and they all had the right to go and invite social celebrities to become the highest-ranked members of our group. Shenzhen was the most important international metropolis in East China. To be able to become the general manager of this store, it was evident that Su Feng also had a certain amount of say within the group. Was Chen Yi considered a socialite? Actually, not at all. Even if he was rich, he was still unknown in society. Not many people knew him, much less had any achievements to speak of. Under normal circumstances, it was unlikely that he would have been invited to this kind of event, but the fact that Su Feng still invited him could only be said to be a recognition of Chen Yi himself. The so-called Cobalt card members' rights and benefits were of no use at all in Chen Yi's opinion. They were all things that could be solved with money, but that recognition allowed Chen Yi to gain spiritual fulfillment. He had obtained the system for almost half a month, and had already had his spirit, temperament, and appearance completely changed. To even have such a person who had seen all kinds of people from all walks of life recognize him, it meant that Chen Yi had already said goodbye to his past self completely. This was what made Chen Yi happy. He was on the right track. You're so generous, but I'm at a loss for words. But in this case, I guess I'll have to stay at the Ritz-Carlton no matter which city I go to in the future. Chen Yi made a joke, causing Su Feng to let out a laugh after hearing it, and the relationship between the two instantly became much closer. We have a private doctor here. At that time, this lady's wound to change the medicine, this kind of thing, or let our private doctor to do it. Su Feng said enthusiastically again. Chen Yi felt that spending $1 million on this hotel for half a month was really worth it. That's really a lot of trouble for you, Mr. Su. Young Chen is still this polite. It's not too early. Young Chen, you and this lady please rest well. If you have any problems you can inform Leo, as your personal butler, he will serve you wholeheartedly. Along with this general manager's words, Leo also slightly owed his body. Only when Su Feng left did Chen Yi and Eugene Yu walk up the elevator that led directly to the presidential suite. When Chen Yi and Su Feng were talking, she was good and smart enough not to interrupt a single word, and her usual bimbo-like behavior was even more daring. It could only be said that the bimbo was still aware of the big picture. Don't look at Su Feng as just a hotel's general manager, but the Ritz-Carlton is a top luxury hotel, which directly belongs to the Marriott Group, and has more than 70 hotel properties in more than 24 countries, which can be said to be a typical multinational enterprise. As the general manager of this hotel, it represented that Su Feng was a senior member of the Ritz-Carlton, and at the same time, he was bound to have a certain status within the Marriott Group, and was a typical member of the social elite. This kind of person has a wide social circle and doorway, far from the current Chen Yi can compare. There may be times when they can use people. For example, if Chen Yi wanted to drink a kind of wine that was rarely circulated on the market, even if he had the money and no access, you couldn't find it, and that's when the role of people like Su Feng came out. As a hotel staff, and to the top, in this regard is really unparalleled advantages of other people. Even Chen Yi could recognize more people through him, such as other Ritz-Carlton Cobalt card members that he had invited, so that all kinds of networks and social circles could be linked together. This is also the reason why Chen Yi would be so polite with people. Money is fundamental. Without money nothing can be done, but there are some things even with money, there is no doorway or useless. This time is to see who has more connections and a wider doorway. Returning to the hotel room, Bitch directly sat on the wide and soft sofa in the living room, and watched Chen Yi walk to the bar to pick the wine he wanted to drink. That attitude of enjoying life made her envious. Most ordinary people had to work hard every day, doing their best for a paycheck from 9 to 5, and even had to support their families to do so, so where else could they have the free time and money to seek out the finer things in life? This is the privilege of the rich. Many people want to become rich, really just to fulfill material desires? In fact, what many people wanted was just a life and living according to their own will, but this had to be done with money. Eugenie bit her lip and opened her mouth to ask, "Little Gungju told you about my family's situation?" "Well, don't blame her, she didn't mean to intentionally gossip about you behind your back," Chenyi said. "I don't blame little Gongju, this isn't gossip, this is what happened in my house, there's nothing that can't be said." Eugenia shook her head. This petite, soft and coy-voiced girl suddenly struck a particularly provocative pose and looked at Chenyi and said, "Chen de handsome, do you rich young masters often adopt female college students or something? If you're interested, what do you think of me?" Chenyi was flabbergasted for a moment and turned his head to look at Eugenia on the sofa. "Bitch, you're no longer just a bimbo, you're a bimbo out of the sky. Hey, I'm your bestie's prospective boyfriend." Chapter 62, Bitching Out of the Sky Today, next. Chenyi looked back at Eugenia in shock. This BTCH spoke half-truths and half-falsehoods, sometimes as if she was joking, and sometimes as if she meant it, making people confused and unable to guess what she was really thinking. She said the words are sincere? Or is she teasing herself, and if she says yes she'll start to come and laugh at herself? Or is it for her girlfriend small Gongju is testing? Chenyi couldn't understand, even a bullish man can't guess a woman's heart, unless he also becomes a woman. You're out of your mind? It's not because you are injured and weak, and you have a fever, right? Come on, let my brother see if you really have a fever. Chenyi laughed and scolded, said half-jokingly, "This is probably a normal person's instinctive reaction when encountering this kind of thing," using the tone of a joke to muddle through, and at the same time, it is also a test. Walking over to Eugenia's side, Chenyi reached out his hand, lifting up her curtain of brown hair and touching her forehead. The bimbo kept smiling, her innocent face all coquettish, not resisting this physical contact from Chenyi at all. She didn't look like the kind of sexy woman who could ignite the flames in a man's heart with just an enchanting pose. However, Eugenia was particularly young and pure, and looked like a schoolgirl who didn't know anything about the world, but on the contrary, she had attracted the softness of the man's heart that he longed for the most. Regardless of whether it is school time or after graduation, recalling that wearing a white dress, riding a bicycle, the image of the school flower with a clear smile, will always be the longing of men. Although Bitch's personality was a bit, her appearance was really that schoolgirl pure. Chenyi touched her glossy forehead. "Well, not a fever, probably F-saw." At this time, Chenyi really hoped that the system can jump out, give him a what-lie tester, or read the mind, even if it is able to see each other. Good sense of this ability can The emotions of people are the most complex things in this world. If you can see through them, you may have to become immortal. "I don't have a fever, do I? So say big handsome Chin, do you want to subsidize a female college student? I have a cheap price, and it is all fair game." This bimbo continued to throw winks, her voice whiny, making Chenyi feel like he couldn't take it anymore. Eugenia was then wearing a very plain dress, not a prestigious brand, but not a purely ground floor product either. It should be a popular brand from the mall. Bitch's body is too petite, her bones are especially thin, so she looks skinny, a section of white tender calves exposed under the dress, so thin that Chenyi suspected that he could break it off in one go. She was wearing silky short stockings, but her shoes were that kind of thick high heel. Although there are many men like this kind of small girl, but that's really not the public aesthetic. In fact, the girls on the height is also particularly concerned about. A lot of small girls like to wear this kind of thick high heel, so that they look a little higher. You this goblin don't come to mess with this high monk's fixation, like young master I such a person, whereas it can be so easy to be seduced to. Chenyi continued with a straight face. Unfortunately, at this time there is no Dewey Tian Long stock. Then, master, you might as well accept me as a demonic spirit. How about going to a Buddhist temple with you for meditation? Bitch clucked. A look at her is also a modern teenager by the internet, although the terrier is not yet fire, but the catch is not a problem. No, are you serious? Found that joking is useless, Chenyi poured a cup of red wine and sat down. Even that red wine is what winery what year do not look at. Sat on the sofa opposite Eugenia, began to send straight ball. Sip a mouthful of wine, the year cannot drink out, but should be Mootman's. Their own this wine tasting technology has really made great progress, can already taste out of the winery. Young Master Chen, of course I am serious. Although the said so, but still let people cannot see whether it is true or not, but the woman is also precisely because of this point is fascinating. The secret is the charm of women. I can have a girlfriend, although it is a quasi-girlfriend, right, but this is no different from a girlfriend. Chenyi continues to be unmoved. I've known her for 10 years before you, and she's now considered your girlfriend, so of course I know. Or do you have other girlfriends? For example, in the Imperial City girlfriend? I'm not sure if you're a good person, but I'm a good person, and I'm not sure if you're a good person. This bimbo is straight to the dream of a man's heart. The red flag is not down, the colorful flag is fluttering. Across the 34 provinces, there are girlfriends everywhere. You cannot slander me. I really do not have a girlfriend in the Imperial City, junior high school to really have a girl to my confession, then too stupid too would I even shy to run away. High school is to study well, although think quite a lot, but really quite honest. Chenyi calmly said his junior high and high school career of 6 years, of course, that is not to become a young Master Chen career, but also as an ordinary working class Chenyi's 6 years of study career. Ha! Chen, the handsome brother, you even still shy. I wanna see, why don't you now and shy let me see it? Eugene, you laughing stomach ache. She see now Chen temperament calm, erect outstanding, do things are particularly organized and calm, really completely unexpected his boyish shy look. Ha, late, you cannot see in this life. Chen laughed, in the social climbing so many years, he has long been an old driver, not wearing clothes can be calm and composed, how can still say a few words with the girl's unshyness? I just want to say to you, I'm particularly upright, did not see when in the nightclub, so many girls seduce me, I am calm and unmoving, steady as a mountain. Chen boasted. If it is Ruan Jui, that sultry little publicist, maybe really believe, she is too simple, and Chen has always been so behaved, but want to cheat but cannot do. As a result, Eugene, you despised, Chen, big handsome man, you still lie to your home small Gongju go, you that which is the motionless, because the small Gongju is on your side, you have a thief heart to her. If that day Xiao Gongju is not in, or you do not know Xiao Gongju, the girl you brought back that night is definitely not me and Xiao Gongju, maybe that day which little. Come on, this bimbo has seen it all and it would be hypocritical to deny it. She's right, if Chen went to the nightclub by himself that day, he would have brought a girl back, maybe one is not enough but two. It was because Ruan Jui was on the sidelines and he wanted to pull a long line to catch a big fish that he held back. See Chen Yi's undisguised expression, Eugenia knows that he guessed right, bimbo slightly complacent said, men with money is really bad, don't think I don't know, the internet those who every day full of benevolence and righteousness and morality, in fact, there are only two kinds of people. The first one is the one with the most important thing to do. Bitch is going to release 10 so high talk, I'm all ears. Chen endeavored to match her, sitting upright. See Chen is more energetic, a kind of awe is those who have social status, rich, this kind of person is full of mouth doctrine, heart is all business, the surface of a variety of harsh criticism, background may be a male thief and female prostitute. There is another kind is those real beggar keyboard warrior, every day pretend to be a good man like, but he does not pretend to be a good man no way because they are not qualified to be a bad man. This kind of people more amusing, I despise, always feel that they and others are different, they are saints and defenders, but do not know that is because they want nothing, no woman to look at them, not when the saints can be what? This is not as good as those who admit that they are good at sex, more courageous man, if you really let these people who want nothing develop, they may become what kind of it? Eugene there dejected, the more said the more excited, the more said the more excited. Chen gave her a round of applause, or bitch, you know human nature is greedy, so the ancients said not to suffer from scarcity, but not equal, but how do you know so much about men? Chen is a little surprised at bitch's opinion, although the network is now developed, many children know a lot, but also because the information is too developed, so many people will lose the ability to think independently, completely believe everything on the network. Eugene is actually not very old, look at her like this, as if she has personally seen something. Bitch suddenly mysteriously said, I'll tell you a little Gongju her family's secret you mustn't talk to the little Gongju. You say, I do not tell her. Chen was instantly curious. Chapter 63 hates two kinds of people, women who cheat and men who gamble. This is all my dad said after drinking too much. When he and Uncle Ruan ran business together, running all over the country, he said a lot of local leaders especially difficult to serve, especially those small places, you have to be low. Eat kickbacks which are commonplace, nothing to say, want to talk business with those people, you have to drink, a caddy of white wine down not drunk, you are qualified to talk about, and then go on to what the club bath center to continue to talk about. Listening to Eugene said, these should be her father's experience, Chen actually has a deep understanding of this. Though small and medium-sized company sales want to sell their own things, smart mouth is the basic requirements, will drink barely qualified. You also need to know how to play in the area you manage, will play, can bring those who talk to you about business management leaders to play happy, this business can be negotiated. Those what in the luxury parlor a group of people arguing the negotiation scene, in fact, are company employees, the boss will not go to that kind of ground, when the boss appeared, that is the negotiation has been over directly past the signature. Two bosses really talk about things, go to a private club enough, 2 glasses of red wine to finish the matter, directly to happy. What upper class in fact is the surface of the shiny, the real connotation is the nasty, Wei-jin celebrities so, modern people are the same, look at those high and low Wei-jin celebrities what kind of private life, immediately understand what is called human nature. Look at my brother Lou went to the United States, not the same happy not, is the point back to be pitched. Capitalists are the ones with the least moral values, and the ones with moral values have long been eliminated by the big waves. Bitch said these, Chenny understand, but look at bitch excited like, estimated that for her these are still very amazing things It was only then that Chenny realized that bitch was also just a college girl. At that time, my father and Uncle Ruan were already married, it would be understandable if they went to play around for the sake of work, but my father told me that in fact, at that time, Uncle Ruan also had a lover outside. Chen handsome, you have never seen the little Gongju his father, quite old-fashioned and serious a person, and the little Gongju her mother especially love. I used to think that Uncle Ruan such a man should be the kind of good man, until my father said those things, I was the 3 views of all the explosions. Eugene you revealed a small expression of a man who has seen through. Well, men, what they do outside is not dare to go back and say to their wives, but they like to brag and fart with their good buddies. Shenny said, he is actually the same. So I never expect any handsome, especially rich, but also only love you a man appeared, that's too unrealistic, have to go to the fairy tale to find, movies and TV series can also be. Eugenia smoothed her permed slightly curly hair, directly picked up the red wine glass that Chun-Yi placed on the table and took a big sip. You're being silly, bimbo. You still have injuries here, don't drink. Chun-Yi wanted to stop, but it was too late. It's okay, I have a sense of proportion, just one sip. After a sip of wine, her cheeks were slightly red, but it was as if she had strengthened her guts. Chun-Yi felt that Eugenia was trying to show him her heart today. In fact, I want to find a boyfriend is particularly simple, rich, handsome on the line, which the most important thing is to have money. Young Master Chen, you also do not despise me too poor love rich, that is you have not been poor. Bitch's tone is a little excited, her eyes slightly red, as if she wants to cry. Before she hurt her forehead did not cry out, but at this time it seems to be stimulated to the softest place in the heart. No, I have been poor, the poorest time have pondered the price of their own fart G, who shelled out enough money to sell directly. Chen-Yi hard self spit. When I was a child, my father was still running the business, the family conditions are quite good, food and drink are not worried, but from my mom after that file, everything has changed. My dad is addicted to gambling, the family's savings have been squandered by him, and finally owed a large amount of external debt, the debt every day door to door. My grandmother was angry out of serious illness, and finally had no choice but to sell the family room to pay off the debt. We now live in the house, as my grandmother died after the stay. Chen-Yi thought of that old neighborhood, the general kind of house with years, most of them are the property of the old generation. Look at the old man and woman, there's so much to know. My father is still a little conscious, see the grandmother to the angry seriously ill bedridden, he is not gambling, and began to drink. The neighborhood committee people afraid that he did not have a job and my mother that party, will go to the community to cause trouble, they gave him in the community to find a job, so that he did not starve to death. My life is more all changed, my father took the money all to buy wine, I simply ignore, can manage my meal is good, I also have to take care of seriously ill grandmother, when I did not understand the child is okay, wait until the grown-up gradually understand everything, look at the children of other families and look at their own, it is particularly low self-esteem. Eugenia laughs and laughs is crying, especially I also in small public relations so good, her life is bright and shiny, I am a gray, it is even more difficult, there are times when I speak particularly unpleasant, you think that is a joke ah? In fact, that is the truth, I just envy her, jealous of her. Chen-Yi silently took away the red wine on the table for fear that Eugenia would get agitated and continue to drink it, then picked up the tissue box on the side and pulled out a tissue and handed it over. Thank you, this young master of yours is this good, especially good at caring about people. Eugenia wiped the corners of her eyes and praised him. Chen-Yi's mood at this time was actually a bit heavy. Looking at Bitch's always smiling appearance, no one could have imagined that this girl who looked so beautiful and was definitely a goddess in the eyes of many men would be so complicated deep down, and that she would have such low self-esteem. Is it wrong to dislike the poor and love the rich? Of course it's wrong. But it can't be helped, this is an era of laughing at the poor and not laughing at the rich. Those who talk about not being too greedy for materialistic enjoyment and focusing on the spiritual realm can only give them a word of advice on why not eat meat. Bitch is miserable, such a family in general I am afraid that people cannot afford, and the whole country than her miserable people more, and those who say what the pursuit of spiritual realm is bull, for these people, the world's most realistic thing is only one, that is, money. Chen-Yi is very sympathetic to the, but cannot do empathy, even if the system did not get reborn before Chen-Yi, the family situation is also a well-off, his own mix is also good. Since you can't empathize, then there is no qualification to say that other people's ideas in the end is right or wrong. Bitch may really have the intention to give people as a lover, no one can despise her, because you're not her, you haven't experienced everything she encountered. At this time Chen-Yi determined, this girl before said those words to give as a lover are sincere, she is not joking. So, you actually wanted to go after that Ji Zhang at that time? Chen-Yi IQ enough, from many details have long been found, such as that day in front of the nightclub, that called Duan Wei said that you do not also because of the Ji brother here to come over, just this sentence has actually exposed a lot of things. Well, how do I have the opportunity to contact those rich second generation and they are simply not all the way, no Ji Zhang or through the small public awareness, and then it is to find that, in fact, the rich second generation is not as rich as imagined. Ji Zhang his father may have money, but that money is now not Ji Zhang's, his monthly pocket money is not much, and I cannot really find those old men, too disgusting. Especially after seeing you, Chinda handsome, I suddenly thought, wow, Ji Zhang is simply useless, my eyesight is much higher. Bitch smiled cheekily, not caring at all how shocking what she said was. Chen-Yi didn't have the heart to say, don't praise me, it's useless. Unfortunately, Bitch does not listen, continue to whine to him to death, although Chen-Yi is used to being licked already, but listening to Eugenia those words, or body goosebumps, you are also too awkward it. Chin big handsome brother you this muscle but I have been greedy for a long time, looking at the mouth. Bitch sucked a little. Chen-Yi directly Zwan words are pugilistic out, together I came to be a duck, and also have to pay The big young master don't demean yourself you this looks body, how is also a duck king? This whore can die of anger. How much do you want? Chani suddenly asked. The bimbo froze, not expecting Chani to suddenly ask this. She tangled for a moment, thinking for half a day, before she was hesitant to say, 100,000? You are robbing money, sister, 1,200,000 a year. I still have to serve you. This job where can I find? I also go to do. Bitch heard, not happy, in the said, how can you serve me? You are a young man, how dare I? It is I serve you is. But how much is $100,000? I school those demonic but also dare to ask for 50,000 it. I'm so much stronger than them. 100,000 should be normal. The bimbo hesitated again. Chani was happy and asked, by the way, I still don't know which school you went to, bitch. Shenqing Theater Academy. When Chani heard this, he immediately understood. Then he has said, a friend of mine has funded, a month is really about 50,000. That friend of yours wouldn't be talking about yourself, right? Bitch skeptically said. Roll, do not slander me. Chani righteously rebuked. The two suddenly stopped talking again. Only after a moment did Eugenia say in a particularly calm tone, in fact, when my mom ran away with someone, she didn't marry someone else, she also went to someone to be a mistress, and by the way, the one she found was also an empire man. Chani, do you think I am too casual? But I haven't had a boyfriend in the past, and I haven't really looked for any man, I'm clean and innocent. This point I can guarantee, as long as Chani you are still interested in me, not do not want me, I will not do you wrong things. Because I hate two kinds of people, one is a woman who cheats on her husband, and the other is a man who gambles. Moreover, I quite like you, if I can, I would quite like to fall in love with you. Chani sat on the sofa and didn't say anything. Just when Eugenia was getting disappointed, he suddenly said, give me your cell phone. Do what? Bitch was a bit strange. Open Alipay. Chapter 64, I'm moving on. Upper class male god, I and my girlfriend dating less than a month, just developed to the degree of cuddling and kissing, but her best girlfriends see me too handsome seduce me, but also to be my little lover, how to do? I'm not sure what to do, but I'm sure I'll be able to find a way to make it work. Dennis, thanks for the invitation, I'm in Mongolia, I just got off the carrier, I saw your question and I would like to say that. Forget it, I will not be long-winded, direct and simple. Brother, what is going on with you? Yesterday a few dishes why not wake up until now? Little fool, my friend, I have yellow urine, use me to help you? Lingyu, I have urinary stones, more force. Lavian, the friends above don't answer the questions properly, or I'll answer the owner. When I was 19 years old, I, like the owner, also suffered from the problem that I looked too handsome, and my girlfriend's best friend always seduced me, and finally accidentally made a mistake of principle. Girlfriend and I had a breakup. In a burst of heartbreaking cry, I finally was out of love, but I did not give up, but rallied to make myself forget about my charming handsome. Finally, as after more than 10 years of hard work, I became a CEO of a Fortune 500 company. The owner of the building I believe that you are now suffering must be the same. Do not give up, please continue to work hard. I believe that you will also be the same as me to stand in a higher place. Ritz-Carlton Presidential Suite. Chani looked lazy sitting on the sofa, holding a laptop. Above the coffee table there is also a cup of red wine. Seeing these responses, he was directly happy. It is said that the data after the Be Almost survey, a total of 499 users claimed to be CEOs of the top 500 companies. Is this the last of the legend, the CEO of the top 500 companies and the most reserved one? I did not expect that even such a big brother also showed up. Chani opened his cell phone, looked at the ICBC sent the bank card minus 100,000 yuan text message, is a burst of sighing. Brother insisted on such a long time Wei Guangjing image, or once broken. That messed up my determination, demonic words, really should be pressed under the tower for decades in order to calm my heart. 1.2 million a year, to be honest, this is a little disturbed market, but this thing varies from person to person, with the bimbo's looks and that funny character, is also barely qualified it. Although the TV is always broadcasting news about someone buying tens of millions of dollars of mansions for their mistresses and so on, if one reads those news carefully, one would realize that almost all of those people's money came from embezzlement, and that's why they can do this kind of thing. Because these people's money comes from the wrong place, they can't take it out and spend it, and they don't dare to take it home, so they have to spend it in this way. How do those real bosses operate? They will give you money every month, and also let you drive a luxury car and live in a luxury house. But these luxury cars and mansions will not be transferred, still in the name of the big boss, as long as one day you are not interested in you, directly kicked you, and then the luxury cars and mansions can be taken back. These big bosses deal with money every day, know how to make money, is a real capitalist, want to cheat money from them is very difficult. Especially these bosses usually have many employees under their banner and are used to bossing and controlling others. They will never meet all the material needs of the lover, because they deeply understand, only do not meet your needs, you will beg me, will give up dignity, you a 2 years of the absolute play but there. Those who really will buy millions of luxury cars and tens of millions of mansions for their lovers, honestly this is already true love. When Chani sighed that his image of a scummy man still can't get rid of in this lifetime, he saw Bitch walking over in her pajamas rubbing her sleepy eyes. When she saw Chani, Bitch, who still had gauze plastered on her forehead, was so bright that she directly pounced on him, drilled into his arms, and cried out in that soft voice, Gold Master Dad. Shenny shivered. This time it was not embarrassed by bitch, but stimulated by her delicate voice. Go, stop, see what time it is, it's time for lunch. Shenny still had a straight expression and rebuked her. However, Eugene already knew what kind of person Shenny was. She smiled softly, her voice soft. I'm not fooling around, I'm just pampering myself with my father, the gold master. No, I have to calm down, I am really hungry to eat. Hurry up to wash up, a moment we go down to eat, I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Shenny continued to pretend that he was fine. Bitch climbed up from his arms, hooked up one of his arms, said, I have a head injury, the water is easy to accidentally get the wound, the golden master father you to help me. How old are you? BTCH you're a year older than me right, this thing can't even do well. Although complaining, Shenny still couldn't help but stand up. Bitch is the ice hook, that innocent little face more a trace of flirtation, yesterday is not the gold master father you help, but the little Gongju said let you take good care of me. Hearing bitch mention little Gongju, Shenny just sucked in his breath. Hey, small Gongju you also cannot play bitch, this is a small demon, but I promised you things still did, I took care of bitch very well, only maybe too good care. When I say go down, I don't really go down that far, there's a very nice Italian restaurant on the 52nd floor of the hotel. As a high-luxury hotel Ritz-Carlton restaurant on the dress code are certain requirements, do not need what tuxedo and so on, as long as the wear or business or casual look normal on the line, no hard requirements. As a valued presidential suite Cobalt card member customer, Shenny even if it is wearing pajamas to go over, no one will say anything, but Shenny and not have to engage in special features, play what pretend to be a pig to eat a tiger to hit people in the face of the play, honestly wearing normal clothes to eat is. Moreover, even if he wanted to play pretend to be a tiger, he couldn't, because the entire hotel staff knew him. This Italian restaurant is elegant and cozy, surrounded by tall floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the beautiful scenery of Shinshin, and the kitchen is open, so you can choose between a la carte or self-service. As soon as he entered, Shenny greeted him with, Is Bonarati here? He used English. Although Chinese has been used by more and more people, more and more foreigners to learn, but to recognize that the world now English is still the most important language. If one wanted to see the world, then learning English was still important. Shenny has a system, language class is also one of the skills, this period of time he has nothing to do is to read all kinds of English original English skills significantly improved. However, the system skill classification is too detailed, listening, reading and writing are 4 different skills, usually Shenny does not use English much, so the level of speaking is not very high, so his English is still with the authentic national accent. Not long after Shenny's words fell, he saw a handsome foreigner wearing a chef's uniform walk out from behind the kitchen. When the foreigner saw Shenny, his eyes lit up and he said enthusiastically, Mr. Chen, why didn't you come to my place for dinner in the past 2 days? Is this your date? Eugenia thought that this foreigner will also speak English. I did not expect a mouth as a ballast flavor, she uttered a little, almost did not laugh out. Fortunately, she was professionally trained and held it in. Shenny saw this scene, also laughed. Bonarati is one of the chefs of this hotel, do something well, is this restaurant, Italian food. He came to East China for many years, when he was looking for someone to learn Chinese, accidentally looking for the wrong person, met a Northeast, learned a mouthful of authentic Northeastern accent, and then cannot change back. Eugenia although sometimes vary, but does not mean that she has problems with intelligence and emotional intelligence, in the face of outsiders is still very reserved, especially with her pure little face, but also let a person will produce a kind of longing for the young girl youthful love. Mr. Bonarati your Northeastern speech is really good. She smiled and complimented. The foreigner is very cheerful, smiled and said, that is not bad, to say that the most powerful dialect in the East is the Northeast, who with the Northeast people together, have to be brought to the wrong side. That's right, the Northeast dialect is really strong. Mr. Chen, you can just find a place to sit, what to eat I will give you personally do. Shenny and Eugene in the waiter's service, to find a seat by the floor-to-ceiling windows. Although the present at noon was not as nice as the view at night, it was still refreshing. Father Gold Master, you're familiar with that Bonarati, aren't you? Bitch is really getting smoother and smoother. It cannot be considered familiar, come here to eat several times, 1 to 2 to recognize. Shenny smiled and explained, Bonarati is the chef of this restaurant, but not all guests point meal he did, Bonarati will only do those difficult to be higher, or is the signature type of meal. As for the rest are by his disciples to do, but I am the presidential suite of customers, come here to eat naturally by the chef personally entertained, no matter what you order, will be by the chef personally chef, which do out of the things taste, or there is a big difference. Like this kind of high luxury hotel, there various different restaurants chef is the kind of celebrity chef, you can even see in these hotels go to do the state banquet of the imperial chef. Not to mention the problem of the ingredients, these celebrity chefs themselves are valued at that, how can you not sell things cheaper, that is an insult to others, and the residents of these high luxury hotels are usually rich people, so those chefs also like to come to work in this kind of place. Shenny took the bottled water handed over by the waiter and drank a mouthful, and then said, these famous chefs know each other, you and they are familiar with, the next time you go to the restaurant opened by those other famous chefs, you said that his friends introduced to the people will be able to personally cook for you, instead of letting the apprentice to do it for you. And when you've eaten a lot, you're a gourmand. Why did Chenny spend so much money to stay in this kind of high luxury hotel in the first place? Naturally, it wasn't for the pure purpose of pretending to be a cup. The main reason was that in these hotels where you spent a lot of money, it was to be able to meet a lot of people and weave a lot of relationship networks, which was very important for Chenny at this stage. The bimbo instantly revealed adoring eyes looking at him, causing Chenny to immediately float away. This bitch hadn't lied before. She was really good at serving people, and that little expression was especially good at satisfying people's vanity, making Chenny instantly understand why ancient emperors with so many concubines would still be hooked by someone. Bitch is really too good at licking, so that Shindy Xiao is soothed all over. Gold Master Dad, you're going to school tomorrow, right? Eugene, you asked with a smile. Yes, what's wrong? Can't bear to see me go? Chenny smiled. Yes, I can't let go of the Gold Master Dad. I will accompany you to school tomorrow. I don't know if you can make the bed sheets. I will help you to do these things. A month $100,000 it. How I also have to put the Gold Master Dad you serve comfortably before Mom, your boyfriend may be moving on. Chapter 65. Is this in your calculations too? Bitch, look, what do you want to eat? Waiting for the waiter to bring the menu, Chenny was the gentleman who pushed the menu over, allowing Eugene to choose first. Eugene opened the menu and immediately staggered. This inside the dish at a glance all 3-digit and 4-digit, especially this is the Italian food is not the national dish, then are ordered on a plate everyone eat together, even if expensive is also quite real, but the Italian food are single point their own portion, which now appears to be very expensive. At first glance, it seems that these dishes are not so expensive that even ordinary families can afford to eat. But for working families, this kind of restaurant might not come once or twice a year, but for those rich people, these could be used as basic meals every day, and the gap manifested itself all of a sudden. Eugene hadn't really come to such an upscale restaurant, or most students, unless they were brought by their parents, wouldn't have much of a chance to come to a place where a meal would require a few thousand per capita to eat. She had eaten Italian food, but she had not had the opportunity to taste such high-end Italian food, and for a while she did not know what to order. Chenny saw this as smiling and took the menu over. I will help you introduce a few of the signature dishes here. Chenny didn't say anything since you can't order and haven't eaten before. Then I'll order for you. This kind of very subtle arrogant words, but very respectful of each other. He already knew that bitch actually had very low self-esteem. On the surface she resented the poor and loved the rich and didn't care about anything, but in reality she was a very unloved and sensitive girl on the inside. Chenny had never been very respectful of others, so he would also try to control his words and tone of voice. He was ultimately not one of those young masters who had grown up in fine clothes and had experienced all the trials and tribulations of ordinary people. Eugene's heart warmed. There was nothing wrong with her saying that she liked good-looking handsome guys and rich people. But the point that Chenny really attracted her, the point that she was willing to let her betray even herself, was the respectful attitude of this big young master. He never had that kind of arrogance of a rich young master, not the kind of arrogance on the surface, but the kind of arrogance that inadvertently ignores you and is extremely subtle. I'll eat whatever you order, Daddy Gold Master. The innocent-looking Eugenie smiled sweetly. Her voice was soft and coy, making people feel itchy in their hearts when they heard it, and gave Chenny all the choices. Chenny also did not polite, directly said, Angus beef tenderloin with corn paste and almond juice is the signature here. The beef tenderloin and coffee clever combination, milk and almonds after 24 hours of low temperature contact, can be described as fresh and rich, aftertaste. Mixed by our chef Bonarati himself, the flavor is even better. Chef Bonarati, who had personally come over as a waiter, gave Chenny a thumbs up, as if praising him for the perfect presentation. Chenny glanced at him, raised his eyebrows and laughed. You fake Italian, don't praise me. That's how you introduced it to me in the first place. I didn't even know what was in it the first time I ate it. Bitch heard immediately as giggled. Chenny, this person sometimes especially installed cup, sometimes also especially grounded. Let a person feel funny. The cheerful chef over there also laughed out loud. There were still a few people dining in the restaurant who heard the laughter and glanced at the place, and then just ate without paying attention to them. Can let this level of restaurant chef personally reception, either particularly rich or particularly famous, anyway, unless it is a psychopath, can come here to eat people will not be someone to mess with. A mixed salad as a starter, a seafood soup, a chestnut mushroom soup as a starter. Chenny again ordered Mediterranean cod, top quality Parma ham, morel mushrooms, grilled Angus steak and a top quality Australian Wagyu beef with bone and ribeye as a main course. Italian food, although the amount of relatively large, but in this kind of per capita thousands of restaurants, a dish of about 400 yuan is actually not much, mainly because the ingredients raw materials are too expensive. Today's Chenny is tall and fit, and Eugenie such a petite girl to eat these meals almost exactly enough to eat. Although he had money and didn't care, Chenny was not a person who liked to waste it. After taking down Chenny's order, Bonarati went to the open kitchen to start preparing for them. These food are, in fact, really not much expensive. Even the top Michelin 3-star restaurant, a meal is the most expensive a person is a few $1,000s, those who often tens of thousands of hundreds of thousands of meals, in fact, all lies in the scarcity of ingredients. Can you say that those particularly rare ingredients are delicious? Not necessarily, less does not mean delicious, but only on behalf of the scarcity of expensive, and eat this kind of thing also depends on personal taste, of course, the kind of precious rare ingredients are the best to the real top chef production, otherwise it is a waste. Eugenia likes to look at Chen-Yi in that eloquent manner, confident and handsome, her hands propped up the cheeks just like this to support the pure and innocent little face to look at. Admiration in her eyes, occasional flashes of interest, telling you that she was listening carefully, especially easy to satisfy the man's vanity. This girl, really too suitable to be a little lover. Do you want to go buy some clothes in the afternoon? You can't wear these clothes. Chen-Yi took a look at the very plain dress that Eugenia was wearing and just frowned. Yesterday, she was injured and fell, the clothes got some dirt, there are also some broken, after because it is a big night without a place to buy clothes, Chen-Yi, and take her directly back to the hotel, so that today's Eugenia simply do not have other clothes to wear, is still wearing yesterday's piece. Bitch, I'll go and buy some clothes that match your interests and wear them for you to see. The bimbo was still mouthy, saying whatever she wanted to say. Chen-Yi's face darkened and he said, Hey, I'm serious, don't take the topic off course. What I said is serious. What kind of clothes to buy? Of course, only if the gold master father like it. This BTCH throws a wink, demonic can't, especially with her innocent face, the contrast is really big. You bimbo, you're tempting me. I'm the one who's seducing you. Speaking of this, the bimbo suddenly covered her mouth and laughed, it was called a bimbo with a flirtation. The corner of Chen-Yi's mouth twitched. Chen-Yi glared at her. The bimbo could tell that Chen-Yi wasn't angry at all, so she continued that provocation. At this time, there happened to be a waiter bringing up the food. Chen-Yi did not have the good sense to say, eat your meal, fight to block your mouth, the small male enhancement is right, how you hurt the forehead did not hurt the mouth. Mentioning the little Gongju, the expressions of the two men were somewhat silent. Chen-Yi is okay, before being reborn is the old scum, the heart with no can. But for Eugenia, the hurdle in her heart is still not small, not so easy to cross. If she and Wanjui have a grudge, maybe at this time is pleased to steal joy, snatched your boyfriend, but Wanjui and her relationship is very good, the two girlfriends in fact is the kind of mutual support to take care of the relationship, which makes Eugenia a little difficult. Yesterday was emotional and the atmosphere was just right, she was the one who said those words and did something bold, but today the mood has calmed down, Eugenia is actually still a little guilty. Although she was a bimbo, but that was just her mask to hide her true appearance and inferiority complex, she herself was not that kind of bad woman. In fact, I know, like you, this kind of big young master, with the little public in the end is very difficult to be together, not to mention the families of both of you, just the student couples, to be able to get married in the end is also a very small part. And now I know what kind of person the Gold Master Father is, on the little Gongju that sultry character and simple kind, where to manage you, will only be eaten by you to death. Eugenia tone a little more serious, for her straight talk Chen-Yi is accepted in full. What kind of person he is he understands best, there is no need to be so hypocritical. So even if little Gongju is your real girlfriend, I don't feel strange when you guys suddenly broke up. This is really understandable. What about you? Chen-Yi asked a rhetorical question. I can be smarter than a small public figure, if you and her break up not together, it is bound to be no contact, but I am different even if the Gold Master Father you find a new girlfriend, will not abandon me so good understanding of the little lover? Bitch and no tune, just now also quite serious she winks a hook, charming degree is still not enough, she is purely a matter of looks, but Chen-Yi likes her like this and pure in look. Okay, let's not talk about this topic. Chen-Yi took the initiative to stop the conversation. He was also a human being, in-house slag would also have guilty emotions, as for the bimbo, it was estimated that she had a harder time in her heart. Listen to the Golden Father, do not say, but the Golden Father can you promise me something? That depends on what it is. Chen-Yi has never been careful with his words, and will not just promise anything at random. That is, when you and the little Gongju are together, I hope you can be a little bit better and gentler to her, so that she can recall her first love as a fairy tale world. As for me, I this character little Gongju to understand, so in front of her face how you and I chat ambiguous does not matter, anyway, she will not take it seriously. If you have a new girlfriend in the future, don't worry, I will avoid your girlfriend, won't let you be difficult, I'm a little lover to do qualified it. I'm not going to let you down, 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 I'm not going to let you down. Chen-Yi was shocked. Chapter 66 1,000 gold can't buy this young master happy. Between the two chatting, the meal finally began to serve. A mixed salad sweet and sour, pickled vegetables with savory purple potato puree, garnished with caviar and secret salted egg yolk is to upgrade the taste. Bread before the meal are baked, placed in the silver plate is very Italian characteristics, texture and flavor are good, which individually has 5 or 6 flavors, and there are 3 sauces to match, but unfortunately Chen-Yi does not like to eat these Italian sauces. Seafood soup has a strong tomato flavor, which is rich in ingredients, with scallops, prawns, squid, salmon and other things, eat up a very clear sense of primary and secondary, like a staple food. Mediterranean cod meat is tender, that signature dish is almond fragrance, almost licked the plate, Chen-Yi saw almost laughed out loud. The flavor of the steak was also tender and juicy, making it gourmet. Steak, this thing really do not have to get particularly bloody, cook degree is particularly low, it would be better to directly hold a count and 0 into the cooked more perfect, of course, there is no need to get into 10 mature, because then some of the flavor will not eat out, the rest is to see their own preferences. After eating in a piece of creative tiramisu, to a cup of espresso, on the restaurant only Voss sparkling water, instantly feel that this is not actually eating, but a kind of enjoyment of food. Buonarroti, although a mouthful of northeastern accent, but after all is an Italian, very Italian romantic, his plating is very level, with these food poses of fairy tale style, so that each dish has a flavorful, colorful, and multifaceted sense of fantasy. Just look at Bitch's admiration for the platter presentation of these dishes, you can see how much Italian romance attracts girls. The dishes cooked by this chef himself were ultimately better than those of his disciples. Before he was reborn, Chun-Yi would eat this level of dining 2 or 3 times a year, but of course it wasn't as exaggerated as it is now, and at most the price per capita would be $1,000 or $2,000. He also remembered the first time he ate the top Japanese kaiseki cuisine, which made Chun-Yi marvel at the fact that food is sometimes not really used to fill the stomach, but can be used as a cuisine to enjoy. It is a pity that he moved around the island, tasted an unknown number of Michelin restaurants, but the vast majority of restaurants those Michelin chefs do not personally cook, all by the apprentice on behalf of the work, the flavor is really a gap. Occasionally so a few chefs also personally cook the place, let Chun-Yi is also unforgettable. Eat and drink a check, not counting the service charge, 2 people this thing actually ate more than 8,000. Bitch a little dizzy, this is the life of rich people? A lunch 8 out of people a month's salary, although it is 2 people eat together, right? However, she soon felt wrong, frowned and whispered, the things we ordered don't seem to be so expensive. Just now, she also flipped through the menu, although the things inside are often hundreds of dollars of soup, hundreds of dollars of a dish, but Chun-Yi ordered these, definitely not to this number. Chun-Yi smiled and said, normal situation is indeed not so expensive, I am familiar with Buonarroti, he personally cooks will not give too much premium. But we eat these things ingredients and other people eat different. Chun-Yi pointed around the people who are also dining, continued, cook this kind of thing on the ingredients requirements are very high, in the Cadillac chef you give him a bunch of bad ingredients cannot do anything too good. Other guests eat although also top fresh ingredients, but the top can continue to subdivide it a bit, we eat some better ingredients, naturally more expensive. For example, we ate that steak, other guests order this dish, upper M9 grade Australian Wagyu beef, the store does not have more advanced ingredients? Of course there is, but you have to take the initiative to tell people, otherwise they will not give you better ingredients, because the price is too expensive, the general public cannot stand. What we just ate was M12 grade, and you didn't see the amount of meat was bigger than what they ate? Eugene, you seem to understand, she only knew that what she ate was good anyway, human enjoyment of taste buds is really a supreme enjoyment, otherwise there wouldn't be so many gourmets. Go back, you're full, right? Bitch touched her round little stomach and sighed, it's not a matter of being full, it's a matter of eating too much, next I have to control my diet, or I'll get fat, and what if you don't want me to do it, Daddy Goldmaster? I don't want to lose my 100,000 January job. Chun-Yi heard nodded, said seriously, yes, you have to control the figure, or I really dislike you, a foot to kick you away. Wow, the Goldmaster father, you cannot comfort me down, say something even if you become fat, I also love you moving love words? The bimbo pouts in defiance. You don't need to say anything nice to a bimbo. Chun-Yi does not eat her that way. Although a lot of men like to say similar words to their girlfriends, right, but that words is to deceive the girl's ears, really let the girl to eat into 200 pounds of fat, unless it is the kind of true love, most of the men immediately reveal their nature and directly find an excuse to slip away. After lunch, the two returned to the room. Eugene's petite figure, the steps she took were not big, other people might not be able to see it, but Chun-Yi, who had been in contact with her for a while, could still feel that her walking steps were still a bit shorter than usual, so it was evident that she was actually physically inconvenienced as well. In the sofa rest, some playful intimacy, wait until the food digested almost after, Chun-Yi is to stand up and said, go, I accompany you to buy some clothes. Young master, you still rest here, I go by myself. Who knew that Eugene was refusing? Chun-Yi frowned and said, how can I let you go by yourself, it's better for me to accompany you. Golden Master Dad, are you going to feel the pain of accompanying a woman on a shopping spree? Eugene said pitifully. When Chun-Yi heard this, he really shriveled up a bit. You'd better go shopping with your girlfriend in the future, like me, this kind of little lover or self-reliance is good. Eugene stretched a lazy waist, I have long seen out, the Gold Master father, you are particularly afraid of heat, this hot days do not love to go out, I also want to try to buy a big by the pleasure, you accompany me to go is to find a crime. You might as well stay in the hotel, drink wine and watch movies, or read a book and play the piano. Seeing that the bimbo seemed to be very insistent, Chun-Yi wrinkled his nose, it was now 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and said, okay, then you go by yourself, I'll ask the concierge to send a driver to take you there, don't come back too late. Eugene, you heard, walked to the front of Chun-Yi, she opened her arms to try, but unfortunately too short, can only jump a little like a wombat hanging on the body of Chun-Yi, so that Chun-Yi hurriedly dragged her soft pampered body. Bitch came to Chenyi's ear, and soft and whiny smile. Gold Master Father is still afraid that I ran off. I'm not stupid, so good Gold Master Father this life may not be able to find. As long as the Gold Master Father you don't kick me away, I'll rely on you. After saying that, she gave Chenyi a kiss. Ma, this little goblin is a bit too seductive. Just for one day, I'm about to forget about the sultry little publicist. Eugene knew as if she could see Chenyi's thoughts, as with her soft voice said, the Gold Master Father do not really fall in love with me. Beware of me to cheat you out of your money. Chenyi heard, directly happy, joked, if you can really cheat me out of money, I have to admire you. Come on, you serve this young master so comfortable, and then transfer some money to you. You see, you are going to be cheated by me again, keep it for yourself, 100,000 per month is already enough for me. Chenyi heard, but instead, some baffled, this seems to hate the poor and love the rich, but it is very moderate, and not completely lost in that money vortex. In the end, Eugene went to the mall alone. Chenyi is in the hotel to stay. As Eugene said, he hates the heat. How can, really do not want to go out on a hot day. He was out at 2 o'clock, and Eugene came back at about 5 o'clock, and Leo helped her bring her things to her room. Chenyi fixed his eyes to see, actually did not buy anything, the number of clothes so 7 or 8, and not what Dior and other high luxury brands, perhaps the most expensive clothes are only 1 or 2,000. Also, if Dior those high luxury ready to wear, $100,000 is estimated to buy less than 2 or 3 pieces. In addition to clothes, Eugene bought the most cosmetics and skincare products and so on. These things she bought are expensive brands. Chenyi, although I do not know the price, but it is estimated to be 20,000 yuan. Sure enough, the first thing a girl does when she has money is to buy cosmetics and skincare products, so she can maintain and make herself more beautiful. I can see that although there is money, but Eugene did not directly waste money to spend all the money. For the poor afraid of people, they have money after the first idea is definitely not to spend, but to save up a part. Only with savings in their pockets will these people feel secure. To say that the most expensive thing Eugene bought was actually a suitcase. The outer skin of that suitcase was too recognizable. At a glance it was LV, although it wasn't at the top of the list in high luxury, it was still one of the most popular luxury brands in people's impression. What are you buying a suitcase for? This one suitcase is more expensive than her clothes and cosmetics combined. Gold Master Father, you are not going to start school tomorrow, you here with no suitcase. Well, although the big young master you have money may not care, will throw all these useless, but still bought you a suitcase, you have what you want to put in it. Bitch said with a smile, how about it, I'm this little lover when qualified. Chenyi did not speak. He fixed a glance at the front of that talk wine, appearance of pure, but also, like a lowly cute girl, took out his cell phone and opened the Alipay. Yesterday, there is a record of transferring money, and transferred another 50,000 to her. Eugene heard the cell phone tone to open a look, crying and laughing, Gold Master Father, what are you doing? That box must be more than $30,000, so you don't have to break the bank. Chenyi calmly shook his head. I'm not going to be able to do that. Then you directly to me to turn over 50,000 off? I'm not making another 10,000 or so, and you're not afraid that I'm doing this on purpose, doing this to cheat you out of your money. Eugene's embroidered eyebrows raised, smiling cheekily. Chenyi also laughed out, the heart has a very strong impulse. He shook his head and said, more than 10,000 yuan, but it is rare to buy me a happy. You know how to let this young master happy, that is not easy, bitch you did. Eugene gently bit her lower lip. Chenyi looked at the table, and again, from dinner there is still time, I am not hungry, come over. As soon as he pulled Eugene's slender wrist, he was yanking it towards the bedroom. Bitch let out a cry of alarm and shouted, what are you doing? The young master is robbing the good family. The young master just loves to rob good girls, come and soothe the young master my broken heart. I haven't tried on my clothes yet, so there are a few pieces of clothing I'll change to show you. There's no time. Get in the car. After a sleepless night, the next day, Chenyi and Eugene packed up and prepared to head to school. Today was the day of the report. Chapter 67, The Low-Profile Young Master Chen. Early in the morning, with the help of Bitchy Bitch, Chenyi began to pack his bags. Said to pack luggage, in fact, there is nothing from the imperial capital brought that some change of clothes are almost thrown clean. In addition to that Apple laptop, there is nothing valuable things. Before in Hermes to buy a variety of clothes, pants, some more than the suitcase cannot be loaded. Chenyi will be worn by the several pieces of summer clothing directly thrown away, as for not worn by the several new, or ready to bring to school. Although Chenyi thinks he is very frugal, not directly all the things all thrown away, lightly loaded, just threw some of the excess things that cannot be put in the suitcase, but you see or heartache. Those summer clothes a small $10,000, this is still several million I can only say that some of the rich people's view of money is really do not understand. The rich generation is okay, because I have felt the hard work of entrepreneurship, but those born with the golden key of the second generation, sometimes it is really wasteful. Compared to the clothes, the number of pants is not much, the pants and the remaining pieces of t-shirt folded, put into the suitcase, the extra shoes also bring, right, Hermes that slippers were also thieves comfortable, all take good. Bitch look is a home woman, because of family reasons, in the past at home is estimated to be her housework, which helps Chenyi clean up very easily. After helping Chenny clean up, bitch changed into a very fairy, the most can set off her appearance of pure white dress, and then is to start makeup. She was especially careful with her makeup today, making sure to make it perfect, and the whole makeup was not that kind of gaudy type, but a light makeup that could set off her pure and innocent face. When Eugeniu stood in front of Chenny after she had finished, she immediately let a picture flash through Chenyi's mind. Green lawn, warm sunshine, wearing a straw hat and a white dress, the schoolgirl was sitting on the back of a bicycle. That kind of shyness and simplicity of the student era was just calling out to her. The schoolflower is sitting behind the bicycle wearing a straw hat and a white dress. Chen-yi joked. Of course, the golden father is so attractive. When a group of little ES are all around you, I'm not by your side. In case which little gets the moon first and holds the golden father's thighs, wouldn't it be a big loss for me? I'm going to tell them that if they don't have a sister as good looking as me, get as far away as you can and don't mess with my golden master father. Eugeniu smiled cheekily and hugged Chen-yi, crossing her toes and wanting to give him a kiss, but seeing that she had just smeared her lip glaze, she could only give up helplessly. You bimbo are really a demon. Chenny slapped her hard, and the bimbo immediately covered her small pee-pee and jumped back with an ouch. Speaking of which, Eugeniu was from the Xinqiang Theater Academy, and still had an acting degree, which in Chen-yi's opinion was actually quite incompatible with her appearance. An actor, especially an actress, actually has very special requirements for appearance, not to say how beautiful, but must be popular. For example, the actress cannot be too high, which will make her and the male actors are not good with the scene. For example, the actress cannot figure a certain part of the body is too obvious, which will let people ignore her acting skills, only focus on the body, like a certain Willow star is this typical. And bitch this 160 height to quite normal, but her face is not suitable to perform. Because too pure, but will make her no matter how to act her like a mold carved out, many roles will be difficult to grasp. Chen-yi had asked her this question at first, and then Eugeniu had shown Chen-yi what a master was. Her makeup technology is very strong, completely able to make up for their own defects with makeup technology, can be a pure schoolgirl, can also play the cold and desperate, plus its character is like a little witch like the change, play a variety of roles is also very good. This is cool Chen-yi, let bitch play a variety of roles to meet their own, for the Gold Master Father's requirements, bitch naturally work hard. Chen-yi only wanted to give a thumbs up, Xinqiang Drama Academy out of the high school students, technology is strong. Leo, it's been a hard time for you these past few days. Before leaving, Chen-yi also said goodbye to his personal butler who had taken care of him for half a month. It has been my honor to serve you, young Chen. If there is an opportunity for you to come and stay at the Ritz-Carlton again, please let me continue to serve you. Leo slightly bent his waist and respectfully said. I think there will be an opportunity. Chen-yi smiled. As long as the system paid out money as usual next month, he would probably not come to live here less often in the future. Buying a house or something is actually not necessary for the time being. Anyway, the money is blowing in the wind, which is not as comfortable as living in a presidential suite and being served thoughtfully. Moreover, those hundreds of millions of mansions in Xinqiang, even if Chen-yi does not eat, drink, and wait for the system to send money, it will take a year to save to, can only say that the price of Xinqiang expensive Look, even if there is a system of the great young man, to buy a house also have to do not eat and drink a year to be able to do. This is the Xinqiang house. Chen-yi handed over an envelope that had been prepared long ago. Leo's heart moved, took the envelope, even if not open to see, just a touch of that thickness to know, at least there are tens of thousands. Immediately he was grateful. Chen Xiao, you are still this generous. You have also taken good care of me this half month, this is what you deserve. Chen-yi slightly nodded his head. Don't look at Leo's good temperament in all aspects, he was also very courteous in his work, he really looked like a butler, but in fact, he was just a part-timer. He is not a real butler for those big European nobles, that is, he also serves all kinds of rich people, but his annual income is estimated to be 20W per year. Chen-yi this tip, directly on top of his more than half a month's salary, naturally grateful. In fact, his job is also quite miserable, serving guests are not rich that is, there are some like Chen-yi such a good contact okay, but encountered those tricky guests, he is also bitter. In addition, every day to see those rich people's real luxury consumption, while he himself does not have the ability to do so, which need to bear the psychological pressure is very big. Before you check out, I am still your personal butler, would you like me to take your things to the school for you? Leo worked more and more attentively, although he had been quite attentive and enthusiastic before, otherwise Chen-yi wouldn't have tipped him, because that was what his job entailed. Chen-yi tipped him just to recognize his work and to express his satisfaction. Taking a look at that LV luggage. I'm a young master, I can't personally carry the suitcase can I? As for letting bitch carry it, not to mention bitch's skinny appearance, just letting a girl carry something for herself, Jen Dajiao's heart is also too much. Then I'll trouble you, Leo. You're always so polite, instead you're flattering me. Leo bowed and went over to pull the suitcase. The presidential suite had already been paid for before, but Chen-yi had drunk quite a bit of wine here and had some other purchases to make up those payments. After making up the payment, Chen-yi was already too lazy to look at how much money he still had in his bank card. Anyway, now I'm a poor man, and before the system father sent money, I was ready to not go anywhere to wave. Chenny did not want to be too high profile, so he did not drive the Ferrari 812, temporarily put it in the hotel parking lot, and then drive there after he got familiar with the school. So he just asked the hotel concierge to send him to school with the Rolls-Royce Phantom, well, just the Rolls-Royce. Chapter 68, Peacock Green suitable for a little duke. Xinjiang Language University had two campuses, one in the city center, and one in the university town on the outskirts of Xinjiang. Xinjiang, this place inch of land, housing prices is definitely the country's top two, as the city center of the campus is naturally not big, just left to graduate students and so on with, while undergraduates are to go to another campus to school. Chenny reborn after the end of the college entrance examination, in his opinion Xinjiang Language University, the school itself is very suitable for themselves. As the first higher foreign language school after the founding of the country, and is a 211 project, Xinjiang Language University is still very famous in the country, although not compared to the Qingbei Aurora those famous schools, but also the college entrance examination scores require more than 620 points of a class of undergraduate. The reason why Chenny likes this school is because it is suitable for himself, in addition to its own famous, but also because of the school's pool is relatively shallow. Like the Qingbei type of school, its academic atmosphere is too rich, the education system is a single-door system, the professors inside the two institutions of higher learning, each is the top of their respective academic fields, one by one, the peaches and plums are full of the world, in that not good to mix. Especially some really big noble descendants, still have the ability to stuff their own children into these two schools, and these really high school children know how they came in, one by one in the school are very low-key, not at all obvious. The pool of those colleges is very deep, maybe there is a dragon cub hidden somewhere. If you want to pretend to be a cup in a college of the Qingbei class, money is of no great use, you have to rely on academics. Although Chenyi's system can let him change to the academic track, but he will not want to do anything else, every day an academic deal with it. This system is estimated to be renamed as well, and it might be more appropriate to call it the scholarly black technology system, which doesn't match Chenyi's dream of just wanting to be a godly hero. Therefore, if he really wanted to go to those colleges and universities, he might as well wait until he took the exams to get in, except that when it really came to Chenyi taking the exams, he might already have what kind of status he had. In the Rolls-Royce Phantom, Chenyi was chatting with Xiao Gongju at this time. Little Gongju, today's freshman report, don't sleep in. Piggyback JPG. Chenyi, I woke up a long time ago, there are bimbos, I do not get up late. Laughs and rubs dog's head JPG. Bitch's injury is okay, right? Chenyi, you go ask her, she is the most qualified to say whether her injury is good or not. The first thing you need to do is to ask her if she's okay, and she's the one who's most qualified to say if she's okay. Angry JPG. Looking at the message sent by Xiao Gongju, Chenyi's heart froze, although he could tell that the message sent by Xiao Gongju was more of a joke. Chenyi self-examined, it seemed to be a bit colder than before? Could it be that I've really fallen into the bimbo's trap and gotten stuck with this little goblin? Chenyi fixed his mind and continued to send a message. You go ask bitch, how can I have a new love? These 2 days I didn't even go out of the door. I have not seen you for several days, little Gongju, depressed or you come over to find me now, see if I have any demonic around. Well, of course little Gongju couldn't have come over to her, she must have been accompanied to school by her parents, so Chenyi was simply lying to people. It's true. Xiao Gongju, I also want to see you but I was accompanied by my parents, today's first day still have to meet the roommate, simply cannot get out. Oh. Chenyi, yo small Gongju, this is to admit that you want to me? Xiao Gongju, aha. The first day I met my roommate, I couldn't get out of the house at all. I miss you, too. What do you miss about me? I want to hug you and kiss you. Bah, pervert. You just think about those things every day, don't you? Even if you are a sultry little male, living in this age of information flood, you can't really be like a blank sheet of paper, and you know those things about men and women extremely well, and girls don't really care to talk about some HS stuff in front of the people they like or are familiar with. I just want to have 4 things with you every day. What 4 things? 3 meals a day. After waiting for a while, the little male seemed to have finally reacted and sent an angry emoji. On the other hand, Eugene you found a good angle, took a beautiful picture of herself and sent it to Ruan Jui. What are you sending a selfie for, bimbo? Stinking beautiful do you want your sister to send you one too? Let's see who is more beautiful? Little Gongju has another attitude in front of her bestie. You're really addicted to calling me a bimbo. Little Gongju, I'm just asking you, do I look good in this photo? You feel your conscience and say. My conscience is bigger than yours, no need to touch it. I'm asking you seriously, it's about your boyfriend. This sentence finally let the small public official is not in trouble, touch conscience, this photo is very nice, especially pure, if a man must be through you. Your boyfriend has been through. Eugene Uhart muttered a sentence, and then is to say, beautiful on the right, I accompanied the big young master to his school, rest assured, sister this out of the horse, and immediately let all those little bitches inferiority complex away from, so that your boyfriend will not be cheated by those little bitches. Wow, bitch, you're so good at this. That's right, don't look at who my sister is, when we meet, treat me to dinner. Okay, whatever you say. Chenny looked at the side of the whore. That smile of complacency is curious. How is it? Laughs so stupid. You see. Eugene, you will hand over the cell phone. Chenny took over the phone to see the above chat records of her and the small Gongju. Immediately is the corner of the eye twitching. One's own this honestly, really is a little bit sorry little Gongju, or not, or find a way to make up for it to make up for her. Chen Jianan's heart is also a little bit too much. By the way, I still have a bag in Hermes. I remember that the color of the bag seems to be peacock green. This color should be quite suitable for Xiao Gongju. The Rolls-Royce Phantom stopped at the entrance of the Xinjiang Language University, which was already in the suburbs of Xinjiang. Both sides of the road are dense vegetation. There is no gate, only a sign of the university's name stands there. A straight main road leads straight to the interior of the campus. There are cabs, private cars, and many students and parents with large bags. The private cars in the neighborhood hardly had any luxury cars above $1 million, and the Rolls-Royce Phantom that Chun-Yi was sitting on immediately attracted the attention of many people when it stopped. Leo stepped out of the car and pulled open the double doors of the Rolls-Royce. Jenny stepped out of the car and stood in place, his left hand inserted into his waist, and scanned the surrounding area, which would be the alma mater of his reborn university days. Jenny didn't care about the gazes of the people around him. He couldn't really keep a low profile in the school. The identity of the second generation of rich people would be exposed eventually. Since this was the case, it would be a good idea to familiarize himself with the gazes of the people in the spotlight in advance. A group of students who looked at Chun-Yi, this big young man style, some confused look at the name of the school. This is the right Xinjiang Language University, not what the drama of the aristocratic private colleges are. Chapter 69, Sisters are really enthusiastic. With the development of the domestic economy, the middle class as a group is getting bigger and bigger. BBA and other cars have long been turned into a family car. Back then that would rather cry in a BMW car terrier, in the current view is a joke. Today's luxury car has changed the concept. In Chen-Yi's opinion, the car below 2 million can only be called a good car, above can be called a luxury car. University is also considered half of the community. There are definitely those who can open up 1 million luxury car students, but also more than where, to say that open those good car most, in fact, is the teacher and some members of the community. Modern society information is so developed, Rolls-Royce Phantom this kind of 10 million level of car although not common, but everyone movies and TV dramas to see more, in fact also a little bit commonplace, and will not let a person feel surprised. The main thing that surprised people was that Chen Daxiao's platoon was too amazing. Wearing a tuxedo, with white gloves, how to look like a butler-like characters to help carry boxes, followed by a purely dressed schoolgirl level girl, and Chen Daxiao himself and the system's title support, that aura is far beyond the ordinary people. I have to say that the system father is still powerful, on Chen-Yi now this aura, so that he actually go where all low-key up, like playing online games with a special title on his head, cannot be covered up. Chen-Yi used to be a little embarrassed by so many people, but now is the face as usual, cold face pretending to be a cold young man, slightly nodded and said, "Let's go." Leo and Bitch will not say anything in the face of the Gold Master's father's request, and follow Chen-Yi to walk to the inside of the school. There is an interesting trick in psychology, that is, if you are especially confident and look straight ahead, people in that direction will subconsciously give you the right of way. The current Chen-Yi was this confident, and with his powerful aura, he would make people unconsciously want to stagger away as he walked forward. Shin said he really did not want to pretend cups. He is now very normal, and walking is also very normal to let people come to pick up and drop off, very normal to let people help carry things, not particularly show off what, to blame can only be blamed on the system father it. From that barely considered the gate into the place, is the long main road, the main road on both sides of the lawn, and then is to the Graphic Information Center in front of the sunken plaza. The Graphic Information Center is 7 stories high, which should be the average height of a school building. Then walking here was a bit confusing. Where should I go? Fortunately, there will be enthusiastic schoolmates and seniors here to help. Sister, how do I get to the registration office of the English college? Chen-Yi enrolled in the English major, in a more accurate point should be business English, although now there is a system actually self-study may be better, but come all the way here, cannot not go to school it, how to mix a college diploma Ha? Someone called me? This voice is really magnetic, maybe a handsome man. That schoolgirl turned around happily, just after seeing the situation behind her, she immediately shriveled up. It's a handsome guy, yes, and it's still the kind of handsome guy that is masculine and makes your heart flutter, but this handsome sister I can't seem to reach. He looked at Leo, who was following Chen-Yi with a particularly respectful demeanor, and then looked at the suitcase Leo was pushing in his hands. Which rich young master is this? Clothes and other things, the general public cannot see what brand, worth how much money, but LV's suitcase is really too good to recognize. That brown print as long as the sweep, immediately know what brand, not to mention the woman, even if it is a man, are particularly familiar with this print. How much is this LV luggage? Sister said she does not buy LV, also cannot afford to buy, but no, absolutely not cheap, and then suddenly realized, this handsome man on the body of other objects also absolutely worth money. Why do some people like those who are familiar with the public luxury goods, and even buy a Gucci belt hate to put the belt do not outside, want to let people look at the label, is to tell others that they have a little bit of money? The majority of people still have a little bit of money in their hearts. Most people still have a little B number in their hearts. The schoolgirls immediately know that they can't afford to climb up, the flame rising in their hearts extinguished, especially the handsome man beside a beautiful girl with a particularly innocent look has been staring at themselves, for fear that they will go to rob people like. Don't think you disguise good, in order to sister this pair of discerning eyes, a glance to see you are ADTCH. Although she gave up the idea of hooking up with the young fresh meat student, she still enthusiastically said, "Are you going to the English college? I'll take you there." "Thank you, school sister." "You are welcome, this is my job." "Classmate, you are admitted to the English college, ah?" "No, this is not nonsense. If I learn native Indian language, why should I go to the English college, ah?" Shani spat in his heart, but on the surface he still wore a smile and said, "Yes." The expression is not too humble, neither enthusiastic, nor cold. "I am studying Japanese." "Classmate, where are you from?" "Ha? Do you know? I know a library of it." Chen Yi's heart-skinned, his expression remained unchanged smile. "I'm from Daidu. I've always wanted to see the flag-raising ceremony, but I've never been there. Although I feel that this kind of big young level handsome man cannot catch, but how to try it is not, try and no money, in case he likes his own this kind of it." Aside of the deceit, this sister even want to seduce their own gold master father. Immediately as a whiny pouting said, "Chen Yi, here the girls are quite general. Next time you come to our Xinqing Theater Academy, where the beauty can be a lot of beauty, I will introduce you to a few ah." As soon as the bimbo opened her mouth, not to mention Chen Yi, even the schoolmates all had a shiver in their bodies, thinking that this girl was also too whiny. Especially if you are not cursing in disguise. "What do you mean that all the girls here are average in length? Not just scolding me for being ugly?" Sister heart depressed, but also cannot refute. "So this is a Xinqing Theater Academy bimbo? Well, there are more beautiful women there." Sister sulking, "Finally is not in the checking account." Shinny heart laughs, "Think BTCH is still so afford people?" He looked around. "Well, can't say it is beauty is less, mainly after the eyesight is high. A lot of once feel is beauty, now feel is not and is. Especially now most of them are freshmen, everyone is 3 years of high school hard study, that time all day long to study, wearing a school uniform every day. In that situation, many girls don't primp themselves, much less put on makeup, and naturally look slightly plain. But it's okay, love of beauty is a woman's nature." To the university, after a variety of comparison came, a little bit of self-confidence of the girl will start to clean up their own. It will not be long before you will find that, hey, the original side of the hidden so many beautiful girls ah. This Xinjiang Language University building is quite distinctive, such as Learning Arabic Oriental Language College, whose buildings are Middle Eastern style, English College is the Victorian style, there are also Japanese Culture and Economics College of the Japanese style. Although these architectural styles are not as spectacular and magnificent as those old buildings in the local area, they really look like that. When she arrived at the enrollment office of the English College, the schoolgirl was finally relieved. "Hurry up and hand over this hot potato to you guys." This made the senior sister hate to tear right through with her, and in the end, she could only comfort herself with the words that all the Xinjiang theater academies were all demonic. Yes. Seeing the English college enrollment office, there are a few sisters of this major in the eyes. The Japanese school sister is to turn around and leave in style. Sister cannot play with you, not with you to play the line. After seeing Chen Yi, the sisters of this major are all very enthusiastic. This temperament, this body, this look, mama, in love ah. However, when they saw Leo behind Chen Yi and the LV suitcase in his hand, they also smacked their lips secretly just like the sister before, and eventually a pair of eyes were still hostile to the bimbo. It had to be said that Bitch's plan was successful. The seniors here were also all very excited. Of course they weren't looking at Chen Yi excitedly, but rather at Eugene Yu, who was following him around. The students who have just started university are simple and easy to cheat. They can't cheat the same classmates of the same department who have become spirit, but it's not too much to cheat a student, right? However, looking at the intimate look of the bimbo smilingly following Chen Yi's side, one is hesitant again. These two people should not be acquaintances? And it seems that they are not reporting for their majors? Then look at Chen Yi, a pair of eyes full of envy and jealousy, of course, is not a spiteful kind of jealousy. We have no grudges, unless it is particularly hate the rich, otherwise it is impossible to commit a disease, can only be said to be the kind of envy of the common sense of the people. "Hello, I am here to report, to fill out something?" Chen Yi walked to the table, is slightly with a smile asked. "Students, you fill out this form on the line, we will take you to the dormitory at that time." Chen Yi looked at the form and asked. Chen Yi looked at the table, is some basic information he pulled out of his pocket directly is to touch out a pen. This fountain pen is not a big brand, is before in Hermes to get together when to buy, almost 10,000 yuan a, aluminum alloy to build, no cap, can be rotated retractable. He had been using the fountain pen when he practiced writing in the hotel before, and was now used to it. Chen Yi's temperament is calm and confident. This gesture of taking out his own pen to write something does not have that kind of deliberate feeling at all. Instead, it makes people feel that it should be like this, as if this kind of demeanor is cultivated from childhood. It's all the credit of the system father, and he has nothing to do with it. but in the eyes of others, but there is a kind of pleasing to the eye and a kind of inexplicable awe that is the absolute suppression of the aura. After filling out the information, Chenny just turned around and said, Leo, just send me here. Okay, Mr. Chen, I wish you a happy university life. Leo, who had undergone professional etiquette training, handed over the box in his hand to Chenny before leaving with a slight bow. Oh my god, you guys are acting in an idol drama here. Of course Chenny wasn't acting in an idol drama, he and Leo were just having a simple conversation, not exaggerating, but of course, the image of a young master who was used to being waited on still came out. The first time I saw you, I was in the middle of a conversation with you, and I was in the middle of a conversation with you. The first thing you need to do is to look at the table and fill it out. Chenny Panwalk Snake, very quickly is that the form is filled out, it will be handed over. Nowadays, tuition fees are different, and you don't need to bring a bunch of cash to pay, transferring and remitting money is an option, so it's a very fast process to make sure. Sitting behind the table of the school sister, probably a sweep of the content, is a cordial smile, no problem school brother, I take you to the dormitory. The other schoolmates present were all dumbfounded and eager to try, sniffing at the words they all glared at the enthusiastic schoolmates. Just like a senior who saw a pretty schoolgirl and wanted to hook up and get to know her, the schoolgirls naturally had some thoughts when they saw a handsome schoolboy, and it had nothing to do with love at first sight, it was purely a longing for the face value. As for whether or not the hookup is successful, it depends on the thick skin of the seniors and sisters. No need, sister. It's such a hot day, I have to trouble you to lead me under the sun. Chenny smiled and refused. Well, the main thing is that this sister's face value is not enough. If it's a girl who is as beautiful as Bitch or Xiao Gongju, I don't need her to be enthusiastic, I'll be enthusiastic myself. Hey, people, really are all face animals. It's okay, it's just a few steps, I'm not afraid of the heat. I'm not afraid of the heat. This schoolmate still won't give up. Chenny mouth corner twitching down, not so much, sister, do not be so enthusiastic. This is probably the privilege of the rich and handsome, sometimes it really makes people helpless. Chenny is helpless, looked to the side of the sitting seniors, looking for a face looks very honest. Seniors said, Senior, do you want to take me to the dormitory? The senior was indeed honest and straightforward. He stood up without even acknowledging the senior female student's angry glare and said, Alright, I'll take you there. Li Wei, you can stay here. The junior is right, it's pretty hot today. The senior named Li Wei opened her mouth but eventually gave up. The senior was very kind. He turned to Chenny and asked, Is that all your luggage, junior? Let me help you carry it. Thanks, senior, but the suitcase isn't heavy. I can carry it myself. Chenny smiled and waved him off. Bye-bye, however, remained unusually quiet, standing beside Chenny with a faint smile, not causing any trouble. Once Chenny and the others had left, the senior female students helping with the new student registration immediately started buzzing. Wow, what does this freshman's family do? He's got such a spoiled rich kid vibe. Was that a butler just now? There really are butlers like that? I've already imagined a story about a wealthy young master and his shy young wife. This freshman has such great charm. How to describe it? He's just so sunny and masculine, like Zhang Hanyu? But he seems a bit older. Shouldn't it be Peng Yushi? Ha! A group of girls gathered together, chatting excitedly. Hey, what's that junior's name? Wei Wei, don't keep it to yourself. A group of senior female students rushed over and snatched the form that had just been filled out. It turned out his name was Chen Yi. His handwriting is really beautiful. He must come from a well-educated family. He must have practiced calligraphy since he was a child to write like that. If I could write like that, I might even get extra points on the college entrance exam. What's the adjective for that? Iron strokes and silver hooks, that's right, iron strokes and silver hooks. What are you daydreaming about? Didn't you see the beautiful girl by his side? She might be his girlfriend. At that moment, an older female student poured cold water on their fantasies. After a moment of silence, a soft voice drifted over. When you were looking at the freshman, I chatted with that girl. She's not from our school, so even if she's his girlfriend, you still have a chance. From the west to the east of Shanghai, it's like a long-distance relationship. You can give it a try. Wow, our Jingjing is so clever. She doesn't show off, but she already figured out everything about her. Then go chase her. Why aren't you going? A group of girls giggled, more like a joke, just like how guys gather together and talk about the pretty girls they've met, but when it comes to actually going after them, few dare to. The other seniors were speechless, only able to silently shed tears in their hearts. They could only blame themselves for not being handsome enough or not being born well enough. This truly was a case of the drought-stricken dying of thirst and the flood-stricken drowning. On the other side, Chen Yi was also walking toward the dormitory with the senior leading the way, chatting casually along the way and learning about the senior's basic situation. This senior was actually a senior this year, about to graduate next year. His name was Zhang Hongqiao, from a rural area in Shanbei. He was built sturdy but a bit dark-skinned, though he was genuinely honest and straightforward, without any ulterior motives. Senior, you've really gone out of your way for me. No problem, no problem. I'll be going now. After escorting Chen Yi to the dormitory building, Zhang Honchao politely took his leave. The student dormitories are all in the same area, so there's no situation where students from different colleges have dormitories in different locations. If you're dating someone on campus, it's very convenient. Row after row of apartment buildings stand together, typical student dormitories. Yu Jinyu looked around and said, "These student dormitories are pretty ordinary. They might not even be as good as ours. Are you used to living here, young master? What's there to get used to? It's not like we're living in the past. We don't need to live in luxury." Chen Yi rolled his eyes. But to be honest, after staying in the presidential suite of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel this morning, moving to a student dormitory feels a bit awkward. Hee hee, I checked for you, Mr. Chen. Your school has small villas. Do you want to move there? Yu Jinyu giggled. Chen Yi didn't expect the little vixen to have even checked his school's basic information. This little girlfriend is really doing her job well. However, Chen Yi had also checked beforehand, and his research was even more thorough. He found out that those small villas were reserved for students who had failed a year or were preparing for graduate school exams. He had never heard of any undergraduates living there. Of course, as long as someone is in charge, there's always a way to make it work. But inside, there are actually several people sharing a room. If I could really have a whole villa to myself, I would have figured out a way to move in already. Yu Jinyu heard this and knew that Chen Yi was indeed seeking comfort. As they spoke, they entered the dormitory building. The first floor resembled a small convenience store, with bulletin boards and flower pots scattered around. A desk in front bore the sign Dormitory Management Office, with a small fan blowing on it. An old man sat in a chair, fanning himself with a fan. Chen Yi took a closer look and noticed a pack of open cigarettes on the dormitory manager's desk. He nodded to himself. After greeting the dormitory manager, Chen Yi and Yu Jinyu walked inside. Today was the day for new students to register, so the dormitory manager wasn't concerned about who came and went. The student dormitory building was designed to accommodate as many students as possible, with little in the way of amenities. There were no elevators, and those living on the top floor, the 7th floor, had it especially tough. Fortunately, Chen Yi was on the 1st floor, so he didn't have to climb the stairs. The corridor was slightly noisy, with many parents coming in to help arrange beds and such. All the dormitory doors in the corridor were open. As Chen Yi entered, the noisy environment around him seemed to fall silent. A group of parents and students instinctively turned their gaze toward him. Chen Yi's aura was simply too overwhelming. He walked with his head held high, showing none of the shyness or timidity typical of teenagers. He exuded confidence and composure. Standing at 1.8 meters tall with a muscular build from regular exercise and possessing the refined manners cultivated through systematic training, he held the handle of his LV luggage case in his right hand, accompanied by a stunningly beautiful young woman. As he walked down the corridor, he looked like a high-ranking official on an inspection tour. The parents were one thing, but the naive freshman who had just started university had never seen such a display of grandeur. At this moment, Chen Yi actually found the Golden Spear and Iron Horse title quite fitting. If it were something like Graceful Nobleman, it might be perfect for deceiving young girls, but it lacked the solemn authority needed to command others. But Golden Spear and Iron Horse was just right. With a furious glare, it sent shivers down people's spines. Chen Yi's dormitory was at the very back. When he reached the door and looked inside, everyone was already there, except for him. The dorm wasn't very big, accommodating 4 people. There was a bed on top and a desk and cabinets below. Looking up, he saw an air conditioner perfect. Plus, this building seemed to be a new dormitory, with private bathrooms, which made Chen Yi feel much more at ease. Otherwise, he might have to find a gym near the school to shower every day. As someone from the capital city, he didn't mind public bathhouses, but now that he was so handsome, picking up soap in the bathhouse every day wasn't a big deal. Of course, the main reason was that he didn't want to damage the self-confidence of his male classmates. After all, he was the one who was so good-looking. Chen Yi and Yu Jinyu had come over after lunch, so it was already afternoon, and a bit late. 2 of the beds in the dormitory had already been made, and the parents had probably left. The last person had come with their parents, and their bed was almost made as well. The only pair of parents present also noticed Chen Yi. The father of one of the students, upon seeing Chen Yi, lit up and walked over enthusiastically, shaking his hand and saying, "Student, are you also in this dormitory? This is my daughter, Wang Anqi. You can just call her Anqi. From now on, you'll be classmates and roommates. Please take care of each other." This parent seemed like a small-time manager in charge of a few people, speaking politely and formally. However, when he said this to Chen Yi, it felt oddly like he was giving a report to a superior. Mainly because Chen Yi had a strong presence, while this parent was probably used to smiling and bowing slightly when shaking hands with superiors. Wang Anqi? How come there's a girl in my dorm? Chen Yi took a closer look. Oh, it's not a girl. She has such an unusual name. But this guy is really fair-skinned, he'd probably look pretty in a dress. Chen Yi muttered to himself, but smiled and said, "Uncle, please rest assured. We've come from all over the country to meet here, that's fate. We should naturally look out for one another. The parent heard this and muttered to himself, this kid must be from a high-ranking official's family. Look at how confident he speaks. He then glanced at the LV luggage Chun-Yi was holding. Chun-Yi glanced at the dormitory again. This would be his university life. He only hoped it would be quiet and peaceful, without any trouble or intrigue, so he could enjoy the beauty of student life once more. After all, this was still university, just half a society. There probably wouldn't be too many complications. Chapter 71, You're My Brother, for real. Once the only parent left, the dormitory suddenly grew quiet. Unless you're the kind of person with an exceptionally outgoing personality, most high school seniors who have just graduated tend to feel a bit shy in a new environment. There was no way around it. The exam-oriented education system focused solely on studying, especially in senior year. To get into a good university, students had to study relentlessly. They were taught how to study, but there were few opportunities for group activities that could help develop social skills. The three of them remained silent, each staring at their phones, clearly wanting to strike up a conversation but lacking the courage to take the first step. However, all three roommates' eyes were fixed on Chen-Yi. Besides Chen-Yi's natural charisma that made him stand out wherever he was, the main reason was the person standing beside him, Eugeniu. Eugeniu had dressed up specially for today, wearing a snow-white dress that made her look like a blooming white lotus. She already had a very youthful appearance, resembling a middle school student, and the summer heat had caused her cheeks to blush slightly, making her even more charming and alluring. All of them were young men in the prime of their youth, and a girl who could easily be considered a school beauty queen in any school naturally drew everyone's attention. The three of them all stole a glance at Eugeniu before quickly looking away, feeling shy and make eye contact. Besides, they could tell that Eugeniu and Chen-Yi were close, so they certainly wouldn't dare to do anything inappropriate. Chen-Yi found this amusing. This was the pure innocence of freshman year. He handed the suitcase handle to Eugeniu, clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, and said confidently, guys, don't just stand there. Let's introduce ourselves. We'll be living together for 4 years, so we should at least know each other's names. His accent was pure Beijing dialect, giving off a vibe of the diverse crowd from the imperial capital, but in simpler terms, he was just being down to earth. As the saying goes, speak to people as they are. Those insincere, flattering words are for outside. In a university dormitory, what matters is casual chit-chat and banter. I'll go first. My name is Chen-Yi. I'm from the imperial capital and I'm in the English department. But I guess everyone in this dorm is from the English department, right? The other three nodded, eager to join in. Chen-Yi took the lead, and the atmosphere began to liven up gradually. Eugeniu watched this scene with a smile, thinking that Chen-Yi acted like an adult playing with children. From the first time she saw him at McDonald's, Eugeniu had noticed that this young master had an maturity beyond his years and was quite cunning. She gave a sweet smile and spoke in a voice that could make a man's heart melt, saying, "Daddy, let me make your bed for you." As she spoke, she placed the LV suitcase on the ground and began taking things out of it. The young man named Wang Anqi had been hesitating to speak all along, but now, following Chen-Yi's lead, he took the opportunity to speak up, brother. He had intended to call his friends, but the word friends was forced back into his throat by the term sugar daddy she had used earlier. Then, seeing the beautiful girl who made him feel inferior actively tidying up Chen-Yi's bed, Chen-Yi stood there like a spoiled young master, showing no intention of helping. Wang Anqi immediately changed her tone and said, "Brother, I'm from Shanghai. My name is Wang Anqi." Damn, this is a big shot. The other two guys were also stunned by Biao Biao's words, and only then snapped back to reality, blurting out their introductions, giving Chen-Yi a rough idea of who they were. The guy on the right side of the door was Wang Anqi, the local from Shanghai. He was very fair-skinned, wore glasses, and stood about 175 centimeters tall, a typical handsome guy. But how to describe him? He spoke in an affected manner, like an old-fashioned official. However, this guy was the calmest one when he saw the girl earlier. Usually, boys his age would either be too shy to look at such a beautiful girl or try to divert attention by talking about something else while secretly glancing at her. But this guy, Anqi, just took a quick look and showed no reaction at all, completely maintaining the dignified demeanor of an old-fashioned official. The guy by the door on the left is named Dopeng, from Shandong province. They say Shandong produces big men, and Dopeng is indeed tall, even a couple of centimeters taller than Chen-Yi, who is 1.8 meters. However, he has nothing in common with big men, he's as skinny as a stick. The one across from Chen-Yi was named Jia Yiba, from Hebei province. He didn't stand out much, but he was a bit chubby and spoke in a humorous, friendly manner. Chen-Yi took the opportunity to observe the three roommates' lifestyle, clothing, food, and living expenses. There was nothing unusual, it was just a habit. He then came to a conclusion: none of the three roommates came from wealthy families, just ordinary working-class households. The one named Wang Anqi probably had some money, but not enough to be considered a second-generation rich kid. However, Wang Anqi's pillowcase was quite interesting, a large red one with a double happiness character embroidered on it. Everyone wondered if it was from his parents' wedding. Rich kids, even if they try to be low-key, wouldn't be so stingy with their food and clothing. That's not low-key, that's just being stupid. If there is good food available, why eat something bad? That's more like it. It feels like a normal university. Where would you find so many rich second-generation kids sharing a dorm room with you? To be honest, these three guys' university life isn't normal either. They ended up with Chen-yi as a roommate. After a round of introductions, they got to know each other as basic information. They didn't ask about ages, that is something people find out gradually over time. These days, there is no need for an age hierarchy, with someone being the eldest, second eldest, third eldest, or youngest. Usually, they just call each other by their first names, or add bro at the end to show affection. Over there, the girl was carefully tidying up Chen-yi's things. She took off her shoes, and her white, delicate feet climbed up the bed using the bed as a step. Her little feet were really small. Chen-yi had measured them carefully, and they weren't even as long as his palm. They still had a bit of baby fat. She knelt on the bed, first smoothing out the blankets for Chen-yi, then asked him, "Should we use this sheet?" These bedding items were all provided by the school. Though they weren't of poor quality, they weren't anything special either. Biao Biao was worried that Chen-yi, being a spoiled young master, wouldn't be accustomed to them. "Let us use these for now." Chen-yi nodded. These could be replaced later. He had come in a hurry and hadn't prepared much. With Chen-yi's permission, Biao Biao spread out the sheet and patted it down firmly with her hands. After finishing, she climbed down and carefully took out the items from Chen-yi's suitcase, arranging them neatly. The Hermes clothes, pants, and belts were hung in the wardrobe. 3 pairs of shoes were placed in shoe boxes, and the 2 pairs of Hermes slippers were carefully arranged at the foot of the bed, with the toes facing forward. Chen-yi was a very lazy person. Although he owned many high-end luxury brands, he was loyal to one brand and rarely changed. Almost everything he used was Hermes, making him a living advertisement for the brand. A Hermes electric toothbrush set, a 5,000 yuan cup not for drinking water but for brushing teeth and rinsing, was neatly arranged on the table by Eugeniu. Lagoon Garden body moisturizer, black lemon scented 2-in-1 shampoo and body wash, dragon's blood and mandarin scented hand wash and body wash, and a 100 ml post-shave balm that costs over 600 yuan. Hermes bath products aren't the absolute top tier, but they're not bad either. For someone like Chen-yi, who's lazy, being able to buy all his daily essentials in one store means he'll never go to a second one. Then Biao Biao pulled out a sunscreen, which wasn't something Chen-yi had bought. "What's this? I don't remember buying this," Chen-yi asked in confusion. "Sunscreen, I bought it for you. You guys have military training when school starts, so don't get sunburned." Eugeniu giggled. Chen-yi was startled. "Wow, you're so thoughtful." The other 3 boys in the dorm didn't dare to speak, unsure whether they should feel jealous or envious. Finally, Jia Yiba couldn't help but ask, "Chen-gu, is that your girlfriend?" Boys of this age are deeply impressed by such romantic experts, even though they know they can't learn from them. They still hope to pick up a few tricks from these masters to impress girls, believing that the secret to love lies within their techniques, making them restless with anticipation. For such a master, calling him brother was no problem. Before Chen-yi could answer, Biao Biao boldly interjected, "I'm not his girlfriend. I'm his girlfriend's best friend. This is my sugar daddy." "Ha? Did I hear that correctly?" The 3 young men looked at Chen-yi with awe. "Bro, you're my real brother. So can you teach me a few moves?" Chapter 72, The human heart is the most difficult to fathom. "Chen-gu, our place is pretty close to the capital. When the holidays come, I'll come to the capital to visit you. Chen-gu, you have to take me around when I come." This Jia Yiba is a smart guy. In sales, there's a trick where you ask someone to do you a small favor, and that helps build a connection with them. It's a psychological tactic, though Jia Yiba probably doesn't understand it, he just happened to use it effectively. But what are you going to do in the imperial capital? Let me tell you, the imperial capital is at the foot of the imperial city walls. There aren't many young ladies there to comfort your heart. If you want to talk to young ladies, Shanghai is the #1 place in the country. "Chen-gu, would you like to try some scallions? These are a specialty from my hometown." "Get lost. I don't eat that stuff. Take it away." "Chen-gu, my family is from Shanghai. I know the place well. If you want to go anywhere, I'll take you there." I appreciate your kindness, but I know Shanghai better than you do and know all the best spots." Eugeniu's words completely set off the dorm room. The 3 roommates were actually half believing, half doubting what Eugeniu had said. Even Chen-yi sometimes couldn't tell if she was telling the truth or not, so the other 3 roommates were even more clueless. But regardless of whether it was true or not, whether Eugeniu was Chen-yi's mistress or not, let's just assume she was his girlfriend. Which man could tame such a beautiful girl, who looked like a pure school flower, to be so obedient? Look at her when told to tidy the bed, she does it without complaint. She even sorts the clothes into categories and places them neatly, and even arranges the slippers properly. She is as obedient as a little wife from a wealthy family. And the young master of the wealthy family just stands there, completely unmoved. What kind of mentality is this? This is the spirit of a man standing up, the spirit of a man taking control of his own life. Most men would probably be begging to be her backup, but not our Chingu. He just orders her around. Chunny glanced at the girl, who was still smiling sweetly and obediently, truly like a little wife from a wealthy family. Good job, bitch. You're doing a great job as the straight man. I haven't even made a move yet, and you've already established my authority for me. What do men pursue? It's all about money, power, and women. At this age, boys are starting to understand money, but they know nothing about the power of authority. The only thing they truly understand and desire is girls. Everyone is at the peak of their hormones. After 3 years of hard study in high school, most high school students haven't had a romantic relationship, especially those who studied hard. Now that they've finally made it to university, both boys and girls have active minds. Boys want to find girlfriends, and girls want to find boyfriends. It all comes down to whether they hit it off. How many boys at this age don't have much else to strive for? They just want to hold a girl's hand, and if things progress further, that's even better. Shenny believed that if he started a class to take on apprentices at this time, these 3 idiots would probably kneel down and call him master. Sure enough, even when he arrived at school, he couldn't help but stand out. Shenny couldn't help but chuckle to himself, then got down to business. It's way too hot today. Can we turn on the air conditioner now? Shenny hated the heat the most. He looked up at the air conditioner. The tall, skinny guy from Shandong named Dopang immediately replied, I asked when I first arrived at the dorm. As long as you pay for the electricity, the air conditioner can be used. Chen-gu, wait here. I'll go to the dorm manager to pay. He spoke quickly, then jumped off the bed and prepared to leave. In just 2 sentences, Shenny had a good idea of his personality. He spoke quickly, acted impulsively, but was decisive and generous. Buying electricity and paying the rent probably wouldn't be cheap. For students, 100 yuan is a significant amount of money, and it shouldn't be spent carelessly. However, Dopeng didn't suggest splitting the cost first. He went to pay it himself first. Even if he planned to split it later, this seemingly minor difference in order revealed a lot about his character. Daodu, wait a moment. Shenny directly called out the impatient Dopeng. If this were in society, calling someone so familiarly after just meeting them would make them wary. But for someone who just started college and will be living in the same dorm for years, this kind of address actually makes people feel at ease. Didn't you see that tall guy, who was even taller than Shenny, stop in his tracks and turn around with a smile as wide as a flower? Chen-gu, what's up? Alright, we'll be living here for 4 years. This place is our home, so we might as well make it comfortable. I took a look when I came earlier. There's a washing machine in the building, but with so many people using it, it must be dirty. I'll go online and order one to be delivered later. It's summer, and we can't go without a refrigerator. We need somewhere to store leftovers. I'll look around and buy a small one while I'm at it. Oh, and Dor, ask if we can use the air conditioner and an electric stove. If we can, I'll buy an electric stove so we can have hot pot in the winter. The others agreed. That made sense. Wang Anchi said, Chen-gu, these things are for all 4 of us to use. Why should you pay for everything? Let us all chip in. Dopang and Jiaiba both nodded, each reaching for their wallets. Shenny waved his hand, about to go get something, when he saw Eugeniu already handing him a Hermes leather wallet. Damn, you're so considerate. I might actually be tempted. The Hermes wallet was quite thick, exactly what Shenny had been looking for to hold cash, as he had previously found it inconvenient to carry cash in his pockets. Shenny opened the wallet and deliberately showed the 3 roommates the thick stack of red bills inside, which must have been over 10,000 yuan, leaving the 3 of them speechless. Although they had a vague idea that this roommate was wealthy, and Wang Anchi could recognize the LV suitcase, but showing the money like this was just too flashy. Shenny pulled out a stack of bills without counting them, shoved them into Dopeng's hand, and said, I think the air conditioner usage fee is calculated per person. I can't remember if it's 150 or 200 per person. Go pay the air conditioner fee. Dopeng held the money and was about to say something, but Shenny impatiently waved his hand and said, enough, stop complaining. I know what you're thinking. It's just a little money, don't be so picky. Shenny was quite domineering. Looking at the stack of bills in his wallet, it was indeed a small amount. By the way, does anyone know how to set up a network connection? Shenny asked again. The 3 roommates shook their heads in confusion. They were also freshmen and had no idea where to start. Shenny didn't say anything else. He took out another stack of money and handed it to Wang Anchi, saying, Anchi, go out and ask around. Find out how much it costs to set up the internet and just handle it. After speaking, he continued without pause, this school is really stingy. They don't even provide a dustpan and broom, and there aren't enough coat hangers. Iba, go to the small store outside and buy some daily necessities. There seem to be mosquitoes on the window screens, so pick up a couple of bottles of insecticide while you're at it. He shoved the stack of money into Jiaiba's hands again. Money talks, and people can't react. Chen Daxia's decisive aura left everyone speechless. By the time the 3 of them snapped back to reality, they realized they had already stepped out of the dormitory door. Money is the best way to shut people up. Once all three had taken Chen Yi's money, none of them would dare think, "Why are you making us do everything while you do nothing?" They would subconsciously regard Chen Yi's money as payment for his labor. For a wealthy individual, the goal is to use money to resolve matters that might otherwise require personal effort. Moreover, Chen Yi had a deeper meaning. Don't underestimate him. The money in his wallet was carefully counted. He knew exactly how much he gave each of the three. In their eyes, Chen Yi is just a wealthy person who doesn't care about money, and the money he hands out is without measure. He could easily keep a bill when getting change without anyone noticing. Chen Yi was simply testing their hearts. Of course, he also knows that human nature is unpredictable. If he had given $1 million, many people would have been tempted. That's why he used a small amount like $100. If someone can't resist the temptation of $100, then there's no point in associating with them. He showed them his wallet with the thick stack of money on purpose. He knew exactly how much was inside. The most annoying thing in a school dormitory is when roommates steal small things. You know they've taking your stuff, but because they're your roommates, you find it hard to get angry, and that feeling is really frustrating. So Chen Yi was straightforward: if you have moral issues, get out or move out yourself. It's not about the money, it's about living with a thief in the same dorm. It's like eating a fly, disgusting. There are plenty of cases where roommates steal things in university dormitories. To prevent future issues where people become close and then discover character flaws, it's better to address it early. Of course, Chen the young master isn't like a capitalist who outsources all his work. He still does some work himself, like tapping a few buttons on his phone to shop online. That's tiring too. Chapter 73, I never judge friends by money. True to his status as a young master, he really knows how to delegate tasks. Yu Jinyu was giggling there. In the blink of an eye, the three people in the dormitory had all rushed out into the heat to get to work, while Chen Yi sat down at the desk with a confident air and started playing on his phone. He was also working. He needed to go buy something. Should I try buying a robot vacuum cleaner? Who cares if it's good or not? Technology is meant to make lazy people even lazier. Don't think too much about it, just order it. It's not that expensive anyway. Of course, you should know who I am. I'm the sugar daddy. There's no way the sugar daddy would do the work. The sugar daddy just needs to pay. Chen Yi raised his eyebrows and smiled at Yu Jinyu beside him. Wow, the sugar daddy is abandoning me, sending me to the cold palace, and starting to favor other men. Biao Biao looked like she wanted to say something but couldn't, her eyes brimming with tears. Her innocent little face was filled with sorrow. No wonder she was from the acting department of Shanghai Drama Academy. That expression was so convincing that anyone would think Chen Yi was bullying her and making her cry. Go away. What do you mean, favoring other men? Chen Yi looked disgusted. Yu Jinyu immediately threw herself forward, wrapping her arms around his neck, pressing her delicate body against his back, giggling, my golden daddy is here, who can resist? When the sugar daddy gives a hint, those three younger students might just blush and give you a subtle signal. Hey, that girl named Wang Anqi is pretty good. She's so delicate looking, and her name is pretty feminine. If we dress her up in women's clothes, turn off the lights, your college life will be blissful. Chen Yi pretended to look startled and pushed her away, saying, damn it, you're so disgusting, you. Having gotten to know Chen Yi well, she knew his personality. The Thai girl occasionally dared to tease him. Though obedience were good, this kind of occasionally mischievous was also charming. The two of them were flirting and teasing each other in the empty dormitory, but the door was open, so they didn't dare to do anything more than kiss. Soon, Do Pang and Wang Anqi returned. The tall, skinny guy from Shandong, Do Pang, placed the remaining money on the table in front of Chen Yi and said, Brother Chen, the air conditioner really is charged per person. It's 200 yuan per person per year, and the electricity for the air conditioner is charged separately. I only topped up 100 yuan for electricity. I can't let you cover the electricity bill alone. We'll split the rest later. Alright, these are all small matters. Chen Yi waved his hand, not wanting to dwell on such matters. On the other side, Wang Yanqi also said, the internet here is divided by speed. There's 600 per semester and 800 per semester. I decided to go with the 800 on my own. Internet speed is important. The dorm manager will notify the service center to come and install the network cables. It should be done tonight. Oh, we also need to get a router. We can't really run 4 network cables. Slow internet is unbearable for me. If it could be 1,800 per semester, I'd prefer that. The router doesn't matter, I'll just buy one and have Jingx deliver it along with the other items. Chen Yi mentioned it casually, then opened his phone. Perhaps because the topic had touched on something he liked, Wang Yanqi's tone became slightly excited. Brother Chen, our dorm isn't very big, and there are no walls to separate it. We don't need to buy a very good router. No problem, I'll just pick the most expensive one. You get what you pay for. Besides being expensive, it shouldn't have any flaws. But I'm too lazy to set up the router. You guys can figure it out. Before Wang Yanqi could finish, Chen Yi interrupted her. Seeing that the senior in the dorm had spoken, she held back the rest of her words and simply patted her chest to assure him, "Alright, I'll handle setting up the router and getting the internet connected. I've got this. If any of you want to buy a desktop computer, I can help you figure out the specs." Boys, you ask them about lipstick shades or skin sensitivity to cosmetics, and they have no idea. But ask them about graphics cards or CPU models, and they'll drag you down to talk about it for 2 hours. There's an old saying, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. Little cutie. When it comes to phones, the 2B crowd competes with computers. I'm not saying that Comrade Anchi is 2B, but it's clear he's really into this stuff. Chenny smiled. Before he was reborn, when he was in college, he was also very interested in these things, knowing all about graphics cards, CPUs, and motherboards. However, after he started working, he stopped paying attention to them. Once he had a bit more money, he no longer enjoyed buying a bunch of parts and assembling them himself to feel the thrill of DIY. Instead, he just chose the most expensive option and had someone else assemble it for him. How nostalgic. Chenny-chan was lost in memories of the past. Just then, Ja-iba returned, sweating profusely, carrying a bunch of bags. As soon as he entered, he complained, "It's so damn hot in here, I almost passed out from the heat." Chenny couldn't help but laugh. "Iba, where are you from?" "It's summer all over the country except for a few places, it's unbearably hot everywhere." "From Chengda." "Oh, the summer palace? No wonder you think it's hot here." "Chenggu, stop teasing me. I'm not a Qing dynasty emperor and I don't live in the summer palace." "Ha!" The group of teenagers, all around 18 or 19, laughed together easily, forming a close-knit group without much pretense. "Alright, everyone, hurry up and turn on the air conditioner for Ibo. He's the one who's been working the hardest, let him cool off and experience the joy of the summer palace." Shenny gave the signal, and Do Pang, who was always the most decisive, grabbed the remote control that had just been brought over and turned on the air conditioner. "I'm not tired, it's just damn hot." Jaiba put down the things he had brought with him and said, "It's even darker in here. Not only are the things sold here more expensive than outside, but the quality feels pretty bad too." Jaiba arranged the broom, dustpan, trash can, and other items, then took out a basin and tapped it twice. The basin was incredibly thin, clearly of poor quality. "Let us make do with it for now. The small store here is probably rented from the school. If they don't rip us off, how would they pay the rent? We'll go shopping outside when we have some free time later." Shenny mentioned offhandedly that he could bring the Ferrari over sometime. The school was so big, how could they go out to buy groceries without a car? Actually, he could easily buy a Hermes trash can for 5 or 6,000 yuan to put here, but is that necessary? Not at all. If you drive a Ferrari here, people will envy you for being rich. But if you use a 5 or 6-figure trash can, people might not think you're particular, they'll just think you're high maintenance and not someone they can hang out with. At school, Shenny needed to be down to earth. Besides, putting a $5,000 or $6,000 trash can in the dormitory, if it gets stolen, you won't even be able to find the thief. That's not how you show off your wealth. Ja-Ibal looked like he was really hot, sweating profusely. He sat on the chair under the bed, intending to take off his shirt, but since Eugeniu was there, he felt embarrassed and could only tug at the collar of his shirt to fan himself. The four of them sat there chatting casually, but with a girl present, many things couldn't be said, and the conversation felt a bit stiff. Unless they were already extremely familiar with each other, they wouldn't make inappropriate jokes in front of a friend's girlfriend, and since they had just met, it was even less likely. Shen Yi was observing quietly. He could tell that these three roommates were well-mannered and respectful, not the kind of people who spoke without thinking. There were 3 piles of money on the table, all change they had returned. It seemed like Jaiba had bought some small items, and he had neatly arranged the coins of 1 and 2 cents. For now, they all seemed like decent people, without any trouble. It should be possible to build a deep friendship, and university life shouldn't be filled with annoying roommates. Of course, we'll have to see how things develop over time. Time will tell. Cough, no hidden meaning. At this point, Jenny could barely manage to say, "I never judge friends by their money." The advantage of a 4-person dorm is that there are fewer people, making things more convenient. If it were an 8-person dorm, with more people, problems would arise more easily. Knock knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Everyone looked up and saw a man in his late 20s, tall and slightly overweight, standing at the dormitory door, knocking on the open door. At that age, he clearly wasn't a student, he must be a teacher, or else he would have had to repeat a grade for years. Shen Yi and the others stood up. "Are all the people in your dorm here?" "Alright, then all the boys from our class are here." "You guys aren't closing the door even though the air conditioner is on. Aren't you afraid the cold air will escape?" From the tone, it was clear it was the counselor. "How should we address the teacher?" Chen Yi asked directly. "My surname is Li, and my name is Li Ming." As soon as he finished speaking, the 4 people in the dormitory, plus Eugeniu, all looked at him with strange expressions. "You and that celebrity don't look anything alike." Clearly, this Mr. Li was used to such things. He waved his hand and said, "Don't look at me. My parents named me that. What can I do?" I can't go back to the womb to negotiate with them, can I? This counselor is pretty funny. What are your names? I just came early to get to know everyone and make an impression. Chenny and the other four all gave their names. Lee nodded, presumably cross-referencing the names with the information in the student records. Finally, he turned his gaze to the only one who hadn't spoken, Eugeniu. She gave a sweet, innocent smile, so pure that even the counselor felt a pang of nostalgia, as if he had been transported back to his high school and middle school days. Mr. Lee, I'm not a student here. I'm just here to help Chenny pack his things. Eugeniu was skilled at reading the situation and atmosphere, knowing when to act boldly and when to be obedient, and never causing trouble for Chenny in front of the teacher. Mr. Lee, upon hearing this, carefully appraised Chenny and secretly gave him a thumbs up. These counselors are quite different from the professors who teach classes. If they're not too old and have a good relationship, they can even call each other brothers. The only thing that disappointed Chenny was that the counselor wasn't a young, attractive woman. If she had been, maybe something exciting and campus-wide could have happened. Stop it, don't think like that. Alright, I've got a basic impression of everyone. I'll head over to the girls' dormitory first. At that moment, Chenny said, Lee Tutor, today is everyone's first day at school, and we don't know each other well yet. Let's find a place to have dinner tonight. I'll treat you. Lee the counselor felt a pang of emotion. He initially tried to decline politely, thinking that once everyone got to know each other in class, it wouldn't be appropriate for him to accept the invitation. Besides, he should be the one to treat everyone. No need for you to spend money. I'll treat you. But I'm not familiar with this area. You should choose the place. We'll be spending 4 years together, so we should get to know each other first. Let us do it tonight. Chenny, however, was even more assertive, directly setting the date for tonight. This was actually a pickup line, giving a direct answer and leaving no room for the other person to think. Lee, the tutor, furrowed his brows. He looked at Chenny's attire, then glanced at the LV suitcase still open by his feet, and immediately understood. He said, Alright, I'll go to the girls' dormitory first. You go notify the other male students in the dormitories. I'll choose the location. Chapter 74, Upgrade Mission. After exchanging WeChat IDs with Lee, he joined the WeChat group Lee had created. However, since it was their first day, no one knew each other in the dormitory, and the WeChat group was very quiet, with no one even speaking. Jinyu, should I drop you back to school first? Once Lee Tutor left, the few of them had mostly tidied up the room. The remaining items could be purchased later, while the larger items would likely arrive tomorrow. Chenny didn't buy anything on Taobao, but instead used JD. Although he hadn't tried it in smaller cities, in a metropolis like Beijing, JD's delivery was reliable. Orders placed that day would arrive the next. If you bought something in the morning, it might even arrive by afternoon. Although JD had invested heavily in its logistics system, it was indeed reliable, allowing them to completely ignore other delivery services. Chenny didn't call Eugeniu Biao Biao. Though the nickname sounded affectionate between them, it still carried a hint of mockery to outsiders. Unless they were among close friends, Chenny always gave Biao Biao the respect she deserved. Eugeniu paused for a moment. Since Chenny first called her bitch, he hadn't called her by her name once. Looking around, she realized with a slight sense of clarity that this was Chenny showing her respect. A warm feeling filled her heart, and she even felt a bit moved. To be honest, Chenny had spent money on her 10,000 yuan a month. Setting aside the physical abuse, Chenny could have easily treated her with no respect at all, even insulting her, and Eugeniu would have had to accept it all unless she ended their current relationship. It was like the relationship between a young heartthrob and a wealthy woman. The demand always outweighed the supply, and the one holding the money had no dignity from the start. Given Chenyi's wealth, looks, and demeanor, even without her, he could easily find someone else. If he went to the Shanghai Drama Academy, there would be plenty of women lining up to worship him. If one only cares about looks and nothing else, at Chenyi's current level, beautiful women are merely disposable commodities, not the expensive luxuries they are for ordinary people. Despite feeling grateful for Chenyi's respect, Eugeniu remained her usual self, speaking in her usual provocative manner. Master, you wouldn't even spare me a meal before kicking me out, would you? This top student from the performing arts department was once again putting on a show of being the pitiful girl dumped by a jerk, making everyone feel extremely sorry for her. Was the sugar daddy planning to dump her and go after the other pretty girls in the class? This won't do. I have to keep an eye on the little princess to make sure the sugar daddy doesn't get lured away by other girls. Otherwise, I'd be a terrible best friend. Her words were so heartfelt that the 3 other guys in the dorm were completely smitten. The way she spoke, with that soft, sweet voice, was something Chenny had never heard before, not even in 2 lifetimes. However, the other 3 guys in the dorm quickly snapped out of it. Wait, what's going on? Who's this new name, Little Princess? Earlier, the girl said that Chen Ge was her sugar daddy and she was his little mistress. Was that a joke, or was it true? So Chen Ge, you have a girlfriend, and she's just your girlfriend's best friend? Instantly, the 3 of them were stunned, trembling all over, feeling like they weren't even playing the same game as Chenny. This is cheating, right? If Chen Yi knew what the three of them were thinking, he'd probably sigh and say he really was cheating. The system was just a tool for cheating. Chen Yi heard the girl's words and couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. He said, "Alright, I won't leave you without a meal. But you said I'm looking for girls in the class? That's impossible. I wasn't planning to invite any girls from the class to dinner this time." Ah whoa. As soon as Chen Yi finished speaking, he heard a loud whoa from the dormitory. Jia Ba excitedly said, "Shingu, don't do that. Why don't we invite the girls from the class? It's no fun going out to eat with just guys." Chen Yi glanced at him. "No, brother, how confident are you? You're the ugliest guy in this dorm. If we really invite the girls over, I'll be sitting there. Do you think any pretty girl would notice you?" Chen Yi muttered to himself, but he explained seriously, "We're all meeting for the first time today. What would we do with the girls from our class? It'd just be guys hanging out with guys and girls hanging out with girls. Besides, we're going to be drinking. Who knows if you guys will get out of control after a few drinks? Don't end up making a fool of yourself before the girls even get to know you. There's a class meeting tomorrow, and all the girls will be there. There will be plenty of opportunities to get to know them later. Why rush?" Chen Yi's words made Jia Yiba think it made sense, so he stopped complaining. However, Chen Yi didn't make one thing clear: in university, there are no fixed seats in class, and students generally act in groups based on their dormitories. Therefore, the relationships between boys and girls are actually more relaxed than in high school. In fact, if a class has few group activities or lacks management, you might graduate without knowing the names of any classmates outside your dorm. After chatting for a while longer, they checked the time and saw it was about right. Chen Yi stood up and left the dormitory, heading toward other dormitories. Since dorm rooms in the same class are neighbors, Chen Yi only needed a few steps to reach his destination. As he pushed open the door, he saw a group of guys with their shirts off. Chen Yi immediately shouted, "Guys, we're all in the same class. Let's go out for dinner tonight. I'll treat everyone, and Li, the tutor, should come too." Chen Yi's words had a deeper meaning. Everyone was a freshman who had just met, and no one cared about seniority. If he suggested a group dinner, some might find an excuse not to go. However, these students who had just graduated from high school still instinctively feared their teachers. By mentioning the class advisor, Chen Yi immediately achieved the desired effect, making everyone think it was the advisor's idea. Everyone looked and realized, "Isn't that the guy with the unique aura we saw not long ago? He's actually from our class." Since everyone already had a strong impression of Chen Yi, and the counselor was also going, there was no way they could refuse. They all agreed immediately. Chen Yi used the same tactic to gather everyone from several dormitories. Their class was Class 1, with around 30 students, though Chen Yi didn't remember the exact number. There were only 13 boys, which only confirmed that liberal arts universities indeed had more female students. Among the 13, one guy was particularly unlucky. Since his dorm had 4 people, he ended up being the extra one and was assigned to live with someone from Class 2. Chen Yi saw this and decided to invite all 4 of them to join them for dinner. They were all game and agreed immediately. Chen Yi wasn't doing this just to treat them to a meal. He had a specific purpose in mind. His main goal was to catch the attention of the academic advisor to prepare for his future university life. Just as the 4 dormitory members were getting dressed and preparing to leave, Chen Yi's system popped up again. A new life, a new beginning. If the host completes the upgrade task by September 1st, the system refresh time will be set to September 1st, and the system will appear at level 2. Ha! Wait a minute, what was my upgrade task again? Chapter 75, Never Test Human Nature. Chen Yi thought about it for a long time before finally remembering that the task to level up from level 1 to level 2 required spending all 1 million. At the time, Chen Yi had come up with his own explanation, claiming that the system was trying to teach him how to spend money. However, Chen Yi never checked the system's task progress when spending money. He only looked at his bank card, so he hadn't paid much attention to it. Wait a minute, that's not right. This requires spending 10 million. Although most of his actions involved spending money, he had also given tips, and even given 10,000 to a prostitute. Does that count as spending? If this part doesn't count as spending, then I'll have a funding shortfall, and the funding chain will break. I must make up for this money. Can I really go back to that woman and ask her to return the 10,000 yuan? Even if I could bring myself to do that, she has already spent part of it, and she doesn't even have 10,000 yuan left herself. Thinking of this, Chen Yi's face darkened. Today is August 30th. Based on the system's explanation, as long as he can cover the 10 million yuan in expenses today, the refresh time will change to September 1st, which is tomorrow. This effectively shortened Chen Yi's timeline by 15 days, allowing him to obtain new system funds. Plus, due to the system upgrade, he would receive 20 million tomorrow. However, if he failed to complete the task today, he would have to wait until September 15th for the system to release funds. To be honest, Chen Yi had been spending money recklessly over the past 2 weeks, and now he only had over 200,000 left in his pocket. This was even without buying a house or other luxury items like a fancy car, which showed how generous he had been with his daily expenses. He quickly checked the system and sighed in relief. It turned out that the tips he had given to Biao Biao, including the 10,000 yuan, were also counted as expenses. That meant completing this task was actually very simple. All he needed to do now was transfer the 200,000 yuan to Biao Biao, and the task would be completed in one go. Of course, Chenny only thought about it and didn't actually act on it. There is an old saying, never try to read someone's mind, and never overestimate any relationship, or you'll only end up heartbroken. He gave Yu Jinyu 10,000 yuan every month, which was part of their contract. Chenny could buy her expensive clothes or cosmetics as gifts, but he absolutely couldn't give her cash. As the old saying goes, money moves the heart. This is the wisdom of our ancestors. Don't be fooled by her current personality or how satisfied you are with her now. People change. If you insist on using money to test someone or corrupt them, it will only make them change faster. Therefore, it's best not to transfer the over 200,000 yuan to Yu Jinyu. It will only bring her temporary gratitude. The saying a bowl of rice breeds gratitude, a bushel of rice breeds hatred applies here as well. Currently, Chenny gives her 10,000 yuan every month, and she is very excited and grateful. But if Chenny gives her an extra 200,000 this time and then goes back to giving her 100,000 next month, this could easily turn gratitude into resentment. Maintaining a mistress requires skill. You must never raise her expectations too quickly. Instead, gradually increase her threshold for satisfaction. Never fully meet her material needs, as this will make her more eager to please you, care for you, and serve you. Because they know that this is the only way to get more. Although Chenyi's behavior seems a bit ruthless and heartless, human nature is what it is. Never go against human nature, as this is a means of controlling others, a skill essential for becoming a qualified capitalist. To ensure that there remains the in your heart, you must strictly control your spending. The kind of situation where you casually give your girlfriend hundreds of thousands or even millions in gifts is only acceptable if the woman's family is extremely wealthy and her spending habits are already like that. If not, such behavior in real life will only make her lose interest faster. Chenny reflected on himself once more. He had no idea how to spend the over 200,000 yuan, but he wasn't in a hurry. It was only just past 5 p.m., and there were still several hours left before midnight. He had plenty of time to think. If he still didn't know how to spend it by then, he'd just give it all to her as a reward. Although Chunyi's original plan was to buy her material things like bags and clothes, not give her money directly. When she sees her clothes and bags, she'll think of you buying them for her, but when she spends the money you gave her, she won't remember that. Money is too intangible. The 16 people in the 4 dorm rooms quickly finished packing. Chenyi had such a strong presence that he easily became the center of attention wherever he went, especially since he was the organizer of this gathering. Dopang, Wang Anchi, and Jiaiba kept calling him Brother Chen, and with a cute, pretty girl by his side, Chenyi unconsciously became the center of attention. 15 people surrounded him in a large group. 16 guys and 1 girl gathered together, tall and short, fat and thin, handsome and ugly. Regardless of their appearance, they exuded a strong presence. Today was the day for new students to register, so the area outside the dormitory was particularly lively. Students were walking around in small groups, and upon seeing this scene, they all instinctively looked over. Though some were shy, the crowd gave them courage. The 15 boys chatted and laughed, their voices growing louder. They couldn't help but feel a hint of joy and pride at being the center of attention. Chenyi stood in the middle, striking a pose. He actually wanted to light a cigarette, thinking it would make him look cooler, but unfortunately, he didn't smoke. Fortunately, Biao Biao was holding his arm, serving as his companion, drawing envious glances from countless men. It was a pity that the girls passing by couldn't help but feel disappointed and beat their chests in frustration. Hey, Biao Biao, you're not being fair. You're scaring away the girls who wanted to confess their feelings to me. Having a girl by your side really lifts your spirits. Even his classmates were looking at him with envy and admiration. People are easily influenced. When Jiaiba, Wang Anchi, and Dopeng all started calling him Chen Gu, others followed suit without even realizing it. Before he knew it, Chenyi had been elevated to a higher generation. Chen Gu, let's go eat. Can I bring my girlfriend? Just then, the old-timer Wang Anchi spoke up shyly. The others were stunned. Chen Gu has a girlfriend? That's fine, but he's so handsome and articulate it's no surprise he has a girlfriend. But you, Wang Anchi. Well, okay, you're pretty handsome too, so you could probably have a girlfriend. The others were frustrated. Chenyi, of course, didn't mind. He waved his hand and said, "That's not right, Anchi. You had a girlfriend and didn't tell us? Where is she? Hurry up and call her over so we can see her. Did she come with you to school today?" The old-timer Wang Anchi pushed his glasses up and smiled shyly. "I've known my girlfriend since we were kids. We were classmates in high school, started dating back then, and then both got into this university. I'm in the English college, and she's in the law college. Although Xinjiang Language University isn't on the same level as Tsinghua or Zhejiang University, it's still a 211 university with an admission score of over 620. Both of you got in, so besides being smart, it can only be true love. The crowd first gave him the middle finger, then switched to a thumbs up. Impressive, that's unbeatable. Even Chen Yi was impressed. A guy like him, a real player, couldn't pull off the whole childhood sweethearts thing. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and call your sister-in-law or brother's girlfriend over. When there are more men around, they tend to get rowdy, but it's all in good fun. Do Pang and Jia Yiba exchanged glances, saying nothing. Damn it, so the whole dorm is just the two of us who are single. Who else has a girlfriend? Come clean now. If they're still on campus, bring them over here. Chen Yi called out again, but no one responded. That's more like it. We all studied so hard in high school, who had time for romance? Even I, your older brother, only found my girlfriend a few days ago. Chapter 76, System Dad Upgrades. Everyone waited there for a short while before finally seeing Wang Anqia's girlfriend. She was a girl named Mu Jing from the law school, who was pretty decent looking and had a very outgoing personality. The only downside was that her skin was a bit too dark. Of course, she couldn't compare to the stunning beauties like Biao Biao and Xiao Gongju, but she was outgoing and quickly became friends with a group of guys. Many single gentlemen approached her, asking if she knew any pretty girls in the law school. Mu Jing patted her chest and promised to introduce her roommates and classmates to them, causing a commotion. Of course, how much of that was genuine and how much was just talk was up to interpretation. After walking a short distance, they encountered Li, the counselor, who led a group of students out of the school gates and headed toward the nearby commercial district. This area was a university town with 6 or 7 universities. The commercial street was bustling with people, mostly students. You could find all kinds of snacks and trinkets here, and everything was reasonably priced, catering to the student demographic. Li, the tutor, found a street food stall with prices that looked very affordable. It was still early, so there weren't many people. We found 3 empty tables outside that could seat all of us. Li, the tutor, took the menu, didn't even glance at it, and handed it to Chen Yi. I'm just tagging along, so you order. Chen Yi didn't hesitate, took the menu, and started ordering. Lamb skewers, lamb tendon, beef tendon, and large kidney were must orders. We ordered 30 pounds of small lobsters first. There were so many of us, after all. Beer had to be ordered by the case, and soybeans and peanuts needed to be served in bowls. Chen Yi also took care of the 2 girls, not letting them drink alcohol, but ordering drinks for them instead. Everyone looked on with admiration, wondering how Chen Gu could find such girls. This attention to detail, why didn't I think of that? Soon, all the food and drinks were served. Everyone started drinking and eating enthusiastically. A bottle of beer went down in one gulp, and the barriers between everyone disappeared instantly. Though alcohol isn't good for you, it's truly the best way to bring people closer together. Among the group of male students, 2 stood out to Chen Yi in particular. One was named Wei Zhang, the same name as a famous advisor from the Tang dynasty. However, this guy wasn't the type to speak his mind. He was a typical northeastern man. His muscles were so well developed that Chen Yi felt he was even stronger than himself. Of course, a muscular appearance doesn't necessarily mean raw strength. Chen Yi's body, enhanced by his system dad, was in a sense a perfect state. This northeastern gentleman is particularly loud and rowdy, especially after drinking. He would get into a commotion with others while coming over to wrap his arm around Chen Yi's shoulder, muttering things like, "Chen Gu, you're treating today, next time I'll buy you drinks. Old buddy, don't be stingy," exuding a particularly generous and carefree demeanor. Besides Wei Zhang, there was another guy named Gong Yunoyu who caught Chen Yi's attention. There was no other reason. This guy was just way too effeminate. Standing at 1.9 meters tall, he was the tallest in the class, with shoulder-length hair, looking particularly melancholic and artistic. However, he spoke slowly and deliberately, even with a hint of a sultry, flirtatious tone. Hearing him speak made one feel as though someone was pinching lotus fingers. Moreover, his family was also well off, probably with a few million or even tens of millions in assets. This wasn't something Chen Yi had figured out on his own, but rather something someone else had mentioned. "Hey, Gong Yunoyu, did you see your parents drop you off in a Porsche?" Gong Yunoyu's personality is also a bit effeminate. He shyly nodded once. A 6'3" muscular guy making that expression. It wasn't disgusting, just kind of amusing. At that moment, a student from class 2 said, "I thought Chen Gu looked familiar. This afternoon at the school gate, weren't you riding in a Rolls Royce? That car was even a phantom model. Your aura was absolutely breathtaking." Many people were so stunned they thought they were at some prestigious school. I had the same thought and stood there for a long time before coming to my senses. This guy was clearly trying to brown nose. Everyone else heard this and, regardless of how much they had drunk, instinctively looked over. Although they didn't know how much a Rolls-Royce Phantom cost, most people knew it wasn't cheap, at least a few $1,000,000. Chen Gu must be from a wealthy family. Then everyone was speechless because Yu Jinyu, sitting next to Chen Yi, was smiling and chatting casually. She didn't eat much either. She was slowly peeling a small lobster, then handing the meat to Chen Yi's mouth. Once he opened his mouth to eat, she gently peeled the next one. Everyone immediately grew serious, revealing expressions of admiration, as if to say, "That's how a real man should be." Wang Anqi glanced at Chen Yi and Eugeniu, then looked down at the small lobster she was peeling for her girlfriend. Finally, she turned her head to look at Mu Jing. Mu Jing's eyes widened, and Wang Anqi immediately felt guilty and lowered her head, resuming her task of peeling the shrimp. Even Li, the tutor over there, couldn't help but look at Chen Yi with envy. Everyone was certain at that moment this was definitely the spoiled son of a wealthy family. Once the alcohol started flowing, everyone was completely intoxicated. They quickly became familiar with one another. Among the male students, not all were the outgoing and rowdy types. There were also a few who had been quiet and studious during high school. However, as long as one had decent emotional intelligence, they knew that if you didn't drink or join in the chaos, you wouldn't fit in with the group. So, one by one, they forced themselves to drink. One of the good students couldn't handle a few sips, while another seemed to have discovered a new world, downing several bottles without batting an eyelid. Li, the tutor, also got drunk. Since he wasn't even 30 yet, no one called him Mr. Li or Tutor Li anymore. Everyone just called him Li the King, the new nickname they had given him. The meal took 2 hours, and in the end, Li Tianwang felt that continuing the chaos wasn't appropriate, so he told everyone to go home. Chen Yi settled the bill, which came to just over 3,000 yuan. With nearly 20 people eating so much, it still didn't even amount to half of what he and his girlfriend had spent on lunch. After the meal, Chen Yi called a proper taxi for Eugeniu. Before she got in, he, still reeking of alcohol, instructed her, "Send me a WeChat when you get to school." "Got it, sugar daddy, hurry back. Don't drink tonight, okay? Mwah." He lifted her toes and kissed her, followed by a chorus of cheers. Bitch then got into the taxi and waved goodbye to Chen Yi. Once the taxi had left, the others had also finished cleaning up. They didn't bother returning the unfinished alcohol, instead taking it back to the dormitory. They also packed up some cold dishes and grilled skewers to take with them as a midnight snack. A few people who couldn't hold their alcohol were drunk and disoriented, so the others helped carry them back. Back at school, Li Tianwang instructed everyone to go to bed early and not stay up too late, as there was a class meeting tomorrow afternoon, after which he would leave. He had also drunk quite a bit. A group of drunk guys, reeking of alcohol, hurried back. However, the school gate was too far from the dormitory, and halfway there, someone couldn't hold it in and vomited. Everyone decided to stay put for a while to sober up. The night in Shanghai was still quite stuffy. By 8 o'clock, there were still quite a few people strolling around the campus. A dozen or so men were either squatting, standing, or vomiting, and the sight was quite unsettling. Then the men began their customary activity, their eyes gleaming as they stared at the female students passing by. "Wow, that girl over there has such big breasts. Wow, look at that one, those legs are amazing. Look, what do you think of that girl? She's my type. Damn, is your taste in women off? I think she's just average. You're the one with the bad taste. She's so beautiful, and you call her average? Chenggu, come judge for us. Is that girl good looking or not? Which one? I didn't notice. I was looking over there." A group of people are gossiping about her, and the girls walking by are all hurrying away. Where did this bunch of thugs come from? Should we call security to get rid of them? The one squatting in the middle of the road, smoking a cigarette, must be the leader of the thugs, right? No, the leader of the thugs is actually pretty handsome. My heart is racing. Many girls were glancing at Chen Yi, and some were also looking at Gong Yu. Though he was a bit effeminate, his melancholic aura was still quite appealing to girls. Chen Yi had a cigarette hanging from the corner of his mouth. It was given to him by Wei Zhang. Chen Yi doesn't smoke, he just doesn't have the urge, but that doesn't mean he can't. Sometimes, when he wants to look cool, he needs a cigarette. Hey! That girl is looking at me. Chen Yi immediately flashes a mischievous smile, revealing his pearly whites, which makes the girl blush and run away. However, there were actually some bold girls who approached him to ask for his WeChat, but Chen Yi politely refused with a smile, saying, "Sorry, I have a girlfriend, but thank you anyway." Watching the girl leave disappointed, Chen Yi sighed, "Actually, whether you have a girlfriend or not doesn't matter. The main thing is that you need to be a bit more attractive." After hanging out with a group of people for an hour, they finally returned to the dormitory. However, no one could sleep, so they opened Chen Yi's door and the door of the room across from him, and a group of people gathered together to continue drinking, bragging, and playing cards. The commotion eventually attracted the dormitory manager. It wasn't until everyone was exhausted that they finally went back to sleep. The all-night commotion had its benefits. It established a small clique centered around Chen Yi, representing the male influence of English Class 1 and part of English Class 2. A few people took showers. Jia Yiba had drunk too much and fell asleep snoring loudly. Do Peng had also drunk quite a bit and couldn't move on the bed. Only the old-timer Wang Anqi, true to his reputation, had controlled his drinking pace. Though he had drunk a lot, he was still fairly alert. The beds in the dormitory were a bit hard, but they make do for now. They asked the Ritz-Carlton to send a better mattress in a few days. Chen Yi lay on the bed, chatting with Biao Biao and Xiao Gongju, enjoying himself immensely. By around 11 o'clock, Chen Yi finally remembered the important matter. What should he do with the over 200,000 yuan? Was he really going to tip the female streamers? No, besides tipping female streamers, there are actually some good things I can do. Shenny directly found the charitable organization of a certain Korean celebrity, donated 1,000 yuan to test the waters, and after seeing his system experience bar increase, he donated all 200,000 yuan in one go. Let me use my money to make a small contribution to those in need. When I have more money in the future, I'll do even more. When one is successful, one should benefit all under heaven. When one is poor, one should cultivate oneself. Currently, Shenny doesn't even have enough money for himself, so he naturally doesn't think about giving back to society. However, once he does have plenty of money in the future, he won't mind engaging in some charitable work. Ding! Watching the system level up to level 2, Shenny waited calmly for midnight to arrive. Chapter 76, The System's Flaw and New Tasks. Chapter 77, System Patches Vulnerabilities and New Tasks. As midnight approached, Shenny grew increasingly tense. What if, at midnight, the system suddenly crashes and tells him, the system has failed? Your future now depends on your own efforts? Shenny would probably collapse first. The carefully crafted personas of the Divine Tycoon and Chen the Young Master would crumble instantly, and he'd have to sell his Ferrari for cash. Then he'd have to decide whether to start a business or just drift through life. At this moment, Shenny couldn't help but admire the mental resilience of the protagonists in novels. Don't you ever worry that the system might suddenly disappear? That would leave you with nothing in an instant. Lying on his dorm bed, Shenny stared at the ceiling, feeling both anxious and hopeful. At the same time, he gained some clarity. The system is merely a tool to pave the way for you to climb the mountain and clear all obstacles in your path. However, it does not provide a sense of security. Instead, it imposes the heaviest pressure on you. Because everything you have is from the system. Without it, you lose everything. In such a situation, one's mind would inevitably collapse completely, and even thoughts of suicide might arise. Therefore, I should utilize the system's advantages to build a stable world for myself. Even if the system were to disappear one day, I would still be the same wealthy individual, the same Chen Dashi. Just as Chun Yi's confusion about the future began to give way to a more determined path, the system arrived as promised. Ding! System upgrade. Name Chun Yi. Level LV2 210. Title Golden Spear and Iron Horse. Skills XXX. None of this matters. What matters is money. Shenny quickly glanced over and felt his heart sink. Alright, no problem. The money is all there, and it's even gone from 10 million to 20 million. Without a second thought, he activated the withdrawal function. After all, the money was safer in the system than in a bank. When Shenny saw the text message from the world's largest bank and his balance had increased to just over 20 million, the last weight on his heart was lifted. Alright, I can go live it up again. Even if I were to keep that and her entire dorm as mistresses, it wouldn't be a problem. Shenny hummed a tune by Zhou Jia while redirecting his attention back to the system. System upgrade task. The annual turnover of the company created by the host must reach 10 million. Note, cheating is not allowed. Upon seeing this, Chun Yi's expression grew serious. Sure enough, the system's upgrade task had changed. If it was still the same task of spending money, it would have been too easy. If he was willing, he could easily meet the requirement by buying a house, especially since he now knew that even donations and transfers counted as expenses. The previous task had been a breeze. The task to upgrade from level 1 to level 2 felt like the system was just giving it away, letting him get a taste of what it's like to be rich. However, the task to upgrade from level 2 to level 3 finally presented some challenges. Was this a loophole being patched? Shenny muttered to himself. Shenny's largest expense so far was buying a Ferrari, which cost over 7 million yuan, but that was money he spent freely, and no one bothered to investigate. Spending less than 100 million won't raise any eyebrows about your source of funds. For example, if someone gives you a few million now, you can use that money to buy a luxury mansion, and the real estate developer or seller will happily take your money without asking where it came from. However, if your spending reaches the 100 million level, such large sums aren't so easy to gloss over. Familiarize yourself with anti-money laundering laws. Unless your money doesn't go through banks, then there's no issue. Shenny has a system in place, and maybe the system is powerful enough to alter data, so it won't be detected. But when you spend money, someone receives it, and the recipient still has to go through a bank. But if you have a company, it's a different story. It's best if it's a cash cow type of company. With a massive cash flow as a foundation, as long as you don't go too overboard, you have a reasonable excuse to spend your money freely without anyone suspecting a thing. Of course, Shenny could just completely relax and do nothing. The system still sends him 20 million yuan in cash every month, which amounts to 240 million yuan a year. What kind of expenses could that cover? That's already a level of luxury that only a handful of people in the country can afford. If you asked Xiao Wang to come up with that amount of cash, he probably couldn't do it either. He'd have to go ask Lao Wang or sell off assets. As long as you believe the system won't disappear, this annual income is enough to achieve true financial freedom and live happily. However, relying solely on this money and having no other status or identity besides it, it's difficult to see anything beyond this level, let alone venture into higher realms. People strive for higher things, and water flows downward. Chenny still has that ambition and desire. So, why don't I just take on this task? What does 10 million yuan in annual turnover mean? It's not a lot, but it's not little either. It depends on the industry. If it's 10 million yuan in annual profit, that's a bit tricky, but if it's just turnover, it's quite easy. However, this easy task is nearly impossible for the average wage earner. The system doesn't allow cheating, mainly because it's too easy to cheat. For example, Chenny could start a medical device company and collaborate with the father of a wealthy young woman, and the task would be accomplished immediately. Medical device companies not only sell reagents but also medical equipment, which can cost millions or even tens of millions of dollars. By randomly purchasing equipment worth 10 million, paying some taxes, and meeting the turnover requirement, the task is completed. But since cheating isn't an option, they have to find another way. There's an upgrade package? Chenny clicked on it casually. He sat up abruptly in his deathbed. Chenny straightened his back and sat up on the bed, but after taking a closer look at what the upgrade package contained, he was disappointed and lay back down. What's this? It's just this? The items in the package were actually some formulas. At first, Chenny thought they might be formulas for something like cola. If that were the case, he could have started a food empire with that. However, Chenny soon realized that the formulas were more akin to the ingredients of milk tea. If the taste was good, it would at most allow him to open a popular chain of milk tea shops. However, the system was indeed thoughtful. After giving you a task with a turnover of 10 million, it immediately followed up with a recipe. This was almost like telling you outright to follow its instructions, and you would be able to complete the task. But Chenny wasn't planning to follow the system's approach. You have to start with one store first. If it's really good, you can expand gradually as word of mouth spreads and open more branches. But by the time you complete this task, it'll probably take several months. How troublesome. Chenny had other ideas. He wanted a cash cow business with relatively low costs. In this day and age, the best option was mobile games. The money from otaku and women was the easiest to make. With a rough idea in mind, Chenny closed his eyes. These things can be done gradually, there's no rush. He's not a true entrepreneur who needs to exhaust himself or tread carefully through the challenges of starting a business. After all, he has the system as his backup. So-called entrepreneurship is more like a game he can afford to lose. Little Wang has old Wang as his backer, but I have the system as my backer. We're all the same. Besides, I'm still a student. The next thing I have to deal with is military training. Let's just wait until after that. Thinking this, Chenny also fell asleep. Chapter 78, The Poor Student. Where's the boss? The hangover was still unbearable. The next morning, Jiaiba and Dopeng woke up and looked beside them to see that Chenyi's bed was empty. On the other bed, Wang Yanqi was holding a laptop on her lap and playing a game. The previous night, they had all drunk too much and felt that calling Chenyi brother Chen wasn't intimate enough. Since they were all in the same dormitory, they decided to just call him Big Brother. In reality, Wang Yanqi was the oldest in the dorm, followed by Jiaiba, Chenyi was third, and Dopeng was the youngest. However, they didn't follow the traditional ranking system based on age, so they just called the oldest one Big Brother. Wang Yanqi glanced at the two of them and said, "The boss said he had something to do this morning and left early. If you're tired, keep sleeping. We have a class meeting this afternoon." Dopeng and Jiaiba heard this and lay back down on their beds. However, their headaches had subsided, so they started playing on their phones. This was probably the lifestyle of most college students. Chenny was carrying a bag and walking toward the teacher's office building. Today was September 1st, originally scheduled as the first day of school, but the school had postponed it by a day, so military training would begin tomorrow. At this time, besides the group of freshmen, seniors from other grades had already returned to school to complete their registration. The first few days of school were always filled with various tasks, making the office building bustling with activity. Upon finding his advisor's office, Chenny knocked on the door. "Come in." Hearing Li Tianwan's voice, Chenny pushed the door open and immediately saw Li Tianwang sitting behind a desk. From his appearance, it was clear he drank frequently, and there was no sign of the excessive drinking from the night before. Standing in front of the desk was a female student, not very tall, probably around 5 feet 2 inches, wearing a faded white blouse and a pair of old, worn-out pants, but both were washed exceptionally clean. Glancing down, unlike the shoes that most girls would carefully select, the girls' shoes were the kind sold at street stalls for 20 or 30 yuan a pair, easily distinguishable by their craftsmanship and color. She was clearly from a poor family, Chenny could tell at a glance. The female student was facing away from Chenny, so his face was temporarily out of sight. However, even from the first glance at her silhouette, Chenny got two impressions. First, she was very thin, with arms so slender that they seemed almost skeletal, though not to the point of being bony. She probably weighed no more than 70 pounds, but her skin was exceptionally smooth and radiant. The second was fragility. When Chenny entered the room, the girl instinctively shrunk her neck and stood motionless before the counselor, her head bowed, looking terrified. She must be from some remote mountain village. Chenny shook his head slightly, but he couldn't help but admire her. In such a poverty-stricken area, educational resources are extremely limited. If a village could produce a college student who passed the entrance exam for a top-tier university, it would be cause for a big celebration. And the Shanghai Language School is already among the best in the undergraduate program. For this girl to have made it out of such a remote area, the effort she must have put in is beyond imagination. Pushing aside his thoughts, Chenny took a few steps forward and stood beside the female student, glancing sideways but still unable to see her face. The girl was simply too timid, keeping her head down the entire time. Her hair was slightly long and disheveled, with strands hanging down to obscure her face. "Chenny, what do you need me for?" Upon seeing Chenny, Li Tianwang didn't put on any airs as a tutor, he simply smiled and greeted him. "Nothing much, just came over to discuss something with you." Chenny smiled at Li Tianwang and placed the bag he was holding on his desk. As the bag landed, Li Tianwang caught a glimpse of what was inside. Wow, 53-degree flying heaven Maotai, and there are 5 bottles. Maotai wine is a household name in China, and it's no exaggeration to call it the best wine in the world. It's perfect for gifting to superiors, hosting friends, or family gatherings. If you're ever unsure what wine to choose, Maotai is always the safe bet. Even 3 years later, Maotai's stock price surpassed that of the world's largest bank. Maotai strictly controls its production volume, so it never has trouble selling its products. It has even become a part of Chinese culture. If you take Maotai to any small shop and ask to buy it, everyone will want to buy it. It can even be said that it has become synonymous with money, a form of general equivalent. These 5 bottles of Flying Heaven Maotai aren't too expensive, as they're not the aged varieties from the 1990s. Together, they only cost around 10,000 yuan. When giving gifts to Li Tianwang, there are certain considerations. It can't be too expensive or too cheap, and Maotai is just right. Upon seeing the 5 bottles of Flying Heaven Maotai, Li Tianwang immediately understood Chengyi's intentions. He then turned to the young woman who had been standing there all along and said with a friendly expression, "You student, I am aware of your family situation. Regarding part-time work and scholarship quotas, I will handle it for you. Given your circumstances, securing these quotas should not be an issue." The girl kept her head down and whispered, "Thank you, teacher." Her voice was so pleasant, like a girl cooing, and she had a slight accent. Although Chenny wasn't very familiar with regional accents, he could tell she was probably from Sichuan. "There's no need to thank me, it's just my job. You can go back now, you. Don't forget to attend the class meeting this afternoon. Do you know which classroom it's in?" Li Tianwan waved his hand and said, looking quite authoritative. "Yes, it's room 107 in Building 5. Building 5 is the main teaching building for the English department, where most of the core courses are held." "Alright, got it. You can go back now." "Alright, teacher." The girl surnamed Yu obediently stepped back, and Chenny didn't see her face the entire time, but she gave off the impression of a startled young deer. Once the office was empty, Chenny let loose, grabbed a chair, placed it across from the desk, sat down, and said, "Alright, Mr. Li, you sure know how to act like a big shot. All you do is bully female students." After yesterday's meal, Chenny and the counselor had become quite close. Though they were 10 years apart in age, there wasn't much of a generation gap between them. Why did Chenny invite so many people to dinner yesterday and act so down-to-earth while playing around with everyone? This is called eating someone's food and feeling indebted. Except for those without a conscience, anyone who is treated to a meal will feel like they owe you something. Plus, since everyone can have fun together, calling him Brother Chen just rolls off the tongue. "I've always been this way, it's you who lacks respect for elders." Li Tianwan laughed and scolded him. Since Chenny had already seen him drunk yesterday, there was no need to keep up the act. He simply lit a cigarette. He was different from a typical counselor or teacher. Instead of pretending to be a teacher and micromanaging everyone, it was better to maintain good relationships with the students so they wouldn't cause trouble for him. "What was that female student earlier? Is she from our class?" That girl surnamed Yu left a deep impression on Chenny. She just asked an extra question. "Yeah, she is a poor student from a mountain village who managed to get into our school. It wasn't easy for her to get here. If you can help her, do your best." "How can I help? Send her 10,000 yuan every month? Then please help me too, I'm pretty poor as well." Li Tianwang made a joke. From the first time he met Chenny yesterday, he felt that Chenny was unusually mature and steady, not at all like a student, but more like someone his own age. So in front of Chenny, he didn't act like a strict teacher. After a pause, Li Tianwang continued, "It's just about helping out with small things in daily life whenever possible. But don't overdo it, people have their dignity. For example, if it's something like class fees, she should still pay her share." From this, it's clear that although Li Tianwang isn't exactly a model citizen, he is a decent person who understands that helping others isn't just about material things, you also have to respect their dignity and feelings. "Alright, if anything comes up, I'll help if I can." Chenny agreed immediately, saying these were all minor matters. Li Tianwang glanced at the flying heaven manhwa on the table and spoke bluntly, "Spit it out. What do you want from me? Let's make it clear first, I won't do anything that violates my principles." Chapter 79, Need a Ferrari to buy groceries. Someone like Chen Yi, a second-generation rich kid with a wealthy family, isn't particularly common in universities, but they do exist. Among the classes Li Tianwang himself taught, there was currently only Chen Yi, but he knew that some of his colleagues had similar second-generation students in their classes. However, this was not a middle school or high school, nor was it one of those unaccredited universities. It was a 211 university, where the potential was immense. Some of the professors and principals there were influential figures who could reach high places. As an academic advisor like Li Tianwang, although his status in the school isn't particularly high, he doesn't need to fear the wealthy second-generation students, as he at least has the school to back him up. While academic credentials don't guarantee character, those who manage to get into such a prestigious university are generally well educated from their high school days. Therefore, it's rare to see students or parents causing trouble on campus just because they're wealthy. That's more common in middle and high schools. However, while counselors may not fear these wealthy second-generation students, they generally avoid offending them. In university, counselors and students have a hierarchical relationship, but in society, the influence and resources a university counselor possesses are no match for those of wealthy second-generation individuals. Therefore, having an extra friend means having an extra connection. As an adult who has been struggling in society for years, I am well aware of these dynamics. As long as Chen Yi doesn't ask for help with cheating on exams or stealing exam papers, these are principal issues Li Tianwang has decided to help whenever possible. Chen Yi didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Due to some family matters, I might not be able to stay on campus sometimes, so." Chen Yi didn't finish his sentence, but Li Tianwang immediately understood what he meant. Hey, it's just a small matter. In principle, undergraduate students are required to stay in the dormitory at night, and there are dormitory checks. But this isn't a major principal issue. It's not just Chen Yi, many students have actually discussed this issue with their academic advisors. However, academic advisors are selective. They usually reject requests from ordinary students because it's school policy. But for outstanding students like Chen Yi, some flexibility can be granted. Upon hearing it was such a minor matter, Li Tianwang immediately decided, "Alright, I'll inform the dormitory manager. Just tell them you have special circumstances and might not be able to return to the dormitory at night. It's such a small matter, why bother bringing anything? Plus, I don't drink white wine, keeping it would be a waste. You should just take it back." Li Tianwang felt that the favor Chen Yi asked him to do was too small to warrant such a generous gift. Chen Yi shook his head and smiled. "Li Tianwang, if you don't drink it, you can give it to someone else. Give it to a superior who drinks, or give it to your future father-in-law. Those are all good options." Li Tianwang was moved by this. Yesterday, after drinking too much, the two had a deep conversation, during which Chen Yi learned that Li Tianwang had a girlfriend and was about to get married. When the time comes, you can take the flying heaven manhwa to your future father-in-law's house as a gift. Your fiancé will be happy, and your future father-in-law will be happy too. Everyone will be delighted. Chen Yi's words hit the mark for Li Tianwang. As a tutor, his salary wasn't that high. He couldn't afford 5 bottles of flying heavenly manhwa with his monthly pay. He glanced at Chen Yi and sighed inwardly, thinking that Chen Yi was truly impressive. He had spoken so convincingly that he couldn't refuse. "Alright, since you put it that way, I'll take it." This time, Li Tianwang was truly convinced. Seeing this, Chen Yi smiled slightly. Who do college students interact with the most on campus? It's undoubtedly their academic advisor. As for department heads, they're usually seasoned veterans in their 40s or older, and it's hard to build connections with them. Moreover, as long as it wasn't something major, most minor issues would be handled at the advisor level and wouldn't escalate to the department. If you maintain a good relationship with your academic advisor, you can enjoy your university years to the fullest. Academic advisors usually turn a blind eye and pretend not to see anything. Once the task was completed, Chen Yi had no interest in staying any longer. He chatted with Li Tianwang for a while before preparing to leave. Li Tianwang didn't try to keep him, as there was nothing to hold him back. However, upon seeing Chen Yi about to leave, he paused for a moment before saying, "Chen Yi, would you like to be class president? That's what you meant by if you agree, it's already decided." Li Tianwang wasn't offering the position because Chen Yi had given him something. He was thinking of himself. He had already noticed that Chen Yi was capable and efficient. Just look at last night, he had already become the core of the first-year boys' circle, and even the 3 boys from the second class were calling him Chen Go Brother Chen. Even he himself couldn't resist Chen Yi and was completely at his mercy. Handing over the class to someone like this would allow him, as the counselor, to relax and just coast by without doing anything. However, while Li Tianwang wanted to coast by, Chen Yi wanted it even more. He flatly refused. Forget it. Who wants to be class president? It's nothing but a pile of headaches. You have to report everything to the class. How troublesome is that? Seeing that Chen Yi had no intention of taking the role, Li Tianwang could only sigh and wave his hand. After all, a university class monitor had little real power, and many people were indeed unwilling to take it. Even the student council president is just someone who can show off on campus, but once they enter society, they don't have much use. Except for those exceptionally talented individuals, even if you graduated from prestigious universities like Tsinghua or Zhejiang University, you'd still end up as a corporate drone, the only difference being whether you're a high-level or low-level one. What society values most is your work ability. When an interviewer asks you, "What skills do you have?" If you reply, "I used to be the student council president, I know how to manage people," the interviewer will probably roll their eyes and say, "We have plenty of managers, we don't need another one. We're hiring people to work 996, not managers." Managing a student council and managing a company are two completely different things. Of course, someone like a student council president might be able to utilize their skills in a government agency, but if you don't have connections, you'll just end up in an entry-level position, and your abilities won't be put to use. Before leaving, Chen Yi thought of something else and asked, "Li Tianwang, is there a parking spot near the dormitory? Do we need to apply for any permits or documents?" Li Tianwang heard this and waved his hand, saying, "There's one north of your dormitory, pretty close to your dormitory building. But those are for teachers. If you need one, I can ask for one for you. Anyway, those parking spots aren't being used." "Alright, that's a lot of trouble for you, Li Tianwang. Alright, I see you don't want to stay here long. Hurry up and go. Don't forget to come to the class meeting this afternoon. I don't want the first class meeting to be incomplete." "Don't worry, I'll definitely be there," Chen Yi assured him with a smile. Chen Yi asked about the parking spot because he had driven his Ferrari back from the Ritz-Carlton when he went to buy Mao Tai today. This school is just too big. You can't even go out to buy groceries without a car. How is that possible? At least you need a Ferrari that can buy groceries. As he stepped out of the academic building, the weather was still hot. Just as Chen Yi was about to go to his car, he suddenly spotted a familiar figure. It was the same impoverished female college student he had seen earlier in the office. She must have had other things to do in the building, which is why she was still there after Chen Yi and the counselor had been talking for so long. After thinking for a moment, Chen Yi walked over and called out, "Student, wait a moment." Chapter 80, Yu Zishi. "Hey, wait up." Chen Yi called out, but the girl didn't stop. She kept walking forward, either because she didn't hear him or because she thought he wasn't calling her. With no other option, Chen Yi called out again, "Miss Yu, wait a moment." This time, the girl finally realized he was calling her. Her slender figure came to a halt, standing there motionless. Chen Yi hurried over, bending down slightly since she was under 5 feet tall, and finally saw her face. He had expected her to look plain and unremarkable, but upon seeing her face, Chen Yi was taken aback. There wasn't a trace of makeup on her face, she was completely natural. Chen Yi understood girls from poor families didn't have extra money to spend on cosmetics. At first glance, she wasn't stunningly beautiful, but she exuded a fresh, natural elegance that was particularly pure. It wasn't the kind of purity that was overly innocent, like a school beauty queen, but rather a natural purity, reminiscent of a delicate and graceful maiden living in a secluded valley. It's as if this girl shouldn't be in a modern international metropolis, but rather living in the mountains, weaving silk from silkworms. Mountains and waters resemble Zhonglin Minqiu, only you mountain can compare. For some reason, Chen Yi couldn't help but think of this phrase. Judging by appearance alone, this girl might score just over 90 points, but paired with her unique aura, even Chen Yi, a seasoned veteran, found himself unable to rate her. This is a matter of personal taste. If there was one flaw in this girl, it was that she was too thin, almost to the point of being heartbreaking. However, some people might just prefer girls who are extremely thin. The girl noticed Chen Yi staring at her and grew a bit nervous. She recognized Chen Yi as the young man who had walked into the counselor's office earlier and was chatting with the counselor. In her mind, counselors were like high school teachers, people who deserved special respect and were a bit intimidating. Where she lived, teachers were the most respected profession. The fact that Chen Yi could chat so casually with the counselor made him seem incredibly impressive in her eyes. However, being stared at like this made her feel uneasy. "Excuse me, do you need help?" Yu Zishi whispered, still too afraid to look up. Chen Yi realized that staring at the girl like that wasn't appropriate, so he straightened up and smiled. "Are you from English class 1? "Yes. "Great, we're classmates. I saw you at Li Tianli's tutoring session earlier and just came over to say hello. By the way, what's your name?" Chen Yi only knew her surname was Yu and didn't ask her full name. "Yu Zishi." Her voice was so soft that if Chen Yi hadn't had good hearing, he probably wouldn't have heard her. Upon hearing the name, Chen Yi was pleasantly surprised. He had assumed that someone from a mountain village would have a unique name, like Zhang Quandan or Wang Hongyan, and had already prepared himself not to laugh at her name. But who could have guessed that her name was so poetic? Instantly, her beautiful, delicate face, combined with her natural, unadorned charm and her name, made her seem like a fairy. "Your name is pretty nice. Who named you?" "The person who named you must be a cultured person. It immediately brings to mind the poem Yushi, Yushi, what can be done?" "It was my grandmother who named me." Yuzishi heard Chenyi compliment her name and immediately lifted her head. Her eyes, which had been shyly avoiding his gaze like a deer, sparkled with a gleam of light. Her eyebrows were as delicate as a crescent moon, and her small lips curled into a faint smile, leaving a dimple like a pear blossom. She wasn't happy because the name was beautiful, but because the beautiful name was given to her by her grandmother. This girl must have a close relationship with her grandmother, or perhaps it was the kind of deep bond found in a mountain village where people rely on each other for survival. Then she quickly lowered her head, her small hands clutching the faded hem of her shirt, feeling awkward and uneasy. Chenyi took a deep breath. To be honest, this girl didn't arouse any lecherous thoughts in him. Instead, he felt more pity and sympathy. Look how skinny she is, with hardly any flesh on her face. She looks so pitiful. People say that girls should have collarbones because they make you look slimmer and more beautiful. But the collarbone area under this girl named Yuzishi's shirt was more like skin and bones than anything else. Are you heading back to the dorm? I'm going to eat. Yuzishi's voice was still as soft as a mosquito's buzz, very quiet. Eating? Why not go with your roommate? Chenyi found it odd. This girl seemed a bit timid, but she didn't appear to be the type who couldn't get alone with others. Plus, she already looked so miserable. If anyone in the dorm was bullying her, it would be truly heartless. They went out to eat. A simple, light-hearted remark made Chenyi understand why she chose to eat alone. The people in the dorm were all new acquaintances, so they wanted to go out for a meal to get to know each other better. However, Yuzishi clearly couldn't afford it and didn't want to waste money, so she chose to eat on campus instead. The university cafeteria is relatively cheaper, and students like her who are financially struggling usually receive subsidies. Chenyi thought about it and realized he hadn't been to the school cafeteria yet, so he said, I'm also hungry. Want to go to the cafeteria together? The girl didn't seem to refuse, she just murmured a soft yes. Do you know where the cafeteria is? I'm not familiar with the area. Over there. Yuzishi pointed to the building across the street. Let's go then. It's not far. It's so hot out here, let's not stay in the sun. Chenyi walked toward the shade of a nearby tree, and Yuzishi followed closely behind him. Chenyi didn't bother to drive either. After all, it wasn't that far, and to be honest, showing off wealth in front of such a girl seemed pointless. In Yuzishi's eyes, cars didn't have any brand distinctions, and she definitely had no concept of how much a Ferrari was worth. To have worked her way out of poverty and into such a prestigious university was something worthy of everyone's respect. The effort she must have put in was beyond what most people could imagine. In fact, Chenyi thought it would be best if this girl wasn't corrupted by the chaos of the big city. Where are you from? I'm from Sichuan, Chongqing. After a pause, she specified further, from Mianyang in Sichuan, Chongqing. Sure enough, she was a Sichuan girl. People say Sichuan girls have good skin, and now Chenyi believed it. Though she was a bit malnourished, her skin was truly beautiful, not the snow-white, jade-like complexion, but rather a translucent, clear radiance, like mountain spring water. However, this is also because she is still young. If she doesn't supplement her nutrition and take good care of herself as she ages, she could easily develop the yellowish complexion commonly seen in rural areas. Thinking about it that way, it's really a bit heartbreaking. Chapter 81, The Unpretentious Girl. There wasn't just one cafeteria in the school. This one was close to the classroom and office building, likely intended for teachers. Chenyi hadn't been to the other cafeterias on campus, so he didn't know what they were like. However, this one was relatively small and not very crowded, with most of the diners still being students. The first floor is a typical large pot-style cafeteria, while the second floor offers various snacks like spicy hot pot, braised pork rice, and fried rice, resembling a food street. Compared to the food on the second floor, the first floor is naturally cheaper. Yuzishi stood in line quietly at the back, and Chenyi didn't say much either, following behind her. Most boys of this age don't bother to dress up. Chenyi, however, was dressed in an Hermes outfit. The price of the clothes didn't matter much, what was important was his fashionable styling. The colors he chose weren't the typical black and white preferred by most boys, and combined with his natural good looks and charisma, he easily caught the attention of the girls. Many girls around them glanced over, but Chenyi was used to such attention. The school meal cards hadn't been distributed yet, and they were probably going to be handed out during the afternoon class meeting today. So for the next 2 days, the cafeteria would still accept payments via WeChat Pay and Alipay. When it was Yuzishi's turn, she looked at the food carefully. Chenyi knew she wasn't looking at the food itself, but at the prices. Sure enough, she only ordered a bowl of rice and 2 very cheap vegetables that looked like cabbage, totaling around 5 yuan. In 2017, it was already quite challenging to eat a filling meal for 5 yuan. Such a budget might only be feasible in a university cafeteria like this. If she were to eat outside, 5 yuan wouldn't even buy much of anything. The woman serving the food glanced at Yuzishi and gave her a bit more rice and vegetables, clearly recognizing her as a student from a disadvantaged background. However, due to work regulations, she dared not give Yuzishi anything extra. Thank you. Yuzishi murmured her thanks. Then Chenyi saw her take out her phone to pay. Fortunately, she didn't have a smartphone, but the phone she was using was clearly a generic model, probably costing only a few hundred yuan. However, it was functional, with all basic features, including Alipay and WeChat, though she wasn't very proficient in using them. It seems that the government's poverty alleviation efforts have been quite effective. Although some areas remain impoverished due to various reasons, at least they haven't become completely disconnected from mainstream society. When it was Chen Yi's turn, he ordered 3 chicken legs, 4 dishes, and 2 bottles of water. Looking back, he saw that Yu Zishi hadn't left. She was standing beside him holding a plate, waiting. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and take a seat, there won't be any left soon." Yu Zishi blushed and nodded, then found an empty table with Chen Yi and sat down. Glancing at the chicken drumstick on his plate, Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. This kind of commoner's food felt like he hadn't eaten it in ages. He actually missed it a bit. He picked up his chopsticks, directly grabbed one of the chicken legs, and placed it on Yu Zishi's plate. Then he moved one of the meat dishes he had bought over to her plate as well. Yu Zishi didn't react to the chicken leg at first, staring blankly at Chen Yi's actions. When he started moving the food around, she finally snapped out of it and hurriedly stopped him. "Classmate, what are you doing?" "Nothing, I ordered too much. I can't finish it all. We can't waste food, right? If you can't finish it, you have to throw it away. I see you ordered pretty little, so help me finish it." Yu Zishi looked at the extra meat in her plate and hesitated to pick up her chopsticks. Chen Yi didn't bother to respond. He opened 2 bottles of drink, took a sip from one, and placed the other in front of Yu Zishi, saying, "Here, it's on me." Seeing that Yu Zishi was about to say something, Chen Yi grew impatient. "We're classmates. What's wrong with buying you a drink and a meal? Don't overthink it." Chen Yi had expected Yu Zishi to hesitate, but to his surprise, she didn't hesitate at all. She lowered her head, licked her slightly dry lips, and said, "Thank you, I'll take you up on your offer." As she spoke, she raised her head to glance at Chen Yi, then blushed and lowered her head again, like a shy young girl washing silk by the stream. At 18 or 19, it's the age when people are curious about the opposite sex. Boys get shy when talking to pretty girls, and girls get shy when they see handsome guys. Poverty shouldn't stop people from liking handsome guys and beautiful girls, right? Chen Yi realized at that moment that this girl named Yu Zishi wasn't the timid type. She was probably just from a poor mountainous area and had never been to such a bustling metropolis before, which was why she was nervous and speak. That's actually better. If she were the overly timid or stubborn type, that would be pretty annoying. If you give her something worth thousands or even tens of thousands of dollars and she refuses, or if you invite her to eat a meal or drink some water and she strictly declines, it would only make the person trying to do something nice lose their enthusiasm, thinking their kindness was taken for granted. Being too stubborn isn't good either. No need to be polite. We're all classmates, helping each other is only natural. By the way, my name is Chen Yi. Li Tianwang, our class counselor, told me about your situation and asked me to help you with any difficulties or issues you might have. So if there's really a problem, don't keep it to yourself or ignore it. It'll just get more complicated later. Chen Yi was speaking from the heart, carefully observing Yu Zishi's emotions. Some people from extremely poor families have very strong self-respect. They refuse to talk about their family circumstances and would rather resort to deception than let others know they're poor, all for the sake of a little dignity. However, since Yu Zishi didn't shy away from discussing her family situation, Chen Yi felt reassured and grew more fond of her. "I understand. If there's ever a real difficulty, I'll speak up," Yu Zishi whispered, then secretly raised her eyebrows to glance at Chen Yi. After a moment, she said, Thank you, Chen Yi. You're a good person." "Put." Chen Yi almost laughed out loud, shaking his head helplessly. "What era are we in? Why are you still using such old-fashioned words to compliment someone? Don't you know that the meaning of good person has changed nowadays?" Seeing Yu Zishi's confused expression, Chen Yi waved his hand and said, "Never mind, let's eat." This girl couldn't possibly be the type who spends all day online. It's normal for her not to understand some of these references. Yu Zishi, however, grew nervous and said, "Did I say something wrong? If I did, I'll apologize. There are some things I really don't understand." "It's okay, you didn't say anything wrong. You should spend more time online in the future to learn more about the world. These days, just studying isn't enough. You need to gain more knowledge and be able to gather information effectively." Chen Yi thought for a moment and gave a fairly reasonable suggestion. Some impoverished mountainous areas are truly backward. Those who haven't been there can't imagine the lives of the children there, so it's not something to mock. It's like at the train station, you often see people from small towns with dark skin and honest, innocent faces, carrying a big bag, heading to the city. They're overwhelmed by the bustling city and stand there unsure of what to do, too afraid to ask. Yu Zishi is clearly such a girl. The glamorous international metropolis is completely at odds with the impoverished mountainous area where she once lived, which is why she is nervous, cautious, and speak, as she doesn't understand what many people are saying. Her personality isn't necessarily introverted, she's just not used to it yet. However, humans have a strong ability to adapt, and the city's assimilative power is also swift. It might not take long before Yuzishi adapts to her new life and learns more. Yuzishi took small bites of her food, but she had already taken Chen Yi's words to heart. Chapter 82, The Shy and Clear-Eyed Girl. Both of them were eating. Chen Yi was now strong and healthy, with a hearty appetite. However, he had been eating at high-end restaurants for the past 2 weeks, and suddenly switching to canteen food was a bit of an adjustment. For example, the chicken drumstick meat was of poor quality. While it looked decent on the outside, the inner part was still slightly raw. As for the other dishes, they were too greasy and smoky. If someone older were to eat this, they'd probably gain weight easily. I'm really becoming more particular these days. Chen Yi muttered to himself, shoveling down a few bites. He ate quickly, but his manners were particularly elegant, unlike the brisk eating style of a soldier or the desperate manner of someone starving to death. Because this is a skill, no mistake about it, this system skill is truly bizarre, covering every aspect of life. In the past, European nobles often attended various banquets, which required a lot of physical energy, but the mealtimes were short. As a result, they developed a set of techniques to eat quickly while maintaining elegant manners from a young age. Chen Yi, however, only needed to adopt the proper posture and make his movements more refined to gain skill experience. Over time, this became second nature to him. Yuzishi found Chen Yi's eating manner particularly pleasing to the eye and stared blankly for a few moments. However, when she saw Chen Yi take just a couple of bites before stopping, she asked in confusion, "Is it not tasty?" "No, I'm just not hungry today." "Come, eat more. I haven't touched this dish yet. You can have it all." Chen Yi immediately enthusiastically scooped all the untouched dishes from his plate and placed them into Yuzishi's plate. Yuzishi looked at the mountain of food on her plate and laughed helplessly. "I can't eat all of this. It's too much. Even if you can't finish it, eat it. Look how skinny you are, a breeze could blow you over. I usually tell others to eat more vegetables and less meat, but in your case, I have to tell you to eat more meat and less vegetables to get more nutrients," Chen Yi said seriously. Yuzishi opened her mouth, glanced at Chen Yi, then quickly lowered her head and continued to eat small bites. However, she did start picking out the meat to eat. Seeing this, Chen Yi smiled contentedly. He felt like he was raising a little pet. Watching Yuzishi keep shoveling food into her cherry-red mouth, he thought for a moment and said, "If you really can't finish it, just stop. Don't overeat. That's such a waste." Yuzishi looked at the food and said with a hint of sadness. No doubt in her past life, she had never wasted food like this before. Chen Yi didn't know what to say. If he told her to throw it away, it felt wrong, and he felt guilty toward Yuan grandfather. But if he told her to pack it up and take it home, it wasn't necessary to be so formal in the cafeteria. Then just eat the meat. Don't touch the vegetables or rice. All right. Yuzishi replied softly. She began to carefully pick out the meat from the dishes. After all, it was cafeteria food, there was meat, but certainly not a lot, because it was cheap. Even so, Yuzishi was still full. She stopped eating, held her stomach, and said with a hint of pain, "I can't eat anymore. I didn't tell you to really eat it all. Take care of your health." Chen Yi didn't know how to respond to this girl. Sometimes she seemed pretty flexible, but other times she was stubborn. Yuzishi looked at Chen Yi again. This time she was much bolder, not looking away immediately but shifting her gaze nervously after a moment. She spoke in a voice that sounded like a girl pouting, "Are you really not going to eat? You ate so little." Chen Yi waved his hand. "I'm really not hungry today. I ate breakfast too late." Of course, that was a lie. The truth was that Chen Yi genuinely disliked the cafeteria food. He wasn't so pretentious that he couldn't eat cheap food like this. He actually liked things like spicy hot pot and grilled skewers, but he had never liked canteen food since before his reincarnation. Yuzishi nodded and said softly, "When we have the chance, I'll treat you to a meal." Chen Yi was about to say it wasn't necessary, but before he could finish, Yuzishi added, "I'm actually pretty good at cooking. My grandfather even said I cook better than he does." He swallowed the words on the tip of his tongue and asked with interest, "You can cook?" After saying that, he wanted to slap himself. That was a given. Children from poor families usually knew how to cook. Not just cooking, but probably all kinds of household chores as well. If they were from a village, they could probably even farm. Thinking about it, Chen Yi looked at Yuzishi's hands. Sure enough, the skin on her hands wasn't as smooth and translucent as her face or the exposed part of her arms. It wasn't that Yuzishi's hands were unattractive. Her joints were delicate and feminine, and her nails were neatly trimmed. However, her overall skin was noticeably rougher, clearly the result of frequent household chores. As if sensing Chen Yi's gaze, Yuzishi quickly withdrew her hands and placed them on her knees under the table, then lowered her head and whispered, "My grandfather is the village chef. Whenever there's a big event in the village or town, they always ask him to cook. I've lived with my grandparents since I was a child, so I learned to cook from them by osmosis." Chen Yi laughed and said, "All right, I'll treat you to a meal. Next time, you cook for me, and we'll call it even. When I have the chance to buy some ingredients, you can cook for me. Don't argue. A chef's skills are more important than the ingredients. If you can cook yourself, that's a real treat for me." Chen Yi's words were very respectful. He wasn't inviting him out of pity but offering an equal exchange so that he could also have the chance to treat him. For someone from a poor family but with a strong sense of self-respect, such words were comforting to hear. Yuzishi heard this and her lips curled up into a shy smile, revealing 2 dimples. Her translucent skin flushed slightly, making her look as though she had applied blush, utterly adorable. She felt a bit embarrassed and said, "Don't get your hopes up too high. I might not cook to your taste. I'm from Sichuan in Chongqing, so the food I make might taste a bit different." Chen Yi paused for a moment and joked, "Just don't make it too spicy. I really can't handle spicy food." Seeing Chen Yi's frustrated expression, Yuzishi lowered her head, biting her lip and giggling softly, afraid to laugh too loudly. Chen Yi then took out his phone and sent a message in the dorm group chat, "Have you all eaten yet?" "Door, not yet. Should we wait for the boss to come back and eat together?" "I'll let them know you're coming back." Chen Yi, "Then wait in the dorm. I'll bring dinner back for you. Is the canteen food okay?" Anchi, "Holy cow, boss, you're bringing us dinner? I love you." Iba, "Boss, I love you too. I'll eat anything you bring, even if it's crap." Shen Yi, "You're so disgusting. You're just trying to get free food again." Anchi and Duier, "Take him to eat." Group, "Wait for me." Shen Yi said something to Yuzishi and then ran back to the food counter to buy meals for those idiots, also getting chicken legs and eggs, and asking the restaurant auntie to pack them up. Walking back to the dining table, Chen Yi placed the chicken legs and several boiled eggs in front of her and said, "Eat more meat to build up your strength. Don't think university is easy. You should study hard. Studying requires brainpower. How can you manage without proper nutrition? I'll see if I can bring you some milk or something later. Don't refuse. I'm counting on you to cook for me someday." Chen Yi came up with a pretty good reason, leaving Yuzishi with no way to refuse. Yuzishi exchanged a glance with him, then quickly lowered her head, her voice trembling slightly. "Thank you. Alright, go back to the dorm. I need to go feed those beasts, otherwise, they'll starve to death." Chen Yi held up the bag of food he was carrying. Yuzishi smiled. Her smile was still as shy, clear, and ethereal as if she had never tasted the world's sorrows, like the gentle breeze of nature. Chapter 83, The Freshman Who Drives a Ferrari. Chen Yi didn't let Yuzishi get into his car. She was already very beautiful and had a unique aura. If people saw her getting out of the passenger seat of his Ferrari and then found out she was a poor student, it would easily lead to gossip spreading around school. Especially since it would make her feel uncomfortable among the girls, making her an easy target for them. So after leaving the cafeteria, Chen Yi bid her farewell and watched her walk toward the dormitory. Carrying a bag of food, Chen Yi returned to the area near the teacher's building, where his car was parked. The Ferrari 812 isn't the best sports car out there. If you compare its specs to other models, it's not overly impressive. However, the latest flagship model of the Ferrari lineup truly has a stunning design. Even someone who knows nothing about cars would be captivated by its appearance. When Chen Yi went to start the car, he noticed a few guys gathered around it, pointing and chatting excitedly. A few girls passing by couldn't help but glance over. Chen Yi walked over, and the others didn't pay much attention until he took out the car keys, unlocked the door, and opened it. Then, all eyes turned to him in astonishment. Chen Yixiang maintained his cool demeanor, opened the trunk, placed the bag of food inside, and then started the car. Roar! The Ferrari's exhaust note was still as pleasant as ever, and no matter how you listened to it, it made you feel happy. The sound of a 7.5 million yuan car was indeed beautiful. Watching the Ferrari speed away from the parking lot, the girl who had been staring at him earlier excitedly exclaimed, "That guy is so handsome. He's such a hottie. The way he drives the Ferrari has already captivated me. I can't take it anymore, help me up, I'm having a heart attack." "Ha, you're just trying to get hit by a car. Go find that handsome guy to comfort you." The Ferrari sped through the campus. Well, it wasn't actually going that fast, no one dares to drive fast on campus. But its sleek, stylish design and the roaring sound of the engine as it passed through the school grounds drew the attention of countless people. Driving such a car is all about showing off, satisfying one's vanity. Many who have driven those luxury supercars know that there's nothing special about driving them. The most important thing is to get used to the stares from others. "That car sounds amazing, could it be Li Bin from our department?" "Li Bin? He drives a McLaren 540. This is the latest flagship model from Ferrari, the 812. This car could easily outclass Li Bin's car twice over." "Not Li Bin? Then who is it? I've never seen this car before." "I don't know, maybe it's a freshman from this year?" "Damn it, another rich kid has shown up at school, and this one seems even more arrogant than the last one. The school is so big, having a few second-generation kids is normal. Li Bin is a bit of a show-off, but I haven't seen him get into any conflicts with anyone. I remember Li Bin saying that his parents bought him the McLaren as a reward for getting into Shanghai International Studies University. I got into Xinyu too, why didn't my parents buy me one?" the guy said bitterly. "Go tell your parents. They'd probably have to get a mixed doubles team together." Sigh, I should have reincarnated into a better family next time. In the entire city of Shanghai, you don't see many supercars on the road, let alone at school. If a student drives a supercar, it's easy for everyone to find out. A car worth $1 million is something many affluent families can afford now, but they're usually for personal use. Those who can afford to buy a sports car worth over $3 million are not ordinary families. In a university of this size, such people are very rare. Instead, it's more common for socialites to rent cars to pick up girls. But even if they rent a car to pick up girls, they should go to places like the Shanghai Drama Academy. Driving the car all the way to the dormitory building, it was already mealtime, and all the school dormitories were close by. Chen Yi driving a Ferrari there was simply too conspicuous. From the start, Chen Yi hadn't bothered to be low-key. With his aura, he couldn't even be low-key. Of course, he didn't deliberately try to show off either. If he were an ordinary rich kid whose family had bought him a sports car, he might have been a bit proud of it. However, that kind of vanity had already faded when he first bought the Ferrari. With the system in his possession, he was now quite casual. He might feel a bit proud of the attention, but he wouldn't be overly arrogant. As soon as he parked the car under the dormitory building, the roaring engine already made him the center of attention. Is that our school? It seems like a first-year student from the English department. Sis, I'm swooning. Hurry up, I need to know that hottie's name and number in 30 seconds. There are plenty of us who are into him. What makes you think you get to go first? Wow, that guy is so manly. Look at his build, I want to lick him. Is he manly or is he a Ferrari? Both are manly. Here comes another guy showing off in a sports car. Probably just here to pick up girls. You'd think our school isn't that bad, how could someone like that be here? Probably just someone who paid their way in. Chen Yi had just gotten out of the car when he noticed that the people around him were whispering to each other. He couldn't hear what they were saying, but he didn't blame them. The boys were either jealous or envious, and the girls were probably just daydreaming. A thought crossed his mind. Although there was a crowd of people watching him, one gaze felt different. Chen Yi turned around and saw Yuzishi carrying the eggs and chicken legs he had given her, just as she was walking toward the dormitory building and happened to spot him. Chen Yi smiled slightly and nodded at her. Yuzishi felt a bit shy, gave a timid smile, and quickly lowered her head before entering the dormitory. Since they were both in the English department, the boys' and girls' dormitories were directly across from each other, and their dorms were quite close. That handsome guy was looking at me and even smiled at me. You should look in the mirror too. Let us go, let us go. A guy who is rich and good looking like that isn't someone like us could ever get. What if he has unique taste? Ha, you silly girl, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Are you admitting you're ugly? You're asking for trouble. Don't run. Damn it, Chengge, is this your car? A strong smell of northeast China wafted over, and Chen Yi looked over to see Wei Zhang, the loud and rowdy guy from his class. It's not my car, so why wouldn't I drive it? Chen Yi laughed and scolded. In our neighborhood, we've never seen a Ferrari. Can I touch it? Go ahead and touch it. As long as you pay, you can even smash it now. Chen Yi joked. Forget it, even if you sold me, you probably couldn't afford it. Wei Zhang said, then walked over and started touching the hood. He made admiring sounds, his movements gentle as if caressing a lover. It could only be said that most men love supercars. He didn't even ask to borrow it for a spin. First, though they'd had a drink the night before, they weren't close enough to borrow $1 million sports car. Second, he probably didn't have a driver's license. Not everyone gets their driver's license right after graduating high school. Chen Yi had already sent a message to the group chat. Sure enough, the one who came out to get something was Doping, the impulsive guy from Shandong province. Upon seeing Chen Yi's Ferrari, his eyes widened. Big brother, that is so cool. How much does that car cost? After taking the bag of lunch Chen Yi handed him, Doping also took a good look at the car. All in all, it's over 7 million yuan. Ha, our school isn't small. Going out to buy groceries is so far, so I just drove the car over. I was worried about drawing attention before, so I always parked it at the hotel. 7 million yuan. Groceries. That's amazing. I don't even know what to say. You're already making a big splash. I bet the whole village will be talking about this tomorrow. Everyone around who heard that phrase felt a chill run down their spine. Seeing Chen Yi's calm expression, many immediately felt the immense gap in social status. 7 million yuan. Most people probably can't earn that much in their entire lives. Suddenly, I felt that getting into a top-tier 211 university wasn't something to be proud of after all. Not only is that person wealthy, but they also got into this university. Comparing oneself to others is truly frustrating. Doer, go take lunch to those two idiots first. I'll park the car over there. Chen Yi gave an order, then saw Wei Zhang, who was unusually bold, directly opening the passenger door and getting in, muttering, "Chengge, just drive. I'm afraid of getting scratched. Let me just sit here and feel the Ferrari. Aren't you going to eat? What's the rush to eat? Let's ride in the Ferrari first. Then you can walk to the cafeteria on your own later." I'm not going to drive you. Chenny laughed and cursed under his breath, then drove toward the parking lot. It wouldn't be long before the news of a first-year English major driving a Ferrari spread throughout the campus. I think someone was taking photos just now. But it doesn't matter. I was already prepared for something like this. Chapter 84, The Handsome Guy Driving a Ferrari and the Fairy Tale Girl. English Department, Girls' Dormitory. Yuzishi, have you had lunch yet? We brought some back for you. If you haven't eaten yet, come over quickly before it gets cold. A loud, chubby girl shouted, followed by 3 girls entering one after another. Yuzishi jumped in surprise, looking at the 3 people entering the dormitory. These 3 were her roommates. One was an extremely overweight girl who resembled a certain Korean female singer, the one who had just called out to her, named Zhao Yuehong. Another girl stood over 1.7 meters tall, looking exceptionally muscular, like a tomboy, with a very masculine name, Hijia. The last one was a girl with an average-looking face, neither ugly nor beautiful, with a common appearance, and her name was also quite masculine, Lingjun. Perhaps because the school was aware of Yuzishi's family background, they had specifically assigned her these 3 roommates. Girls like Zhao Yuehong, who are on the heavier side, are usually either the ones who get bullied or the bold, outgoing types who can be the leaders. Hijia is similar, so by grouping them together, the school likely thought there wouldn't be any bullying issues. However, despite having only known each other for a day, the 3 girls got along well. When they went out to eat, they even brought some food back for Yuzishi. However, when they entered the room and saw the chicken legs and eggs on Yuzishi's desk, they were taken aback. Fearing they might misunderstand, Yuzishi hurriedly explained, "These were bought for me by someone else. This morning, I went to see the counselor about the scholarship and I happened to run into a classmate there. We had lunch together, and he bought these for me. I couldn't refuse." A guy? Hijia, upon hearing this, immediately started gossiping. Yuzishi bit her lip, lowered her head, and nodded slightly. "Wow, Yuzishi, on your first day and already a male classmate bought you something? How did you hook up? Quick, teach your older sister." Zhao Yuehong shouted in a loud voice, her tone teasing but without any malice, just joking around. She walked over and wrapped her arms around Yuzishi's slender shoulders. "But you have to be careful. Don't get fooled. These days, guys have so many tricks up their sleeves. Our Zishi is so pretty she can find any guy she wants. Don't let some jerk take advantage of her. I think finding a boyfriend is a good idea. As long as he treats Zishi well, it's fine. It'd be even better if he has some money to help ease the financial pressure on our family. After all, dating in college doesn't require marriage." Hijia's words were so despicable, yet he spoke so convincingly. "So Hijia, you're the real scoundrel. I misjudged you," Zhao Yuehong exclaimed dramatically. On the other side, Ling Jun chimed in, "Can I sponsor Zishi? Let her come with me. I'm pretty good to her too." "Ha, that's a good idea. Let's all 3 of us keep her together. Or maybe we can take turns having her sleep with us at night." Ha! The girls' dormitory was filled with laughter. Yuzishi watched her 3 roommates fooling around and felt warm inside. She curved her lips into a faint smile. Although the past had been tough, she believed that once she was in college, the hard times would eventually pass. Her 3 roommates were all kind, no one bullied her or mocked her. The classmate she had met today, Chen-yi, was also very nice, and everyone found him handsome, though he seemed particularly popular. Thinking of Chen-yi, Yuzishi couldn't help but blush. After all, she was a girl who had never seen much of the world. When she first encountered a boy who was so outstanding in every way, it was only natural to feel a little flutter in her heart. The dormitories of the Japanese language department and the English department were right next to each other. In one of the girls' dorm rooms, a girl pushed the door open forcefully and excitedly shouted, "Hey, come quick! There's a handsome guy." "Where? Where? What handsome guy? Look at you getting so excited. Did a handsome guy enter the girls' dormitory? I have to see this." A girl in the dorm jumped out of bed. "What handsome guy in the girls' dormitory? I meant downstairs. A guy driving a Ferrari, he's so handsome. Oh my gosh, I wish he were my boyfriend. I heard he's also a first-year freshman from the English department. What a pity he's not from our Japanese department." The girl showed a disappointed expression. "I said, I heard a car outside earlier. But man, you're not lying to me, right? It really was a handsome guy? Maybe he was just driving a Ferrari and you're just calling him handsome?" The girl who jumped off the bed asked suspiciously. "Get lost, would I lie to you? He's really super handsome and has such a great aura. Someone took a photo earlier. Maybe we can see it on the school forum. Even if we can't, it doesn't matter. Our dorm building is so close. Maybe we'll see him someday." The girl named Man, hearing her words questioned, immediately retorted. This made the others believe her too. "Wow, a Ferrari. I've never even seen a real one. A freshman driving a Ferrari? Could this be the legendary school heartthrob? Maybe she's the school beauty queen." Ha! The entire girls' dormitory erupted in laughter. Man glanced over at the bed on the other side, where the only girl sitting quietly on the bed playing a game on her phone couldn't help but say, Nanjiua, the handsome guy driving the Ferrari, aren't you interested? Nanjiua was wearing a relatively simple Lolita-style long dress, without a petticoat, and didn't care if her dress was wrinkled. She leaned against the headboard, her snow-white feet bare, her toes like pearls, her nails painted with beautiful colors, and her delicate, pale calves peeking out from under the bed. Even though she didn't say a word, she looked incredibly ethereal. Upon hearing Man's words, she didn't even bother to look up, continuing to play her game as she casually remarked, "It's just a Ferrari. What's the big deal? I'm not interested." No interest in Ferraris, but handsome guys? That might be interesting. As soon as she spoke, the dorm room fell silent. The other two girls glanced at Nanjiue, thinking she was so tactless. Man sneered inwardly, you little with your seductive face, thinking you're some kind of little fairy. You're probably just a kept woman. If you're really not interested, I hope you stay that way. Otherwise, you'll regret it. The lively atmosphere vanished, and the three girls all felt in a bad mood. They gathered together and chatted about other things, completely isolating Nanjiue. Nanjiue, who was engrossed in her game, seemed unconcerned by the situation, but she felt wronged inside. A Ferrari? That's really not that exciting. Do I really talk that badly? Why won't anyone talk to me? This never happened before. The more she thought about it, the more wrong she felt, and the more she wanted to cry. During her high school days, she attended an international school where most of her classmates were the children of diplomats or wealthy families, a true elite institution where she was pampered like a princess. Now that she is at a regular university, Nanjiue finally realized something was off and felt the sting of being isolated by her dormmates. For someone who had been pampered her entire life, this was unbearable, and the little princess's eyes welled up with tears. At 2 p.m., in room 107 of Building 5, the class meeting began. Chapter 85, Wherever I Go, I'm the Center of Attention. Room 107 in the 5th teaching building wasn't very large. It felt like the entire class could fill it up if everyone came in at once. It was probably deliberately chosen by Li Tianwang, the class monitor, to give the students who were meeting for the first time a chance to get closer and feel more at ease. The teaching building isn't too far from the dormitory building. Chen Yi and the three idiots from his dorm strolled over together. As soon as they entered the classroom, they felt a cool breeze hit their faces. The small air conditioner was blowing comfortably. Chen Gu, over here. Chen Yi was still enjoying the cool breeze from the air conditioner when he heard a loud voice. Looking up, he saw that several people were already in the classroom. Wei Zhang from his dorm had arrived earlier, along with that poor guy who was sharing a room with a second-year student, who had come over with Wei Zhang and the others. Upon seeing Chen Yi, the burly man from the northeast shouted loudly. The other boys also greeted Chen Yi enthusiastically, calling him Chen Gu. The fact that Chen Yi drove a Ferrari had already spread throughout the male students in the class. While everyone knew Chen Yi was wealthy, they never imagined he was this wealthy. Not to mention college students of this age, how many people have never even touched the body of a Ferrari in their entire lives? This was also why Chen Yi had deliberately mingled with the other students beforehand to show off his wealth. If you just show up at school in a Ferrari, everyone will know you're a rich kid, and many people will feel a sense of distance from you. It's not necessarily jealousy, but more like they feel they can't relate to you and are hesitant to approach you. However, Chen Yi's lavish meal first established a down-to-earth connection with everyone, and then revealed his wealthy background. Others would instead think he's someone who knows how to have fun and isn't all about superficial things. The boys' attention also caught the girls' eyes, and several girls turned to look at the entrance. Chen Yi scanned the crowd with a sharp eye and felt slightly disappointed. Forget about the princesses or trolls, there weren't even any pretty girls. Just average-looking ones. However, Chen Yi found it somewhat amusing. It was just like before, girls preferred to sit up front, while boys either leaned back or sat on the sides. Chen Yi didn't hesitate, walking straight over and sitting in the spot Wei Zhang had vacated. Doer, Anqi, and Iba followed their leader and sat around him, along with the other boys, instantly forming a crowd around him. The boys in English Class 1 were already familiar with each other, chatting aimlessly about games, women, videos, and anime. Wei Zhang seemed particularly interested in cars and talked about them with Chen Yi, sounding quite knowledgeable. Before long, the classroom gradually filled up with more people. When the four guys from that dorm finally arrived, they also sat down near Chen Yi and his group. The girls, however, seemed to be from different dorms and weren't very familiar with each other, so they were scattered around the room. It could only be said that when it came to unity, the boys had an easier time than the girls. Yuzishi walked in with her roommate, and Chen Yi smiled at her. As if sensing Chen Yi's gaze, Yuzishi, who had been keeping her head down, lifted her eyes and met his gaze. She also gave him a faint smile, then quickly lowered her head again, seeming both shy and a bit nervous about the crowd. Chen Gu, that girl is pretty. Look. Wei Zhang, sitting behind Chen Yi, tugged at his clothes excitedly, and the other boys also stirred, whispering to each other. Chen Yi thought Wei Zhang was talking about Yuzishi, but when he looked up, he realized he was wrong. Upon seeing the girl walking in, Chen Yi almost whistled. This girl wasn't exceptionally beautiful, at least not compared to the few stunning girls Chen Yi knew well. She was probably only worth an 80 out of 100. However, an 80 out of 100 was still definitely in the beautiful category. The girl was wearing a short hot pants that barely reached her hips, and her shapely legs were covered in sheer black stockings. Additionally, she was wearing a shirt with a slightly open collar, revealing a generous bust, making her a classic curvy type, dressed boldly and seductively. To be honest, this type wasn't Chen Yi's preference, he preferred slender girls. But you have to admit, dressed so boldly and being naturally attractive, she stands out like a beacon among a crowd of hormone-driven teenage boys, leaving them all staring in awe. Just look at how excited these guys are, chattering away. You can tell how they feel. Well, at least there are still some pretty girls in the class. If you count Yuzishi, who these guys didn't notice because they have poor eyesight, there are 2 girls in the class who are worth mentioning. This ratio is pretty normal. This isn't the Shanghai Drama Academy or the Beijing Film Academy, after all. But why are you so excited, Anchi? You have a girlfriend, don't you? Look at me, I'm so calm, not even glancing around. I'm just staring straight ahead. The boys were sizing up the girls, and the girls were secretly sizing up the boys. The ones who stood out were still the same few. There was Gong Yun Ou, who was exceptionally tall and had an artistic aura. He sat there silently, like a wronged little wife, and only spoke to those who spoke to him. One is Wang Anchi, a slightly handsome and delicate-looking girl, and the other is Wei Zhang, a loud and boisterous type who was the kind of person who can stir up trouble in any class. Of course, the most eye-catching is Chen Yi, surrounded by a group of boys, with a calm demeanor and an aura that even overshadows his good looks. The girls were curious, wondering why the boys were so devoted to Chen Yi. They were all freshmen, so they could only sense that someone had a strong presence and aura that's human instinct. But judging someone as status or background based on outward manners or clothing was something few could do. Only a few girls whispered among themselves, glancing over here. The story of a first-year student from the English department arriving in a Ferrari had spread quickly, so they seemed to suspect Chen Yi. The big shots always arrive last. Li Tianwang arrived late, wiped the sweat off his forehead, walked straight to the podium, and addressed the students in front of him with a measured tone. Everyone from class 1 should be here, right? I've already visited all the dormitories, so I assume you all know me. However, there might be some who didn't see me earlier, so I'll introduce myself. My name is Li Ming, and I'm your class advisor. He went on and on with the usual routine, how honored he was to be in the same class with everyone, how they would spend the next 4 years together, and how he hoped everyone would stay focused and continue to study hard in college. Since everyone was a freshman who had just graduated from high school, not some seasoned veterans, they treated the counselor like a homeroom teacher. Everyone listened attentively, and no one pulled out their phones to play games. After rambling on for a while, Li Ming suddenly pointed at Gong Yun Ou and said bluntly, Gong Yun Ou, yes, I'm talking to you. Stop looking around. After the class meeting, come find me and get your hair cut. We have military training tomorrow, and your hair is absolutely unacceptable. If you don't get it cut, I'll shave your head bald. Everyone turned to look at Gong Yun Ou, whose long hair hung down to his shoulders. No one knew how long it had been since he last got a haircut. Even in high school, his teachers never seemed to notice. The boys burst into laughter, and the girls covered their mouths and giggled. Gong Yun Ou, a tall, muscular guy, looked shy, lowered his head, and stammered, got it, Li Tianwang. Alright, we're all classmates. Let's start with self-introductions, beginning with the first person in the front row. The usual name-sharing session began. When it came to Yuzishi, everyone glanced at her a few extra times because her name sounded nice, but no one paid much attention. However, when the girl dressed in a sexy outfit introduced herself, the boys listened carefully. My name is Li Shi. It's a pretty nice name. After everyone had introduced themselves, Li Tianwang droned on for a bit before finally saying, since military training was so rushed, we didn't have enough time for everyone to get to know each other. Let's temporarily elect a class monitor to handle some initial tasks. Who wants to be class monitor? Step forward. As soon as Li Tianwang finished speaking, all the guys turned their heads toward Chen Yi. Wait, I really don't want to be class monitor. This is so exhausting. A university class monitor is just a pitiful errand boy. Maybe in elementary school, the class monitor had some authority, but starting from middle school, no one even bothers with the class monitor, right? Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. A girl who had raised her hand to run for the position felt a bit awkward. She was the strong girl named He Jia from Yuzishi's dormitory. Chapter 86, The Male God Template. Cough, Chen Yi, since everyone is looking at you, why don't you come up and say something? Li Tianwang noticed that all the boys were looking at Chen Yi, and many girls, following the boy's lead, instinctively looked over as well. They immediately felt a surge of joy but pretended to look serious. Chen Yi had no choice but to stand up. Wei Zhang followed suit, clapping loudly. The boys saw this and thought, this won't do. Our brother Chen is about to give a speech, how can we let Wei Zhang take the spotlight? They all started clapping enthusiastically. A few girls also joined in the commotion, such as Zhao Yuehong, who clapped loudly as well, pushing Chen Yi onto the stage. Chen Yi, of course, wasn't he intimidated. He stood tall, chest out, and walked onto the stage. His slow, deliberate manner made him look even more like a leader about to give a speech. Standing at the podium, looking down at the 30 or so people below, he wasn't nervous at all. Mainly because everyone's mental age wasn't on the same level. In Chen Yi's eyes, this was just giving a few words to a bunch of kids, nothing difficult at all. Since everyone was giving me such high praise, I'll just say a few words. There's no need for self-introductions. My name is Chen Yi, and everyone already knows me. To be honest, I don't want to be class monitor. Being class monitor is too tiring and comes with too many headaches. I'd rather just relax in college. High school was already exhausting enough. Isn't it great to sleep and play games every day in college? One sentence, and the crowd burst into laughter. The boys started cheering again, and many girls joined in. Chen Yi had truly spoken for many people's aspirations for university life. Although these top-tier university students might still work hard in college, the fact is that many of them just want to take it easy. After 3 years of intense high school studying, who wouldn't want a break? Many female classmates were staring at Chen Yi with eager eyes, their faces flushed with excitement. He was handsome, and he knew how to dress himself, looking fashionable and exuding a calm and confident aura, not like a typical freshman. He had already become the ideal boyfriend template for many girls. Once everyone finds out that Chen Yi is the freshman driving the Ferrari, he'll probably become the ultimate male idol. University life is different from high school. Relationships among classmates may be more relaxed and free, with the closest bonds limited to a few roommates. Other classmates may have more superficial relationships. Although there are so many undergraduates nowadays that you could throw a brick from the top of a building and hit one, the actual percentage of undergraduates in China is only around 4%, while in the United States it's 42%, and in Japan it's as high as 45%. So there aren't as many undergraduates as people imagine. I mention these statistics to remind you that as students of a 211 university, second only to Tsinghua and Zhejiang University, you are already among the elite, the top tier in terms of education. I don't want to be class president, and perhaps my words sound overly pragmatic, but what I want to say is that the fact that we are classmates is a matter of fate, and since you are all the cream of the crop, I hope that even in this university where class relationships are relatively superficial, we can still form a cohesive group and help one another. This way, after our joyful 4 years at university, when we enter society, we can still stay in touch. Even if we are scattered across the country, we can continue to maintain this bond as classmates. Who knows? One of you might be the person who changes your life. Chen Yi finished speaking, and Li Tianhuan nodded in agreement. For someone like him who had been navigating the complexities of society for so long, the relationships formed with university classmates and dormitory roommates were invaluable. As long as these connections were maintained and the bonds remained strong, they could prove to be of great use in unexpected ways. Especially as Chen Yi mentioned, those who managed to get into this university were already the cream of the crop. No one can predict the future achievements of any one classmate. The applause continued. Whether you understood or not, whether you had personally experienced the hardships of life, it didn't matter. Whatever Chen Gu said was right, so clapping was the safe bet. That's enough. Chen Yi raised his hand, and the classroom immediately fell silent, no longer filled with the sounds of wailing. Chen Yi then changed the subject and said, of course, although I don't want to be class monitor, I am willing to help classmates in need. For example, Yu Zishi over there has a difficult family situation. I hope everyone can help her more in the days to come. Through his interactions with Yu Zishi, Chen Yi had come to understand that she wasn't the type of girl whose self-esteem was so fragile that she felt inferior. Therefore, he spoke openly about her true circumstances. Yu Zishi, who had been staring at Chen Yi with stars in her eyes, was startled. She hadn't expected to be singled out by Chen Yi. Seeing all the other students' eyes turn toward her, she immediately lowered her head, feeling extremely nervous, her little face turning bright red. At that moment, the boys finally noticed Yu Zishi's appearance, and many of them couldn't help but glance at her with a hint of admiration. No wonder he asked Chen Gu. While we were still checking out Li Shi over there, dressed so provocatively, Chen Gu already had the keen eye to spot this hidden gem. And he even went ahead and flirted with her right in front of everyone. Listen to that, he spoke so sincerely, hoping everyone would help Yu Zishi. I was moved. Chen Yi clapped his hands again, signaling everyone to look back, then smiled and said, I don't want to be class monitor, but I heard there's a branch secretary position in the university, right? I'll volunteer for it. Anyone in favor, please raise your hand. No sooner had he finished speaking than Wei Zhang was the first to raise his hand, shouting, Chen Gu, you're now Chen's secretary. The other boys rushed forward, laughing and shouting Secretary Chen, while a few girls also raised their hands, including Yu Zishi. The vote quickly reached a majority, and Chen was now the party secretary. Chen Yi continued speaking without pause. As for the class monitor, I noticed that he Jia raised his hand to run for the position. Since our class has more girls, having a boy as class monitor might cause some inconvenience. Therefore, I suggest that he Jia be our class monitor. Who agrees? Who opposes? Agreed. No one dared to oppose Secretary Chen's words. Once again, Wei Zhang was the first to support. You know what? Having such a troublesome follower around can actually make things easier sometimes. Little Wei, you're on the right path. One day when I have time, I'll take you to see the real world. Although there are more girls, boys are more united and can easily overwhelm them with their momentum, making it easy to pass any resolution through a vote. To be honest, girls are the most troublesome. It's hard to find a woman who can gain the trust of all the girls, especially those who are beautiful. It's almost impossible to get other girls to support her. Girls' way of thinking is really different from men's. Interestingly, boys sometimes have higher approval ratings among girls. He Jia looked completely bewildered. So I've been chosen as class monitor? But why do I feel so miserable? All the dirty and tedious work falls on the class monitor, yet I hold a lower status than the branch secretary. And this Chen secretary clearly looks like a slacker. I become a tool for others. Li Tianwang saw that Chen Yi had taken over his tasks, but he didn't get angry. Instead, he hoped that his class had someone who could keep things under control, making his job easier. Li Tianwang smiled and said, Chen secretary, please arrange the next tasks as well. The military training uniforms have arrived. You can lead the boys to help the girls move the clothes. Chen Yi heard this and immediately ordered, did everyone hear what Li Tianwang said? You warriors, this is your best chance to go to the girls' dormitory openly. Once this opportunity is gone, it won't come again. Show your manliness. Whoa! Upon hearing they could go to the girls' dormitory, the group of rowdy boys immediately became lively. Chen Yi smirked triumphantly. Li Tianwang, do you think I'm going to do the work? No way. As the secretary, I naturally have to assign the tasks. What's there to see in the girls' dormitory? Especially on the first day of school, it's definitely spotless. Wait 2 months, and it'll be a mess, even worse than the boys' dormitory. However, Chen Yi felt he couldn't just sit around doing nothing, so he decided to be a porter and help these guys carry their military training uniforms down to the dormitory building. A Ferrari is really a great car. It can buy groceries and handle transportation. When the classmates saw Chen Yi's Ferrari, they all felt envious. Turns out our party secretary Chen is such a wealthy second-generation rich kid. The female students were even more excited. Zhao Yuehong, who was just as loud as Wei Zhang, immediately started shouting that the girls from English Class 1 should unite to protect our class's school flower and make sure the girls from other departments didn't steal her away. Chen Yi thought that the beginning of his college life was quite interesting. Chapter 87, Meeting Nan Jiyue again. September 2nd, military training arrived as scheduled. The only consolation for Chen Yi was that this military training wasn't held off campus in a closed-off location, but rather on campus. The school had a large playground that could accommodate all the freshmen for sunbathing, standing at attention, and practicing marching. Back in high school and middle school, Chen Yi had experienced that kind of closed-off military training, which was truly grueling. Thinking back, it was unbearably tough. That was also the time when Chen Yi ate the most. Every day, he secretly added white steamed buns to his rice bowl so he could have a midnight snack when he got hungry later. He clearly remembers a classmate who brought 2 bags of garlic-flavored compressed biscuits, which became the best snack at the time. Eating them with water not only filled his stomach but also tasted amazing, and to this day, Chen Yi still can't forget that flavor. Unfortunately, after military training ended, when he bought the same brand of compressed biscuits again, the taste just wasn't the same. It could only be said that military training was the best seasoning. Under the blazing sun, sitting on a small chair, listening to the school leaders and the military training instructor's speeches. The sun was scorching, but fortunately, Biao Biao had left sunscreen behind, which was very foresight. Plus, she had been wearing a hat the whole time, so she shouldn't get too sunburned. However, wearing a military uniform under the sun was far from pleasant, and soon she was drenched in sweat. Once the speeches were over, we were divided into formations by class and college. The boys from English College Class 1 and Class 2 weren't enough to form a single formation, so they had to bring in a few boys from the Oriental Languages College to make up the numbers. Glancing over the entire lineup of first-year freshmen, Chen Yi finally confirmed his suspicion. There were indeed more girls than boys at this liberal arts university, though not to an extreme extent. Chen Yi estimated the ratio to be around 6-4. Chen Yi wasn't the tallest among the boys, but he managed to secure the second row, second column. Standing next to him was Do Pang, and the two took advantage of the instructor's inattention to sneak in a quick chat. Those who had endured hardships and sacrifices to get into university were few and far between. Most students were pampered by their parents. Although there was military training in middle and high school, most students spent their senior year studying intensively and didn't exercise much. Suddenly facing military training in college, many couldn't handle it, standing there complaining bitterly. However, under the drill instructor's strict reprimands, they had no choice but to endure. University military training isn't about sending students to the battlefield, it's about instilling discipline and basic military etiquette. The main focus is on military posture, marching in step, and maintaining formation. The key points to note are keeping the formation neat and orderly. The first few exercises were the usual ones, starting with standing at attention. Chen Yi was no stranger to standing at attention. Just half a month ago, he had been standing at attention in the presidential suite of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel, and that was a full hour of professional military posture. The only difference now is that back then the room had air conditioning, but now the sun is quite intense. After about 10 minutes, some people were already struggling. Even Chen Yi felt uncomfortable. He could handle the military posture, but the heat was unbearable, and he was sweating profusely, feeling suffocated and sticky all over. The first to collapse was Gong Yin Ou, a towering 1.9-meter tall man standing in the first row, first position, constantly under the instructor's watchful eye. After being scolded by Li Tianhuang yesterday, he had shaved his head today. Before long, he was begging the instructor, saying he couldn't stand anymore. "Look at you, so tall and strong, acting like a woman. Keep standing there and endure it. If you take off your pants and admit you're a woman, I'll let you rest." "Ha! What are you laughing at? Keep laughing, and you'll stand 10 more minutes." Everyone fell silent immediately. Gong Yunoyu looked dejected, as if he wanted to cry, but after being scolded by the drill sergeant, he dared not say anything more and could only continue to endure. Another 10 minutes passed, and most of the people could no longer endure it. Except for Chen Yi, only Wei Zhang still looked relatively energetic, though he was also exhausted. The drill sergeant looked around and saw that some people in other formations had already started resting. He finally said, "All right, you can rest for a moment. We'll continue later." As soon as he finished speaking, all the boys in the formation collapsed to the ground. "I think I'm going to die. Don't think I'm not, I'm already dead. Someone, please carry me. Thinking about having to endure this for another 15 days, is this even a life?" A group of boys linked arms, complaining weakly, and supported each other as they made their way to the shade of a nearby tree. Once they reached the shade, they all sat down with a thud, placed their hats aside, and rubbed their legs. The chief instructor was inspecting the area at that moment. He walked to the formation where Chen Yi was standing and noticed that Chen Yi had been maintaining his military posture for so long yet remained energetic. His back was straight, and there was no sign of slouching or hunching even after the training. The chief instructor gave him a thorough once-over. The more he looked, the more surprised he was, because the instructor noticed that Chen Yi's demeanor and the impression he gave were similar to those of the soldiers who had been training every day. "Student, what's your name?" "Report, sir. My name is Chen Yi." Chen Yi immediately stood tall, raised his head, and replied loudly. In the military, answering loudly is a sign of obedience, and in military training, it is naturally required. The chief instructor nodded approvingly, patted Chen Yi on the shoulder, and said, "Very good, you did well. I'll remember you. You may go rest now." "Yes, sir." After the chief instructor left, the young soldier who had been training Chen Yi and the others laughed and said, "That's great. Our boss praised us twice. Not bad, not bad. I'm proud of you." The instructor wasn't very old either. After chatting with him for a moment, Chen Yi slowly walked back to the shade and sat down with a thud. Then a group of people realized that today was the first day of military training, and many hadn't prepared properly. For example, they had forgotten to bring water. At this point, even if they asked the instructor for permission, he probably wouldn't agree. They could only rest for 10 minutes before continuing with the military posture drill. Shen Gu is so cool. He has been standing at attention for so long and doesn't he even look tired? Wei Zhang was crouched on the ground. He really wanted to smoke a cigarette, but dared not. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and, seeing Chen Yi walk over with steady steps and unchanging breath, couldn't he help but admire him. He was clearly into fitness, but Wei Zhang mostly did strength training and rarely did endurance training. Standing in the sun for so long was really exhausting, and he couldn't take it anymore. "Hey, guys, do you think we'll actually get to shoot real guns during military training?" Jia Yibal walked over excitedly and asked. "Real gun target practice? Forget it. If we were training in a closed-off base, maybe, but we're doing military training at school. Do you think we're going to shoot guns at school? People would think we're trying to overthrow the school." Chen Yi cursed, and Jia Yiba immediately deflated. Chen Yi saw this and said, "If you really want to shoot a gun, wait until winter break and I'll take you to the United States. You'll have a gun by your side every day. Not only will you get to shoot your fill, but you can also play real-life urban warfare." "No way, I want to live a few more years." Jia Yiba shook his head vigorously upon hearing this. "Freedom and beauty in the United States, peace every day, that's no joke. Hey, look over there. There's a beautiful woman. She's really stunning. Which department is she from? Does anyone know?" Do Peng suddenly shouted excitedly. "I said, Dor, aren't you tired? Do you want to keep standing at attention for another hour? You still have the energy to look at beautiful women." Wei Zhang muttered angrily, then followed Do Peng's gaze. "Which beauty are you talking about? I don't see her." "Damn it, you're just as tired as me, aren't you? She's the one over there, sitting next to the tree. Did you see her? She's taking off her hat." Do Peng hurriedly pointed her out to Wei Zhang. Wei Zhang's eyes lit up immediately. He pulled Chen-yi, who was also crouching on the ground, and excitedly said, "Chen-go, look, she's really a pretty girl. Our school has such beautiful girls. Which department is she from?" "It seems to be the Japanese Studies department." "The Japanese department is great. They have subtitles for movies. Damn it, I should have applied to the Japanese department. Then I wouldn't get fooled by movie subtitles anymore." Ha! Everyone burst into laughter. Chen-yi followed the others' gaze and saw the beautiful girl everyone was talking about. He was completely stunned. Could it be her? Isn't that Nanji-yue, the girl from the South Bank that day? Chapter 88, Beautiful Women Don't Follow the Rules. A group of people were critiquing the young lady, but none of them dared to approach her. Wei Zhang, the bold one, was eager to try, but he was still hesitant. Chen-yi saw this and decided he needed to save these guys. Who was Nanji-yue? She was a little fairy. You guys going over there will just get rejected. You're not even in the same league. If you get rejected by her, you'll be too traumatized to even think about dating for the rest of your college years. The main reason was that Nanji-yue was truly beautiful. Though they had only seen each other briefly in a nightclub VIP room that night, she had left a deep impression on Chen-yi. Someone who had dated over 100 girls couldn't forget her. She must be top tier in looks and have a unique aura. Chen-yi's expression turned serious. He felt a heavy sense of duty to help these poor souls escape their misery. He could secretly admire anyone, but he absolutely must not fall for this goddess-like young lady. Don't love her, it'll never work. With that thought, Chen-yi stood up immediately, and all the guys around him turned their gaze toward him. There were students from the first and second classes of the English department, as well as a few from the Department of Oriental Languages. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Seeing Chen-yi walk straight toward the Japanese language department girls without a word, Wei Zhang and Jiaba, who loved to stir up trouble, whistled, while the old-fashioned Wang Anqi gave him a thumbs up, impressed by his boldness. The boys from Class 1 were all excited, and those from Class 2 had heard about the legendary beauty in Class 1, so they were also watching the commotion. Only the boys from the Department of Oriental Languages were confused, but seeing that Chen-yi seemed to be going to strike up a conversation, they gathered around, their expressions filled with anticipation. Everyone loved to watch the commotion and listen to gossip. However, among them, how many were truly there to watch the spectacle, and how many were secretly envious, remained unknown. Chen-yi's obvious actions also caught the attention of the girls from the Japanese Studies department. One by one, the female students watched Chen-yi approach, their expressions particularly excited, whispering to each other, followed by bursts of laughter. When they saw Chen-yi heading toward Nanyu, some girls were excited, while others felt jealous and disdainful. However, the ones who felt the most anger and jealousy were probably the Japanese language department boys from another group. "Bro, you're crossing the line here." Chen-yi paid no heed, walking up to Nanji-yue with a smile on his face. The little fairy was no longer wearing her Lolita outfit but was dressed in the same military training camouflage uniform as everyone else. Her pretty face was makeup-free, and while her face shape wasn't as perfectly oval as Ruanjui's, her features were deep and well-defined, a face that would look stunning with makeup. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and her clear, beautiful eyes didn't wear contact lenses. Her eyebrows were slightly faint, probably shaped with an eyebrow pencil, and her delicate nose had a hint of sweat. Her skin was fair and tender, almost translucent. Sitting there, she seemed to be floating, exuding an ethereal aura that made one dare not approach. No wonder she was called the Little Fairy. At that moment, Nanji-yue was slightly out of breath. For a young lady to maintain a military stance for so long was no easy feat. She sat cross-legged against the tree, with no one else around. Perhaps the Little Fairy deemed it beneath her to mingle with ordinary people, so she remained aloof. Chen-yi walked over boldly, and Nanji-yue naturally noticed him. She remained seated with her arms wrapped around her knees, staring intently at Chen-yi, her face expressionless. "Nanji-yue, you're also from Xinyu, aren't you? I should have talked to you more back then." Chen-yi knew this wasn't the best way to strike up a conversation, but he didn't think he was trying to flirt. He just didn't know Nanji-yue well, though they had met before. Nanji-yue looked at Chen-yi with some confusion and asked, "Who are you? Do I know you? How did you find out my name?" The three-part question left Chen-yi frozen in place, unable to move. "No, sister, you have a bad memory. I really do have an ordinary face. Your brother introduced me to you back then, and we even spoke. You not remembering is a bit too much." Chen-yi could only patiently explain, "A week ago at the nightclub in Magic City, you went there with your brother, right? We met briefly then." "A week ago?" "Yeah, I went to the nightclub with that guy with the receding hairline, but I was busy playing games and didn't pay attention to anyone else. If I didn't remember you, I'm really sorry." Though he said he was apologizing, Nanji-yue showed no sign of remorse on his face. "Fine, I'm not going to play with you anymore." Chen-yi was genuinely angry. If he had approached her based on a single encounter, forgetting her would be understandable. After all, not everyone can remember someone they've only met once. "But you said it so clearly and accurately, and you even spoke to each other at the time." Chen-yi introduced himself, "Yet you still claim not to remember?" Using the excuse that you were playing games and didn't notice is, to be honest, disrespectful. It can only mean that this girl never took you seriously from the start. Shenyi doesn't care whether someone is rich or poor. As long as you respect me and treat me with courtesy, I will respect you and treat you with courtesy. But if you don't respect me, then I don't care how beautiful you are or how powerful your family is. I won't tolerate your bad habits. Alright, Miss Fairy, you're a busy person and probably forget things easily, so I won't bother you anymore. Since you don't understand respect, I'll just mock you a bit. Don't say I lack manners. Shenyi has no interest in sticking his face where it doesn't belong. I'm just leaving. But this is a disaster. My glorious image is ruined, and I'll be the laughingstock of everyone. But who would have thought that this little miss would take such an unconventional path? It seems I'm not suited for the type of person you are. Seeing Shenyi mock her and turn to leave, Nanjiyue flew into a rage. Shenyi, I was just joking with you. Is it worth making such a sour face? Do you even act like a man? Her voice was still as clear and melodious as ever. Shenyi, who had already turned to leave, paused for a moment before realizing that the little fairy was just joking. But your joke was a bit too much. We're not even that close. You can't joke around like that. Turning back once more, he looked at Nanjiyue's face, which was still exquisitely beautiful even when puffed up with anger, and Shenyi finally understood. This little fairy must have been spoiled rotten. She couldn't see the situation or the atmosphere at all, just doing whatever she wanted without caring about others' feelings. Who says that children from wealthy families learn social etiquette and how to get along with others from a young age? Here's a perfect counterexample. Alright, I was wrong. Shenyi said the one thing that could drive a woman crazy. This is one of the most hated things a woman can hear from her boyfriend. Even though Shenyi and Nanjiyue aren't in a romantic relationship, the effect was still powerful. You're the one who's wrong. What do you mean, you're wrong? Fine. Nan Daxiaji immediately became stubborn. Alright, it's my fault. I didn't catch your joke, little fairy. I'll be more careful next time. Shenyi adopted a more serious expression, no longer being so dismissive. Sure enough, Nanjiyue's puffed out cheeks immediately deflated, making her look like a pufferfish. Women are unreasonable, and fairies are even more so. Unless you're a steel straight man, you have to admit your mistakes. This has nothing to do with being a coward or a sycophant. Of course, this admission of guilt isn't entirely sincere as long as it gets you out of it, that's fine. Shenyi didn't really think he was wrong. The young lady, her anger subsiding, looked Shenyi up and down and exclaimed, "So you're the freshman who drives a Ferrari that my roommate was talking about earlier?" Nanjiyue still remembered the scene at the nightclub where he pulled out the Ferrari keys and left Ji Zhang speechless. The young lady then snorted with a smile, "How does it feel to drive a Ferrari on campus? Must be pretty satisfying, easily deceiving those naive young girls, right? You must be happy." "No, do I have a grudge against you? Why are you picking on me the moment we meet? And what's with this attitude toward the wealthy? That's how others should treat you, right?" Shenyao laughed, realizing that Nanjiyue had no ill intent, she just wasn't good with words. Chapter 89, Dad, let me teach you. Not being able to speak well isn't a big deal. People like that usually get beaten up by society and end up crying and begging for mercy on their knees. Wait, that's not right. Given Miss Nana's family background, she probably won't even experience society's harsh treatment. She doesn't need to fully integrate into society, she can just live within her own circle. Shenyi looked around. Although the school is called half of society, it's still not society. If you can't handle society's beatings, then endure some school beatings instead. I'm a handsome guy with a kind heart, I'll even throw in a stick for free. Shenyi had originally planned to just go through the motions with Nanjiyue and leave, but seeing her so full of herself, he didn't want to just walk away. You know, driving a Ferrari around school is pretty cool, especially when you see all those girls staring at you with admiration. It feels so good. But it's still better than being alone, sitting there all by yourself with no one paying attention to you. Sigh, what's going on here? It's only the first day of school, and someone's already so miserable. Did they get into a fight with someone? But then again, being too good looking just invites jealousy. It's definitely not because you're a dog that can't spit out ivory. No, that's not right. It's my fault, my fault. My Chinese isn't very good, and my teachers always told me so. It should be a fairy can't spit out dog teeth, that's the right way to describe it. Little fairy, I have a question for you. How would you describe someone who is only good looking and has nothing else going for them? Shenyi knew this young lady was intelligent enough, otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten into Shinyu school. But Shenyi needed her to be intelligent enough to catch the sarcasm in his words. If he encountered someone who couldn't tell when he was mocking her and instead thought he was complimenting her, Shenyi would have to clench his fist and leave. Such people were too difficult to deal with and could easily drag his intelligence down. Nanjiyue immediately burst into a rage. She could tell Shenyi was mocking her. Mocking her for sitting there alone while the other girls were chatting in groups wasn't that just proof that she couldn't say anything nice, and had already caused trouble with the people in the dorm on her first day? Chen Yi actually admired her a bit. Someone who could cause such a scene on the first day was quite talented. But then he thought about what she had said to him earlier, and it all seemed pretty normal. I refused to stoop to their level. Nan Jiyue continued to be stubborn. Nan Jiyue wasn't stupid. Although she had been pampered like a princess her entire life, she wasn't completely beyond redemption. She had heard criticism before and wanted to try to improve. Saying she didn't bother to stoop to their level was partly true. She was, after all, a proud and arrogant young lady who didn't care much about others' opinions. However, she couldn't bring herself to apologize because she felt that the other person wasn't on the same level as her. Yet she also tried hard to make herself less unlikable, but no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't do it. To put it bluntly, due to her family background, she lacked an important human ability, empathy. You're right, why should a princess bother with ordinary people? In my opinion, the young lady shouldn't worry. After all, she has something others don't. She has a face. There will always be a bunch of sycophants who don't care if you spit dog teeth, and they might even be thrilled. They'll lick you so much that you'll have a comfortable university life. Since you can't speak nicely, I'll just go all out. I won't hold back anymore. I'll mock you, insult you, and even curse you, but without using any vulgar language. As for getting physical, forget it. Though some women are indeed disgusting enough to want to punch someone, Nan Jiyue clearly isn't at that level yet. People who constantly think about hitting others usually have a term to describe them: potential domestic abusers and murderers. It's best to stay away from them. Nan Jiyue then recalled a term from a cultivation novel she had read, the Three Corpses Rage. She felt she was already beyond rage. What does it mean to say that a dog licking your feet is surprised when you spit dog teeth at it? Isn't that just a subtle way of calling her a dog too? Her anger flared up, and she stood up from the ground. The legs that had been too tired to move just moments ago now felt no fatigue. A medical miracle. Earlier, the people in her dorm had subjected her to emotional abuse, mocking and ridiculing her. Although Nan Jiyue felt a bit wrong, she chose to ignore them. She had the typical personality of a child from a wealthy family. She felt superior to others. She didn't express her superiority through verbal abuse, but through indifference and disdain. Of course, since everyone is human, being insulted repeatedly would naturally lead to feelings of resentment and frustration, and many would respond by lashing out or even resorting to violence. Nan Jiyue could tolerate her roommates' targeting of her to some extent, but she couldn't stand Chen Yi's targeting of her. She instinctively saw Chen Yi as someone of the same social class as herself, meaning an equal relationship. Especially the first time she saw him at the nightclub, Chen Yi moved with poise and handled things with composure, leaving a deep impression on her. It was precisely because of this that she couldn't tolerate his mockery. Do you think I care about those sycophants? I wouldn't even bother to look at them. It's you who's being pampered by those women. Nan Jiyue refused to back down. Chen Yi glanced at her and suddenly said, seriously, I wonder if anyone ever told you before, but you really don't read the room when you speak. Do you want me to teach you a trick? I guarantee you'll never be bullied at school again. Nan Daxiaji bit her lip. Chen Yi had left a deep impression on her, and she thought he might actually have some wise words to share. She replied awkwardly, go ahead, I'm listening. Chen Yi suppressed a smile and said, I happen to have your brother's phone number. I'll call him and have him come pick you up and take you back to your parents. That way, you won't have to put up with this crappy school anymore. After saying that, Chen Yi turned and walked away. If he had reacted any slower, this little princess might have come over to bite him. Could he possibly bite back? Nan Jiyue froze for a moment, then shouted angrily, Chen Yi, you. If I really wanted to be with my parents, I would have enrolled in a school in the capital city. Why did I come to Shanghai? No, wait, why am I even complaining to my parents? Brush. A bunch of eyes turned toward them. Chen Yixuan strode away with a look of indifference, completely unconcerned by the stares. It's okay to be spoiled, and it's okay not to know how to speak. Dad will teach you. A group of male students from the English department and the Oriental Languages department looked dumbfounded as Chen Yi walked back, completely clueless about what had just happened. Earlier, they had seen Shen Gu go over to strike up a conversation, and it seemed like they were getting along pretty well. But how did he end up making the girl so angry that she started cursing at him, while Chen Gu looked like he was enjoying it? Hey, I know that girl. Her name is Nan Jiyue. She is from the capital city like me. She used to be my girlfriend, but I dumped her because I thought her personality was bad. I never expected her to get into Xingyu University. Even though we parted ways, I should at least say hello when I see her, right? But she actually asked me to get back together, and when I refused, she started yelling at me. Chen Yi joked around and bragged a lot. But looking at the way those guys are staring at me, are you serious? You actually believe him? I was really just bragging this time. A group of guys were looking up to Chen Yi with admiration, almost like they were followers. Bro, you're the role model for men. Chapter 90, Unexpected Events During Military Training. Assemble everyone. As the drill instructor's whistle blew, the students groaned and scrambled to their feet, jogging toward the assembly point. Hurry up, everyone. Under the drill instructor's urging, everyone sped up. Roll call. 1, 2, 3. Stand up straight. Hands on the waistline of your pants, feet slightly apart. Where did your foot go? Are you naturally pigeon-toed? The drill sergeant kicked one of the unfortunate students. Ha! Laugh? What's so funny? Who's laughing? Come out and stand alone. The formation fell silent instantly. The hellish military training continued. Chen-Yi, however, seemed pretty relaxed. Aside from being afraid of the heat, he wasn't tired at all. His body, honed by the system, though it couldn't compare to those elite soldiers or special forces, was still far stronger than these students. The only thing he lacked might be willpower, but as a wealthy individual, there seemed no need to deliberately endure hardships to build it. After standing at attention for a while longer, the drill sergeant knew that doing the same drill repeatedly was torturous, so he started switching up the exercises, making them practice marching in unison. At the beginning of military training, everyone knew that the formation for marching in step was all over the place. After practicing for a while, everyone started complaining bitterly. However, the other formations hadn't dispersed yet. The drill instructor let everyone rest in place for a moment, then had them spread out again and began teaching them a set of military martial arts moves. This wasn't something they were supposed to practice on the first day, but the drill sergeant knew everyone was tired, so he changed the training method to give them a break. These freshmen were all naive newcomers to university life, and the intensity of military training was nowhere near that of real soldier training. The higher-ups were aware of this and usually instructed the drill instructors to be careful not to push them too hard, as any issues would result in punishment for the young drill instructors. Just as the military drill routine finished, that mysterious system popped up again. Ding! Detected that the host has finished the military physical training routine and is still eager for more. Task assigned. Task: complete 200 sets of military physical training within 1 day, with correct form and no mistakes. Reward for completing the task: Israeli Master Level Krav Maga. Seeing this task, Chen-Yi froze. No way, sir, my style is getting more and more off the mark. This is supposed to be an elite male god system, not a modern military master system, right? Why has the system suddenly started assigning strange tasks and rewards related to the military? Does this mean I'll have to go to the Middle East or Africa and fight against mercenaries on the battlefield? No way. I'm supposed to be a wealthy playboy, not a military elite. And what does unfinished business even mean? I'm definitely not done yet. Chen-Yi muttered to himself, but what he really wanted to say was, this is so good. It's just 200 sets of military calisthenics. The only urgency is that it has to be done within a day. Since he's still in military training, Chen-Yi knows he has no spare time to do 200 sets of standard military calisthenics, so the only time he can use is at night. Fortunately, the military training was held at school. If it had been at a closed-off base, he wouldn't have been able to find an excuse or reason. Just as Chen-Yi was thinking about tonight's martial arts practice, the formation next to him suddenly erupted into chaos, accompanied by screams from the girls. Chen-Yi glanced over at the formation and saw that a girl had fainted. Upon closer inspection, he realized, wait, isn't that our class's female formation? Isn't that girl who fainted Yuzishi? Thinking of Yuzishi's frail build, Chen-Yi felt a pang of anxiety. He didn't bother to consider that he was still in military training and hadn't obtained permission from the instructor he simply ran over. The drill instructor in charge of the female formation was young and had never encountered such an emergency before, so he was momentarily taken aback. By the time he snapped out of it and tried to go over to help the girl up, Chen-Yi had already reached the female formation. Chen-Yi, what is wrong with Zishi? Why did she suddenly faint? Should we take her to see a doctor right away? Hijia, Zhao Yuehong, and several other female students who shared a dormitory with Yuzishi and were close friends with her grew anxious. Upon seeing Chen-Yi run over, they felt as though they had found a pillar of support and immediately began chattering excitedly. Even the drill sergeants were temporarily forgotten, and they began to rely on Chen-Yi. For some reason, they all felt that Chen-Yi was particularly steady and reliable. Under the gaze of the female students, Chen-Yi picked up Yuzishi in a princess carry. Instructor, I'll take her to the infirmary first. He shouted at the young drill sergeant without waiting for a response, then ran toward the corner of the large playground with Yuzishi in his arms. To be on the safe side, some school medical staff had been stationed there all along. Seeing Chen-Yi running over with Yuzishi in his arms, a female school nurse in her 30s hurried over. After checking Yuzishi, she found her pulse steady and no signs of rapid breathing, which slightly eased her concerns. The nurse said to Chen-Yi, it's too hot here. She might have heat stroke or other symptoms. Let's take her to the infirmary first. Chen-Yi nodded and quickly followed the nurse to the infirmary. Despite the emergency, military training continued as scheduled, with only a few teachers and school officials following behind. On the way to the infirmary, Yuzishi had regained consciousness. She was startled to find herself being carried by someone, but upon recognizing Chen-Yi, her previously pale face flushed slightly, and she whispered, Chen-Yi, what happened? You suddenly fainted just now, scaring us all. Don't speak yet, I'll carry you to the infirmary. Chen Yi hurriedly instructed her. Yuzishi's body was extremely light. Chen Yi estimated she weighed no more than 70 pounds. Carrying her was effortless, and even through the thin military training uniform, he could feel the protruding bones on her back. This girl was too thin. It wasn't the kind of thinness caused by girls deliberately starving themselves for beauty, but rather the result of malnutrition leading to a weak constitution. Thinking back to the senior year of high school, when everyone was studying hard for the college entrance exams, parents were so worried about their children's nutrition that they made sure they ate eggs, milk, and plenty of meat every day. But Yu Zishi was from a poor mountain village. She probably didn't eat well even on ordinary days, let alone during the critical senior year. Student, are you feeling unwell? Do you have any family history of genetic conditions? Upon seeing Yuzishi regain consciousness, the school nurse hurriedly asked. Yuzishi shook her head weakly and said, I don't feel particularly unwell, and I have no family history of genetic diseases. I just feel a bit dizzy. Alright, I understand. Don't speak for now. Let this male classmate hold you, and don't move around. Hearing the school nurse speak, Yuzishi softly nodded in response. She was afraid that if she looked up and saw Chen Yi's face, she would feel shy, so she kept her head down, slightly turning her head to the side, like a kitten, with her small hands curled up and clutching the front of Chen Yi's shirt. Chen Yi had sweated profusely during military training, and the smell wasn't pleasant, but Yuzishi, being held in Chen Yi's arms, felt her heart grow calm. The sweat smell didn't bother her at all. Instead, it carried a masculine charm that was hard to resist. Upon arriving at the infirmary, Chen Yi gently placed Yuzishi on the examination bed as instructed by the school nurse, then stepped aside to watch as the nurse bustled about, checking and asking questions. This male student, please step out for a moment. The upcoming examination may be inconvenient with you present. Chen Yi nodded in response, gave Yuzishi an encouraging smile, and said, I'll go out first. If it's really necessary, I'll drive you to the hospital. Yuzishi glanced at Chen Yi before quickly looking away. I'm so sorry, Chen Yi. You've gone out of your way again. Thank you so much. This is the third time you've said thank you. We're classmates, don't be so formal. After saying that, Chen Yi stepped out of the school infirmary and waited outside. Chapter 80, You're Not My Father. Chapter 91, Make You Kneel and Call Me Dad. Chen Yi stood outside the infirmary. Soon, he saw Li Tianwang rushing over. His head was covered in sweat, and the overweight man must have run quite a bit on the way. How is she? Is Yu Zishi okay? As soon as he saw Chen Yi, Li Tianwang asked anxiously. As a counselor, if something happened to a student under his supervision during military training, he wouldn't know what to do. Chen Yi spread his hands helplessly and said, Li Tianwang, take a deep breath. I'm not the school doctor, how would I know if Yu Zishi is okay? But from what I saw, it shouldn't be anything serious. Li Tianwan realized he had overreacted and quickly pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, but remembering they were outside the infirmary, he resisted the urge and stuffed it back into his pocket. Before they could exchange a few more words, the school doctor emerged. Chen Yi and Li Tianwan hurried over and asked, Is Yu Zishi okay? What's wrong with her? The school doctor, seeing their expressions, rolled her eyes and said, Are you waiting for a critically ill patient to come out of the operating room? The girl is fine, she's just malnourished from the military training, which caused her blood sugar to drop. I gave her some glucose, and she's fine now. After a pause, the school nurse asked again, Do you know what's going on with this student? Is she not eating to lose weight? If that's the case, you need to talk to her. Chen Yi and Li Tianwang exchanged glances and explained Yu Zishi's family situation to the school nurse. Upon hearing this, the school doctor sighed helplessly. There's nothing we can do then. It's best not to let her participate in military training. With her current physical condition, she won't be able to endure it. We don't want anything to happen. Li Tianwan nodded repeatedly. I'll go talk to the department head right away and make sure Yu Zishi doesn't participate in military training. If we know she's malnourished and still force her to participate in military training, and something happens, the school won't be able to take responsibility. It's not worth taking such a big risk over something as trivial as military training. Chen Yi and Li Tianwang entered the infirmary and saw Yu Zishi lying on the bed, her complexion looking much better. Upon seeing Chen Yi and Li Tianwang, Yu Zishi tried to sit up, but Chen Yi quickly stepped forward and pressed down on the girl's slender shoulders, forcing her back down. Lie down first. You're a patient now. Yu Zishi glanced at Chen Yi before turning to Li Tianwang and calling him Mr. Li. Alright, Yu Zishi, I'll go talk to the authorities and arrange for you to be exempted from military training. Given your special circumstances, you can't participate anyway. Yu Zishi was about to say something, but Li Tianwang waved his hand again. The decision has been made. Your objections won't change anything. Your health is the most important thing. You can make it up next year or the year after, once your health improves. Yu Zishi didn't respond but instead looked at Chen Yi. This made Li Tianwang feel a bit jealous. Am I the teacher or is he the teacher? Why are you looking at me? Listen to the counselor. Shenny saw Yuzishi's expression, which was like that of a kitten, and wanted to pinch her delicate little face. Her skin was truly radiant, but seeing Li Tianwang standing nearby, he resisted the urge. Yuzishi whispered softly, "I understand, Mr. Li." Shenny couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. This girl was too obedient. "Alright, Yuzishi, you stay here and rest. Shenyi, you continue with military training. I'll go find the department head." The two prepared to leave, allowing Yuzishi to rest in peace. Before stepping out of the infirmary, Shenyi turned back and smiled at Yuzishi. "To make up for the missed military training, I'll bring you some nutritional supplements later. Don't refuse them." "Alright, I won't refuse." Yuzishi stammered. Shenyi finally left satisfied. Seeing the room grow quiet, Yuzishi tugged at the air-conditioned blanket covering half her face. Shenyi's figure suddenly appeared in her mind, and she quickly closed her eyes, but her heart was pounding wildly, unable to calm down. On the way back to military training, Shenyi spotted the small store and felt a sudden urge to go over. Shenyi had been gone for half an hour. When he returned to the field, everyone was resting again. He checked the time and estimated that they would finish the morning session with some casual practice soon. He carried 2 boxes of mineral water in both hands, followed by the convenience store staff, each also carrying water. Upon reaching his squad's resting area, Shenyi shouted, "Come here. It's time to drink water. It's all ice cold." The group cheered and rushed over to grab the water. "Shengu is so awesome. He bought so much water. Big brother, how did you get the convenience store staff to help you carry all this water over here? Last time I asked them to help me carry my stuff back to the dorm, they didn't even bother to look at me. There are 40 people in one formation. Even if each person gets 1 bottle, that's 40 bottles. And Shenyi bought more than 40 bottles. How could you get the convenience store staff to carry the water? Just slap a red bill in front of each of them, and they'd all follow you like puppies. I bet they'd be happy to carry water all day. Shengu, I won't even say thank you. I'm dying of thirst." It wasn't just the boys from class 1, the ones from class 2 and the few from the Oriental Languages College were also laughing and calling him brother. "Wei Zhang, you guys take the remaining water over to the girls' side." Shen's secretary continued to assign tasks. "Got it, we'll handle it." Wei Zhang called over a few burly guys and had them carry the remaining water over to the girls' section of class 1. Soon, the sound of giggling filled the air. "Thank you, Secretary Chen, for the water." "No, sister, are you giving us rockets?" "Secretary Chen, you're so kind. We love you." "I love you too." "Then go confess your feelings to her." He. Ha. A burst of laughter echoed, drawing the attention of all the freshmen on the playground. They saw the girls giggling and chatting, with someone even handing out water, and immediately felt dejected. On the other side, the instructors gathered together, laughing and pointing in their direction. Shen Yite, with an air of authority, waved his hand at the group of girls and walked forward with 2 bottles of water. Not far ahead of him, Nan Jiyue was still alone, leaning against a tree, clutching her leg in pain. Upon seeing Chen Yi approach, she quickly composed herself, lifting her swan-like Snow White neck slightly, and adopted a proud, aloof expression like a little fairy. He's just here to bring water for this fairy." Chen Yi walked up to Nan Jiyue, twisted open the cap of a bottle of mineral water, and pretended to bend down to hand it to her. Nan Jiyue, with her reserved demeanor, reached out to take the water, with the words "thank you" already on the tip of her tongue. But Chen Yi suddenly straightened his back, and the bottle of water missed Nan Jiyue's hand, and he downed half the bottle himself. Refreshing! A sigh of satisfaction, then he raised the bottle high and poured the water over his head. Comfortable. After saying that, Chen Yi took the empty bottle and another bottle of water and prepared to walk back. Nan Jiyue finally couldn't hold back anymore and said through gritted teeth, "That bottle of water wasn't for me, was it?" "Ha? You mean this bottle of water? If you had asked me, I wouldn't have minded giving it to you." Shen Yi tossed the mineral water bottle into the air, caught it, tossed it again, and caught it once more, grinning at the little fairy. The little fairy wasn't about to give in so easily. She immediately turned her head away from Chen Yi, but her expression spoke volumes. If she could kill someone with her teeth, she would have jumped up and bitten Chen Yi to death. Chen Yi glanced at Nan Jiyue's dry lips and said deliberately, "Anyway, we'll be done practicing soon and can go have lunch. Little fairy, just hang in there a little longer. Don't forget to bring extra water this afternoon." Chen Yi's words made Nan Jiyue feel even thirstier. She licked her dry lips, glanced at the water in Chen Yi's hand, and found the water's allure too strong. She whispered, "Please, I'll beg you. If you beg me, I'll let you. But do you admit you were wrong earlier?" The little fairy bit her lip and nodded reluctantly. She knew she had spoken out of turn, but admitting it was too difficult. But considering how thirsty she was, she decided to admit it. "Alright, since you've admitted it, apologize. My request isn't too much, is it? I'm sorry, I was wrong, okay? That's not sincere. Be more serious. Hey, Chen Yi, don't be so unreasonable." Seeing the little princess about to throw another tantrum, Chen Yi ignored her completely and immediately started to leave. Seeing this, Nan Jiyue panicked. Since she had already backed down, she didn't care about doing it again. She hurriedly said, "Hey, don't leave. I was really wrong earlier. I shouldn't have spoken to you like that." Seeing the little girl finally bow her head, Jenny didn't want to push her too hard, that would be counterproductive. He stopped, helped her open the lid, and handed it to her, saying, "Drink slowly, take small sips, don't choke. And this water isn't anything special, just drink it." Shenyi thought the little fairy must have been drinking the same water as him earlier, all that expensive bottled water that costs hundreds of dollars per bottle. Well, fairies drink dewdrops, after all. After giving her instructions, Shenyi left immediately. Watching his back, Nan Jiyue took small sips of water while grimacing, but Shenyi couldn't see her amusing expression. Nan Jiyue didn't notice that she had unconsciously fallen into Chunyi's rhythm. "Humph, little brat, I'll show you. One day, I'll make you, the little fairy, kneel down and call me daddy. But if I help educate someone else's child like this, shouldn't her parents pay me? My educational fees are quite expensive." Chapter 92, Checking into a hotel room to fight. Shen Yi. Here. After morning military training ended, just as everyone was exhausted and groaning in preparation for lunch, Shen Yi was called over by the drill sergeant. "Your previous act of helping the female student was commendable, but this is a military camp. Acting on your own without the instructor's approval is a violation of camp rules. You must accept punishment. Do you understand?" "Understood, instructor." "All right, then run 3 laps around the field. No eating until you finish." "Yes." "Hurry up and run. I'll count for you." Shen Yi had already anticipated this outcome. Feeling wronged? There's nothing to feel wronged about. After all, this is military training, and breaking the rules means you deserve the punishment. At least it's only 3 laps. For Chen Yi's current physical condition, it's nothing. However, after training all morning, he was genuinely hungry. Shen Yi took a deep breath and started running around the track. As he passed by some female formations, he drew cheers from the crowd. "Wow, that's the guy who carried a female student to the infirmary earlier, right?" "Yeah, that's him. He's supposedly from the first class of the English department." "What's his name?" "I was too far away to see clearly earlier, but now he looks so handsome. I think his name is Chun Yi. Isn't he the freshman who was rumored to have a Ferrari?" "It must be him." "No way. He's so handsome, so kind, and rich too. He even bought water for the girls and boys in his class. Why didn't any of the boys in our class bring water? I'm dying of thirst. Is he some kind of idol from a drama? Oh my gosh, if I could have a boyfriend like that, I must have saved the world in my previous life." Our classmate Nan Jiyue just seemed to be scolding Chen Yi earlier. Could it be that Nan Jiyue confessed her feelings and was rejected? Nan Jiyue? Her name is pretty nice, but her temper is so spoiled. I can't stand her, and look at her face, doesn't it look like she's had plastic surgery? Now that you mention it, she does look like she has. But the instructor is being too harsh. Shen Yi carried the fainted girl to the infirmary. That's a good deed. Why is he being punished? I should have fainted too. You're just looking for trouble, little beauty. But the instructor really is too strict. Wherever Chen Yi went, a group of female students were excitedly discussing him. Some bold ones even waved and screamed at him, just like he was a celebrity. In just half a day of military training, Shen Yi's bold actions had already made him almost famous among all the first-year female students. Now everyone knows that there's a guy in the first class of the English department who's handsome, rich, generous, and super kind. Chen Yi, the party secretary. Fortunately, Chen Yi had already developed a thick skin and could remain calm under the gaze of so many girls. As for the boys from other departments, some were jealous, some envied him, and some remained indifferent. Chen Yi knew he couldn't please everyone, so he didn't bother with the emotions of those who didn't concern him. "Chen Yi, Mom loves you." Suddenly, a girl boldly shouted out, causing all the first-year freshmen at military training to burst into laughter. Even Chen Yi himself couldn't help but laugh out loud. "No way, when did I get a mom fan? Are you all still hungry? Hurry up and line up. Anyone who stays here watching will have to run 3 laps." Finally, the drill instructors couldn't stand it anymore. They shouted at the girls, who stuck out their tongues and dared not shout anymore. They obediently lined up to go eat. By the time Chen Yi finished running, the field was empty. Even Chen Yi, who had been training all morning and then ran 3 laps, was out of breath. He took off his hat and wiped the sweat from his forehead, then sighed and walked alone toward the dining hall. How I miss the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton. Just as Chen Yi stepped off the playground and onto the path leading to the cafeteria, he noticed someone sitting on the curb beside the road. Chen Yi looked closely. Isn't that the little fairy? Nan Jiyue was sitting on the curb, without a hat, revealing a face that was stunningly beautiful even without makeup. Sweat beads formed on her forehead, her face worn with fatigue. She bit her lower lip lightly, stretching out one leg to reveal a sliver of snow-white skin at the hem of her pants, gently massaging the muscles of her calf. Upon seeing Chen Yi approach, Nan Jiyue hurriedly stood up, hiding a bottle of water behind her back. Chenny couldn't help but laugh. What's this? Little fairy, are you here to bring me water? Should I cry tears of gratitude? Cut it out. You think you're so clever? Who asked you to bring me water? I just don't like owing people. Now I'm returning your bottle of water. If you want to cry, go hide somewhere. Don't let me see you. It's annoying. The little fairy girl tossed the bottle of water she had been hiding behind her back, not caring whether Chenny caught it or not. Her eyes, as clear as autumn water, were filled with stubborn determination. She turned and walked away. Chenny acted quickly, catching the bottle of water. He watched Nanny Ua's back and smiled, saying, "Thanks, little fairy." Nanji Yue paused for a moment, ignored him, and continued walking away alone, soon disappearing from sight. Though a bit spoiled, she wasn't a bad person. Seeing her like this, she must care about others, even if she wasn't very good at expressing it. Of course, she might just be a masochist. Chenny muttered to himself, but he thought that Nanji Yue probably wasn't really thinking about others. She was the typical mindset of a wealthy second-generation heiress. Because she saw Chenny as someone on the same level, someone she might hang out with, that's why she bothered to think about him. If it were anyone else, she'd probably just ignore them and give them a sour face. Otherwise, this young lady wouldn't have so easily taken sides against the other girls. But those ungrateful bastards, even a spoiled princess knows to bring me water, yet none of you animals bothered to look out for me? When Chenny arrived at the canteen, he realized he had been mistaken. Those beasts had already prepared a meal for their Chingo, and seeing the bowl filled with meat, Chenny felt even hungrier. Even the drill sergeant gave him an extra chicken leg, proving that the drill sergeant had no ill will, but was just following military training rules and had to punish Chenny. This communal meal was the last thing Chenny wanted to eat, but today's lunch tasted better than any gourmet meal costing thousands per person. Indeed, when you're hungry, everything tastes delicious. After the afternoon rest, training resumed. By the end of the day, everyone was so exhausted they could barely move. There were no evening assembly activities today, so they could finally get a good night's sleep. Chenny, however, asked Li Tianwan for a day off, claiming he had something to do that evening. Li Tianwan, who had already become close with Chenny, approved without any hesitation, but instructed him to return before the start of military training the next day. With the instructions in hand, Chenny drove off in his Ferrari. He didn't go to the Ritz-Carlton but instead found a decent hotel near the school, planning to spend the night practicing martial arts. There was no other option. The system only allowed one day, and practicing 200 sets of military drills in the school or dormitory would be utterly ridiculous. To prevent the news that the freshman campus heartthrob was actually mentally unstable from surfacing tomorrow, Chenny had no choice but to book a hotel room to practice his boxing. Chapter 93, Israeli Krav Maga. Israeli Krav Maga is a specialized military hand-to-hand combat system. It is a required course for the FBI in the United States and a mandatory combat technique for Israel's military and law enforcement agencies. It is now widely used by military and police departments around the world. The master-level Krav Maga reward from the system isn't just a random name. This martial art is indeed divided into 4 levels: beginner, intermediate, expert, and master. The entire system of Krav Maga encompasses unarmed defense, defense against weapon attacks, handling attacks from any direction and location, movement in any possible narrow environment, and control of both the body and mind. It can be described as a comprehensive application of modern self-defense techniques, with extremely high practical applicability. Even with the system's assistance, mastering master-level Maga martial arts through self-practice alone would require a significant investment of time and effort, and practical experience would still be lacking. Now, simply completing a task can grant such abilities. Even if Chenny finds the approach a bit unconventional, he can't help but praise its effectiveness. 200 sets of military boxing techniques aren't too difficult, but the system's requirements for execution are quite stringent. This forces Chenny to pay close attention to every move, ensuring he doesn't execute them too quickly. If even one of the 16 moves in a set is executed incorrectly, he has to start the entire set over, which is extremely tiring and can easily lead to mental breakdown. Chenny was quite relieved that the system rewarded him with manhwa shu. This set of special military combat techniques is like a fish in water in modern times. If he had been given something like traditional martial arts like bagwazang, it would just be all show and no substance, good for nothing but looking cool, and completely useless in real combat. It's not that Chenny looks down on traditional martial arts, it's just that they become outdated. In modern combat techniques, hands are always positioned to protect the head, while traditional martial arts almost always keep hands on the torso. This is simply unscientific. Did ancient people not know how to protect their heads? Of course not. The main reason is that traditional martial arts were designed for killing, and no one kills with bare hands. Killing requires weapons. Take Xingyi Quan, for example. One hand is placed in front, and the other is at the waist. Punches are delivered using the power of the waist. This posture is highly unscientific in unarmed combat, but if you hold a cold weapon like a long spear, you'll find the posture is perfectly coordinated, and those punches all become lethal techniques. Take Bagwai Zhang, for example. The techniques involve both hands moving in circles, which seem unnecessary. However, if you hold a weapon like the Ziwu Yuan Yanyu, you'll find that Bagui Zhang becomes a deadly technique. The early masters of Wing Chun used different postures than those practiced today, as Wing Chun requires the use of the 8-cut sword. Ba Ji Quan requires the left hand to hold a shield and the right hand to hold a sword. The techniques of ancient Ba Ji Quan were all designed for battlefield combat. The saying martial arts have Ba Ji to determine the fate of the world is indeed accurate. In ancient times, there were prohibitions against carrying weapons for practice, so the postures were simplified into fist techniques, and each school was passed down through the generations. Therefore, these traditional martial arts are not obsolete, they are simply unsuitable for this era. Killing techniques are not meant for stage competitions, and stage competitions do not allow weapons. In this modern age, we don't need cold weapons like swords and spears to fight. Everyone uses firearms. If traditional martial arts want to develop, they must adapt. Sir, times have changed. Shenyi pondered these thoughts while slowly practicing military martial arts. Whether there's a reward or not, he noticed that his military boxing was already quite proficient. 200 sets of military martial arts if done casually, it's extremely fast. But if every move is executed with precision, by the time Shenyi finished, it was almost dawn. Task completed. Reward, Master Level Israeli Krav Maga. As the system prompt sounded, Shenyi, who had almost beaten himself into a daze from practicing military martial arts, relaxed his expression. Finally, it's over. In an instant, Shenyi felt his body possessed extraordinary combat instincts, and his mind was filled with a complete set of combat techniques. The system's reward was indeed powerful. This Krav Maga wasn't just coach-taught techniques, but skills seemingly distilled from countless real-world combat experiences by military and police forces worldwide. Standing in the guest room, Shenyi merely glanced around the surroundings and already had a plan in mind. If enemies appeared from any of the 360 degrees, whether they were armed or not, he knew exactly how to respond and counterattack to subdue them. This system of martial arts didn't grant superhuman abilities like dodging bullets, but it gave Shenyi an immense sense of security, allowing him to know exactly how to respond even when facing the most ruthless criminals. Why do the wealthy hire bodyguards? It's because they lack a sense of security. And now, Shenyi's sense of security is off the charts. As long as there isn't a significant physical disparity or a 1 versus 100 situation, Shenyi is confident he can easily subdue anyone he faces. After all, this is the culmination of knowledge and instincts honed by countless theoretical experts and practical practitioners over their lifetimes. Unfortunately, while people's physical abilities vary, I can't achieve such an exaggerated feat of fighting 1 against 100. Man, I'm just so damn tired. After taking a shower at the hotel, Shenyi couldn't catch up on sleep. Military training always required getting up early, and he had taken a day off from Li Tianwang's place. To avoid causing trouble for Li Tianwang, Shenyi checked out of the hotel and drove his Ferrari back to school. When Shenyi returned to the dormitory, the 3 roommates were already awake. Seeing Shenyi come back, they were all startled. What the hell did you go out for? You've got such dark circles under your eyes. Dork, you little virgin, are you really that clueless or just pretending? What do you think the boss could have been doing out all night? Old-timer Wang Anqi smiled lewdly. Leader, you've got some serious stamina. I fell asleep on the bed yesterday, and you could still go out and party? Jia Yiba gave Shenyi a thumbs up in admiration. Yesterday, so many people were scolded until they were like dead dogs, but Shenyi ran 3 extra laps around the track. I never thought he'd come back without resting and go out again, even with those dark circles under his eyes. This must be a time management master. Hey, I really didn't go out partying. I spent the whole night doing 200 sets of military-style punches in my hotel room. Shenyi was too lazy to explain and couldn't anyway, so he just laughed and said, you still have the energy to talk trash? Let us go. We'll probably have to assemble for morning runs soon. The drill instructor had already started blowing his whistle in the hallway. That day, Shenyi dragged his exhausted body through another day of military training and collapsed into a deep sleep upon returning. The 15-day military training camp passed by quickly. Shenyi felt that the only thing he gained from military training was that all the first-year female students seemed to know him, and wherever he went, girls would greet him. It's a shame that modern times aren't like ancient times, otherwise, the entire school would be my harem. Shenyi thought to himself with a smug grin. Chapter 94, Just Find a Sugar Daddy. Although the Shanghai Drama Academy isn't as famous as the National Academy of Drama or the Imperial Film Academy, it's still the second best school of its kind in the country. The entire Shangcheng Drama Academy was previously divided into 3 campuses, but in March of this year, a new campus was launched, bringing the total number of campuses to 4. Different departments are located in different campuses, so students at the Shanghai Drama Academy rarely get to meet peers from other campuses. The Huashan Road campus of the Shanghai Drama Academy is located near the city center of Shanghai, where students from the acting department, directing department, drama literature department, and stage design department attend classes. Due to the high land prices in Shanghai, the Huashan Road campus is relatively small and cannot compare in size to campuses located in suburban areas. However, because the campus is in a developed urban area, students here enjoy convenient access to daily necessities without having to travel into the city. The Shanghai Theatre Academy campus features a serene and picturesque environment, with numerous green spaces and buildings that reflect the architectural style of the Republican era. Many of these structures exude a sense of historical charm, appearing as though they have stood for over a century. Surrounded by towering skyscrapers, the school evokes the charm of Shanghai's bustling foreign concessions from a century ago. However, despite the old buildings, the student dormitories are still quite decent. Each dormitory room accommodates 4 students, with 4 beds arranged in a corner, a central aisle, and a desk in the middle. The interior walls are minimally decorated, with only the floorboards appearing somewhat presentable. However, the School of Performing Arts is home to many beautiful women, and having such a group of beauties living in such a place is somewhat challenging. Yu Jinyu, a second-year student in the Shanghai Opera Performance Department, lives on the 3rd floor. Although the room is very simple, the girls manage to decorate it beautifully. The walls are covered with various attractive wallpapers, with stars and heart-shaped stickers neatly arranged. Hooks hold cute little dolls, and the curtains are a soft pink color. The desk is lined with school textbooks, and various small trinkets are scattered about, creating a girly, candy-themed atmosphere. At first glance, it resembles a fairy tale world. However, upon closer inspection, it leaves one speechless. The girls' clothes are scattered everywhere, and the bed is piled high with underwear. Under a row of books on the desk, cosmetics are scattered haphazardly, with bottles and jars in disarray, even more chaotic than a boys' dormitory. Yu Jinyu was wearing a cute light yellow striped pajama set, slipping her feet into a pair of fluffy cotton slippers. Her hair was slightly disheveled, tied up high on her head into a ball, with the air conditioner blowing gently on her scalp. She sat in the chair at the desk, with a mirror that had been wiped spotlessly clean in front of her. Her pale, delicate hands, which made Chenny laugh and say they looked like those of a primary school student, were carefully applying a face mask to her face. Soon, the mask adhered to her face, transforming the once innocent and charming girl into a bizarre-looking face. The dormitory was a 4-person room, but aside from Yu Jinyu, only one other person was present. The other 2 roommates had gone out with their boyfriends and were likely not returning tonight. In the middle of the dormitory, there was a yoga mat laid out on the floor. A girl was wearing a yoga-specific tank top and leggings. The clothing only covered half of her upper body, revealing her toned abdomen with a defined six-pack and no excess fat, as well as the perfect S-curve of her waist. At that moment, the girl's entire waist was almost bent into a U shape, with one hand reaching up to grasp her own foot, resembling both a yoga pose and a dance position. Chi Yuxuan maintained this pose while glancing at Yu Jinyu, who was sitting nearby, more accurately, at the cosmetics on her desk. As students of the acting department at Shinchi Academy, they might not excel in other areas, but when it came to makeup, they were all experts. Otherwise, they wouldn't be required to go makeup-free during exams. Naturally, they were well versed in various cosmetic brands. Th Energy Mask, the top-tier series under Shiseido, costs a staggering 1,500 yuan per box of 6 masks, which works out to over 200 yuan per mask. Even if such high-end masks don't need to be used daily, using one every 2 or 3 days would still cost 4,000 to 5,000 yuan a month, a sum not every woman can afford. After all, masks are just one item among many in women's cosmetics. Kanibo's 20th Century Powder Cream, priced at around 1,200 yuan, may seem affordable, but it only contains 30 g. The La Mer face cream is even more expensive, costing several thousand yuan for the top-tier product, and there are countless other cosmetics of various prices. When did Yu Jinyu start using such high-end cosmetics? Chi Yuxuan clearly remembers that although Yu Jinyu used to have a lot of cosmetics, they were all from brands with excellent cost-effectiveness. She would try them out at the counters and research online every day to ensure she could buy the best and most suitable cosmetics for herself at the lowest possible price. Now, however, her desk was covered in cosmetics costing over $1,000 each, and these were the kind of products that would be used up quickly. It was simply unimaginable. Finally, curiosity got the better of Chi Yuxuan, and she couldn't help but ask, "Jinyu, did you hit the jackpot?" Yu Jinyu, who was admiring herself in the mirror, turned around and looked at Chi Yuxuan with her face covered in a face mask, giggling, "Yes, I've struck it rich. I found a job that pays 10,000 a month." In the dormitory, Yu Jinyu and Chi Yuxuan were the closest. As for the other 2, while they weren't exactly enemies, they didn't talk much either. After all, they had boyfriends and preferred not to linger in the dormitory. Hearing Yu Jinyu's sweet, seductive voice, Chi Yuxuan's body trembled slightly. Yu Jinyu might not be much else, but her voice was simply too alluring. "You little temptress, trying to seduce the abbess again. Watch out, I'll make you mine tonight. Come on, come on. Who's afraid of who? If I don't make you kneel on the bed begging for mercy, I'll take your surname." Yu Jinyu raised her eyebrows defiantly, completely unafraid. Normally, Chi Yuxuan would have playfully fought with Yu Jinyu, but at this moment, she felt a tingling curiosity about what Yu Jinyu had said earlier. "Jinyu, the job you mentioned paying 10,000 a month, is that Zimbabwean dollars? What the hell is Zimbabwean currency? It's soft currency, right?" Yu Jinyu laughed and scolded, unconcerned about her image in the girls' dormitory. She could curse as she pleased, and if she found someone annoying, she'd confront them right in front of her roommates. Soft currency? Chi Yuxuan froze for a moment, then feigned anger. Oh really? Jinyu, you have such a great job and didn't even tell me about it? Are you asking for a beating? Chi Yuxuan didn't believe Yu Jinyu's words. A job paying 100,000 yuan a month, 1.2 million yuan a year? That's already the annual income of someone at the P7 level or above in Ma's company, right? That's definitely the elite of the elite in society. Although they were students in the acting department, few of them were truly obsessed with becoming celebrities. They knew that becoming a celebrity required luck, and those who thought they could sell themselves to achieve success were just naive. This is a massive buyer's market, with far more supply than demand. There are plenty of girls willing to sell themselves, but how many succeed? Most end up selling themselves for nothing and getting nothing in return. A six-figure annual salary is something these students dare not even dream of. Seeing the disbelieving expression on Chi Yuxuan's face, Yu Jinyu rolled her eyes and laughed. Don't be so skeptical. Just find yourself a sugar daddy. Chapter 95, let's continue to be good sisters. Sugar daddy? Chi Yuxuan stared at Yu Jinyu with wide eyes, her tone tinged with a hint of testing. Literal meaning? As a modern young person who frequently uses the internet, Chi Yuxuan naturally knew what the term meant, but it was precisely because she understood that she was a bit surprised. However, it was merely surprise, nothing beyond that. This was the Shanghai Drama Academy, a school renowned for its beauty, where luxury cars weren't exactly a dime a dozen, but they certainly weren't rare either. The idea of someone being kept by a wealthy individual or a senior or junior finding a particularly wealthy second-generation boyfriend was nothing out of the ordinary at the school. Everyone had long since grown accustomed to it, and at most, they would gossip about it privately from time to time. Yu Jinyu tapped her face to help the mask absorb the nutrients. She glanced at Chi Yuxuan, who was still maintaining that U-shaped pose, and a flash of envy crossed her eyes. That's way too big, and her figure is amazing. In Yu Jinyu's eyes, Chi Yuxuan's figure was just like those Western female celebrities often seen in news photos on the beach, truly curvaceous, especially that tiny waist, which was absolutely stunning. Many girls may look slim, but their waists are straight and barrel-shaped, instantly lowering their aesthetic appeal by several notches. The true mark of a woman's perfect figure lies in the curve and angle between the waist and hips. However, achieving such a perfect curve is no longer something that can be achieved solely through natural talent. It inevitably requires diligent exercise. Chi Yuxuan is the type who has worked hard to achieve this through exercise. For example, she does yoga and practices dance poses every day. Yu Jinyu knew that her roommate had been practicing dance since childhood and had a solid foundation in dance. She had originally wanted to enroll in a dance department, but due to certain circumstances, she realized she wasn't suited for dance and ended up in the performing arts department instead. Fortunately, her sugar daddy is a leg enthusiast and an open-minded person who doesn't care much about size, otherwise she wouldn't stand a chance. Yu Jinyu mocked herself inwardly but laughed aloud. Could there be any other literal meaning? Or do you think any job can earn 10,000 a month? Sigh, but women really have it tough. Look at me, I have to spend so much money every month on cosmetics and skincare, and it's all for my sugar daddy. Just the cosmetics alone cost over 10,000 yuan a month. Yu Jinyu said regretfully, then proudly handed over the Jin's mask and said, Yuxuan, do you want to try this? A mask that costs over 200 yuan is way better than those that cost 20 yuan each. Sure, Yu Jinyu, showing off in front of me, huh? Wait till I get you. Chi Yuxuan didn't bother with yoga. She jumped up from the ground and pounced on Yu Jinyu. Yu Jinyu let out a shriek. At less than 5 feet tall, she wasn't a match for the regularly exercised Chi Yuxuan, and was subdued in just a few seconds. Oh, I'm sorry. Yuxuan, I'm sorry. Don't tickle me, I'm ticklish. Yu Jinyu curled up into a ball, screaming. Chi Yuxuan quickly emerged victorious, snatching the face mask from Yu Jinyu's hands. Looking at the face mask in her hand, she was genuinely tempted. Such an expensive disposable item, costing around 1,500 yuan per box and likely to be used up in a week, was something Chi Yuxuan had never dared to buy before. Not to mention 200 yuan per sheet. Even those costing 20 yuan per sheet were already quite expensive. If she used one a day, that would be over $600 a month. Her family was just an ordinary working-class household. Her parents gave her 3,000 yuan in pocket money each month, which was already quite generous, but it wasn't enough to afford such expensive cosmetics. It was no wonder women were so expensive. Although she was tempted, Chi Yuxuan put the face mask back. It belonged to Yu Jinyu, and it wasn't cheap. She couldn't possibly use it herself. Besides those stingy, money-grabbing girls, most people wouldn't dare touch someone else's expensive things. Chi Yuxuan's expression grew serious. She pulled over a chair and sat down in front of Yu Jinyu, saying, You really found someone to support you? Though she only said half the words, Yu Jinyu understood her meaning. She shrugged indifferently and nodded. Yeah, I hired someone to support me. When did you find him? Around the end of August. You really did it? I always thought you were joking. Shi Yuxuan's expression grew complicated. Yu Jinyu, though she had a bold and brash personality, was actually quite emotionally intelligent. That's why she dared to speak coldly and mockingly to Ruan Jui. She knew Ruan Jui's temperament well enough to know she wouldn't get angry. However, when dealing with others, she wouldn't dare to act that way. She knew how to maintain good relationships with people. At first, Shi Yuxuan became close friends with Yu Jinyu as roommates, but only later, after getting to know her better, did she discover her true nature. Earlier, Yu Jinyu had expressed her desire to find someone to support her financially, but Shi Yuxuan didn't take it seriously at the time, thinking it was just a joke. She never expected Yu Jinyu to actually go through with it. Have you two done it? Of course. Otherwise, how could the sugar daddy give me 10,000 yuan? Yu Jinyu gave her a look that seemed to say, "Are you kidding me?" which made Shi Yuxuan so annoyed she wanted to twist her mouth. Regarding Yu Jinyu's choice and thoughts, Shi Yuxuan didn't know what to say. Everyone has their own thoughts and choices, others have no right to interfere. Besides, she knew a bit about Yu Jinyu's family situation, so her choice made sense. Besides, she wasn't the only girl like that. But Shi Yuxuan couldn't help but say, "Actually, with your conditions, finding a decent boyfriend isn't impossible." Come on, Yuxuan. Where would you even meet those wealthy second-generation rich kids? And even if you did, why would they look at you? Alright, even if they did, what could they possibly buy for you? Those second-generation students don't even have enough pocket money for themselves. Would they be willing to spend it on you? They'd just let you feel a little vain by riding in their luxury cars, and you might even have to buy them things. As for the even richer second-generation kids, they'd just use you as a girlfriend to buy clothes and bags. They'd never give you money directly. If you ask them for money, they might think you're after their money and break up with you right away to find the next one. Do you believe me? In the end, you'll get nothing and have given yourself away. Isn't that a loss? Do you really think those rich people will give you a house or a car? No way. If the property is transferred to your name, I'll kick him out immediately and find a younger guy. What can they do? If I can think of this, don't you think the rich people can? That's why they give you these things. Ha, as for finding some so-called poor man who is good to you to live with, I'd rather not. I've already lived that kind of life for nearly 20 years. I don't want the rest of my life to be like that. Yu Jinyu rolled her eyes, delivering a speech that was both self-righteous and full of contempt for the poor, leaving Shi Yuxuan speechless. Only someone like Yu Jinyu could make being disdainful of the poor and fond of the wealthy sound so noble. Then Yu Jinyu changed the subject, giggling sweetly, "Ha, so my sugar daddy is the best. He is handsome, treats me well, doesn't hesitate to give money, and is even a top student at X university. Where else could I find such a great sugar daddy?" Looking at Yu Jinyu's expression, Shi Yuxuan suddenly realized something was off. The more she looked at her, the more it seemed like she was in love. Was she deceiving herself? Shi Yuxuan casually asked, "Jinyu, what does your sugar daddy do?" Everyone has a bit of a gossipy side, and she was actually curious to hear more. Previously, Shi Yuxuan knew that Yu Jinyu hated those older, greasy uncles. Could her sugar daddy be one of those handsome older guys? She's in college, a year younger than me. Yu Jinyu giggled. Shi Yuxuan froze upon hearing this and immediately snapped, "So that's it. You're just dating a rich boyfriend and coming here to show off to your older sister, aren't you? Hey, stop it, it's not like that, it's not like that. Don't touch me. The sugar daddy is just a sugar daddy, not a boyfriend. Plus, he has a girlfriend, and you've even met her." Yu Jinyu begged for mercy repeatedly. Shi Yuxuan, upon hearing this, grew even more excited and asked gossipingly, "You've met her? Who is she? Which class? Which department?" "She's not from our school. She's just a close friend I've known since childhood. Her name is Ruan Jui. You've met her once, right?" As soon as Yu Jinyu finished speaking, Shi Yuxuan's face turned pale with fear, and she crossed her arms and stepped back. "What's that look on your face? You little, stay away from me from now on. You even tried to seduce my best friend's boyfriend. If I ever get a boyfriend, I'll make sure he stays as far away from you as possible." Shi Yuxuan spoke in an exaggerated tone. "Ha, someone like you, the boyfriend you find probably isn't any good either. I'm not interested in seducing him." Yu Jinyu glanced at Shi Yuxuan and said with a sneer, "Do you look down on your older sister?" Shi Yuxuan flew into a rage, and the entire girls' dormitory erupted into chaos again. After the commotion died down, Shi Yuxuan asked casually, "He's studying at Xincheng University?" Yu Jinyu, the sharp-witted one, immediately guessed what Shi Yuxuan was up to and laughed sweetly. "Yes, Xinyu University. Wow, a top student, huh? Of course, otherwise how could he be my sugar daddy?" Yu Jinyu said triumphantly, as if she were proud of it. After a pause, she added, "I know what you're thinking. His military training is almost over. I'll take you to meet him then. You can go all out to seduce my sugar daddy. I don't mind continuing to be good sisters with you. Get lost. I'm not you." Shi Yuxuan laughed and scolded her. Although she wasn't wealthy, her family background was different from Yu Jinyu's. It was a fairly normal family, and she had no intention of becoming someone's mistress. Chapter 95, Turning Money into Influence. Chapter 96, Turning Money into Influence. That's the true mark of a true tycoon. Dean, rich guy, do you have time to go to the racetrack and play with cars? I was just thinking of filming a video. During the military training break, when Chenny saw the message from a YouTuber he knew on WeChat, he didn't react much. Going to the racetrack was just an excuse. He probably wanted to film a video. It was likely that this content creator had recently transitioned from gaming content to outdoor vlogs. A video he made by chance at a Ferrari dealership had gone viral, prompting him to continue in this direction. Chenny smiled derisively and prepared to reply with a refusal. Bro, I'm not your tool. Why would I be interested in boosting your video views? As for this YouTuber with millions of followers on a certain platform, Chenny has never taken him seriously. From the moment he obtained the system, Chenny knew they weren't on the same level, they were on different tracks, so there was no need to get too close. Though pragmatic, Chenny knew he had to adopt such a utilitarian mindset and approach. Those who couldn't bring him benefits weren't worth spending time on. Perhaps the only exception was the classmates he had met in university. As they say, university is the last ivory tower. Once you leave school, the things people value in their relationships change, and it becomes difficult to make true friends. Just as Chenny was about to politely decline, the host sent another message. Dean, rich guy, I just happen to have someone to introduce you to. He's a friend of mine and one of the co-founders of a certain website. His name is Ding Junfeng. Do you know him? Chenny felt a stir in his heart and quickly opened Baidu to search for Ding Junfeng. If he was just an ordinary co-founder of a certain website, it wouldn't matter, unless Chenny wanted to buy his shares at a high price. But if he was a co-founder in charge of a part of the business. As Chenny was thinking this, the search results quickly provided an answer. This Ding Junfeng was indeed one of the earliest co-founders of the website. And he wasn't just a founder who was there for the ride, waiting for the company to go public and cash in on the stock dividends. He was a founder with real power, managing a part of the business, and the department he managed happened to be the one related to games. Was this a case of planting willows without intending to, but they grew into a forest? At the time, he had only casually met a certain website's content creator, but that connection had become a bridge, allowing Chenny to meet a high-ranking official at the website, and it was precisely what Chenny was about to undertake. To complete a system task, Chenny had already decided to establish a mobile game company to develop mobile games. After careful consideration, he ultimately chose a mobile game genre related to the anime and manga subculture, as such games are relatively easier to monetize through in-app purchases. He planned to hire well-known artists online to create concept art, find famous voice actors in Japan to voice the game, develop a decent story and gameplay mechanics, and use money to buy ads and traffic on major websites for promotion. Whether the game would become popular or not was uncertain, but making enough money to meet the target of 10 million in revenue through in-app purchases would be a breeze. However, Chenny felt that even if he didn't care about making money since the system would provide him with funds, he still had to do a good job if he was going to do it. He has also carefully considered the type of game he wants to create. In this world, there is no game like Honor of Kings. When it comes to massive influence and extremely high revenue, Honor of Kings would definitely rank among the top. However, aside from the fact that developing such games takes a long time, just balancing the data alone would require a significant amount of time. By the time it launches, it might already be too late. Additionally, games like Honor of Kings, which are inspired by League of Legends, even in Chenny's previous world, faced numerous criticisms upon release, and that was when Riot Games was fully owned by Tencent. In this world, if someone dared to develop such a game independently, they might end up facing legal battles with Tencent and other major companies. The reason Honor of Kings became so popular is that Tencent has the resources and distribution channels to make it happen, and what Chenny lacks are precisely those resources and channels. If he had them, he would have already become Chendad. Moreover, the production cost of this game exceeds 500 million yuan. Cough, cough. So, let's just forget about it. Therefore, Honor of Kings was immediately ruled out by Chenny, who instead set his sights on pure anime-style games. FGO, the game that saved a certain platform, was the obvious choice. However, this game's success relies on an already established popular IP, and since this game already exists in this world, Chenny can only give up. Ultimately, Chenny chose a game that started as a small indie project but gained massive popularity through word of mouth, Arknights. This game almost perfectly meets Chenny's requirements for a 2D game: famous artists, Japanese voice actors, a terrible game script in the early stages, and solid tower defense gameplay. Moreover, the game's production costs were low, with 2 million being sufficient. Additionally, Chenny already had a basic concept of the game in his mind, allowing him to significantly reduce development time. All these factors combined were enough to lure those otaku fans into opening their wallets to help Chenny complete his system tasks. After all, they only care about the 2D characters. Now that the decision has been made, it's time to quickly assemble a team. However, while Chenny is skilled at playing games, he knows little about game development. Having money can indeed buy you anything, but without expertise, you're easily taken advantage of and end up wasting a lot of time. Therefore, the simplest solution is to collaborate with an industry insider. You provide the funding, they contribute resources, connections, and experience, and you cede a small portion of the profits in exchange for greater returns. This is the way to go. This co-founder of a certain platform was like a godsend. I had met him by chance as a content creator, and now it had come to fruition. In the future, you can leverage this founder's connection with the platform to utilize their promotional channels and resources. By the time the platform goes public, your own system might have reached a high level, and with enough capital, you might even be able to acquire a portion of the shares, becoming a major shareholder and guiding the next generation of users. The plan sounds perfect. How to convert money into influence is the most critical issue for a wealthy individual with a system. Simply having money can only allow you to live a luxurious and affluent life, but in the face of special circumstances, money may not be of much use. To take an extreme example, suppose you encounter a thug who beats you up. If you can't fight back but have money, you could hire someone to beat him up, but that's called hiring a hitman. If you end up getting arrested, having money won't help you can't bribe the judge. However, if you have influence or know the local police chief, such an incident wouldn't even occur. The biggest flaw of the system-issued money lies here: it is merely money and does not grant influence. Only immense influence is the key to standing firm. Currently, Chen Yi has taken the first step toward gaining influence. His ultimate goal and direction is to become an indispensable part of the nation. With his goal set, he felt a sense of clarity. He sent a WeChat message agreeing to the filming request. Well, I'll just sacrifice my looks for this, he thought. After arranging a specific time with the dean, Chen Yi put away his phone. Although military training was almost over, it wasn't over yet. Under the drill instructor's whistle, Chen Yi headed to the assembly point. As he passed by the Japanese language department's male formation, he heard a voice filled with envy. It's just because your family has some money, right? What's so great about that? If it weren't for your family's money, you'd just be a stupid jerk. Chen Yi turned his head and saw a muscular guy. Chen Yi had always known he couldn't be liked by everyone, and the ones who hated him the most were probably the Japanese language department students. This was mainly because Chen Yi often teased Nan Jiyue when he had nothing to do, which made the Japanese language department students jealous. Don't underestimate Nan Jiyue just because she wasn't popular with girls. There were plenty of guys who were willing to fawn over her. As long as she was pretty, no one cared about her personality. As for things like "her personality doesn't suit me," that was just an excuse they'd come up with after becoming a couple. Although Nan Jiyue's personality had caused many boys to give up, and she had even nearly driven a few boys to the brink of madness, the lapdogs were relentless. They only believed that they hadn't tried hard enough, and that with enough persistence, even a dog could grind a needle. Chen Yi listened to the Japanese language department guy's bitter tone and suspected he was one of the lapdogs. In a place where no one else could see, Chen Yi flipped the guy off. FCKU. The already jealous guy immediately flew into a rage. At this age, men can't control their tempers, so he started cursing and charging toward Chen Yi with a menacing expression. Chen Yi's expression darkened. Chapter 97, Chen Yi, keep fighting. Chen Yi had a particular aversion to certain things, and one of them was when people cursed using their parents. If it was just a casual expression or a joke, he could tolerate it, but when it came to such direct verbal attacks, he found it utterly repulsive. When he saw the Japanese language school student walk out of the formation and head toward Chen Yi with a menacing expression, the entire Japanese language school formation erupted into chaos. Some of the boys were excited, some were watching the show, and some were worried, but none of them tried to stop him. They were just there to watch the spectacle. As long as a fight doesn't involve them, people always enjoy watching. The Japanese language school student's curse was loud enough to catch everyone's attention. The first-year female students, seeing a tall, muscular guy walking toward Chen Yi, were all worried, and some even shouted out. Nan Jiyue, as a student from the Japanese Language Institute, was closest to the scene. Seeing someone about to attack Chen Yi, she initially felt excited, thinking, "You've been bullying this goddess for days, now you're getting your comeuppance." However, she quickly grew worried. They wouldn't really fight, would they? The other person's build didn't seem much different from Chen Yi's, and Nan Jiyue thought Chen Yi was just another spoiled rich kid like herself. If they actually fought, he might end up getting the worst of it. The commotion caught the attention of an instructor, who rushed over, shouting, "What are you doing? Get back!" Unfortunately, the Japanese language school student was so enraged and jealous that he ignored the instructor's words. As he got closer to Chen Yi, he sped up and reached out to push him. The other party clearly had no training, his steps were unsteady, and his body was full of vulnerabilities. Chen Yi had countless ways to subdue him in an instant. Mega Jutsu is divided into civilian and military applications. The civilian version teaches self-defense techniques, which are not very effective in real combat. If you want to fight, it's better to learn kickboxing or boxing. However, military Mega Jutsu, which is used in the military, is extremely powerful. However, even in hand-to-hand combat, basic principles must be followed. The physical disparity between opponents should not be too great. If a featherweight were to fight a heavyweight, no matter how skilled you are, it would be useless. When he saw the other person extend his hand to push him, Chenny shifted his body slightly, moved his feet, and changed his position to the side. He grabbed the other person's arms and pulled them forward, causing the Japanese language school student to lose his balance and his center of gravity. The opponent charged straight ahead with no weapons or environmental constraints, and his attacks lacked any form or strategy. Chenny even used the most basic techniques to neutralize the opponent's offensive. At this point, he should have immediately delivered a knee strike to make the other person's body arch like a shrimp, then followed up with an elbow strike to the back of the head to knock them unconscious, and finally finished with a knee strike to the face. A 3-hit combo would have knocked the other person out in an instant. However, Chenny forced himself to suppress this instinct. This wasn't a life or death fight. If he had used that technique, the opponent might not have died but would definitely have been severely injured and unconscious. Therefore, Chenny only slightly tensed his legs, delivering a forceful blow to the Japanese language school student's abdomen, causing him to feel pain. In that instant, Chenny swept his left leg out, causing the opponent to lose his balance and fall to the ground. Chenny then grabbed his wrist and twisted it backward. This was a simple joint lock that wouldn't cause serious injury but would inflict intense pain. Sure enough, these were all students from an ivory tower. None of them knew how to fight like street thugs. The Japanese language school student immediately let out an agonizing scream. All of this happened in the blink of an eye. Chenyi's movements were smooth and fluid, though lacking in beauty, they exuded a strong masculine aura. Hearing the Japanese language student's screams, the surrounding commotion fell silent. Many girls couldn't bear to watch. Only Nanjiue, the little fairy, was excitedly clapping her hands, jumping up and down in place, and shouting good. This caused the other female students nearby to glance over with strange expressions. You're so ruthless. Even though that student provoked Chenny first, he's already screaming so pitifully. Show some mercy. Does the little fairy care about others' opinions? She doesn't care about any of that. Anyway, she's already been isolated by the girls, and the pursuit of some Japanese language students has only made things worse for her. So she doesn't care anymore. She's just going to enjoy herself. Chenny, keep going. Nanjiue shouted again at this point, making the Japanese language school students' face even redder. Continue? Continue what? If you keep going, someone's going to get hurt. Are you watching monkeys perform, you little fairy? Chenny looked up and glared at Nanjiue, startling the little princess. During fights, Chenyi's warrior title was taken to the extreme, and her ferocity in that moment made the little princess shut up immediately. Pfft, it's just a fight. What's there to be so proud of? You're just a barbarian. All you know how to do is be mean to me. Nanjiue muttered under her breath, but dared not make a scene. However, thinking back to Chenyi's decisive actions earlier, she had to admit he was pretty cool. Classmate, let go. Seeing the instructor approaching, Chenyi immediately let go. Before the instructor could ask any questions, Chenyi spoke up loudly, Instructor, this student must have lost his mind. He suddenly started cursing at me and came over to attack me. I had no choice but to defend myself. But rest assured, I didn't hurt him. Chenyi's words made many people around him chuckle. Is that even human speech? What does I had no choice but to defend myself mean? And I didn't hurt him. What nonsense is that? On the other side, Nanjiue suddenly felt sorry for her male classmate. Chenyi was indeed as sly and cunning as ever. He always did things to provoke others. The instructor almost laughed out loud, but managed to hold it in. He turned to the male student lying on the ground and asked, Can you stand up? Yes, sir. The tall, muscular male student regained his composure but was still red-faced with embarrassment and anger. What's your name? Li Jinlong. Li Jinlong, why did you try to hit this student just now? Li Jinlong couldn't say a word. He started with the insults, and then Chenyi secretly flipped him off. He lost his temper and came over cursing. Chenyi flipped him off discreetly, and no one saw it. Everyone only saw him acting like a madman and attacking first. How could he explain that? Go, run 3 laps around the playground. Yes, instructor. Li Jinlong reluctantly started running laps, glaring angrily at Chenyi before leaving. But when Chenyi glared back, he felt a bit guilty. Chenyi, however, returned to his formation as if nothing had happened, greeted by a flurry of flattery. He had just acted in self-defense, and everyone had seen it. No one could say anything. Damn, Chenggu, you're so cool. Chenggu must have trained before. Those moves were too smooth. The boss is so awesome. From now on, I'll follow you. What? Aren't you already with me? Chenyi didn't bother with this minor incident. Adults like Li Jinlong weren't really a threat because they still had some sense. The real danger came from teenagers around 14 or 15. At that age, they could lose their minds and do anything, maybe even pull out a knife. However, even if the other party really had a knife, Chenyi wouldn't be afraid now. It has to be said that the system's rewards are truly excellent. Otherwise, Chenyi would still feel pretty nervous when facing dangerous situations. Military training would end in 2 days, and Chen Yi was already thinking about where to go and have fun. With so much money but nowhere to spend it, he felt restless. He needs to call that woman out first. He has been holding it in for half a month, and for an 18 or 19-year-old man, that is really tough. $10,000 can't be wasted like that. He has to make her feel his anger. Chapter 98. What else could this be but a male god? Unity is strength, unity is strength. I am a soldier, from the common people. After 7 p.m., there were no more military training activities like during the day, but we couldn't go back yet. The daily evening activity was everyone gathering together to sing military songs. To get the boys excited, the drill instructor brought over 2 rows of girls to sing and play games with them. Instantly, the boys started howling like wild animals. Chen Yi was happy to have some downtime, so he just sat there and sang along, feeling like a slacker. Various games were played, including a game where everyone held a hat and passed it around like a flower while drumming. Chen Yi had always hated this game the most. Every time he played it, he was nervous and scared, mainly because he had nothing to show off as a talent. If the hat happened to come to him, he'd have to go up and make a fool of himself, which was too embarrassing. However, the instructor seemed to be intentionally targeting him, and eventually the hat ended up in his hands. Looking at the hat in his hands, Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh and cry. Although he used to be afraid of this game, he wasn't afraid anymore. Chen Yi, come up and perform a talent. The instructor said with a smile. Chen Gu, come show us what you've got. Mr. Chen, we're waiting for your performance. Hurry up and get up there. A group of students joined in the commotion, and Chen Yi reluctantly stood up and walked toward the center of the circle. Immediately, various cheers and shouts filled the air. Chen Yi, what are your special skills? The instructor asked with a smile. Instructor, my special talent is being special. Chen Yi answered seriously. The crowd fell silent for a moment before bursting into laughter. Ha, Chen Gu, you're so awesome. You're lying, boss. I checked when we went to the bathroom together. You're telling a lie. Ha, Chen Gu, are you trying to kill us with laughter? Oh my gosh, my stomach can't take it anymore, my abs are about to pop out. Chen, the handsome guy, is too funny. The instructor was taken aback for a moment, then realized what was going on and laughed. Should we take off our pants and compare? Ha! Everyone burst into laughter again. Alright, let's get serious. Chen Yi, you quickly show everyone a talent. You have 10 seconds to think of something. As he spoke, the drill sergeant began to look at the stopwatch in his hand. Chen Yi looked around and saw the little fairy who was laughing so hard she was bending over. He immediately had an idea. Instructor, there's nothing here to perform with. I'll just sing, but I have a condition. You're making demands? Alright, what's the condition? Do you want us to accompany you on the piano? The drill sergeant said with a laugh. Accompaniment is out of the question. You can't make everyone bring a piano for me to play, can you? Actually, a guitar would work, but there isn't one in the dorm, and even if I borrowed one, it would be too much trouble. Chen Yi said casually, unconsciously showing off a bit, implying that he not only knew how to play the guitar but also the piano. Immediately, the girls around him lit up. He was handsome, came from a wealthy family, was particularly humorous and interesting, and could play both piano and guitar, a true jack of all trades. What else could he be but a heartthrob? What else could he be but the school heartthrob? The other guys, except for a few jealous ones, didn't think much of it. Mainly because when someone is too outstanding and far surpasses those around them, people don't feel jealous, they just admire them. Instructor, I need to find someone to sing a duet with me. Alright, who should I sing with? You can choose anyone. The instructor agreed immediately. A group of girls immediately lit up, excitedly looking at Chen Yi, almost raising their hands to say, I'll go. I can do it. However, some girls remained calm because they knew exactly who Chen Yi would choose. Sure enough, Chen Yi ignored everyone else and pointed at Nan Jiyue, saying, Nan Jiyue, come up and sing a song with me. Oh. The boys started cheering again. Except for some boys from the Japanese language department, who looked at Chen Yi with envy, the others probably knew they couldn't get a girl as beautiful as Nan Jiyue, so they just watched the show and made noise. Chen Gu is really bold. He's so brazen about flirting. Although many people knew that in such a public setting, some girls might accept a confession due to nervousness, how many guys actually had the guts to make a move in front of everyone? This can't go on. If this keeps up, our class beauty will be stolen away. Can any of you do it? Hurry up and win her back for our class. Zhao Yuehong saw the commotion and immediately looked around at the girls in the class with an air of superiority. The girls instantly turned their gaze to Li Shi. To be honest, among the girls in the class, aside from Yu Zishi who didn't participate in military training, Li Shi was the most beautiful. Li Shi bit her lip, looking at Nan Jiyue, who was being cheered on by the crowd and pushed onto the stage. To be honest, she was a bit jealous of how beautiful this girl was, like a fairy. My status isn't even close to that of Secretary Chen. You guys are all just a bunch of idiots who can't do it yourselves, so you want me to go up instead? Li Shi muttered to herself. Does she have feelings for Chen Yi? Of course she does, but she also has some self-awareness. Besides being classmates and having a closer connection, she knows she doesn't have any real advantages. On the other side, Nan Jiyue noticed the smirk on Chen Yidong's face and felt a bit wary. She couldn't shake the feeling that he didn't have good intentions when he called her up on stage. Everyone else assumed Chen Yidong was expressing interest in Nan Jiyue, but in reality, he just wanted to lure this little fairy up there to see if she'd embarrass herself in front of everyone. After all, performing in front of a crowd requires a certain level of mental fortitude. However, seeing Nan Jiyue's confident demeanor, Chen Yi felt he had underestimated her. This little fairy was so arrogant, like a proud little phoenix, completely unafraid of such a situation. Thinking about her family background, she must have attended countless social events, so this kind of situation was nothing to her. Though he couldn't make her experience social depth, Chen Yi had another plan up his sleeve. Can you sing Goodbye Happiness? This was Chen Yi's way of talking. He wasn't asking if she could sing, but if she knew a specific song, leaving her with no choice. Regardless of whether you say yes or no, Chen Yi has other lines prepared to respond. Nan Jiyue raised her delicate face, revealing her swan-like neck, and proudly said, I can. Alright, then let us sing it together. Chen Yi pulled her over and addressed the students around them, then let's all sing Goodbye Happiness together. Shoo! Ha! As soon as Chen Yi mentioned the song, the crowd around them erupted in chaos, thinking Chen Yi was really pulling a stunt. Earlier, Chen Yi had bragged that Nan Jiyue was his ex-girlfriend, and the rumor had already spread. Now, seeing Chen Yi dragging his ex-girlfriend to sing Break Up Happy, the show-stopping effect was immediate. But Chen Gu is so strong. He can treat such a beautiful girl like this. If it were any other guy, he'd be holding her like a precious treasure, afraid to let her go, or even keeping her in his mouth like candy. Those who were closer to Nan Jiyue couldn't help but feel a sense of awe. Such a beautiful girl is probably a once-in-a-lifetime sight. Break up happy, wish you happiness, you can find someone better. Nan Jiyue felt that the expressions of the students around her were off, but she had always kept to herself and no one had mentioned the rumors to her, so she wasn't aware of the gossip. However, she wasn't stupid. She could tell from the expressions of the students around her that Chen Yi was playing with her. Thinking about it, the pitch of her singing changed slightly. To others, it seemed like Nan Jiyue was thinking about something sad, so her voice was off-key. A group of female classmates secretly rejoiced, thinking that Chen Yi was indeed a model among men, unlike those vulgar beggars who would be fooled by this beautiful, fake little fairy. They immediately began to throw him flirtatious glances and cheer him on even more enthusiastically. To be fair, Nan Jiyue, the little fairy, may not be a professional singer, but as long as her emotions are in check, her pitch is accurate and steady. Plus, her voice is pleasant to listen to, making her singing quite enjoyable. After finishing the song, before stepping off the stage, Nan Jiyue couldn't help but whisper, Chen Yi, are you playing with me again? You just noticed? You silly girl. Chen Yi teased her playfully and ran off. Chen Yi. Nan Jiyue let out a furious shout, raised her hand to hit him, but Chen Yi had already run back. She gritted her teeth and held back for a while, then walked back and sat down, ignoring everyone. Chen Yi didn't know why he enjoyed teasing this little fairy. Maybe he was just a sadist? After the evening activities ended, everyone lined up to go back to rest. The head instructor found Chen Yi and said, Chen Yi, I've discussed it with your school's leadership. You will be the school's new student representative to speak on stage and serve as the flag bearer for the military training graduation ceremony. Chen Yi, who was about to leave, blinked and smiled, Instructor, am I being singled out? The head instructor also smiled and said, Yes, you've been chosen. You're a good kid, with a lot of military bearing. That move you did today probably took years of practice. Before leaving, the chief instructor patted Chen Yi on the shoulder and praised him, as if he had misunderstood something. Chen Yi smiled and didn't say anything. On the second to last day of military training, in the morning, as flag bearers, Chen Yi and a few other selected boys continued practicing marching in unison. Since they were all hand-picked, they finished quickly, and in the afternoon, they started rehearsing right away. As for the so-called freshman representative speech, the school had already written the script, so there was no need to prepare it oneself. All one had to do was read it with some emotion. Finally, the 2-week military training was coming to an end, and Chen Yi's heart was already elsewhere. Chapter 99, That's My Sugar Daddy. On September 16, a highly anticipated military training graduation ceremony began. The highly anticipated part referred to all the first-year freshmen. Once today was over, everyone would finally be free. On the viewing platform of the school's sports field, many upperclassmen had gathered. They sat there smiling and pointing, feeling both the joy of watching the younger students go through military training and the curiosity of seeing if there were any handsome guys or beautiful girls among the freshmen. Yu Zishi sat quietly on the stands. She hadn't participated in military training for the past 10 days, instead sitting by the field watching her classmates train, which made her feel a bit embarrassed. However, since she had fainted earlier, everyone was aware of her condition, so no one said anything. Yu Zishi scanned the area and quickly spotted Chen Yi at the podium. He was wearing his military training uniform, talking to a school official, and occasionally glancing at the notes in his hands. She stood there smiling for a while before snapping back to reality and noticing that there was a pair of senior female students sitting not far from her. The arrival of these two senior female students caused a stir among the crowd around the stands, as they were simply stunningly beautiful. One of them had her hair dyed into brown curls, a petite figure, wearing a light pink sleeveless top and a pure white silk chiffon skirt. Her legs were slender and straight, her skin fair and delicate, and she wore a pair of black thick-soled leather shoes. She looked exceptionally pure and adorable, like a candy from a fairy tale. The other senior had a strand of wine-red hair, dressed in an extremely sexy outfit, a white printed t-shirt that exposed her abdomen and hot pants showcasing her well-toned, athletic figure. The faint six-pack on her abdomen was enough to make any woman envious. And this senior is so tall. Yu Zishi immediately felt inferior. Both seniors were wearing meticulously applied makeup, paired with outfits that showcased their individual styles, making them look like blooming flowers. This made Yu Zishi, who was dressed simply and worn out and hadn't applied any makeup, feel a faint sense of inferiority. Compared to these glamorous girls from the big city, she felt like an ugly duckling. "Who's your sugar daddy?" Shi Yuxuan paid no attention to the glances being cast her way. As a performing arts student at Shinshi Academy, the first thing she had to learn was to remain calm in the face of any kind of attention. Yu Jinyu's big eyes darted around, and she said, "Yesterday, my sugar daddy told me he's going to be the freshman representative on stage, the one on the podium holding the script and talking to the people next to him." Soon, Yu Jinyu spotted Chun-Yi and excitedly pulled her roommate's sleeve. "Don't pull my sleeve. You're going to tear my clothes." Shi Yuxuan slapped away Yu Jinyu's hand and pulled at her own shoulder, as Yu Jinyu's tug had exposed the strap of her bra. "It's too far away to see clearly, but he seems full of energy and spirit. Plus, being a freshman representative at Xinyu is pretty impressive." Shi Yuxuan knew she couldn't say anything bad about Chun-Yi, otherwise the little next to her would start causing trouble, so she chose her words carefully. "Of course, don't you know who her sugar daddy is?" Yu Jinyu said triumphantly. Looking at her smug expression, Shi Yuxuan moved her lips but didn't say anything. "You're just a little being someone's mistress and you're proud of it? Your values are really messed up. I heard there's a first-year freshman who is super handsome and drives a Ferrari. Who is he? I want to see him." Yu Jinyu and Shi Yuxuan heard other girls' voices nearby. They turned their heads and saw several girls gathered together, chatting excitedly. They looked like senior students from this school. "There are so many people down there, how could we possibly find him? Don't bother looking. I've heard that he's the one on the podium who's about to be the freshman representative. The stage is way too far away, we can't see anything clearly. I brought binoculars. Want to use them?" "No way. You brought binoculars?" "I bought it when I went to a concert earlier." Shi Yuxuan and Yu Jinyu exchanged glances. Shi Yuxuan, with her hair dyed a hint of burgundy, dressed seductively, placed her hand lightly on her lips and leaned in to whisper, "Your sugar daddy seems pretty popular here. Even the senior female students know about him. Be careful he doesn't get stolen away from you." Yu Jinyu heard this and remained unfazed, flashing an innocent smile and humming, "What's there to be afraid of? They can't compare to me, and I have Ruanjui, that little princess. They can't hold a candle to me. We're the best friends of the girlfriend, after all." Shi Yuxuan was speechless, raising her thumb in admiration. "Impressive. Only someone like you could say that so bluntly." Just then, a neatly dressed young man walked over, flashing what he thought was a sunny smile, and addressed Yu Jinyu and Shi Yuxuan. "Excuse me, could you tell me which grade and department you're in?" As students of the acting department at Shinshi University, Yu Jinyu and Shi Yuxuan had seen this kind of situation many times before. It was just someone trying to strike up a conversation. Shi Yuxuan, with her outgoing personality, didn't hesitate at all. She replied bluntly, "We're not from this school. I'm here with my roommate to look for her boyfriend." "Yes, I'm here to find my boyfriend." Yu Jinyu gave the young man a sweet smile, her delicate face looking innocent and pure, causing the Shinyu student to momentarily lose his breath. However, he quickly felt disappointed this innocent-looking girl already had a boyfriend. However, he didn't give up and perked up, asking, "Can I ask which school you two are from?" Since this innocent-looking girl had a boyfriend, wasn't there another girl beside her who was even more sexy? Yu Jinyu raised her eyebrows at his words. Like Nan Jiyue, she was someone who didn't hold her tongue, but while Nan Jiyue didn't care about the situation or the people involved, Yu Jinyu knew how to read the situation. This guy was just trying to strike up a conversation without any ill intent, so Yu Jinyu responded politely at first. However, his persistent pursuit began to annoy her. "Can't you tell that neither me nor my best friend is interested in you?" She continued patiently, "That's hard to say. Hey, just getting to know each other. I have no ill intentions. You can introduce me to your friends." "Oh, I haven't introduced myself yet. I'm a third-year German major at this school." The guy didn't give up and kept talking non-stop. Yu Jinyu was already annoyed. Her sugar daddy was about to give a speech, and she didn't have time to deal with him. She immediately replied in a sarcastic tone, "Enough. Look at yourself. My friend Yu Xian doesn't even like you. Don't waste your time here." I already told you we're not from this school. Why are you still coming over to hit on us? Do you look down on the girls from your own school? There are so many of them, why don't you go hit on them instead? The last sentence was spoken by Yu Jinyu in a loud voice, immediately drawing the attention of the other girls around them. One by one, their gazes fixed on the boy. With that one sentence, Yu Jinyu had managed to offend almost every girl present. The boy's face turned red and white. He opened his mouth as if to curse Yu Jinyu, but in the end, he held back, gritted his teeth, and walked back. Then he heard his friends laughing at him. Wow, Jinyu, you went too far. Chi Yuxuan admired Yu Jinyu's boldness. Though she was also outgoing, she couldn't bring herself to say such harsh words, only muttering them in her mind. Yu Jinyu scoffed, that's exactly what he did. If he had come over to chat with us and we had refused, he should have left on his own. I actually admire his gentlemanly manners. He was rejected and still here pestering us non-stop. Isn't that asking for trouble? He's no different from those guys on the subway who keep asking beautiful women for their WeChat IDs. Anyway, I'll never see him again in my life, so why should I give him any face? Yu Jinyu's aggressive attitude made the surrounding girls feel uneasy. She looked so pure and innocent, and she was so cute and pretty, but she seemed like someone you didn't want to mess with. After finishing her rant, Yu Jinyu immediately changed her attitude, pulling Chi Yuxuan excitedly and saying, forget about that guy. Look, look. My sugar daddy is about to give a speech. Chapter 100, You're not a pimp, are you? As autumn approached, the nighttime temperatures began to plummet, but the September heatwave still made the daytime unbearably hot. Under the blazing sun, the playground was packed with students dressed in neat military uniforms. After 14 days of rigorous training, every student's expression looked much more determined, though their skin had also darkened considerably. The principal and the chief instructor delivered their speeches first, followed by the speech from the new student representative. Shen Yi had always found the generic speeches given by new student representatives boring, but now he found himself reading from a script. There was no way out, he had to keep going, even if it felt awkward, and he had to read with emotion. Finally, after a few minutes, Shen Yi finished reading the script. He didn't know if this script was read every year during freshman orientation, but everyone seemed to be reading the same one. Military efficiency is, of course, swift and to the point. No time for formalities. As soon as the speech is ended, the freshman parade began immediately. Reporting to the commander, all freshmen of the 2017 class of Shengcheng Language University are assembled. Please give your instructions. The parade begins. To the tune of a march filled with vigor and pride, a small formation of top students selected from the first-year freshmen marched at the front, with Chun Yi leading the way, holding the flag. Look right. Upon reaching the podium, a command was given, and the formation transitioned from march to parade step. Each step was taken with perfect form, the body straight and the leg kicked out at a precise angle, every movement executed with flawless precision, as if they were robots measuring their steps. The senior students on the stands were taking photos and recording videos. If it weren't for the military training graduation parade, there would probably be a crowd of senior female students shouting, "Little freshman, I love you. Little freshman, I want to have your baby." Chi Yuxuan and Yu Jinyu watched Shen Yi march past their section of the stands, their expressions excited and eager. They held their phones up to record the scene, chattering non-stop, "We have to send this to the little princess later so she can be happy too." Chi Yuxuan beside her said, "You used this as an excuse to trick your best friend since childhood? As a best friend, you didn't go to your best friend's military training graduation ceremony but went to watch her boyfriend instead. That's completely unacceptable." Yu Jinyu's excuse was that she was filming her boyfriend's heroic moments at military training, which immediately made Wan Jui swoon and tell Yu Jinyu not to come see her. Chi Yuxuan shook her head and silently warned herself that if she ever got a boyfriend, she had to stay far away from Yu Jinyu. That little vixen was a bit scary. But is your sugar daddy really not in the military? His energy and spirit are exactly like a soldier's. Getting a bit closer, Chi Yuxuan could see Chen Yi's features more clearly. She didn't have much of an impression of his appearance. There were plenty of good-looking guys at the Shanghai Drama Academy, but his aura was truly striking. His family probably has connections, but I never asked what they do for a living. Yu Jinyu whispered at this point. She had already noticed that Chen Yi's walking posture, sitting posture, and demeanor all had a military flair, so she had some speculations about his family background. However, she was smart enough not to pry. The military training parade concluded, followed by a group performance showcasing the basic military skills they had learned during training. Once all the reports were submitted, the military training finally entered its final stages. Everything settled, the drill instructors began distributing the military training graduation certificates according to the formations. With this certificate, they could complete their university graduation. Then it was time for group photos to commemorate the occasion. Once everything was settled, the school leaders on the podium left the stage, and everyone was truly free. However, military training was not yet completely over, so the drill sergeant still had all the students stand in formation and prepare to leave. Shen Yi spotted Yu Jinyu coming down from the stands. He told the drill instructor and ran over amid the whistles of the boys. You actually came here? I thought you'd go watch the little princess's military training graduation ceremony. Chenny walked up to Eugeniu with a smile. He really wanted to pick up this petite girl, but since he was covered in sweat, he decided not to dirty her. Seeing Eugeniu again after more than 10 days, for an 18 or 19-year-old boy who had tasted the sweetness, it was indeed quite tempting. Hee hee, I'm the little girlfriend of my sugar daddy, of course I came to see him. As for the little princess, let her play by herself. Eugeniu giggled, unconcerned by Chen Yi's sweat-soaked clothes. She leaned in close, wrapped her arm around his, and held up her phone. Look, I took a video for you. It'll make a nice keepsake. Ha, you're the one with all the ideas. Chen Yi pinched Eugeniu's straight nose, then turned his gaze to the sexy girl who had left him speechless. This girl had a perfect figure, dressed in a sexy and alluring outfit. She didn't have the wild, explosive strength of an athlete, and her muscle definition wasn't particularly prominent. But looking at her taut skin, flat stomach with not an ounce of excess fat, and those beautiful abs, it was clear she must work out regularly. The fitness-obsessed celebrities from Europe and America on the beach, and the women who had been working out for years in the gym, their physical beauty always drew people's attention, and Chen Yi was no exception. And the girl in front of her clearly understands this, dressing and styling herself to highlight her best features. In terms of looks, she doesn't compare to Chen Yi's 98-point rating for Wan Jui or the nearly perfect Nan Jiyue, and she's even slightly less attractive than Eugeniu. However, her figure more than makes up for it. Of course, someone like Eugeniu, with her petite frame, would also earn extra points in the eyes of certain enthusiasts. Who's this? Don't you introduce her? This is my roommate, Chi Yuxuan. What do you think, sugar daddy? My roommate is pretty, right? Our school has plenty of beautiful girls like her. Should I hook you up with one? Biao Biao has a pure and innocent expression, but the words she speaks sound like an old woman. And she actually referred to herself as sugar daddy in front of her roommate. This bitch is really bold. It seems like the other person knows about their relationship. Chen Yi shook his head and smiled, extending his hand. My name is Chen Yi. Don't listen to what she says. Chi Yuxuan was also a very outgoing and open girl. She didn't seem shy at all. She flipped her hair and shook hands with Chen Yi, smiling as she said, My name is Chi Yuxuan. You're Jinyu bitch, right? I think that nickname is pretty cool. The two shook hands briefly before letting go. Chen Yi wasn't the type to get fixated on a pretty girl and insist on having some kind of relationship with her. If he were that kind of person, he wouldn't be doing anything worthwhile, because there were too many beautiful girls in the world. Through Eugeniu as the intermediary, the two had only just met. Bitch, why don't you and your roommate go to our school cafeteria for a meal first? I still have a farewell dinner with my drill instructor here. I'll take you out for a nice meal later tonight. Chen Yi pulled out his school cafeteria card from his pocket and handed it over. Alright, you go ahead and take care of your business. Rain and I will try the food at your cafeteria. Muah. Eugenia stretched out her voice, playfully wrapping her arms around Chen Yi's neck and kissing him on the cheek. Her words and actions were extremely bold, causing the senior students walking down from the stands to stare wide-eyed, their gazes filled with envy and jealousy. As for the female seniors, they were naturally all jealous of Eugeniu. Chapter 101, Girlfriend? At most, she's just a mistress. On the way to the cafeteria, Chi Yuxuan held Chen Yi's cafeteria card and looked at Eugeniu, who was walking beside her, saying, Bitch, your sugar daddy isn't what I expected. Why are you calling me? Eugeniu rolled her eyes, realizing she couldn't escape that nickname. Look at you, you little. What else should I call you? Your sugar daddy named you perfectly. Chi Yuxuan covered her mouth and giggled softly, feeling much better seeing Eugeniu's annoyed expression. To be honest, if she hadn't encountered so many eccentric classmates at Shinshi, she would have kept her distance from a woman like Eugeniu. Flirting with her best friend's boyfriend? That sounded like a green tea girl. Eugeniu quickly stopped caring. Her bold and shameless personality meant she rarely cared about anything. Even if she felt insecure, she would only cry alone when no one was around, never showing it in front of others. Yuxuan, spill the truth. Why is my sugar daddy acting differently? Eugenia smiled sweetly at her roommate beside her, giving her a look that said, Praise him, praising him is praising me. Chi Yuxuan paused for a moment, choosing her words carefully before saying, He's just not as arrogant as I imagined. He's not that old, and with such good conditions, I thought he'd be more arrogant. Remember the boyfriend our senior found? The one who drives a Lamborghini to school every day? He was pretty arrogant, right? Eugeniu giggled. Hey, there are all kinds of people. The senior's boyfriend you're talking about isn't exactly arrogant. He just doesn't really interact with others, and it seems like he made the senior's roommate pretty awkward. We might think they're arrogant, but when they're with their own circle of friends, they're probably all smiles, calling each other bro and sis. They just don't bother with us. Thinking about it, it's actually pretty normal. Chi Yuxuan scrutinized Eugeniu up and down for a while before exaggeratingly saying, Wow, you're something else. You can actually say that? You've really grown up, haven't you? Yeah, I know a lot now. Come follow me, and I'll show you the ropes. I'll even take you to see the real world. Your split was pretty impressive. Yu Jinyu raised her eyebrows challengingly. Get lost, you little. Your mouth is getting more and more out of control. Qi Yuxuan's face flushed slightly as she laughed and scolded. The two walked toward the cafeteria, drawing the glances of a group of people sneaking glances at them. There were certainly beautiful girls of Xinyu's caliber, but those who shared the same dormitory, attended classes together, and went out to eat and play were extremely rare. Plus, as students of Xinxi, Yu Jinyu and Qi Yuxuan were well dressed and made up, so even walking together on Xincheng's commercial street would draw attention, let alone on campus. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, the two efficiently got their meals and swiped their cafeteria cards. Seeing the balance of 9,947, Yu Jinyu remained composed, but Qi Yuxuan couldn't help but gape in astonishment. A cafeteria meal card is something people usually top up with a few hundred yuan at most. Who had ever seen someone top it up with 9,999 yuan? Was this some kind of game? And the reason it was 9,999 yuan was likely because that was the maximum limit for the cafeteria meal card. Can the money on the cafeteria card be withdrawn? There's more money on it than in my bank account. I want to withdraw it and run away. Qi Yuxuan couldn't help but make a joke to hide her shock. As a university student from an ordinary family, she rarely had the opportunity to hold such a large sum of money. Not to mention her, even many graduates who had been working for 1 or 2 years were still living paycheck to paycheck and couldn't even come up with 10,000 yuan. Wow, Yuxuan, you're so embarrassing. You're willing to take such a risk for just a little money? Why don't you kneel down and call me dad, and I'll give you 10,000 yuan? Yu Jinyu exclaimed dramatically. Oh, someone sold themselves for a little money and now they're showing off, huh? Qi Yuxuan knew Yu Jinyu wouldn't take such a joke seriously, so she mocked her directly. At least that's better than someone who can't even sell themselves. Who said that? Last time, there was a fat, pig-like ugly guy who wanted to keep me, offering me 5,000 a month. I thought it was disgusting and refused outright. You're just the kind of person who gets noticed by ugly pigs. Are you looking for trouble, Yu Jinyu? After the last meal of the day, all the students were free, while the instructors packed their belongings and boarded the buses that had come to pick them up. Some emotional girls couldn't help but cry, while a few boys had red eyes. Of course, there were also a few carefree ones singing and dancing, celebrating their freedom. As they watched the instructors' cars disappear from sight, the 15-day military training came to an end. Shenny didn't feel much, but he thought this was what normal university life should be like, the time he had once left behind when he entered society, and the time he missed the most. He never thought he'd have the chance to experience it again. Finally free. Let us rest this afternoon, and think about where to go out for a meal tonight. Jia Yiba shouted loudly, Big brother, you organize it, but don't expect us to treat you. Let's split the bill, but don't pick a place that's too expensive. Besides those who always try to get a free ride, no one would let someone else pay all the time and still feel it was their due. What are you doing, Anqi? Why are you pulling me? Jia Yiba saw Wang Anqi pulling him and said with some annoyance. However, when he followed the direction of Wang Anqi's finger, he immediately fell silent. Yu Jinyu and her roommate Qi Yuxuan were standing by the roadside not far away, smiling as they watched the scene. The boys here were still the same ones from the formation earlier. Some of the second-year students and those from the Oriental Languages College didn't recognize Yu Jinyu, but after seeing Chen Yi run over to talk to someone before dinner, they knew he was Chen Guo's acquaintance. Upon seeing Yu Jinyu and Qi Yuxuan's beautiful faces and figures, they couldn't help but feel envious. Chen Gu seemed to have beautiful women wherever he went. This was truly a case of the rich get richer and the poor get poorer. Sis, come over and see Chen Gu. Before the start of the semester, Yu Jinyu had gone out to eat with Chen Yi, so the boys from class 1 all recognized her. Wei Zhang, the loudmouth, immediately shouted out in exaggeration. Yu Jinyu felt proud and happy inside. Though she was just a mistress, being called sister-in-law by the son of a wealthy man's classmates made her feel like her status had risen and her skills in the harem battles had leveled up. Feeling happy, Yu Jinyu smiled and said, Wei Zhang, right? I remember you. Your mouth is so sweet. I'll introduce you to some pretty girls. She pulled Qi Yuxuan beside her and said, as if showing off a possession, see? There are plenty of girls like this at Xinxi. Upon hearing this, the crowd was stunned. They hadn't known before, but now they realized that the sister-in-law was from the Xinxi Drama Academy. That was a true gathering place for beauties. Immediately, a crowd gathered, calling her sister-in-law in sweet voices, each one trying to be the first to flatter her. Is it really to meet the beauties of Xinxi? Not exactly. It's just everyone joking around, trying to impress Yu Jinyu, since she's Chen Yiming's girlfriend. If it were an unfamiliar girl, even if she were beautiful, no one would actually go out of their way to fawn over her. As for the girls from the Shanghai Drama Academy, it's just a fantasy. Everyone knows those beauties aren't easy to chase, but it's okay to have a little fantasy. Yu Zishi finally waited until military training ended and wanted to come over to thank Chen Yiming. Earlier, Chen Yiming had given her a lot of milk and other nutritional supplements. Everyone was still young and didn't need expensive things, these were actually the most suitable. However, upon seeing this scene, Yuzishi lowered her head, feeling a little hurt. She bit her lip and left. On the other side, Nanjiue couldn't find anyone to play with. The only person she knew at school was Chen-Yi, so she came over to ask him. Upon seeing the scene, she turned her head in disdain and left. Pfft, this goddess isn't going to stoop so low as to fight over someone. You all can have whoever you want, and whoever you want to worship, go ahead and worship them. What should I do this afternoon? Going home would be too embarrassing. Forget it, I'll just play games. Eugeniu had seen her once in a nightclub's private room and had a vague memory of her. As for Eugeniu being Chen-Yi's girlfriend, she didn't believe it. Even if they were really dating, she knew they wouldn't last long before breaking up. In this circle, she had seen too much. Nanjiue knew all too well how those rich kids changed girlfriends more often than they changed clothes. In her eyes, Eugeniu was just a little mistress with no real fighting spirit. It had to be said that this little fairy really understood the situation. It was just that everyone was in different positions, so they saw different things. Chapter 102, Getting Ready to Make Waves. A bunch of idiots showered Eugeniu with flattery, making him ecstatic. Seeing that Chen-Yi's girlfriend had arrived, the group of guys lost their desire to go find Chen-Yi and have some fun. They exchanged knowing glances, and everyone understood what was going on. Chen-Yi didn't say anything, just smiled at Eugeniu and said, "Wait for me a moment. I'll go take a shower and change clothes. We'll go out later. It's pretty hot outside. Do you want to go in and cool off in the air conditioning?" The group of people headed toward the dormitory building in a chaotic crowd. After the military training ended, these wild animals were completely unleashed, each one of them full of excitement. Once they reached the ground floor, Eugeniu and Qi Yuxuan discussed it briefly but decided not to go in. At that time, everyone had just finished military training, so both boys and girls were probably rushing to shower and change clothes. If they went to the boys' dormitory, it wouldn't be convenient, so they found a shady spot near the dormitory building and waited there. Seeing that the boys had all returned to their dorms, Qi Yuxuan, standing under the tree shade, turned to Eugeniu and said, "Why don't I go back first? You two go have fun." She felt awkward being the third wheel. Although Eugeniu and Chen-Yi said they were in a relationship, at their age, their relationship was essentially the same as that of a boyfriend and girlfriend, with the only difference being that Chen-Yi might have an official girlfriend and a mistress. It was mid-September, and despite the autumn heat, it was still quite warm. Eugeniu took out some blotting paper from the bag on her back and wiped the sweat from her forehead. Upon hearing this, she said, "If you go back, you'll be alone in the dorm. Won't you be bored?" Qi Yuxuan thought about it and realized it was true. The other two roommates were always out with their boyfriends and never came back. Now, even the one who had always been the closest to her, Eugeniu, had found a sugar daddy. She would be left alone in the dorm. For a moment, Qi Yuxuan also felt an urge to find a boyfriend. Seeing Qi Yuxuan's expression, Eugeniu knew she was torn. She grabbed her arm and pleaded, "Come on, Yuxuan, let's go out and play with us this afternoon. You're bored anyway. You can just go back to school in the evening. Of course, if you don't want to go back tonight, I don't mind, and your sugar daddy certainly won't either." He. Qi Yuxuan could hear the underlying meaning in Eugeniu's words and snapped, "Get lost. Go find your sugar daddy. Don't drag me into this." Although they were in the competitive environment of the entertainment industry, Qi Yuxuan still felt some resistance to being someone's mistress. Not all girls were like Eugeniu, who went into it with the intention of being a mistress. However, Eugeniu's recent act of spoiling her made her skin crawl. She didn't want to be alone anyway, and after Eugeniu's outburst, she made up her mind. "Alright, since you don't care, I'll be your third wheel for half a day." Eugeniu saw that she had agreed and finally let her go. The two stood under the tree shade as many of Xingyu's female classmates returned. They eyed the pair with scrutinizing glances, having heard the news that the girlfriend of their school beauty had arrived. Seeing Eugeniu and Qi Yuxuan, two fashionably dressed, stunningly beautiful girls, some of the girls felt dejected, knowing they had no chance. However, some girls who were confident in their own looks stood tall and proud. "Is that it? She's not that special. I still have a chance. How could we let our school flower be taken by an outsider?" Chen-Yi returned to the dormitory, immediately pulled out his new clothes and underwear, and entered the bathroom. The other three naturally waited for the leader to go first. Wang Anqi, while rummaging through her clean clothes, said to Do Pang and Jiaiba, "I might not be coming back tonight. The dorm will just be the two of you. Be careful tonight, don't end up with a sore butt tomorrow." After saying that, the old-fashioned Wang Anqi started to chuckle. Wang Anqi had a girlfriend, and she was from the same school. Do Pang and Jiaiba had both seen her. The two exchanged glances. Damn it, tonight we're the only two bachelors left? The two exchanged glances, and 1,000 words were conveyed in a single look. They charged forward, pinned Wang Anqi to the bed, and beat him senseless. "We can't take on the boss, but we can handle you, Wang Anqi. Help! Murder!" Wang Anqi couldn't break free from the two of them and could only scream in pain. Shenny came out of the shower and saw the three of them causing a commotion. He casually remarked, "Mind your manners. Don't give Anchi anal fistula. Boss, save me." Wang Anchi desperately pleaded for help, but Shenny didn't care. He dried his hair, changed his clothes, waved his hand, and left. "Big brother, take care of yourself. Doublefly is really tiring." Seeing that Shenny had finished tidying up and was about to leave, Wang Anchi, Doping, and Jiaba all grinned lewdly. "Damn it, you guys have such unhealthy minds. Don't ever say you know me again." Shenny flipped them off with his middle finger. "That girl named Chi Yuxuan is Yu Jinyu's roommate. They've only known each other for 1 day, so how could she be thinking of pulling any tricks? Of course, if it were the little princess or there might actually be a chance of success. The isn't worth mentioning, she'll agree to anything you say. As for the little princess, with her reserved and repressed personality, she's the type to endure anything, so there might actually be some room to work with her. To be able to face bitch's cold sarcasm without getting angry, it's clear that Wan Jui is an ultra-strong ninja. Speaking of the little princess, it seems like we've only been in touch via WeChat lately. If she didn't send me her pretty selfies every day, I'd probably have forgotten what she looks like. Meanwhile, I'm getting pretty close with the Thai girl. It's like we just finished military training and are already going out to have fun together. After some self-reflection, Shenny decided that next time he goes out to play, he'll take the little princess alone. He hasn't even consumed her yet, so it's better to act quickly before things get complicated. Although neither of them had confessed their feelings, given their current situation and relationship, they had tacitly acknowledged their romantic connection. Whenever they had free time, they would send each other messages on WeChat. The little princess would often send photos of the meal she had eaten that day, sketches she had drawn, and photos of the flowers she was growing, all of which she would report to him daily. Sometimes, she would even send selfies with very revealing content. This constant reporting of their daily lives, what else could it be but a romantic relationship? When they reached the dormitory entrance, Shenny casually pulled out a pack of soft cigarettes and tossed it to the dormitory manager at the door. "Mr. Zhang, I won't be coming back tonight." The old man, who was slowly fanning himself with a fan, looked up and saw it was Chun-Yi. He waved at him, his expression clearly hoping he wouldn't come back. Once Chun-Yi had left the dormitory building, the old man opened the pack of cigarettes and lit one, enjoying it thoroughly. As the saying goes, the devil you know is better than the devil you don't. Even though he had received orders from Li Tianwang to stay out all night, he still felt uneasy. But the dormitory manager also had the authority to manage the dormitory. Every time he went out, he would casually give the dormitory manager a pack of cigarettes. This amount of money wasn't even worth mentioning to Chun-Yi, so there were no issues. Even if the dormitory manager wanted to hassle him, he couldn't. Upon exiting the dormitory building, he saw Yu Jinyu and Chi Yuxuan under the tree shade. Chun-Yi waved at them. Biao Biao immediately ran over with a smile, wrapping her arm around his. Unfortunately, Biao Biao was too calm, she didn't feel anything. If it had been her roommate, cough cough, stop, don't think about it. Let us go, sugar daddy. But today, you 1T make me and Yuxuan squeeze into the back seat again, will you? When she rode in Chen-Yi's Ferrari before, she spent most of the time crammed next to Ruanjui, which was really uncomfortable. We're not driving today, someone's picking us up. Shen-Yi led the two girls toward the school gate. They immediately understood we're staying at the Ritz-Carlton again today? They've given me a Cobalt card membership. Where else would I stay? Shen-Yi shrugged his hands. People are actually quite lazy, especially when it comes to using something they're familiar with. Unless there's a significantly better alternative available, they generally won't switch. Chen-Yi is no exception. Once he gets used to a brand of shoes, he doesn't want to switch, and he also tends to stick to certain brands of clothes. There are a few hotels in Shanghai that can rival the Ritz-Carlton, but why bother switching? It's better to stick with what you're familiar with. People always prefer familiar things and don't like to incur extra costs to make changes. Some companies spend huge amounts of money to aggressively capture the market, even if it means losing money, because besides using capital to eliminate competitors, they are also exploiting this psychological tendency of people. Chi Yuxuan didn't know what the two were talking about, she just followed them silently. Chapter 102, Plain and Boring. Chapter 103, Plain, Unadorned, and Boring. Shen-Yi and Yu Jinyu hadn't seen each other in half a month. Shen-Yi, though, was actually starting to miss him. Yu Jinyu, of course, was no exception. She wrapped her arm around Chen-Yi's arm and chattered non-stop, mostly about what happened at school and the gossip about their audition. To be honest, the gossip about the audition was quite interesting. Today, which girl was being sponsored by an old man, tomorrow, which senior or junior found a particularly wealthy boyfriend, or who gave whom a bag, and so on. Whether these rumors are true or not, people love to gossip, and listening to them is actually good for your mental health. After chatting with Yu Jinyu for a while, Chen-Yi realized he had been neglecting his roommate. He noticed the girl named Chi Yuxuan was intently examining the surrounding buildings. After a moment of hesitation, he spoke up. The biggest feature of this campus is that every teaching building has a different style, from Japanese style to Middle Eastern desert style, from British Victorian style to German Gothic style, you name it. Of course, since they're all replicas, and to be honest, the architects who designed them don't seem very skilled, it feels like you've entered a theme park. While the styles are diverse, they all feel like toys built by children. Shi Yuxuan didn't expect Chen Yi to speak to her first. After a moment of surprise, she laughed and said, "Jean Chen, you seem to have a lot of opinions about your school's architecture." She almost followed Eugeniu and blurted out "Golden Sponsor Dad," but managed to hold back at the last moment. "I do have some issues with them. These buildings look a bit mismatched, like children's doodles. Even though I don't know much about architecture or art, I still think they're pretty ugly. How to put it? They're like counterfeit products, and the kind that's overly exaggerated, like the difference between Kangshifu and Kangshifu." When she heard Chen Yi's bizarre analogy, Shi Yuxuan burst into laughter. This girl, with her fiery and passionate appearance, had an equally outgoing personality, completely lacking any shyness or reserve, making it easy to feel like she could be a friend. Chen Yi, though he had a steady and slightly serious demeanor, had been friendly and approachable since they met, showing no signs of being wealthy or arrogant. As a result, Shi Yuxuan felt no pressure and treated him like an ordinary person, speaking to him casually. "Chen Yi, where are you and Jean you going this afternoon? I was held up by your sister and can't go back to school, so I'll just follow wherever you go. Just don't pick somewhere too private, okay?" Shi Yuxuan joked, afraid that Chen Yi and Eugeniu might go somewhere inappropriate for her, like a love hotel or a private cinema. Chen Yi smiled upon hearing this and said, "Let us go buy some things first, then I'll buy something for this little brat too." As he spoke, Chen Yi pinched Eugeniu's soft, delicate cheeks, finding the texture incredibly pleasant. Unlike Wanjui's standard oval face, Eugeniu had a more oval face, which made her face look small because she was so petite, but it felt soft and plump to the touch. Eugeniu didn't mind Chen Yi pinching her face. She just pouted and said, "Wow, sugar daddy, you're finally going to buy something for your little lover. But what are we going to buy?" Her innocent big eyes sparkled with joy, blinking adorably. It was unclear whether she was excited about getting something or because Chen Yi was buying her something on his own initiative. "You'll find out soon. Let's go shopping first. I'll do whatever my sugar daddy says." The three of them walked to the school gate and saw a Rolls-Royce Phantom already waiting there. Under the scorching sun stood a middle-aged man dressed in a suit. "It's been a long time, Mr. Chin. It's been half a month since we last saw each other, Mr. Chin. This military training is almost killing me." Chen Yi smiled and nodded at the familiar driver. Mr. Chin didn't say a word. He simply opened the double doors of the Rolls-Royce with a respectful gesture. Chen Yi remained composed, approaching the car door with an air of entitlement. He politely let Eugeniu and Shi Yuxuan enter first, his hand resting on the doorframe. He paid no attention to the curious glances from the surrounding students. Eugeniu was already accustomed to Chen Yixuan's airs and graces, so she could accept it, but Shi Yuxuan had never seen such a scene before and was momentarily stunned. Eugeniu quickly pulled her inside and whispered, "He's not a private butler or anything like that. He's actually the hotel's driver. I didn't even know the hotel had a concierge department that uses a Rolls-Royce to greet VIPs." Shi Yuxuan followed him into the car in a daze. She glanced at Chen Yi, who was sitting comfortably in the car, one hand resting on his chin, looking just like a CEO in a movie. It wasn't until then that she noticed the extravagance of Chen Yi's lifestyle as a wealthy individual, feeling a sense of distance and inferiority between them. The casual familiarity she had felt earlier vanished instantly, replaced by caution as she began to watch her words and actions. "Mr. Chen, where are we going?" "Patek Philippe Yuan D." As a driver for the Ritz-Carlton who drives for VIPs, he recognized the name immediately and started the car. Eugeniu and Shi Yuxuan didn't know where this place was, but they had heard of the renowned Patek Philippe. Shi Yuxuan dared not speak, but the other girl asked, "Are you going to buy a watch, sugar daddy?" I feel a bit off without a watch on my wrist," Chen Yi said, shaking his wrist, which was empty. A watch is a symbol of a man's status. Although Chen Yi no longer cared about using such things to show off his status or wealth, he truly loved watches. Before his rebirth, he had already bought 2 watches worth tens of thousands of dollars. Now that he had the opportunity, he would naturally take his time to buy those watches he had once desired but couldn't afford. Isn't the purpose of money to make yourself happy and buy the things you once loved but couldn't afford? Men seem to just love cars and watches, don't they? Shi Yuxuan couldn't help but say, though there was no sarcasm intended, just a sigh of admiration. Chen Yi glanced at her and smiled. "It's not just men, women actually love watches too. You just haven't reached that age yet." "Wow, sugar daddy, you make it sound like you're so old," the spoiled girl said in a whiny voice. "Don't you know how old I am?" Chen Yi raised his eyebrows. Eugenia's brows immediately relaxed, and she teased with a flirtatious smile, "Now that you put it that way, I agree with what you said earlier, sugar daddy." Men love hearing such praise, and Chen Yi immediately wore a smug expression, thinking the woman knew how to speak. "Damn it, those two," Shi Yuxuan muttered under her breath on the other side. Master Zhong Yonglin once said that a person should have 3 watches in their lifetime, one for formal occasions, one for casual wear, and one for sports. Even if you're not exceptionally wealthy, if you're a watch enthusiast, having 3 is more than enough. However, the standards for formal, casual, and sports watches have become quite blurred nowadays. For example, iconic models like the Nautilus, Submariner, and Royal Oak can be worn anywhere. Of course, there are also formal watches adorned with various metals and gemstones, which may be more suitable for women. Regardless, everyone should own at least one watch, as it significantly enhances one's overall image and demeanor. Buying a watch as a one-time investment isn't realistic, but buying a Rolex to wear as a laborer could last a lifetime. Haha. Chen Yikan spoke eloquently, his demeanor calm. By the end, he seemed to have recalled something, and he couldn't help but laugh at himself. The life of the wealthy is so simple, unassuming, and mundane. Yu Jinyu and Shi Yuxuan didn't understand much about this. For them, even if they bought a watch, they'd only spend a few thousand or $10,000. Those watches that cost tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands were something they never even considered. Many families don't even have savings of several $100,000. Why would anyone spend that kind of money on a watch? Wouldn't it be better to buy a house or a car? That's why they say the poor play with cars and the rich play with watches. Chapter 104, Even if you sold me, you couldn't afford it. Under the driver's steady driving, the Rolls-Royce Phantom arrived at the intersection of Su River and the Bund, one of the most expensive areas in Shanghai. Looking out, one could see the bustling prosperity of the foreign concessions from a century ago. When the car came to a stop, Yu Jinyu and Shi Yuxuan got out and were completely speechless at the sight before them. They had imagined that a place to sell watches would be a small counter in some corner of a mall, with transparent glass cases displaying various watches for customers to choose from. At the very least, they expected a store dedicated to a single brand occupying an entire floor of a building. This was the typical impression most people had of buying branded goods or watches. However, the two women found themselves not in a specialty store but in a uniquely charming courtyard. The small villa ahead gave off a strong sense of familiarity. Anyone who had watched period dramas or films set in the Republican era would recognize such architecture, reminiscent of the mansions once inhabited by wealthy families during that time. Seeing Yu Jinyu and Shi Yuxuan looking a bit dazed, Chen Yi, who had gotten out of the car, laughed and said, "This is indeed a Patek Philippe specialty store, but more accurately, it should be called a salon. There are only 5 such salons in the entire world, with 2 in our country, one in the capital city and the other here in Shanghai. A salon, as the name suggests, can also be called a club. With this attribute, it is no longer just a place to sell watches. It also serves as a hub for Swiss watchmaking culture and a place for exchange between Chinese and Western cultures and the owners of Patek Philippe watches." Chen Yi gave Yu Jinyu and Shi Yuxuan a brief overview of the building's functions. It's similar to a car owner's group. If you buy a Mercedes, you can join the Mercedes owners group. If you buy a Porsche, you can join the Porsche owners group. Those who can afford better cars, excluding those who scrape and save to buy them, typically have a certain social status and an annual income sufficient to purchase such vehicles. Such a community is an excellent place to expand one's network. By investing time and effort, one can inevitably connect with individuals of the same or even higher social standing. This allows for mutual assistance, and you never know when such connections might come in handy. As for whether the time and effort invested in building these relationships is worth it, that's a matter of personal opinion. It's like if you can only afford a Geely, you'll never be able to join a Ferrari owners group. The role of a watch salon is similar, though watches are even more exclusive than cars. After all, a car is a necessity, and buying a good one can be quite beneficial for personal use. However, watches are not a necessity. Those who spend a fortune on watches, especially on something as expensive as a Patek Philippe where even the cheapest models are astronomically priced, clearly have a high income and social status. Such salons serve to bring watch owners together, expand their networks, and foster connections. That's why many celebrities or entrepreneurs prefer to build their own private clubs. It's all the same principle. Yes, Mr. Chen, welcome to the Patek Philippe mansion in Shanghai. I've been waiting for you here for quite some time. As Chen Yi spoke, a man in his 30s, with meticulously styled hair and dressed in a suit, walked out. At first glance, he resembled Leo, but their demeanors were slightly different. Chen Yi had made an appointment earlier. "Please follow me, Mr. Chen and the 2 ladies." Bowing slightly and gesturing for them to proceed, Chen Yi walked confidently forward, while Yu Jinyu and Shi Yuxuan, who had never been to such a place before, followed nervously behind him. In 2005, we entered the East Country Market with our first store at number 18 The Bund, and moved here 5 years ago. This is a 19th century building that once served as the residence of the British Consul General in Shanghai, boasting a very special historical heritage. Back then, to restore this dilapidated mansion, we personally inspected the building, consulted historians, and reviewed extensive records from the British National Archives to ensure the exterior could be restored to its original Victorian style. Under the enthusiastic guidance of the staff member, Chen Yi and his companions gained a basic understanding of this century-old building from the Victorian era. Upon entering the main gate, it felt as though they had been transported back to old Shanghai a century ago. Due to the long corridors, natural light could not penetrate, and the entrance was illuminated by soft, elegant lamps, instantly evoking the opulent grandeur of the aristocracy from a bygone era. On either side of the walls hung two portraits of the brand's founders, Patek and Philippe. A young, elegant lady stands by the corridor with a warm smile. Upon seeing Chen Yi, she bows and greets him warmly. "Welcome to Shanghai Patek Philippe Mansion, Mr. Chen." A few steps further, you can see portraits of the current president and his father, the Sten family, who are the current owners of Patek Philippe. The company operates as a typical family-run business. The entire mansion was very quiet, with few staff members and even fewer customers. Everyone spoke in soft voices. The interior decoration of this mansion was personally overseen by Mrs. Stend, the mother of the current president, Mr. Stend. The decoration style is typical of the Napoleon III era, consistent with the Patek Philippe Museum and Salon in Geneva. The sales staff provided detailed explanations about the building while guiding the three visitors further inside. The interior decoration throughout the building primarily features black, gold, and red tones, exuding a luxurious yet understated elegance. The ceilings are adorned with beautiful crystal chandeliers from the former French royal court's exclusive brand, Bagouze Paris. Each reception room resembles a noble living room, designed for guests to socialize and try on watches, offering both comfort and utmost privacy. Chen Yi surveyed the Yuan Di and smiled, saying, "This doesn't feel like a place to sell things, it feels more like coming home." The salesperson praised, "Yes, Mr. Chen, Mrs. Sten's design philosophy was to prioritize warmth. She wanted every customer who comes here to feel like they're returning home, and she also considers this place her own home. If Mrs. Sten knew you felt the same way, she would be very happy." Chen Yi merely smiled at the salesperson's flattery and didn't say much. Soon, the group arrived at the exhibition hall. Though called an exhibition hall, the environment remained unchanged. Only in some open areas of the room were wooden, rustic display stands placed, with a uniquely designed watch inside each glass case. At first glance, it felt like stepping into a museum from the 19th century. These display stands made excellent use of the space, neither creating a jarring contrast with the previous room nor feeling cramped. Yu Jinyu and Shi Yuxuan were intrigued and began examining the display cases one by one. Chen Yi, accompanied by a salesperson, strolled leisurely among the watches on display. There's no rush to buy a watch, it's all about enjoying the leisurely atmosphere. These display stands feature all the models currently available from Patek Philippe, from the wildly popular Nautilus to the Aquanaut hand grenade series, from the Calatrava to the Women's 20 collection, truly a comprehensive selection. Yu Jinyu and Shi Yuxuan were captivated by the diamond-encrusted models, as women are inherently drawn to such opulence. They were then completely enchanted by a model with tiny diamonds arranged like stars on the dial. The deep, inky night sky was adorned with gold to form a Milky Way, with tiny diamonds sparkling like stars, and the symbols of the sun and moon added to the design, making one irresistibly tempted to pluck this star from the night sky. "Jinyu, look, this one is so beautiful." Shi Yuxuan tugged at Yu Jinyu, whispering in awe. Before this, she had never understood why so many people loved watches, but now, surrounded by thousands of them, she felt an overwhelming urge to buy one. Many of them were simply too beautiful to resist. The intricate artistry packed into such a small watch was truly mesmerizing. This is the newly launched super complicated function series in the starry sky design. The young woman who had been following them smiled and explained. "How much does this watch cost?" Shi Yuxuan joked. Even though none of the watches had price tags, she knew that even the cheapest one here would probably cost more than she could afford. The official retail price is around 2.85 million, and the market price is slightly lower. The young woman continued with a smile. Yu Jinyu and Shi Yuxuan exchanged a glance. "Sorry for interrupting, but selling me might be a bit tough." Chapter 105, Taking a Table? You could also marry a. The Yuan mansion had 2 floors, with dark red carpets covering the staircase. Walking on them not only muffled footsteps but also added a touch of elegance. After briefly touring the first floor exhibition hall, Chen Yi and the others ascended to the second floor. The entire second floor was also warmly decorated, with soft lighting and plush sofas. Though the interior design was luxurious yet understated, the furniture and small decorative items were arranged with a focus on creating a cozy atmosphere. Fresh flowers are placed on the tables at regular intervals, harmonizing with the room's main color scheme. Elements of Patek Philippe are also present throughout, with the brand's iconic Calatrava cross motif adorning various small objects and walls. On the second floor, in the center, there are also some watches on display, but here, all the models are complex and ultra-complex functional watches, each displayed on its own small podium, like stars under the spotlight. One end of the wall features a small bar counter with a selection of fine wines. Chen Yi didn't linger here and was led by a salesperson to a private VIP room nearby. 3 guests, would you like something to drink? The salesperson asked respectfully. Just a cup of coffee, please. American style, no sugar or milk. Having just finished military training, he was honestly still quite tired, so Chen Yi decided to have some caffeine to perk himself up. He didn't like Italian coffees with various additives like lattes or cappuccinos, and the base coffee in Italian coffee was something not everyone could handle, so American coffee with its milder flavor was just right. Yu Jinyu and Chi Yuxuan didn't know what to drink or what was available here. Just as they were hesitating, the salesperson helped them make a decision. Would the ladies like some juice? To be honest, Yu Jinyu and Chi Yuxuan really had no idea what to drink, so when they heard the suggestion, they nodded in agreement. Juice would be fine, orange juice or something like that. The salesperson was clearly experienced and knew how to handle customers who came in unsure of what to choose. Mr. Chen and the two ladies, please wait a moment. I'll go get the watch for you. The salesperson bowed slightly and went to fetch the watch Chen Yi had reserved, while the young woman went to prepare the drinks. Mr. Chen, you're not here to buy a watch, you're here to pick it up. Once the area was temporarily empty, Yu Jinyu finally relaxed a bit, and the tension in Chi Yuxuan's body also eased slightly. The overly understated yet luxurious decor, coupled with the staff's formal manners and demeanor, created an overwhelming sense of pressure, making the two young women, who hadn't seen much of the world, feel nervous. Of course, to put it bluntly, they didn't have the money to buy a watch. If you had money to buy a watch, none of this would feel intimidating. Instead, you'd feel like you were the boss. Exactly, I'm here to marry a prostitute. Chen Yi winked at Yu Jinyu and teased her with a pun. Yu Jinyu's innocent and charming face flushed red. She batted her eyelashes shyly, her lips curled into a smile, and she said in a sweet voice, Hi, I don't want a sugar daddy to marry me. I'd rather be your little girlfriend for life. Though it seemed like she was trying to please Chen Yi, it was actually her genuine thoughts. Marrying into a wealthy family? Forget it. Unless you're a suitable match, don't even think about becoming a wealthy family's young mistress. Once you're there, you'll just be of low status. It's better to be a mistress, it's more comfortable and free. Chi Yuxuan wiped her arm. I can't take it anymore. I'm getting goosebumps. I never noticed before how manipulative Yu Jinyu could be. After staying in this Yuan mansion for a while, Chi Yuxuan's mood had calmed down a bit. She couldn't help but ask, Chen Yi, did you come here before to order a watch? The way she called him Chen Yi made her feel a bit awkward. Before seeing his entourage, she could call him by his first name without hesitation. But after witnessing his lavish display and arriving at this Patek Philippe Yuan mansion, she found herself calling his name with caution. The vast social gap easily created a sense of alienation, and she even feared that he might ignore her, leaving her in an awkward situation. However, Chi Yuxuan was overthinking it. If this place were filled with wealthy young masters, perhaps no one would have responded to her question. But now, with only Chen Yi present, he naturally wouldn't ignore anyone. I hadn't been here before, I just saw a watch online that looked nice, so I called to ask about it. However, they didn't have that model here, so I paid a deposit and asked them to get it from Geneva for me. It just so happened that I was in military training at the time, so I had time to wait. Chen Yi wasn't really into waiting. Mainly because he didn't have a watch right now. If it weren't for military training, he probably would just picked another one if he saw one he liked, just like when he bought his car. Mr. Chen, we apologize for keeping you waiting. At that moment, the salesperson walked over, holding a large wooden box. I didn't know what the wood was made of, but it was wrapped in velvet. The young woman placed 3 drinks on the table and said, Please enjoy. Sitting across from Chen Yi, the salesperson carefully removed the velvet cloth, opened the watch box, put on a pair of white gloves, and took out the watch inside. Mr. Chen, this is the ultra-complicated timepiece model 5204 are you ordered? We apologize for the delay, we didn't have it in stock and had to order it from the Geneva headquarters, which took some time. It features a manual winding movement with the CHR29535 PSQ caliber, displaying the day, month, leap year, day-night, and pointer-style date in the window. The salesperson began the introduction. Chen Yi wasn't very knowledgeable about watches, and he didn't care much about the movement. He was only concerned with the watch's appearance, how beautiful it was, and whether he liked it, of course, with the brand's reputation also playing a role. Chen Yi put on gloves to examine the watch closely. The dial was made of 18K gold, with a lustrous white color, and the 3-dimensional hour markers were also made of gold. The entire case was rose gold, with interchangeable back covers and sapphire crystal transparent backs. Water resistance ratings weren't worth checking, no one would actually take this watch into a sink. Despite the rose gold color, it didn't look tacky at all, instead, it exuded a subtle luxury, much like the interior of this mansion. Inside the box, besides the watch, there was a pen-like object. This is specifically designed for Patek Philippe watches with annual calendar functions or higher, similar to an iPhone SIM card ejector tool, used for adjusting the hidden buttons. Yu Jinyu leaned in, admiring the watch's intricate yet sleek hands, and exclaimed in awe, This watch is truly beautiful. I thought you'd buy a Nautilus instead. The rose gold tone was also very appealing to women. Although Yu Jinyu didn't understand watches, she had heard of famous models like the Green Water Ghost and the Nautilus, though she hadn't paid attention to their prices. The salesperson automatically filtered out the term sugar daddy from his mind. Chen Yi flipped the watch in his hands, heard Biao Biao's words, and laughed. When buying things, what matters is that you like it and that it makes you happy. Don't worry too much about things like cost effectiveness or price. Only what you like is the best. The Nautilus is indeed famous, but to be honest, I don't like that watch at all. It's like how I really don't like steel bracelets, I only like leather straps. Yu Jinyu and Qi Yuxuan couldn't help but shake their heads in admiration. This was probably the difference in shopping philosophies between a wealthy individual and someone like them. At most, they might look at the brand and choose something they like, but they don't care about things like cost effectiveness, price, recognizability, or how much something is praised online. As for Yu Jinyu and Qi Yuxuan, they always pick and choose carefully, opting for items with good value for money. Sometimes they go for trendy, popular items to satisfy a certain sense of vanity. The salesperson on the other side was also flattering him non-stop. Yes, someone like Mr. Chen, a successful young man, doesn't need to choose those popular styles to show off. What you like and what suits you best is the best. Chen Yi's smile remained unchanged. He took off his gloves without needing help and put the watch on himself. The strap fit perfectly without any adjustments. Alright, this one it is. Let's go ahead and check out. Alright, Mr. Chen, the retail price for this watch is 2.1 million, but we're offering an 80% discount based on market value, bringing the total price to 1.93 million. The salesperson quoted the price calmly, without any exaggeration, as if the watch only cost 200 yuan. Generally, watch prices are not fixed. If you buy from a specialty store, there will always be a discounted price. Of course, for limited edition models like the Nautilus, the price doesn't decrease, it increases. For standard Nautilus models, a markup of 60 to 100 is normal. For the hottest 1 or 2 models, a markup of 300 or 400 is not unreasonable. However, a Nautilus, no matter how much the premium, is still just a watch worth a few $100,000. It's popular, but the price isn't that exaggerated. Cough, how come I don't even bat an eye at a few $100,000 now? Chen Yi composed himself and pulled out his credit card, signaling his intention to swipe it. Yu Jinyu and Qi Yuxuan both gasped in shock. My goodness, this watch is really 2 million. That's too much. And you said you've never seen the real thing before, just photos online, and you just bought it for 2 million? Qi Yuxuan wasn't unfamiliar with sports cars. She occasionally saw Ferraris or Lamborghinis at her school. But wearing a supercar on your wrist was a whole different level of impact. She looked around the understatedly luxurious interior of the Patek Philippe Yuan D and felt for the first time what life was like for the wealthy, simple, unassuming, and boring. Right now, she felt like Lu Baobao visiting the Grand View Garden. Chapter 106, Every watch is unique. Swiping her card, making the payment, and watching the ICBC text message confirming the deduction, Chen Yi felt refreshed. Patek Philippe, that was the watch Chen Yi had been longing for before his rebirth, especially the models from the Complex Function series. They truly spoke to his heart. Chen Yi's desire for this watch was on par with his passion for a Ferrari. Those who don't wear watches can't understand the excitement of owning a watch they love. However, even when he was earning hundreds of thousands of dollars a year before his rebirth, he dared not buy a Patek Philippe watch. Now, he had finally fulfilled his long-held desire. It can only be said that money truly makes life better. It wasn't just Chen Yi who felt this way. Yu Jinyu and Qi Yuxuan felt the same, and even the salesperson shared that sentiment. The payment was completed, and everyone was delighted. The Patek Philippe salesperson, with a joyful expression, put on white gloves and brought over a small wooden gift box, opening it gently. Yu Jinyu and Qi Yuxuan looked over curiously, their eyes immediately sparkling. The contents inside were gleaming with gold, simply stunning. 22059089 are 5 rose gold Calatrava cross-shaped cufflinks, with Patek Philippe's cross-star emblem exquisitely crafted, making these 2 cufflinks look like works of art. Patek Philippe will pair these with the most unique and exquisite jewelry accessories to complement your timepieces. We believe these 2 Calatrava cross-shaped cufflinks will add a touch of elegance to your formal attire. The salesperson handed over the small box with great respect. Yu Jinyu curiously asked, "Is this a gift?" "Yes, these 2 cross-shaped cufflinks are a gift for Mr. Chen. Of course, if you prefer, we can also exchange the cufflinks for ear studs," the salesperson said with a smile. Yu Jinyu shook her head repeatedly. The color of the cufflinks clearly matched the watch, and ear studs were typically for women. Although the rose gold cufflinks were indeed beautiful, Yu Jinyu wasn't about to ask her sugar daddy for them. Qi Yuxuan bit her lip. Perhaps because she was with Chen Yi, she felt a bit bolder and asked directly, "How much do these cufflinks cost?" Generally speaking, cufflinks are given as gifts and not sold. However, if you insist on purchasing them, the price varies by model. This particular one is approximately 26,000 yuan. The salesperson was very knowledgeable and answered every question, whether it was from Chen Yi, Yu Jinyu, or Qi Yuxuan, always maintaining a respectful attitude. Qi Yuxuan couldn't help but stick out her tongue. 2 cufflinks costing over 26,000 yuan? And the price was probably inflated because of that Patek Philippe cross emblem. Chen Yi smiled as he put the cufflinks away. He had heard a joke before, a watchmaker who can't make cufflinks isn't a proper watchmaker. While other watchmakers were still striving to make watches, Patek Philippe had already started making cufflinks and was selling them for the price of a watch. He set the small wooden box containing the cufflinks aside, and the saleswoman immediately noticed it and took it. Chen Yi nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at the large wooden box containing the Patek Philippe certificate, feeling a bit hesitant. The salesperson in front of him immediately noticed Chen Yi's dilemma and quickly motioned for a server to come over and help him carry it. The young master is delicate and weak, he can't lift such a heavy item. Learn from the girl next to you and show some consideration. On the other side, the young lady poured a few glasses of champagne and smiled broadly, saying, Mr. Chen, thank you for choosing Patek Philippe. We will do our utmost to serve you. This salon is always at your disposal. Feel free to drop by for a rest whenever you have the time or happen to be passing by. The salesperson added, you must have heard the saying, no one truly owns a Patek Philippe, it is merely being kept for the next generation. Please trust that every Patek Philippe watch we offer has timeless value. Patek Philippe watches are all handmade, so we have no limited editions. Every Patek Philippe watch is unique in the world. Listening to the salesperson's words, which carried a hint of pride, Chen Yi smiled and nodded. Even Yu Jinyu and Qi Yuxuan felt that the watch on Chen Yi's wrist seemed to have turned into a rare treasure, something that must be passed down through generations, and a sense of mission washed over them. I also believe that choosing Patek Philippe was the right decision. Cheers! Chen Yi raised his glass, and the others quickly followed suit. Yu Jinyu and Qi Yuxuan didn't quite understand the gesture, but they mimicked the others. Typically, after a major client purchases a watch, Patek Philippe opens a bottle of champagne to celebrate, emphasizing the ceremonial aspect. This sense of ceremony is what truly satisfies one's vanity. Chen Yi's drinking posture remained as elegant as ever. Yu Jinyu had seen him drink like this in nightclubs before, so she was prepared. However, Qi Yuxuan and the Patek Philippe salesperson were immediately struck by the completely different aura emanating from Chen Yi. It was truly a different experience from drinking with them. One was drinking, while the other was savoring. The champagne was Louis Roederer, the official champagne of the British royal family. Chen Yi took just one sip and could identify the winery, though he couldn't discern the vintage, as he hadn't had much experience with that particular champagne. The Patek Philippe saleswoman's eyes lit up, and she couldn't help but show her admiration. The others also felt it. For the first time there was actually someone who could effortlessly discern the winery from the wine. This was undoubtedly the result of years of immersion in the craft, exuding an air of nobility. After receiving the watch and finishing the champagne, Chen Yi had no interest in staying any longer. He heard that Patek Philippe could custom make watches, with no upper limit on the price. He thought that one day, when he had enough money, he could spend tens of millions to custom make one that would truly be a masterpiece for generations. As for spending hundreds of millions, that was unnecessary. After all, to make a watch that expensive, they would just pile on various gems, which could sometimes end up looking tacky. Stepping out of the Patek Philippe flagship store and into the waiting Rolls-Royce, Chen Yi waved his hand and said, let's go to Hanglong Plaza and buy something for Biao Biao. As a hub for luxury brands in Shanghai, Hermes, LV, Dior, Chanel, and other high-end brands are all gathered there, making it a very relaxed place to shop. Yu Jinyu heard this, and her beautiful, innocent eyes immediately lit up. Her campus was not far from Hanglong Plaza, and the women there knew exactly what was sold there. Many students from the Shanghai Theatre Academy often went there in their free time. It was close by and in a bustling area, making it convenient for both dining and shopping. They would occasionally step into the high-end brand stores just to look around, but they never bought anything, it was simply too expensive. Qi Yuxuan sat quietly beside her, showing no reaction, but when her gaze accidentally fell on the watch Chen Yi was wearing on his wrist, her eyelashes trembled slightly. Not knowing the price was one thing, but when she found out that a simple watch on his wrist was worth 2 million, and seeing how casually Chen Yi treated it, the overwhelming sense of disparity between their worlds was almost overwhelming. Such a watch could buy a very nice house in her neighborhood. Under the driver's smooth driving, the Rolls-Royce arrived at Hanglong Plaza. Ignoring the stares from those around them, Chen Yi directly took Biao Biao and her roommate to the Chanel boutique. There are certain things women simply cannot resist: Chanel and Dior clothing and jewelry, and Hermes bags. As soon as they arrived at the Chanel boutique, Chen Yi was completely overwhelmed. Wow, there are quite a few people here. I guess that's what you get with women, whether they can afford it or not, whether the items are expensive or not, just coming to look doesn't cost anything, right? Chapter 107, Brands that Target Women. The Chanel boutique was indeed packed. As soon as you stepped inside, you could see a crowd of women browsing around. Some came with their girlfriends, while others brought their male companions. Some of the men, after noticing the price tags on the Chanel clothes, couldn't help but look shocked. To be honest, the first time Chen Yi saw those prices, he was also shocked. I mean, it's just a piece of clothing, it's not even covered in jewels or gold yet, it costs tens of thousands of dollars. That's just outright robbery. Especially since Chanel can give you several new sets of clothes in a year. The dress you bought 2 months ago might have a new model 2 months later. It's no wonder they say women's money is easy to take. Just look at the women in the store, young and old alike, critiquing a particular piece of clothing and the excited expressions on their faces. It's clear they're truly obsessed with these things. There are many people browsing in the specialty stores, but very few actually make purchases. Even those who do buy tend to opt for cheaper items like cosmetics or durable goods like bags, while ready-to-wear clothing is extremely rare, so rare that you might not see a single piece at first glance. The sales associates in the store are particularly aloof, standing motionless in their spots with no smiles on their faces, looking nothing like they work in customer service. The sales associates at Chanel are particularly cold, barely acknowledging anyone, whereas the ones at Dior are much more enthusiastic. Shi Yuxuan whispered, indicating she had been here before and might even have browsed all the luxury stores in the square when they were quiet. After all, shopping is a woman's natural talent. Ha, Yuxuan is right. The sales associates at Chanel always have a sour expression on their faces. If you ask them anything, they barely bother to respond. Yu Jinyu nodded in agreement, clearly having experienced the same treatment. As they spoke, the three entered the specialty store. A group of one man and two women, especially with the man being handsome and the women beautiful, easily became the center of attention. The Chanel uniformed sales associates couldn't help but glance over, their eyes immediately lighting up. Dressed in Hermes, accompanied by two female companions, that's a big spender, no, a VIP customer. These sales associates had sharp eyes and were experts in high-end luxury brands. Only by understanding these details could they identify potential customers, filter out those who were just window shopping, and minimize their work costs. Let's go, hurry up and greet the guests. That handsome guy is wearing a Patek Philippe watch. I don't know the model, but it must be worth hundreds of thousands. One of the SA ladies tugged on her friend, and the two quickly approached with big smiles. If you drive a car worth hundreds of thousands, people will think you're pretty wealthy, but if you wear a watch worth hundreds of thousands, they'll know you're extremely wealthy. Of course, the two SA staff members don't know much about watches and aren't aware that this watch isn't worth hundreds of thousands, but 2 million. Sir, and the two ladies, is there anything you need? Yu Jinyu and Shi Yuxuan, who had just been complaining about the saleswomen's anti-faces, were now seeing these aloof saleswomen approaching them with such enthusiasm, as if they were their own fathers, and they were momentarily dumbfounded. However, the two quickly realized that these sales associates must have noticed that Chun Yi was wealthy. As employees of a high-end luxury store, they were just complimenting him by saying they had eagle eyes, but in reality, they were being opportunistic. Chen Yi had anticipated this outcome. If he had still been dressed in cheap, street-bought clothes like he was on his first visit to Hermes, these Chanel sales associates probably wouldn't have given him the time of day. No one can tell if someone is wealthy just by looking at their appearance or demeanor. It can only be judged by material possessions. Chen Yi didn't look down on these people for being materialistic. That's just human nature. Everyone is just doing their job. Chen Yi pulled the woman beside him and said to the two SA staff members, "Go pick out a few outfits for her. Don't bother with me." The two SA ladies thought to themselves, of course, and looked at Yu Jinyu with envy. Although Chanel also sold men's items, most of them were for women. This was a paradise for women. The SA then glanced curiously at Shi Yuxuan, wondering what she was doing there. Was she here to experience the luxurious atmosphere? Or was she trying to latch onto a wealthy individual? But with such a handsome wealthy father, I'd want to latch onto him too. Not just latch on, I'd do anything. The two SA staff members daydreamed as they took Yu Jinyu to look at clothes, giving her a detailed introduction. Chen Yi told them to ignore him, but the two could tell who the real rich guy was. One of the SA staff members stayed by Chun Yi's side, following his gaze and enthusiastically introducing the items he looked at. Chen Yi glanced at the clothes and asked in confusion, "Is gray in style again?" He noticed that most of the Chanel autumn collection was predominantly gray, paired with traditional colors like black and white, or vibrant hues like red and green. It could be said that the trend was very retro. Chen Yi hadn't been paying attention to fashion magazines lately. While gray had been the main color trend since the beginning of the year, such a strong focus on a single color now could only mean that fashion trends were changing rapidly. Yes, sir. The most popular color scheme right now is this charcoal gray. Of course, it's not just that this color is in style now, but rather that all of Chanel's runway shows this year have used this color scheme. The SA said this with a touch of pride. Chen Yi nodded upon hearing this. After all, when it comes to setting fashion trends, whatever color Chanel uses in their runway shows will quickly become the trendy color in the fashion industry. Yu Jinyu, accompanied by the SA, looked at the clothes. The young woman was quickly captivated by the dazzling array of garments and had no idea which one to choose. Chen Yi really wanted to say, "Just pick the one you like and take it," but he held back. He knew all too well the allure of money, so he didn't want to tempt her too soon. Let her take her time choosing. However, after just 10 minutes, Chen Yi couldn't take it anymore. Women take forever when shopping. Do you really need to be so picky? He watched Yu Jinyu stand in front of 3 mannequins, seeming to hesitate between 3 outfits. Chen Yi glanced at the 3 outfits and had to admit that her taste was pretty good. They suited her delicate frame well. Which one do you think looks better? Chen Yi walked over and asked directly. Diao hesitated for a moment before finally pointing to one of the dresses, a velvet-like long coat whose color Chen-Yi couldn't even describe, a mix of gray, blue, and red. Salesperson, take her to try it on. If there's a suitable size, we'll buy this one. Chen-Yi said impatiently, his tone quite forceful. The saleswoman, was overjoyed. She loved this kind of boldness. Diao Biao was completely dumbfounded as she was dragged into the fitting room. Just like Hermes, these stores record your exact measurements after your first visit, so you don't have to try anything on again unless your body changes significantly. Qi Yuxuan sneakily glanced at the price of the clothes and swallowed hard. A single autumn velvet coat costs over 50,000 yuan. However, high-end brands are still relatively reasonable with their autumn and winter collections. At least the fabric is good. Those spring and summer collections, with their thin fabrics, sell for 30,000 to 40,000 yuan per piece. That's what I call ripping people off. Soon, Yu Jinyu emerged from the fitting room. The dress had already been packed by the sales associate. Seeing the girl standing before her with a satisfied expression, Chen-Yi couldn't help but find it amusing. How could this girl be so stupid today? He grabbed Yu Jinyu by the shoulders, turned her around to face the racks of clothes in the store, and scolded her with a laugh. You silly girl, what are you standing here for? Go pick out some other styles. A girl can't just wear the same outfit every day. Many girls browsing in the specialty store turned to look, their expressions envious, some whispering to each other. Is that the girl's boyfriend? He's so tall and handsome, and so rich too. I can't take it anymore. Why hasn't a guy like that noticed me? Who knows? Maybe he's her mistress. Someone muttered jealously, but her tone was hesitant. After all, Chen-Yi was too young to spark such speculation. If it were a middle-aged man in his 40s, there would be no need to guess, the relationship would be obvious. Being beautiful has its advantages. Look at that girl, she looks so pure on the surface, but who knows what she's like in private. Why don't we go to South Korea and get plastic surgery together? Let us save up for the surgery first. Bad luck. Among the women, it was still manageable, but the men who had come with their female companions looked extremely displeased. Seeing the sparkling gaze their girlfriends were directing at them, they couldn't help but sigh inwardly. What's the point? We're just here to look around. This damn piece of clothing costs $5,000? I don't even make that much in 3 months. How the hell is this worth $5,000? Why does this world have brands that specifically scam women? Chapter 108, some connections are meant to be used. This time, Yu Jinyu probably knew that Chen-Yi didn't like waiting, so she picked out the clothes quickly and went to the fitting room. Unlike Chen-Yi, who would just buy a dozen or 2 dozen pieces of clothing to mix and match later, for Yu Jinyu, she could only afford to buy a few pieces, and each one was expensive, so she had to choose carefully. If she didn't try them on to see how they looked, she might end up buying something that didn't suit her, and that would be heartbreaking. Chanel clothes aren't exactly investments. Seeing Yu Jinyu go back to the fitting room, Chen-Yi turned to Qi Yuxuan, who had been following him all along. This fiery-figured girl hadn't said a word since arriving here. To be honest, Chen-Yi could empathize with Qi Yuxuan's awkwardness. After thinking for a moment, he asked, why don't you pick out a dress too? I'll buy it for you. The sales associate beside her immediately perked up. These clothes have a high commission. Qi Yuxuan shook her head repeatedly, saying, no, Chen-Yi, you don't need to spend money on me. Just buy something for Yujin. They had only just met and weren't close yet. She was merely Yujinyu's roommate. How could she possibly accept something worth tens of thousands of dollars? They weren't close enough for that yet. Moreover, even if they did become close, she wouldn't dare accept such an expensive gift. Even if she knew that a few $1,000s might not mean much to Chen-Yi, their relationship was still there, and she couldn't accept it. Even those women who are known to be a bit stingy would hesitate before accepting such an expensive gift. This is a difference in values. If it were Nanjiyue, that little fairy, she would have no qualms about letting Chen-Yi spend tens of thousands, because to her, it's not money. Of course, the more likely scenario is that the little fairy would say, get lost, I'll buy it myself, you don't need to pay. Seeing that Qi Yuxuan refused, Chen-Yi didn't press the issue. His words were just polite. If she had accepted, he might have developed a negative impression of her. Without saying much more, Chen-Yi continued to browse around the store. The sales associate, looking disappointed, still continued to sincerely assist Chen-Yi. When they reached the Chanel cosmetics counter, Chen-Yi felt a sudden urge and asked, do you know anything about Chanel lipstick shades? Which one is good? Qi Yuxuan assumed Chen-Yi was buying it for Yu Jinyu, so she didn't think much of it and replied, the 701, 0690 and 5862 shades are nice. They're very flattering and give a ethereal look after application. Chen-Yi heard this and thought to himself, girls really know their stuff when it comes to these things. Whether I use them or not, they're extremely knowledgeable about all the lipstick shades from various brands. What about perfume? Is that for girls? Qi Yuxuan didn't know if Chen-Yi was buying it for himself or for Yu Jinyu, so she just asked. Yes, it's for girls. Chen-Yi nodded. As for the perfume, she suggested the classic No. 5 fragrance from her family's line. Girls usually really like that scent. Chi Yuxuan spoke without hesitation, not even taking a moment to think. The sales clerk was quite clever. While Chi Yuxuan was mentioning the lipstick shades and perfume, she had already brought out the few items Chi Yuxuan had mentioned. Chunyi glanced at them, feeling that something was missing. He looked again at Chi Yuxuan, who had a strand of wine red highlights in her hair and a slender, alluring figure, and said, "Do you think there are any other shades that look good? Help me pick a few. Lipstick colors depend on the person wearing them. Some colors might not suit everyone." Chi Yuxuan furrowed her brows and replied cautiously, "It's fine. Just pick whatever you like. I'm giving them as gifts." Upon hearing this, Chi Yuxuan immediately became more daring in her choices, selecting them entirely based on her own preferences. On the other side, the sales clerk enthusiastically pulled out a lipstick and said to Chunyi, "This is our limited edition 607 metallic red camellia. Would you like to buy one too?" Chunyi wasn't paying attention at all. He just waved his hand casually, telling the sales clerk to place the limited edition lipstick on the table. Before long, Chi Yuxuan had also selected a few more lipstick shades according to her own preferences. Chunyi glanced over and saw there were roughly 10 lipsticks on the table, which was more than enough. Any more would be excessive. "Alright, these will do. Wrap them up and settle the bill for these items first." The cashier quickly began packaging the items. 12 lipsticks, each costing around 330 yuan. Even the so-called limited edition was only 350 yuan. The Chanel No. 5 perfume, though it comes in various versions, the more expensive ones are still under 2,000 yuan. Altogether, it came to around 6,000 yuan. Chunyi glanced at the price and raised an eyebrow. "No way, no way, no way. Every day I see online posts about boyfriends giving their girlfriends lipstick, making them so happy, and I thought lipstick was so expensive. Turns out it's only 300 yuan per tube? That's way too cheap." Taking the gift box from the cashier, Chunyi shoved the bag into Chi Yuxuan's hands. "Take your own stuff. I'm not responsible for this." Chi Yuxuan froze for a moment and hurriedly said, "This isn't mine. You said you were going to give it to someone else, right?" Before she could finish, she froze and asked in disbelief, "You meant to give it to me? What did you think? Why else would I have you come along to pick it out? You've been with us all day. Even if there's no credit, there's at least some effort. I can't let you leave empty-handed." Chunyi raised an eyebrow and said with a smile. Chi Yuxuan still refused. "This is really not possible. The item is too expensive. I can't accept it. You were the one who said earlier that even lipstick shades have to be chosen for specific people. These shades were all picked by you. Are you going to make me give them to someone else? Giving something like this away would be embarrassing for me, and besides, what's so expensive about a 6,000 yuan item? Just take it. If you keep refusing, to be honest, I'm starting to get a little upset." Chunyi glared at her, his tone immediately turning firm, causing Chi Yuxuan to stammer for a moment before she could refuse anymore. She knew she had been tricked. "Well, thank you then, Chunyi." She thought Chunyi was right. The item wasn't that expensive, and refusing it seemed a bit rude. As soon as she took the item in her hands, Chi Yuxuan was startled. When had she ever thought that something worth 6,000 yuan wasn't expensive? After all, 6,000 yuan was 2 months' worth of her living expenses. Was it because she saw Chunyi casually pull out 2 million yuan to buy a watch? Or was it because he effortlessly bought a dress worth around 50,000 yuan for Yu Jingyu, making her mistakenly think that 6,000 yuan was really cheap? She knew her thoughts were wrong. If she let Chunyi warp her sense of money, that could lead to trouble. It's like reading too many novels. You start to think that billions aren't even worth mentioning. But in reality, based on current prices, a person couldn't even earn a tenth of a small goal in their entire lifetime. Yu Jingyu had finished picking out her clothes and came out. Upon seeing the Chanel bag in Chi Yuxuan's hand, she smiled meaningfully but said nothing. The sugar daddy has given enough. Biao Biao immediately clung to Chunyi and started acting spoiled. Chunyi looked over. Biao Biao had only picked out 3 items in total. Though he had told her to choose whatever she wanted, she was very considerate and didn't act like a fool, treating Chunyi like a wealthy playboy. Chunyi smiled satisfactorily. He liked girls who were so considerate. "Alright, I think this new charcoal gray handbag from their collection is nice. It seems pretty suitable for you." Chunyi casually took a handbag off the rack. He didn't know if it suited Yu Jingyu, but it was just a reward for her. Chunyi also browsed the men's section. Chanel's men's collection was indeed limited, but he eventually settled on 2 leather jackets that could be paired together, so he bought them on a whim. At checkout, the 2 jackets came to 140,000, the charcoal gray handbag was over 40,000, and the 3 autumn outfits for his mistress totaled around 170,000. Add in the miscellaneous items, and he had spent 380,000 in one go. Sigh, money really doesn't last long. In the specialty store, there were many people shopping, but few could afford to spend tens of thousands on clothes. Everyone was stunned, and the women's expressions toward Chunyi changed, as if they wanted to devour him whole. The sales associates took down Chunyi's customer information and enthusiastically escorted him out. Two of them even helped him carry his bags and accompanied the empty-handed Chen-yi to the waiting car below. Isn't it ungentlemanly to let the girls carry the bags while you don't take anything? Not at all, the rich are the bosses. Bitch and Chi Shuesher, let's go to the Ritz-Carlton for dinner. I have a meeting there. Chen-yi had arranged to meet with the general manager of the Ritz-Carlton, Su Feng. Some connections are worth using when needed, it can save a lot of hassle and time. Chapter 109, I'm such a pure person, yet you always think the worst of me. When Chen-yi mentioned he was going out for a business dinner, Yu Jinyu and Chi Yuxuan were both taken aback. Chi Yuxuan chose her words carefully and said cautiously, Chen-yi, maybe I should go back first. It might not be appropriate for me to join you at the dinner. Yu Jinyu also felt a bit uneasy and said, yeah, Mr. Sugar Daddy, why don't I wait for you in the hotel room? She said this in a flirtatious manner, then gave Chen-yi a seductive glance and giggled, I'll make sure I'm all clean and fresh. Even if you get drunk, I can still. As she spoke, she covered her mouth and giggled quietly. Seeing her roommate dare to say such things in front of her, Chi Yuxuan immediately rolled her eyes. No wonder she's called bitchy. She's not just she's a little vixen. Yu Jinyu and Chi Yuxuan were a bit hesitant to accompany Chen-yi to the social gathering. They assumed that the gatherings Chen-yi attended were filled with wealthy second-generation elites or socialites. Though the two were beautiful and had many admirers, they were still just second-year students at Shinchi University. They had never attended such gatherings before and feared making a mistake due to their lack of experience, which might embarrass Chen-yi. Such social gatherings were fundamentally different from student gatherings. Chen-yi could guess their thoughts and immediately laughed, you're overthinking it. It's not a big gathering, it's a private gathering. I've met the host before, it's the same Su manager we saw at the Ritz-Carlton the other day. Yu Jinyu heard this and relaxed. If it was just a private gathering, it didn't matter how influential the host was. That Su manager probably won't bring a female companion. You two come with me for dinner. It'll be an honor for me. Biao Biao and Chi Shuesher are so beautiful. No matter where we go, they'll be a great addition to the group. Chen Dashi didn't care about saying nice things. After all, it didn't cost him anything, especially since he held such a high status in Yu Jinyu and Chi Yuxuan's eyes. With his compliment, Biao Biao immediately lit up with a smile, and even Chi Yuxuan's lips curled up involuntarily. Whether you're a man or a woman, everyone loves to hear nice things, especially when the person complimenting you is your ideal woman or man. It truly makes your heart bloom. Yu Jinyu directly wrapped her arms around Chen-yi's arm and cooed, I'm not just pretty, I can also make my sugar daddy happy. She raised her eyelashes, and her innocent, delicate face flashed a seductive smile. The conflicting emotions in her soft, sweet voice made Chen-yi's heart melt. I'll teach you a lesson later. Having such a beautiful, clingy, and understanding little vixen around made Chen-yi feel delighted. This was the life he wanted, eating, drinking, playing, and having fun every day. That was the leisurely life, not the one where you worked yourself to death every day. Chi Yuxuan, standing nearby, rolled her eyes. These two were getting more and more out of hand. The Chanel-clad woman following behind them felt wronged. Even though we're not as pretty as that little, our ex is still good. Handsome guy, don't you even look at us? To be honest, neither Yu Jinyu nor Chi Yuxuan are really suitable for socializing. One looks too young, and the other is too bold, neither fits the bill for a business setting. On the other hand, someone like the little princess, with her standard reserved yet alluring, cool demeanor, is perfect for socializing. Dress her up a bit more maturely, and she'll exude elegance instantly. Mr. Chen, hello. Arriving at the Ritz-Carlton in a Rolls-Royce, he was greeted by several beautiful young women in uniforms standing on either side, smiling sweetly and greeting him. Many guests nearby looked over in astonishment, thinking it was some important official arriving. The general manager of the Ritz-Carlton, Su Feng, was also among the waiting crowd, accompanied by Chen-yi's familiar personal butler, Leo. Upon seeing Chen-yi arrive, Su Feng warmly walked over to shake hands and greet him. Mr. Chen, welcome home. Chen-yi had booked a few days in the presidential suite here, and coming here truly felt like coming home. Mr. Su, why did you come down here? Are you that idle at work? After shaking hands, Chen-yi and Su Feng walked toward the lobby, with Chen-yi joking around. Work isn't something you can just take it easy on. It's all about whether you're lazy or not, haha. Last time you stayed at our hotel, I should have come to greet you, but I happened to be busy that day. This time, I had to make it up to you. Mr. Su, in his mid-40s, didn't treat Chen-yi like a junior but as an equal. He was highly interested in getting to know such a wealthy second-generation heir. Leo, have someone move Chen Xiao's belongings to the room on the floor below the presidential suite. Seeing that Chen-yi had returned from shopping, although there weren't many items, Su manager personally gave the instructions. In reality, Leo's team had already prepared everything. Yu Jinyu gave Chen-yi a curious look, wondering why the items needed to be moved downstairs. Chen-yi explained, I bought too many random things. I can't fit them all in my dorm room, right? So I rented a room at the Ritz-Carlton on a monthly basis to use as a storage space. Chi Yuxuan felt a pang of envy upon hearing this. Though she had never stayed at the Ritz-Carlton, she knew the prices. The cheapest room was over 2,000 yuan per night, meaning the monthly rent alone would be 5 or 6,000 yuan. Is this what life is like for the wealthy? Spending 50,000 yuan a month just for a storage room? That's really expensive. However, upon glancing at the clothes that cost tens of thousands of dollars each, Chi Yuxuan suddenly realized that if it was for storing such luxury items, $5,000 a month didn't seem that much after all. Still, Chi Yuxuan found it odd that Yu Jinyu's sugar daddy wouldn't store his things at home. Even though he was from the capital, he couldn't possibly not have a place in Shanghai, could he? If Chen Yi knew what Chi Yuxuan was thinking, he would definitely exclaim, "That's right. I really don't have a place in Shanghai. Those mansions worth tens of millions or even hundreds of millions? Even with the system, I can't afford them yet." After giving instructions to Su Feng, he invited Chen Yi to the private elevator of the presidential suite and greeted him warmly. "I've already asked Chef Huang to prepare a meal. We're just waiting for you, Mr. Chen." He then didn't neglect Chen Yi's female companion, asking, "I recognize Ms. Yu, but who is the lady here?" With his experience, he could tell at a glance that Yu Jinyu and Chi Yuxuan were students. And he could even guess that their relationship with Chen Yi was likely that of lovers. However, Su Feng, who had been around the block in society for so many years, knew how to handle people. He treated both women with sufficient respect and didn't dwell on their age or status. "This is one of my senior classmates, and she's roommates with Jinyu." Chen Yi simply introduced them. Immediately, Manager Su gave Chen Yi a suggestive smile and secretly gave him a thumbs up. Chen Xiao is indeed impressive. Not only did he find two, but they're even roommates. But which school do these two girls attend? They're so attractive, I'm tempted to try my luck and see if I can find one too. Forget it, I should just focus on taking care of myself. That's what happens when you get older. Seeing that Su Feng had misunderstood, Chen Yi didn't bother to explain. "Hey, I'm such a pure person. Why do you always think of me in such a way?" Chapter 110, Chen Disha, the Thoughtful. On the 53rd floor of the Ritz-Carlton, walking across the plush red carpet and through the gilded arches, the view suddenly opens up. The luxurious interior, blending Chinese and Western styles, exudes elegance. Large-scale artistic reliefs showcase grandeur, and floor-to-ceiling windows surround the space, offering a breathtaking view of the cityscape from the restaurant. Led by a waiter, Chen Yi and his companions entered the private dining room. As the general manager of the Ritz-Carlton, Su Feng had naturally secured the best private dining room with a scenic view. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows by the table lay the bustling Bund and the skyline towers shimmering in shades of purple and blue. This is a Michelin-starred restaurant specializing in Cantonese cuisine. The entire restaurant is designed with the scenery as the focal point, so while other aspects may vary, the views are certainly impressive. Yu Jinyu and Chi Yuxuan were clueless, simply following Chen Yi and Su Feng into the private dining room. They sat on sofas covered in red silk, with the dining table directly in front of them. To be honest, Chen Yi found the restaurant rather tacky. The colors used were either bright red or gold, giving it a grand appearance but also making it feel overly gaudy. "Mr. Chen hasn't visited our business in a while, and Mr. Su, you're an even rarer guest." A middle-aged man dressed like a chef entered the private room and greeted Chen Yi and Su Feng. Chen Yi had been staying at the Ritz-Carlton for a while, hadn't left the hotel for days, and naturally ate at the hotel's restaurants every day. As a guest in the presidential suite, he had become quite familiar with the head chef. "I've been busy with school lately. Whenever I have a moment, I come to support your business. What have you prepared for us today?" Chen Yi felt no sense of strangeness or age gap, joking around with the cheerful head chef. "I knew Mr. Chen was coming, so I specially prepared this for you." Chef Huang stepped aside, letting his apprentice show Chen Yi what they were holding: an 8-pound Sudan River fish king. "How about it? Is it a good thing?" Chen Yi's eyes lit up. He explained to the clueless Yu Jinyu and Chi Yuxuan, "This Sudan River fish king is also known as the emperor fish. Just hearing the name tells you how precious it is. It's supplied to the Sudanese royal family, and 8 pounds isn't a small amount." Yu Jinyu and Chi Yuxuan had no idea what a fish emperor was, but hearing the name and seeing Chen Yi's greedy expression, they knew the fish must be incredibly delicious and expensive. Chi Yuxuan was too shy to ask, but Yu Jinyu wasn't shy at all. She whispered in Chen Yi's ear, "Big spender, how much does this fish cost?" She spoke very softly, knowing that asking about the price in this setting could be problematic if overheard. On the other side, Chi Yuxuan also perked up her ears, listening secretly. A typical 6-pound Sudanese fish is around 20,000 yuan, and this is especially since Chef Huang is cooking it personally. "This 8-pound one? At least 40,000 yuan, I'd say." Chen Yi remained expressionless as he told the others. Yu Jinyu and Chi Yuxuan gasped in shock. "My goodness, we actually get to taste a fish that costs 40,000 yuan per piece today? It seems those meals that cost hundreds of thousands online aren't just exaggerations after all." Chi Yuxuan also looked complicated. Was she lucky to tag along for this meal? A fish worth 40,000 yuan per piece. To be honest, under normal circumstances, she might never get to taste one in her entire life. Alright, old Huang, now that Chen Xiao is here, you've brought out the good stuff. Over there, Su Feng was still joking around with Chef Huang, his words laced with subtle flattery toward Chen Yi. Don't let his title as the general manager of the Ritz-Carlton fool you. With an annual salary exceeding $1 million, he is part of the absolute elite of society. But even Yi Wun Ti dare to eat a fish that costs 4,000 yuan per piece casually. Master Huang and Su Feng were bantering back and forth, flattering Chen Yi to make him feel good. Then Master Huang asked, Mr. Chen, how should we prepare this fish today? Steamed with chicken fat and Huadiu wine. After a pause, Chen Yi added, bring us a bottle of 30-year-old Huadiu wine and a 1998 Flying Heaven Mao Tai. The Flying Heaven Mao Tai given to Li Tian wine back then was only around 2,000 yuan per bottle, but this 1998 vintage is priced at over 10,000 yuan per bottle. Chef Huang smiled and agreed, then went to prepare the meal. Chen Yi glanced at the menu and casually ordered a few more dishes. The main course was the Sudanese fish, and the rest were just to fill their stomachs, so they didn't need to be too elaborate. Don't mind us for a while. Eat your meals. Don't waste that fish worth over 40,000 yuan. Eat as much as you can. Chen Yi took the opportunity to whisper to Yu Jinyu and Qi Yuxuan. He knew these two girls probably weren't used to such social gatherings, and as students, they had little in common with Chen Yi and Su Feng. To avoid making them feel awkward and at a loss, Chen Yi told them to ignore the adults and focus on eating. Chen Yi's status as a mysterious young master was naturally far higher than Su Feng's position as the general manager of the Ritz-Carlton Hotel. Just look at how this middle-aged man in his 40s was constantly accommodating Chen Yi. There was no need for his female companion to accompany him. Yu Jinyu and Qi Yuxuan both felt a warm glow in their hearts. Chen Yi, this young master, was still considerate enough to think about their feelings at a time like this. He was truly thoughtful beyond words. Yu Jinyu's eyes sparkled with a seductive glow, already imagining the evening as festivities, while Qi Yuxuan lowered her head, her expression complex. Soon, the wine and a few appetizers were served. Su Feng stood up, opened the wine, poured a glass for himself and Chen Yi, and said generously, as our honored guest at the Ritz-Carlton, I'll toast Chen Yi first. I'm here to enjoy this meal thanks to you. Chen Yi smiled and clinked glasses with Su Feng. Yu Jinyu and Qi Yuxuan hurriedly stood up to pour wine, but Chen Yi raised his hand to stop them, saying, white wine is too spicy. You two shouldn't drink it. To be honest, Chen Yi didn't like white wine either, but table manners were a must. On the other side, Su Feng also said, ladies shouldn't drink. Chen and I are the only men here will drink. If Chen Yi's status were lower than his, Su Feng would certainly have urged Yu Jinyu and Qi Yuxuan to drink, but now he naturally followed Chen Yi's lead. Those corporate and government officials didn't necessarily enjoy drinking either. What they sought was the obedience of others drinking as instructed, as this demonstrated their authority. Chen Yi's refusal to allow others to drink was, in a way, another form of demanding obedience. Steamed Taihu river crabs, crispy wheat shrimp balls, ginger-infused bamboo clams with bamboo shoots, golden oven roasted duck, truffle stir-fried river shrimp, and several other dishes were served one after another. By the time the fish dish arrived, everyone was ready to start eating. Seeing Yu Jinyu and Qi Yuxuan wanting to take out their phones to take photos but dared not, Chen Yi laughed and said, go ahead and take photos. What are you waiting for? Seeing Chen Yi's considerate gesture, the two girls blushed and quickly took out their phones to snap a few photos. Who wouldn't want to take a photo of a fish worth 40,000 yuan to show off on social media? That's only human nature. After taking the photos, everyone began to eat. The Sudanese fish was rich in fat, tender and smooth in texture, with a strong fish flavor. Plus, it was cooked by a Michelin-starred chef, so everyone was very satisfied. Chen Yi and Su Feng sipped their drinks and chatted casually, exchanging idle banter. Su Feng shared some amusing anecdotes from the hotel industry. After a few rounds of drinks, Chen Yi finally broached the subject of his visit. Chapter 111, Leave the Night to Chendashi. Mr. Su, I came to Shanghai alone to study, and I have a lot of free time at school. I just wanted to find something to do. Chen Yi hesitated for a moment before speaking in a casual tone, as if he were truly just bored and looking for something to do. Su Feng didn't say anything, just looked at Chen Yi and listened as he continued. After much consideration, I came up with an idea. After researching it, I felt it was feasible, so I decided to try starting my own business. Chen Yi paused for a moment before smiling and speaking in a very serious tone. This was Chen Yi's decision after careful consideration. First, he was just an ordinary college student. Although he had the system at his disposal and money was temporarily no issue, Chen Yixian had no connections or resources in society. Therefore, he needed to start small and leverage his minimal connections to gradually expand into larger circles. Su Feng wasn't particularly influential, but he was a good starting point. Even the tone and expression he used in this conversation had been practiced countless times beforehand, and as a result, his acting skills had improved significantly. He must first create the illusion that he wants to start his own business and doesn't want to rely on his family. Otherwise, if he seeks help for even minor matters, others will suspect that as the son of a wealthy family, such trivial matters should be easily handled by his family. This would undermine Chen Yi's persona. Secondly, he couldn't come across as too casual or careless, or else the other party might think he was just messing around, and they wouldn't take his requests seriously, leading to half-hearted efforts. Sure enough, Su Feng fell for Chen Yi's acting, thinking that Chen Yi might be arrogant and unwilling to rely on his family, wanting to make it on his own. Moreover, seeing Chen Yi's serious and solemn expression, one could tell he was genuinely determined to give it a try. Although many second-generation wealthy individuals lead idle lives, there are also some who are highly motivated and want to build a career through their own efforts. Su Feng believed Chen Yi might be one of them. Su Feng couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Only someone like Chen Yi, a second-generation heir, could have the courage to start a business. Even someone like him, a social elite earning over $1 million a year, wouldn't dare to take such a risk. Success would be great, but failure could mean drowning in debt, and everything he had built up over the years would be destroyed in an instant. And the probability of failure far outweighs that of success. Generally, those who dare to start a business are either those who have nothing to lose, or those like Su Feng, who are content with their current situation and unwilling to risk everything. The other type of entrepreneur is someone like Chen Yi, who doesn't care if they fail. Even if they end up with tens of millions or even hundreds of millions in debt, it doesn't matter because their family will bail them out, and they can always go back to inherit the family business. This is the difference between the strong and the weak. The weak are doomed after one failure, while the strong have countless opportunities to face failure. Though he had drunk quite a bit, when it came to serious matters, Su Feng's mind remained clear. He cautiously asked, "Is there anything you need my help with, Mr. Chen?" He had always wanted to build a good relationship with Chen Yi. Besides Chen Yi's mysterious background, it was also because Chen Yi gave him a very steady impression, and he never acted frivolously, which was vastly different from other young people his age. Therefore, he believed this was a young man worth cultivating a deeper relationship with. For someone like him, the greatest aspiration was to connect with individuals of a higher caliber. However, even if he had intentions to curry favor with Chen Yi and strengthen their relationship, Su Feng didn't make any bold promises. Instead, he asked cautiously first. This was all social experience. If Chen Yi's requests were too difficult, he could always refuse. Chen Yi saw this and knew that Su Feng had already been swayed. He had anticipated this, and his act of pretending to be a wealthy young master was indeed effective. The fabricated family background was easily enough to deceive someone like Su Feng. However, for someone like the person they encountered at Nan'an that day, this fake background wouldn't work. The other party would only try to find out your true origins. It's not really a big deal. I just hope Mr. Su can help me contact a reliable acquisition team. I want to directly acquire a company. Secondly, I hope Mr. Su can help me find out where there are office floors for rent in a prime location. I plan to use it as the company's office space. Chen Yi's tone didn't sound like he was asking for a favor, it was more like a demand, which fit his rich young master persona perfectly. These two requests are actually quite simple. For someone like Su Feng, who has deep connections at the middle management level, they are very easy to handle. In fact, Chen Yi could even handle these matters on his own. However, there was no need for that. Chen Yi wanted to live a more relaxed and leisurely life, not create extra work for himself. Finding an office space for rent is easy online, but Chen Yi didn't have the time to go out and look at different floors. Hiring an agent wouldn't be a problem, but there are too many shady deals involved. You might pay $10, but they might only do work worth $5. Chen Yi doesn't care about money, but he doesn't want to be taken advantage of either. He doesn't know much about this field and is easily taken advantage of, so the simplest solution is to find someone absolutely reliable and handle it himself. Su Feng was a good choice. He would definitely take the matter seriously and help him out. Sure enough, the matter Chen Yi mentioned wasn't difficult. For him, it might only take a few phone calls to handle, at most just helping Chen Yi double-check to avoid being scammed. Mr. Su immediately poured a glass of wine and laughed heartily. It's just such a small matter. Mr. Chen, rest assured. Give me 2 days, and I'll handle it for you. Come, let me toast to Qing Yisheng. This is to celebrate your future success in your business venture. As for whether Chen Yi would truly succeed, Su Feng didn't care. After all, the other party had family connections, so even if he failed, it wouldn't matter. Chen Yi smiled and clinked glasses with Su Feng. In reality, starting a company without any connections was a hassle, with various procedures to handle. Chen Yisheng had no interest in running around, so the best approach was to directly acquire an existing shell company, give it a new name, and start fresh. After discussing the matter, everyone continued eating and drinking. Su Feng asked a few more details. Chen Yi had no specific requirements, except that he wanted to find a decent property in the new district, as he planned to set the company's address in the new district of Shengchang. The new district offered comprehensive startup support, including interest subsidies for startup loans, rental subsidies for startup offices, and social insurance subsidies, among other favorable policies. Of course, Chen Yi wasn't particularly concerned about these preferential policies. Rather, since the government was prioritizing this area, he felt it was his duty to respond to the national call and contribute to its development. The meal was enjoyable for both hosts and guests, and the final bill came to over 60,000 yuan. To be honest, this meal was more than enough to repay Su Feng's small favor. This is the advantage of having connections. Some things that ordinary people might have to run themselves ragged trying to accomplish might not even be possible, but for those with connections, a single phone call can solve everything. Su Feng, who had had a bit too much to drink, looked at Chen Yi and the two young women with a suggestive smile and excused himself, leaving the night to Chindashi. Chapter 112, Are you teaching me how to pick up girls? Shi Shuesher, let me have someone send you home. After eating and drinking to their heart's content, Chen Yi had indeed had some mouthai, but not much. Given his drinking capacity, it wasn't a problem at all. After leaving the Michelin-starred restaurant on the 53rd floor, on the way back to the presidential suite, Chen Yi noticed Qi Yuxuan hesitating to speak, so he took the initiative to say something. This was their first meeting, and though Qi Yuxuan's roommate was indeed beautiful and had a stunning figure, Chen Yi wasn't the type to develop such feelings at first sight. Moreover, from their conversation, Chen Yi knew that Qi Yuxuan was just an ordinary, well-bred young woman, not one of those women in nightclubs who specifically target wealthy second-generation men. Even if he were as handsome or as wealthy as he was, she wouldn't just give herself to him so easily. Although in this hedonistic era, some women lead chaotic private lives, the vast majority of women still lead decent lives. When Qi Yuxuan heard Chen Yi say this, she sighed in relief and lifted a strand of hair from her forehead, saying, No need, no need. I can take a taxi back myself. Don't bother. Her tone remained as confident and straightforward as before, as if nothing had changed in her heart. But her true feelings were probably known only to herself. Ms. Qi, there's no need to take a taxi. The hotel's concierge service is here for this purpose. I'll have someone arrange it for you. As soon as Chen Yi finished speaking, Leo happened to walk over. After hearing their conversation, he bowed slightly and said, Miss Qi, as Mr. Chen mentioned, the hotel's concierge service is here to assist you. I'll have the concierge park the car at the hotel entrance. You can tell the driver where you're going. Qi Yuxuan saw that she couldn't refuse, so she reluctantly accepted and thanked him. Thank you for your trouble. There's no need to thank me. Solving Mr. Chen's daily problems is my job. Leo replied with a smile, and his respectful attitude and polite tone made Qi Yuxuan feel even more impressed by Qing Yi's air of a wealthy young master. Yuxuan, you can go back to the dorm first. I'll return tomorrow or the day after. Eugenia smiled at her roommate and said, Chen Yi only has a couple of days off after military training, then he has to start classes again. Once Chen Yi goes to class, I'll head back to the dorm too. Alright, I'll go first. See you next time, Chen Yi. Thank you for the gift today. I'll think of something to give you next time. Qi Yuxuan bid farewell to Chen Yi and Eugenia with a graceful expression. I don't need anything. Senior Qi, you don't have to be so polite. Just consider it a welcome gift for my roommate. Be careful on your way back and send her a WeChat message once you get back to the dorm. That way, we'll feel more at ease. Chen Yi gave a parting reminder. The words of concern coming from this young masteress' mouth seemed different from those of others. Chen Yi didn't take the opportunity to ask for her WeChat either. For Chen Yi now, women were never something rare. Sometimes, there was no need to be too deliberate, just let things take their natural course. Qi Yuxuan chatted with Eugenia for a moment before getting into the elevator to take her leave. She waved at Chen Yi and Eugenia from the elevator. Once the elevator doors closed, she looked at the luxurious yet understated lobby of the Ritz-Carlton, with its carpeted floors and elegant decor, and at the elevator panel with its dozens of buttons, and her smile gradually faded. She felt a mix of anticipation and anxiety. In the presidential suite. Ah, this place is so much more comfortable than the dormitory at school. Upon returning to the presidential suite, Eugenia kicked off her shoes, her delicate feet in lace stockings touching the carpet. She ran a few steps and collapsed onto the sofa in the living room, her petite body sinking into it. She hugged the pillow on the sofa and let out a lazy, comfortable hum. Having stayed here with Chen Yi for a few days, she was already very familiar with this suite. Chen Yi slipped into his slippers at the door, undid a few buttons on his shirt, and the crystal chandelier on the ceiling cast a soft glow. The floor-to-ceiling windows offered a view of Shanghai's night skyline. He walked over to the refrigerator, opened it, and found it stocked with bottles of Voss natural water from Norway. He casually took 2 bottles out. After drinking some white wine, his mouth felt a bit dry, and Chen Yi didn't feel like drinking anything else. Whether it was red wine or champagne, he quite liked them, but white wine had always been something he disliked. Eugenia sat up from the sofa, leaning against the backrest with her legs crossed, holding a pillow in her arms. After Chen Yi handed her the water, she gave a playful smile, her clear, innocent eyes flickering, took a sip, then suddenly threw herself into Chen Yi's arms, wrapping her arms around his neck and passing the natural water from her mouth to his. Chen Yi didn't expect Eugenia to do that, and after a moment of surprise, he let her do as she pleased. Huff. Exhaling the breath she had been holding, Eugenia lay down in Chen Yi's arms and took out her phone. Should I give you Rain Xian's WeChat ID, sugar daddy? You're good at everything, but selling out your roommate is something you're really skilled at. Chen Yi laughed and scolded her, then gently patted her on the back. Yu Jinyu pretended to whimper in pain, but her words were full of sarcasm. As long as the sugar daddy is happy, that's all that matters. Rain Shan will probably have plenty of material for her dreams tonight. Indeed, after visiting the Patek Philippe mansion, seeing how to buy a $2 million watch, casually picking out clothes at the Chanel store, and then eating a fish that cost $4,000 for dinner, all of that could serve as material for her dreams. So, should the sugar daddy ask Yu Xian for her WeChat? Forget it, she's a proper young lady. Ha? Is the sugar daddy saying I'm not proper? Yu Jinyu looked on the verge of tears, speaking in a sweet, coquettish voice. You're not proper at all. Proper people don't sell their roommates and become someone's mistress. Oh no, I'm doomed. The sugar daddy is rejecting me. What am I going to do for the rest of my life? Yu Jinyu clung to Chen Yi, pretending to cry, her tone even more exaggerated. What about your future? You should think about what to do tonight first. Chen Yi took a sip of iced water to moisten his throat. After being pampered by Yu Jinyu like that, he was boiling with anger. The iced water went down his throat, and his body finally cooled down a bit. Just then, Chen Yi's phone rang. He glanced at it and saw it was a WeChat message, and it was a voice message from the little princess. Little princess, Chen Yi, did you buy clothes for Jinyu? Ruanjui's voice wasn't as soft and sweet as Biao Biao's, but it was still light and pleasant to the ear. What does this mean? Has little princess realized she needs to watch out for her best friend? No, that doesn't make sense. Given her slow reaction time, she probably didn't think of that, especially with the hint of worry in her tone. Chen Yi glanced at Yu Jinyu, and Biao Biao, understanding the situation, pulled out her phone and showed him the chat history. In the chat history, Yu Jinyu first sent Ruanjui many photos of herself in the changing room, all of which were of the Chanel clothes she had tried on. Finally, she added, all of these were bought for me by your boyfriend. Ruanjui was genuinely upset. She wasn't angry that Chen Yi had bought clothes for Yu Jinyu, but not for her. She was furious that Yu Jinyu had asked Chen Yi to buy such expensive items. She berated Yu Jinyu harshly in the chat. As the daughter of a wealthy family, Ruanjui knew that a full outfit from Chanel was extremely expensive. She knew that Yu Jinyu had a tendency to look down on those who were less fortunate, so she suspected that Yu Jinyu had told Chen Yi to buy them because he knew he was wealthy. She immediately got into a heated argument with Yu Jinyu on WeChat, and it seemed like they were about to end their friendship. It's understandable. If your best friend makes your boyfriend buy something expensive, how would Chen Yi feel? Putting yourself in his shoes, you'd know he is in a bad mood, and that bad mood might even affect the little princess herself. If anyone had such a troublesome friend or best friend, they'd be driven crazy. In the past, Ruanjui could tolerate some of the things Yu Jinyu did because they had known each other since childhood and were aware of Yu Jinyu's upbringing. But this time, it was her first time dating, and her heart had naturally become more sensitive. Ruanjui was completely focused on Chen Yi, so she rarely got this angry. Chen Yi looked at Yu Jinyu with confusion, wondering why she was acting this way. Yu Jinyu giggled and urged, hurry up and comfort the little princess. Say something nice to her now, and she'll be over the moon, eager to come run to you. Next time you see her, do something romantic and sweep her off her feet. I sacrificed my friendship with the little princess to help the sugar daddy's love life. Are you touched? The shameless woman said with a smirk. Chen Yi gave Yu Jinyu a deep look. Does she really not care at all, just like she appears on the surface? Impossible. A woman's heart is sensitive and delicate. She has genuine feelings for herself, and Chen Yi isn't a steel-hearted straight man. He must have noticed that much. A woman actively pushing another woman into the arms of the man she loves, even willing to give up her friendship with her best friend. Her heart must be filled with bitterness. Yet she still did it. Chen Yi always called her, but she should have acted like a true, spreading rumors about the little princess, sabotaging Chen Yi and Ruanjui's relationship, and then securing his affection for herself. But the didn't do that. She only acted like it toward others, but she had genuine feelings for Chen Yi. Women are emotional creatures. They often fall in love with a man over small details. Perhaps during that night's heartfelt conversation with Chen Yi, she had already developed genuine feelings for him. But what is that called? A mistress's professional ethics? Never disrupting the relationship between the sugar daddy and his wife? Chen Yi, after all, is a man. He couldn't understand a woman's thoughts. He pondered for a moment and said, are you teaching me how to pick up girls? Chapter 113, I'm the true master of this art. Exactly, I'm teaching you how to pick up young ladies. Hurry up and go talk to her now. Don't let her aloof and cold exterior fool you. She's actually very soft-hearted. Yu Jinyu sat on Chen Yi's lap, giggling and encouraging him. Chen Yi looked at Yu Jinyu with some confusion, unsure of her intentions. But even if Yu Jinyu didn't say anything, the experienced Chen Yi knew exactly what to do in this situation. He picked up his phone to send a message to Ruanjui, but Yu Jinyu interrupted, don't send a message. It's better to call or use voice chat. Chen Yi thought about it and agreed. While sending a message might give the other person extra time to think and allow for bolder words, when it came to intimacy, a voice call was ultimately more effective. With that in mind, he directly dialed Ruanjui's WeChat voice call. Within a few seconds, the call connected. Before Chenny could speak, he heard Wan Jui's urgent voice, "Chenny, wait a moment. I'm in the dormitory. I'll go out." Faintly, Chenny could hear the laughter of other girls in the background. After a while, the surroundings grew quieter, probably because Wan Jui had rushed out of the dormitory. "Chenny, why did you suddenly think to call me? You always preferred texting before, didn't you?" Ruan Jui's light and pleasant voice came through the speaker, sounding calm, but if one listened closely, one could hear the excitement in her words. "This little princess is such a tease. She's not exactly arrogant, but she's definitely playing hard to get." Chenny could even imagine her face right now ice cold with no expression, her eyes curved into crescent moons. Chenny glanced at Yu Jinyu, who was still sitting on his lap, and said in a gentle voice, "I just wanted to hear your voice, little princess." Yu Jinyu made a pretend vomiting gesture, raised her delicate eyebrows at Chenny, and mouthed the words silently. Though she didn't make a sound, Chenny could read the words jerk from her lips. Chenny ignored her. "I may be a scumbag, but you're no better." "Disgusting." The little princess over there was already laughing hysterically, but she spat out a sound. "Don't you want to hear my voice?" Chenny spoke up to tease her. "No." "Then do you want to see me?" "No." "Then what should I do if I want to see you?" "Just think about it then." Ruan Jui was trying hard to suppress her voice, but Chenny had already noticed the discrepancy between her words and her actions. When faced with such a teasing attitude, don't beat around the bush, go straight for the heart of the matter. "Little princess, I haven't seen you in almost a month. I miss you so much. Besides the nude photos you send me every day, I barely recognize you anymore. What should we do?" Chenny spoke casually, joking around. "Naked photos? Those are just normal photos, aren't they? If you keep saying that, I won't send any more photos next time." The little princess seemed a bit flustered, but it was clearly just her way of acting cute, waiting for someone to comfort her. "Alright, I won't say anything else. I still need to wait for little princess to report your daily schedule to me every day." Earlier, Wan Jui would send Chenny a photo of herself eating a meal, and if she saw a cat on campus, she'd take a photo and send it over, then use the cat as an excuse to talk endlessly. She was the epitome of a girl deeply in love. In relationships between men and women, whoever falls in love first loses. Those who are favored always feel secure. "So, when is the little princess coming out?" Chenny asked again. On the other end, Ruan Jui hesitated for a moment and said, "Next week." "Huh? Why next week?" Chenny was a bit confused. Ruan Jui whispered softly, "Because I got sunburned and need to give it a rest. That sunscreen doesn't work well." Chenny was taken aback for a moment, then burst into laughter. He said it might be a system issue. Even though Chenny had been exposed to the sun for 15 days, he had only tanned a little, and it wasn't noticeable at all. But the guys in his dorm had already turned into a different race. "Hey, don't laugh." Ruan Jui grew a bit anxious. If it were an old married couple, they'd have seen each other's ugly sides by now and wouldn't care about such things. But for a young girl who's just started dating, she naturally wants to show her best side to the person she likes. "Alright, I won't laugh. It's just that your skin is too fair, so you look darker." Chenny was just complimenting her in a roundabout way. Ruan Jui was indeed the fairest skinned girl Chenny had ever seen, so fair that she didn't even look Asian, with her veins clearly visible on her skin. However, her skin wasn't as smooth and supple as Yu Zishi's. Perhaps it was the local environment that nurtured her. Glancing at Yu Jinyu, who was still smiling seductively at him, Chenny said, "Alright, let's talk about Biao Biao. Did she tell you about me buying her clothes?" Before Ruan Jui could respond, Chenny quickly added, "Don't blame bitch either. It's not her fault, and she didn't ask me to buy them for her. It was my idea to buy her things. At first, she kept refusing, but you know how I am, I'm stubborn and persistent. How could bitch possibly refuse me?" While speaking, Chenny was also engaging in HS. "You know her family situation better than I do. I'm just a soft-hearted and kind person. I can't help her in other ways, but buying her a few pieces of clothing shouldn't be a problem, right?" Listening to Chenny boast, Ruan Jui on the other end of the phone actually believed him. She had always trusted Chun Yi's words implicitly. "It's just a few pieces of clothing. I really don't care. So, little princess, don't get angry with bitch. She has already told me about the two of you. If you have time, go apologize to her. The told you about this because she trusts you. If she hadn't told you, you wouldn't have known, right? Besides, I'm not some rich snob who has nothing better to do than spend tens of thousands on gifts for others. If it weren't for the fact that the is your best friend, do you think I'd even bother with her? It's precisely because she's your best friend that I've been so nice to her." Chenny spoke without a hint of shame, spouting sweet nothings effortlessly. Ruan Jui was completely flustered by his words, unable to think straight. All she heard was that Chenny had done everything for her, including spending money to buy clothes for Yu Jinyu, and that everything was for her. This made Ruan Jui feel as though she were soaking in a hot spring, her head spinning. As a man, as a playboy, as a man determined to become a capitalist, the first thing you must do is abandon your morality. Though this statement is harsh, those who stand at the pinnacle of society, controlling billions in assets and vast resources, are rarely moral exemplars. At their core, they exploit others, and their private lives often surpass others' imagination. Eugeniu listened in astonishment, realizing he didn't need to teach his sugar daddy how to deceive a young lady. He was the true master of this art. The young lady was probably already spellbound by now. However, upon hearing Chen-yi echoing her words, Eugeniu couldn't help but feel a surge of joy. Her eyes sparkled with allure, like a pool of autumn water, as she bit her lip and undid the silk ribbon at her collar, placing it between her teeth. Chen-yi suddenly panicked. "I'm on the phone with my girlfriend. Why are you pulling on my clothes and pants, you? Help! There's a female troublemaker here." Chapter 114, Another Restless Night. On a chilly autumn night, at the entrance of the girls' dormitory building of the Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts, Wanjui huddled against the wall, her left hand tugging at the lightweight coat draped over her shoulders, her right hand holding her phone to her ear. A delighted smile played at the corners of her lips as she chatted excitedly with Chen-yi. Girls are always sensitive to the cold, and Wanjui had rushed out of the dormitory in a hurry, wearing only a thin layer of clothing. She had simply thrown a light jacket over her nightgown, and her snow-white, delicate feet were tucked into slippers. The cool night breeze swept over her, causing her toes to curl slightly as she tapped her feet lightly. "Chen-yi, what's wrong?" Wanjui suddenly heard Chen-yi's low exclamation on the other end of the phone and asked anxiously. "Nothing, I just accidentally bumped my leg on the table." Chen-yi on the other end of the phone sucked in a sharp breath, his teeth trembling slightly. "You, how careless of you. Be more careful next time." Wanjui sighed in relief upon hearing that Chen-yi was okay, then scolded him for being careless. All right. Are you standing outside the dormitory catching a cold breeze? It's pretty chilly at night. Go back to the dormitory quickly and don't catch a cold. Let's not talk on the phone anymore, just text each other." On the other end of the phone, Chen-yi seemed to be urging Wanjui to hang up the voice call. Wanjui looked up at the tree planted at the entrance of the dormitory building and suddenly felt that the cold wind around her wasn't so chilling anymore. She only felt a warm sensation in her heart, as if she had eaten a piece of honey, sweet enough to make her whole body feel like it was melting. At a time like this, Chen-yi could still care about where she was. This thoughtfulness was straight to a girl's heart, causing Wanjui to can't help but smile. "All right, I'll hang up first. Ugh, it's really cold here. You said you had a date at the track next week, right? I'll go with you. I'll head back to the dorm first." Manhwa. Manhwa, the little princess is starting to act flirty again. "Go back quickly. Pfft, you're the one being flirty." Wanjui laughed and scolded her, then hung up the voice call on WeChat. She crossed her arms across her chest, hunched her shoulders, and walked lightly toward the dormitory building, her mood bright and cheerful. Most undergraduate dormitories are pretty basic, but graduate student accommodations are a bit more luxurious. The Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts is no exception. The four-person dormitory had decent enough decor, but it was up to the girls to spruce it up themselves. As soon as she opened the dorm room door, the three girls inside, who were chatting animatedly, all turned to look at her. The Academy of Fine Arts is different from the Drama Academy. Being an art student doesn't necessarily mean you're beautiful. At least in this dorm room, aside from Wanjui, the other three girls were average-looking, with one of them being a bit on the heavier side. "Shui, finished talking to your boyfriend?" "Yeah." Wanjui was naturally born with a cold, aloof face that made her hard to approach, but the small beauty mark at the corner of her eye added a touch of allure. When her roommate asked, she knew denying it wouldn't work, so she admitted it openly. Besides, everyone in the dorm already knew she had a boyfriend. She was always on her phone chatting with him, so there was no point in hiding it. "Wow, I really want to meet the guy who managed to win over our Zhui." Another girl jumped in, exclaiming dramatically. "The guy from the next class, Zhang Tianhao, is pretty handsome. Didn't he chase after Zhui during military training? I'm not interested in that Zhang Tianhao. Besides, my boyfriend is way better looking than him." Wanjui turned her head slightly, lifting her swan-like neck with a touch of pride. "Hee, then we're even more curious to meet the guy who managed to win over our aloof goddess. By the way, could it be that senior who came to our school looking for you the other day? He seemed to be driving a Mercedes?" The chubby girl said excitedly. Wanjui furrowed her eyebrows and said unhappily, "You fat girl, don't talk nonsense. He's just an older brother I'm close with." The fact that Wanjui could call her fat girl showed how close the four roommates were. As one of Wanjui's admirers, Ji Zheng had also come here to look for her. Since their families were on good terms, she couldn't refuse and had to accompany him for a meal. Of course, Wanjui live-streamed the entire event to Chen-yi, claiming she had just gone out for a meal and hadn't gone anywhere else. Xiaohu bot file anti-piracy protection. Use the book robot and select Xiaohu for a stable and reliable experience, no pitfalls. Sometimes Chen-yi found it pretty amusing. In other couples, it's the guy who sends the live updates about where he's going, but here it's the other way around. Maybe the little princess feels a lot of pressure around him. "Zhui, you need to bring your boyfriend over so we can see him." He must be pretty special to make our goddess so devoted. We're getting more and more curious. The three roommates started teasing him. I know, I'll bring him over when I get the chance. Ruan Jui brushed them off with a casual reply and climbed into bed. She glanced at her phone and saw that Chen Yi hadn't replied to her WeChat yet. She pulled the blanket over herself, lay face down on the bed, and started flipping through her phone, not feeling the least bit sleepy. At the same time, at the entrance of the Shanghai Drama Academy, Shi Yuxuan got out of a Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedan and thanked the driver. The driver from the Ritz-Carlton concierge service smiled and nodded at her without saying a word before driving away. Shi Yuxuan carried her Chanel bag and hurried back to her dormitory. As soon as she entered the room, she saw the light was on, and a short-haired girl was leaning against the bedhead playing with her phone. Ting Ting, didn't you stay out with your boyfriend tonight? This was one of the girls who frequently stayed out late with Chi Yuxuan and Yu Jinyu in their dorm room. The short-haired girl looked up, saw it was Chi Yuxuan, put down her phone, and exclaimed, "Oh my gosh, Yuxuan, you're finally back. I was so scared being alone in the dorm. Where's Jinyu? Why isn't she with you? Jinyu went home today." Shi Yuxuan couldn't possibly say that Yu Jinyu had gone out with her sugar daddy, so she just made up an excuse. The short-haired girl didn't suspect a thing and said, "My boyfriend had something to do today, so I didn't stay at his place." "Hey, Yuxuan, what good stuff did you buy at Chanel? Let me take a look." The short-haired girl jumped off the bed excitedly, snatched the bag from Chi Yuxuan's hands, and peeked inside, exclaiming, "Yuxuan, you've struck it rich. So many lipsticks?" The items in the bag weren't expensive individually, and they could afford them as students. But a dozen lipsticks and a bottle of Chanel No. 5 perfume together were worth 5 or 6,000 yuan, which was a price they would have to think twice about. Hearing the short-haired girl's words, Shi Yuxuan felt a sense of déjà vu. That was exactly what she had said to Yu Jinyu not long ago. Shi Yuxuan laughed and scolded herself, "Where would I get rich? These are all gifts from others." "From guys?" The short-haired girl immediately made the connection. Shi Yuxuan bit her lip and nodded slightly. The one Chen Yi gave her was indeed from a guy. The short-haired girl's eyes lit up with excitement. "Wow, Kaiuxuan, you actually accepted someone's gift, and it's such an expensive one. All those guys who chased after you before never saw you take anything from them. As long as you're a proper girl, you wouldn't accept expensive gifts from boys unless you like them." Shi Yuxuan didn't know what to say. For them, something costing thousands of dollars was very expensive, but for Chen Yi, it might be as cheap as buying a bottle of water, or even more extravagant. The short-haired girl saw that Shi Yuxuan wasn't saying anything, so she didn't press the issue. Instead, she took out the limited edition metallic red camellia lipstick from the collection and excitedly said to Chi Yuxuan, "Yuxuan, this shade of lipstick doesn't suit you. Why don't you give it to me?" Chi Yuxuan waved her hand dismissively, unconcerned. "Sure, take it. I'm feeling a bit tired, I'll go take a shower first." After seeing a $2 million watch and a $4,000 fish today, Chi Yuxuan suddenly felt that a $300 lipstick wasn't worth much. Though she knew it was just the aftereffects of seeing a wealthy person today. Once she woke up tomorrow and saw her breakfast was still from the cafeteria instead of a Michelin-starred restaurant, she'd return to normal. She took her clean underwear to the bathroom, took a shower, and changed into them. When she came out, she saw Tingting chatting with her boyfriend again. Shi Yuxuan climbed straight into her own bed. Lying in bed, she couldn't resist opening WeChat, finding the photos she had taken today, and posting them on her moments. "Today I went out with friends and gained some new experiences. I ate Sudan River Fish King at a Michelin-starred restaurant. The fish meat was the tenderest and smoothest I've ever had in my life. Unfortunately, one fish costs 40,000 yuan. I might never be able to eat it again. Crying. A beautiful woman's WeChat moments always has a lot of followers. Soon, a bunch of people liked the post, and some left comments below. Cat, a fish for 40,000 yuan? Is that even edible? Is your friend still around? Can you introduce me to them? Happy little idiot, is that the Ritz-Carlton Golden Pavilion? I've eaten there once. They do have Sudan River Fish King, but it wasn't that expensive." Chi Yuxuan replies to Happy Little Idiot, "That's because this fish weighs 8 pounds, so it's expensive. Warm-hearted sweet baby, a fish for 40,000 yuan? That's too much. I want to try it too. Can I have a sip of the soup? Rich beauty, can I marry you?" Seeing a group of people commenting, Chi Yuxuan selected some familiar faces to reply to, tapping away on her phone with a joyful smile on her face. After a while, she finally lay down on the bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep, feeling like she might not be able to sleep tonight. It was like Cinderella's glass slipper. Once midnight struck, everything would return to normal. That night, many people couldn't sleep, but everyone had their own reasons. Chen Yi, however, was simply too excited. Chapter 115, The Secret to Wealth. It's time to set sail. The midday sun in mid-September was still quite warm, but it wouldn't be long before the crisp, clear weather of autumn arrived. The central air conditioning continued to operate reliably, filling the presidential suite with a sense of chaos. Eugenia lay disheveled on the living room sofa, sound asleep, covered only by a thin velvet blanket that revealed her lotus root-like arms and snow-white shoulders. All right, thank you, Mr. Su. Chen Yi, wearing a robe, sat on the other end of the sofa, his legs crossed on the coffee table in front of him, looking like a gentleman. In his left hand, he held a cup of coffee made from Arabica beans from Mount Kilimanjaro, and in his right hand, he held his phone, humming softly. The coffee had a faint floral aroma and a taste reminiscent of pineapple, citrus, or coconut, smooth as velvet on the tongue. After hanging up the phone, he placed the coffee cup aside, propped his head up with his left hand, and fell into deep thought. Su Feng truly lived up to his reputation as a seasoned corporate professional. He acted with remarkable efficiency, securing a connection with a reputable investment bank and assembling a reliable team to begin research within just half a day. Whether Su Feng had taken a kickback, Chen Yi didn't bother to ask. After all, it was only natural for someone handling business to take a little something. As long as Su Feng got the job done, he was more reliable than an intermediary. He wouldn't dare to cheat his own boss. Regarding the suitable office location, Su Feng was also looking into it. According to him, he should be able to find a suitable one by the end of the week, as Chen Yi had given him a new requirement: the office building must have appropriate interior decoration. There's no time to handle internal renovations. The investment banking team's research should be completed by the National Day holiday, and during the holiday, they can hire people to give the place a proper makeover. Once the holiday is over, they can start operations immediately. Chen Yi manages his time with remarkable precision, not wasting a single second. Meanwhile, he has also hired a headhunting firm to help him screen for sufficiently qualified professionals and establish the core team for the company. It's no wonder Chen Yi is in a hurry. He needs to provide a reasonable explanation for the source of his funds. Since the people he is encountering now don't know him, Chen Yi can freely construct a false persona. He believes in the system's so-called hidden depth feature, which prevents others from investigating his specific family background. However, Chen Yi will eventually have to return to the capital, where he will encounter people he knows, and that would be difficult to explain. Claiming he made money from stock trading, futures trading, forex trading, or gold trading is incredible either, since he didn't even have the initial capital to start with. Therefore, establishing a company that can generate profits is the best approach. At that point, no one will care where the initial capital for the company came from. There are plenty of people who start businesses from scratch. When the time comes, he can talk about all the trading he has done, and even if he were to suddenly pull out hundreds of millions of dollars, it would seem plausible on the surface. My parents raised me with great difficulty. Now that I've achieved wealth and status, it's only the most basic form of filial piety to ensure they live a good life. Only by making everything legally and reasonably sound can I gain my family's trust, and only then can I spend money on them. As for the false background that others believe in, Chen Yi hasn't figured it out yet. For now, he can only strive to become strong enough. When you're strong enough, you yourself become the background, and no one will care about those things anymore. Of course, who knows? Maybe one day the system will suddenly intervene and help him fill that gap. After some deep thought, Chen Yi planned out all his tasks before the winter break. Feeling refreshed, he knew that once this was done, he could soar like a bird in the sky and swim like a fish in the sea. In the days that followed, Chen Yi didn't idle away his time. Since this was a parallel world, many things were different from his previous life, and he had to figure them out. And in his search, Chen Yi actually found many places that were different from his previous life. For example, short video platforms like TikTok hadn't yet risen to prominence and were still in their infancy. This was a field worth fighting tooth and nail to enter, and whoever secured the first mover advantage could potentially carve out a wide open path for themselves. If he could truly develop it into an international business as he imagined, he'd just go head to head with the know-it-all king in the middle. With the system by his side, he wasn't in it for the money, he wasn't afraid of anything. Secondly, Chen Yi discovered another massive wealth opportunity. At the time, due to his connection with Yuzishi, Chen Yi came across the information that there are 600 million people in China with an average monthly income of less than 1,000 yuan. After some research, he noticed that there was a wealth opportunity that had yet to be tapped: Pinduoduo. Although Pinduoduo has been widely looked down upon and accused of selling counterfeit goods, the cheap products it offers actually align perfectly with the current situation. The middle class in China is still a small minority, and the majority of the population falls below the middle class. Affordability is what people truly seek. The e-commerce development in this parallel world has been slightly slower, but it is now approaching maturity. First and second tier cities are nearing market saturation, and the most important focus now is the lower tier market. If the goal is simply to get rich, this is a path to wealth, another wealth myth in the e-commerce industry. However, Chen Yi isn't interested in making money. He doesn't care about money. What he cares about is the social status, influence, resources, and connections that success can bring him. However, this wealth formula is not easy to activate. The e-commerce sector is purely about burning money, and the funds currently provided by the system are insufficient. Unless one advances several levels, there is little chance of success. Seeking investment from institutions to burn other people's money is also a good method, but investment institutions invest in people, not projects. Projects are something anyone can dream up, but turning them into reality is another matter entirely. Therefore, what Chenny needs now is to establish a successful label for himself and then test the waters in these fields. Failure doesn't matter, the system has his back, so he can't go bankrupt and will still live a luxurious life. What others call entrepreneurship, he calls a game there's no pressure at all. In just 1 month, he has set himself a basic goal rather than continuing to drift aimlessly. Chenny feels this is enough. Now is the time to set sail. Of course, he still needed to proceed steadily and not expect instant success. What are you thinking about, sugar daddy? Over there, Eugeniu finally woke up. She saw Chenny sitting on the sofa deep in thought and didn't disturb him. They say men are most handsome when they're working or thinking, and Eugeniu thought Chenny looked incredibly handsome right now. After a while, seeing that Chenny's expression had relaxed, she smiled mischievously and crawled over like a snake, wanting to kiss him. Go brush your teeth and wash up first. You ate so much candy yesterday and went to sleep without washing up. Chenny glared at Eugeniu and pushed her away disdainfully. Eugeniu giggled, not bothering to cover herself with the blanket, and ran into the bathroom naked. Chapter 116, even a wealthy individual cannot cease their studies. The 2-day break after military training was too short. Besides making preliminary preparations for starting his company, Chenny didn't do anything else. The 2 days were spent eating, sleeping, and lounging around in the Ritz-Carlton presidential suite. Even the meals were brought to him by Leo on a cart, and Chenny was too lazy to even bother getting dressed. The 2-day break ended, and the next day was the first official class of university. As the first class of the semester, Chenny couldn't afford to skip or be late. That evening, he sent Eugeniu back to Shinshi and returned to school himself. Chenny had expected that after 2 days of such indulgence, he would be sore and achy, but to his surprise, he felt refreshed and energetic. He couldn't help but admit that the system was indeed powerful. He felt that the best thing about the system was that it had given him a body that would be very healthy as long as he exercised properly. A healthy physique was more important than anything else. By the time he returned to school, it was already past 11 p.m. Many dorm rooms were already dark, as classes would begin the next day, and many people had gone to bed early. When he opened the dorm room door, it was pitch black. The 3 roommates weren't asleep instead, they were lying in bed having a late-night chat. When they saw Chenny return, they all got excited. Finally, you're back. I thought you were going to stay out again tonight. The old-timer Wang Anchi was thrilled to see Chenny return. What are you so excited about? If the boss doesn't come back soon, I'll think he might have died from being with a woman. Turn on the light. I want to see if the boss has lost 20 pounds. Do Pang and Jiaiba were also shouting there. Chenny ignored them and laughed. What light? You guys go back to sleep. I'm going to take a shower and then go straight to bed. Oh, by the way, boss, someone came to our dorm yesterday and replaced your mattress, pillow, and blankets. Wang Anchi remembered something and just mentioned it. Got it. Chenny glanced at his bed under the light of his phone and saw that everything on it had been replaced with brand new items. This was a set of bedding that Chenny had custom ordered from the Ritz-Carlton during his military training. As an industry-leading establishment, the Ritz-Carlton had an almost obsessive commitment to ensuring the quality of their guests' sleep. Every bed and every piece of bedding had multiple certifications from authoritative international institutions, using the best materials in the industry, all to ensure guest satisfaction. It was better to entrust this task to the Ritz-Carlton than to purchase bedding from other brands. The hotel naturally strives to meet the demands of Chun-Yi, a Cobalt Card member, especially since he is a paying customer. Previously, due to military training, the school's blankets were folded into squares for convenience, so Chenny didn't bother to change them. Now that the training is over, he has grown accustomed to the luxury and naturally demands the highest quality of sleep. Boss, what brand are these blankets and pillows? I felt them earlier, and they're really soft. Do Pang asked at this point, assuming Chenny had bought them from a furniture store and had them delivered. I don't know the brand either, they were custom made. Chenny said casually, as he hadn't paid attention to the vendors collaborating with the Ritz-Carlton. Custom made? How much does that cost? Do Pang couldn't help but ask out of curiosity. The blankets and pillows are fine, but the mattress is expensive. Altogether, it's probably around 200,000 yuan. The dormitory fell silent immediately. Although he knew custom-made items should be expensive, 2 blankets, a pillow, and a mattress costing 200,000 yuan? That's way too much. This must be what a billionaire looks like. The 3 roommates really wanted to ask if they could try lying on a mattress worth 20,000 yuan, but they held back and didn't say anything. Shen Yi's perspective on money had undergone a significant shift. He no longer considered 20,000 yuan to be a significant amount. He tossed the 2 jackets he had purchased from Chanel onto the table and went to wash up. Autumn is almost here. I should go to Hermes and do some shopping when I have time to get some new autumn clothes. After finishing his routine, the 3 roommates grew increasingly excited as they chatted. Chenny climbed onto his bunk bed and laid down on the custom-made mattress, exhaling comfortably. It felt like being back at the Ritz-Carlton, except there was no girl by his side. He took out his phone to send messages to Ruanjui and Eugeniu. As he listened closely to the three roommates' conversation, it was indeed about women. The old-timer Wang Anchi on the other side chuckled lewdly. "Big brother, have you been having a good time with your sister-in-law these past few days?" "What sister-in-law? That's just my little mistress. Your sister-in-law is someone else. I'll bring her to you someday." Chen Yi's words completely shattered the worldview of these innocent first-year students. Dou Pang and Jia Yiba, the two virgins, dared not speak, while Wang Anchi stammered, "Leader, leader. Is she really not your girlfriend?" "Well, you can think of her as my girlfriend, but she's not really my girlfriend." "A girlfriend and a girlfriend aren't the same thing?" Wang Anchi couldn't help but ask. "How can they be the same thing? A wife is a wife, a girlfriend is a girlfriend is a girlfriend, and a partner is a partner. You have to distinguish them, Anchi." Chen Yu said earnestly, but he quickly realized that this might not be appropriate. What if he ended up corrupting the young ones? Not my sister-in-law, but your girlfriend said your girlfriend is her best friend." Could that be true? Although it was a question, Wang Anchi had already believed it. The boss is so awesome, whatever he does, people believe him. "What do you think?" Chenny asked back, causing the dorm to fall silent again. After a moment, Wang Anchi cautiously asked, "Big brother, can you teach me a few moves?" On the other side of the bed, Jia Yiba and Dou Pang also perked up their ears. "What for? Anchi, don't you have a girlfriend already?" Chenny scolded with a laugh. "Just because I have a girlfriend doesn't mean I can't have a female friend, does it? Mu Jing has a best friend too." Wang Anchi, thick-skinned, repeated what she had just heard. Chun-Yi couldn't help but laugh and shouted loudly, "Doran Iba, who has Mu Jing's phone number? Call her right now and repeat what Anchi said to her." "No way. Boss. You're not trying to kill your brother, are you?" Wang Anchi let out a shriek and started begging for mercy, while the dormitory erupted in laughter, a joyful scene. The four of them started chatting and joking around, and by around 1 a.m., they finally fell asleep one by one. The next day, Chen Yi woke up before 5 o'clock. His body felt a bit strange now. He only needed 4 hours of sleep each day to feel as energetic as a tiger, and he wouldn't feel tired the next day, full of energy. Although Chen Yi believed this was related to the system, he decided it would be better to get a medical checkup just in case. After all, if this was some kind of overexertion of his body's potential, that would be dangerous. Having finally become wealthy, he wanted to live longer, ideally reaching the Hayflick limit. He turned on the bedside lamp and picked up a book to read. It was Machiavelli's The Prince, with several other books on management lying beside his pillow. Although Chen Yi didn't need to become a theoretical expert, there were many things he truly didn't understand, so reading and learning were essential for him. Understanding the basics of things would prevent him from being deceived or taken advantage of and help him avoid detours in life. Even if he became a wealthy tycoon, learning must never stop, otherwise, life would lose its meaning. Chapter 116, Money Can't Solve Everything. Chapter 117, Money Can Solve Anything. The Prince, listed by Western critics alongside the Bible and Capital as one of the 10 most influential works in human history, naturally holds significant importance. This is a book that expounds on the art of ruling as a monarch. Although Machiavelli himself was not a monarch, some of the content in this book may seem outdated in modern times. However, Chen Yi strongly agrees with its core ideas, which are known as Machiavellianism. In simple terms, it advocates self-interest and the use of any means necessary to achieve one's goals. Though such individuals are not well-liked, they possess the essential qualities required to rise above others. A certain wise king is a classic example of a Machiavellian. Mercy has no place in the military. Although Chen Yi does not exhaust himself for the sake of money, if he wants to become a qualified capitalist, there are certain things he must learn. After reading for over an hour, it was around 6 o'clock, and the other three in the dormitory had all woken up. They had only slept for 5 hours the previous night, and all three were exhausted. "Hey, boss, didn't you sleep last night?" As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Chen Yi leaning against the bedhead reading, and Dou Pang asked in surprise, "I just woke up too. Come on, get up. Let us go have breakfast and then head to class." Chen Yi smiled and called out to them. The three roommates grumbled as they climbed out of bed, looking exhausted as they began getting ready. After finishing their morning routine, though still tired, they at least felt a bit more awake. The four of them went to the cafeteria for breakfast and then headed to class with their books in hand. The first class of university was Thought and Moral Education, a required course at every university. Upon arriving at the classroom in Building 5, they saw that some girls had already arrived. Dou Pang and the others wanted to sit in the back, but Chen Yi scanned the room and walked straight to the front row, near the right wall, and sat down. The girl sitting next to Chen Yi was none other than Yu Zishi. Upon seeing Chen Yi sit beside her, she glanced up at him before quickly lowering her head, her slender body trembling slightly. Sitting to the right of Yu Zishi was the class monitor, Hijia, a tall and sturdy woman. She leaned forward and complained, "Where has Secretary Chen been these past few days? I can't find him anywhere, and there's a pile of tasks for me to handle." Chenny knew that his position as Secretary Chen was just a figurehead, and the class affairs really depended on this class monitor. He immediately put on a serious expression, clasped his hands together, and said, "From now on, the class affairs will have to rely on class monitor. I'm not cut out for this job. Of course, if the class needs funds for any activities, you can come find me. As the secretary, I'll do my part to make sure we have enough class funds." He just saw this and knew Chenny was unreliable. Though he had suspected it all along, he couldn't help but feel a bit helpless. Chenny, seeing this, smiled and bowed his fist again, saying, "Next time, I'll treat class monitor he and everyone in your dorm to a meal to satisfy your appetite." He felt guilty for holding this position yet being so lazy, especially considering how hard he had worked these past few days. The class monitor, with his sturdy build, was indeed reliable when it came to getting things done. On the other side, he rolled his eyes and said, "Why don't you invite our Zishi to dinner instead? She's so skinny." Zhao Yuehong chimed in from the other side, "Exactly, let's invite our little Zishi to dinner instead. Maybe we can feed her until she's nice and plump." "What, are you trying to make Hong Jia look like you?" Chenny knew Zhao Yuehong had an open personality and never cared what others said about her weight, so he was just joking. "Chenny, you're asking for a beating. Quick, Zishi, slap him twice." Zhao Yuehong immediately started making a scene. Yu Zishi kept her head down, her neck turning red, too scared to even look up or glance at Chenny, let alone hit him. Chenny and Yu Zishi's roommates were joking around, and soon the rest of the class arrived. The boys greeted Chenny as they entered, making him feel like a gangster boss. After 15 days of military training, the classmates had become quite familiar with each other, with no sense of alienation. However, in university, unless they were classmates or couples, boys usually sat together and girls sat together, with at most sharing a dormitory. The bell rang, and aside from Li Tianwan, this was the first time Chenny had seen any of the school's teachers. Unfortunately, the teacher for moral education was a middle-aged woman in her 40s. At a university like this, young teachers, especially young female teachers, were a rare sight. Teaching undergraduates at a 211 university required a high level of education, so it was uncommon to see young teachers. Most professors and associate professors were quite elderly. If you want to see a young female teacher, you might have to go find the academic advisor. The thought and moral education course seemed more like a way to coast through, with just waiting for the teacher to highlight the key points before the final exam. Especially after Chenny gained access to the system, knowledge became a visual hierarchy, making learning much easier. As a result, he had plenty of time to study what he wanted and do what he wanted, without worrying too much about graduating on time. Since it was the first class of university, many students were paying attention, and few were using their phones in class. Yu Zishi was diligently taking notes, while Chenny pulled out a blank notebook and started writing furiously. At first glance, it seemed like he was taking notes too, but in reality, Chenny was completely immersed in the setting of the game Arknights. To get the game to market quickly, Chenny had to put in extra effort up front, detailing the game's settings and basic content as thoroughly as possible. The specific numbers and details could be filled in later by the company's staff. Otherwise, the high-paying employees he had hired would just be wasting their time. Chenny had played Arknights for a while. The game's background setting wasn't complicated, and he could even remember some of the popular characters from the early stages. The game's initial criticism likely stemmed from its early story. This issue is easy to resolve. Hiring experienced and professional copywriters at high salaries can fix it. Anything that can be solved with money isn't a problem. To get the game released quickly, Chenny, as the boss, had no choice but to get involved personally. This way, the game should be developed and released within 2 months, allowing them to make a quick profit. What's the most important thing for a mobile game? It's actually marketing and promotion. As long as you have good marketing channels and enough money for promotion, the game quality doesn't have to be top-notch to make money. If the game quality is really good, it might even go viral. This is easy to handle with money. If you have some connections, the marketing and promotion channels will be even better. Thinking about how he, a wealthy individual, had to do such work, Chenny couldn't help but sigh. Yu Zishi, sitting beside Chenny, sneakily glanced at what he was writing, opened her mouth, but hesitated to speak. Chapter 118, Cook Me a Meal. Compared to writing by hand, Chenny actually preferred using a computer. However, bringing a computer into the classroom and typing away during the first class would have been too disrespectful to the teacher, so Chenny had no choice but to give up. Chenny needed to preserve the original essence of the game. As a tower defense game, the most important aspects were the numerical values and levels, while background and character design were relatively easier to handle. However, when it came to balancing game mechanics, the roles and strengths of different star cards, and level design, Chenny was completely clueless. That's why he needed to get to know the co-founder of a certain platform who was in charge of game development, use his connections to poach him with a high salary, and thus complete his game creation in the shortest possible time. Headhunting firms could also be used to recruit talent, but they typically cover a wide range of industries. While they might find suitable candidates for roles like management, finance, or legal, when it comes to a specific industry, those with industry-specific expertise naturally have more authority. Chen Yi, who was furiously writing, noticed a gaze on him from the side. He stopped writing, turned his head, and caught Yu Zixi eyes. Yu Zixi wasn't the kind of beauty that would take your breath away at first glance, but her features were harmoniously proportioned, and what was most captivating was her smooth, radiant skin and her natural, pure eyes. When their eyes met, Yu Zixi felt like a child caught doing something wrong. She immediately lowered her head and stammered, "I'm sorry, Chen Yi. I didn't mean to peek at what you were writing." Seeing the girl act like a scared little rabbit, Chen Yi couldn't help but laugh. "It's okay. I wasn't writing anything I couldn't show others. If I were writing something like that, I wouldn't be doing it in class." Hearing Chen Yi's words, Yu Zixi felt slightly relieved. She quickly looked up at the lectern and saw that the teacher wasn't paying attention here, then visibly exhaled in relief. It seems that Yu Zixi hasn't adapted to university life yet. As long as you don't disturb others in class, university teachers generally won't interfere. This is completely different from high school. It was clear that Yu Zixi respected and feared the teacher, which was likely due to her upbringing. In such a poor place, teachers were inevitably held in high regard. Though she knew it was improper to speak like this in class, Yu Zixi couldn't help but whisper curiously, "Chen Yi, what are you writing?" "I'm writing a game script. I plan to start a game company. It's not a secret. Whether this knockoff game I'm making succeeds or not, it'll eventually be discovered anyway, so there's no harm in mentioning it now." Yu Zixi had never played mobile games and had barely touched a computer. For a college student of this era, she was already a rarity. She didn't understand any of this, but for some reason, she felt that Chen Yi was very talented, doing something that seemed impressive even if she didn't fully grasp it. She did understand the concept of starting a company. Looking at the words Chen Yi had written on the paper with a fountain pen, she couldn't help but say, "Chen Yi, your handwriting is really beautiful." "Thank you. I think my handwriting is beautiful too." Chen Yi accepted Yu Zixi's compliment without hesitation. He turned his head to look at Yu Zixi taking notes, and she quickly leaned forward, using her slender arms to cover her notebook. Blushing, she whispered, "Don't look. My handwriting is terrible." Chen Yi smiled but didn't say anything. In truth, Yu Zixi's handwriting wasn't ugly, it had a delicate, feminine charm. However, when compared to Chen Yi's elegant, flowing script, which had been refined through systematic training, it did indeed seem a bit awkward. "Have you finished drinking the milk I bought for you?" Chen Yi changed the subject, no longer mentioning his own affairs. "Yes, I've drunk it all. I've been following your instructions to have a packet in the morning and evening, and I've also been eating eggs." Yu Zixi lowered her head and spoke softly, her small hands clutching the hem of her shirt, looking a bit nervous and shy. "That's good, girl. You're quite obedient. Keep it up, and once your health improves, you might even be able to make up for the military training next year." Chen Yi liked this kind of obedient and well-behaved girl. If Yu Zixi had been too stubborn and refused to eat the food because it was given to her by someone else, Chen Yi might have found it annoying. "I'm not your father, giving you food is already generous enough. I'm not going to go out of my way to pamper you." Chen Yi wasn't exactly a steel-straight guy, but he did have some old-fashioned macho tendencies. "Has Li Tianwang arranged part-time work for you?" Chen Yi asked again. "Li Tian, Mr. Li, told me to go to the library every Monday to Friday evening to do some book borrowing and registration work. I work 4 hours a day, and the hourly wage is 12 yuan." Yu Zixi explained everything in detail to Chen Yi, without holding anything back. She might have been influenced by Chen Yi and almost called him Li Tianwang too. At 12 yuan per hour and 4 hours a day, that's roughly 50 yuan a day. If you calculate it based on 20 days a month, that's around 1,000 yuan. Though this was still below the minimum wage standard, for a student like Yu Zixi who didn't have to pay rent, it was enough to cover her monthly living expenses. With her frugal habits, she might even be able to send some money back home. At that moment, Yu Zixi continued, "On weekends, I plan to look for a tutoring job. I heard it pays pretty well." Having been admitted to Xinyu University, a prestigious 211 university, Yu Zixi must be an excellent and diligent student. Especially now that she is just a freshman, her knowledge is still fresh, so teaching high school students should be no problem. Chen Yi exhaled, unsure of what to say. Even without the system, Chen Yi's family was considered middle class, with his parents sending him living expenses every month. He couldn't understand how university students had to work part-time jobs to support themselves. How did they manage to get by? Therefore, Chen Yi couldn't empathize with them. He could only help as much as he could. Although Yu Zixi was beautiful, Chen Yi hadn't harbored any improper intentions toward her. There were plenty of beautiful girls in the world, why bother with someone as pure as a lotus, who knew nothing of the world? He even hoped that Yu Zixi wouldn't be corrupted by society or deceived by others. "What are your plans for the 11th?" Chen Yi asked, twirling the pen in his hand. Yu Zixi shook her head and said, "I don't have any plans. I'll probably try to find a tutoring job. Oh, well, Yuzishi, you promised to cook something delicious for me. Why not take advantage of the holiday and cook a few meals for me to try? Shani said with a smile. Yuzishi's lips curled up, revealing a small dimple. She nodded firmly and said, sure, but then shook her head in hesitation. What's wrong? Is there something difficult? I can provide the kitchenware and kitchen space. Shani asked curiously. It's not about the kitchen or utensils. Some of the dishes I know how to cook require certain seasonings that need to be made by hand to taste good, but I can't do that here. I have to go home. Yuzishi said with a hint of sadness. Sheni felt a pang of emotion and blurted out, why don't I come over to your place for dinner on the 11th? It's been a month since you've seen your family, you must miss them too, right? Yuzishi froze for a moment. Before she could think of a response, she heard the teacher cough from the podium and glance over in their direction. Sheni and Yuzishi had been chatting for quite some time. Yuzishi hurriedly lowered her head and continued taking notes. Sheni shook his head and smiled, then continued working on his game plan. He didn't look at Yuzishi and whispered while working, take good notes. I'll borrow them to copy later. Okay. Yuzishi hummed in agreement with a nasal tone, temporarily forgetting what Sheni had just said about going to her house. A week went by with classes. Sheni occasionally listened in on some lectures, but for him, many of the courses at the English college weren't necessary. His requirement for English was simply to be able to listen, speak, read, and write. He wasn't interested in researching the origins of the English language or anything like that. As for listening, speaking, reading, and writing, with his systematic training, achieving the university-level proficiency of native English speakers wasn't particularly challenging. The weekend arrived quickly, and Sheni had already arranged to meet with the dean and the co-founder of a certain website. Chapter 119, Just Craving Someone Else's Body. Big brother, going out to play again? Seeing Sheni get up early, dressed in a new outfit, and wearing that watch they couldn't make heads or tails of but just assumed was expensive, the three roommates asked. Yeah, I've got plans with some friends to hit the racetrack today. Sheni stood in front of the mirror, turned around to check himself out, and nodded. Alright, still looking sharp. That professional stylist Tony I hired at the Ritz-Carlton last week really knows his stuff. But now that the weather is getting a bit cooler in the mornings and evenings, he needs to wear autumn clothes. However, he hasn't gone shopping yet, and his clothes look a bit shabby. Luckily, he can still get by with his summer clothes during the day. The racetrack? Are you going to race? The three roommates in the dorm lit up, their minds immediately filled with countless images. Car racing always made them think of rich kids' games, like Initial D, with a bunch of supercars speeding by on the track or on the streets, the scene so thrilling it made your blood boil. Seeing their expressions, Shen-Yi knew exactly what they were thinking. He laughed and scolded them, stop daydreaming. You've watched too many movies, haven't you? To put it simply, going to the track means driving a few laps on a racetrack. Just think of it as a slightly expensive form of exercise. Do you really think it's like the F1 races on TV? Although racing on tracks hasn't fully become mainstream in China yet, it's essentially a recreational activity. You don't need a supercar to race on a track, even a modified family car can do the trick. Those who do it for fun don't care about performance. The wealthy second-generation car enthusiasts might care a bit more about performance and want to compete with others, but even in that circle, only a handful are considered professional race car drivers. Most people are just amateurs. Besides those who genuinely treat racing as a career, who would spend so much time and effort practicing this? Alright, I'm heading out. Let me know when you're free, and I'll take you for a spin provided you have a driver's license. Sheni laughed and picked up his Hermes handbag before walking out. The boss keeps his word, right? I don't have a driver's license, but I can sit in the passenger seat. The three roommates shouted in unison. Once Chinny had left, Wang Anchi couldn't help but admire, the boss has been coming back so late every day lately. His kidney function must be amazing. The other two young men didn't understand, but they nodded in agreement. If Chinny knew what they were thinking, he would definitely refute it. Though he had indeed come back late these past few days, he wasn't doing anything inappropriate. He was just driving to an empty place to listen to the sound of the engine. There was nothing he could do about it. While Chenny could drive, he wasn't a professional level driver, so he had to practice his skills by driving every day. Fortunately, the System S skills required extensive practice to reach professional level or become one of those ultra-rare geniuses. However, if one only aims to reach the pinnacle of amateur skill, the practice time required is minimal. In just a few days of practice, Chenny had already mastered this skill. Some skills you don't even know if you'll ever need, so there's no point wasting precious time on them. When the time comes, a quick last-minute practice session is enough to reach amateur top-tier level, which is more than enough for a wealthy individual like him. At the Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts, Wan Jui got up early, finished her morning routine, and began rummaging through the wardrobe filled with girls' clothes, trying on one outfit after another until she finally put together an ensemble she was satisfied with. Then she sat in front of the mirror and started applying makeup. After about 40 minutes, she nodded at herself in the mirror, feeling somewhat satisfied with her appearance. The other three roommates saw the scene and knew she was going on a date. The three girls exchanged glances, and one of the slender girls asked, Jui, are you going on a date today? Yeah, Chenny said he has a date with someone and wants me to go with him. Chenny is my boyfriend. Ruan Jui thought about it and realized she hadn't mentioned Chenyi's name in front of her roommates before, so she explained further. Will you be back tonight? The slender girl cut straight to the point. Ruan Jui, who was applying mascara, paused for a moment, her face turning red, and didn't respond. Another roommate asked at that moment, is your boyfriend coming to pick you up? He is coming to pick me up, but the place is a bit far, so we'll need to drive. The three girls in the dorm jumped off their beds upon hearing Ruan Jui's words, excitedly exclaiming, let us go, Jui. We'll go with you. This was a great opportunity to meet Ruan Jui's mysterious boyfriend. Ruan Jui paused for a moment, immediately understanding her roommate's intentions, and smiled helplessly. The three girls in the dorm weren't going on a long trip, they were just accompanying Ruan Jui downstairs, so they didn't bother to put on makeup. They quickly washed up, changed into some clothes, and hurried Ruan Jui to leave. Where is your boyfriend? Upon hearing her roommate's question, Ruan Jui checked her phone and replied urgently, he seems to be near our school's dormitory building. Oh, Jui, don't worry. Just tell your boyfriend to wait. It's normal for a boyfriend to wait for his girlfriend to get ready, isn't it? Seeing that Ruan Jui was in a hurry, the plump girl in the dormitory said, we can't make him wait too long. You three help me check, is this makeup okay? Ruan Jui put away her makeup and asked urgently. The three girls took a close look and raised their thumbs in praise, this is too beautiful. You'll make other men hit power poles when you go out. I'm a bit jealous of your boyfriend now. Jui, will you sleep with me someday? The three girls weren't exaggerating. If Chenny gave her a 98, it meant Ruan Jui had such a good base. Even with, she could turn an ugly girl into a beauty, and since Ruan Jui was already beautiful, she would definitely turn heads wherever she went. Ruan Jui heard this and smiled happily, then picked up her Dior bag and started walking out. The other three exchanged glances, suddenly feeling that Ruan Jui seemed a bit insecure in this relationship. No way, even though there are no official campus queen elections at school, Jui is already quite famous among this year's freshmen for her genuine beauty. How amazing must her boyfriend be to make Jui, who had already turned down several confessions in just a few days of school, act so submissive? The three girls grew even more curious and hurriedly followed Ruan Jui out. Chenny parked his Ferrari on the road near the dormitory of the beautiful female students. Although he wasn't directly surrounded by people, many passers-by kept glancing in his direction. Aesthetics aren't the focus at Shin University, though there are performance-related subjects. But when it comes to the ratio of beautiful women, this place can't compare to Shin University. Cars like Ferraris are almost unheard of here. Chenny sat in the driver's seat, rolled down the window, and stared at the girls' dormitory building. When he saw the little princess rushing out, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly. To be honest, does he like Ruan Jui? He does like her, but to say he loves her deeply is impossible. He just desires her body. Chenny wasn't a naive teenager in his early 20s, he was a grown man who had been through the grind of life. The days of youthful, head-over-heels love were long gone. He wouldn't let himself get so obsessed with a girlfriend that he'd want to cut himself with a knife. Chen's current views on love are very rational. In fact, he believes he can no longer love someone with his whole heart, whether it's Ruan Jui or Eugeniu, they're all the same to him. Chenny doesn't know where his feelings will lead him, and he might even choose not to marry at all. As long as he doesn't marry, he won't commit bigamy. However, since Ruan Jui is currently his girlfriend, he will treat her with the same respect and care he would give to a girlfriend. At the very least, he wants to be able to say with conviction, when I loved you with all my heart, I was truly devoted. But the moment he says it, he is just an old-fashioned playboy. Chapter 120, A Mature and Steady Man. When Chenny saw Ruan Jui emerge from the dormitory door, he reached out from the passenger seat of his Ferrari and handed her a bouquet of flowers. The flowers had been pre-ordered, and this bouquet alone cost several $1,000s. Chenny didn't understand why girls liked such flashy, meaningless things, but they did seem to win their hearts. Wow, is that really her boyfriend driving that sports car? As Ruan Jui hurried toward the sports car, one of the girls from her dorm whispered, hey, does anyone know what kind of car that is? It looks like a Ferrari? Another girl saw the emblem on the wheel rim and said uncertainly. Girls generally don't know much about cars, so even if it's a Ferrari emblem, they might not recognize it. But regardless, the car looks really expensive. Then they saw the door open, and a handsome, composed man stepped out of the driver's seat holding a bouquet of flowers, looking quite romantic. Some aesthetically inclined students nearby whispered among themselves, some envious, some amazed, and some jealous. Ruan Jui saw Chenny actually bringing a bouquet of flowers, and immediately, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, which were pure yet tinged with a touch of allure. The gazes from all directions made her feel a mix of nervousness and shyness. As he got closer, Chenny took a closer look and couldn't help but be struck by her beauty. Today, the young lady wasn't wearing any high-end brands for her, clothes from brands like Dior were probably few and far between. She was dressed in a light luxury brand, though Chenny didn't know which one. A light indigo-colored cotton blend blouse paired with a casual long pant, her jade-like feet adorned with a pair of high-heeled boots, making Ruanjui appear cold and elegant yet tinged with a touch of sweetness. Add to that her meticulously applied makeup, and even Chen Yi, a seasoned veteran, found himself unable to look away, a faint flame of desire flickering in his heart. Suppressing the ripples in his heart, Chen Yi smiled and said, "Little princess, do you miss me?" "No." The shy little princess lifted her swan-like snow-white neck and gave a soft snort, but she quickly whispered, "I miss you." Seeing the little princess still so shy and coy, the sense of distance from their long separation, where they had only chatted on WeChat, vanished instantly, making Chen Yi feel as though he had returned to half a month ago. He raised his eyebrows, signaling to the little princess with his eyes. Ruanjui immediately understood his meaning. She bit her lip, hesitated for a moment, then gathered her courage, tiptoed up, and kissed Chen Yi's lips. She then shyly lowered her head. "Here, I'll send you off. Is that your roommate over there?" Chen Yi handed the flowers to Ruanjui, glancing briefly at the three girls who had just come out of the dormitory with Ruanjui and were now whispering to each other. Ruanjui turned her head, gave a soft nod, took the flowers from Chen Yi, and said happily, "Thank you, these flowers are beautiful." Seeing Ruanjui holding the flowers with a smile, Chen Yi felt that the few $1,000s he had spent were well worth it. "I'm in a hurry today, so I won't greet your roommates now. I'll treat them to a meal next time I have the chance." Chen Yi nodded slightly to the three roommates of the little princess not far away and said, "All right, no problem. I'll explain it to them later." Saying this, Ruanjui turned around and waved at her three roommates before sitting in the passenger seat with the flowers. Chen Yi closed the car door, turned his head to look at Ruanjui's fair and perfect profile. Ruanjui noticed his gaze, her eyes flickering, and she pouted, "What are you looking at?" "Drive." Chen Yi said nothing, but leaned closer, using his fingers to lift her delicate chin, and kissed her passionately as she let out a soft moan. Ruanjui first clenched her fists in nervousness, then relaxed her body, letting Chen Yi do as he pleased. After a while, Chen Yi let her go. Seeing the little princess's flushed face and sparkling eyes, he examined her carefully before saying, "How's the driving? I thought you turned into a coal ball, but you're still so white. Stop teasing me. You're the one who's black coal. I just get tan easily, but I also fade back quickly. I was really dark before, but after staying indoors for a week, I'm back to normal." Ruanjui pouted playfully, but she was secretly delighted by Chen Yi's compliment. She had always been proud of her fair, radiant skin, and now that Chen Yi liked it, she felt even more proud and happy. "I'm so sorry, Chen Yi. Because of family reasons, I wasn't allowed to go out before. After coming to school, there was military training, and I couldn't even leave the school. I've neglected you for over half a month," Ruanjui said nervously. Although they chatted for hours every day on WeChat, there was still a huge difference between online chats and face-to-face conversations. They had only spent a short time together in person, with most of their communication happening online, making their relationship feel more like an online romance. Ruanjui had always felt inferior in front of Chen Yi, placing herself in a very humble position in this relationship. Now, due to various reasons, she hadn't even come to see him as his girlfriend, naturally feeling nervous and afraid, worried that Chen Yi might be angry. Girls always have sweet fantasies about love. This was her first love, and she wanted to nurture it carefully, to experience the sweetness of love. "It's okay, you're not my pet, you're a real person with your own life. You don't have to live for me. Besides, there are external factors at play, and you didn't intentionally avoid me. How could I possibly be angry?" Chen Yi shook his head with a smile. To be honest, if he were truly 18 or 19 years old, even if Ruanjui had external factors preventing her from coming to see him, Chen Yi would still feel annoyed and have complaints. But the current Chen Yi had already grown up and matured, knowing how to maintain a relationship, even if he didn't know where it would end. Besides, he'd been pretty happy these past few weeks. Didn't you have your best friend to keep you company? Generally, boys of this age aren't as mature as girls. For some girls, dating is like raising a son, but in front of Chen Yi, Ruanjui had never felt that way. She only felt that Chen Yi was very steady and mature. He was like an older brother, yet also like a father. "Alright, let us go first. It'll probably take over 2 hours to reach our destination." Chen Yi fastened his seatbelt, reminded Ruanjui to do the same, and started the car. "Where are we going?" Ruanjui only knew that Chen Yi had made plans with someone to go to the racetrack. She had assumed it was in Shanghai, Lu Sun's hometown. Chen Yi smiled slightly, pressed the accelerator, and the Ferrari sped off. That woman must be Ruanjui from the oil painting department, right? No wonder she turned down so many suitors. She has a boyfriend who drives a Ferrari. Haha, yeah, a Ferrari, but who knows if it's really her boyfriend. Looking at how she dresses, she might just be someone's kept woman. Some girls who saw Ruanjui get into Chen Yi's car said in a sarcastic tone, "I bet this will spread all over Shinmei in no time. Wow, being beautiful is so great. She can find such a handsome and rich boyfriend. Do you think it's too late for me to get plastic surgery now?" "Forget it, even if you get plastic surgery, you'll never look as good as Ruanjui. I think you should just go back to your mother's womb and start over." Can't you guys give me a little fantasy? A girl in Won Jui's dormitory wailed. Chapter 121, Co-founders, the first generation of the wealthy. The Donghai International Circuit is located in the hometown of Lusun. This main racetrack is an FIA-certified Grade 2 circuit. In the entire Donghai region, its facilities are second only to the F1 circuit in Shanghai, and it is more accessible to the general public. Many racing enthusiasts in the Donghai area drive here for leisure, though the only drawback is its distance from Shanghai. They departed around 10 a.m. and arrived at the circuit around lunchtime. Shenny took Wanjui to have a quick lunch near the circuit before entering the premises. The entrance fee to the racetrack is not expensive, and most people can afford it. Upon entering the track in a car, the first thing that catches the eye is a vast open field with numerous cars parked on it. These are all consumers who have come to the track for fun. When people think of a racetrack, they probably first imagine various supercars, with Ferraris, Lamborghinis, and other luxury cars everywhere, like a luxury car exhibition. However, the reality is quite different. Most of the time, you rarely see Lamborghinis, Ferraris, or McLarens. Instead, the majority of the cars are more affordable, everyday vehicles. Affordable and distinctive models like the Honda Civic Si and Mazda RX-8, priced at around 100,000 yuan, are quite common here. Those with a bit more money might opt for the MX-5 or Camaro ZL1, which cost around 300,000 yuan, while the truly wealthy might go for the BMW M2 or Porsche 718, which cost around 600,000 to 700,000 yuan. Moreover, many of these cars are likely second-hand vehicles purchased specifically for this purpose, cheap, easy to drive, and not worth worrying about if they break down. For instance, Chen Yi's Ferrari 812 is a standout even here. Most people come here to the track just to feel the thrill. They're not professional racers. Even if you gave them one of the three divine cars or a Pagani Huayra, they wouldn't be able to drive it well here. And to be honest, for most people, driving these civilian cars on a track is actually more comfortable than driving a supercar. While supercars are thrilling when driven fast, they're not comfortable at all and can even be painful. Of course, these civilian cars need basic modifications, such as replacing the brake pads and tires. Otherwise, after a few laps, the brake pads would be burned out, making accidents highly likely. As for the rest, there's no need to worry about them. They're not professional race cars anyway. Cars like Ferraris and Lamborghinis can go straight onto the track as they are. Situations where the entire track is filled with supercars do exist, but those are usually private events organized by wealthy individuals, and ordinary people rarely get to see them. Shenny entered the racetrack, made a call to confirm the location of the director and his group, and drove straight over. Upon arriving at the destination, Shenny once again encountered the director, a short, slim man with a short, neat haircut, looking particularly mischievous. As soon as he saw Shenny, the director, who was holding a camera, excitedly greeted him. "Rich guy, nice to see you again." Shenny and Wanjui got out of the car and walked toward the group of people gathered there, jokingly scolding, "Can you stop calling me rich guy? It sounds so tacky. Then can I call you Chengu?" This certain platform's user has a particularly outgoing personality, is naturally sociable and can joke around with anyone, and seems to enjoy making friends. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met the co-founder of the platform. "You can call me whatever you like, just don't use that rich guy nickname." The dean, though clearly older than Chen Yi, still called him brother, keeping his posture humble, making people feel at ease when chatting with him. This showed his high emotional intelligence. Chen Yi came here to network, so he naturally wouldn't have any arrogance. This certain platform user might not be able to help him much in his career, but he's pretty funny, so getting to know him and deepening the connection wouldn't hurt. "Who is this Chen Gu?" The director spotted Wanjui and his eyes lit up with admiration. However, he knew that Wanjui must have a close relationship with Chen Yi, so he quickly averted his gaze and didn't linger, trying to appear polite. Otherwise, given his video-making personality, he would have already shoved the camera in the little princess's face and started filming from top to bottom. "This is my girlfriend, Wanjui. Shouldn't you introduce yourself?" Shenny smiled and introduced his girlfriend to everyone present. The little princess was secretly delighted. Introducing his girlfriend to his social media circle was, in a way, acknowledging her status. Wanjui had always felt inferior in this relationship, and what she needed most was such affirmation. Although the people in front of them might not be Chen Yi's close friends, the fact that he introduced her in front of them was a subtle acknowledgement of her status as his official girlfriend, and the little princess was naturally overjoyed. She kept a cold expression, nodded modestly, and stood silently by Chen Yi's side without saying much. As the daughter of a wealthy family, Wanjui had been raised to understand the importance of keeping her words to a minimum. She knew that speaking less meant making fewer mistakes, and she was afraid of causing trouble for Chen Yi. Chen Yi had always thought that the little princess was the most suitable person to bring along for social gatherings. She naturally had a cold and elegant face, and when she didn't speak, she was the epitome of a high cold goddess. This made the men in front of her dare not look her way, let alone speak to her. Chen Yi took the opportunity to size up the three people standing beside the dean. One was a short, plump man dressed in ordinary clothes, and the other was a tall, slender man dressed in designer brands. Both looked to be in their 20s. The last one was slightly older, around 34 or 35. This was none other than Ding Junfeng, the co-founder of a certain platform, whom Chen Yi had looked up online before. Contrary to his expectations, Ding Junfeng didn't exude the aura of a high-ranking executive from a large company. He looked more like a programmer, with a laid-back demeanor. Though his clothes weren't cheap, they weren't from high-end luxury brands either. Chen Yi had done extensive research on Ding Junfeng before arriving. He was a top graduate from Tsinghua University who initially joined the platform as a technical partner and became a co-founder. Despite the platform changing ownership multiple times, he remained with the company. As it grew and attracted investments from major corporations, he eventually took charge of the gaming division. This was a classic example of a self-made millionaire, having built his fortune from scratch without any family connections. He lacked the arrogance often associated with second-generation wealthy individuals and instead maintained a low profile, valuing simplicity and hard work. At this point, the dean introduced Chen Yi to a few people around him. The tall, skinny guy and the chubby one were both newcomers to the streaming scene, currently following the dean around as his assistants, filming videos to ride his coattails for some traffic. The chubby one seemed like an ordinary kid from an average family, while the tall, skinny one was likely a second-generation rich kid like Wanjui, who had come out on his own to try his hand at self-media entrepreneurship. Though these two appeared older than Chen Yi, they addressed him as brother with every breath, speaking in a warm and ingratiating manner. "Mr. Ding, nice to meet you." Chen Yi introduced himself to the chubby kid and the tall, skinny guy, then shook hands with Ding Junfeng. Ding Junfeng quickly shook his hand and shook his head, saying, "Don't call me Mr. Ding. It sounds too formal. I'm just a few years older than you, so I'll take the liberty of calling you Chen Yi. Is it okay if I call you Chen Yi?" "Of course, no problem, brother Ding." Chen Yi smiled and firmly adopted the new title. Ding Junfeng had finally made it big. He was just waiting for the company to go public, and he would instantly become a billionaire. Unlike those self-made bosses with little education, this Tsinghua University graduate still carried a hint of intellectual elegance. He was easygoing, and chatting with him didn't make you feel any sense of class difference. It was like talking to an ordinary friend. Perhaps because he had been with the company for so long, his way of thinking and speaking was more in line with that of younger people. No wonder he can get along so well with a few ordinary content creators at his company. This made Chen Yi marvel. Indeed, those who built their fortunes through their own abilities are truly remarkable. Whether they rely on technology or business acumen, they possess qualities that far surpass the average person. Even the second-generation rich, no matter how wealthy their families are, pale in comparison to these individuals. Chapter 122, A Ferrari is just a business card. After exchanging a few words, they had gotten to know each other to some extent, but their relationship was still superficial, and they were too unfamiliar with one another to speak freely. In the garage next to Dean Ding Junfeng's office, there were several cars parked. Chen Yi only glanced at them briefly but had already guessed who the owners were. A Dongfeng Peugeot, a new car costing only a few 100,000 yuan, and judging by its condition, it was clearly a used vehicle. This car belonged to the little fat guy. The little fat guy was the poorest among them. To follow his older brother, he had pooled money to buy this used car, made some modifications, and joined the group on the racetrack. It looked shabby, but it showed that he was trying to fit in with this crowd, which was better than those who just talked the talk but didn't walk the walk. Plus, he didn't have much of a class divide with people like the dean, so as long as he worked hard, he could fit in. A Tesla. Chen Yi, the director, knew about this car. But can a Tesla really race on a track? The director is quite the bold one, daring to drive an electric car over 200 kilometers to the track. Perhaps sensing Chen Yi's confusion, the dean said sheepishly, "We'll just change the brake pads and do some straight-line runs later. Once we have the money, we'll get a car that can actually race on a track." "Alright, if you like it," Chen Yi sighed. The two cars behind finally looked more respectable. One was a Porsche 911, not exactly a supercar, but still a sports car. This car was clearly owned by that tall, skinny second-generation rich kid. Typically, such second-generation rich kids prefer cars costing over a million yuan. It wasn't a luxury car, but it was definitely a high-quality vehicle. The last one was a true supercar, a McLaren 720. It would cost at least 5 million yuan to buy, so it must belong to Ding Junfeng. To be honest, Chen Yi really likes McLarens. There is no other reason. It's because all McLaren models have butterfly doors, which really highlight the supercar's prestige. Unlike Ferraris, which only have butterfly doors on models like the LaFerrari. If money isn't too tight, buying a McLaren is the best choice. It's stylish and shows off. Noticing Chen Yi's gaze, Ding Junfeng pointed to his own car and smiled. "I bought it on a loan, and I still owe the bank a lot of money." Although he is a co-founder of a certain platform and holds a portion of its shares, Ding Junfeng currently earns a high-level executive salary. While his annual income of over $1 million looks impressive, purchasing a supercar of this caliber still requires a loan. After several rounds of funding, Ding Junfeng's net worth has increased significantly, but net worth and cash are two different things. As long as the company hasn't gone public, he can't convert his shares into cash. Chen Yi nodded slightly. From a few details, he could tell that Ding Junfeng was interested in supercars but wasn't particularly knowledgeable about them. He wasn't one of those wealthy second-generation individuals who had access to supercars from a young age. Instead, he entered his desired circle and pursued his interests after accumulating wealth. Given the current momentum of the platform, it is highly likely to go public on the US stock market within a year. By then, Dingu, you can buy as many supercars as you want. Chen Yi wasn't flattering him, he was just stating the facts. Ding Junfeng joked in response, "I'll take your word for it, Chen. I hope the IPO goes smoothly. Once it does, I'll make sure to pay back the bank loans first. I really don't like owing people money." From a few words, Chen Yi could tell that Ding Junfeng was a conservative person, not someone with a grand strategy. True wealthy individuals would rather owe the bank money, but Ding Junfeng had achieved his current wealth through a combination of good fortune and his own abilities. Beside a few cars stood several women dressed as maids, their appearance not particularly striking, but with makeup and in such attire, they were quite eye-catching. What's going on here? Are they race queens? Chen Yi was surprised. Wow, you guys know how to have fun. You even brought race queens. I love this kind of thing. These are all employees from my studio. The director walked over holding a DV camera, looking lecherous, and said, "It's just a gimmick to attract attention. Men, after all, love to watch this kind of thing. So I'm just playing it safe and filming what they want to see." A smart guy. Don't bother with those pretentious things. Just film these vulgar things everyone likes, and even turn these vulgar things into your own trademark. Like last time at the Ferrari 4S store, the director hired that female streamer. Regardless of whether the footage was vulgar or not, everyone just went along with it. What do you call that? Corporate culture? Chen Yi raised his eyebrows and asked with a smile. Exactly, that's corporate culture. You're the one who gets it, Chen Gu. Girls, hurry up and greet our Qin Xiao. The director acted like an old madam from an ancient brothel, vigorously waving at the girls behind him. Hello, Mr. Chen. The girls obliged, shouting in unison. Everyone present burst into laughter, and the girls themselves giggled shyly. It was clear that these girls were probably college students, as they looked at Chen Yi with a blushing expression. The commotion here caught the attention of other areas of the racetrack. The guests playing there looked over and saw the beautiful women in luxury cars, immediately pulling out their phones to take photos. Let's make a deal, I'll let you film me for a couple of shots in the video, but don't keep filming me. Go film the track instead, or you can film my car if you want. Chen Yi reminded the dean. While he also wanted to gain some fame, which might be useful in the future, he didn't want to be known solely as a rich second-generation heir. This would confine his identity, and people would only focus on his status as a rich kid. Even if he succeeds in his career, people would assume it's because of his family's connections, like Comrade Xiao Wang, which would undermine his efforts and even stir up envy in some people. I'm the same. I can let you film me for a couple of shots in the video, but don't keep filming me. Ding Junfeng on the other side also said that as a co-founder of a certain platform and a high-ranking official there, he needed to avoid conflicts of interest and couldn't be too close to a certain content creator, otherwise people would gossip about him. When Ding Junfeng said, "I'm the same," everyone burst into laughter. Ruan Jui covered her lips with her hand and giggled. Her eyes were already slightly upturned, exuding a cold beauty with a touch of allure. When Ding Junfeng's words tickled her, her eyes curved into crescent moons, adding even more charm. The men present all stole a glance at her before quickly looking away. Chen Yi, however, remained composed as he directly took hold of the young lady's icy hand, feeling the tenderness of her skin. Ruan Jui's face flushed slightly, but she boldly took Chen Yi's hand in hers. She wasn't like the arrogant characters in anime, she was actually quite daring. This Ding Junfeng was clearly someone who spent his days on a certain website, and he knew how to play with memes. Alright, let's just follow Ding Gu and Chen Gu. I'll take photos of the two of them. The dean directly pulled his two henchmen over and said, "Chen Xiao, can I borrow this Ferrari 812 for a spin later?" Ding Junfeng rubbed his hands together excitedly, clearly showing his love for cars. You can drive it however you like, but to be honest, while the 812 is equipped with Ferrari's signature V12 engine, its front engine, rear-wheel drive, and its aerodynamic performance has been compromised. On a track, it doesn't perform as well as mid-engine, rear-wheel drive V8 models like the 458 or 488. Chen Yi gave Ding Junfeng a heads up. If you're talking about a car that truly utilizes all of Ferrari's signature technologies, it would naturally be something like the LaFerrari. As for the 812, aside from the engine, the rest is really hard to describe. Hey, I just love cars, but I don't understand performance. I just drive them on the track for fun. Even if you give me a good car, I won't be able to drive it well. Ding Junfeng waved his hand and said, that's how most people feel about cars. Chen Yi came this time for a collaboration, not just to ask for favors. However, aside from his status as a wealthy second-generation heir, he had virtually no connections or resources, so he had to expand his network. He knew this was something a wealthy individual had to go through. Simply having money is like a rootless floating weed, it breaks apart at the slightest touch and can never withstand the battering of storms. Only by weaving a vast network of connections and relationships can one establish a firm foothold. Just like this Ferrari, did Chen Yi buy the car? In reality, he bought a business card and access to a social circle. Chapter 123, Why can't I just show off and prove them wrong? If he truly came for the track, Chen Yi would have chosen to rent the entire venue. Spending tens of thousands of dollars for a day is nothing to the current Chen Yi. When you rent the track, there are no other guests, just your friends, and it's more fun that way. However, his real purpose today was to come for Ding Junfeng. Racing was secondary, luring Ding Junfeng onto his scheme was his true goal. Though Chen Yi saw this as essentially giving away a fortune, others would view it as taking a risk by following a rich second-generation heir who had nothing but money. Since there were other players on the track, Chen Yi and his group had to wait in line. Chen Yi took this opportunity to chat with Ding Junfeng and build a connection. If they had booked the place exclusively, they wouldn't have had this chance. On the screens in the hall, there was a map of the track, with all the turns marked with symbols like T1 and T2. An instructor was explaining the precautions for each turn to everyone present. Racing on the track is a dangerous sport. Although the buffer zones on either side of the track are quite long, and serious accidents are rare under normal circumstances, any accident could be fatal. Whether it's for your own safety or the track operator's reputation, it's important to listen carefully to the instructor's explanations. In fact, you can spend $300 or $400 to hire these instructors to teach you how to drive on the track, and the price is very affordable. The director was filming a vlog with his two assistants. These shots were not done in one take, they required extensive post-production editing, with each shot possibly needing to be filmed multiple times. 3 people holding cameras, looking quite professional as they circle the car filming, without speaking. Some shots that don't require them to be on camera can be dubbed in post-production. Chen Yi and Ding Junfeng also appeared briefly in the video, mostly just introducing themselves with no other dialogue. In fact, they hadn't even read the script for the video the director filmed. On the other side, Ruan Jui and the race car girls were chatting happily. They were all college students with similar ages. Ruan Jui, though outwardly cold and elegant, was actually a very soft-hearted person. The girls also bonded quickly, and before long, several of them were chatting animatedly. Chen Yi was also chatting with Ding Junfeng, mainly talking about cars. Occasionally, Chen Yi would subtly bring up some questions related to games, listening to Ding Junfeng's answers. He was laying the groundwork for a future collaboration without making it seem abrupt. Does Chen Xiao often come to the racetrack? It's clear that Ding Junfeng has a genuine passion for supercars and racing, but his skills are those of an amateur, not even at the level of a casual enthusiast. He's the classic example of someone with a big appetite for something they're not very good at. He occasionally goes to the track for fun, but this was his first time at the Donghai International Circuit. Chen Yi said half-jokingly. To be honest, this is his first time on a racetrack, but due to the system, Chen Yi's driving skills are top-notch among amateurs. If you say you've never driven on a track before but then show off impressive skills, people won't think you're being humble, they'll just think you're putting on a show. So it's better to say you've only gone occasionally. Ding Junfeng smiled and nodded, then said to Chen Yi, to be honest, I haven't driven on a track many times either. That McLaren was just bought recently, and this is my 3rd time here. It's pretty fun. Chen Xiao, you go ahead and take a couple of laps first to get familiar with the track and the environment. Of course. Chen Yi didn't try to show off by saying he could just go straight in. Even the top race car drivers need to do a few laps to get familiar with an unfamiliar track, and Chen Yi wasn't going to risk his life just to impress others. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. For someone as wealthy as Chen Yi, nothing else matters, life is the most important thing. As a racetrack in the Donghai region where ordinary people often come to play, the 2 tracks at Donghai International Raceway aren't complicated, but Chen Yi still listened carefully to the instructor's explanations and matched them with the knowledge in his mind. After the instructor finished explaining, everyone had to sign an insurance and safety agreement. To be honest, Chen Yi didn't like signing such documents, it felt like signing a contract with death. But there was no choice without insurance, they wouldn't let you onto the track. Little princess, come here. Chen Yi waved his hand, and Ruan Jui heard his call. She laughed and said goodbye to the few girls she had just met, then ran over to Chen Yi. How about it, dare you ride? Chen Yi pointed to his car and asked with a smile. Racing isn't something every girl dares to do in the passenger seat. Ruan Jui hesitated for a moment but then nodded firmly, I dare. Aren't you afraid I'll drive you into a ditch? Chen Yi raised his eyebrows and joked. The little princess bit her lip and huffed, if you're not afraid, why should I be? If we both end up in the ditch, so be it. Haha, what's that called? A pair of reckless lovers? Ruan Jui suddenly covered Chen Yi's mouth with her hand and glared at him, saying, don't say that, it's scary. The palm of the young girl's hand was warm and fragrant, her skin as white and smooth as jade. Chen Yi's heart skipped a beat, and he gently kissed her palm, saying softly, alright, I won't say that anymore. Let us go buy helmets for both of us. Chen Yi had forgotten to buy helmets when he came, but the racetrack naturally sold them. However, the prices were a bit steep. Shinny didn't mind the higher price and directly bought two Arai helmets. Arai's carbon fiber helmets were extremely comfortable, and many F1 race car drivers used them. The two helmets cost a total of 70,000 yuan. The dean and his two henchmen were all secretly amazed. They didn't think Shinny didn't have a racing helmet, they just assumed he had forgotten to bring it. To simply forget a helmet and then spend 70,000 on two top-of-the-line track helmets, that's not something just any wealthy young heir could pull off. Accompanied by Ruan Jui, they arrived at the starting point of the track. Besides Chen Yi and Ding Junfeng, there were several other guests departing together. Upon seeing Ruan Jui, several men's eyes lit up. They pointed secretly in her direction or whispered to their friends, their laughter echoing through the air. Chen Yi had expected some self-proclaimed trackmasters to come over and challenge him, mocking him with sarcastic remarks, all to impress Ruan Jui. He imagined himself humiliating them on the track and watching them beg for mercy, which sounded quite satisfying. However, Chen Yi soon realized he had overestimated himself. Just the sight of his Ferrari was enough to intimidate others. However, someone did approach him with a phone, but not to challenge him or take photos of the beautiful woman. Instead, they were taking photos of him and Ding Junfeng's car. Thinking about it, even if Chen Yi wasn't driving a Ferrari but just a beat-up old car, and even if his female companion was beautiful, no one in real life would be stupid enough to come over and mock him. Such people never grow up, they were probably beaten to death as children. Realizing he couldn't act cool and end up looking foolish, Chen Yi felt a bit helpless. He put on his helmet first, then carefully helped Ruan Jui put hers on. Sitting in the car, seeing the little princess looking nervous, Chen Yi patted her tightly clenched little hand and smiled, "Don't worry, I'm just going for a quick jog." Men can't say they're too fast. Hearing the teasing and flirtatious tone in Chen Yi's words, Ruan Jui rolled her eyes at him, but unfortunately, she couldn't see clearly because of the helmet. As the coach raised the flag and gave the signal, the roar of engines filled the air. The race began with a straight stretch of track, and everyone hit the gas pedal to the floor. Although the Ferrari 812 wasn't ideal for the track, its V12 engine allowed it to accelerate from 0 to 100 km/h in under 3 seconds, instantly delivering that breathtaking, exhilarating rush of acceleration. Chen Yi didn't overtake any cars, he just followed behind the others. Then he witnessed the incredible skills of the amateur drivers. As they approached the corners, one by one, the cars slowed down, leaving Chen Yi both amused and exasperated. The angles they took through the turns were also quite unusual. It was clear that the people here weren't professionals, they were here to have fun. 2 laps were quickly completed. When they got out of the car, Ruan Jui was very excited and insisted that Chen Yi take her for another ride. Apart from the thrilling sensation of acceleration on straight stretches, Chen Yi followed the amateur experts and slowed down cautiously when taking corners, so it wasn't particularly scary. Ding Junfeng, the dean, and a few other amateur drivers were also excited, pretending to discuss which corner they had taken at the right angle and which corner they had dared to accelerate through. Each of them looked like they had just won a game of League of Legends with their friends. The other men on the track were also extremely excited, loudly discussing how racing was indeed one of a man's dreams. But Chen Yi was still unsatisfied. For him, the previous track run was too easy. Seeing the little princess eager to keep going, he just chuckled. "Alright, I'll take you for a proper ride. Just don't get too excited and faint." With that in mind, Chen Yi immediately found the coach over there and decided to book the track for himself to practice his speed. It was time to show off his true skills. Chapter 123, The car door is welded shut. Chapter 124, The car door is welded shut. "Xin Xiao, what are you doing? Is everything okay?" Ding Junfeng, who was excitedly discussing something with the dean and others, saw Chen Yi approaching the racetrack manager and quickly walked over to ask in confusion. He assumed Chen Yi had gotten into an argument with the racetrack staff or encountered some issue. If that were the case, he naturally intended to intervene. Chen Yi had no idea what Ding Junfeng was thinking. Seeing him approach, he smiled and said, "It's nothing, Dingu. I just came over to discuss with the venue manager about renting the track for a few laps." Ding Junfeng understood immediately. Seeing that Chen Yi wasn't having a dispute with the staff, he relaxed and asked, "Are you planning to set a record, Chen?" Normally, when racing on the track, multiple cars start at the same time. Even if you have excellent skills and overtake all the cars in front of you, it would still take a long time to complete a lap. If you really want to run laps for speed testing, you must clear the track first to get accurate speed results. "Yeah, I've already done 2 laps and am familiar with the track. My hands are itching to give it a try." Chen Yi nodded, eager to give it a try. Ding Junfeng perked up at the mention of racing. He had been driving with Chen Yi earlier, but Chen Yi had been following the group closely, driving cautiously without overtaking anyone, so Ding Junfeng hadn't been able to gauge his skill level. He knew his own level well, he was just an amateur among amateurs. He had tried racing before, but with his skills, he couldn't make it onto the leaderboard. Now that he saw Chen Yi was also going to run, he felt excited. He walked over, put his arm around Chen Yi's shoulder, and said, "Alright, Chen Yi, give it your best shot and get a good score. I'll treat you to dinner tonight." Chen Yi smiled but didn't say anything. Instead, he asked, "How's the situation with the director? All three cars have some issues and are currently being inspected and repaired. After discussing with the responsible person, Chen Yi and Ding Junfeng returned to the director's office. The little chubby guy's Dongfeng Peugeot had several issues and needed to replace parts. The director and the tall, slim Tesla and Porsche also had minor issues to check. The racetrack's 30-plus repair bays were working overtime. Several of the cars that had just raced with Chen Yi were now inside for repairs. This was where the racetrack made its money. Just like a 4S store, the racetrack doesn't make money from ticket fees, but from repair and maintenance fees. Cars on the track having minor issues is a common occurrence, and that's where the real money is made. Chen Yi's Ferrari was also undergoing a routine inspection. After completing a lap, all cars must be checked to ensure there are no issues. Otherwise, if a problem goes unnoticed, it could lead to danger during subsequent laps. Soon, the inspection was completed. Chen Yi's Ferrari and Ding Junfeng's McLaren were both in perfect condition and could continue racing. It's no wonder that supercars are so professional. At that moment, the track manager approached Chen Yi to inform him that the track would be cleared shortly and to get ready. "Brother Chen, are you going for the lap record?" The director also noticed what was happening and walked over to ask. "Yeah, I'm itching to take a lap. Why haven't you mounted the camera on my car yet?" Chen Yi pushed him aside. The director paused for a moment before realizing, right, he's not here to actually race, he's here to film footage for a video. A Ferrari 812 racing on the track, that's definitely a great gimmick to cut into the video and get some clicks. The dean immediately broke into a smile and said to Chen Yi, "Alright, Jingo, wait here. I'll get it done quickly." After saying that, he signaled to his two henchmen, who grabbed a bunch of small camera equipment and rushed over to Chen Yi's car to start installing them, even attaching one to Chen Yi's helmet. "All set, Chen Gu. Don't worry, the cameras won't interfere with you." A few moments later, the director and his two men ran over and said. Chen Yi nodded. The site manager also told Chen Yi he could go. He pulled over Ruanjui, who was still excited, raised his eyebrows, and said with a mischievous smile, "Little princess, do you still want to ride in my car?" Ruanjui didn't notice the odd tone in Chen Yi's voice at all. Instead, she nodded excitedly and said, "Sure, why not?" Chen Yi saw that the naive girl hadn't noticed she was about to be tricked, so he didn't warn her. Instead, he chuckled and said, "Alright, get in the car quickly. The doors are welded shut, so you won't be able to get out." Ruanjui obediently and skillfully sat in the passenger seat, then looked curiously at the car door window and the small camera equipment placed on the front window. Chen Yi got into the driver's seat and, following the instructions of the staff on the premises, slowly drove toward the runway. At the same time, he rolled down the window and shouted to the principal, "You've got all those bunny girls, right? Go get them to be race queens." The principal realized what he meant, gave Chen Yi a thumbs up, and shouted, "You really know your stuff, Chen." After speaking, he immediately went to fetch the girls from his studio who were dressed as bunny girls, and had the starter give them the flags. The starter looked at them and exclaimed, "You guys know how to have fun. Just give the flags to those girls." Anyway, it wasn't a dangerous or difficult job, and it wasn't a proper race. The crowd of onlookers gathered around quickly caught on to what was happening and began to gather in larger numbers. "That rich kid in the Ferrari wants to race? Yeah, it looks like it. Damn, look over, there's so many girls. These rich kids are really having a blast. That girl's boobs are huge. Wow, those fishnet stockings are amazing. That's so cool. It's got that vibe." A group of people excitedly pulled out their phones to take photos. They didn't care if Chen Yi was a racing expert, they were here to have fun, and seeing someone race a Ferrari wasn't something you saw every day. Soon, a crowd gathered to watch the spectacle. A bunny girl was particularly good at drawing attention. She held up a sign and walked around Chen Yi's car, immediately causing a chorus of whistles from the crowd. It looked like some kind of big competition. Ding Junfeng and the others clapped and cheered enthusiastically, each of them extremely excited. Sitting in the passenger seat, Wan Rui finally noticed something was off and looked at Chen Yi nervously. "Chen Yi, what are we doing?" "Nothing, just another lap. It might be a bit more exciting than before." After a brief pause, Chen Yi reminded her, "If you really can't handle it, just shout out loud and tell me." Racing is a sport that requires more than just skill, it's a test of physical endurance and mental agility. All professional racers undergo rigorous and painful physical training. For example, F1 drivers experience up to 5 g of pressure while turning, and they have to perform complex maneuvers under such extreme conditions. This is a more grueling job than being an astronaut. At least astronauts only experience extreme pressure during launch, while F1 drivers must maintain it throughout the entire race. Of course, Chen Yi's Ferrari isn't an F1 car, nor is it a modified professional race car, so it doesn't need to endure such terrifying gravitational acceleration. With Chen Yi's physical condition, he's fine, but for Ruanjui's petite frame, this is a huge challenge. Ruanjui's lips trembled slightly, and fear began to creep into her heart. But by now, she was already in too deep to back out. Chen Yi's gaze remained calm as he watched the indicator lights. He turned the Manetino knob on the steering wheel to the top position, simultaneously pressing the launch button. His left foot released the brake and his right foot pressed the accelerator, sending a deafening roar echoing through the air. As the green light flashed on, the engine revved to over 4,000 RPM. With the brakes released, the car shot forward instantly. The sudden force of the acceleration startled Won Jui into a shriek. Chen Yi had started normally before, but this time he had performed a launch start. Among the onlookers, while many may not have had much practical driving skill, there were plenty of theoretical experts. Upon seeing Chen Yi's starting stance, they immediately recognized him as a skilled driver, and several people immediately followed the Ferrari with their eyes as it sped away. The track started with a straight section, where no real skill was evident. However, when Chen Yi took the first corner with a precise angle and speed, everyone immediately knew he was a pro. Wow, how many seconds did he take for the first turn? Someone shouted in astonishment, and soon professional data was available. When everyone saw the time on the display board, the crowd erupted in excitement. Chen Yi's data was nearly identical to that of professional drivers, though the first turn wasn't particularly challenging. Anyone at a certain level could achieve such results. But regardless, everyone now knew that the second-generation Ferrari driver wasn't just messing around, he was a true expert. Normally, when encountering a professional race car driver, while everyone would marvel at their skills, their mood wouldn't be as exhilarated as it was now. After all, everyone knew the driver was a professional, so achieving such results was only natural. But Chen Yi and everyone else present were all amateur drivers, so they received even more admiration and recognition. Especially Chen Yi, who clearly looked like a typical rich second-generation heir, yet possessed such driving skills. All these factors combined directly ignited the entire crowd. The director was thrilled, feeling that today's footage was a goldmine. Words like Ferrari, rich kid, professional driver, and amazing driving skills were swirling in his mind, and he could already envision the headline. Posting this on a certain platform would definitely go viral again. Ding Junfeng jumped up in excitement, thinking only of Chen Yi and wondering if he could take him for a spin too. The onlookers were thrilled, cheering loudly for Chen Yi, and many were recording videos with their phones. However, Won Jui, sitting in the car, was far from excited. She felt like she was about to die. As Chen Yi took the first turn, her voice was almost hoarse from shouting, and she dared not open her eyes, screaming non-stop like she was on a roller coaster. Chen Yi took a quick glance at Won Jui during a straight stretch of the road. Seeing that she was still holding on, he sighed in relief and continued to focus on driving. Fortunately, the performance of this Ferrari 812 wasn't overly exaggerated, and the sports car hadn't undergone extensive professional modifications. Otherwise, Won Jui might have fainted from fear by now, and even the slightest mistake could have been fatal. The track wasn't very long, and Chen Yi quickly completed a lap. Everyone rushed over to check his time. Chapter 125, Longing to Be Together Forever. 1 minute and 43 seconds. When the time appeared on the big screen, the entire racetrack erupted in gasps. As the results were revealed, they wiped out the previous records on the racetrack's leaderboard. Although his position on the rankings wasn't particularly high, everyone present was still thrilled beyond words, excited to have witnessed history. Many people had already pulled out their phones and were quickly posting updates on their social media feeds. The top few names on the racetrack leaderboard were all professional race car drivers, and some of them were even using modified professional race cars. As an amateur driver, Chen Yi's performance, which closely followed that of the top professional drivers, filled everyone present with pride and a sense of shared achievement. Since they were also amateurs, Chen Yi's performance seemed to prove that there were indeed masters in the amateur ranks. While there was still a gap between him and the top professional racers, his skills and performance were more than sufficient to compete in professional races. Although Chen Yi's skills are only at the top level of amateurs, this amateur status is a systematic designation, representing the most perfect state. Combined with his body, which has been enhanced and trained by the system, all these factors come together to make his performance naturally on par with professional standards for an ordinary person. The car came to a steady stop, and a crowd of onlookers rushed over, clapping and cheering. They held their phones aloft to film, crowding together like journalists rushing to interview the champion driver. Ding Junfeng, the dean, and his two assistants were pushing their way through the crowd with more professional equipment, their expressions excited. The dean was jumping around and shouting dramatically, urging Chen Yi to share his thoughts. However, Chen Yi had no time to pay attention to them. After parking the car securely, he quickly unbuckled his seatbelt, got out of the car, and rushed to the passenger side to open the door. All they could see was Won Jui, still wearing her helmet, slumped in the passenger seat. Her chest was rising and falling rapidly. The onlookers, recognizing the situation, immediately made way for them. Though these were all amateur drivers who had never ridden in a professional racer's car, they knew how terrifying it must have been. Moreover, drivers understood that riding in someone else's car was far more unsettling than driving oneself, as the vehicle was not under one's control, which eroded a sense of security. Chen Yi quickly unbuckled Won Jui's seatbelt, grabbed her legs, and carried her out in a princess carry, gently setting her down on the ground. He then skillfully removed the racing helmet she was wearing. At that moment, Won Jui's face was pale, her eyes red-rimmed, tears streaming down her cheeks, and her flawless makeup already smudged from crying. She was so frightened that her eyes were glassy and her body trembled slightly, as if she hadn't realized the car had already stopped. Once the helmet was removed and her vision cleared, Won Jui's beautiful eyes slowly focused. The dizziness in her head subsided slightly, and she immediately felt a wave of nausea, bending over like a shrimp and dry heaving. It's okay, the car has stopped. Shenyi spoke softly to comfort her, his voice gentle as he gently patted the little princess's back. Ruanjui couldn't speak, only dry heaving and sobbing. Soon, medical personnel arrived, conducted a brief examination, and stated, "There's nothing serious." She was simply startled by the sudden jolt, which was too stimulating, causing her to become overly anxious. She should rest for a while by sitting or lying down. The onlookers, upon hearing this, also relaxed. No one wanted such a beautiful woman to have any issues just from riding in a race car. Among the crowd, there were also some players who had brought their girlfriends or wives along. Upon seeing Ruanjui's condition, those women immediately lost their nerve and dared not get into the car anymore. However, they were overthinking it. Generally, people who race on this track can't achieve such effects. Ruanjui's physical discomfort had subsided significantly, but the psychological shock was harder to shake off. She couldn't control her tears, sobbing as she threw herself into Chunyi's arms and spoke in a broken, tearful voice. "I'll never ride in your car again. I'll never ride in your car again." Shenyi knew he had been a bit too much. He hadn't even told the little princess how dangerous it was to ride in a race car and had forced her into the passenger seat. He gently stroked Ruanjui's smooth, black hair and spoke softly, "It was my fault, it was my fault. I won't drive like that again, okay? Little princess, don't cry. If you cry, no one will want you." He was coaxing her like a child. Ruanjui continued to sob, "You're rejecting me now. You don't want me anymore." Shenyi was completely baffled. Women's way of thinking is really strange. "I was just joking, don't take it seriously." The nearby women seemed to empathize with her, as if they understood Ruanjui's words. The other onlookers felt sorry for the girl, but they also felt an inexplicable urge to laugh. Fortunately, everyone managed to hold back and didn't provoke her further. After a while, Ruanjui finally calmed down. She stepped out of Chunyi's embrace and saw that there were so many people watching. Although everyone was smiling kindly, Ruanjui still felt a wave of embarrassment. She lowered her head, feeling ashamed and humiliated. "Are you still feeling upset?" Shenyi pulled out a tissue and gently wiped away the tears on Ruanjui's fair, delicate face. "I'm feeling much better now. I just felt a bit queasy in my stomach earlier, but I'm fine now." Ruanjui shook her head and spoke softly. Shenyi looked around and said to Ruanjui, "Stay where you are and don't move. Wait for me." Ruanjui looked confused, unsure of what Shenyi was planning to do. All they saw was Shenyi run back to the car, start the Ferrari again, put it in reverse, and slowly back up. The others didn't know what Shenyi was doing either, so they all moved out of the way. The rear of the Ferrari gradually came to a stop in front of Ruanjui. Suddenly, the trunk opened, and a low gasp echoed around them. Inside the Ferrari's small trunk were vibrant, fresh flowers, with a handwritten note from Shenyi, wishing the little princess a happy day and a life filled with joy. "Wow, this is so romantic." The women exclaimed with excitement and surprise, then turned to their male companions, glaring at them with disdain, as if to say, "Look at him and then look at you. How can you be so clueless and unromantic?" The men were at a loss for words. "Is it the Ferrari that's romantic, or the flowers in the trunk of the Ferrari? Could you please clarify?" They dared not think about it, let alone ask. "If you say the flowers are romantic, I can manage that, but if you say the Ferrari is romantic, well, let's just forget about it." The director, holding the camera, excitedly started filming. Today's footage was too much enough for 2 episodes. But he knew this kind of video couldn't be split into 2 episodes, he'd have to keep all the highlights and make 1 episode longer. Ruanjui's eyes well up again, but this time she wasn't scared, she was moved. In that moment, she felt an overwhelming urge to run into Chunyi's arms, away from the crowd, and be with him forever. No matter what Chenyi asked of her, she would do it. Actually, all of this was taught to Chenyi by his female friend. Chenyi isn't exactly a steel-hearted straight guy, but he also isn't good at being romantic. And the ones who understand girls best are other girls, especially your best friend. It only took a few words to wrap the little princess around his finger. Chapter 126, Shenyi's True Intentions. Shenyi helped Ruanjui back to the restroom. The little princess was still sobbing there, gasping for breath, but not from being scared, she was moved to tears. He told her to sit quietly in the lounge, then hugged her and spoke softly. Only then did Ruanjui's mood begin to settle, and she smiled broadly while rubbing her reddened eyes. The girls dressed as bunny girls gathered around, sitting beside Ruanjui and chatting with her. They looked at Shenyi and Ruanjui with envy, sighing to themselves that they weren't pretty enough to find such a boyfriend. If Shenyi knew what they were thinking, he would probably say that even if they were beautiful, they wouldn't be able to find a boyfriend like him. There were plenty of beautiful women out there, but finding a wealthy, handsome second-generation heir was extremely rare. Most people didn't even have the opportunity to interact with such wealthy second-generation individuals. After indulging in self-admiration for a moment, Chenyi sat down on a chair to rest. He picked up a water bottle and started drinking. Ding Junfeng didn't look like a high-ranking executive from a big company at all, nor did he look like someone in his 30s. Instead, he acted like a young man in his 20s, running over to stand behind Chenyi, massaging his shoulders, and flattering him. "Come on, Mr. Chen, did you get tired from running around? Let me massage your shoulders." As soon as Ding Junfeng's hands touched the solid muscles on Chenyi's neck, he immediately revealed an expression of admiration. Racing drivers place extremely high demands on the muscles of their forearms and necks, especially Formula One drivers, who need to train their neck muscles to be exceptionally strong. Otherwise, during turns, the immense pressure could easily snap their spines. Ding Junfeng assumed Chenyi's muscles were also the result of racing training. Want to learn more about the system? Forget it, Ding Gu. Just say what you want to say. Chenyi laughed and scolded him. Ding Junfeng was being so attentive he could guess what he wanted to do even without thinking. Sure enough, this co-founder of a certain platform acted like a child, excitedly saying, "Chen Xiao, can you take me for a spin later?" "I knew you'd say that, Ding Gu. Let's not wait, let's do it now." The Ferrari 812 may not have the best performance, but it has its advantages. Driving it to its limits for a lap isn't too tiring. After taking a couple of sips of water, Chenyi felt refreshed and stood up. "Now, isn't your car still under maintenance?" Ding Junfeng hesitated and asked. After driving at such high speeds, it definitely needs a thorough check, like inspecting the tires and brake pads. "Drive your McLaren. I've never driven that car before. Let us give it a try." Chenyi used to love sports cars, but he had no interest in racing on tracks. His initial purpose for coming here was simply to meet Ding Junfeng. However, after driving at the limit for a lap, Chenyi realized that racing was indeed a man's romance. The adrenaline rush while driving was intense, and he immediately felt an urge to drive various different cars on the track. If someone else wanted to drive his car and take him to the track, Ding Junfeng might hesitate a bit, as driving on the track with an unfamiliar car could be dangerous. But when Chenyi mentioned it, Ding Junfeng didn't hesitate at all. On the contrary, he was excited beyond words. Someone like Chenyi, a true expert, could get the hang of any car quickly, adapting to a new one after just a few laps. And riding in someone else's car couldn't compare to the thrill of experiencing the ultimate driving experience in his own car. Ding Junfeng grabbed his helmet and urged Chenyi to hurry up. The two of them left the rest area and headed out to continue driving. Along the way, many people who saw Chenyi smiled and greeted him, their eyes filled with admiration. This admiration wasn't for Chenyi's wealthy background or the fact that he was driving a Ferrari, but for his driving skills. Those who frequently race on tracks know that professional-level driving skills like Chenyi's aren't something you can master just by sitting in a car and driving around. It requires rigorous physical training off the track. Many people can't even stick to a fitness routine, let alone undergo such specialized training. Chenyi didn't put on any airs of being a cold-hearted rich kid. When someone greeted him, he would smile and nod in response. "If you respect me, I will respect you too." Upon arriving at the venue and seeing the butterfly doors of the McLaren 720, Chenyi couldn't help but feel envious. This was the true essence of a supercar. Compared to the Ferrari 812 with its ordinary sliding doors, it was simply too ordinary. Chenyi couldn't help but consider trying to buy one of these so-called divine cars to drive around. Though they were limited editions, as long as they weren't one of those globally limited a few hundred units should still be obtainable. As long as it can make money, there are plenty of middlemen willing to get involved. However, after thinking it over, Chenyi decided against it. He needed to use all his money for his startup, and aside from daily expenses, he couldn't afford such a big purchase. If he went ahead with buying a so-called divine car, he'd be broke, and his plans would have to be postponed again. Still poor. Chenyi sighed inwardly. He took Ding Junfeng for a spin in his McLaren, driving around for a few laps to get familiar with the car, then gave him a taste of the high-speed experience. Like Ruanjui, Ding Junfeng was also screaming in the passenger seat, but not out of fear. It was a mix of excitement and tension. After finishing with Ding Junfeng, the Dean thick-skinnedly begged Chenyi to take him for a spin too, wanting to film some video footage. Since Chenyi was there to have fun anyway and was currently hooked on driving, he gladly obliged and played the role of a tool for the day. After a few laps, even Chenyi was getting tired and decided not to go back to the track. Instead, he stayed with the little princess to chat, while Ding Junfeng and the others went for a few more laps on their own. Eventually, everyone returned, satisfied and exhausted. After a day of such activities, everyone was quite tired. The principal had completed his video footage, Ding Junfeng had satisfied his craving for the thrill of racing, and Chenyi had become close friends with Ding Junfeng. Everyone had a good day. After discussing it, they decided not to stay any longer and instead find a place to eat before heading back to Shanghai that night. The racetrack wasn't as remote as they had imagined. Instead, it resembled a tourist attraction for the wealthy, with a golf course nearby and several upscale restaurants. Though not Michelin-starred or extravagant places where a meal could cost tens of thousands, the establishments were still upscale enough to maintain their prestige. Since we had to drive back that night, we didn't drink any alcohol. Instead, we sat in the private room, bragging to each other, with everyone fawning over Chen-yi. Ding Junfeng strongly hoped to come back again next time to continue racing on the track and asked Chen-yi if he was available. Riding in Chen-yi's car and feeling the thrill of speed had him hooked. Dining and drinking are the perfect settings for business discussions. Though there was no alcohol today, taking advantage of everyone's excitement, Chen-yi also revealed his true intentions. Chapter 127, Shin Xiao's Boldness. Shin Xiao, are you planning to establish a game company to develop mobile games? At the dinner table, Ding Junfeng suppressed his excitement and composed himself, regaining the scholarly demeanor Chen-yi had noticed when they first met. The co-founder of a certain platform furrowed his brows, paused to choose his words carefully, and advised, "What I'm about to say might not sound pleasant, but since we hit it off immediately, I'll speak frankly. Has Chen Xiao been misled by some news reports? Thinking that the entry barrier for mobile games is low and that you can make money just by doing it casually? In fact, that was the case a few years ago, but the situation has changed now." Seeing Chen-yi and Ding Junhui discussing business matters, the dean and the others, who had been causing a commotion, fell silent and continued eating their meals. Ruanjui was originally chatting happily with the girls who had changed back into their regular clothes, but when they noticed the others, they quickly shut up, and no one spoke. The dining table fell silent, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. At this table, Chen-yi and Ding Junfeng held the highest status. Earlier, everyone had been playing together and felt that the two were easy to approach. However, when they started discussing serious matters, the others immediately felt an inexplicable pressure. To be honest, as a professional in the industry, I know the situation best. In reality, 90% of games are operating at a loss, 1% achieve great success with monthly revenue exceeding 50 million yuan, and 2% achieve modest success with monthly revenue exceeding 5 million yuan, managing to turn a profit. The remaining games that are not losing money are merely breaking even. A couple of years ago, with the development of mobile communications, the mobile gaming sector became a lucrative market. At the time, a team of 10 to 20 people could develop a product in just a couple of months and secure a foothold in the market, or even achieve great success. However, with the entry of large companies like Tencent and NetEase into the mobile game market with fully established teams, competition has become extremely fierce. Customers and revenue are increasingly gravitating toward these giants, leaving small and medium-sized development teams with little room to secure a significant share of the market. Ding Junfeng's words were diplomatic, but his overall message was to dissuade Chen-yi from entering the mobile gaming market, as it was not a goldmine and might not be profitable, but rather likely to result in losses. The two had only just met today, and Ding Junfeng was willing to speak so candidly, which showed that he truly regarded Chen-yi as a friend. Although Chen-yi is not an industry insider, he had previously spent money to hire a professional team to conduct market research, giving him some understanding of the industry. However, precisely because he understood the industry, he was even more convinced that Arknights was a small yet remarkable miracle. With a small development team and minimal initial marketing costs, and having to cover those costs themselves, Arknights has become extremely popular in the future, which must mean it has something special. Trying to replicate the success of Arknights with another game is extremely difficult, but since the game doesn't exist yet, it's possible to replicate it now. To avoid any issues with early beta testing leading to copycats, Chen-yi conducted thorough research and confirmed that the company that developed Arknights no longer exists. This gives him the confidence to use the game as a reference. Dingu being able to say this to me makes me very happy, as it shows he values me enough to speak so honestly. Chen-yi chose his words carefully when speaking to Ding Junfeng, as the latter genuinely had his best interests at heart and did not want him to blindly invest money into an industry that could result in losses. However, Chen-yi is determined to give it a try, as he believes the success rate of this path is very high. Ding Junfeng is emotionally intelligent enough to hear from Chen-yi's words that he won't give up and still wants to try entering this industry. Sighing, Ding Junfeng said, "If Chen Xiao encounters any questions or problems he doesn't understand, I can consider myself a seasoned professional in this field. I know a thing or two and have some connections. I can help Chen Xiao resolve some minor issues as a friend." Ding Junfeng had already guessed what Chen-yi was trying to convey. Solve some minor issues as a friend? That's not what Chen-yi wanted. While someone might help you with a few small matters here and there, they'll eventually grow tired of it and may even neglect their responsibilities. Therefore, the best approach is to bind him with mutual interests. As long as both parties have shared interests and work together to protect them, their relationship could even become closer than that of family. Chen-yi shook his head and said, "Shingo might think I'm just dabbling in this industry to get a piece of the pie, but in reality, I've already made plans." After finishing his words, Chen-yi shared some of his ideas about tomorrow's arc with Ding Junfeng. Concept design using visuals and text? Ding Junfeng nodded. As a seasoned professional in the industry, he had already understood Chen-yi's intentions from his few words. Of course, Ding Junfeng didn't think the design concept was particularly innovative. There were plenty of people with creative ideas and their own understanding of games, but whether those concepts could be brought to life and whether the game would be successful once it was released were questions no one could answer. However, Ding Junfeng saw Chen Yi's dedication and knew he wasn't just messing around. Most importantly, Chen Yi's racing skills had left him deeply impressed and trusting of him. To achieve such racing skills, one needed private, rigorous training. The fact that Chen Yi could do this proved he wasn't a spoiled rich kid just waiting to get by, but someone who could get things done and wasn't afraid to take risks. That was why Ding Junfeng trusted Chen Yi. Ding Junfeng sat up straight, his expression growing serious as he listened intently to Chen Yi's specific plans. I plan to invest around 20 million yuan in game development. Chen Yi held up 2 fingers. Ding Junfeng nodded in approval. This development cost was already very high for a mobile game. Even on Myoji, which had just been released by Pig Farm, had a development cost of just over 10 million yuan. However, the real bulk of expenses for mobile games lies in marketing and promotion, not development. The money spent on advertising is truly staggering. Chen Yi continued, then I will allocate 30 to 40 million for the game's marketing and promotion. This figure had been carefully calculated by Chen Yi. His goal was to complete game development and launch it within 2 months. During that time, he could secure around 40 million from the system. After deducting daily expenses, the remaining 30 million could be allocated as marketing costs. The release of this parallel world game does not require a copyright license, but there is still a review process. If one has connections like Ding Junfeng, those connections can significantly speed up the review process. When Chen Yi mentioned allocating around 60 million yuan for a single game, everyone present gasped in astonishment, including Ding Junfeng. This was no small sum. Moreover, Ding Junfeng had just mentioned that over 90% of game companies are likely to incur losses, yet Chen Yi remained unfazed, stating he would allocate 60 million yuan for game development and distribution. This led people to speculate that his family background was at least on par with that of a high-ranking official like Little Wang. Who from a respectable family would let you take 60 million to play at entrepreneurship? The dean and his 2 henchmen were stunned by Chen Yi's boldness. Ruanjui felt a mix of emotions, growing increasingly aware of the vast gap between herself and Chen Yi. The girls were even more stunned, having never seen someone casually mention tens of millions as if they were pocket change. After all, this wasn't just bragging. However, Ding Junfeng sensed Chen Yi's boldness. Before Ding Junfeng could speak, Chen Yi continued, however, although I have a solid plan, I still lack crucial connections and resources in this industry. This is where I need your help, Ding Gu. In return, I can offer you a 10% stake in this game company. Chen Yi's words were crystal clear. He wanted Ding Junfeng to use his industry connections and resources as equity. Although the company law does not permit such equity arrangements, they could be circumvented through a consulting service contract or a framework agreement. Alternatively, Ding Junfeng could make a symbolic investment of 1 yuan, and the company charter could stipulate that he would receive a 10% dividend. While 10% of the profits may seem like a lot, as Ding Junfeng had previously mentioned, 97% of mobile games on the market are not profitable. The remaining 2% may generate over 5 million in revenue, but the actual profit is not high. The real money is in that 1%. Ding Junfeng did not know that the game Tomorrow's Arc would become a hit. If the dividend rates were too low, Ding Junfeng might calculate that he wouldn't make much money and could end up going through the motions without putting in much effort. If the game becomes a hit, from the results, Chen Yi seems to be at a loss, but in reality, Chen Yi is making a fortune. This is because the system is not designed to make money no matter how much the game earns, it is just a small amount that Chen Yi does not even notice. For Chen Yi, what he needs most is time. Time is the greatest currency. With Ding Junfeng's resources and connections, he can save a significant amount of time, allowing all his plans to be executed ahead of schedule. One shouldn't be too greedy in life. If one clings to every little advantage, such a person will never achieve success. Only by letting go of some of the meat can one attract the wolves to follow. Ding Junfeng's expression flickered slightly. He took a deep breath and said, "This isn't the place to talk. Chen Shi, let us find a place to discuss this in detail tomorrow." Chen Yi heard this and curved the corners of his mouth slightly. He knew that Ding Junfeng had already been swayed. This matter was almost settled, and the remaining discussions between the two would only involve some minor details. Chapter 128, Shen Xiao understands human nature, the art of using money. After finishing their meal and settling the bill, since no alcohol was consumed, the total came to around 4,000 yuan. Divided evenly among the group, each person paid just over 400 yuan, which still made the few women brought by the director feel a bit embarrassed. The director had brought 4 employees from his studio. Though they were all women, they made up the majority of the group. With each person splitting 400 yuan for the meal, the women still felt a bit uneasy. However, for Chen Yi, spending 4,000 yuan on a meal wasn't even as expensive as one of his shirts, so he didn't feel a thing. Gradually, Chen Yi's consumption mindset had undergone a significant transformation, and this transformation was precisely what he needed. That is, not to be too concerned about small amounts of money, otherwise one might become a miserly person who dares not spend a single penny. Shen Gu, we'll head out first. We'll edit the video once we get back and send it to you for a look. Let us know if there's anything that needs adjusting. The dean and the others came over to say goodbye to Chen Yi before leaving. Chen Yi nodded in response. Unlike the first video the director had filmed of him, Chen Yi now had a clear goal and was more concerned about his image. He couldn't let the label of rich second generation overshadow his efforts, making people attribute his success to his family background. Just like comrade Xiao Wang, though his status as the son of a billionaire and his outspoken nature brought him immense fame and attention, it also brought him a lot of negative news, which sometimes caused unnecessary trouble. Chen Xiao, I'll head back first. Let us meet up tomorrow night and discuss the details. At this moment, Ding Junfeng seemed even more eager than Chen Yi, as if he wanted to stay up all night discussing the establishment of the game company over drinks. Alright, Ding Gu, go rest well. Tomorrow, please come to the Ritz-Carlton in Shanghai. I'm staying there now, and the Ritz-Carlton is also a suitable place for discussions. Chen Yi smiled as he walked over and put his arm around Ding Junfeng's shoulder. He knew the fish had taken the bait, and once this big fish had bitten the hook, it wouldn't let go. This world was a world of people, and as long as one understood human nature and had sufficient funds, many things could be easily accomplished. Alright, I've been on the track all day and I'm really tired. I need to go back and get some rest. Chen, we'll meet at the Ritz-Carlton tomorrow. Ding Junfeng laughed heartily, hugged Chen Yi goodbye at the restaurant entrance, and got into his McLaren. Chen Yi waved at him and watched as he started the car. The roar of the supercar echoed through the night streets, but Ding Junfeng didn't drive far before pulling over to the side of the road. He rolled down the window, pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, and began smoking. As he puffed on the cigarette, his mind wandered. As a co-founder of a certain platform and a high-ranking executive at the company, he was well aware of its current state of development. The likelihood of the company going public within a year was very high. If the company went public, with the shares he held, he would undoubtedly become a true billionaire with assets worth hundreds of millions. However, Ding Junfeng also knew that the platform was still in the process of expanding its market and was a major money-burning operation. Even if the success of the game improved the company's finances, the company was not a game company and could not rely on the game industry for the majority of its revenue. Over the next 2 to 3 years, the platform will inevitably continue to operate at a loss, meaning Ding Junfeng will not receive any dividends. The money he earns will still be limited to his salary as a senior executive. If he wants to make any major expenditures, the only option is to sell stocks for cash. However, given the current optimism about the platform's future, selling stocks at this time would be highly unwise. In other words, even if the platform goes public and Ding Junfeng becomes a billionaire, the cash he can actually access will remain very limited. This is the difference between net worth and cash. As a first-generation entrepreneur, Ding Junfeng does not have high material standards. He can wear clothes that cost hundreds or even thousands of dollars. However, he has a strong passion for sports cars, and his current financial situation does not allow him to purchase multiple high-end sports cars. Chen Yi's offer was almost a knockout blow, hitting him right where it hurt the most, sparking his greed. A total investment of 50 to 60 million yuan, with a 10% profit share, was an offer Ding Junfeng couldn't refuse. Moreover, this investment was in his area of expertise, giving him greater confidence in its success. As long as it's profitable, he'll have an additional stable income. If it becomes a huge success, the changes it could bring to his quality of life would be even greater than what Chen Yi has already done for him. Chen Xiaoke really knows how to play with people's emotions. He's got me so nervous, I'm even worried he won't include me in his plans. Ding Junfeng exhaled a puff of smoke, shook his head, and said with a hint of bitterness. If before, it was Chen Yi who wanted to get to know Ding Junfeng and gain access to his resources and connections, making him the one with the needs. Now the situation has completely reversed, and it's Ding Junfeng who was feeling anxious and unwilling to let go of Chen Yi as his lifeline. Before, Chen Yi had no resources or connections, and he hadn't achieved any notable successes, making it hard for others to trust him. As a result, even if he had money, it couldn't be put to good use. But now that people have started to trust him and the network of connections is beginning to form its first links, the true value of money has become evident and its effectiveness is being maximized. He extinguished the cigarette and started the car again. He knew that Chen Yi had given him a share of the profits because he had certain expectations of him. The connections and resources he had in the industry were the key to his entitlement to that share. His mind was already sorting through the relationships he currently had, preparing to go home and organize them properly. He wanted to present his sincerity and value during tomorrow's meeting with Chen Yi. The world is bustling with people pursuing profit only when they see benefits will they strive and sacrifice themselves. Chen Yi even knew that when the game was released, Ding Junfeng would definitely allocate resources from a certain platform to promote it, ensuring that all of Chen Yi's marketing costs were spent effectively. He can even achieve 40 million or 50 million in promotional effects with a 30 million budget. As long as the game's quality is up to par and Chen Yi doesn't create something like a game where brothers come to kill me, then Ding Junfeng's resource allocation remains within reasonable bounds. Others would be unable to pursue legal action against him even if they wanted to. Spending money is an art, but the key lies in how you use people. With Ding Junfeng on board, Chen Yi has taken the first step toward building his network and career, even though he doesn't aspire to become a gaming giant. However, as long as he achieves success in the gaming industry, he will be a successful entrepreneur. This aura will spare him many headaches in his future endeavors and plans, giving him more control and leverage in negotiations. Chen Yi will have people chasing after him, which is a testament to his social status. Chapter 128, Money is a tool, not a goal. Chapter 129, Money is a tool, not a goal. Chen Yi's Ferrari sped along the road leading to Shanghai. The night had grown dark, and Chen Yi wasn't driving too fast. Ruan Jui sat in the passenger seat, holding the flowers Chen Yi had given her today. The young lady's expression was slightly dazed. Spending the entire day with Chen Yi had made her acutely aware of the vast gap between their social classes. The image of Chen Yi dominating the racetrack, drawing cheers from the crowd, was still vivid in her mind. His confident and ambitious demeanor, which had captivated everyone in just 2 minutes, was a clear testament to his exceptional abilities. As the son of a wealthy family, as the kind of true aristocrat Ruan Jui had always imagined, Chen Yi was exceptionally diligent in every aspect, making others feel that no matter how hard they tried, they could never catch up to him. He had earned admission to a top-tier 211 university through his own efforts rather than relying on his family, which was a testament to his dedication to his studies. From Ding Junfeng and others, she also learned that to achieve Chen Yi's driving skills, it wasn't something that could be mastered by wealthy second-generation individuals driving supercars late at night. It required not only courage but also self-discipline and physical training outside of driving. Additionally, Chen Yi's perfectly toned physique further suggests his disciplined lifestyle. Today, when Chen Yi and Ding Junfeng exchanged a few words, Chen Yi casually mentioned spending tens of millions, which was beyond the imagination of someone like Ruan Jui, a second-generation rich kid. Her family's total assets, including real estate, probably amount to only 1 or 200 million yuan. Even if they didn't spend a single penny each year, their annual income would still only be around 10 million yuan. If you asked her father to take out a loan from the bank and invest 5 or 6 million yuan into a new business, he wouldn't dare. Because if the business fails, the Ruan family would instantly go from being a billionaire family living in luxury to a family with billions in debt. But seeing Chen Yi, at his age, able to casually pull out 50 million to start his own business, what kind of family must he come from? When Xiao Wang first entered society, his family gave him 500 million yuan, which was all his startup capital. If he lost it all, he'd have to go back home and work for his family. Even for a family like Wang Yi's, 500 million isn't something you can just throw around. Yet Chen Yi, at the age of a freshman, had his family casually hand over 50 million yuan for him to venture out into the world. His family background speaks volumes. Ruan Jui knew she was quite attractive. If there were a school beauty pageant, she would definitely win. Plus, as the heiress to a fortune of over 100 million, she was already an unattainable rich and beautiful woman in the eyes of ordinary people. However, in Chen Yi's presence, she felt an unprecedented sense of inferiority. Because Chen Yi was too outstanding, excelling in every aspect and leaving his peers in the dust, even someone like Ruan Jui, who was pampered by everyone, felt intimidated. Glancing sideways at Chen Yi, she saw his tall, straight posture even while driving, and his side profile that made her heart race. Ruan Jui believed that Chen Yi would definitely succeed and achieve even greater heights. His confidence was truly inspiring. Even Ding Junfeng, who had worked hard to become a first-generation wealthy individual, unconsciously lowered his head in Chen Yi's presence. He would go further, stand taller, and leave her only able to look up at him. This caused Ruan Jui immense pain and distress, even making her feel immense pressure when she was with Chen Yi. It wasn't that she wanted to break up after all, such an outstanding man would be a fool to leave her. But she feared that one day Chen Yi might think she had become indifferent and kick her out of his life. Ruan Jui even doubted whether she could ever love anyone else again. After seeing the most brilliant gem, who would still want the dross? Caught between hope and fear, the two returned to Shanghai. As Ruan Jui looked around at the increasingly familiar streets, she snapped back to reality to find the Ferrari already parked outside the Shanghai Academy of Fine Arts. Ruan Jui looked at Chen Yi with a dazed expression. She had thought he would take her straight to the hotel, and she had even prepared herself for it. But when she saw him drop her off at school instead, her heart skipped a beat and she felt a pang of sadness. Does Chen Yi not like her? Or is she not pretty enough? That's why he didn't even want to take her to the hotel? Various thoughts flooded her mind, making Ruan Jui feel sad. She was already prone to crying, and suddenly felt like tears were about to spill over. Chen Yi saw the expression on the little princess sitting in the passenger seat, paused for a moment, then suddenly realized what she was thinking. When a woman falls in love with a man, she truly doesn't mind doing anything with him, even if it's something she is eager for. Men are drawn to women because of their appearance, while women become obsessed with love. Chen Yi, do you hate me, or did I do something wrong? Ruan Jui began frantically trying to recall everything she had done that might have upset Chen Yi. She instinctively felt she had done something wrong, even though Chen Yi hadn't done anything. She had already convinced herself she was at fault. Whoever falls in love first loses. The weaker party in a relationship can only endure silently and be taken advantage of by the stronger party. Don't overthink it. If I hated you, would I take you out to play? I'm not the type to do romantic things, I always find them awkward. But look at me, I did something so awkward just for you. Shenny pointed to the flowers in the trunk of the car. We're only 19 this year. We have so much time ahead of us to live it up and waste it away. Why rush into things? Or maybe, little princess, you're actually a tease and want something else. Shenny suddenly gave a suggestive smile, making Ruanjui, who was already nervous, blush bright red. You just like to bully me. I just thought that boys are always thinking about that kind of thing. Ruanjui said, feeling a bit guilty. Shenny smiled, leaned in close, and gently kissed her lips, whispering, a little princess's first time should be romantic, right? I didn't prepare anything today. Ruanjui bit her lip, her heart racing. She wrapped her arms around Chunyi's neck and kissed him passionately. After a long while, the two finally parted. Ruanjui's eyes were filled with tears, and the beauty mark at the corner of her eye added a touch of allure. She felt she should take the initiative. In the past, due to her strict upbringing, she had always been passive in everything she did. Gathering her courage, Ruanjui asked, Chenyi, do you have time on the 11th? She knew Chenyi must be very busy, so she asked in a tentative tone. The 11th? How about the 5th, 6th, or 7th? I should be free those days. Chenyi considered his schedule and replied. Before Ruanjui could respond, Chenyi added, I'll check my schedule and let you know in advance which day works best. Let's go out and have some fun. Okay. The little princess nodded vigorously. Love was something you had to take the initiative to grasp, just as Chenyi had said. They were only 19 years old. No matter what the future held, they couldn't afford to regret anything during this youthful and vibrant phase of their lives. After getting out of the car, Ruanjui waved at Chenyi and ran into the school with the flowers in her arms. Sitting in the driver's seat, Chenyi rolled down the window and watched Ruanjui leave. What he had just said was merely an excuse. The reason he hadn't taken Ruanjui to the hotel wasn't because he wasn't romantic enough, but because Chenyi knew he had an important matter to discuss tomorrow. He had to stay in the best possible state, using the late night hours to consider every possible scenario. This was the first step toward his career in future. A man couldn't let a woman hold him back. Whether it was the system or money, neither could provide Chenyi with much security. The system could disappear at any moment, and money couldn't buy everything in this world, as its essence was merely a medium of exchange. Only a complex network of relationships, only a status that no one dares to underestimate, and only that authority can allow one to stand firm in this society. Money is merely a tool to achieve these things, not the end goal. Amidst the roaring engine, the Ferrari started again and sped through the streets of Shanghai. Chapter 130, Now, call me Mr. Chen. Chenyi returned to the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel and spent several hours meticulously drafting an outline for the game. Combined with the content he had written earlier at school, it should be sufficient to impress Ding Junfeng. There was no other way. Developing a game normally required years of work. Chenyi wanted to launch a game in just over 2 months, which seemed like a pipe dream to most people, and some might even doubt whether he truly intended to take game development seriously. But there was no other option. Chenyi was in a rush. If he weren't in such a hurry, he could have simply used the system as pre-made recipe to open a milk tea shop, low cost, low risk, and far more comfortable than running a game company. However, Chenyi was essentially just copying. The core game mechanics, gameplay, and even the game interface were all already in his head, so there was no need for him to redesign anything. All Chenyi needs to do is act as the client, provide the requirements, and have the employees execute them as the contractors. Plus, Chenyi isn't one of those unreasonable clients who would demand employees create something as absurd as a colorful black design. After finishing all this, it was already midnight, and Chenyi finally climbed into bed to rest. I never thought that even after being reborn as a wealthy tycoon, I'd still have to work so hard. With Chunyi's constitution, 4 hours of sleep was enough to leave him feeling refreshed. After waking up, he was thinking about what he could do during the day and then have a proper talk with Ding Junfeng in the evening. However, in the morning, Su Feng found him and informed him that they had already identified potential office buildings that met his requirements. Su Feng had found several office buildings that met Chenyi's requirements, all of which could serve as backup options. Chenyi knew immediately that he had his work cut out for him. He accompanied Su Feng to visit the office buildings in the morning, examining them in great detail and with careful consideration, as he knew that the office building he would ultimately choose would become the future headquarters of his gaming company. The office buildings Su Feng had found were all located along the Huangpu River in the new district of Shanghai, which is also the national financial center of Shanghai. These office buildings were not too far apart from each other. After viewing several options, Chenyi settled on one. It was a bank tower owned by a U.S. bank, located in the heart of the financial district. From the office windows, one could see the Huangpu River, and the Shangri-La Hotel was right next to the building, with the Ritz-Carlton Hotel less than 300 meters away. As the heart of the financial district, the surrounding amenities are top-notch, with everything you could need within easy reach. The building is also within a 500-meter straight line distance from the nearest subway station, though the actual walking distance may be slightly longer. The entire building has 68 floors, with the leased area located on the upper floors. The space is luxuriously decorated, fully equipped with all necessary office furniture and fixtures, requiring no additional purchases. Simply changing the signage and rearranging the layout would allow the space to be used immediately. The office area spans approximately 500 square meters and can accommodate 50 to 100 people. In Chen Yi's vision, this capacity is more than sufficient to meet the needs of a mobile game company. He does not intend to make the gaming industry his primary business, so there is no need to expand the company's scale. Excluding other expenses, the monthly rent is approximately 120,000 yuan. Under normal circumstances, the minimum lease term is 2 years, but since Su Feng is on good terms with the building's owner, the lease term was reduced to 6 months, which perfectly suits Chen Yi's plans. If the game is successful, the office space can be continued to be rented. If the game fails, the company can simply shut down and leave. A 6-month lease is ideal. If it were 2 years, that would be a significant loss. Generally, newly established small companies would not choose to set up their offices in such a financial hub, as the rent is too high and the lease terms are too long, leading to too many uncertainties. However, Chen Yi is financially well off and does not mind these factors. Moreover, having an office in a national-level financial hub sounds prestigious and gives the company a more legitimate appearance. Chen Yi has basically decided to go with this location, but according to Su Feng, another skyscraper nearby is currently selling floors. Is the boss planning to buy a building? Each floor is 1,500 square meters, and if you buy 2 floors together, we can offer a discount. Located in the CBD Financial Center, we're selling it to you below market price, only 88,000 per square meter. For just 250 million, you can take possession of the property title immediately. Wait, how much? 250 million? Cough, cough. The company is just starting out, and there are only a few of us. This office building is too big and a bit of a waste. To save resources for the country, let us look at some rental options first. We settled on a bank building, but the minimum lease term is 6 months. We decided not to negotiate a deposit and 3 months rent upfront, so we paid 6 months rent upfront, totaling 700,000. Once the company starts operating, there will be all sorts of miscellaneous expenses like water and electricity bills to calculate, which will be another huge expense. It really is expensive to start a company. Perhaps things always happen at the same time. Just as the office location was finalized, the investment banking team hired by Su Feng also completed their investigation report. After conducting a rigorous and cautious investigation, the investment banking team identified a company that largely met Chen Yi's requirements. After completing a series of investigations into the target company's assets and liabilities, operational and financial status, and legal relationships, it was confirmed that the company had no hidden debts. It's important to note that auditing accounts is a highly tedious process. Most companies maintain 2 to 3 sets of books, with the surface-level accounts meticulously organized. However, the actual financial situation is often unclear, which is precisely why Chen Yi needed to engage a professional team for the investigation. Such shell companies with minimal business transactions and clean financial statements are inexpensive. Including the fees paid to the investment banking team, the total cost was only around 300,000 yuan, yet the registered capital of the company was 3 million yuan. Although the company has no substantial assets, Chen Yi is now the Mr. Chen of the company and has a business worth millions under his name. On the other side, the headhunting company Chen Yi hired also brought good news, having secured the legal and financial personnel he needed. Legal personnel are not a big deal, but Chen Yi has very high requirements for financial personnel. First, the candidate must be a woman over 30 years old, married with children, holding a bachelor's degree or higher from a top-tier university 211 or 985, a local resident, and majoring in finance, auditing, or related fields. She must have at least 5 years of experience in financial accounting and internal control management at a medium to large-sized company, with preference given to candidates who have worked at one of the Big Four accounting firms. Financial staff handle money, so the requirements in this area must be high. Ideally, someone from the family would be the best choice. Unfortunately, Chen Yi's family background is quite simple, and no one is qualified for this role. Relatives might be suitable for a junior bookkeeping position, but if the game becomes successful in the future and revenue reaches tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, they would lack the necessary professional knowledge to handle accounting tasks. Married women with children are unlikely to take maternity leave, and women generally have lower career aspirations than men, which makes them more likely to stay in a stable role. Chen Yi needs a reliable financial professional. Under normal circumstances, such an outstanding financial professional wouldn't join a small startup company. But why do people work? It's not for some dream, it's for the money. So as long as the salary is high enough, there will be plenty of people competing for the job. In the end, Chen Yi found a 33-year-old woman who was average-looking and unremarkable in every way, but she had excellent work experience and professional skills, little ambition for promotion, and was extremely satisfied with the salary Chen Yi offered. Shen Yi made the decision on the spot. With everything in place, all that was left was for Ding Junfeng to provide a list of candidates using his resources and connections. Shen Yi could then poach them with high salaries and assemble a sufficiently professional team. Chapter 131, Babel Tower Investment Company, Ltd. High-end hotels all have areas known as executive corridors, typically located on the upper floors of the hotel. These spaces offer privacy and panoramic views, making them ideal for business discussions. Guests staying in executive rooms can use the executive corridor free of charge, while guests in other rooms must pay a fee. However, members like Shen Yi, who hold a Cobalt card, can use the executive corridor at any time, even if they are not staying at the hotel. Despite staying in the presidential suite at the Ritz-Carlton for over 2 weeks, Shen Yi had never once used the executive corridor. At the time, he felt that as a wealthy individual with access to the system, he didn't need to use the executive corridor to conduct business with others. Now, he can only say, it's so worth it. Shen Yi couldn't help but think that he was so naive a month ago, believing that money could solve everything. Now, he was even more certain that money could only allow one to do as they pleased in matters where they were already at a 95% advantage. The window seats in the executive corridor offered a view of the Huangpu River flowing by in the bustling, vibrant scene of the Bund. Shen Yi and Ding Junfeng spent the entire afternoon discussing business there. Professionals should do professional work. Although his money was easy to come by, Shen Yi would never meddle in areas he didn't understand. He would listen carefully to the opinions of professionals. In terms of the overall strategy, Shen Yi and Ding Junfeng were in agreement. The only point of contention was that Shen Yi wanted to complete the game development and launch it within 2 months, while Ding Junfeng preferred to take a year for research and development. Under normal circumstances, Ding Junfeng's approach would be the correct one, and Shen Yi's idea was sheer nonsense. However, for someone with a systematic rebirth, there were no normal circumstances. When Shen Yi presented the game plan he had compiled over the past week to Ding Junfeng, the latter was still reluctant but eventually had to concede, as there was no other option. Money talks. Now that the project exists and the company has been established, Shen Yi has already secured talent for auxiliary departments such as legal, finance, and HR through headhunting firms. The next step was the most critical and the area where Ding Junfeng was most needed: professionals in game development and operations. It's best not to publicly recruit for these positions. First, you don't know their skill level, and second, there is the initial onboarding and collaboration process, which would extend the timeline, something that doesn't align with Shen Yi's interests and plans. Therefore, the best approach is to poach talent from other large companies. Ding Junfeng has a thorough understanding of industry talent, whether it's from Tencent or NetEase, or other well-known game companies. He knows most of the key decision makers, and even if he doesn't know them personally, he has heard of them. Therefore, he knows exactly what kind of talent our company needs and who to target. Even the top-tier talent from Tencent or NetEase would be willing to resign and join us if offered sufficient compensation, unless they are already involved in promising projects with bright career prospects, in which case they might prioritize their career prospects over financial gain. Shen Yi has already handled a significant portion of the planning work in the R&D department. The remaining tasks, such as numerical planning, level design, and story planning, require individuals with extensive experience. Especially since Shen Yi knows that the initial storyline of Tomorrow's Arc has been heavily criticized, so he needs to spend a lot of money to hire professionals to improve it. Programmers and artists are minor issues, money can solve them. Shen Yi has already hired well-known online illustrators for the character art, who will deliver their work according to the tasks assigned. Voice actors are sourced from Japan, where renowned voice actors are available at reasonable rates with high-quality performances. As for the operations department, that's Ding Junfeng's area of expertise, so he can easily find the most professional people for Shen Yi, who can be brought in and used immediately without any need for adjustment. Generally speaking, even if Shen Yi were to throw money around to poach talent, those people wouldn't know you, and they wouldn't know if you're a scammer. Or if you want to create a game like One Hit 999, they might not even bother with you, as they work at places like Tencent or ByteDance, where their status is much higher. But with Ding Junfeng, the industry heavyweight, stepping in personally, these issues can be resolved effortlessly, and he can accomplish what money alone cannot achieve. Shen Yi isn't worried about Ding Junfeng taking control, as he only holds a 10% stake. Employees aren't stupid, they know who pays their salaries. Ding Junfeng wouldn't quit his position at a certain platform to focus on Shen Yi's company, so he wouldn't try to seize power either. Nevertheless, Shen Yi is being proactive and has already studied management knowledge to prevent employees from taking advantage of his youth and conspiring to undermine him. Once all the management and key technical staff were in place, the remaining menial tasks could be handled by recent graduates, which would also help cut costs. By the following year, only the most capable employees would be retained, while those who were underperforming yet demanded raises would be dismissed, and new, cheaper recent graduates would be hired to take their places. Shen Yi may not have seen a pig run, but he has at least eaten pork. He speaks like an old capitalist. He didn't care about money and could offer high salaries, but he wouldn't keep idle employees around. Once everything was settled, to get those talented individuals to quit their current jobs and start working here, Chen Yi could relax for the next week, but Ding Junfeng would be working himself to the bone. Chen Yi didn't bother thinking of a company name, so he simply used the name of an organization from a game, the Tower of Babel. However, this company name had already been registered in China 10 years ago. Chen Yi had the investment bank's investigative team look into it and found that the company was already on its last legs but still holding onto the name, along with a string of related company names like Babel Tower Consulting Company, Limited, and Babel Tower Investment Company, Limited. Chen Yi spent some money to buy all those names, making them his own. After merging them with the previous shell company, the new company was established. Chen Yi became the controlling shareholder and legal representative of Babel Tower Investment Company, using this company to fully control the game company, creating a layer of ownership. With everything settled, everyone felt relieved. Ding Junfeng collapsed into his chair, exhausted from the intense discussions that had lasted the entire afternoon. Glancing at the time, it was just the start of the nightlife scene. He turned to Chen Yi sitting across from him and asked, "Mr. Chen, where should we go to have some fun tonight?" He no longer called him Chen Xiao, but directly addressed him as Chen Zong. Chen Yi's heart stirred, and he replied, "Nightclub?" Ding Junfeng furrowed his brows and shook his head, saying, "To be honest, I'm not really into the nightclub scene." Chen Yi nodded upon hearing this. Ding Junfeng had previously worked in technology, which meant he was somewhat of a homebody, likely why he didn't care for nightclubs. Chen Yi thought for a moment and whispered, "Massage parlor?" Ding Junfeng's eyes lit up immediately, and he gave a lecherous smile. Who cares if he's a geek? Men love massage parlors. Seeing Ding Junfeng's expression, Chen Yi understood. In his previous life, Chen Yi had been a professional in the massage industry with extensive connections. Although he had reincarnated and lost his old connections, he could still find them with some effort. However, at that moment, Chen Yi had an idea. When it came to connections, who could compare to Su Feng, the general manager of the Ritz-Carlton? Moreover, his connections were undoubtedly top-notch, and aside from being expensive, they had no drawbacks. But money was the last thing Chen Yi lacked now. Coincidentally, Chen Yi owed Su Feng a favor. As the saying goes, there are 3 ironclad bonds in life: sharing a gun, sharing a window, and sharing something else. Without hesitation, Chen Yi called Su Feng over and consulted him. The man was indeed a seasoned pro. Su Feng directly called the real driver from the Ritz-Carlton's concierge department, and the 3 men set off happily. This is what real emotional connections in business deals are all about. Sitting in a lavishly decorated conference room arguing over details is something subordinates do. As for sipping red wine and discussing business with pretentious elegance, that's even less likely. Having fun together is the true essence. Chapter 132, Are You Even Letting Other Men Live? In the dormitory of Xinyu University, 3 goofballs were. In 2 days, it would be the National Day holiday, and everyone was excited. Chen Yi sat on his bed, holding a copy of Competitive Strategy by Michael Porter, a lifetime professor at Harvard Business School, reading it with great interest. Despite the noisy surroundings, he remained fully immersed in the book, eagerly absorbing the knowledge within and reflecting on how it applied to real-life situations. He never thought that after being reborn as a wealthy individual, he would actually be able to focus on reading. After all, the old Chen Yi would always fall asleep while reading. However, he decided to go to the library to read next time. Watching the excited chatter of his roommates in the dormitory, Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. During the 7-day holiday, the 3 of them were discussing where to go. Everyone was from different parts of the country, so going home was out of the question. They could only stay in school or explore Shanghai. If they were girls, the result would undoubtedly be going shopping or browsing malls. But the 3 men ultimately decided to stay in the dorm and play video games. Do Peng noticed Chen Yi put down his book and was listening to the 3 of them with interest. He finally spoke up, "Bro, you've been skipping class a lot lately. There are a few teachers we can't help you get out of." "Yeah, I know. I'll handle it myself when the time comes. You don't need to worry about me." Over the past week, Ding Junfeng had been introducing Chen Yi to various industry professionals every few days. Chen Yi had no choice but to skip some classes to meet with them, which also served as interviews. The meeting location wasn't in the office building he had just rented, as it was still under simple renovation and wouldn't be ready for use until after the 11th. The interview took place in the executive corridor of the Ritz-Carlton. At this point, Chen Yi finally understood the benefits of being a Ritz-Carlton Cobalt Card member. Since he had to return to the dormitory in the evening, he didn't book a room at the hotel. However, with his membership, he could freely access the executive corridor. Aside from those slightly less reputable high-end clubs, the executive lounge of such a luxurious hotel was the perfect place to discuss business. The facilities were luxurious, the service impeccable, and sitting by the glass windows on the dozens of floors above, looking down at the Huangpu River and the Bund across the way, a sense of grandeur would naturally arise. However, school was indeed a hassle. As a student, Chen Yi still wanted to complete his university education properly. He would have to discuss the matter with his department head or higher-ups eventually. To put it bluntly, the purpose of attending these prestigious universities is to secure a good job after graduation, work for capitalists, and earn more money. As a student, Chen Yi believes he would likely receive support from school officials if he were to start his own business. The only requirement they would likely have is that Chen Yi not neglect his studies and avoid failing any courses. With his systematic approach to learning, Chen Yi is confident in his current academic abilities. My college life has taken a wrong turn. Chen Yi sighed. He had thought he would rely on money to get by in university, flirting with girls, playing games, and attending classes, all while having a good time. However, a strong sense of crisis has temporarily deterred him from pursuing such comfortable pursuits, instead pushing him boldly into an unknown territory. Chen Yi, I wonder when I'll ever truly settle down. Hey, want to play some games? The hottest game right now is PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. The three roommates sat at their respective computer game center stations, fidgeting with their hands as they asked. Chen Yi glanced at the time. It was just past 8 and decided to mix work with play. He said, "Alright, I'll join you for a few rounds." He took out his Alienware laptop, which was quite heavy and not suitable for office work, but as a renowned gaming laptop, it handled the latest mainstream games with ease. PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds was just starting to gain popularity, creating a wave of new streamers. Even many League of Legends streamers would secretly stream this game to maintain their activity levels. This might have been the game's golden age. No cheats, just noobs everywhere. Everyone was clueless about the map and loot, just hiding like cowards, while the real pros were out there gunning it. The three roommates were complete noobs. Despite being terrible, they insisted on jumping into the airport, only to get killed instantly upon landing. Even without the system, Chen Yi's skills would make him a pro in this era of PlayerUnknown's Battlegrounds. But after glancing at the game's skill progress bar, Chen Yi felt like a tiger among sheep, slaughtering everyone in his path. Orphans never need teammates. After the three idiots in the dorm were all dead, Chen Yi started his show, killing everyone at the airport, driving a jeep at an extremely slow speed, honking the horn non-stop, essentially setting up a trap. Anyone who dared to fire a shot was instantly wiped out. Chen Yi would crouch at the bridgehead, and in the blink of an eye, the ground was littered with boxes. Shooting an SKS at 17 rounds per second or aiming for a headshot the moment the scope was raised were child's play. Firing a gun only required a moment of breath holding. The three people in the dormitory all gathered behind Chen Yi, shouting and screaming, their eyes filled with admiration as they watched him. Look at him. Is he even human? He's good looking, comes from a wealthy family that's already impressive, but he's also this skilled at gaming? Does he even give other men a chance to survive? After a thrilling solo 4-player battle, he secured a perfect victory with 29 kills. Chen Yi, really didn't cheat, it's just that the opponents were too weak. Bro, your skills are too good. Even big streamers like Shark and National Treasure can't compare. Wang Yanqi stood behind Chen Yi, massaging his shoulders, while Jia Yiba and Dou Peng pounded his legs. As the countdown for good luck, tonight we eat chicken neared its end, the three of them suddenly snapped back to reality and rushed back to their computers. He pulled out his phone to take a screenshot of the victory, even though it was a 0-kill win. But it was still a win, right? In the early days of the game, how many people begged for a single win and couldn't get one? How many people jumped 3 meters in the air after finally getting a win? These three goofballs were being so eager, and Chen Yi knew exactly what they wanted. He continued to play with them, securing 3 consecutive wins, leaving the three goofballs with expressions of pure satisfaction. In one of the games, Dou Peng killed 2 players and secured the victory, causing a commotion in the dormitory. Glancing at the time, it was already 10 p.m. Though not tired, Chen Yi no longer indulged in games. He bid farewell to the three in the dorm, and despite their pleas, he slipped on his Chanel jacket and stepped out of the room. After the white dew solar term, the weather gradually turned colder. By late September, it was already considered autumn. Chen Yi strolled leisurely around the dormitory, enjoying the crisp autumn air, until he spotted a petite figure walking toward him on the street. He smiled and greeted her. "Yuzishi, just getting off work?" Chapter 133, Do you think I just wanted your meal? The streetlights on campus were dim at night, and the sound of insects could be heard among the grass. Yuzishi, who was less than 1.6 meters tall and slender, was holding a book tightly in both hands, walking quickly along the gravel path of the school with her head down. It was already quite cold on this late September night, yet Yuzishi was still dressed lightly. She wore what looked like outdated sneakers bought from a street vendor, and a clean but slightly worn light red jacket. Her overall outfit and color scheme looked very outdated. When she heard Chen Yi's shout, Yuzishi seemed to be startled, her entire body trembling slightly. She looked around fearfully, and upon seeing Chen Yi standing on the curb, she finally exhaled deeply, patting her chest. "Chen Yi." Yuzishi called out Chen Yi's name in a soft voice. She stood a few meters away from him, head bowed. If it weren't for the quiet night, Chen Yi wouldn't have heard her voice, which was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Chen Yi waved at her, and Yuzishi hesitated only briefly before taking a few steps toward him. Yuzishi stood in front of Chen Yi, first lifting her head to glance at him, then quickly lowering it again to look at her toes. Her hands unconsciously clutched the book in her arms, making her appear nervous. Under the dim streetlight, Chenny studied her carefully. Her face was still gaunt, with her cheekbones almost protruding. However, Yuzishi didn't appear gaunt or unattractive due to her slim build. Instead, she exuded an otherworldly charm, resembling a little fairy more than Nanjiue. As for the young lady, she actually looked more like a princess. Compared to a month ago, Yuzishi's skin looked much more radiant, as if she had recovered from a serious illness and was finally getting proper nourishment. Although she may have suffered from malnutrition in the past due to poor diet, she is still young, and with a little nutritional supplementation, she will quickly regain her health. How's work going? Chenny asked with a smile, noticing that Yuzishi had just returned from the library that was the part-time job Li Tianwang had found for her. When Chenny mentioned work, Yuzishi gave a faint smile, revealing two dimples, and her tone grew slightly more excited. The job wasn't very busy, she just needed to log the book borrowing records each day and return the books on the desk to their original places when the library closed. Besides me, there are other seniors and classmates working at the library, so the workload is divided among everyone, and it's not too much for each person. There couldn't possibly be only one poor student in the entire school, so there must be other students working part-time at the library as well. Seeing how excited Yuzishi was, she probably felt that she could finally earn some money. What do you have in your hand? Chenny noticed the white paper strip peeking out from between Yuzishi's tightly clenched fists and asked out of curiosity. Yuzishi nervously extended her hand and unfolded it, revealing a crumpled piece of paper. Though her fingers were rougher compared to the delicate hands of the other girls, they were still slender and fair, quite beautiful. The young girl had a faint fragrance about her. It was odd, as Yuzishi didn't wear perfume. Was the scent from her shampoo, or did she naturally have a pleasant body odor? Chenny took the note, unfolded it, and saw a name and a WeChat ID. The name was written in a rather ugly handwriting, clearly the work of a boy. Your handwriting is so messy, and you still have the nerve to give a note to a girl? You should at least practice writing your own name properly first, Chenny thought to himself. Oh, not bad. It seems like a male classmate is interested in you, little girl. Chen-yi joked. Although Yuzishi didn't wear makeup and dressed a bit outdated, she was actually quite beautiful upon closer inspection, so it was only natural that other boys noticed her. Looks are everything. It doesn't matter if you're rich or poor, or if you have a gentle or temperamental personality. As long as you're good looking, people will like you. Did you add her on WeChat? Chenny raised his eyebrows and asked. Yuzishi shook her head. Should we add them? Yuzishi shook her head again. Should I just throw this note away? Yuzishi first shook her head, then realized she had made a mistake and quickly nodded. Are you mute, you little girl? Chenny said impatiently. The delicate college student lowered her head and gently kicked the ground with her toes before whispering, Chenny, just throw it away. Upon hearing this, Chenny didn't say anything else. He crumpled up the note and tossed it into the trash can beside him. Yuzishi remained with her head down, not even glancing at it. How about should we go home and take a look? Chenny didn't know why, but he suddenly became interested in Yuzishi's hometown, or rather, in her cooking skills. Yuzishi's heart fluttered. She bit her lip but shook her head firmly. It's been a month since I saw them. I do miss my grandmother and sister, but the train ticket is too expensive. I'll just stay at school. Ha? You have a younger sister? Chenny asked in surprise. Didn't I tell you about her? Oh, sorry, I guess I didn't mention it. My younger sister is in middle school this year. She's luckier than me, she gets to go to school in the county. When she mentioned her family, Yuzishi's expression and voice became much more lively, and her smile grew even brighter. Chenny thought about it. He really didn't have anything to do before the National Day holiday, but going home was out of the question. His height and appearance had changed so much that he'd give himself away the moment he stepped foot in the house. In just 2 months, he had grown nearly 10 centimeters in height, and his features had matured, making him much more handsome. He feared his parents wouldn't be able to accept him if they saw him now. Ding Junfeng's business was also on the right track, and the office decoration didn't require his help. He couldn't possibly spend 7 days in a hotel, so it would be better to go somewhere else for a few days. Chenny thought for a moment and asked again, is there any panda base or something like that near your place? Chenny had seen pandas at the zoo, but there were too few of them. He had always wanted to find time to go to Sichuan province to see the pandas properly. The area near my house is where there are the most wild pandas in Sichuan province. Sometimes the villagers can even see them. Yuzishi whispered. Chenny perked up at the mention of wild pandas and immediately became interested. Wild pandas? Those are much rarer and more precious than the ones in zoos. However, the fact that Yuzishi's family could see wild pandas meant that their area was quite remote. Do you have your ID card? Give it to me. Although Yuzishi didn't understand what Chenny was up to, she immediately pulled her ID card out of her pocket. Opening the app on his phone, Chenny checked the high-speed train schedules. There were no trains to the county seat, but there were some to the city center, which would suffice. Plus, he was lucky enough to find a ticket, though the only downside was that there were no business class seats left, only first class seats. If it were just him, Chen Yi would have chosen a flight, but since he was traveling with Yuzishi, a high-speed train was the better option. Using Yuzishi's ID number, Chen Yi purchased the tickets, then slipped the ID back into Yuzishi's hand and said, "Alright, the tickets are booked. We'll take the morning high-speed train and arrive in the afternoon." It has to be said that China's high-speed trains are truly impressive. You can go wherever you want, and they're extremely fast. Yuzishi paused for a moment and hurriedly said, "Chen Yi, you didn't have to buy a ticket for me." Before she could finish, Chen Yi interrupted her, "I've already bought the tickets. Are you going to make me refund them? You know how expensive the cancellation fees are." As expected, the moment money was mentioned, Yuzishi stammered and fell silent. Then, Chen Yi finally smiled, revealing his true intentions. "You said you'd treat me to dinner, right? I've been waiting for this for a long time, and to be honest, I really want to see a wild panda." Yuzishi bit her lip and whispered, "You might not be able to see a wild panda. It depends on luck." Though she muttered under her breath, her expression suggested she had agreed to Chen Yi's request. Mainly because Chen Yi had been taking good care of her for the past month, always buying her various nutritional supplements under the pretext of being Chen's secretary and a classmate, and there were even some rumors circulating among the students about them. Yuzishi wasn't aware of the rumors. She only knew that she had promised Chen Yi to treat him to a meal, and she had to keep her word. Chapter 134, You're All Flirting With Me. During the National Day holiday, the train station in Shanghai was bustling with people. This rare long holiday gave many who had been worn out by work a chance to relax. However, in Chen Yi's view, those who traveled during the May Day Golden Week or the National Day holiday were essentially torturing themselves in another way. There are simply too many people in China. During these holidays, the number of travelers is measured in the hundreds of millions, and major tourist attractions are completely overcrowded. It's more accurate to say you're going to see the people rather than the sights, as the crowds are the real experience of traveling during this time. Even in neighboring countries, you might encounter people speaking Chinese on the road. It can only be said that the country's economy has developed, and people now have disposable income, leading them to pursue material and spiritual enjoyment in life. People are well aware that going out to play during this time isn't a good choice, but they have no time to do so during regular work hours. This is perhaps the tragedy of being a corporate drone. When you're in school, you don't have money. When you're working, you don't have time. Life really is something to sigh about. Chen Yi was lost in his thoughts about life as he held onto Yuzishi's small hand in the bustling train station. Her fingers, roughened from years of hard work, still had a faint hint of softness, while her skin remained smooth and supple, with the delicate fragrance unique to young girls. "Hold on tight, there are a lot of people here, don't get lost." Chen Yi had no intention of taking advantage of the girl. He spoke very seriously. Yuzishi, though raised in a poor area, had begun to understand the nuances of gender dynamics as she grew up. Having lived in the big city for over a month, her horizons had broadened, and she had learned many things that made her feel shy and nervous. Being held by Chen Yi's hand, Yuzishi felt her heart racing, like a deer caught in the headlights, feeling lost and unsure of what to do. However, the train station was incredibly crowded, especially since Shanghai's station was so large. Yuzishi had little experience riding trains, so she could only let Chen Yi hold her hand. After waiting at the station for a while, Chen Yi led Yuzishi through ticket inspection and boarded the train. Sitting in the soft seats of the first-class compartment, Yuzishi felt an experience she had never had before. The last time she had come to Shanghai to enroll in school, she hadn't taken the high-speed train but a hard sleeper. The journey from her hometown to Shanghai had taken over 30 hours. The reason she chose the hard sleeper was simply to save a few hundred yuan. A hard sleeper only cost around 400 yuan, while even a second-class seat on the high-speed train was nearly 900 yuan. People often say that time is money, but for someone like Yuzishi, who came from a poor family, money was more important than time. The high-speed train doesn't go directly there. We have to first go to Shijing and then transfer there. Chen Yi instructed Yuzishi to put the items in her hands on the luggage rack. Since they were going to someone else's home as guests, they should at least bring some gifts. Going to such a poor area, buying random things isn't as good as buying some local specialties. Chen Yi bought various snacks directly at the station. When he saw that Chen Yi had already spent over 1,000 yuan, Yuzishi hurriedly stopped him. Chen Yi finally stopped buying things not because he had spent too much money, but because he found the items too heavy. With Yuzishi's slender build, he couldn't bear to ask her to help carry them. The plane had 4 seats in a row, with 2 on each side. Chen Yi let Yuzishi sit inside, while he took the outer seat. Chen Yi hadn't liked flying much in the past. If there was a high-speed train available, he'd usually take that instead. Yuzishi, a young woman who hadn't seen much of the world, was curious about everything. She turned her head and quietly looked out the window through the clean glass, while Chen Yi leaned back in his seat and pulled out his phone. The entire journey, including transfers, would take around 10 hours, so they could only pass the time with their phones. "Bitch, the sugar daddy is taking advantage of the National Day holiday to meet another young lover, isn't he? Chen Yi, what mistress? You're my only mistress. I'm just out on business. Bitch, the sugar daddy is so great, you deserve a nice gift." Image JPG. When Chen Yi saw the photo Biao Biao sent, he was furious. It was a nude photo of Biao Biao, though her face wasn't shown. From the background, it looked like she took it in her dorm room. As for why Chen Yi recognized her as Yu Jinyu, it's because he's seen her before. Don't even mention it. Even if the two had been intimate many times before, seeing such a photo would make a man even more restless. The young and vigorous Chen Yi immediately changed his sitting position and adjusted his posture. He glanced sideways at Yuzishi, who was still staring out the window, completely unaware of what was happening. Chen Yi, you dare keep photos like this? Aren't you afraid someone will fix your computer? Bitch, haha, I'm not stupid. These photos are all stored on my iPhone. I wouldn't dare put them on the computer. They're only for my sugar daddy to see. iPhones are indeed quite secure in that regard. It's very difficult to hack into an iPhone and access the contents inside. Chen Yi, I'll teach you a lesson when I get back. What are you doing now? Biao Biao, I'm getting ready to go shopping with Yu Xian. I also took some secret photos of her. Does the sugar daddy want to see them? Thinking about Qi Yuxuan's hot figure, Chen Yi couldn't help but feel a little tempted. But then he reminded himself that he was a proper gentleman and couldn't do such a dirty thing, so he reluctantly refused. Chen Yi, Qi Yuxuan living in the same dorm with you is truly your bad luck. Alright, you two have fun. Whatever you buy, your sugar daddy will reimburse you. Chen Yi knew that Biao Biao was smart and wouldn't buy anything recklessly. She was completely different from those disgusting women who were just out to scam money. As for how much she spent, thousands or even tens of thousands, it was nothing to Chen Yi. Bitch, sugar daddy is so kind, I love you. After finishing the chat with Bitchy, the conversation with his official girlfriend continued on the other side. Little princess, did you say you wanted to adopt a cat before? Chen Yi, it was just an idea. I don't have a place to take care of a cat while living on campus. Little princess, I don't want you to keep one. Chen Yi, why not? Little princess, because the cat will compete with me for your attention. I don't want anyone else to take your love away from you. If you ever want a cat, just meow, and I'll meow back. Little princess, I'm easy to take care of. Take care of me. I'm so good. Oh my gosh, even the shy little princess is being so bold with me. My charm is just too strong. Chen Yi almost laughed out loud as he tapped away on his phone, chatting with Ruanjui. The high-speed train slowly started moving. Yuzishi finally took her gaze off the window and turned her head to look at Chen Yi. Looking at Chen Yi's sharp, handsome profile and the smile on his face as he chatted on his phone, Yuzishi thought to herself, he's probably chatting with his girlfriend. On the last day of military training, Yuzishi had seen Chen Yi's girlfriend from afar. She was beautiful, dressed fashionably and stylishly, far beyond what Yuzishi could ever hope to match. Her thoughts drifted away, and she stared blankly at Chen Yi's profile, completely lost in thought. Little princess, Chen Yi, you must be busy these days. I won't bother you anymore. Make sure to rest and don't overwork yourself. Little princess, I'll be staying at home these days. Once you're done with your work and have some free time, let me know, and I'll accompany you out to relax and unwind. Chen Yi, little princess, you should go home and spend some quality time with your parents these days. This is the first time you've been away from your parents for so long, isn't it? Little princess, don't treat me like a child. Chen Yi chuckled and put away his phone. He felt a sudden movement beside him and turned his head to look, only to meet Yuzishi's gaze. Yuzishi jumped in surprise and quickly lowered her head, her earlobes turning slightly red. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Chen Yi raised his eyebrows. No, nothing. Yuzishi shook her head slightly and stammered. Seeing the girl still so soft, Chen Yi shrugged his shoulders, leaned back in his chair, closed his eyes, and said, if you're tired, take a nap. We've got a 10-hour ride ahead of us. Yuzishi replied softly. Chapter 135, Sisters in Bloom. Chen Yi took Yuzishi on a several-hour high-speed train journey, transferring once in Shijing, and finally arrived at a prefecture-level city in Sichuan province around 4 p.m. Chen Yi had always liked Sichuan and Chongqing. The living pressure here wasn't too high, and housing prices weren't exorbitantly high either. Especially the women from Sichuan had fair, smooth skin, making them truly beautiful. Apart from the inability to handle spicy food and the extreme heat in summer, the region is otherwise highly suitable for comfortable living. Mianyang, as a prefecture-level city in Sichuan province, is known as the City of Science and Technology. This city has a long history, with legends even claiming that Yu the Great, the founder of the Xia dynasty, was born here. However, few would expect such a renowned city to have several national-level poverty-stricken counties under its jurisdiction. Upon exiting the high-speed rail station, Chen Yi asked Yuzishi beside him, how do we get to your place? Although Mianyang was still far from her home, Yuzishi felt more confident upon arriving in a familiar place. Her tone carried a hint of excitement as she explained that they could take a bus to the county town and then a smaller vehicle to her village. Can you drive the car all the way to your house? Chen Yi asked. Yuzishi nodded cautiously and replied, yes, but the road isn't very good. Alright, I understand. Come on, follow me first. Chenny first looked up some information online. As a relatively unknown prefecture-level city, finding a luxury hotel like the Ritz-Carlton was out of the question. Chenny was unfamiliar with the area and had no connections here, but money could go a long way in such places. He hailed a taxi and headed straight to a car rental agency, where he rented a decent SUV. He then took Yuzishi to a shopping mall in the city center, not buying her anything particularly expensive, just taking her to pick out some branded clothing items costing around 1 or 200 yuan. Even so, Yuzishi kept shaking her head in refusal. She felt that she had already received too much from Chenny. Although Yuzishi came from a poor family, she wasn't the type of girl who liked to take advantage of others. The more things Chenny bought for her, the more anxious she felt. You can refuse, but buying something for your sister shouldn't be a problem, right? What as her body type? As her older sister, you should pick out a couple of outfits for her. Chenny's words left Yuzishi speechless. She might not care about these things herself, but when Chenny mentioned her sister, Yuzishi's heart softened. Chenny, thank you so much. I'll pay you back once I earn some money. Yuzishi murmured softly. You don't have to pay me back. Why not just give yourself to me instead? Chenny joked. However, Yuzishi didn't realize it was a joke. Her face flushed, and she let out a soft ah, looking somewhat flustered. Seeing the young girl like this, Chenny couldn't help but laugh. I was just teasing you. Don't overthink it, silly girl. These things aren't worth much to me. Don't dwell on it. The total cost of all these random items made Chenny wonder if they were even worth as much as one sleeve of his own shirt. No wonder so many people like to sponsor young, beautiful, and poor college students. They're just too easy to please. Chenny thought that if there were more college students as beautiful as Yuzishi, he could easily sponsor 100 of them. Lost in his thoughts, Chenny bought 2 outfits each for Yuzishi and her sister, totaling less than 1,000 yuan, then went to buy daily necessities like rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar. Earlier, Chenny had refused to carry so many heavy items, but now that he had a car, it didn't matter. He slapped a red bill on the table, and immediately someone eagerly helped him load everything into the car. Before setting off, Chenny stopped at a McDonald's and bought several hundred yuan worth of fast food like burgers and chicken wings, then finally set off with Yuzishi. With road signs and navigation, Chenny wasn't worried about getting lost, but the road to the county seat was still very difficult to navigate. After 2 hours, they finally arrived at their destination. This was a typical small county town in Dongwa, with buildings that looked as though they might have been cast from reinforced concrete. Apart from a few main roads paved with asphalt, most of the roads were made of bricks and stones. The county town was very small and not particularly crowded. Skyscrapers could only be seen in the county center. Upon arriving here, Chenny finally felt like he was in the countryside. This is a nationally designated impoverished county, with an annual GDP of less than 4 billion yuan. The total GDP per capita of the county is so low that it is hard to believe. Many people have little concept of wealth. In fact, a billionaire would already be a local tycoon in a prefecture-level city, but such wealth is unimaginable for a county town. Of course, this excludes the southeastern coastal regions. It's important to note that even to repair roads, a county must apply to higher-level authorities for funds, and there's a high likelihood they won't be able to cover the costs on their own. If you study the domestic economy, you'll find that the vast majority of provinces run annual deficits, with only a handful of economically powerful provinces having surplus funds. The central government then uses these surpluses to offset the deficits of other provinces. Upon arriving at the county seat, they were still some distance from Yuzishi's home. The county seat oversees 9 towns, 16 townships, and 240 villages. Chenny and Yuzishi didn't linger in the county seat and continued driving. The road ahead became even more treacherous. Along the way, Chenny was deeply impressed. The area was surrounded by mountains and water, with lush greenery as far as the eye could see. In the distance, mist swirled around the mountains, making it seem like a fairyland. Chenny couldn't associate this place with the word poverty at all. Typically, poverty evokes images of sandstorms, mud brick houses, and barren land where even farming was impossible. However, the natural beauty of the area was so breathtaking that Chenny found himself reluctant to leave. In the end, Chenny could only conclude that the poverty here must have other causes. However, Chenny also felt the inconvenience of the transportation here. Even driving was very troublesome, though it wasn't exaggerated to the point of needing to climb a high wooden bridge or anything like that, but it was still difficult to find a proper road. After traveling through the mountains, Chenny finally arrived at his destination. The village wasn't large, and there weren't many households. The neighbors all knew each other, probably because few outsiders ever came here. When the car drove into the village, many villagers came out of their homes to watch curiously. Chenny took a closer look and noticed that the majority of the people were either elderly or children. There were very few able-bodied adults, likely all working away from home. The car stopped in front of a house that looked old and weathered, likely made of wood, with many parts severely rotted. The yard had some poultry, though not many. "Grandma, I'm back to visit you." Yuzishi jumped out of the car and excitedly called out toward the house. After taking a few steps, she stopped and asked, Ying, what are you doing here? Chen Yiting looked closely and saw a young girl peeking through the door. She could probably be called a young girl. Chapter 136, The Pure Middle School Girl. Gripping the doorframe was a petite young girl. She wore a floral print dress, its color faded from prolonged wear, likely a hand-me-down from Yuzishi. Just like when he first saw Yuzishi, the little girl in front of him looked pale and malnourished, with a very petite frame. Yuzishi was only about 1.5 meters tall, and the young girl in front of her was even shorter than her sister. The two sisters were not identical twins, but they bore a striking resemblance, sharing about 6 or 7 out of 10 features, making it clear to anyone who saw them that they were sisters. Although Yuzishi's younger sister was wearing ragged clothes, the skin exposed on her face and arms was very fair and smooth. Though the area was poor, it wasn't lacking in water, clearly indicating that she bathed regularly. Her features were exquisitely delicate, with large, expressive eyes that seemed to speak volumes. Her skin was as smooth and tender as her sister's, and in Chen Yi's eyes, she was even more beautiful than her sister. The reason Chen Yi referred to her as a loli was because he had learned from Yuzishi that her younger sister was already in the 3rd year of junior high school and would be taking the high school entrance exam next year. Technically, she was no longer a loli, but her extreme thinness and short stature still gave her the appearance of one. The moment he saw the little girl, Chen Yi couldn't help but have a strange thought. He wanted to keep her locked away in his house, watching her innocent eyes, never letting her interact with the outside world, like a canary in a cage. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, Chen Yi shook his head vigorously. After all, her life was already so miserable, he shouldn't be so twisted. Is Cece back? Just then, an old woman's voice came from the doorway. An old woman dressed in ragged clothes, with patches on her garments, leaning on a homemade wooden cane, and appearing to have limited mobility in her limbs and eyes, slowly emerged from the doorway. Yuzishi saw her and immediately left her sister behind, rushing forward to support the old woman's arm while complaining, Grandma, your legs aren't good. You shouldn't come out. At school, Yuzishi was always gentle and timid, speaking softly to everyone. But once she returned home, she seemed to transform into a strong and assertive person, appearing more like the head of the household. Was this an example of being meek and submissive on the outside but assertive and forceful on the inside? Cece, why are you back so early? Didn't you say you'd wait until winter break to come back? Let me take a look at you. Ah, life outside is so good. You've even gained weight in just a month. The old lady said with a particularly kind expression. Yuzishi's eyes welled up with tears. She hesitated for a moment, glanced at Chun-Yi, then quickly looked away and whispered, I came here with my classmate. He said he wanted to see the giant pandas. Yuzishi told a lie. The elderly woman, who had poor eyesight, finally noticed Chen-Yi and hurriedly urged, Hey! We have guests at home? How can we let guests stand outside? Cece, hurry up and let them come inside to sit down. Yuzishi's younger sister ran over, holding the old woman's other arm, her big eyes fixed on Chen-Yi, filled with curiosity. Grandma, don't worry about me. Let me bring the things inside first. Chen-Yi said to the old lady, then walked to the trunk of the car, which was filled with rice, flour, oil, milk, and other items. Given Chen-Yi's current physical condition, carrying a bag of rice or flour was no problem at all. However, he couldn't help but feel a pang of emotion, thinking that as the legendary Chen-Yi, the wealthy and powerful Chen Zong, he was actually having to carry rice and flour himself. However, he wasn't the type of pampered young master who never did any chores. These tasks were quite easy for him. But in Yuzishi's eyes, it was different. Having been exposed to the vast outside world, she had gained a deeper understanding of things. She knew Chen-Yi was extremely wealthy, just the price of the car he drove was an astronomical figure she couldn't even imagine. Yet, despite being a true playboy, he did these things without a single complaint, which moved Yuzishi deeply. She hurried over to help Chen-Yi carry the items. Though she wasn't very strong, she persevered with determination. Oh, you little thing, you just came over, why did you buy so much? Cece, you shouldn't have let him spend so much money. Yuzishi's grandmother frowned and began scolding her granddaughter. Facing the numerous items Chen-Yi had purchased, the old lady's tone was still a bit uneasy. It seemed that Yuzishi's unwillingness to take advantage of others was a trait cultivated by her grandmother. Yuzishi dared not speak, unable to utter a word in response to her grandmother's criticism. Chen-Yi laughed at this point. Grandma, don't scold Zishi. You should say that when guests come to visit, it's only proper to bring a gift. This child has been away for a month and doesn't listen to an old woman like me anymore. The old lady chuckled, but her tone had never been harsh. It was clear she loved her granddaughter dearly and couldn't bear to scold her. However, Chen-Yi couldn't help but feel that the old lady was looking at him strangely, as if she were looking at her own grandson-in-law. No, is there some strange custom here? Like in wuxia novels where seeing a female warrior's true face under her veil means you have to marry her? Does your village have something where women bring men home to introduce them as their boyfriend? Chen-Yi muttered to himself, but in his hand he held a box of McDonald's chicken nuggets. He approached Yuzishi's younger sister and said, Your name is Yuziying, right? Have you tried this before? Chen Yi's tone sounded like a creepy uncle trying to trick a kindergarten girl with a lollipop. No, I haven't tea. Yu Ziying was practically a carbon copy of Yu Zishi, speaking in a soft voice. However, unlike her sister, she didn't lower her head instinctively. When answering Chen Yi's question, she dared to look at him with her curious eyes. Those beautiful eyes were like clear lake water in the sky, without a single flaw. Chen Yi couldn't help but marvel inwardly. How many people despise such things as junk food, yet for children in impoverished areas, they might not even have seen them, let alone tasted them. Here, have this. Chen Yi handed her the chicken nuggets, but Yu Ziying didn't take them. Instead, she looked up at her sister and grandmother. Her grandmother said, "Someone gave it to you, so take it, but make sure to say thank you." "Thank you, big brother." Yu Ziying showed a pure smile, her voice soft like her sister's, and when she smiled, there were faint dimples on her cheeks. In big cities, girls her age already knew everything, including abortion, but the Yu Ziying in front of him looked like a pure, blank sheet of paper. Watching the little girl happily eat the chicken nuggets, Chen Yi thought to himself that perhaps one day, when he had more money than he knew what to do with, he could do something meaningful. Cough, cough. Don't get any ideas, it's not about sponsoring pretty college girls or little girls. A person's life shouldn't be about money. Earning money is a means, not an end. This is something both the rich and the poor should strive for. Meanwhile, Chen Yi had moved everything into the house. Yu Zishi hurriedly asked Chen Yi to sit down and rest, while she busied herself preparing dinner. Chapter 137, This girl would make a good wife. Ying, what are you doing here? Hurry up and help your sister. Yu Zishi went to the kitchen to cook, while Chen Yi helped the old lady into the house and sat her down on a chair that looked rather worn out. The house was bare, and Chen Yi finally understood what the phrase bare walls truly meant. There was nothing of value inside, and the only appliance was an old fan. Thankfully, even in this remote mountain village, there was electricity, and there was a signal tower nearby. Although the base station might be a bit far away, the mobile signal and internet were a bit weak, but at least there was some signal and internet. Perhaps only our country could achieve this, as these base stations are essentially money-losing ventures. If the telecommunications companies were controlled by capitalists, they would never build such unprofitable infrastructure. Over there, Yu Ziying had just finished eating the McDonald's chicken nuggets Chen Yi gave him, with some sauce still on the corner of his mouth. She stuck out her little tongue to lick the sauce off her lips and even finished all the sauce in the small box of McDonald's chicken nuggets. Her beautiful, clear eyes blinked innocently, gazing at Chen Yi with a look of longing. Snacks shouldn't be eaten all the time, wait until after dinner to have snacks. Chen Yi scolded her. He never thought he'd end up becoming the very person he once despised the most. These were the very words his parents had told him when he was a child: don't eat snacks all the time, eat more meals, don't eat too much meat, eat more vegetables, and don't drink beverages while eating. Back then, he found his parents annoying, but as he grew older, he realized that everything they said was right. Children from poor families grow up fast. Yu Ziying was very well behaved and obedient. Though she still had a sweet tooth, she obediently nodded her head and gave a shy smile, revealing her pearly white teeth. Her beautiful big eyes still held a hint of curiosity as she stared at Chen Yi, the older brother she had never met before. I understand, Grandma. You sit here and rest. I'll go help my sister. The little girl looked at Chen Yi twice more before turning around and running quickly toward the kitchen. Old woman, I only have these 2 obedient granddaughters. As long as I can raise them properly, that's enough for me. Though the old woman's legs were unsteady, her health was still good. Seeing Chen Yi, the stranger, she chatted with him about family matters. Her accent was quite heavy, and Chen Yi found it difficult to understand, but he managed to make out the gist of what she was saying. From the old woman, Chen Yi finally gained a full understanding of Yu Zishi's family situation. Yu Zishi's parents were like all the other migrant workers in Beijing, wandering from place to place, doing any kind of work, and enduring all kinds of hardships. Yu Zishi and her younger sister were not born in this village, they were conceived while their parents were working away from home. However, shortly after her younger sister was born, her parents may have had irreconcilable differences, or perhaps her mother felt her father was too poor to support 2 children, leading them to eventually divorce. Yu Zishi's father had to take care of 2 children while working, with one of them still an infant. In the end, he had no choice but to send the 2 sisters back to their hometown. He himself went out to work and sent money back every month. It is possible that Yu Zishi's father worked too hard and developed health issues, leading to his untimely death. However, since it couldn't be fully determined as a work-related injury, the compensation was minimal, leaving the family with 2 children and 2 elderly people. They lived in a poor mountain village, and their poverty was evident. The elderly were too old to farm, and the 2 children were certainly unable to do such work. Fortunately, Yu Zishi's grandfather was quite capable, working as both a carpenter and a cook, helping neighbors and villagers with odd jobs. Though life was poor, they managed to get by. After the grandfather passed away, life truly began to deteriorate. An elderly woman with limited mobility and 2 children had lost the means to sustain themselves. Fortunately, there was a welfare program in the rural area, otherwise, this family might have truly been doomed in ancient times. The poverty alleviation officer was very kind. Knowing our situation, he brought us some poultry to raise. Raising poultry was something even an old woman like me and 2 children could manage. This old woman might have learned some skills when she was young. She spoke coherently and even chatted endlessly with Chun-Yi about various village matters. For example, most of the villagers are elderly or left behind children, while the young people have all gone out to work. Some who are still able to farm, like her, who is in her twilight years, can't do any work at all. For instance, there are lazybones in the village who neither go out to work nor do farm work, relying solely on welfare to survive. When poverty alleviation officials brought them poultry, the lazy men not only refused to raise them but also ate the poultry. When the officials found out, they were so angry they cried. Shen-Yi nodded in agreement. The government has poverty alleviation quotas, and some lazy individuals, aware of this, began to take advantage of the system. They only think about taking advantage without putting in any effort. It can only be said that such people are poor because they deserve it. No one else is to blame. After chatting with the old woman for a while, Yuzishi finally finished cooking. The 2 sisters brought over a wooden table, but Chun-Yi wanted to help them, only to be refused. Perhaps because there were guests today, the meal was a bit more elaborate, though there were only 3 dishes. The dishes looked very, though not like the elaborate presentations in Michelin-starred restaurants where chefs arrange the plating to the point of obsession. However, the colors were vibrant, and just looking at them made one's mouth water. It must be very rare to find a girl in the city who can cook such dishes. Yuzishi said she was a good cook, and now Chun-Yi finally believed her, and she was even better than he had imagined. There's not much good stuff in the mountains. It can't compare to the big city. Don't worry too much about it, child. The old woman said with a smile. It's okay, I've been through hardships. I don't mind these things. Chun-Yi shook his head with a smile. The pots and pans were old and worn, but they were washed very clean. Chun-Yi picked up his chopsticks and took a small taste, and his eyebrows raised slightly. What's wrong? Doesn't it suit your taste? Chun-Yi. Yuzishi saw this and asked cautiously, her knuckles turning white as she clutched the chopsticks tightly, as if afraid Chun-Yi wouldn't like it. Yuzi, sitting beside her, picked up her chopsticks quickly, probably because she rarely had the chance to eat such a lavish meal. It wasn't until her grandmother tapped her hand that the young girl in her 3rd year of junior high school slowed down her eating pace. It's delicious. Actually, it's much better than I imagined. Chun-Yi gave Yuzishi an encouraging smile. He wasn't lying. Aside from being a bit bland, the meal had no other major flaws. The mild flavor was likely due to Yuzishi's habit of using less oil and salt. If you were to compare it to the dishes prepared by Michelin-starred chefs, it wouldn't hold a candle to them. However, it excelled in its authenticity and natural, timeless flavor, making it more appealing to eat. Hearing Chun-Yi's words, Yuzishi finally relaxed. She blushed and shyly added some food to Chun-Yi's bowl, but ate very little herself. This made Chun-Yi think that this girl would be perfect for an ordinary family to marry into. After dinner, there wasn't much to do in the countryside, so everyone went to bed early. Yuzishi tidied up Chun-Yi's bed in an empty room. The bedding was all new, purchased by Chun-Yi that day, originally intended for Yuzishi's family, but he ended up using it himself. After making the bed, Yuzishi brought the only old fan from her family and placed it in Chun-Yi's room. The nights in the mountains were still quite cool, but if you still feel hot, you can use this fan. After finishing everything, Yuzishi stood before Chun-Yi with her head bowed and spoke softly. Alright, I understand. You must be tired from traveling all day. Go rest early. Chun-Yi spoke gently. Yuzishi had always been physically weak, and after the long journey, she had been cooking and doing chores for Chun-Yi upon arriving home. She must be exhausted as well. Alright, I won't bother you anymore. You should rest well too. The bed might be a bit hard, so you can just make do for now. Yuzishi said shyly, her face flushing with embarrassment. Don't worry about me. I'm fine here. Seeing that Chun-Yi didn't seem to mind at all, Yuzishi finally relaxed and went to her sister's room to sleep. The room Chun-Yi was staying in was probably Yuzishi's former bedroom, though the simple room bore no resemblance to a girl's bedroom. Chun-Yi couldn't sleep either, so he took out his phone and started playing games on the slow network. He noticed that the principal had already uploaded the new video. Chapter 138, People can't be judged by appearance alone, but being handsome can indeed be a valuable asset. Millions of supercars hit the track. Veteran drivers take you on a real initial D experience. Regardless of the content of the video or novel, as long as it has a catchy title and description, it will always attract a crowd of people to click on it. Unlike the last time he bought a car by chance, this time Chun-Yi also reluctantly participated in the video. Watching the video related to himself being watched by a crowd felt pretty interesting. The video starts with a clip from Initial D, then the camera zooms in on the bunny girls brought by the dean that day. Tight-fitting outfits, fishnet stockings, low-cut dresses, curvy legs, and provocative poses. It had it all. What a big car! This car is so white. The director's son really understands us. This is corporate culture, right? How do they sell these girls? Recommended by the site administrator, Angel Descends Season 1. This comment is clearly from an old pervert. The girl who flashed by in the 6-second shot is the prettiest. I'm in love with that girl. This isn't just some random girl you'll see later. I'm already jealous. The early editing was quick, and when the main part started, the usual director's son introduced himself first, then Chen Yi and Ding Junfeng also took a few seconds to appear on screen with their cars, giving a brief introduction. Isn't that the wealthy gentleman from last week's video? The rich guy isn't being low-key today. His outfit looks really expensive. Look at his clothes. Look at the watch on the rich guy's wrist, it's a Patek Philippe. I looked it up, it's from the ultra-complicated series, apparently the 5204R model, and it costs at least 2 million yuan. What's it like to wear 2 million yuan on your wrist? Someone tell me. That's probably the weight of a house. Or maybe it's the weight of a life's mission. If you accidentally break it, you'd better prepare to sell yourself to a coal mine. The rich guy is truly a rich guy. I can accept a Ferrari, but a 2 million yuan watch is beyond my imagination. This is my first time seeing a truly wealthy person. Who owns that McLaren? I don't think I've seen it before. Are you giving up your account? You don't even recognize Ding Junfeng, the co-founder of a certain platform. Times have changed. Now, all the newcomers on that platform don't even recognize the co-founder anymore. The young master of the academy seems pretty powerful. He can actually hang out with such a big shot. The dean's son isn't particularly wealthy, but he's still an entrepreneur, so he's better than you guys. However, he probably had to work hard for days to get these big shots to appear on camera. The Truly Wealthy series. The content of the following video has little to do with Chen Yi and is more for entertainment purposes. However, when Chen Yi decides to race on the track, the screen is instantly flooded with countless densely packed comments. High energy warning. This is a real high energy warning. Everyone, please fasten your seatbelts and get ready. Back to the title, everyone will now experience true speed and excitement. The veteran driver is about to take the wheel. As the comments fly by, Chen Yi's segment begins a true professional race car driver's track experience. Multiple cameras are mounted inside the car, and with professional editing, it feels like you're actually on the track, racing at full speed. 666, 6666, guys, I can't even speak anymore. My mom asked me why I was kneeling while watching my phone. What are you kneeling for? Get up already. Why stand up? Get down on your hands and knees. Ha, forgive me for laughing so rudely, but the girl sitting in the passenger seat looks so pitiful, but hearing her screams just makes me laugh, ha. Keep watching. The director's son is screaming just as pitifully as that young lady. Ha! Whoa, society is so cold-hearted. The young lady is screaming so pitifully, and you're still laughing. Watching the video is terrifying. This is way more thrilling than a roller coaster. I can't even pull off this kind of driving in Need for Speed. Who understands racing? Tell me what level this is? Thanks for the invite. This level is definitely professional grade racing, though not the absolute top tier, but still incredibly skilled. Get ready to eat some dog food. 55-55, I'm crying, what about you guys? Lemon trees bear lemons, under the lemon trees are you and me, I'm jealous of you. Ah, I also want such a simple and pure love. A Ferrari and a few flowers are enough. This is the ordinary life I long for. Wow, this girl is so beautiful. I don't know who to envy anymore. Her looks are just too stunning. 555-5555, I want to start over. I'm in love. This is the man of my dreams, rich, handsome, and romantic. Why can't I find a man like this? You should look in the mirror first and see your own face. Chen Yi used the trunk of his Ferrari to deliver a carload of flowers, only to receive a bunch of lemons in return. These silly netizens are truly entertaining, they satisfy your vanity while making you laugh out loud. Chen Yi, on the other hand, is enjoying the show. Game of life, welcome to today's episode of things we'll never have in this lifetime. 1L, be more confident, maybe you 1T have it in the next life either. 2L, you'll have it when you sleep, dog head emoji. 3L, no worries, you'll have it after 200 lifetimes. Morning rain remembers dawn, this car is so white, lemon, lemon, lemon. 1L, those wheels are so round. 2L, there's so much water. 3L, those headlights are so bright. You guys are so cool. FFF Clan Elite member, I'm so jealous. I'm in college now and don't have that much money. What should I do if I want to get girls' attention? Don't you, let me tell you, college girls care about looks. As long as you're handsome and full of energy, you'll be more popular with girls than those rich second-generation kids who are good-looking but have no skills. During your student years, the most important thing to attract girls is to dress well and look good. Money or talent comes second. Looking good is something you can actually use to get by. If you're good-looking, you'll even have rich, good-looking girls throwing themselves at you every day. Some girls are more desperate than boys, and to put it bluntly, they're desperate. It's not gender discrimination, boys can be desperate too. I'd been a desperate guy before, and it felt really humiliating and desperate. Girls all have their own preferences, some love money, some love talent, but without exception, they all love looks. Of course, the above does not apply to the super-rich second-generation millionaires in the video who drive million-dollar supercars. When the pleasure of material possessions surpasses the joy of spiritual fulfillment, everything else becomes trivial. If you happen to meet someone like the wealthy guy in the video, both handsome and extremely wealthy, then there's no point in comparing yourself to them. After all, people are truly unique and cannot be judged by the same standards. Chenny saw this comment and immediately gave it a thumbs up. This was clearly someone who had been there and done that, someone with age, experience, and a clear understanding of the differences between young women in school and women in the workforce. Moreover, he clearly distinguishes between ordinary second-generation wealthy individuals and those at the top of the wealth hierarchy. Romantic love and marriage are completely different things. And he praised himself for being handsome. That's a smart move. He is a wise guy. Not giving him a like would be a disservice to his good looks. As he scrolled through various videos until he was tired, Shinichi finally decided to go to sleep. At that moment, Shinichi even considered filming a video himself, not to seek attention or make money. He just wanted to film what he saw and heard, like this impoverished mountain village, to show those keyboard warriors and trolls who only know how to type on a keyboard some more real-life stuff. In modern society, countless pieces of information circulate every day, but many people have lost the ability to think independently and have been enslaved by information. Shinichi needs material comforts, but he also needs spiritual fulfillment. Only by balancing both can he truly be happy. Chapter 139, Let Me Be Your Little Wife. On the second day, after having breakfast, Chenny said he wanted to go explore the nearby mountains and rivers. On the way there, Chenny had noticed the area's unique beauty, making it perfect for a few friends to explore and discover together. Yuzishi originally wanted to go with Chun-Yi, as she was very familiar with the area and feared he might get lost alone. However, Chenny used the excuse of needing to spend more time with his grandmother to decline Yuzishi's offer. In 2 days, they would have to return to Shanghai. The next time Yuzishi would see her grandmother, it might not be until winter break. In the end, Yuzishi was persuaded by Chen-Yi and did not go with him. However, she did ask her younger sister, Yu-Ziying, to accompany Chen-Yi. The little girl had lived here for so many years and was extremely familiar with the area, so having her along would ensure Chen-Yi wouldn't get lost. Chen-Yi found it somewhat amusing that he, a grown man, needed a middle school girl to feel safer. Perhaps that was what being a local was all about. However, he also knew that in such mountainous areas, having a local guide was safer, so Chen-Yi didn't refuse. A gentleman doesn't stand under a crumbling wall. As a wealthy individual, he certainly didn't want to encounter any danger here. Chen-Yi didn't want to take any risks in such a place.